I was originally the ace sniper of the War Wolf Special Forces, but unexpectedly reincarnated into the great northern wilderness of the 1950s, not only lacking proper weapons, but even basic survival became a major challenge. But I wasn't the least bit nervous, because for an elite sniper like me, these vast mountain forests were practically a gold mine. I was determined to change the fate of this impoverished family with my own hands. Just as I was setting traps in the woods to let my little sister taste what meat was like, a faint voice suddenly reached my ears. Following the sound, I spotted my sister Lin Qian. The snow had already piled up past her waist, yet she was still clutching a tattered cloth bundle high above her head. At just 5 years old, she could easily freeze to death in these mountain woods. I rushed over and couldn't help but scold. "Why did you come out? Where's our mother?" Lin Qian blinked her pitch-black eyes and raised the bundle high above her head. "Brother, this is for you to eat." I stood frozen, staring at the bundle, then suddenly scooped Lin Qian up into my arms. Lin Qian stuffed the package into my arms. "Uncle sent it. Mom couldn't bear to eat it, but I thought you didn't have anything to eat this morning, so I brought it to you." Hearing this childish voice, warmth flooded my heart. Though poor, though life here was hard, as an only child, I had never before experienced the warmth of sibling love. But this time I truly felt it, and understood why the original owner of this body would risk his life to go hunting. Thinking of this, I forced a smile through the pain of frostbite and replied gently, "Let's save it for now. When Big Brother catches a rabbit, we'll make meat stew and eat it together." The little one clapped her hands, eyes shining brightly. "Really, brother? That's wonderful. We'll get to eat meat. I've never even tasted what meat is like before." Holding my sister's hand, I braced against the biting wind as we carefully searched the hillside for prey. As a former Special Forces soldier, search training has long been ingrained in my bones, and tracking prey is a fundamental survival skill in the wild. As I walk, I carefully observe every trace along the way. Tracking is crucial to me. It's like when someone has been to a certain place, I can discern their presence through subtle traces alone, even interpreting their specific activities here based on these clues. Right now, I don't have much equipment, and my physical condition isn't as strong as it was during my Special Forces days. So, I must remain vigilant to avoid wild beasts while also planning to intensify my physical training to gradually regain my stamina. After walking for a while, I suddenly stop, my gaze fixed intently on the base of a large tree. I crouched down and spotted several small, rock-hard pellets fresh rabbit droppings. Lin Qian looked at me curiously. "Brother, what are you looking at? Isn't that just rabbit poop?" I raised my head, a sly glint flashing in my eyes. "This is our clue. It means there are rabbits around here. Come on, help me set the trap." I stood up and said, "We'll catch rabbits right here." Lin, she was overjoyed when she heard they were going to catch rabbits if her brother succeeded. She'd get to eat meat. My technique was completely different from the original owners, appearing far more professional and refined. The original owner had only a superficial understanding, often setting traps mechanically with success largely depending on luck. But I was entirely different, carefully selecting locations, placing traps along the rabbits' frequent paths, and skillfully camouflaging them with snow to avoid alerting the prey. Every choice I make reflects careful consideration and rich experience. I understand that wearing my current outfit for prolonged waiting in the mountains is impractical. Relying on passive methods like waiting by a tree for a hare would only lead to a dead end. Therefore, after setting the traps, I didn't stop but continued searching for other animal traces in the vicinity. Using the hemp rope around my waist, I skillfully crafted a simple snare. The principle of this trap is similar to a rabbit snare, but it's simpler and more practical. I chose a tree branch as the fulcrum. Once a rabbit or other small animal touches the trap, it triggers the mechanism, causing the entire rope to instantly tighten and firmly trap the prey. To make the trap more enticing, I deliberately plucked some pine leaves and placed them inside the trap. This way, the green foliage would attract hungry small animals to forage, thereby increasing the success rate of capture. With Lin Qian's help, my trap was quickly set up. Afterward, the two of us each found a concealed spot and quietly waited for prey to arrive. Lin Qian nestled tightly in my arms, shivering uncontrollably from the cold weather. Holding my little sister protectively, I pondered how to navigate the road ahead for her sake. I had to work even harder and use my wits to face the coming challenges, as this difficult start put me at a severe disadvantage. In the south, freezing to death is an adjective, but in the northeast it's a verb. When I served in the military, I was initially stationed at the border before being selected for the special forces. Back when I was patrolling the border. When Pang Bei was in the military, he was assigned to the border defense at the beginning, which he did for a few years, and then he was selected to enter the special operations teams. No, if that's the case, the condom will be for nothing. Pang Bei was a bit anxious. He lowered his voice and quietly muttered in Pang Shi's ear. In a moment you go over there, just jumping and jumping, brother slipped over there. The two of us will have a round-up of 3. Pansy wondered, her large eyes clear and confused. What do you mean by surrounded by 3? Pang Bei laughed. You'll know in a moment, listen to my brother. I'll roast a rabbit leg for you to eat at night. Remember, you move when I move. Pansy nodded excitedly as she obediently crouched in place, while Panbei silently meandered around the periphery, blocking the rabbit's other retreat. However, when he got to the other side, Pang Bei didn't move, so he waited for the ferret to attack first. Pang Bei stared at the ferret dead on, and finally that guy couldn't hold back and attacked after he kept getting closer. The ferret darted towards the rabbit. Although the guy was small in size, he was agile and could just deaden the rabbit's throat and give it a stranglehold. The rabbit, on the other hand, ran towards Pang Bei at the first opportunity after the ferret attacked. Pang North whooshed up, purposely raising a large amount of snow, and then wowed. Startled, the rabbit turned its head and ran in the direction of Pansy's direction. Pansy, quick! The little one was obedient. She stood up in a flash and then followed her brother's example. Wow! She followed her example and raised the snow. The rabbit was also frightened and turned its head around and rushed towards Pang Bei's trap. Pompey had thoughtfully cleared out a path to get the rabbit into the game, and the set was on that path. For rabbits, without a snare, this path is a life-saving way to escape. But alas, there are sets along the way. The moment the rabbit rushed in, the mechanism triggered and a branch popped up. Then the rabbit was pulled by the noose. The rabbit was so fast that the rope locked around its neck at once. The rabbit kept struggling, raising tons of snow on the ground. And the ferret was frightened. It was uncertain. But it saw Pang Bei rushing over. That volume would be a behemoth in the ferret's eyes. It had to choose to retreat and disappeared with a whoosh inside the snow. Pang Bei didn't care about it. After all, there wasn't much meat. How could it be as important as a rabbit? Ignoring the ferret, Pang Bei pulls directly on the harness, and then pulls the rabbit to its death. Struggling for a while, the rabbit's movements became less and less, and gradually it did not move. Pang Bei stepped forward, took his knife and slashed down, directly ending this rabbit. Bunny! Rabbit! Pang Shi's tiny body rolled and crawled in the snow to Pang Bei's nearness. She looked at the rabbit and was afraid that if there was no Pang Bei, she would want to eat the rabbit raw. Chapter 3. Making Mother Happy. Pang Bei carried the rabbit, and I have to say, this guy was not small. Wild rabbits are not as big as domesticated rabbits, but this one in my hand is at least 7 pounds. How did this get so big? Pang Bei even felt curious about such a big male rabbit. Pang Bei carried it home, and the little guy kept staring at the rabbit on the way. That drool just wouldn't stop in her mouth, and she didn't dare to let it out. It was easy to freeze the corners of her mouth. Pang Bei's current residence was a small cabin on the mountain. This was left behind by Pang Bei's grandpa, who was guarding the mountain, but over the years he had trouble getting off the bed, and there was no way for him to go up the mountain to hunt. Hunting, this thing not ordinary people can do, more people, basically is to drive the prey to the outside, the prey away. If the beasts do not have to eat, the first will be on the village. In the past, in the mountains and forests were full of fierce animals. The village was in need of a mountain guardian. Usually the best hunters in the village, they don't live in the village, they live in the mountains. The mountain guardians, however, are like guardians from the village, protecting the surrounding peace of the village at all times. Once the wild boar enters the village and wreaks havoc on the crops, the village will be in deep trouble. Especially in this year, about which Pang Bei can often hear old people mention a word. That's called low standards. This is what happened when the Soviets withdrew their experts and demanded that the country pay its debts. And although there was food in the ground, it could not be eaten. It was all used to pay the debts. When the standards were low, people were so hungry that they peeled off the bark of trees, not to mention wild vegetables. Deep in the mountains, though, it was largely unaffected, except that the commune's food standard for members dropped to 2 taels of grain per person per day. A mere 2 taels, where can I get enough to eat? Especially when there were also 3 years of natural disasters, times were even more difficult. And at this time of year, honestly, the only people who can make a good living are the hunters hiding in the mountains. As for why, it is important to emphasize hiding in the mountains. That's because if it wasn't remote, you'd be criticized for misappropriating state property. It's not like they've been arrested just for picking some fruit in the woods. The good thing is that Pangbei is located in the Daxingen Mountains in the Genha. This place has just set up a prefecture-level city not long ago. So, moreover, this place is vast and sparsely populated, especially the Green Dragon Gully where he is located. That is even deeper in the mountains and old forests, almost a forgotten corner. Just go up the mountain and basically leave it alone. In those days, a lot of criminals would head for the mountains and basically go into the mountains and be safe. Therefore, Pangbei concluded that hunting in the mountains is the only way out at the moment, only how to get the approval of the commune brigade captain to do so. The mountain keeper does not eat communal food, but has to work for the commune. So as payment he is allowed to pick and hunt on the mountain itself. As long as you fulfill your responsibilities, basically no one cares what you do. In particular, there were no wildlife protection laws in those days. As long as you don't go up into the mountains to clear land for farming, then there's no problem. Hunting in the mountains was the only way to feed his mother and sister at the moment. Returning with the rabbits, outside a hut with a crumbling fence, Pangbei saw his mother on tiptoe waiting for her son or daughter to return. Seeing her mother, she excitedly ran all the way over. "Mother! Mother! Look! Brother caught a rabbit and came back. We can eat meat tonight." When her mother, Lu Xiaolan, saw her son return, she couldn't control her tears. They were leaning against a mountain that no old hunter in the village dared to enter, because everyone is rumoring that there is a mountain god on this mountain, and if you go into the mountain you will upset the mountain god, and there will be no return. But a son and a daughter both returned safely and brought back meat? Are you all right? I didn't let you go, but you insisted on going, and just now your great-uncle sneakily sent us 2 pounds of stick noodles. Do you know how dangerous it is for you to go to the mountains? Pangbei's great-uncle is called LV Chingsong. He was also a hunter in the village, but almost accounted for it in the mountains. So just don't dare to go into the mountains anymore. Originally, great-uncle and the captain were both disciples of Grandmaster, and they were both responsible for being the mountain guards, but since the captain became the captain of the commune, he had no time to go into the mountains. And my great-uncle was too distraught to enter at all. Later on, there were a few people in the village who had their eyes on this location, and they all died. And Grandpa is too old to live alone in the mountains. So, since then, there has been no mountain keeper in the commune. And the reason for the sneaky delivery is because the old man doesn't yet know that his daughter has been let out. I'm just afraid that if his temperament were to be known, he would definitely be looking for someone to fight with a shotgun. He gave him his daughter back then and ended up treating other people's daughters like this. As for the lollipop noodles, back then the old man's dowry was quite a lot: animal skin mattresses, quilts, and leather coats. All of them were sent by people, and Pangbei's grandmother hijacked all of these things, always saying that her mother was bought by them with stick noodles. So that she herself believed it, which came back, Lu Xiaolan realized that back then, the elder brother in their own before the marriage to send things over to others. That's all it took for the other side to return 100 pounds of stick noodles. Pangbei smiled and handed the rabbit to his mother, then said with a grin, "Mother, stew the rabbit meat. I'm hungry. After I'm full, I'll get a few more sets and see if I can catch more rabbits. At least we won't starve to death. And it's still guaranteed to be a better life than before. Isn't it? At least we have meat to eat." Taking the rabbit from Pangbei's hand, the blood was still fresh. Lu Xiaolan carried the rabbit and choked for some reason. The child is standing up for herself and just stands up for a couple of words, only to have the man go back to talking about the 100 pounds of lollipop noodles he had when he married her, and smashed his head in with a bench. And all because she was late cooking for her in-laws. And it wasn't his own fault that the meal was late. The family was out of firewood, and the oldest son and second daughter in the family were too lazy to move. These two were not born to Lu Xiaolan, and the in-laws favoring them are, after all, the oldest grandchildren. Therefore, they can't afford to let their 20-something grandchildren work, so they make Lu Xiaolan all day long, and if they are a little bit dissatisfied, they will beat and scold them. It was because of this incident that Pangbei fell out with his family. Seeing her son beat back the rabbit, Lu Xiaolan's tears finally strained. As she cried, she said, "Okay, if you're hungry, Mother will make you rabbit soup." Pangbei smiled and said, "Mother, remove the 2 thighs of the rabbit. Roast it for dinner later. It tastes good roasted." Lu Xiaolan wiped her tears, then nodded her head and said, "Okay, then Mother will make it for you." Pangbei picked up Pang Shi and said with a smile, "Little Shi, do you hear me? You'll have meat to eat tonight." "Oh, can eat meat. Eat meat." Although the mountains are cold and bitter. But seeing her son and daughter happy, Lu Shilan suddenly felt she was doing the right thing. Only, my son came back from hunting rabbits this time, what about later? Just because you were lucky enough to come back safely this time doesn't mean it will work in the future. She didn't have time to think much about any of that, though, and just wished that right now, she could make something good for the kids. On weekdays, if there was really meat, Pang Bei and Pang she couldn't eat it. Basically, it's meant to be eaten by the in-laws, then the man, and then the person's 2 sons and daughters. By the time it was their turn, the soup was gone. Pansy is 4 years old and has never tasted what meat tastes like. Just thinking about it made Lu Shilan feel a pang of heartache. She immediately got busy. The hut was built here because there was water, but it had to be chiseled away from the ice to come back and turn it into water. While Pang Bei and Pang Shi were out, she was at home melting water. Watching his mother busy, Pang Bei squatted aside to help on one side and said with a smile, "Mother, I'm going to get 2 more sets tomorrow. Squatting rabbits in the snow is too dangerous." Lu Shilan stopped packing up the rabbits. She looked at Pang Bei, then said with a worried face, "Xiao Bei, listen to your mother. Don't go any further. I'll go down the mountain tomorrow to see if I can find another job in the commune, even if it's washing clothes for them. Promise, mother, that you won't go inside the mountain." Lu Shilan said this and grabbed Pang Bei's wrist in a death grip. Pang Bei, on the other hand, smiled gently. "Mother, I'm not going to the deep mountains, and I don't have a shotgun. So what should I do if I encounter a fierce beast? Besides, don't worry, I'm still capable in the mountains. If I can't beat them, can't I still run? Besides, I'll just be lassoing a wild rabbit around the perimeter. And mother, we 3 have to live, and I have grown up, and I will be an adult next year, and if I don't find some camp, how will I start a family in the future? You don't want your daughter-in-law." Pang Bei just deliberately went along with his mother's words. And as soon as Pang Bei said that she was looking for a daughter-in-law, she froze. Then he smiled with open eyes. "You kid, your hair is not even full-grown before you think of your daughter-in-law. Okay, 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 if you have this purpose, if that's your goal, then you should always go to your great-uncle and grandpa to learn the skills. But you have to promise me, before you learn, you are not allowed to enter the deep mountains. Do you hear me?" Pang Bei nodded his head and said, "Got it. Every day I come back. I don't go into the mountains. Mother, hurry up and make the meat. My stomach is growling. If I starve here, how can I get a wife in the future?" Lu Shilan couldn't help but poof. "Fine, fine. I'll make it for you, you greedy cat." Lu Shilan was just about to get to work when Pang Bei suddenly stretched out his hand. "Mother, give me that thing. I can use it." Seeing Pang Bei's outstretched little hand, Lu Shilan was stunned. "What the hell? You've brought a packet? It's rat poison, isn't it?" Lu Shilan couldn't help but laugh as she got up and took out a paper bag before handing it to Pang Bei. "Here, you take it away. Don't scream if you don't have any salt to eat in the future." Pang Bei was stunned as he opened the paper packet and proceeded to see something white inside the packet. He tasted it. Then his eyes widened and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. "Salt? Huh." Mother laughed, then gently caressed Pang Bei's hair. "Mother is just not willing to make it difficult for your grandpa, so that he blames himself, or else in our family's condition, it's not impossible to live. Mother stupid take you 2 to seek death." Chapter 4. The White-Eyed Wolves Who Can't Be Fed. He caught a glimpse of frostbite on his mother's hands as she was skinning a rabbit. Seeing his mother's wounds, Pang Bei's mind began to ponder. Mother and sister and herself, there is no thing that can protect from the cold, even if she survives temporarily, but it is not yet to the 3-9 days. If it is to the 3-9 severe cold, with the clothes on her body, I'm afraid that she will only freeze to death alive. In particular, the temperature on the mountain is much colder than at the bottom. And of course, it gets cooler in the summer. It seems that winter clothing also needs to be prepared, but cotton is now a rarity. And to make winter clothes, you'll need cloth tickets. It wasn't realistic, it seemed, and the best way was still fur, which could keep out the cold, but that required the skin of a large animal. Large animals, jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, or whatever, definitely not. He didn't have that ability. Trying to get these was just looking for death. He didn't have a gun, he didn't have a body, he was struggling to fill his stomach at the moment, so he had to settle for second best at the moment. Getting some roe deer or something would be best. The roe deer is also known as the silly roe deer in the Northeast. This thing is kind of the odd one out among the animals with a lower IQ ceiling. And in the Northeast, roe deer are quite plentiful. But to catch silly elk, you need at least a cotton coat, and catching them takes a bit of time. Better yet, a shotgun. But the shotgun was only in the hands of the captain. Pang Bei pondered for a moment. It seemed that he would have to go and borrow it, The big deal was that when he fought back the meat, he could give them some in return. As he thought about it, a scent of meat wafted into his nose. Her mother was already stewing the meat, and Pansy was crouching in front of the stove, wiping her mouth every now and then, her eyes glaring at the stove all the time. And the mother, removing the rabbit thighs and roasting them quietly on the sidelines, utilizing the temperature of the campfire to keep warm as well. The room was actually still cold, the cabin leaked on all sides, and although my mother had gotten some things to plug the cracks during the day, the effect was limited. The cold wind still kept burrowing through the walls into the house. It's still important to figure this out before the third 9 days, but right now warm clothes are the key. Without warm clothing, there is no way to go hunting inside the mountains. After all, with the clothes on your back, it would be taking nature too seriously to try to walk out alive. Finally, the room filled with the smell of meat. Lu Xiaolan smiled and said okay, and the siblings immediately gathered around. Mother took a coarse porcelain bowl and gave Pang Bei a bowl full of broth, with an exceptional amount of meat. The next best thing was Pang Shi's bowl. Although there were just a few pieces of meat floating around, it was a lot more than in her mother's bowl of broth. Without saying a word, Pang Bei gave some of the meat in the bowl to her mother and evened out some to Pang Shi. Lu Xiaolan hurriedly said, "Mother doesn't need to, you're going to hunt in the mountains. It won't do for you not to eat more." Pang Bei laughed. "I can't eat so much, Mother. You just eat, you do all the work at home. Xiaoxi is still small and needs to grow her body. You all need to eat meat to make it work." Lu Xiaolan froze. The younger son, though dutiful, was never like this. In the past, I would have buried my head in the food and ignored the others. But Pompey was able to divide the meat between himself and his sister. The kids all grown up. Lu Xiaolan's heart was warmed for a moment. While the little one didn't dare to eat, she looked at her mother pitifully. Lu Xiaolan laughed. "Eat it. Your brother gave it to you. Just eat it." Pang Shi excitedly took a bite. Then her little face flushed. "Yummy. Really yummy. Mother. The meat is so delicious." Seeing the little guy's mouth eat greasy, Pang Bei was also happy. And just as it warmed, footsteps came from the door. Pang Bei was puzzled. How could anyone come at this hour? As a result, the other person was rude enough to push the door right in. Pang Bei fixed his eyes and realized that it was actually his elder brother, Pang Dong. As soon as Pang Dong entered the house, he didn't say anything and his eyes were directly on the rabbit leg that was being roasted on the charcoal fire. "Ouch, nice day, grill?" he said, reaching out to grab the rabbit's leg. But what he didn't expect was a burning stick, which hit him directly on his hand. "Who told you to move? It's been separated, it's our family. It has nothing to do with you." Pang Dong was stunned. He looked at Pang Bei angrily. "You dare to hit me?" Pang Bei coldly replied back. "If that's what it counts as, then yes, what are you doing here? I don't remember inviting you." Pang Dong looked at Pang Bei as he said coldly, "You dare to hit me?" Lu Xiaolan was worried that they would fight. She hurriedly advised, "Xiao Bei, don't be impulsive. Xiaoxi and I will just let him have the rabbit legs." As a result, before he could finish his words, he saw the knife in Pang Bei's hand against Pang Dong's neck. Who would have thought that Pang Bei would actually strike a knife at his own big brother? Pang Dong was shocked, and he stared wide-eyed at the small knife on his neck. That was something Pang Bei had been carrying around, originally a skin scraper, and I didn't expect Pang Bei to use a knife just for a rabbit leg. Pang Bei's eyes were icy cold, permeated with a gust of killing intent. "I'm not willing to say this a second time. If you dare to touch Xiaoxi and Mother's things again, I'll chop off your fingers. You can try if you don't believe me." Speaking of this, Pang Bei's face then became gentle. "Xiaoxi, share with Mother. Don't eat alone. You'll get diarrhea." Pansy nodded her head in a hurry as she happily took the rabbit's leg. Lu Xiaolan hurriedly advised, "Xiao Bei, don't be like this, Mother is fine." Pang Bei grunted, then took the knife back, then grabbed the rabbit leg for himself. A bite went up, and the grease squeaked and flowed out. Pang Dong watched Pang Bei eat meat and gluttonously kept gulping. This is meat, usually inside the paste, and vegetables may not be able to eat enough, let alone meat. Even Pang Dong, the number of times he had eaten meat could be counted on one hand. But not being able to eat the meat was making him crave it. Pang Bei coldly grunted, then said, "Is there something wrong? If not, please go back." Pang Dong swallowed his saliva, then said, "I came to give you a step down. Father is not angry, you still do not go back? Who is left to do the work at home?" Hearing Pang Dong's words, Lu Shilan's heart sank and her face did not look good. Sure enough, it was only approached because there was no one to work in the house. Pang Bei then coldly grunted, then said, "My mother is not in the mood, nor is she someone else's old mother. How long has it been since the country was liberated, but still engage in this set of things, the family has a job to do themselves. And it's not like you don't have long hands." When Pang Dong heard this, he immediately retaliated with a backhanded remark. "You're not going back with me? None of you have cotton clothes on you, even if you can eat meat in the mountains, so what? It's getting colder and colder. Sooner or later you'll freeze to death." Pang Bei sneered. "There's no need for you to worry about that. With me here, my mother and Xiaoxi will be fine. If there's nothing going on, you should go back, before it gets too late. If it's any later, the one who freezes to death might not be us, but you." Pang Dong was stunned, then blushed and said, "Fine, fine. I'll see what you guys do when it gets cold. By then, don't cry and beg us," said Pang Dong. Slammed the door. Lu Shilan just wanted to get up, but heard Pang Bei open his mouth and said, "Mother, he is 20 years old. Do you still need to worry? And after all this time, has he ever called you mother? What do you care? Don't care about a white-eyed wolf that you can't feed." Chapter 5, Borrowing a Gun. Although Pang Bei was right, Lu Shilan still felt that her son was too extreme in this way. If you don't care, you'll suffer in the future this way. But, if you think about it the other way around, would the child be able to live on meat if she didn't? Definitely not. So, after thinking about it, those words to educate Pang Bei were still swallowed back by Lu Shilan. After Pang Dong left, Lu Shilan ate a rabbit leg with Pang Shi while Pang Bei ate one by himself. All three were quite full and hot from the meat. It's nothing compared to home, where you don't get such a full meal. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiaoxi behaved herself and cleaned up the dishes with her mother while Pang Bei prepared to go find the captain. He cleaned up a bit and got up and said, "Mother, I'll go down the mountain to find the captain to say, Pang Dong is right. It will soon be cooling down. We can't stay up with this shabby clothes on us. I'm going to borrow a hunting rifle and go down the mountain to find a place to hunt a few roe deer." "What? You want to borrow a gun?" Lu Shilan immediately tensed up. "It's not into the mountains, it's down the mountains. There's no roe deer in the mountains. The roe deer thing, need to go to the bottom of the mountain to find. I remember when I was little you told me that there were roe deer everywhere inside the woods under Grandpa's house. And when you were little you could beat one back with a stick, didn't you?" Lu Shilan nodded. "Yes, that's true. But that's also a dense forest, so it's easy to get lost. Moreover, there are wolves over there lately." Pang Bei smiled back. "Mother, you don't have to worry about this. If you can't, you'll accompany me tomorrow? You also know the way. I don't know this side of the road." Pang Bei said this so that he could show some strength and reassure his mother. Plus, he's telling the truth, it's better to go to the mountains with someone who knows the way. When Lu Shilan heard that her son was going to take himself there, she thought it would be fine. Thinking of this, Lu Shilan prepared to make the rest of the meat into soup and then make the stick noodles into nests while Pang Bei went down the hill to the captain's house. Qinglonggu Commune is surrounded by mountains. Because there are wild beasts in the mountains, especially recently there are also wild wolves appeared, so the village night are organized manpower patrol. Ordinary people also closed their doors early. No one dared to come out. Since Pang Bei's maternal grandfather was immobile without a mountain watchman to hunt, animals were easy to get close to and always scourged the crops, and although Captain LV Hai had organized manpower to go into the mountains to hunt, it was useless, and it required someone to hunt all the time to make it work. And the people in the village, as soon as they heard that they had to go to the mountains, they were all too scared to speak. In particular, who would want to be a mountain watchman when the commune doesn't even give rations? Pang Bei touched the darkness and came to the captain's house. The captain's house was different from the other house fence wall. Their house was adobe wall. He knocked on the door. It wasn't long before I heard someone standing in the yard asking, "Who is it?" Pang Bei shouted through the door, "Captain, it's me. Pang Bei, Lu Shilan's son. Xiao Lan's son." Lu Hai knew about this. He heard that he was beaten back by his in-laws, and now he didn't dare to go home for fear that his master would know. Lu Hai has been worshipping the teacher since childhood, and Lu Shilan that grew up together. Just like a sister. Lu Hai knew that this sister of his was also worried that he was in a difficult situation. After all, at the moment it was a low standard, and the rations were just too hard to squeeze out. So, this his strong and stubborn sister lives in the mountains at the moment. Lu Hai opened the door and he saw Pang Bei standing in the doorway. "Did your mom send you here? You want to share the rations? This thing is definitely not possible. There is nothing for you to eat in the commune. At the moment there is not enough to share. It's not that I don't help you. But wherever I can, I will definitely help you guys. Lu Hai sighed helplessly as he spoke. Pang Bei smiled and said, Captain, you thought wrong. I'm not here to ask for food. I just want to borrow a gun from you. I plan to hunt in the mountains. What? Hunting? And you want to borrow a gun? Lu Hai was surprised. He hit the back of Pang Bei's head and then said, Can you do it? A gun isn't anything else, you don't something can't hit and hit yourself on the top of the foot, and there aren't many bullets. Pang Bei hurriedly said, If I hit it, can't I trade the prey with you? Lu Hai immediately waved his hand. You'd better not think about it. There's only one hunting rifle in our commune. Even though it was used by your grandpa, it's public property. If we give it to you, what are we going to do if wild boars or wolves come into the village? Besides, there aren't many bullets left, and if you waste them, we can't afford to buy them to go. When Lu Hai said this, Pang Bei hurriedly said, Just give me a few rounds of ammo. I mainly want to shoot something to solve the problem of keeping out the cold. We're in the mountains, I can go ahead and lay a snare to catch prey. Can't use a gun. Once he heard Pang Bei say he wanted to lay a trap, Lu Hai couldn't help but laugh. Just you? Still know how to lay a trap? Pang Bei nodded his head in a hurry. Captain, I caught a big rabbit just today and just finished eating the meat. LV Haiti sniffed his nose, and not to mention, Pang Bei's body really smelled like meat. He looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. You kid really knows how to hunt? Will, as soon as I entered the mountains, I thought I was hunting material, and my mother often recited to me about helping Grandpa hunt when I was little. I followed the details my mother told me, and it really worked in the mountains. Lu Hai thought for a moment. He then whispered, Come in and talk. So Lu Hai turned around and called Pang Bei into the house. After sitting down in the hall, Pang Bei saw that there were still thick cloth curtains on the door of the main room inside, and it's tightly pressed. Vaguely, children could be heard crying, as well as adults sobbing. When Lu Hai heard the voice, his face took on a look of sadness. Pang Bei wondered, Captain, is this a child in your family? Lu Hai nodded as he whispered, My daughter-in-law gave me a grandson, but times are too hard in our commune. My daughter-in-law's health isn't well fed, and the child has no milk. Right now it's fed a little bit of batter. Pang Bei's eyes twinkled and he said, Captain, if I get back the meat, I'll give it to your daughter-in-law to breastfeed her. Won't I? Why don't you lend me your gun? The reason why Lu Hai let Pang Bei in was because of this. He heard that Pang Bei could lasso a rabbit, and that he had to live in the mountains for now, which made him to want to try. After all, there was no one else to choose from. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei and said, Does your kid know how to use a gun? Yes, I would. I touched it when I was a child in our commune. We had guns even though we were at the bottom of the mountain. I also went up the mountain to collect firewood. Didn't learn much about hunting. And I fired a gun and shot pheasants. Lu Hai didn't know about Pang Bei either, and there were no phones and transportation was not convenient at that time. After thinking about it, Lu Hai then gritted his teeth and turned around to enter the house. Not a moment later, he pulled out a gun and put it on the table. Will it work? Pang Bei took a look at it. It was a very dated old gun. However, the gun was quite well maintained, and at a glance, it was clear that the gun was often wiped with oil to maintain it. The gun is a rabbit hunting gun, a very old shotgun. This gun is an old single-barrel shotgun. There was nothing special about it. Pang Bei fiddled with it, and looking at Pang Bei, it was quite skillful. Lu Hai then handed him around. Load it and then eject it. Let's see. Pang Bei nodded and proceeded to chamber a round. Then eject it. These bullets have a large caliber and short range, but are very lethal. This is pure shotgun. Seeing how skillful Pang Bei was, Lu Hai handed Pang Bei 5 rounds of ammunition. I can only give you 5 rounds of ammunition, I don't have any more than that. If you can shoot something back and save it for my daughter-in-law to lay her breast milk on, then I'll agree that you can be a mountain guardian. Pang Bei's eyes lit up, then asked, Can I have that gun? Lu Hai shook his head. This isn't my gun. It's public. If you want to be a mountain guardian, I can help you apply for it, but whether or not it can be given, it's up to the top. Chapter 6. The Big Show. Receiving the captain's promise, Pang Bei was very happy in his heart. Not only do you get the position of mountain keeper, but you get to help with the guns. That would be a lot of hunting for him. Only, right now, there are not many bullets. Pang Bei wants to make clothes for his mother, his sister and himself. 5 bullets may not be a solution even if the shots hit. Thinking about it, Pang Bei had to think of something else. Hundreds of shots are said to be accurate, but shots to the head, that's pure bull. It's really possible to do a gunshot to the head, and that's only inside a movie. After all, animals are alive and don't have fixed trajectories, and then there's the fact that they can hide. Therefore, wanting to hit 5 elk with 5 bullets was really very difficult, and Pang Bei, who had been in actual combat, understood this all too well. Getting elk and having to use my brain again. So back home, Pang Bei started getting things ready. He took down a couple of fences that had fallen down and selected a couple of sticks that were still kind of sturdy. Then sharpen those sticks. Until you can get a gun, some other props, if you can get some, you still need to get some. After all, back in the day, when the wilderness survival training was carried out, all kinds of survival skills and all kinds of weapons could be made. It was primitive, but it didn't affect hunting. As for the promise gun, Pang Bei thought it would be nice to just hear about it. After all, that depends on whether the top gives or not. And even if you have a gun, bullet supply is a problem, so getting a gun and having to meet the bullet supply would be difficult. Bullets cost money to buy too, and they're not cheap. Where does he get the money to buy bullets? One shot is one less. Pompey thought as he sharpened the sticks, making about 3 and then stopping. It's useless to get more. In the future, if there are materials, then make some good ones. Is this kind of primary hunting weapon enough is good, there is no need to make more. Early in the morning, Pang Bei took his mom and sister down with him. The good news is that it's a nice, sunny day and the temperature isn't as low as it was yesterday. Carrying a shotgun, Pang Bei took his mother and sister with him to the forest at the bottom of the mountain. The mountain Pang Bei was going to was not a place where people lived, but a dense forest where no one lived. It's also deep in the mountains, surrounded by mountains, and the woodlands are infested with fierce animals, but relatively speaking, in winter, fierce animals in places like this don't appear during the day. That's why Lu Xiaolan agreed to her son coming to hunt. Led by Lu Xiaolan, the 3 of them held a sharpened wooden stick in one of their hands. It had been a long time since Lu Xiaolan had been here, and although she still remembered the way, it wasn't so easy to find the roe deer. The silence in the dense forest was a bit depressing in the freezing weather. And while Pompey was still talking and laughing on the road, he looked like a different person once he entered the mountains. He moved carefully and always observed the vegetation along the way, especially looking at the branches that had been scraped off and the signs of animal gnawing. The people who live in the town are also hungry, but not as miserable as the mountain villages around the city. Guarding such a big mountain, they dig wild vegetables are also enough to eat. It's just that the deep mountains are so dangerous that many people go into the mountains and never come out. So it's no surprise that the body was found in the mountains. Pang Bei walked and observed all the way, and after more than an hour of walking, Lu Xiaolan felt like her legs were freezing. But there was no sign of the elk. Xiao Bei, there are probably no more roe deer here. I guess they've all been captured and lost. The roe deer are a rarity when you're so poor under the mountains. Let's be honest, roe deer are wild animals, no matter how stupid they are. Trying to catch it is not as easy as it is described. Roe deer are not easy to catch. Without experience and with such a rash, Lu Xiaolan felt that the probability was that her son would fail to catch a single one. She was also clear that Lu Hai had given Pang Bei the gun, but actually wanted to give Pang Bei a chance just for his own sake. He didn't think Pang Bei could hit the elk either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given only 5 rounds. Pang Bei shook his head as he said calmly, "Mother, there must be roe deer in this forest, and there are quite a few of them. I saw many traces of animals gnawing on the bark of the trees, and these traces are those of herbivores gnawing on them. Let's look again, I reckon we can find it. The woods are denser here. Go check out a slightly sparser area." Lu Xiaolan pondered for a moment and then said, "Go this way. This is the road toward the river. The forest over there is not so dense, because the commune cuts down the trees over here." Pang Bei nodded, and following the direction his mother said, they walked for about 40 more minutes. Just as Lu Xiaolan was about to beat a retreat again, Pang Bei suddenly spoke up, "Mom, don't say anything yet." Lu Xiaolan was stunned. Then Pang Bei pointed to the woodland by the river, and there were really a few figures of roe deer, a female roe deer with 4 roe deer. All females and young roe deer, no males, and generally the adult males are only in the group in the summer. In winter, it is the mother roe deer that lives with the family. Seeing these roe deer, Pang Bei's heart burst with joy. Lu Xiaolan saw the roe deer and then got worried. "Xiao Bei, do you know how to use a gun?" Pang Bei laughed. He didn't explain, and pushed the bullet directly into the chamber as he whispered, "Mom, you and your sister watch. Don't move yet." Saying that, Pang Bei lay down on the snow, then crept forward, carefully approaching as a sniper. He was still very confident in his marksmanship. As he got closer, Pang Bei's muzzle was already aimed at one of the largest. It's the female elk who leads the group, and all he has to do is take advantage of the elk's stupidity and then have a wipeout. For Pang Bei, family is all about being neat and tidy. Aiming, then Pang Bei held his breath. his finger pressed on the trigger, his mind silently calculating the wind speed and the distance. The female elk was just looking down for something to eat, not in the mood for him. Bang! With a gunshot, the frightened elk's ass exploded into white peaches. The shot was empty. There's something wrong with the trajectory of this damn gun. This shot is calibrated. That's why headshots can't be trusted. Instead of panicking when it came to gun calibration, Pang North was the first to run over. Because he knew that the elk was stupid, had taken a shot, and that he was still hidden. So, they didn't see who it was, and after they ran away, they'd come back a little while later to check on it. Pang Bei immediately rushed up with his gun, and he didn't have time to think about it, he directly shot down again. Bang! This time, a shot to the head. The elk is completely motionless. Pang Bei looked at the roe deer and blood on the ground as he whispered, "Good Lord, this roe deer isn't small," and by now the other elk had run away. Pang Bei didn't intend to chase or move the female roe deer, but instead just lay motionless in the snow with his gun in his arms. What he wanted to do was to arouse the curiosity of the roe deer. Lu Shilon thought that her son was injured. She shouted worriedly, "Xiao Bei, are you alright?" "It's okay. Mom, you and Sissy hide and leave me alone." Pang Bei was lying in the snow, and the cold, piercing chill constantly stimulated his body. Pang Bei took a deep breath, and the elk that ran away, realizing that no one was chasing them, maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was just stupidity, they didn't take long to run back again. Let's see what's going on. As soon as these roe deer approached, Pang Bei pretended to be dead on the ground, and the roe deer came over and sniffed and even arched his nose to see what it was. "Why is it still so loud?" "Hello, my old baby." Bang! Just then, Pang Bei lay down in the snow and aimed a shot at the elk. The shot went straight to the stomach and another elk was killed instantly. The rest of the roe deer were frightened again and tried to run, but Pang Bei no longer gave them a chance. Bang! Another shot. Pompey North again hits a head. But by this time, Pang Bei had one round left. Pang Bei took his gun and aimed a shot at another slightly larger elk. The last bullet wounded its leg. And then, fearing that it would run away, Pang Bei copied the wooden stick and stabbed it. With this jab, Pang Bei directly ended the elk. For only 5 rounds hit 4 of them. It's a battle that none of the basilisks have ever had. Pang Bei looked at the elk on the ground with excitement and happiness. He pointed to the roe deer and shouted, "Mother, come on, get rich, for roe deer." And just as Pang Bei was dancing around with his hands, he wondered what the smallest juvenile roe deer thought. It's amazing that it's back. The smaller the roe deer, the more curious it is. It simply wanted to see what this thing in the snow with its teeth and claws was. Pang Bei turned back to the 4 eyes. "Looking down on me?" Pang Bei didn't even think about it and directly slammed a wooden stick down. A family has to be neat and tidy. Seeing that her son was hunting roe deer, Lu Shilon didn't think much about it. She also copied the wooden stick and followed her son, stabbing down as hard as she could. This one really stuck, and little Pansy followed her mother's example and took the stick. "Fight, hit, beat you to death and eat meat." Pang Bei had just exhausted his physical strength, and he sat on his butt on the ground. Lu Shilon looked at the roe deer all over the ground and was dumbfounded. 5 of them, 2 big ones and 3 small ones. Pang Bei, surprisingly, actually did it. How did he know how to shoot? And these hunting skills, where did he learn them? Chapter 7, The Simple Heart. Lu Shilon examined the prey on the ground with Pang Bei and skillfully helped her son tie it up. Pang Bei easily carried the prey with one hand while holding Pang Shi with the other, and together they dragged the bountiful harvest home. As the woodland is deep in the mountains, they need to travel to their own mountain guard huts before returning to the village. As soon as they returned to the cabin, mother and son were immediately thrown into the thick of things. Lu Shilon skillfully cuts the meat into large chunks while deftly peeling off the skin in preparation for further processing. Due to limited resources on the mountain, they intend to dip the fresh skins directly into warm water and then smoke them over a fire in order to wear them as soon as possible to protect them from the cold. As a child, Lu Shilon often followed her father to learn the craft of leather making, so she handled it with ease. In handling the meat, Pang Bei carefully selected about 40 or 50 pounds of good quality meat and tied it tightly with straw rope. He intends to turn in this portion of meat along with the shotgun to finish the job. For the rest of the meat, Lu Shilon plans to utilize nature's refrigerator the cold winter months to keep it properly frozen. Shouldering his meat and shotgun, Pang Bei walked steadily towards Lu Hai's house. As soon as he entered the door, The sound of a child's crying reached his ears. He hurriedly shouted, "Captain Lu, I've come to return the gun, and I've brought some meat." Hearing the word meat, Lu Hai immediately rushed out of the house, still holding the tobacco pot in his hand. When he saw Pang Bei carrying a heavy shotgun and a full load of meat, his eyes lit up and he walked quickly. "My goodness, you've hunted so much. Aren't you afraid that someone will find out and give you a big hat?" Lu Hai said in surprise. Pang Bei smiled and responded, "It's not really much, just 3. I was careful when I hunted. No one around noticed." He handed the meat to Lu Hai, who received the heavy roe deer meat and smiled from ear to ear. "Great, great. Now my grandson won't be afraid of starving," Lu Hai said excitedly and turned to the house and shouted, "Quickly take the meat in and give the daughter-in-law a stew so that she can give milk." Pang Bei then took off the shotgun and handed it to Lu Hai. "All 5 rounds are used up, Captain. This gun is a bit floaty to use," he complained. Lu Hai couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You kid? You're still picky? This shotgun was used by your grandpa. He tuned it himself. It's suitable for hunting. You know, our village relies on these shotguns to ward off wild beasts." "How much hunting did you actually do?" Pang Bei proudly raised 3 fingers. 3 of them, half for you and half for myself." He couldn't tell them all, it would cause unnecessary trouble. "Aya, you're almost catching up to your grandpa." Lu Hai stared at Pang Bei with wide eyes in disbelief. If he hadn't seen all that meat with his own eyes, he would have thought Pang Bei was bragging. However, the meat is right there, real and cannot be faked. Lu Hai patted Pang Bei's shoulder. "You're a good kid in that case. The hut on the mountain will be yours from now on. But you have to remember, the forest under the mountain is shared by us and the nearby brigade. Going there to hunt is prone to causing trouble and being reported. The hill is up to you, no one is in charge there, even if someone reports it. That area will be under your control. But the village rations can't be shared with you, because we really don't have much left either." After a slight pause, he continued, "However, you can handle the supplies you find in the mountains yourself. And this shotgun, I'll go to the township and request a new one for you." After saying that, Lu Hai turned around and went back to the house, bringing the trap he had used when he was young and a leather arrow pouch without a bowstring bow piece and containing 5 or 6 arrowheads, and handing them over to Pang Bei. "This is what my father left behind. You should be able to use it," Lu Hai said. Pang Bei took it and then carefully examined the bow. Although the bowstring was gone but the bow piece was shiny as new, at a glance the previous owner loved it very much. As long as the bowstring was on, it was another good bow. "Thank you, Captain," Pang Bei solemnly thanked. Lu Hai handed over a pocket containing some hemp. "Use this hemp and roll a new bowstring. Didn't you hunt roe deer? Find your mother and ask her to use the tendon meat of the roe deer to strengthen the toughness of the bowstring. She is the best at making bowstrings in our village." Pang Bei nodded his head in understanding and smiled. "Thank you, Captain, for your guidance." Lu Hai took out another small bottle of lamp oil and handed it to Pang Bei. "And take this too. You'll need it at night." Pang Bei didn't push back, as the prey he brought today was worth far more than that. Moreover, these were supplies that he was currently in dire need of. "I'll take my leave then, Captain. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first," Pang Bei said. "Wait a moment," Lu Hai called to him, and went back into the house again, coming out with an extra packet of salt in his hand. "These are for you too. The village is not short of this, but of food, and except for the food, I won't be at a loss to you here, Grandpa." Pang Bei took the things and gratefully bid farewell to Lu Hai. Watching Pang Bei's back disappear into the night, Lu Hai couldn't help but sigh. Such a good kid. How come he was kicked out? What blindness! Pang Bei returned home with a full harvest and excitedly told his mother that the captain had agreed to his becoming a mountain keeper. When Lu Xiaolan heard the news, she couldn't hold back her tears. She felt that her son had really grown up and was already able to make a living on his own before he even reached the age of 18. Pang Bei proudly displayed the traps and said, "Mother, with this and the rabbit sets I made earlier, I'll be even more efficient at hunting. And the captain also gave me these weapons. So when I fix the bowstring, hitting some small animals won't be a problem." Lu Xiaolan wiped away her tears and said with a smile, "Come, let mother help you fix the bowstring. You go and rest. In a moment, mother will measure you and make you leather coats." Pang Bei nodded. "Okay, mother. You make one for yourself as well. We have 5 skins. That's enough for each of us to make a coat to protect us from the cold. When I catch bigger prey, mother, you can make me another coat." Lu Xiaolan once again wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded. "My family Xiao Bei has grown up. Pang Bei cheerfully assisted his mother, rubbing hemp to make bowstrings while preparing dinner. Xiao Shi is in a bit of a bad way. She's been having diarrhea since last night, and Lu Xiaolan is similarly unwell. So while mother and son were talking inside the house, Ponzi ran off into the woods behind the house again to solve her internal emergency. Pang Bei's health was still good, thanks to the fact that he hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and his stomach and intestines had adapted to light food. However, he was sure he would grow accustomed to meat over time. Sissy returned to the house after solving her internal emergencies and smelled the rich aroma of meat as soon as she entered. "Wow! Can I eat meat again?" she exclaimed excitedly. Mother smiled and responded, "Of course! It's all thanks to your brother. If it weren't for him, where would we get the meat?" Pansy nodded knowingly. "Well, brother is the best. The family sits around and enjoys the meat that has been missing for a long time." The freshness of the raw deer meat brought tears to the eyes of the whole family. However, by the second meal, they had grown accustomed to the delicacy and were no longer as excited as before. After eating, Lu Xiaolan began to get busy as she had to mend the bow and arrow for Pang Bei. Pang Bei, on the other hand, plans to set up some traps around the perimeter and then head home. After all, the clothes he was wearing now were too thin, and he didn't want to jeopardize his life again because of the bitter cold. Lu Xiaolan also decided to sew a fur coat for her son first. She and Pang Shi could stay home and not go out, but Pang Bei needed to go hunting in the mountains and had to dress warmly. 5 roe deer skins and 1 rabbit skin should be enough to make a thick fur coat. Mother and son began to get busy, preparing warm clothing for Pang Bei. Chapter 8. New Equipment. Early the next morning, Pang Bei hastily drank some soup and headed for the mountains with his lasso and trap to set his trap. Meanwhile, her mother, Lu Xiaolan, stayed home with her sister, Pang Shi, and set about sewing a fur coat for Pang Bei. While Pang Bei was busy setting traps in the mountains and forests, Lu Xiaolan brought a few pieces of fresh roe deer meat to visit her great-uncle, Lu Qingsong. At first, the great-uncle who saw the meat didn't want to accept it, but Lu Xiaolan insisted on pushing it to him and told him the good news that Pang Bei had become a mountain keeper. Lu Qingsong was overjoyed upon hearing this and asked excitedly, "Really? Xiao Bei can already hunt?" Lu Xiaolan smiled and nodded her head to confirm, "Yes, he can hunt now." Excited, Lu Qingsong turned into the house and took out a needle and thread, and presented Lu Xiaolan with the head of the red tasseled rifle he had gotten as a child when he was a member of the children's group. "See this red tasseled gun?" Lu Xiaolan cannot help but sigh. This is the brother's most beloved things. Do not look at the red tasseled gun. But in fact, this is the father's hand inside a short spear, and then in order to cajole them to play, let the mother do the red tassel to get on it. Said to be tasseled gun, but the lethality is not tasseled gun can be compared. This thing thrown out can, as long as the force is enough, can be the bore pierced. In addition, he gave a piece of mainstay and a large unassembled bow and arrow. The arrowheads were new, left over from his brother's hunting days, and the bow and arrows were specially made by his father, with wolfsbane arrows that could bleed the prey with a single hit. As long as it hits, even the most powerful beast will have to duck to prevent getting another arrow. These items will undoubtedly add to Pang North's equipment. Lu Xiaolan was moved to tears and thanked him. "Thank you, brother." Lu Qingsong sighed, his heart full of helplessness. "What's there to thank? I as a brother did not protect you. Say you really in the mountains? Always like this is not the case. Our father is sooner or later will know. Brother knows you're worried about our father's health, but it's not as bad as hiding in the mountains." Lu Xiaolan wiped her tears and said softly, "One day is one day. Father has suffered all his life for the sake of the few of us, and mother is not in good shape, and her eye sockets are shallow. If she knew about me, she would have cried her eyes out. It's all right, brother. Don't worry, I'm fine now. I can eat meat." Without further ado, I have to hurry back to make clothes for Xiao Bei. Looking at his sisters departing back, Lu Qingsong had mixed feelings in his heart. He knew that although his sister made it sound easy, in reality how difficult it was for the 3 of them, mother and son, to live in the mountains. And Lu Xiaolan also understands that her big brother is worried about himself, is also full of guilt. But she does not resent anyone. She now has one idea, can form a warm home for the children. Taking the items from her big brother, Lu Xiaolan returned home and immediately began to get busy. She assembled these wolfsbane arrows nimbly, preparing Pang Bei's equipment for hunting. After all, the better the weapon, the more protection it gives the son can have. That ordinary bow with over 120 pounds of draw power. In the twinkling of an eye, gradually took on a new life in Lu Xiaolan's hands. Just now it was a few parts, and now it's a new bow in perfect condition. When Pang Bei returned home and saw the new equipment his mother had prepared for him, his heart was filled with joy and gratitude. Receiving this very substantial red tasseled spear handed over by his mother, Pang Bei's heart burst with excitement. He removed the red tassel and kept only the head, and the original appearance of the short spear was displayed in front of Pang Bei. The blackened spearhead, although not reflective, the smooth surface with the faint smell of blood on it was a silent display of its original deserved status. This short spear was one that had killed a bear. The wooden handle is also made of crocus wood and is so strong that even a sword or a spear cannot easily cut it off. What's not so great is that the thing is slightly heavy in weight, but it's definitely deadly when thrown. Moreover, for Pang Bei, the short spear was very practical on the mountain, and could be used as a melee weapon as well as thrown. Pang Bei was very satisfied with the short spear left behind by his maternal grandfather, and after getting it, he carefully polished the spearhead to make sure it was incredibly sharp. Now, he has a knife, short spear, and bow and arrow, although it is a cold weapon, but in terms of hunting, Pang Bei is now also considered to be a small extreme. Encountering trouble, have the power to fight back. Back then, Grandpa was famous for hunting in the mountains with these, and now with these weapons, Pang Bei is also confident about hunting in the mountains. He knew that while these weapons might be of limited use in the event of an encounter with a true beast, they would at least allow him to expand his range of motion and have some ability to defend himself. As Pang Bei happily fiddled with his new weapon, his mother called him over to take measurements. Pang Bei put down his short spear and ran over to have his mother measure his shoulder width. As she measured, my mother chanted that she would have to tighten Pang Bei life first, as she and her sister were often at home and didn't need anything too nice. When Pang Bei hunts more in the future, he will add to it little by little. Pang Bei felt very warm at his mother's care as he smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry, I'll be fine. As long as I have something to wear, I won't go any deeper into the mountains. We can't always go to the roe deer under this mountain. We now have short spears, and I plan to borrow an ice chisel in the next few days to go to the river to fix some fish to come back and eat." Lu Xiaolan sighed. "Xiao Bei it's not that mother is nagging. When mother was a child, there were too many hunters who died in the mountains. Which one of them wasn't a skilled and experienced hunter? 10 years of old hunters, and as a result, their corpses ended up with no bones left. The village elders say that there is a mountain god living inside this mountain, and once if you offend him, you won't be able to come back." Although Pang Bei didn't believe in any mountain gods, he did know that there were definitely large beasts inside this mountain. Once encountered, with his small physique and the guy on him, he would be giving away meat to others. Thus, Pang Bei immediately assured his mother, "Mother, don't worry. I promise you, I will only hunt in the neighborhood and never venture into the deep mountains." Lu Xiaolan laughed. She said softly, Okay, you go pick up some firewood and come back. The smoked leather used a lot. There is no firewood to start the fire at night. Mother also has to prepare leather clothes for you together with Xiao Shi. It's too cold inside the mountains. Even if you don't encounter any fierce beasts, you'll easily freeze to death." "Hey!" Pang Bei laughed and nodded as he turned his head to look at Xiao Shi, who was smoking the leather. Pang Bei walked up and touched the little one's head, smilingly saying, "Xiao Shi, stay at home with mother. Brother, go out and get some firewood." Sissy looked back. She nodded her head good-naturedly. I know, brother." After explaining to Pang Shi, Pang Bei walked out of the house with his newly made short spear to collect firewood. Always carry a weapon on the mountain just in case, and no one can guarantee that you won't encounter a fierce animal. In gathering firewood, Pang Bei very carefully selects dry, dead branches so that they can be lit more easily. However, when Pang Bei buries his head in gathering firewood, he inadvertently walks away. As he straightened up and wiped his sweat, he suddenly realized that there were more footprints on the ground. These footprints were not human, but were in rows similar to those of a dog. Puzzled, Pang Bei followed the footprints, and along the way he could still see a bit of blood. He lifted his nose to sniff the air steadily, and suddenly his eyes subconsciously dilated a bit. If Pang Bei hadn't guessed wrong, these weren't dog footprints, but wolf ones, and there are quite a few. This unexpected discovery made him instantly alert, knowing that encountering wolves in the mountains was a very dangerous thing to do. So he carefully took the short spear in his hand and prepared his defense in case of a dangerous situation. The captain had also said that there were wolves entering the village these days. At first Pang Bei thought it was 1 or 2, but looking at the messy footprints under his feet, judging from the number of wolves, it was never as simple as 1 or 2 wolves, but a pack. Pang Bei hurriedly put firewood on his back, turned around and ran home. The short spear in his hand could kill a wolf in seconds, but the wolf pack was not as simple as just one wolf. This kind of resistance was just for the wolves to add a little more flavor before they ate him. Pang Bei was sweating profusely as he ran home, but when he arrived at the courtyard gate, he still thought not to tell his mother just yet. It would only make her scared. But also find a way to remind your mother not to go out at night. The most critical, Pang Bei looked at his own home that no one maintained for many years, resulting in dilapidated fenced yard wall. This thing, not to mention the wolf, the dog cannot stop. No, he'd better find a way to fix this courtyard wall, or else it's just too dangerous. Chapter 9. Second sister cries in anger. Pang Bei had just stepped through the door of his house carrying firewood when he saw a man walking towards him. He caught a glimpse of the heavily patched military coat the other man was wearing, and his mind was made up. The coat is their family heirloom, although worn but has been passed on for 2 generations. To his generation has been the 3rd generation. The family took turns wearing it, and when they got married that year, Grandpa gave the coat to his father to protect him from the wind, snow, and cold. Wearing the coat at the moment was his second sister, Pang Nan. Pang Bei was rather disgusted with this second sister's emotions. She always looked for a sense of superiority in her family, and even though she was treated far less favorably than her older brother, she always seemed to find fulfillment because she had her mother, her sister, and herself as references. She has a sarcastic personality, and despite her good looks, she always gives off an unapproachable vibe. When Pang Nan saw Pang Bei come back carrying firewood, she immediately started her mocking mode. "Aya, isn't this our family's little long-time laborer? So diligent, why don't you go home and help out? Doing it with big brother, you're really something. It's true that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. Your mother is an old mom, so you'll just have to be a hard laborer." Pang Bei put down the firewood and retorted with a disdainful face. "Why is your speech so sour? Is it because all the sour noodle soup in the house has been poured into your brain? Your speech just reeks of sourness. It's disgusting." Pang Nan didn't think so and continued. "Don't be ungrateful. Father has already forgiven you this time. Go home and work. Where else can you work? Do you really want to freeze to death in the mountains? Look at the rags you're wearing. If you're willing to collect firewood, go home and collect it. Grandma and Grandpa don't have enough wood to burn." Pang Bei was too lazy to dwell with her more and said directly, "You have something to say. If you have nothing to say, get lost. Don't delay my work." Pang Nan snorted coldly and tried to tempt him with the coat. "As long as you go home and work, I'll be merciful and this coat can be lent to you for 2 days. Pang Bei looked at her with contemptuous eyes and said coldly, "Not rare." He paused and added, "You look like a barker in that coat." His words were filled with contempt and disdain, clearly uninterested in this second sister's proposal. You're just jealous. You're just jealous that I have an army coat to wear. You don't." Just then, a loud noise in the courtyard caught Pang Bei's attention. A small figure darted out, and it turned out to be Pansy pouncing over excitedly. She was dressed in a small jacket with a small leather skirt underneath, and her legs were wrapped in leather leg guards, which made her look both simple and warm. The most fascinating thing is that the mother has skillfully fashioned the roe deer's head into a leather hat that fits over Pansy's head, with 2 pieces of rabbit skin dangling on either side for warmth, making the little guy look even more spunky and adorable. Mother followed, dressed in an elk skin kangaroo and a leather skirt, her wrists and feet wrapped in leather to ward off the cold. Head wearing a leather hat made of trimmings, although it is trimmings, but the mother dexterous, this hat is made as if it is a small boat hat in the style of Soviet Russia, not only beautiful but also very warm. She also held an elk skin coat in her hand, obviously for Pang Bei. "Bei, put these on," Mother said. In fact, Lu Xiaolan had already heard Pang Nan's taunts just now, but she chose to walk out directly with her daughter, deliberately pretending not to see Pang Nan. She hurriedly made Pang Bei put on the clothes she had prepared, fearing that he would freeze. Together with her mother, she helped put on Pang Bei's leg and knee pads and other warm gear, and gave him a leather hat made from the head of an elk. After putting these on, Pang Bei felt warm and fuzzy on his body. However, all this aroused Panan's jealousy. She looked at Pang Bei and she wearing their newly made leather clothes while she had nothing, and couldn't help but feel extremely unbalanced. She immediately yelled at Lu Xiaolan, "What about me? Why are you only doing it for the 2 of them and not for me?" Lu Xiaolan coldly swept a glance at Pang Nan and said, "This is my son and daughter. If you like this kind of clothes, find an adult in your family to make them for you." What's the point of coming to my house to make a scene? In fact, Lu Shilan has not helped Pang Nan out of trouble. In this patriarchal family, Panan is not treated well. Whenever she was bullied, it was Lu Shilan who stepped in to help her. However, Pang Nan did not seem to appreciate this, which made Lu Shilan feel very disappointed. Lu Shilan kind of understood that the pro-life is pro-life, which is not his own white-eyed wolf, is not fed. In comparison, how Pang Bei and Pang Shi treated themselves, and how their old Pang family treated them, wasn't that a tall order? Therefore, the cold-hearted Lu Shilan has no old feelings for them at all. And there is nothing in this family worth her staying. Bringing up her own sons and daughters was her only goal in life. Originally, Pang Nan was still proud of this military coat he was wearing. Yet, at the moment, compared to the elk skin coats on her mother and sister, she suddenly felt that the military coat paled in comparison. The surface of the military coat seems to be still make do, Lu Shilan hand clever, a lot of broken places she sewed up, do not look closely cannot be seen. But here is a completely finished calf, all patches not to mention. Cotton also leaked out a lot. She had to stuff inside the rags to keep warm. This coat is a proper gold and jade outside the defeat in the works. How could this possibly be the same as the smooth fur coats that reflect in the sunlight that Pang Bei and the others were wearing? Pang Nan, who had been full of complacency just a moment ago, fell to the bottom of his mood. Tears quickly flooded her eyes and she cried out with a sobbing voice, "You're bullies! I want to go back and tell father." Pang Bei coldly snorted disdainfully. "Go ahead and tell and I'll also warn you, don't keep coming to our commune looking for trouble. I'm now the mountain guardian of the Qinglonggu commune, and if you keep coming to cause trouble, I'll get our captain to clean you up." He moved the captain to scare Panan, not realizing that the pretense would actually work. Pang Nan was shocked by Pang Bei's words. There were often conflicts between communes in those days, and the members of the communes were very united and protective. LV Hai, as the first captain, was a notoriously protective figure, and had the prestige of a mountain king inside the mountain. "You guys wait for me. I'm going to tell father." Pang Nan cried and ran away. Lu Shilan looked at her back and didn't feel any heartache. She just calmly said to Pang Bei, "Xiao Bei, go and split some firewood. Mother will give you two a meat stew later." "All right." Pang Bei and Pang Shi clapped their hands happily. Now Lu Shilan is not so worried about food. With this elk meat, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few days. Plus Pang Bei knows how to lay a snare and keeps catching new prey. So Lu Shilan was no longer worried about food, and now that they had enough warm clothing, they should be able to survive the winter in the mountains. However, Pang Bei was clear that this alone was still not enough. Their houses are currently unable to withstand the cold winds, and they remain at risk of freezing to death, especially when extreme cold weather arrives. Therefore, they must repair their houses as soon as possible. Chapter 10. The Lambs? Here I come. Pompey North knows that repairing a house requires not only a lot of lumber, but also manpower. He figured that even if he was shy, he would have to treat people to meat as a token of appreciation. To live comfortably in the mountains, the compound walls must be strong enough to withstand wolves. While there is no need to build sturdy wooden walls as in the case of communes, the solidity of the fence is also crucial. In addition, he needed to hire a carpenter to fix the cabin that was leaking all over the place, which again required stewardship. Just thinking about this, Pang Bei felt the pressure multiply. Living in the mountains is really challenging. Early the next morning, Pang Bei was up and ready to go. His mother handed him the meat she had roasted yesterday to feed him on the road. Today, he plans to wander around the neighborhood to see if he can find more food sources. After breakfast, Pang Bei immediately headed to the place where he had set up his sets. He was ecstatic when he saw that a rabbit was actually caught in one of the snares. This is a rare treat. He quickly untied the dead rabbit, tied the legs and hung them on his waist. He then re-selected a location and proceeded to set up the set. When he examined the other set, he noticed an anomaly. The condom seems to have captured something and there is blood around it, but the condom has been destroyed. Upon closer inspection of the footprints, he was surprised to find that they were those of a wolf. Pang Bei looked nervously at the set in front of him, his heart filled with alarm. This means that there really are wolves around the cabin. Pang Bei's heart lifted all of a sudden as well. Realizing the presence of the wolves, Pang Bei began to worry about the safety of his mother and Xiaoxi. The blood he found hadn't dried all the way, indicating that the wolves had been active in the neighborhood last night. So he rearranged the set and removed the blood and other traces in case the wolves sought it again. On the way home, Pompey plans to report the situation to the captain. After all, The captain had helped him, and he wanted to stay on good terms with the commune. It was also his responsibility to warn the villagers about the wolves. Still, it's a good idea to check the harvest before heading back to the village. There was still the trap left to check, though he didn't hold out much hope for that one. The odds of a trap catching a beast aren't very high after all. That thing is just too hard to get off, and large animals just aren't that stupid. After checking the traps, as Pang Bei had guessed, no animals were captured. Pang Bei reckoned that it might be his own odor that kept the animal at a distance. So he decided to keep exploring the hills and dry this trap out for a few more days, and went deeper into the woods with his bow and arrows on his back. In the middle of the forest and snow plains, Pang Bei couldn't help but sing the nursery rhyme. A great forest on the high Xing Enling. In the forest lives the brave Orican. However, it hadn't been comfortable for long before this peace was suddenly shattered. He noticed snow flurries rising from a ridge not far away, and something seemed to be running. Pang Bei immediately hid and carefully observed the situation on the ridge. To his surprise, he realized it was a pack of wolves. Wolves are the most dangerous presence in the mountains. They are cunning, fierce, and good at teamwork. This made Pang Bei's heart beat faster, and he felt even more worried for his family's safety. While watching, Pang Bei noticed that the wolves were herding a herd of wild goats. The lead sheep was forced by the wolves to fall off the cliff. At this point, Pang Bei recalled his mother's words. Wolves would adopt this strategy before winter, driving the goats off the cliffs and dropping them to their deaths, then letting the carcasses freeze in the snow. When food was scarce, they would retrieve the frozen meat to feed their hunger. Realizing this, Pang Bei suddenly thought of a good idea. Aren't the goats that fell off the cliff the meal ticket he needs to hire workers? Opportunities like this didn't come along often, and he had to take advantage of them. Thinking of this, Pang Bei couldn't help but reveal a smile. But it was not quite right to go now. After all, the wolves might not have gone far. If he got close, he could easily be caught up by the wolves, and then he would be in deep trouble. What's he going to do with a bow and arrows? Pang Bei thought of this and silently wrote down the location, also leaving a mark on the road, at least until tomorrow to come and get a few sheep back. As he was about to go back, Pang Bei suddenly realized that something seemed to be walking through the forest. Pang Bei fixed his eyes and almost laughed out loud. Surprisingly, it was a lost wild goat, which was bleating as if calling for its companion to come. The corners of Pang Bei's mouth rose as he secretly rejoiced in his heart. Little sheep, big king gray wolf is here. With that in mind, Pang Bei quietly found an angle as he drew an arrow, his gaze fixed on the goat. Pang Bei didn't dare to move fast or too big. Fear of startling the goats and scaring them away. That's it. Bend the bow, strike the arrow. Squeak. The bowstring twisted from jute and animal sinews rattled and the bow piece flexed. The original owner's physique is really not good. If it were in the past, this bow would be easily drawn full. And now his arms were shaking a little. Straight shots are out of the question, only slingshots. The good thing is, when it comes to curved shooting, Pang Bei is experienced. As a special forces soldier, curved weapons that are all must master. Pang Bei eyeballed the distance, secretly calculating in his mind to choose the angle of the throw, the wind speed, and also the predetermined landing point. With that, Pang Bei held his breath, preventing any unnecessary movements from interfering with the parrying curve. Whoosh! When Pang Bei Chu shot out, the bow and arrow flew out sharply with an arc. The next thing you see is the arrow cluster hitting the goat along the curve. Bleh! The goat let out a scream. Pang Bei didn't say anything as he lifted his short spear and charged forward. The goat wasn't dead either. It had been frightened and turned around and ran in a panic. But because of his injuries, he couldn't run far, and the goat was running down the hill, and Pang Bei was right on top of him. Once Pang Bei found a relatively good angle as he pursued, Pang Bei raised his short spear high and threw it down hard against the goat's back. This is the angle where the force is greatest. Only to see the short spear flying out with a whoosh, the short spear stabbed at the goat in almost a straight line. Pift! The goat bleated and fell to the ground. Pang Bei excitedly jumped down from the top of a rocky cliff. The hillside road was still full of snow and not at all easy to walk on, so he practically rolled and crawled to get to the goat. After going up, Pang Bei didn't forget to press down hard on the pole of the short spear, and the wild goat struggled weakly for a few moments before it didn't move again. Without a shotgun, it's a real struggle. Pang Bei was exhausted from catching a goat. He pulled the short spear off, then dried the blood on the goat and drew his bow again. The ability to bleed with a wolfsbane arrow really isn't something to sneeze at, and while it's not as convenient as a shotgun, it's better because the tufts can be recovered. Pang Bei finished cleaning up and sat himself down limply, but only when he wanted to sit down and rest did he hear a wolf howl. Woo! Pang Bei felt his sweat stand up. He thought of this, then immediately pounced on the goat, and then, despite his exhaustion, proceeded to drag the goat's carcass in the direction of his home. No matter what, today had been rewarding. Pang Bei could already think of a nice hot meal of haggis soup in the evening. Chapter 11. Nothing a meat meal can't fix. Pang Bei dragged the goat all the way to the house without looking back, although it is not cold anymore. But the equipment is thick and heavy, this fur is still really heavy. But running in the snow, Pang Bei was sweating in the snow for the first time since he traveled here. Pang Bei strained to drag a goat home, and it was getting dark. In winter, when it gets dark early at high latitudes, my mother stood in front of the door waiting for Pang Bei. It wasn't until she saw her son's figure that her lifted heart finally dropped. Mother, look at this. Pang Bei smiled as he dragged the goat back, and when she saw her son return with a wild goat, her mother laughed and couldn't stop smiling. Where did you call this from? With a goat that big, it's amazing that the son, armed with just a bow and arrow and a short spear, struck. Look at the goat's already frozen body, and the wounds on it, obviously wounds from bows and arrows and short spears. Hey, good luck, found this, and I found the wild wolves stocked frozen goods. Quite a few goats, Lu. But to wait for the wild wolves to go away, now do not dare to approach. Lu Xiaolan immediately exploded upon hearing this. What? The wild wolves? Did you go inside the mountain? Pang Bei shook his head. How dare I enter? Just stand on the hill and see, that place has to find someone to accompany me to get back. I thought about it, let's use those goat meat to invite the village people to dinner. Let them help us to fix the outside fence. Then we'll build a cellar and dig a vegetable cellar. Mother, from now on, don't go out and wait for me. There are wolves around here, I can avoid them, you can't. Lu Xiaolan had also heard Captain Lu Hai say something about wolves in the neighborhood, which explains why she had been worried. No, it's too dangerous. Or you shouldn't go into the mountains. The wolves are no joke. Pang Bei said with a smile. Mother, what are you talking about? I am now the mountain guardian. The big guys are still counting on me to drive away the wild wolves for them. Don't worry, I am very careful. This time, when I invited the big guys over, I was also thinking of making some large traps to drive away the wild wolves. Otherwise, if the wolves enter the village, the captain's old hunting rifle will be of no use. Lu Xiaolan was so angry that she grabbed her son's ear. You little brat, is it that you can't listen to a word of your mother? Pang Bei bared his teeth and cried out. Don't pull. I'm wrong, mother. I don't dare anymore. Lu Xiaolan pulled Pang Bei in without any good humor. She looked at Pang Bei and angrily reprimanded. How old are you? How old are you? You still want to fight wolves, don't you want to die? Don't you want to get married? Pang Bei scratched his head as he whispered. Mother, I'm not going to fight the wolves myself. I'm crazy. We can let the traps do the work. Why do I have to fight to the death? I have to outsmart them. Mother, you see, why the wolves into the village, they are not enough food, I have observed in the mountains under the sets, the surrounding prey is actually not much, we hunt the most or the roe deer under the mountain. And the wild goat I found today can only be said to be the wolves' good fortune. It is reasonable to say that the prey here is so scarce, why do the wolves still want to come over? It means they were driven over by something. And the prey in the surrounding area didn't increase, that means it wasn't chasing the prey to come over here, what drove them away should be another group of wolves. A larger pack of wolves. So, if we want to get rid of these wolves, waiting for them to leave is impossible. We can only force them to change places. Lu Xiaolan was silent for a moment, then asked rhetorically, Where did you hear all this? Who taught you? Pang Bei was stunned. He had forgotten that all this wilderness survival experience, that was all groped by himself, as well as the instructor at the time personally taught. Even if you want to learn it online, you can't learn it. It's all experience and can only be groped and accumulated. That's what I think. That's what I presume. Huh? Lu Xiaolan stared at her son so closely that if she hadn't lived with him every day, she would have suspected that this wasn't her son. Is it possible that after freezing, your brain got smart? Lu Xiaolan did hear the storyteller who came to the village say that some of the people who froze to death in the mountains would be seized by the spirits in the mountains and pretend to be human. Shouldn't. Lu Xiaolan immediately shook her head. Although she was also somewhat superstitious, she rather believed that her son was enlightened. She couldn't really accept that kind of speculation because that would mean that her son was dead. Lu Xiaolan touched Pang Bei's head as she smiled and said, My son has grown up. You'll roast the fire for a while, and mother will make you goat soup. Pang Bei smiled and nodded. Then he squatted in front of the stove fire to roast his hands for a while. The mother with her sister then gutted the goat and began to process it. The mother was deft and quick, and she dissected the goat. She removed the haggis and stored the meat. Sheepskins, too, are stored aside. Looking at the sheepskin, the mother was thinking of adding more clothes to her son so he could be warmer. Once that was taken care of, my mother washed the haggis and started making the goat soup. Not long after, a steaming bowl of sheep soup was brought up. Pang Bei took a sip, and as the hot goat soup went down, the pores of his entire body seemed to stretch open. It's just that there's no pasta in the house, so it would be comforting if I could bring a couple of fritters with me. But right now, Pang Bei definitely couldn't eat it. The noodles in the house are basically at the bottom of the barrel, and you can't just eat meat, you still need to get some more noodles to eat. Thinking of this, Pang Bei's mind took stock. You can't really starve if you just eat meat, it's just that having no staples at all still doesn't quite work. Pang Shi is still small, the body needs to develop at the moment, although it is good to be able to eat enough, but the main food is even less, but also have to eat a little bit. Thinking of this, Pang Bei thought, let's see if we can get some noodles, even if it's just to change some and save some for dinner. Not at all, but it won't work. Pang Bei to have heard the old cook leader tell this past the 60s, although it is all about supply, but there is also a black market. It's just that, back then, the grip was so tight that it was kind of a struggle to get something going. But it's definitely there, to say the least, and it's unlikely to say it's not there at all. Also, the hunters in the mountains in those days were basically important customers for the black market. They could get meat and herbs and furs. These are the things black marketeers love. So, Pang Bei might consider giving it a try. But for now, it was better to take care of things at home first, or else he'd go out to change things and let the wolves steal the house, and that would be bad. The house is still a priority. Right now, making it possible for his mother and sister to live safely in the mountains was the highest priority. After dinner, Pang Bei went to look for the captain, and when he came to the captain's house, he listened to Pang Bei talk about the wolves, and he listened to him in a cold sweat. You little calf. Why are you so bold? You knew there were wolves and you still went? Are you a tiger? Although Lu Hai blamed Pang Bei on his lips, in his tone, one could hear that he was worried about Pang Bei. There was no way to give a gun, after all, bullets were limited, there was only one gun, and if the wolves came into the village, they had nothing that could effectively deal with the wolves. And there's no way to put everyone's mind at ease. I guess if he gave it to Pang Bei, the big guys would have a problem with it. Pang Bei scratched his head and smiled. I also observed from afar. I didn't dare to get close. Don't worry, Captain, I'll be careful. Lu Hai sighed as he looked at Pang Bei and asked, So you're looking for me? What do you want me to do for you? Pang Bei hemmed and hawed, not expecting the captain to be so uptight. That makes everything better. However, his face still put on a contemplative look and said, I want to borrow some manpower. Don't worry. Don't let people go out for nothing. I manage the food and have meat. I plan to give the wolves a firm wall. When it gets cold, they will have to leave without food. Contemplation was written all over Lu Hai's face. He was silent for a moment before he then looked at Pang Bei. Yes, I'll have someone go find you first thing tomorrow morning. Chapter 12, Strength in Numbers. After making an appointment with the captain, Pang Bei's heart was finally in the right place. In that case, we'll just go straight into the mountains tomorrow. After returning home, Pang Bei rushed to sleep to prevent getting up late the next day, which would be bad. The next morning, Pang Bei ate early and got ready for everyone's arrival. That is, just as he had finished packing his things, the captain was already at the door with his men. By the looks of it, there are quite a few of them, more than 20 of them, all of them are young and strong. Maybe they know that they have to go into the mountains, so they are also holding sticks and spears and other weapons for self-defense. Of course, logging tools, as well as woodcutting knives are also with them. LV Hai saw that Pang Bei was already waiting at the door. He smiled and said, I've called the people for you. What are you going to arrange? Pang Bei laughed. Part of the men will go into the mountains with me to get the goats back. The other part will log the trees, and we'll try to bring everything back before noon. The rest of us will start restoring our home's yard a bit. Plus I need a cellar. There is also the fact that I need to make some larger organs and install them along the area to create a layer of defense against the wolves on the mountain so that the village has some protection. Lu Hai smiled as he nodded his head and said, Okay, then these people still aren't enough. Did you prepare enough food for lunch? Pang Bei nodded confidently. Don't worry, there's definitely enough meat. It's the pasta that I don't have at my house. When the crowd heard that there was meat, their eyes immediately glowed. Who didn't want to eat meat? That's how long it's been since I've had meat. Lu Hai laughed out loud. As long as there is meat, it's fine. Since it's to build a peripheral defense for the commune, then the pasta at noon can be managed by our brigade. When everyone heard that, they immediately got excited. It's a great job to be able to manage a midday meal and meat. Lu Hai named a dozen people, then told them to follow Pang Bei, and the remaining few were the ones who could log. Then it was time to go back and find more people. Many people have great strength. Pang Bei led a dozen people along the way straight to the direction of the cliff. Because of the number of people, the road also did not encounter any wild beasts, basically feel someone to come to all run away. Pang Bei led this small group of people straight to the bottom of the cliff, which was considered to be the farthest he had traveled recently. It's just that there are more of them and they're a little bolder. After coming under the cliff, Pang Bei quickly found the place where the goat had fallen. On the snowy ground, a large number of goat carcasses had frozen, and Pang Bei led the crowd to pack up the carcasses, then loaded the goats with wooden plows. Those who followed were delighted to see so many goats. They all asked Pang Bei how he did it, and Pang Bei didn't say it was the wolves, for fear of scaring them, so he said that as long as he drove the head sheep down the mountain, the sheep would jump after him. This was an eye-opener for everyone, and they couldn't help but give Pang Bei a thumbs up. It took a full hour of packing up before Pang Bei and the others gathered up all the goats and began to transport them outside. This one time brought 3 snowplows. I did not expect all loaded. The crowd shouted the horn, directly from the mountain to transport these goats out. This way back, it was almost lunchtime. Seeing so many goats, Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei in surprise. "Where did you get so many?" As a result, one of the villagers grabbed the opportunity to speak first. "Ha ha ha, Captain, this time, the Xiao Bei you chose is really great. Knowing to drive the head goat down the mountain and make the goat jump." Lu Hai was stunned, then patted Pang Bei's shoulder. "You kid, you really are your grandma's grandson. This is all a skill carved into your bones." Pang Bei hemmed and hawed, then said to Lu Hai, "Captain, it's not too much for me to treat you all to mutton and ask you to help me build a house, right?" Lu Hai laughed out loud. "Of course it's not too much." At this time, Lu Shilan also came over. She was so happy to see so many goats. "So much. Bei, where did you get it?" Lu Hai laughed from the side. "Maisie Lan, you have given birth to a good son, giving birth to excellent mountain guardians for us here. This Xiao Bei's hunting skills will definitely surpass masters his old man in the future." When Lu Shilan heard Lu Hai praising her son, naturally she was also happy. She looked at Pang Bei and said, "Tired? Rest for a while? I'll ask someone to clean up the goats with me." Pang Bei laughed. "Mother, put away the sheepskin and keep it for bedding. Get some haggis soup at noon and eat mutton at night." When Lu Hai heard this, he immediately shouted, "Come on a few people, we'll eat haggis soup at noon. At night, Pang Bei will treat us to mutton. Go a few more people back to the brigade to get some spices. Call a few women who are good cooks. Don't use the orphans and widows. They still have to survive the winter." Yes, one by one, the members of the community chanted excitedly. In no time at all, everyone in this village picked up the pace and worked harder. Pompey North saw that a trench had been dug through the wood fence wall of the home and that the soil was hard in the winter, so they chose to set the fire in place to soften the soil. After all, there is no need to dig how deep, as long as it can be fixed to the wooden fence on the line. In the yard there are a few are repairing. The original has collapsed and sealed the cellar. In the expansion of the open, the cabin is also dismantled. Part of the original foundation directly from the expansion of a piece of the original foundation directly in the house will be able to enter the cellar, so that when the wolves come, they can hide inside the cellar. Louis Hai called in a large number of people, so the work was done very quickly, and it was estimated that the restoration would be completed in the afternoon. It wasn't really a lot of work, so basically I could pack up my stuff today, work a little longer at night at most, and be done with it anyhow. It wasn't long before a couple of women who could cook arrived, and they followed Lu Shilan in handling the goats. Ponzi just ran around and acted as everyone's happy-go-lucky. Pang Bei took a sip of hot water and proceeded to help with the work. Felling trees are felling small trees, directly as stakes in rows inserted in the ground, and then also use twine to tie them connected fixed, although simple, but against the wolves is absolutely enough. As for traps, this was the easiest. Pang Bei designed large traps. It was too difficult to dig deep pits in winter, so what was done was large snares, similar to the way you set a rabbit. There were also some wooden rejects, just to keep the wolves from impacting. With this layer of protection, the village became much safer, and Pang Bei chose a large tree on which to establish an improvised outpost in order to be able to observe the perimeter. A small, simple platform was built directly on top of the tree out of wood, so Pang Bei could just climb up the tree and then observe or even shoot from the tree. Basically, if all of these were completed, Pang Bei would be able to do a better job of guarding and repelling the beasts. In no time at all, the smell of meat was overflowing, and everyone's heart was scratching like a cat's. While working and peeking into the cauldron of stew, Pang Bei estimated that it was about time, so he shouted, "Everyone take a break. Dinner will be served in a while." With a roar from Pang Bei, everyone swished down the work in their hands and immediately ran to gather around the cauldron of stew. And Lu Hai smiled and patted Pang Bei's shoulder and said, "Kid, do a good job. And in the future I'll arrange for you to be a mountain patrol captain." Pang Bei was stunned. The mountain patrol, that was a configuration that only existed in mountain villages, with a status equal to that of a militia captain or even a bit higher. With that, Pang Bei then asked, "Uncle Hai, if I become the mountain patrol leader, can my mother do some work in the village? Whether it's profitable or not is secondary. My mother will go crazy if she's always on the mountain." Lu Hai laughed. He rubbed Pang Bei's hair. "You kid, strange filial piety, of course this can be. When we have a good harvest in the coming year, I'll let your mother go to work, can earn work points. At that time, your sister can also go to school or something." Pang Bei's heart warmed upon hearing this, and he immediately nodded with a smile. "Then thank you, Uncle Hai." Lu Hai slapped Pang Bei and said, "With thank you what the hell, go. Talk to your great uncle. Otherwise your great uncle still think you hold a grudge against him." Chapter 13. The Wolf is Coming. Pang Bei was slightly stunned. He hadn't thought of this piece. Mainly, Pang Bei had just awakened. He wasn't familiar with the relative's piece, and frankly wasn't really considered a relative. During this time, Pang Bei's main thought was how to survive, so he didn't care about this. By Lu Hai mentioning it like that, Pang Bei remembered. He also had to take care of his great-uncle's family. After all, Grandpa and his great-uncle were still good to his family. Mother was also afraid to go home because she was worried about Grandpa's health. So, he didn't have much hate for Grandpa and great-uncle. As long as his mother was happy, he scratched his head and walked over to her with a smile. At this time, the great-uncle is checking the wooden fence. Others do not get on. He cannot. One is his own sister, one is his own nephew and niece. He couldn't let it go in any way. Just as Lu Qingsong was carefully inspecting the fence, Pang Bei came closer to help, causing him to stare. After Lu Qingsong saw Pang Bei, he then said, "Take a quick break. You've been busy all morning." Pang Bei smiled and said, "Great uncle, haven't you been busy all morning?" Lu Qingsong laughed nervously as he proceeded to shake the wooden fence to make sure it was sturdy. Pang Bei smiled and asked, "Great uncle, where's my aunt and uncle? How come she didn't come over for dinner? Eating meat today." Lu Qingsong was embarrassed and said, "Aren't you at home watching the kids?" "What do you mean the kids are coming along? What's wrong with that? Also later I'll ask my mom to pack some meat for Grandpa and Grandma to go back and eat." Lu Qingsong's heart warmed. He felt that his nephew had grown up and understood. Knowing to take care of his family, this also made him feel at ease in his heart. At least the sister did not raise this son in vain. "There are so many people here, it's not good to bring the family over, is it? Besides, it counts for labor." Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. "Great uncle, what are you thinking? I provided the meat, my own family relatives. What else can others say? You hurry up and call your aunt and girls. Dinner will be served in a while." Lu Qingsong was also moved. After all, his wife and children can eat meat. This is of course a good thing. He immediately ran home to call his wife and children to go, and his mother also heard the uncle and nephew's conversation. Her mother's heart was warmed up. She smiled and brought Pang Bei a bowl of hot water. "Take a rest first, drink some water, in a while you will be eating." Pang Bei smiled and asked, "Mom, is there enough meat?" Lu Xiaolan nodded. "Enough to eat. There are still leftovers, and with so many sheepskins, what are you going to do? All three of us have made coats, plus quilts and mattresses. There's still some left over." Pang Bei said smilingly, "Mother, is there no black market in our neighborhood?" Lu Xiaolan froze, and at this time Lu Hai happened to be passing by. When he heard that, he smiled. "Yes, you want to buy grain, right? There's some under the mountain, but you have to look for it in the evening. That's when they come out. Your mom knows the place." In the 60s, there was a black market for this kind of thing, and although it was tightly regulated, there was actually a demand for the stuff. It's like the village doesn't have enough to eat, and basically goes out and tries to find a way to replace it. It's not allowed in name, but deep in the mountains, who cares? Besides, you need to buy shotgun shells and bullets from other people. Can you get them just by yourself? When Pang Bei heard Lu Hai say that, he immediately asked excitedly, "Captain, can we get the guns and bullets?" Lu Hai laughed. "Of course I can, but these few sheepskins of yours are not enough, and the guns need to be paid for." The cheap ones, you need 200 or 300 to get them. So expensive? Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but frown tightly. She also knew that guns and bullets were very important to her son. Lu Hai laughed. Can you call this thing a gun if it's not expensive? But first buy a cheaper one that works. Later on, when spring starts, if Xiao Bei gets something good in the mountains, that will be enough to buy. Pang Bei nodded, but Lu Hai still reminded. I'm telling you, don't let anyone catch you. This will be a problem if you do. You be careful. Don't cause trouble for me. Pang Bei smiled and nodded. Hey, I know. Shortly afterward, my aunt and uncle's family arrived, and it was just the right time to start dinner. For lunch, we had jade noodle cakes with haggis soup, a big bowl for one person. Everyone ate with smiles on their faces. Everyone was very satisfied. After all, it had been a long time since they had eaten meat, and with this meal, it felt like they wouldn't have to eat for years. This is not a joke. After all, eating something like meat was really unattainable for people back then. By mid-afternoon, Pompey had joined the restoration team. He mainly instructed the guys to help set traps, which was the key point, and Mother began to stew the mutton in the afternoon. And when Aunt came, she was a little embarrassed at first, but getting on and helping with the work, she gradually loosened up a little. On the contrary, Pansy, playing with her cousin and cousin, she also had a little playmate, and the little girl had a great time. With the incentive of meat, the village up and down after tasting the sweetness, the work is also energetic, and the guys accelerate at full speed. There are a lot of people. It's set up here, and basically the fence is all done, and the shed that's been expanded out of the yard is done. The cellar and patching holes is basically done. The family is all smiles as they live in their new cabin. Pang Bei also finally had his own room, and he slept inside the small room that had been expanded. This small room was small, but there was a bed, and his aunt brought him all the bedding that he couldn't use at home. Pang Bei sleeps by himself, absolutely no problem. And the cellar is on the side of the hut, with an entrance that you can get into by pulling back the flap and plugging the door from the inside once you're in. This is actually to hide from wild animals. On weekdays, those dried meats that were sun-dried would be stored inside the cellar. After a long day's work, a wave of sleepiness hit Pang Bei, and there was one more job to wrap up, and Pang Bei would have to provide a day's worth of meals in tomorrow. Tomorrow, he won't have to be home. Pang Bei will have to go out hunting. Otherwise, this is going to eat up the family's money in one fell swoop. That would leave only the northwest wind to eat in the winter. Then he must starve to death. Pang Bei fell asleep in a daze while his mother handled the sheepskin under a dim oil lamp, preparing to sew something. Just as Pang Bei was just about to fall asleep, before he could sleep, a sudden rustling and strange movement alerted Pang Bei. It was a soft sound, but a burst very rhythmic. Pang Bei was a sniper before he crossed over and was very sensitive to such sounds. Moreover, he has been training for a long time for wilderness survival and all kinds of special training beyond the limits. So, he has great confidence in the wilderness aspect of life, and at the same time has developed the habit of being on guard at all times. Even if he was sleeping, he would wake up immediately if something came near. This odd sound was clearly arousing Pang Bei's alertness, and he pricked up his ears and listened carefully, and this time, through the wooden wall, he vaguely booked in to hear the sound. It seemed to be a continuous wheezing sound, not like from a human being, as the frequency was fast. It's the sound of panting with your mouth. This, not good. Pang Bei jumped up with a whoosh. He then ran out the door of the house and saw his mother who was working in the room. Mother, don't do it. Wake up Xiaoxi and drill the cellar. Lu Xiaolan was startled by her son. She was surprised to see Pang Bei. Did you sleep furtively? What? Pang Bei immediately signaled his mother to keep her voice down, and he then lowered his voice and succinctly returned. Wolf! The wolf is coming. Chapter 14, Counterkill. Pang Bei held his breath. He knew there was still a section of the fence unfinished. Right now it was a pile of some wood blocking it. Whether it could hold it or not, that was all up in the air. When Lu Xiaolan heard her son say it was a wolf, she was too scared to move. How can it be? The fence was just fixed on this side during the day at night, and here it is. Pang Bei whispered. We slaughtered so many sheep during the day today and stewed a lot of meat. The smell of this meat and blood attracted the wolves. Lu Xiaolan was so scared that she immediately got up and picked up the sleeping Pang Shi and ran inside the cellar. Thanks to the cellar being repaired, it would have been a really bad day. Seeing that his mother and sister had gone into the cellar, Pang Bei didn't go in. Lu Xiaolan looked at her son and froze. What are you doing? Come down quickly. Hurry up. Looking at his mother and sister inside the cellar, Pang Bei knew that if he went down and the wolf came in, they still couldn't hide. Right now it's a matter of finding a way to get rid of the wolf or lure it away. Pang Bei smiled and said, "If I go in, we'll leave our lives to the heavens. Mother, take good care of Xiaoxi. Don't worry about me." Kahoku. Lu Xilan instantly understood what her son meant. However, at this time, Pang Bei directly put the lid on, and also found something to deliberately cover it to prevent it from being discovered by the wolf. Despite his mother's constant knocking on the flap, Pang Bei took off his bow and arrow without looking back, and took his short spear ready to do battle with the wolf. Pang Bei first blew out the light as he hid in the darkness, holding his short spear in his hand and holding his breath. It was as if he disappeared inside the night. At this point outside the yard, that blockage had been toppled by the wolf, who had come up the side and not entered the trap area. There weren't many wolves that came into the yard either, only 3 came in. Thanks to the home's fence being repaired and the cellar being fixed. Otherwise, it's just the original home and that's no defense at all. 3 of them, which wasn't a difficult task for Pang Bei. These 3 wolves were also very cunning. They didn't make much noise, but looked around the yard to see if they could find a gap. In fact, just by the smell alone, these wolves already knew that there was someone in the house, but the wolves were very cunning and did not immediately attack forcefully. The wheezing sound that Pang Bei heard just now was actually a wolf digging a pit outside of the wall of Pang Bei's room, and it was planning to dig a hole to burrow into it. Pang Bei hid in the darkness and didn't rush to make a move. He knew that going out rashly and facing the 3 wolves, he was just looking for death. Right now, his own physique wasn't even capable of fighting off 3 wolves. And it's not hard on the hands, so once you go there, it's a giveaway. And it's all hot. Pang Bei held his breath as he deliberately pulled the door open a crack. It didn't take long for a wolf hanging around the door to immediately notice the loophole. It was crafty enough to poke its head in. Wolves dare to do this because of their characteristics. Wolves like this are cunning and vicious. And wolves are characterized by their copper head, iron tail, and cotton waist. A wolf's most vulnerable area is its waist, and this thing has an iron head. If you hit its head, basically there is no lethal threat, and they will also lower their heads when they top things, and their throats are well protected. After this guy probed into the nose, stabilized, Pang Bei did not move. He waited, waiting for this wolf's body to poke in. Soon, the coyote carefully pushed the top of the door panel open, and it proceeded to poke its head in a little bit, its nose still sniffing. Because the room was full of signs of human activity, the smell of the place was confusing and prevented the coyotes from spotting Pang Bei very well. After waiting until this wolf had quietly entered, Pang Bei kicked on the door panel. Bang! The door panel closed and Pang Bei jumped up, a short spear stabbed directly into the body of the coyote. Pang Bei drew out his short spear and blood flowed all over the ground. Pang Bei was dead on top of the coyote, who was still struggling, but Pang Bei was, after all, about 100 pounds. Crushed the coyote to death. However, the wolf's struggle wasn't small, and several times it nearly threw Pang Bei off. Once if he shook it off, Pang Bei would be in trouble. A death grip on the back of the wolf's neck, while his other hand felt for the knife at his waist. After grabbing the hilt of the knife, Pang Bei let out a loud roar and then stabbed towards the wolf's neck like crazy. Pang Bei zapped until the coyote stopped moving, and then he stopped. With the wolf not moving anymore, Pang Bei lay limp on top of the coyote's body. Stopping, Pang Bei realized that he was drenched in sweat. Pang Bei let go of the already dead coyote, and he turned back to close the door immediately. Because one of the wolves was dead, the remaining 2 reacted immediately by staring at the door of the room and letting out whimpers. Even though the door was closed, you could still smell the blood in the air. The wolf could tell whose scent it was, and the scent of blood in the air was clearly that of a companion. They stopped continuing to plow and lure and instead looked hostilely at the door of the room. Because they didn't know who was behind the door of this room, they didn't dare to rush in. And this time Pang Bei grabbed his bow and arrow as he opened the door to the room, and instead of charging in, the wolf took a few steps back, only to both bare their teeth and stare at the darkened doorway. Wolves are smart enough that they don't attack out of the blue. What they don't realize, however, is that they are facing an opponent who is even more cunning than they are. Whoosh! A cluster of arrows suddenly shot out of the black door of the room. A direct hit on a wolf because the threat of death inspired Pang Bei's power. This arrow, Pang Bei exploded with a power that he couldn't even use on a normal day. Watching the coyote wail as it was hit with an arrow, it turned its head and slammed into the fence, trying to find a place to hide. The other wolf was so scared that he immediately turned his head away. Pang Bei didn't chase after him. He knew that if he chased out, he would be surrounded by a large number of wolves. But if the wolves ran away, then the wolves would also withdraw because they were unaware of the enemy. Although they won't give up on it, they will at least make it through the night. So Pang Bei didn't bother with it, but instead walked straight towards the wolf that Pang Bei had shot in the eye. This wolf was whimpering and hiding in a corner because he was badly injured, and bared his teeth. Pang Bei didn't spoil it. After all, if it didn't die, his mother and sister would be in danger. He grabbed the short spear and stuck it straight down without saying a word, giving the wolf a thorough beating. One man, alone, fought off 3 hungry wolves and managed to kill 2 of them. This might not be possible even for an old hunter. After all, Pang Bei didn't have a gun. Even those with guns might not be able to do it, let alone a kid like him. Pang Bei rushed to block the fence again after making sure the wolf was dead through. After making sure it was safe, Pang Bei directly put the cover in open. When she opened it, her mother saw that Pang Bei's face was covered in blood. The frightened mother hugged Pang Bei and cried, "You tiger? Where are you hurt? What? Show me." Pang Bei waved his hand and laughed. "It's not mine. It's this S." Pang Bei pointed to the body on the ground, and her mother hurriedly walked in with an oil lamp to take a look, and she was shocked. On the ground, surprisingly, was the carcass of a wolf. You killed the wolf." Pang Bei nodded. "Well, killed too, mother. Help me make a cloak out of wolf skins, so that when I'm outside, many animals won't dare to come near." "What? You killed 2? Chapter 15. Did you do this? Kill 2 wolves, and also himself is unharmed? How did you do that?" She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen the wolf's body with her own eyes. Just now, Lu Shilan had also heard the sound of a fight which could not be mistaken. There was no one else here, just his own son alone. Could it be that Pompey is a genius at hunting? If that was the case, Pang Bei could really become a mountain keeper. In the deep mountains, though, the control is not so strict as to say that burning a branch is considered a crime of digging a collective corner and so on. After all, deep mountains and old forests, the captain does not pursue. Then no one dares to pursue. Even if the top arranges for people to come down, they wouldn't dare to just move the people in the village. After all, the villagers are so used to being wild that you say you won't let them this or that. I really dare to tie you up at night and feed you to the wolves in the mountains. But that's not to say that one dares to do it blatantly. However, with the status of a mountain keeper, one is a recognized hunter, one who can hunt in the mountains as much as they want, and as long as they don't go overboard and don't open up their own land, basically no one cares. If Pang Bei gets this status, even though he won't be given grain distribution, he can still make ends meet and eat. Thinking of this, Lu Shilan hurriedly wiped clean the blood on her son's face. Even if your kid is a bit capable, then you can't fool around. This mountain's fierce tight, if a little inattention will be een. Your granddaddy went to the mountains that year, led a single wolf to the een or his legs, how to get on the age after the ground cannot go down. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed as he haunted his head and said, "I know, but hunting isn't a lifelong endeavor. It's just a helpless way to make a living at the moment. Mother, don't worry, I will be careful." Lu Shilan laughed. She wiped the blood from Pang Bei's face on one side and said, "My son is just capable, only 17, and he can fight wolves. If your grandpa knew about this, he would be overjoyed." Pang Bei hemmed and hawed and giggled while Lu Shilan carried Pang Shi out, the little one already too scared to say anything. It looked like it was really scared. Pang Bei picked up the little one and said, "Xiao, she isn't afraid. There's brother here. With brother, you don't have to be afraid of anything." Pang Shi looked at Pang Bei pitifully, her eyes filled with terror. "Brother, I'm scared." With a sobbing voice, Pang Shi clutched Pang Bei's lapel with a death grip. Pang Bei heartily stroked the little one's head. Don't cry, Xiaoxi has a big brother. Poof poof gross. Can't be scared." Pang Shi was like a kitten, rubbing against Pang Bei's arms. The mother looked at her son, who was covered in blood, and her little daughter, who was crying and pearly white. These two are still kids. Huh? As a result, they have to take on things they should never have had to take on because of what life has thrown at them. Lu Shilan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as she hurriedly boiled water and wiped the blood from Pang Bei's body. After Pang Bei cleaned everything up, Lu Shilan began to skin the wolf and take care of all the meat. Wrapping this up, Pang Bei went back to sleep. By the time the next morning rolled around, the guys were dumbfounded to see the wolf skins drying on their doorstep. "That's a wolf skin, right?" "That's right. That's a wolf's skin, and it looks like it's just been hit." "Who hit this?" "Pang Bei. Just one kid, and he beat a wolf to death." "Who knows? It's hard to believe that the wolf is not working. Or is it that the wolves aren't actually that scary?" Just as everyone was discussing, Lu Hai pushed his way through the crowd. He frowned seeing the wolf skin hanging in the doorway. Then he walked over in surprise. After all, Lu Hai had hunted before, and at a glance, he knew that this wolf had just been killed, and the slits in the wolf's skin indicated that it had been stabbed to death with a short spear. Both the puncture and the placement are beautiful. It's an absolutely professional maneuver. Just at this time, Lu Xiaolan happened to come out and she froze when she saw Lu Hai. Lu Hai pointed at the wolf skin and said, "Xiaolan, where did this wolf skin come from?" Lu Xiaolan sighed. "Brother Hai, the wolf scurried in last night, and Xiao Bei killed it to protect the two of us. He's still asleep. I want him to sleep a little longer." Lu Hai's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Xiaolan and asked, "Pang Bei killed 2 wolves by himself?" Lu Xiaolan nodded. 3 came. Xiao Bei killed 2 and ran away with 1. Lu Hai all froze as he pointed at the wolf skin and said, "Xiao Bei killed 2 wolves by himself?" Lu Xiaolan nodded. "Aha!" Lu Hai's expression changed from surprise to pleasant surprise. He let out a loud laugh. "Good. Great. If Pang Bei has this ability, we can sleep soundly. Guys, look at the kid who can fight wolves for us. What else do we have to say? Let's get to work. Let's hurry up and finish the fence. Do you hear me?" "Yes," the crowd chanted, and then all the guys started working energetically. The fence was almost repaired, and as a result, before noon, all the parts that had not been repaired yesterday were also repaired one after the other. Lu Hai personally accepted the fence, to determine that there is no problem, and then told Lu Xiaolan at noon to eat a meal of mutton. Pang Bei also just woke up. When he woke up, the people were gone. Seeing that the yard had been repaired, a stone finally fell from his heart. Lu Xiaolan watched her son wake up. She smiled and brought a bowl of meat and a piece of cake and said, "The captain and the others have left, and when they were leaving, the captain asked me to tell you to do a good job. This is the brigade's appointment letter." Lu Xiaolan carefully handed the appointment letter to Pang Bei. Although it was just a piece of paper, this piece of paper determined that all of Pang Bei's future actions in the mountains became legal. "At least you won't get caught." Pang Bei took the appointment letter and read it over. He smiled and said, "Mother, we'll be able to hunt in the mountains reasonably and legally in the future." Lu Xiaolan smiled as she nodded her head and said, "Well, it's still my son who's good, and you're the youngest mountain guardian in our brigade. You have to do a good job, but also pay attention to safety." Pang Bei nodded his head vigorously as he smiled and said, "All right, don't worry, Mother. I'll be fine." Being able to have a legal status to hunt legally in the mountains. These will solve the immediate livelihood problem. Pang Bei gulped down all the meat. Then he smiled and said, "Mother, I don't have much meat at home, do I? Should we consider exchanging the extra skins for some grain? Otherwise, with the snow sealing off the mountains, it's not good for our food source to be significantly reduced." Listening to Pang Bei, everyone suggested. Lu Xiaolan also nodded. She whispered, "But this is going to the black market. It's not a good idea to get caught." "It's okay, Mother, this black market also depends on what you get. We are basically nobody's business. Who would be happy to control us? After all, we are hunting without anyone's control." Hearing Pang Bei's words, Lu Xiaolan smiled and nodded. "That's right. Then, let's go down the mountain to get some grain as you said. Mother knows where there's a black market." Chapter 16. Survival in the cracks. Though if a person doesn't eat grains and just eats meat, he or she is fine as usual. But hunting is certainly nowhere near as efficient as food, and after all, if there's extreme weather, there's no way to get out. Hunting is so much about luck and watching the sky. If the weather was too harsh, even Pang Bei couldn't do anything about it. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to hit something first. That's how you can have something for money. After Pang Bei had eaten, he went straight up the mountain with his bow and arrows and short spear on his back. Once on the mountain, Pang Bei first went to see if the set-down had been caught. Turns out that, after going up the hill and walking around, none of them. It appeared that this was after the wolves had gotten close and there was a noticeable decrease in the animals in the neighborhood. There was no choice but to keep going deeper and deeper, although it was dangerous to stay alive. After thinking for a moment, Pang Bei tightened the bag on his body and continued toward walking into the deep mountains. It's cold in the mountains in the winter, and even though the sun is high in the sky, it's actually still very cold in the woods. Thanks to the leather jacket on my body, or I'd have frostbite if I didn't freeze to death. In the mountains of the northeast, freezing to death isn't an exclamation. That comes true. Pang Bei followed the path. He observed the traces on the road along the way. mainly noting if there were any traces left by animals. After walking for a while, Pang Bei suddenly stopped. Not far away, a wild boar foraging for food appeared in Pang Bei's vision. This thing, what Pang Bei had in his hands right now, didn't help at all. No matter if it was a bow and arrow or a short spear, it didn't do much to take the boar. Short spears and bows and arrows basically can't hurt it at all. Basically fight, and it's a flesh wound. There's no way to stop it. Pang Bei would be looking for death if he made a move against this thing now. It rushes over and can topple itself down the hill. The boar thing is fierce, and when it charges, it doesn't stop. Pang Bei carefully retreated backward, but it turned out that Pang Bei realized that there was also movement behind him. Turning back, Pang Bei saw that there was actually a boar behind him as well. Pang Bei's heart thumped. Now that's miserable on its own. He looked cautiously from side to side. Right now he had only one way to escape between them. Pang Bei was still relatively confident about this. If it had been a wolf, he wasn't sure, but boars weren't as vigilant compared to wolves. Pang Bei still has a chance to escape. Once if he was chased by two boars, it would be impossible for him not to die. Thinking of this, Pang Bei carefully backward to hide. The result is at this time, good death appeared a fox. Pang Bei was dumbfounded. In the northeast, when a fox is encountered in the mountains, the hunters don't even fight it. Fox, weasel, hedgehog, snake, bean pestle and pestle. These are the 5 immortals of fox: yellow, white, willow and black. The fox saw Pang Bei and his dark eyes stared at him dead in the face. Pang Bei didn't dare to move, but the boar was getting a little bit closer. This made Pang Bei's heart very hard. As he watched, the boar was getting closer and closer, and he could even hear it huffing and puffing. Just then, the fox suddenly moved. Pang Bei really wanted to give it a kick. But this time, the boar noticed Pang Bei at once. Pang Bei was stunned. He didn't run straight away, but subconsciously drew out his short spear and pressed it against the tree trunk. After the boar discovered Pang Bei, the first thing it did was rush over and headbutt him. This time he didn't hit Pang Bei and was directly pierced by the short spear. This rush by the boar not only didn't hurt Pang Bei, but it ended up being directly toppled through his skull. The short spear pierced through the brain, and the boar simply stopped moving. And at this time, the other boar also discovered Pang Bei, but because he saw his companion stomping away, this boar grunted and rushed towards Pang Bei. The boar hissed and ran, and Pang Bei didn't freeze. He jumped up and started running. Running up, Pang Bei directly rushed in the direction of the fox in a few arrow steps. The fox didn't realize that while it wasn't human, Pompey was a real dog. The boar charges down the hill and simply won't stop. Pang Bei suddenly rolled over and landed on his back in the snow. Then the boar charged right at the fox. The fox swished and ran, and the boar topped it like mad. Straight away, fox was toppled off. It was then that the boar stopped and realized it was chasing the wrong one. And just then, whoosh, 2 clusters of arrows came and hit it directly in its big ass. The boar turned around. Enraged, it charged directly at Pang Bei again. Pang Bei grabbed his bow and arrow and turned around. Pompey slipped the pig back and forth through the woods. The boar kept hitting the tree for a while. Even though his skin was thick, he could not carry it. The boar's head was bleeding. Pang Bei was standing on top of the stone cliff at this time. He drew his bow full and shot another arrow at the boar. This time, Pang Bei shot directly into the boar's eye socket. The boar ate the pain and wailed strangely as it rushed towards Pang Bei. Because it was enraged, it probably didn't notice that behind Pang Bei was the cliff. Just as the boar rushed closer, Pang Bei leapt up and jumped directly over the boar again. The boar couldn't break and charged straight through. Then it was on its feet, dashing back down the bluff. Bang! Soon, Pang Bei heard a muffled sound. Pang Bei plopped over and looked down the cliff. The boar was no longer moving. Both boars are dead. Pang Bei sighed in relief, and just then he saw something limping by. Pang Bei took a closer look and realized it was the fox. This guy isn't dead yet, and is really smart. It'll save his life. Only, the fox didn't seem to have any malice towards Pang Bei. It just sat down and looked at Pang Bei. It's like a tame dog. Pang Bei looked at the fox and said breathlessly, all right, you're great. You're invincible, all right? The fox stuck out his tongue and looked at Pang Bei as if he was smiling. That fiery red fur seemed to carry a layer of golden light under the sunlight. Ha 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 ha. The fox suddenly barked, and the sound was like a laugh. The big fluffy tail swept back and forth. Pang Bei sighed helplessly. This is for the fox to laugh at. However, Pang Bei wasn't going to move it, For one thing, it wasn't tasty, and secondly, moving it would probably scare the people inside the brigade to death. And worrying my mother. Pang Bei sighed as he sat up, ignoring the fox, and directly tied up the boar's legs before dragging it down the mountain. Pompey dragged the boar, and the fox followed right behind. The boar that fell down, Pang Bei didn't intend to waste it, and after walking under the cliff, Pang Bei still had the old way of tethering the boar's legs, and directly with the help of the smooth snow, dragged the boar down the mountain. After walking for a while, Pang Bei turned around and realized that the fox was still following. It wasn't far away, and it didn't attack Pang Bei, so it followed silently. Pang Bei didn't know exactly what it wanted to do, so he let it follow. Along the way, it turned out that the fox actually followed him to the cabin. Pang Bei looked back and the fox sat down and looked at Pang Bei. Pang Bei was puzzled. "You're following me home, aren't you?" The fox thought for a moment, then came forward. It was only at this time that Pang Bei noticed that the fox's leg was injured. Pang Bei thought for a moment and didn't drive it away, but let it follow. Opening the door into the yard, the fox surprisingly followed right in. It looked around on its own and found a spot in the yard and got down. "Mother, I'm back," Pang Bei shouted. Lu Shilan directly pushed the door and walked out with a smile. After she walked out, the person froze. She saw Pang Bei dragging two boars, and at his side a fox with a golden glow. "My goodness! Xiao Bei, why did you bring Mrs. Husan here?" Chapter 17. Husan Tainan? Pang Bei turned back to look at the fox that was glowing with a golden light, and he asked curiously, "Husan Tainan?" Lu Xiaolan pointed at the door and shouted, "Isn't this it? Why did you invite her old man home?" Pang Bei was puzzled. "This is Husan Tainan? That's a fox, huh?" Lu Xiaolan shook her head. "Don't talk nonsense. I saw her when I was a child. She really wasn't that big then. Not as big as she is now." Pang Bei was puzzled. "You saw it when you were a child? This fox is all old. Don't you dare talk nonsense here." "What old fox? I'm warning you. No one here dares to disrespect third mistress Hu." Pang Bei turned back to look at the fox. "How it is not what Hu Santai milk." The fox stretched as if he understood. "No wonder this guy is so smart. So it is." And at this time, Lu Xiaolan's eyes widened as she looked at the wild boar and asked excitedly, "You went wild boar hunting? Why are you so bold? The big wild boar in that mountain just can't be killed by a gun." Pang Bei said with a smile, "Isn't this because of Husan's wife's milk? She got it, gave it to me, and then came back with me." Lu Xiaolan's eyes widened. "What? Mrs. Hu gave it to you?" Pang Bei smiled and spread his hands. "Do I need to lie about this? Look at what I have in my hand. Is that something that can catch a wild boar? If it wasn't for her help, I definitely couldn't." Lu Xiaolan looked at the boar and then at the fox. "It's not really easy to explain what's going on in front of us, and that's the easiest way to explain it." Pang Bei smiled and said, "Mother, let's pack up the wild boar and take it to sell one. Okay? In exchange for some grain. This way, we'll have a little bit of confidence in our hearts." Lu Xiaolan looked at the wild boar, then whispered, "Okay. Then let's hurry up and get it, and go down the mountain in the afternoon." Pang Bei smiled and nodded as he immediately began to help his mother with the process. Lu Xiaolan cleaned it up, and then proceeded to give the foxes the underwater entrails and everything. The fox ate happily, and when he was done he found a place to curl up and sleep. Pang Bei didn't say anything. A fox couldn't eat much anyway. Also, this fox is completely non-aggressive towards the family. Pang Bei was also much relieved. Pang Bei and his mother gathered up the boar, boiled the excess underwater, and put it away. Then mother and son went down the hill with their pockets on their backs and headed straight for the black market. The black market was only open in the evening, and everyone over here actually knew about it, just that no one reported it because everyone needed to change things. Plus, the black market gang had deep backgrounds and roots, and basically no one dared to touch them. The black market is in the woods just outside a small village. It's a well-connected place. You can walk as soon as you want to carry something, and it's not illegal for people to carry things on their backs. Pang Bei took the pork to look around, here to sell anything, and soon saw that there was an old man who smoked a smoking pot. He lazily reclined in a recliner. The old man was so dirty and had so little hair that you could see his scalp. He had a sign under his feet that said, "High price for mountain goods." Pang Bei stopped in his tracks. He felt that this old man was not a small person. Maybe he was capable of collecting a pig. Lu Xiaolan saw him and immediately stopped. "That's him," Lu Xiaolan said, immediately stepping forward. "Master Gao, it's me, Xiaolan." The old man opened his eyes slightly as he looked at Lu Shilan and then at Pang Bei. Then the old man laughed. So it's Lan girl, where's your father? Haven't seen him for a long time. Lu Shilan smiled and said, my father is getting on in years and can't go down the mountain. The old man let out a laugh and then said, this is your son? Lu Shilan nodded smilingly. We came wanting to sell some wild goods. The old man sized up Pang Bei for a moment and then said, in this freezing weather, can you still pick up wild mountain goods in the mountains? It's wild game. Pang Bei smiled and opened his pocket, the mouth of the bag revealing half a pig's head. The old man's eyes suddenly widened as he took a closer look. Then he said, isn't old Chief Lu unable to go down the mountain? Who hit him with this? Pang Bei said confidently, I got it. I inherited my grandpa's job. The old man looked at the boar and then at Pang Bei. Late bloomer, a bit interesting. Okay, let's see. The old man looked carefully and then said, this one is 50 cents a pound. 50 cents. Pang Bei was stunned. The old man laughed. What? Think I'm giving more? Your grandpa is my old customer, and I'm afraid you'll have to come more often in the future, so just follow your grandpa's price. Pang Bei swallowed. He is feeling less. This is a change in one's perception. Pork would be as cheap as $10 a pound, but think about it. This is the 60s, 50 cents a pound. That's really quite expensive. Wild boar, which is wild game, is on the expensive side. Market price, probably around $1. The old man 50 cents a pound to collect, the boar hollowed out away under the water, and just over 100 pounds. This boar, it'll fetch $50 or $60. That's actually quite a lot. Lu Shilan laughed. Thank you very much then. The old man told Pang Bei to carry the pig to the small room behind him, in the dark and narrow room full of various sacks. It also has the name of the categorization on it. Then take the abacus and settle the bill for a total of $56.55. And at this time, Pang Bei's eyes instantly caught sight of a barge gun that the old man had placed on top of the shelf. This is the thing that he or she had seen as a child just inside the movie, and later was in the military blog. He's touched guns, but this old one, but he's never really used it. Seeing Pang Bei staring at the gun, the old man smiled. Kid, you fancy this fast and slow machine? Pang Bei was puzzled. You're selling this too? The old man grabbed the barge gun inside the grid. He smiled and said, yes, except that your kid is going to use this gun for hunting? This thing can fight ghosts, okay, hunting wild game, not so good. You've never been in the military. This thing doesn't suit you very well. Pang Bei said in his heart, I just can't get used to shotguns. Guns are better with standardized ones. But as you can see me, I'm still small. Carrying a long gun up the mountain is really not very aspect. On the contrary, this gun, I carry little weight. Plus this gun is a fast and slow machine. It can be used singly or in company, and when I get into trouble, I have many means of self-protection. The old man looked at Pang Bei and smiled. He whispered, but this stuff isn't cheap. At least this much. The old man held up a finger. Pang Bei understood that the old man definitely didn't mean $10. Instead, it's 100. Lu Shilan pulled Pang Bei and said, why did you buy this? If you're not careful, you'll hit yourself. Pang Bei whispered, Mother, if I go up to the mountains, this is something that will save my life, and no one can tell what I'll encounter. The old man nodded and laughed. That's true what the child said. Indeed, but this gun I am not for sale. This is my old buddy. When the ghosts came, this gun old man with a dozen locks. Just rely on this gun. Kill out of the siege. The old man shot a dozen ghost interpreters, but also get the whole death of 6 ghosts it. Really? Pang Bei's eyes widened. Then you are an old hero, Pang Bei said in surprise. And the old man waved his hand. I can't talk about it, we are just not used to seeing those devils. But if you want to, it is not impossible, so you get me 100 big fish, this gun for you, including this holster and the box of bullets. Fish? What do you need 100 fish for? Pang Bei froze. The old man laughed. Grandson to get married, hold a banquet, do not know what to get. Just in time. There is a wild boar, but also have to get some fish, so that the big guys eat to the full. What? Can you get it? Pang Bei nodded without hesitation. Okay, get it done. Chapter 18. Growing up without realizing it. Pang Bei followed his mother and exchanged the money. Then he exchanged some grain inside old Gao 2 store, spending 22 yuan. Mother and son walked along the mountain path. Lu Shilan carrying grain on one side and looking at her son's thin body on the other. His thin frame carried heavy sacks of grain. He was still a child, yet he had already carried the family for himself. Without realizing it, the kids are all grown up. When Lu Xiaolan thought of this, she couldn't help the tears flowing down from the corners of her eyes. Along the mountain road, Pang Bei's steps were a bit shaky, and Lu Xiaolan saw her son and said, "Xiao Bei, why don't you take a break?" Pang Bei smiled and said, "It's okay, mother. I can do it. It's too dark. The mountain road is not easy to walk. Let's go back quickly. In case we run into wolves, I can't do much about it now." Lu Xiaolan nodded as she hurriedly followed Pang Bei as he continued to walk towards the house. This time enough to buy 200 pounds of grain, save some food for the winter, certainly no problem. Lu Xiaolan bought 100 pounds of rice and 100 pounds of noodles. For a normal family, this is all good stuff. Trying to trade for a ticket, that's definitely not going to happen. Their village was too remote and it was much harder to get into the mountains. After returning home, Pang Bei had been worried that she would be scared at home alone. As soon as I pushed the door into the house, I saw the fox who's Sanmu, making Pang Shi laugh. Pansy giggled. Seeing that Pang Bei had returned, Pang Shi instantly jumped into Pang Bei's arms. "Brother, mother, you're back." Pang Bei patted Pang Shi and laughed. "What are you doing? So happy?" Pansy's little finger pointed at the fox and said, "She teases me." Pang Bei looked at the fox, which lazily shifted for a moment before plopping down next to the fire to warm itself and sleep. Pang Bei sighed. Forget it, seeing as this guy can still coax a child, Pang Bei wasn't going to kick it out. When Lu Xiaolan saw the fox watching the children at home, she immediately said, "Mrs. Husan is manifesting her spirit." Pang Bei didn't say much, just nodded. "Well, I suppose so. She does seem oddly smart." Lu Xiaolan smiled, put the grain away, and then said, "We have grain, so in winter, even if we don't go out, we'll be fine. This winter, we will be able to survive." Pang North nodded, finally, giving over the hurdle of surviving the winter. He took off his coat, then said with a smile, "Mother, I won't be going up the mountain tomorrow. I'm going to go winter fishing." "You're really going to get it? What are you doing with a gun?" Pang Bei laughed. "Mother, we're in a deep forest again. It's not just wild animals. What if there are bad people? Think about it." Lu Xiaolan thought about it. She thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I go with you tomorrow? Just have Xiao Shi and Mrs. Husan wait at home, and I'll just make all their meals." Pang Bei glanced at the fox, and in the light of the fire, Pang Bei could see her dark eyes glittering. It seemed to nod a little, then curled up in a lazy ball and began to sleep. Pang Bei thought for a moment and then said, "Good. Xiaoxi, tomorrow you do not go out. Plug the door. Whoever calls the door are not allowed to open. Do you hear me? When the time comes, brother will come in directly over the wall." I know." Pang Shi nodded her head with a smile, and Pang Bei proceeded to rub her little head. And with that, the family went to sleep. Early the next morning, Pang Bei went to find Lu Hai to borrow an ice pick. Since Pang Bei was already a mountain guardian, he didn't even ask and directly took Pang Bei to the brigade's team headquarters to take out the ice pick and hand it over to Pang Bei. "Remember to return it, haha. This is all public stuff. You can use it. Don't not return it." Pang Bei nodded his head vigorously. "Got it, Captain. Then I'll leave first." Pang Bei laughed as he came out with an ice pick. He had just walked not far and happened to collide head-on with Lu Qingsong. "Kahoku? Great uncle." Both of them froze. Curious, Lu Qingsong asked, "You take an ice pick? Going fishing?" Pang Bei smiled and said, "I went to exchange things with my mother, and Master Gao over there said that if he gets 100 big fish, he'll agree to give me that fast and slow machine of his." Lu Qingsong was stunned. Old Gao too really said that? Lu Qingsong looked at Pang Bei in surprise. Pang Bei nodded. "But old Gao too's heart's flesh, he's even willing to trade with you." "Then wait a moment, I'll go with you. This fishing, more people can be better." Pang Bei was curious. "Great uncle, why don't you stop me?" Lu Qingsong laughed. "You two, mother, in the mountains, there are wolves, not to mention this from time to time. There is also the possibility of encountering bad people. The mountains often appear fugitives that are murderous guys. Your kid will also use a gun. Shooting is also accurate. There is a guy beside the body, not only can protect the safety, but also can be a food guy, is not it? The fast and slow machine is suitable for you, carrying a long gun up inside the mountain. Your physique is still too thin for comfort. Wait for me. I'll go back and get an ice axe. Let's go together. Let's do it. I'll come back at night to make fish soup for my aunt and uncle and my cousins. At that time, you send 2 more to my grandpa and grandma. Just say you made it yourself." Lu Qingsong grinned. "You kid is good. You know how to be filial. Wait for me." Lu Qingsong went home at a quick pace, and in no time at all, he came out carrying an ice axe and pockets, and he pulled Pang Bei and said, "Go!" Pang Bei followed behind Lu Qingsong and returned home first. At this time, Lu Xiaolan was preparing something, and Lu Qingsong had only entered the courtyard when he saw something running over and baring its teeth at him. Let out a guttural low growl. Lu Qingsong was startled, and when he saw that it was a fox with a golden luster emanating from its body, Lu Qingsong's soul almost flew away in fear. "Egu, my mom! Why is this Hu San Tai milk still here?" Lu Qingsong was so scared that his face turned pale. As a result, she stroked the fox's head. "Not afraid. Not afraid. That's my great-uncle, not a bad person." After Pansy's childish voice persuaded her, the fox actually did follow the listening for a bit and got out of the way. Lu Xiaolan laughed. "Big brother is here?" Lu Qingsong pointed at the fox. "Lanzi, why did you even invite Husan's wife to your home? What are you doing here? Are you going to come out to see the incense?" Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh out. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, what are you talking about?" She followed Xiao Bei back on her own, and even saved Xiao Bei's life, probably because it's too cold in the winter with no place to go, so she followed her to our house to take shelter. It's good to let her raise a little. There are wolves nearby recently. Don't hurt her. Lu Qingsong scratched his head. In that case, Xiao Bei is the one who should be this mountain guardian. This Husantai and all agree. Lu Xiaolan smiled and nodded. "Yes, we won't hurt her either. We'll feed her well. Plus there's no one else on the mountain, so let's just keep her." Lu Qingsong laughed out loud. "So it seems that I am relieved. Xiaolan, you are truly blessed to have given birth to such a good son. And with all the fox fairies inside this mountain protecting you, surely nothing will happen." Chapter 19. A Good Harvest of Fish. Soon, the two adults accompanied Pang Bei to the lake next to the forest in the front mountain, and Pang Bei carried something, looked around for a while, and then determined the location. After determining the location, Pang Bei then took the ice axe from the ice raft that Lu Qingsong had brought with him, before opening the hole with his great-uncle. They have to make holes big enough that the ice holes open up, because with the ventilation holes, the oxygen in the water goes up dramatically, and the underwater fish are not very active, they move very slowly, and once the oxygen is increased, they come together. At this time, Lu Xiaolan carefully packed the fishing net. However, they still had to be careful because it was also deep inside the mountains and they couldn't be careless. It didn't mean that the lakes would be safe in the winter when they froze. In fact, there were still fierce beasts out there. Therefore, Pang Bei still had to pay attention to the surrounding area. After all, it was very empty and could easily be targeted by fierce beasts. After cutting 4 holes in the ice, all 4 nets were lowered inside the holes, followed by a good baiting and nesting, and then a quiet wait. This took longer, and the trio sat down on the ice row and just started waiting. Looking at the nephew to find the location of the nest are so familiar, Lu Qingsong said with a smile. "Xiao Bei, you learned this from Hua? Why do you know everything?" Pang Bei rubbed his face that was about to freeze and said, "On weekdays, he often goes out to the wild and learns everything." Pang Bei's excuse was perfectly said, and Lu Xiaolan immediately followed to testify after hearing it. When he was at home, he was out in the wild every day, and he had to go and collect firewood often. So he did practically grow up in the mountains. Only, I didn't expect that he had learned so much. Lu Qingsong laughed out loud. "This shows that Xiao Bei has our family's blood in his bones and was born to hunt. He was born to hunt." Lu Xiaolan smiled and nodded. Then she asked, "Big brother, are you hungry? Want to eat something?" Lu Qingsong waved his hand as he smiled and said, "No need." At this time, Pang Bei took out a few wires that he had found beforehand, and then he started to make hooks, and in no time this was tied with hooks, and Pang Bei started to chisel holes with an ice pick, sprinkled some of the leftover cornmeal into it, and then directly hooked the hook with a fishing line. It looks very simple. Pang Bei sat, just staring at the fishing line, and before long he suddenly pulled outward. This pull pulled quite a few small fish out from underneath. Lu Xiaolan's eyes widened as she asked in surprise, "You know this too?" LV Qingsong also slapped his thighs and stood up from the ice row. "This kid, he was simply born to eat this bowl of rice." Pang Bei just laughed nervously, then lowered his head and fished seriously. Just wait for the net this time. Pang Bei himself caught a lot of small hybrid fish, although it is a small hybrid fish, but the mosquito leg is no longer small, is also meat. Pompey got more than enough and started to pocket it. He was a hook in a moment, and before the sticky net was up, Pang Bei's side was full of harvest. Just as Pang Bei was happily getting fish on his side, Lu Qingsong felt that it was almost time, and he smiled and said, It's almost time to get up the first net and take a look. Let's just put up 3 nets today. Pang Bei didn't refuse. He nodded and helped his great-uncle to collect the net. Harvesting the net is easy to say, but in practice, the thing is very labor-intensive to operate. Pang Bei was practically eating out of his hand. But after the nets were pulled out, it all felt worth it, because it was a net full of fish. There were so many of these fish that Lu Qingshan was overjoyed. If it weren't for Pang Bei, he wouldn't have dared to come. After all, this place was inside a deep mountain, and ordinary people couldn't get in. Even though it's a lake, it's basically the main source of water for the beasts in the mountains, and it would be dangerous to rush in. Basically, there's no one here for 100 miles. Encounters with beasts are far more likely than encounters with people. With Pang Bei around, that's a base to secure. Took a while to get going, and the 4 nets of fish really didn't hurt. That's a lot of fish to get up. Pang Bei was happy to see so many fish. Lu Shilan was also happy with a big smile on her face. With so many fish, it's been a good winter. Once the nets were collected, Lu Shilan took care of the picking, while Pang Bei instructed his mother to put the good fish in the pockets that looked tattered and the small fish in those good pockets. Lu Shilan couldn't help but laugh. She knew what Pang Bei meant, that if she saw it and shared a little with whoever took it from inside this good pocket, then everyone would see it and think this is the best. But really, it's the weed. The fish on the net were basically bucktails, triple scales, and chubs. With so many fish, Lu Shilan's eyes glazed over. She quickly packed to get it all inside the bag before the fish froze. Lu Shilan loaded it for half a day and only just finished it, only to have a new one come up on the net. Lu Shilan had to continue to pretend again, and the second online came. Pang Bei did not want to fight again because the pretense could not go away. Although Lu Qingsong felt pity, he also knew that he couldn't be greedy. So, he also had to pack up the net first and follow Pang Bei to put it away. Then follow along to load the fish. Pang Bei also specially give the big uncle to load a mouthful of bags. Select all the good fish to the big uncle. Let the big uncle bring back to the family to eat. Lu Qingsong at first did not agree, but could not help but Lu Shilan and Pang Bei had to give. Load the fish. Lu Qingsong is now in a particularly good mood because this winter the family is able to have a good winter. At least there will be no lack of food. Having this pocket of fish really solves a big problem. The 3 men gathered their things and together they strained to pull the ice raft back, and only reached the edge of the woodland when Pang Bei stopped. He raised his hand, signaling to stop. Lu Shilan was puzzled. Xiao Bei, what's wrong? Lu Qingsong, on the other hand, looked around while Pang Bei pointed deeper into the woods. Someone is coming over. Why didn't I hear that? Lu Qingsong was puzzled, and at this time, Pang Bei immediately drew his short spear and bow and arrow from the ice row. He looked over there vigilantly, and Lu Qingsong followed suit, picking up his firewood knife and carrying it to look over there nervously. About a few minutes later, Lu Qingsong heard noisy footsteps in the distance. Pang Bei whispered, "It's bad. Someone is experiencing an attack." Lu Qingsong was surprised. "How did you know?" Just then, someone really did come running. A large number of people ran out, and Lu Qingsong's heart lifted in fear. Pang Bei saw these people and then said, "Quickly get ready. Big uncle, take my mom and hide. I'll handle it." "No, what's the deal with letting you kids out and adults hiding? I'm the mountain keeper, listen to me." Pang Bei yelled at his great-uncle in a very serious manner. This instantly startled Lu Qingsong. He realized that Pang Bei exuded an undisputable aura, a feeling that was very decisive and confident. Lu Qingsong froze for a long time, then pulled his sister. "Lanzi, let's hide." Lu Xiaolan was dumbfounded. "Big brother, really let Xiao Bei himself? You have to trust your son," Lu Qingsong said with a cold face. Then he immediately pulled Lu Xiaolan away, and Pang Bei breathed a sigh of relief as he took his bow and arrow and went straight in the direction the voice came from. After walking a few steps, Pang Bei saw a group of people running in a state of distress and panic. They are also too stupid to run how to run to the open space. Isn't this a death wish? Behind them, Pang Bei could see several wolves running by, and a slow runner was pounced upon by the wolf in one fell swoop. "Help!" However, the others were too terrified to care about him and simply continued to run forward. Pang Bei greeted the men as he walked over to them, ignoring the panicked fleeing men and instead drawing his bow full and aiming at a wolf that was about to bite. Whoosh! Despite the distance, with this arrow, Pang Bei directly hit the wolf's eye socket. Ouch! Ouch! The wild wolf was hit and screamed miserably as it fled. Pang Bei drew his short spear at this time, and he charged up at once as if he were an exploding cheetah. The rest of the coyotes realized their companion was injured, and then something came rushing at them. They're scared, too. Chapter 20. Integration. Because of the wolf's screams, those who had panicked stopped and reasoned stood back on the high ground. Lu Qingsong recognized these people at once. Isn't this the production team? He immediately shouted. What are you doing in the mountains? Didn't the captain say you weren't allowed to go up the mountain? These people lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look at Lu Qingsong's eyes. When Lu Qingsong saw everyone's behavior, he immediately asked, Is it that when you see that our family Xiao Bei can go up the mountain, you all one by one think that you can do it? Do you think you are better than the captain and I at hunting? Do you know why we don't dare to go up the mountain? Lu Qingsong angrily yelled at these people. He was angry that these people looked down on him as a nephew. Who gave them the courage? And this time, after seeing the wolf, they sort of realized how strong Pang Bei was this time. They all wondered how on earth Pang Bei had killed the wolf. Catching up to the injured wolf close by, Pang Bei leapt up and directly pierced the wolf's body with his short spear. All the movements, all in one go, didn't give the other party any reaction at all. The coyote struggled, but Pang Bei's feet were dead on. The coyote couldn't struggle anyway, and he killed the wolf with considerable skill. Everyone wondered how a kid could be so bold. And with such skill, it felt as if even a single person under Pang Bei's feet would have the same result. Pang Bei drew out his short spear and looked at the rest of the wolves that were baring their teeth with a stern gaze. Then he wiped his hand on the tip of his short spear, wiping the wolf's blood from it on his face with 3 fingers. When the wild wolves saw this action of Pang Bei, they were so frightened that they kept moving backward. Pang Bei raised his short spear high and let out a loud roar. Come on! I'll see which one who is not afraid of death dares to come. At this time, all the wolves stepped back in fear. They looked at each other, and then their ears drooped, showing obvious fear, and bared their teeth as they kept stepping back. But after stepping back farther, they all end up making a quick getaway. Pang Bei walked over to the bitten man. Looking at him, he shouldn't be mortally wounded, but he was also hurt badly and covered in blood. Pang Bei sighed, then asked the other, Is everything okay? The person who was bitten saw Pang Bei, and the others were scared silly. A group of adults were chased and fled in panic, only for him to take care of the wolf by himself, a child. He could see clearly that this was something they would never be able to do if it were up to them. After chasing the wolf away, the rest of the group dared to come over and rush to the rescue. The big guys lifted the man up with 7 hands. Pang Bei didn't say anything. He just took a look at the other party's injuries, and then he was just about to get ready to head back. The big guy felt really sorry for Pang Bei, and his heart was at a loss. Then they rushed to help Pang Bei pull the ice raft. Pompey, of course, didn't refuse to let them help pull the ice raft. As it turned out, when they arrived at the village, the captain also happened to be ready to go up the mountain with his men to look for someone. Seeing Pang Bei and the others return, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. With Pang Bei around, basically nothing much should happen. As a result, the subsequent sight of a man covered in blood brought Lu Hai's heart back into his throat. When the big guys saw the captain, they all kept their heads down. What are you doing? How dare you go to the back of the mountain? Is it because you think that if Pang Bei, a child, can go up the mountain, you guys can? Aren't you guys just playing dead? Lu Hai chopped his head off without mercy, and Pang Bei didn't stop him, hoping that the captain would give them a good sobering up. After all, this time it was they who were lucky to have met themselves. What about next time? The big guys bowed their heads, not daring to say anything. Lu Hai pointed at them and said angrily, How about this time? Having a child save the day? You guys have a bright, long face. Captain, we know that we are wrong, and we will never dare again. Inside this mountain, let us enter, and we don't dare to enter. It's too dangerous. LV Hai gritted his teeth and said, We are here in 2 villages. People under the Mountain of Happiness Brigade know not to enter the mountain. Look at you one can. I now announce that from today onwards, this piece of mountain only Pang Bei can enter. The rest of the people who dared to go up to the mountain, it will be regarded as theft of public property. Do you hear me? I didn't give you any labor points or food, so you're all thinking of getting rich? What do you think of organization and discipline? Tonight, the brigade will hold a general meeting. Your bad ideas must be criticized. It must be criticized, and the whole brigade must be properly educated. No one dared to speak. After all, the captain just had so much power. On this side, basically Lu Hai is the king of the mountain. What he says is what no one dares to disobey. Besides, it's so deep in the mountains that no one from the local area can come over. It may not even be possible to drive all day to get here, let alone walk. So people from outside can't get in and people from inside the mountain can't get out. Just barely scraping by. Although the outside was tightly managed, LV High basically turned a blind eye to the big guys, not wanting to bring things to a standstill. Who would have thought that this group of people would be so insensitive? I can't believe I took it upon myself to go up the mountain. It's not dead. What if someone dies? Pang Bei stepped forward at this time and said, Captain, it can't be all their fault. It's also my fault for not fighting the wolf away. I'll review. I promise that I will find a way to get rid of the wolf as soon as possible. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei. This has nothing to do with you. This wolves have been attacking for years. There has been no way to do anything. From now on you just see someone in the mountains and report to me. See how I can clean him up. Also, if you guys are really short of stuff, you can find a way to trade with Pang Bei with stuff, with food. I don't care about that. Even if it's just to do some work for others. Anything. But I have a point, are not allowed to say outside. We raise Pang Bei well, people have a good time in order to help us better fight the wolves. This Pang Bei to protect our brigade well. Everyone can live in peace in order to get rich together, right? The big guy looks at me and I look at you. Yes, the captain is right. Furthermore, this child's life is bitter. The father beat the three of them out of the family. Our past Lujiazhai. Now the Qinglong brigade, that is the mother's family. That doesn't treat our Qinglong ditch go out children well. We can't. Everyone give me a good memory. Pang Bei from now on is our brigade people, not only is the guardian of the mountain, but also the children of our LV Jiajai. To be our own children to see what needs you say to Pang Bei. If he is willing to help you get, I don't care, but the premise is don't give me to pull. When Lu Hai finished speaking, everyone immediately applauded. The captain said it well. Listen to the captain. Captain, we know we're wrong, you criticize hard today. We'll review properly so that everyone will remember. Those who were injured also cried out in spite of their injuries. Lu Xilan's heart has been warmed when she saw the folks' recognition of Pang Bei, as well as their support for her. Lu Hai said, all right, you get well first. Pang Bei at this time, open the sack out of 2 fish to the wounded. Take home stew. Health is very important. In addition, everyone has what needs. Tell me is I do not have any needs is to let my sister in the village with the children to play. We do not ostracize her on the line. In addition to my mother can also go around the door. Do not feel lonely. I always go to the mountains. After all, cannot be often at home. In the future, we are a family. I hope we can live well together. Don't worry, Xiao Bei. Our Lu family village is your future home. For a while, the atmosphere became eased, and Pang Bei's heart was warmed. After all, the best thing they could do living here was to have their mother and sister blend in at the village and not be alone all the time, and that would be too much of a sin. And the villager's simplicity made him completely let go of his heart. Just at this time, the village's accountant hurriedly ran. He ran into the crowd, shouting to this Pang Bei, Xiao Bei, it's bad. Your father is here, raging, like he wants to kill someone. Lu Hai's face sank at this time. Damn it, he still dares to come to the door. I want to see what he wants to do today. I want to see what he wants to do today. Dare to touch our family? Everyone say what to do. As a result, the villagers copied their hands and roared in unison, Him! Go! Chapter 21. Offending the wrath of the people. In the village clearing, a group of people were all gathered around a single, thin man. The man was surrounded and too scared to speak. He kept emphasizing that he was looking for a wife and kids to come. But the villagers were obviously not kind to him. Seeing these people casting unkind eyes, the man immediately yelled, Lu Xiaolan, you loser, get out of here. You ate our family's food, drank our family's food, and you patted your ass and left? Do you still want to lose face? The man cursed harder and harder because he was afraid. Just at this time, there was a sudden shout, Pang Yofu, you beat my sister and abused my nephew and niece. You Yakuza have a point. The man shivered, then looked fearfully at LV Qingsong, who was carrying an ice axe inside his hand. Originally, LV Qingsong felt that he was a loser, his sister was bullied, and there was no way to go to the others. After all, it was too far away from there, and going to someone else's brigade to cause trouble would definitely put you at a disadvantage. Now, it sent itself to the door. Lu Qingsong's eyes were red, and he directly wanted to plow Pang Yofu. Seeing that a human life was about to be lost, Lu Hai shouted to the villagers from a distance, Stop him! The members of the community froze, and then the first time someone reacted, Egu mama, Desongzi, you tiger, you have to pay for killing. Saying that, an old lady immediately pulled Lu Qingsong. The rest of the people also reacted at this time, hollering and pulling Lu Qingsong. And at this time, LV Hai also rushed all the way over and snatched LV Chingsong's ice axe. When Pang Yofu saw so many people stopping Lu Chingsong, he surprisingly not only didn't restrain himself, but also pointed at Lu Chingsong and cursed, "You goon! You hit me!" As a result of his words, Lu Hai's brows wrinkled. "Untie him." When it was all said and done, the big guy froze. "You look at me, I look at you." Seeing that there were no more guys in Lu Chingsong's hands, everyone let go as if they were electrocuted. This release, Lu Chingsong jumped up and kicked Pang Yofu directly to the ground. ISNMD. After Lu Chingsong gave Pang Yofu a kick over, Lu Xiaolan had wanted to go and stop her brother. But as a result, Pang Bei grabbed Lu Xiaolan as he looked at her and shook his head. Lu Xiaolan thought for a moment, then whispered, "No matter what, that's still your father." Pang Bei, however, asked, "When he hit you, did he think about it? Besides, mother, it's only natural for a great uncle to beat his brother-in-law, and there's nothing wrong with that anywhere. Brother-in-law doesn't have a weapon, so he can beat him up." When Pang Bei finished speaking, Lu Xiaolan froze. "Looks like my son has a point. Big brother is out for himself, and this side of the family is his mother's house. The people of the Lujiazwang village can still help Pang Yofu, can't they?" Lu Chingsong, this is the home battle, bold, kicked over Pang Yofu. A hand grabbed his thinning hair, and then shined the face his snapping wild fan. "ICNM. Let you bully my sister. I'll let you beat up my family's Xylanzi. I'll let you bully my nephew." The members of the community watching the fun, there are a few pretending to pull the fight, but actually grabbed Pang Yofu, as if they were afraid he would run away. "Hold it down and let Lu Chingsong fight. Pang Yofu don't look at home as a bully, out of a batch of goat." He begged for forgiveness. Lu Hai saw that it was almost time, then waved his hand. "Okay. This goon thing, MD beating women at home? That's a wimp. You come out to make the ability, I'll tell you, Pang Yofu, you came to our Qinglong gully to bully our people. Do you want to die?" As the captain, Lu Hai was naturally protective. Being beaten into a pig's head like Pang Yofu's eyes no longer had the ability to do what he did just now. He just kept his head down, too shivering to speak. Lu Xiaolan came over at this time. Pang Yofu saw Lu Xiaolan and said, "You loser. Don't go back in this life if you have the guts." Lu Xiaolan said coldly, "It's true that I won't go back in this life. I'll divorce you." These days, Pang Bei gave Lu Xiaolan great courage. She's looking past it now, and she's not afraid of anything as long as she's pulling her kids up. Besides, my son is grown up and capable. She's scared less. Besides, this is in her own home. Why should she be afraid of Pang Yofu? Lu Xiaolan is only holding back for fear that her family will worry. I just hope the ponies are nice to their kids. And what did she get in return for her sincerity? That family, they're all white wolves. Lu Xiaolan's heart was kind of broken. It was just as well that she had someone to back her up, and she simply made it clear straight away. Pang Yofu was baffled. He really didn't expect that Lu Xiaolan would really dare to divorce. After all, in the countryside, there is still prejudice, and a divorced woman is still seen as ominous. But the thing is, Lu Xiaolan wasn't worried. She was already living in the mountains and wasn't going to look for more. What's ominous about that? Besides, the members of the community have seen what a cow and horse it is. Who can say anything about her? Good. You divorce, right? You pay back my family's dowry. Lu Chingsong became anxious when he heard this. ICNM, your family's bride price? What about the skins that our family gave us? All of them, you spit it out for me. Also, the meat that our family accompanied at that time, you also give me spit out. Lu Hai said, Xiaolan has been in your family for so many years, letting you beat and working for your family. Senam, how much do you pay for labor? When Lu Xiaolan heard her husband say these words, her eyes reddened with anger. Tears just welled up around the periphery of his eyes. Pang Yofu then turned his eyes and said, That's fine, it's fine if you don't pay for it. You give me back my child. That's my old Pang family's. Just then, Pang Bei walked out. He looked at his father with an icy voice. Do you really dare to want me? Pang Yofu looked at the sound and saw Pang Bei covered in blood, carrying the body of a wolf inside his hand. While his face was touched with wolf blood, that look is scary just looking at it. Seeing his son's appearance, Pang Yofu are stupid. Is this still his second son who can't kick a fart? Pang Bei's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if a beast about to rage warned its enemy. Pang Yofu are baffled. Pang Bei didn't move to take a step forward, and Pang Yofu took a step back in fear. Pang Bei didn't walk fast, but with each step, It was as if he was a northeastern tiger descending a mountain. Pang Yofu was so scared that his legs went limp and he directly sat on his butt on the ground. However, he still held his nerve and roared. "What? Do you still dare to hit me? You disobedient." As a result, Pang Bei sneered disdainfully. "Beat you? Why should I hit you? I'm telling you, get lost right away, we've already separated. My mom has been in your family for so many years. She's been doing all the dirty work and hard work. And the things that accompanied the dowry back then are worth more than your bit of grain. If you return the things, we'll return them as well." When Pang Bei said this, Lu Hai snorted. "Pang Yofu, do you hear me? I'm telling you, Pang Bei is a member of our brigade from today onwards. Listen to me, if you dare to touch him again, you'll be able to choose a piece of feng shui land for yourself in the back of the mountain." Lu Hai's words weren't just bluffing. If he really did this, no one would even know if Pang Yofu died. The trail itself is dangerous, and there are plenty of people who have fallen off the mountain and died, with their bodies never found. They all came up and buried him alive, and he had no place to talk about it. People up and down the brigade said they didn't see it, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. The police force was pitifully small in those days, and there was even no place to talk about it in the deep woods. Pang Yofu was so scared that his face turned pale. His voice trembled as he pointed at Pang Bei. "Good, you disobedient. If you dare to go home in the future, I'll break your legs." Throwing in a scathing remark, he was about to leave. As a result, when he turned around, Lu Hai's son rushed over and kicked him in the ass. After Pang Yofu's fall, the members of the community all pointed at Pang Yofu and jeered. "Just like you. A gust of wind will come and you'll have to fall. Look at that. That's paying 2 cents for a kettle. Just Ainji talk tough." Pang Yofu saw that he couldn't fight or scold, so he pointed at Lu Shilan and wanted to scold him twice before running away. As a result, Pang Bei's aunt didn't know when she returned home, and she directly untied the dog's leash. Before Pang Yofu's words could be cursed out, he heard her wail, "All of you, get out of my way. De Huang, you shoo him for me. Woof, woof, woof." Hearing a roar from his mistress, the earth dog whooshed out, all the way to Pang Yofu with sparks and lightning. "Ha ha 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 ha, good. Or look at this sister-in-law of others. De Songzi, you've married a good daughter-in-law. Oh my god, Lu, there are no good people in your village." When Pang Yofu saw the dog whisking over, he was so scared that he hurriedly climbed up and rolled away in the gray amidst the jeers of the crowd. Chapter 22. Divorce. Seeing Pang Yofu run away, Lu Shilan just felt a stone fall to the ground and wasn't much happier. Pang Yofu left and everyone noticed the injured Lu Erju. Then there was this wolf that Pang Bei was carrying in his hand. It was rumored in the village that Pang Bei had single-handedly killed 2 wolves by himself, and many people didn't believe it. This time, Pang Bei appeared carrying another one. Now the big guy had to believe it. Lu Hai saw that almost the whole village had come out to watch the fun. So simply go with the flow and have a convention. "I see that the big guys are almost here, so let's have a meeting here." Lu Hai said this with a serious look on his face, and the people from all the families didn't dare to say anything, but could only honestly go to the brigade's yard and wait for the meeting. The village was small to begin with, and the most spacious area was the courtyard of the team site. This not-so-big courtyard turned to be crowded with people. Lu Hai yelled with his voice. "The members of the Qinglong Brigade, all be quiet, we're having a meeting now. We won't delay your dinner time. I'll just briefly say it." Everyone immediately quieted down, and they all perked up their ears to hear what Lu Hai had to say. Lu Hai gestured to the men who had sneaked up the mountain to hunt, and the men all walked over to face the big guy with their heads bowed. Lu Hai didn't look at them and continued. "I know that quite a few of you are dissatisfied with Pang Bei, an outsider, coming to be our mountain guardian. There are also some of you who hold the mentality that if Pang Bei can do it, so can I. They want to give it a try. These are the ones who defy the organization's arrangements and go hunting on the mountain privately. Lu Erju, tell me, was it selfish of me to choose Pang Bei, or does he really have the skill? You've seen and felt it the most, so you say it." Although Lu Erju was not fatally injured, his face was still a bit pale. He looked at the villagers and said, "As you guys can see, I'm not badly injured. I deserved it. I shouldn't have disobeyed the captain. If it wasn't for Pang Bei saving us, I'm afraid I would have died." Hearing Lu Erju finish, the big guys couldn't help but murmur. "See, I told you the captain that was ecumenical. That's not true, that's not what you said before." Lu Hai, hearing the murmurings too loud, immediately yelled, "All be quiet, don't want to go back to dinner." Everyone was quiet again. Lu Hai then looked at Lu Erju. I'll reiterate, from now on, no one is allowed to go up the mountain. There are wolves around us right now, and without the ability, going up the mountain is just looking for death. In addition, I'll make a decision, that old hunting rifle from our village, I think we should just hand it over to Pang Bei. After all, it's the gun that's given to the mountain guards for hunting. Captain, if we don't have guns, what if wolves come into the village? Yeah, without this gun, we'd have to go up there with the wolves and fight for our lives. When Pang Bei heard this, he immediately got up and said, Captain, I'm not comfortable with this gun. It's too long and loud, and hunting in the mountains tends to bring in bigger ones. Hearing that Pang Bei didn't want it either, someone suddenly suggested, Captain, why don't we get some money together in our brigade and buy Pang Bei a short rifle? Yes, we don't have enough guns in our village. Let's go to the town and ask the armed forces for them. That's it. Everyone listened and talked again, as if they were chatting in a bed. Lu Hai immediately waved his hand again. None of them want to go home for dinner. Speaking of this, Lu Hai thought for a moment and said, I think this proposal is feasible. Why don't we do it this way? Xiao Bei, you will first raise the money yourself to get a gun back. When the team has money in the coming year, we'll make it up to you. Pang Bei quickly waved his hands. It's fine. As long as you don't hold me responsible for messing with the gun myself. Lu Hai immediately said with a stern face, What are you talking about? You got the gun for the sake of all of us. If anyone dares to snitch, I'll let him get out. The people in the village also nodded their heads with this. That's right. If we want to be held accountable for this, then we should be held accountable for all of us. I say, Captain, let's report it, ask for an application. The top will definitely not approve it. Let's take the opportunity to say that then we will do it ourselves. But the top has to give approval, saying that if we give the gun, it will be fine. Louis Hai saw that the idea was the idea of the young widow in the village. He couldn't help but laugh. I say, Widow Kai, that's a good idea. What do the big guys say? That's a good idea. No one can pick on it. The big guys heard it and immediately agreed in a chorus of voices. Thinking of this, Lu Hai said, Then the brigade will first approve a document for you and you'll go get the guns. This way, second accountant, the brigade will give Pang Bei $50. The rest will be given when there's money. Pang Bei heard about giving $50. It's a good thing. He smiled and said, Oh, Captain, are you serious? $50 should get you a lot of bullets, right? Lu Hai laughed. You kid. Just now you were pretending to be high-minded with me. Isn't this a lack of money and bullets? However, I promise, as long as we get guns and bullets, I promise to get rid of this wolf pack for everyone. Widow Kai couldn't help but laugh. I say, Xiao Bei, you're not bragging, are you? You've been able to fight off the wolves? Are you buying a machine gun? Speaking of which, have you used this yet? Is it enough? Ha ha ha. The widow was clearly molesting Pang Bei, and Lu Xiaolan was immediately unhappy when she heard this. Everyone has seen my son's ability, and besides, my son that was recognized by Hu Santai Milk, what can't he do? Now Mrs. Hu is still in my house. As soon as they heard Hu Santai Nan, everyone went quiet. At this time, an old man trembled and asked, Xiaolan, you're not kidding, right? Mrs. Hu has entered your house? If your family is unlucky, she'll scourge the little boy. LV Chingsong testified at this time. It was indeed Hu San's wife, and she saved Xiao Bei's life, as if she was going to spend the winter at Pang Bei's house. However, what's rather strange is that this Hu Santai Nan seems to be a bit afraid of Xiao Bei. Hearing LV Chingsong's reply, LV Hai also looked at Pang Bei. He furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then muttered something to a couple of the men inside the brigade. Lu Hai continued, As you can see, Hu Santai Nan has been here for many years, and it has always been treated as a mountain god by everyone. According to the rules of our village, only those who are recognized by its old man are qualified to enter the mountain. Now it's clear that Pang Bei is indeed the candidate to be the mountain guardian. Is there anyone who disagrees now? Then how to oppose it? Mrs. Husan has agreed to it, so if we don't agree to it, we'll wait for her to come to our house and make trouble. It's a big deal. All scared my ass. This is Husan Tainyong who chose Xiao Bei to protect us. This is to thank people. Yeah. Gotta thank people. Finally, after all the villagers voted, collectively passed the Pang Bei family of 3 to join the Kinglonga Brigade, which after Lu Xilan can also re-enter the workforce to get work credits, so that the whole village is actually more Lu Xilan, the pressure is not too much. And people can get food on their own in Pompeii. Quite a bit less pressure on the brigade. In addition, another decision was voted on, that is, all the big guys can exchange with Pang Bei, The brigade will not ask questions, but all of them have to keep it a secret, and whoever dares to inform will be disposed of. In this way, Pang Bei could exchange the things of daily life with the villagers. Whether it was pocket money or some daily necessities, Pang Bei's side was sort of all taken care of. Finally, just as the meeting broke up, a hunched figure was seen coming out from behind the crowd. Lu Xiaolan, who was still happy, shivered at the sound of a voice. Xiaolanzi, you didn't come back to say anything about such a big divorce. Do you still have me as your father in your eyes? Chapter 23. Grandma. Seeing her father walk out on his crutches, Lu Xiaolan flung herself to the ground. Dad! The old man looked at his daughter who was kneeling on the ground. He sighed helplessly. Get up. Let others see the joke. Go home for me. Lu Xiaolan froze, and then her big brother pulled her. What are you thinking about? Go home with Dad. Lu Xiaolan nodded her head in a hurry, and then said, Oh! Standing up, Lu Xiaolan then pulled Pang Bei along to follow towards her house. Once inside the small courtyard, Grandpa slowly sat down, his face stern and silent. The atmosphere inside the courtyard looked very depressing. Lu Qingsong looked around and then spoke first. Father, Lanzi can't help it. Lu Yuanzong looked at his daughter. You're determined to get a divorce? Lu Xiaolan nodded, but didn't dare to say anything. In front of her father, even though her son was 17 years old, she was still a child. He's been beating you since you married? The old man looked at his daughter with a clearly murderous look on his face. When Lu Xiaolan was torn, Pang Bei spoke up from the sidelines. Beating all the time. Ever since I can remember. Everyone in the village knows. He's a wimp, drinks, gambles, and beats his daughter-in-law. Lu Yuanzong's slap slumped on the table, then angrily rebuked. How did I teach you? You've been beaten and you're still not going home? What are you waiting for? Lu Xiaolan said with tears in her eyes. I don't want you to know. I'm afraid. You're afraid of old man's guilt? Who hasn't he looked away yet? I am still prone to let those shady people when I hunt. What did I teach you? Lu Xiaolan lowered her head and said, Don't bully people, but don't let them bully you either. Lu Yuanzong's gaze then landed on Pang Bei. You kid, you still dare to disobey your father in public? What do you think? Don't you want your reputation? Pang Bei calmly said, Fame, what do I need that for? Can I get it in exchange for food? Or can I get it in exchange for my mother not getting beaten up? Lu Yuanzong couldn't help but laugh as he continued. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Hearing Pops say to let in the house, Lu Qingsong was relieved. It seemed that the old man was not angry with them, but with the Pang family. Blame your daughter for not coming home earlier. Grandpa's house wasn't that big, but it was good that it was clean. Lu Qingsong helped his dad onto the bed. Then an old woman with gray hair walked in. After she saw Lu Xiaolan, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Lanzi, why don't you come back? What would you do if you were beaten to death? When Lu Xiaolan heard her mother's words, she couldn't help but cry as well. Although my mother had been an honest person all her life, my father had never beaten my mother at home. Even when my mother did something wrong, my father would just yell, What can I do? If you make a mistake, change it and don't do it again. Why are you crying? And today, while the mother hugged her daughter and cried, he didn't say a word. Pang Bei realized that Grandpa's legs were very hard to move, and he needed his great-uncle's help to get on the bed. After a great deal of effort, Lu Yuanzong sat down on the bed. He then looked at Lu Xiaolan and said, Let's divorce. It's good to leave. As for their family's things, I have $20 here, you give it to them. Dad, I can't take this money, this is the money you keep for your retirement, you still need to see a doctor. Pang Bei is now taking over your job, he can make money. We'll just pay it back slowly. Lu Qingsong said on the sidelines. Father, why give them money? Beating my sister, just let it go. Lu Yuanzong glanced at him and asked, Didn't you beat him up? Besides, there's no need to keep pestering them. If you don't give it, they'll keep pestering you. If you give it and they come back, then we can beat them up. Let's do it, we have to be reasonable. Lu Qingsong froze. The old man was thinking of beating up the other side later to take advantage of the situation. So he didn't say anything either. Pang Bei said from the sidelines, I can solve the money matter, so don't worry about it. Lu Yuanzong sized up Pang Bei, then couldn't help but laugh. You little calf, your hair is not even complete, but now you have a skill. I saw you fought the wolf back. Originally I thought the family this craft so broken I did not expect. The son did not, grandson took over. That's good. Speaking here, Lu Yuanzong turned back. He opened the Kong cabinet and took out a few things from it. The first one was a sheepskin. Lu Yuanzong handed the sheepskin to Pang Bei and then said, "Since you are in this business, you need to know the distribution of the mountains and what will probably be in what place. This map is my life's work and was originally going to be given to your great uncle. But he is not good, hunting is not good, you kid can do, this will be passed on to you." On this map, not only is the distribution of shipments, there are also some markings, what places can go, what places to be cautious, some to go, and some absolutely cannot go are marked on the map. Also buy and sell stuff, don't can a place to get it, that won't work. You'll get caught. On the map, there's a place, a small village where you can exchange things. They're an ethnic minority, and all you have to do is say you're my grandson, and they'll do business with you. Pang Bei opened the diagram. There were different markings on it. Some of them were text, some of them were simply painted X. Pang Bei knew that these places with red painted XS were places that should never be visited. "Thanks, Grandmaster. This is really useful to me." Lu Yuanzong smiled faintly. The beard at the corners of his mouth trembled, and the wrinkles on his face looked as if they had opened up in a smile. "Alas! When I see you, it reminds me of when I was young. I was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and I didn't have a gun at that time, and the rules of our family, the guns were all made by ourselves. But according to the ancestral rules of our family, men go to the mountains, the knife is to be family heirloom." When he finished speaking, Lu Yuanzong pushed a slender bundle a little. He went on to say, "When your great-uncle got married, I gave him the big knife I used to cut down the devils. You kid, you can't be allowed to go up the mountain empty-handed either. It's bad luck. This you take." Pang Bei was stunned as he looked at the slender bundle and asked curiously, "Grandmaster, this is? Open it and see." Lu Yuanzong let out a laugh. Then Pang Bei unfolded the package, and what was wrapped inside was clearly a katana. "I'll go. The spoils of war." Pang Bei's eyes widened as he looked at the katana inside the bag in surprise, and the man was baffled. Lu Yuanzong laughed. "This is a ghost Ronin I killed, so I kept the knife and kept it as a proof. Proof that I'm not a beard. We are fighting ghosts." Speaking of this, Lu Yuanzong looked at the knife and said, "This knife, stained with the blood of my brothers, may be able to bless you. Take the knife, at least it can be used as an object of defense in the mountains." Pang Bei held up this katana with both hands as he drew it out, resulting in the 5 characters of Hondo Kyo Hakiro engraved on it. Pang Bei was stunned. "Yoho, this Ronin seems to have a bit of a reputation." Chapter 24. Inheritance. Receiving the knife, Pang Bei was now considered to have a killing weapon. While katanas aren't really suited for hunting, they still have some ability to fight back when faced with a fierce beast. Pang Bei put the weapon away, knowing that it was equivalent to an inheritance. Collecting his weapons, Lu Yuanzong looked at Pang Bei and laughed. "Kid, I heard you're going to deal with the wolves?" Pang Bei froze, then nodded. "Yeah, take this. It was going to be the one I was going to take into the coffin board. You can use it. Take it." With that, Grandpa gave Grandma a look, and Grandma immediately lifted the large cabinet and took out a bearskin cloak inside. Generally, hunters collect something of the big guys they've shot in their lives, either teeth or hides. Grandmother smiled and unfolded the leather, draping it over Pang Bei. She kindly touched Pang Bei's cheek and said, "Little Bei is still dressed in really good spirits." The basilisk took something off his neck at this time and said, "Kid, come here." Pang Bei obediently walked over to him, and Lu Yuanzong put a necklace of animal teeth around his neck. "This is our mountain guardians from generation to generation. This thing is not passed on to the family, are the previous generation of mountain guardians to the next generation of mountain guardians of the token. Each generation of mountain guardians with this token is equal to the recognition of the mountain god. In fact, the most important thing, this thing represents the inheritance of our clan. With this, you are the proper mountain guardian, not an ordinary hunter." Pang Bei looked at the necklace. This thing was a fierce beast's fang. Looking at the size, it should be a tiger's, and the teeth are engraved with mighty on one side and deliberate on the other. In ancient times, hunters were called Yu Ren. Since ancient times, the hunter can be called guarding the mountain, that is the existence of a piece of local only such a family, daily are to assist the government to search for fugitives, to prevent wild beasts from infesting the village, to protect the people's lives and safety of the existence of. A mountain guardian can actually be called a mountain hunter. Since ancient times, hunters have been in existence loved and feared by the government. After all, the hunter had a bow in his hand and was good at shooting. Running across the mountains with a knife in hand, this is for hunting though, and if you get bullied, it's still a weapon. So, hunters have been described differently throughout the ages. After Pang Bei put the necklace on, he then laughed. "Trust me, I can do it." Lu Yuanzong smiled and said, wolves like cunning. If you want to catch it, you have to think of a way to catch their wolf king. The wolf king is the key to commanding this group of wolves. If you can find the wolf king, then you can get rid of the wolves. If you cannot find it, then it will be dangerous, so you have to use your brain. The wolf king cannot be dealt with. Pang Bei nodded. He smiled and said back, I've made a note of it. Now I've asked the captain to help me get large traps. So when the time comes, I can utilize the traps to maneuver around with them for a bit. I don't believe it. This pack of wolves of theirs still can't be killed. Lu Yuanzong laughed. He said calmly, if you want to kill the wolf king, you can't rely on these guys in your hand. To kill the wolf king, your body and bones aren't quite good enough, so you'll have to use this. Lu Yuanzong raised his hand and gestured for a gun. Hearing Grandmaster's instructions, Pang Bei smiled. Got it. Pang Bei smiled and nodded. He exchanged a few words with the old man, and from his side, he got quite a bit of useful knowledge, including the habits of wolves and how to get started. The old master taught Pang Bei everything without reservation. Although his legs are not good, but the means and experience are still quite available for reference. Under his narration, Pang Bei realized that a hunter was not simply hunting, that it was tactics and ploys that had to be used to make it work. Otherwise, a lot of the beasts wouldn't have gotten on board. In his words, the beasts were originally of the predator class. Just by strength mang, they could not make it. There was only a way to die. So, these guys are cunning as hell, but no more powerful, cunning beast can defeat a good hunter. After exchanging a few words with Grandmaster, Pang Bei had more confidence in his heart to hunt the wolves. Hunting the Wolf King was an important battle for him to secure his position as the mountain keeper. So he can only win, not lose. Although Mother was reprimanded a few times, on the whole, Grandpa and his family were quite kind to them. Here, Pang Bei can feel the care of his family and the unity of his extended family. Whether it was great uncle or grandma, they were all very good to Pang Bei, and although Grandpa was a bit more strict, he could feel his love that was as thick as a mountain. Since the beginning of time, when a girl goes back to her mother's house, she doesn't leave empty-handed. The old man was afraid that his daughter would be hungry and cold, so he prepared all the bedding and daily necessities for her when she left. Pang Bei went home, carrying a large package. The heart is full of warmth. It seemed right to bring my mother back. When he got home, Pang Bei entered the yard with a flip, and he happened to see Pang Shi playing with the fox in the yard. The fox lay comically stomping on the ground, and Pansy's little hand just stroked the fox's soft, fluffy fur. The most amazing thing is that the fox also quacks and 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 quacks. To say that she was Husan's wife, Pang Bei was really a bit ambiguous. After all, the fox was just too smart. This time home, She saw Pang Bei and pounced over. Brother, you're back. The little one's voice was crisp and nice as she hugged Pang Bei and smiled. Since leaving home, the little one's smile has become a lot bigger, and she seems very happy. Pang Bei touched the top of her head, then said, Brother got a lot of good stuff today, come. Pang Bei opened the door and then saw his mother and great-uncle dragging the ice raft in. Pansy looked at the pockets on the ice row in surprise and asked, What is this? Lu Shilan smiled and explained, It's the fish your brother brought us to catch. So now she really won't be afraid of going hungry in the winter. Oh, there's fish to eat. Oh, great. Pansy then looked at the fox as she asked with a small red face, Brother, is there any food for her? Pang Bei looked at the fox, then smiled and said, Of course I have. Brother has so much for her. She excitedly ran back and squatted to rub the fox's face. Did you hear that? Brother is preparing a lot of delicious food for you, and you won't go hungry. The fox actually crunched and laughed along with him. Pang Bei couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He turned back to help drag the ice row in. Then Big Uncle helped them unload the stuff off the ice row. Originally Pang Bei was planning to go back and return the stuff, but Big Uncle told Pang Bei to stay on the mountain. He rolled the stuff up and said, I'll take it back to return it, so rest. It's been a busy day, you're tired too. I'm just on my way. Alright, you guys rest first, I'll go back first. In the future go home more often to see your grandma and grandpa. They really like you. Pang Bei nodded his head vigorously. Then Lu Shilan spoke, Brother, let me see you off. Don't, it's too dark for the road, you'll fall again. I'm going back. Pang Bei immediately followed him out and said, Great uncle, I'll give you a ride. There are wolves in the neighborhood, and it's dangerous if you don't have a weapon with you. Lu Qingsong was stunned, then laughed. Okay. You kid also know how to care about people. Okay. Then let your kid send me on a journey. Pang Bei carried the guy on his back as he accompanied Lu Qingsong all the way back. The mountain village had no streetlights at all at night for that matter, and they were almost within sight of the village as they descended the path. Pang Bei's jokes came to an abrupt end as he looked coldly up the hill. Lu Qingsong also noticed the abnormality as he raised his head and looked in the direction Pang Bei was looking. In the shadows, it could be seen that, on a large rock, there was a wolf standing, looking at this side with glowing green eyes. Kahoku, let's go call someone. Pang Bei shook his head as he narrowed his eyes and said, "It's already too late. We're surrounded by these people." Chapter 25, Encounters. Lu Qingsong panicked. He did not expect to be ambushed by this. He had always heard his old man say that the wolf thing was very cunning and ferocious, but he had never seen it. Of course, he probably wouldn't be alive now if he had seen it. What to do? Lu Qingsong's voice was shaking a little as he spoke, but he still immediately drew out his ice pick, ready to defend against any wolves that might appear. Pang Bei whispered, "We can only think of a way to retreat to the trap side now, or we can't fight." Lu Qingsong nodded. With the help of the trap, the two of them still had a way to live. If they just carried on, there would be no way to live at all. After discussing their countermeasures, the two immediately moved towards the trap. But the action can't be too fast for the wolves to realize they're scared. So one has to be careful leaning that way. It's a good thing the trap isn't too far from this side. The two of them, Pang Bei and Lu Qingsong, were basically on guard and retreating that way and back to back, for fear of being attacked. Although he couldn't see it, Lu Qingsong had already heard a rustling sound around him, and some gasping could be heard. That's the wolf. Pang Bei pulled his great-uncle back while staring earnestly. Finally, some of the wolves in the pack seemed to be unable to hold back their kills and showed their heads. It was only at this time that Lu Qingsong noticed that there were quite a few of these wolves. They want to take it down straight away. That's not going to happen. The eye was getting closer to the location of the trap area, with a visual estimate of 70 or 80 paces to go. Running is definitely not an option. 50 paces should catch up with you. So drag it out. But seeing as the coyotes were showing their heads more and more often, they were testing the waters. Finally, two wolves jumped out of nowhere. They clearly thought that Pang Bei and Lu Qingsong didn't dare to make a move. Now, there was no chance of backing out of it. Pang Bei thought for a moment, then yelled at his great-uncle, "Run!" Lu Qingsong was stunned as Pang Bei roared, "If you don't run, you won't have a chance." When Lu Qingsong heard this, he immediately turned around and ran. He had never run so fast in his life. Just about a dozen steps away from the trap, Lu Qingsong subconsciously turned his head back. As a result, he realized that Pang Bei hadn't even followed him, and that he was breaking his own back behind him. When those two wolves saw Lu Qingsong running away, they immediately caught up with him. As a result, Pang Bei took his short spear and stabbed it in one go, directly piercing the wolf through the heart. Before the other end had time to react, he only saw Pang Bei quickly draw his bow, draw his arrow at close range, and then shoot it backwards. The action was a snap, without a moment's delay. Because it was too close, Pang Bei's arrow directly pierced through the wild wolf's eye socket, and just as the wild wolf rolled on the ground in agony, Pang Bei slung his bow and arrow across his body, then rushed up with an arrow step and pulled the short spear out of the wild wolf's corpse. Just as he was pulling out his short spear, a wild wolf saw the right moment and jumped out directly from inside the bushes, opening its bloody mouth and biting at Pang Bei's head. However, Pang Bei pulled hard. The short spear in his hand shook and lashed forward. Kill! Pang Bei seemed like a red-eyed warrior killing on the battlefield. The zap splattered blood all over his body, because Pang Bei was wearing a bearskin cloak, along with the wolf blood enhancement. Now, the rest of the wolves were ambiguous for a moment, and they took Pang Bei for a wild bear. These wolves didn't immediately rush over, but kept a certain distance, and then continued to be thinking of ways to encircle. The moment they tried to surround Pang Bei turned around and ran away with his short spear. Those wild wolves then reacted, then immediately followed. Wolves are much faster than people. It takes a lot for a human to outrun a wolf, especially in the mountains. Only, these wild wolves had thought of one thing wrong. The one they were rounding up today was not an ordinary person, but a new age special warrior. Though in a time of peace, he is that guardian who defends it. The people are living in peace, but their days are not peaceful at all. Pang Bei gripped his short spear and quickly sprinted for a while, probably about 20 more paces away. Pang Bei stopped. As he stopped, the wolf caught up. But the wolf behind him had thought that he had gotten it, and he jumped up and pounced directly on Pang Bei. But he never thought that this was Pang Bei's ploy, because at that moment, Pang Bei came straight back. Another shot pierced the coyote. The moment he pierced the wild wolf, The short spear in Pang Bei's hand clicked and broke. After all, having staked the boar at the beginning, and then dealing with the wolves continuously, the short spear's pole finally could not afford this kind of intense battle, and snapped with a sound. The short spear snapped. Pang Bei didn't even think about it because he had also calculated that the short spear wouldn't last much longer. And with that strike just now, the short spear felt cracks when he held it. The breakage was also expected by Pang Bei, and facing the wild wolves attacking behind him, Pang Bei did not hesitate to draw his katana out. The moment he drew his sword, Pang Bei stuck it down with another poof. Blood flowed along the blade as Pang Bei quickly drew out his knife and slashed across at the incoming coyote that was attacking from the side, chopping the neck of the jumping coyote right off in the air. Lu Qingsong all looked dumbfounded. The Pang Bei in his eyes was like a god of killing possessed at this moment, killing anyone who came near him. And it's done decisively and ruthlessly, never dragging its feet. Seeing that Pang Bei had killed a few more wolves, the remaining wolves had been enraged, but they didn't dare to attack immediately. After all, no good opportunities were found. But where would Pang Bei give them a chance? Catching an opening to drop his sheath and turn around and start running again. This time Pang Bei reached Lu Qingsong with a sprint. He pulled Lu Qingsong and shouted, "Quickly get up the tree. I'll cover you." Lu Qingsong panicked and looked around. Then he found a better tree to climb, then immediately hugged the trunk and climbed up. Although LV Qingsong was getting on in years, but the basic skill of climbing a tree was still very sharp and watched as he went up the tree. Lu Qingsong reached out his hand and shouted, "Xiao Bei, come up here. Big uncle will pull you." However, Pang Bei didn't climb this tree. He saw one of the tallest trees, and with his knife in his mouth, he proceeded to make an assisted run up it, and then leaped high, grabbed the trunk, and climbed up the trunk with a flip. This hand movement really gave Lu Qingsong a silly look. "Xiao Bei, have you ever been a soldier? How come you're so sneaky?" Pang Bei wasn't in the mood to explain and just waved his hand. Then sticking his knife in the tree trunk, he crouched down and took his bow and arrow off once again, quickly aiming at the wolves below. Whoosh! This time, Lu Qingsong didn't even see the wolf's trail. He just saw Pang Bei arrow shooting down towards the side of the bushes. From his perch, Pang Bei could hear the wolves screaming after an arrow went down. Ouch! The wild wolf's continuous mournful screams indicated that Pang Bei had struck a hit. Soon a large number of wolves surrounded them, and as they rushed forward, only one wolf was seen to touch the mechanism, and one of his legs was caught in a rope, and then the sound of a trunk popping up in the woods was heard. The wolf was hoisted straight up by the rope. The remaining wolves panicked, while then another wolf accidentally fell into the pit while sprinting. The wild wolf that fell down was in the pit calling for its partner to come and help save it, while Pang Bei stood on the tree and watched for the right moment. He took out his fire folders, and when he saw that the wild wolf had jumped down, he directly lit the bow and arrows that he had long ago prepared, which were arrowheads prepared by twisting lard and coarse hemp. Then Pang Bei shot an arrow into the trap. Phew! This time, inside a pit along with the fallen coyote and the companion who went down to prepare to save it all burned to death. The coyotes were terrified as they watched the fire rise from the trap. They whimpered and retreated. After this time, in the depths of the mountains, a wolf's howl rang out. It was loud and clearly different from a normal wolf. Pang Bei looked excitedly into the distance. Damn! You can't help but strike this time. Lu Qingsong looked at the direction that Pang Bei was staring at. His heart thumped. Then his voice trembled a little as he said, "It's the Wolf King!" Chapter 26. The Jedi Strike Back. Not long afterward, the mountain forest resounded with the sound of footsteps that did not sound like human beings, but animals. The sound of footsteps and the growl of some wild animal came from far and near. Pang Bei could see from the high ground he was standing on that the Wolf King was charging over with his pack. It wasn't long before Pang Bei was standing on a tree. His head lowered as he looked at a wolf with a snow-white body. White wolves, which are fairly rare. Basically, hunters never see one in their lives. Pang Bei was surprised to see a white wolf. By definition, white wolves are plains wolves or tundra wolves, and rarely appear in the mountains. This was the first time Pang Bei had seen a white wolf in the mountains. He reckoned that the white wolf had run away, encountered something, and, after running away, had strayed into the deep mountains. White wolves are larger than the average gray wolf. But temperamentally, the white wolf is a bit gentler. Quite a bit tamer for a prairie wolf, but just because it's tamer than them doesn't mean the thing is like a dog. In the end, it was still a wolf, not a dog. Seeing this white wolf, Pang Bei's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. The white wolf raised its head, its eyes meeting Pang Bei's. It was a moment as if two powerful men were scrutinizing each other before a great battle. Although it was already dark, Pang Bei could still tell from his actions that the wolf had been injured. This is the opportunity. If the Wolf King can be killed this time, then the pack is bound to evacuate because then there will be infighting, and in order to grab the position of the new Wolf King, this pack will have to find a safe place. Pang Bei stared intently at the white wolf, which tilted its head as it sat on the ground like a dog, then howled to the sky. And when the other wolves heard the barking, they immediately seemed to have a backbone again, and directly and frantically rushed up the tree where Pang Bei was. After the tree that surrounded Pang Bei, there were about 4 or 5 more larger wolves charging straight towards Lu Qingsong's side. These wolves made a boost, then scuffed up and jumped. This jumping power gave Lu Qingsong a fright, almost falling off the tree. I didn't expect that this was so smart. They surrounded Pang Bei, and then the rest of the wolves were actually surrounding Lu Qingsong, trying to force Lu Qingsong down. Obviously, this was the Wolf King's strategy, which was forcing Pang Bei out of the tree. Only, their onslaught also brought about not a few casualties. Several wolves stepped directly onto the traps and let out miserable screams. But it was as if the rest of the wolves didn't see it. They were just staring at Pang Bei, preventing him from having any way to rescue Lu Qingsong. This is a really cunning and insidious approach. Seeing that they couldn't reach it, a few more wolves went, and they went so far as to dig at the roots with their claws. The tree that Lu Qingsong had chosen was not straight, and it was a not-so-big tree. These wolves were not trying to run out the roots completely. They were just digging into the bottom of the tree, and they even started tearing at some of the more fragile parts of the roots with their teeth and claws to get the tree down. Of course, the wolves weren't stupid enough to just dry dig, and there were a few more, stacked and ready to move up. This gave Lu Qingsong a fright, and he kept smashing downward with the ice pick, just for fear that the wolf would really climb up. That would be bad on its own. Pang Bei quickly made a determination when he saw the situation. If this goes on, Lu Qingsong is really in danger. Thinking of this, Pang Bei immediately drew an arrow and aimed it at the wolf that was acting as a backstop. As he went down with this arrow, the wolf immediately fell to the ground and screamed miserably, while the tree-climbing wolf also fell down and screamed miserably at the same time. Apparently, it was the fall that seemed to break his back leg. What I didn't realize was that when these two wolves were injured, a wolf immediately stepped up to the plate. Pang Bei was confused now. This is really tough. It had obviously concluded that the arrowheads in Pang Bei's hand were not infinite, and it was just waiting for Pang Bei to run out of bows and arrows. Now that's trouble. Pang Bei doesn't have a gun in his hand right now. If he had a gun, he would have killed this white wolf high and low first. The Wolf King had judged well. There were still 5 arrowheads left in Pang Bei's hand. When it runs out, it's really gone. Pang Bei touched the pouch of arrows, and with a twist of his finger, he knew the number left. 5, basically, is no longer enough. Pang Bei faced a moment of despair, and in his mind, he had already secretly thought of what to do next. It was impossible to kill all these wolves. He had to find a way to get closer to the Wolf King and look for an opportunity to give him a blow. Thinking of this, Pang Bei looked at the knife stuck in the tree. For now, it's just a matter of fighting a bad fight with this knife. But the problem was that one actually had very little stamina left. Although he was able to do some of the movements from his previous life, this was because the original owner often went up the mountain. His body and physical abilities were indeed better than the average person. But that's still a far cry from my former self. Pang Bei is not sure if he can make it to the end with the physical energy he has left now. Thinking of this, Pang Bei pulled off a rope from his waist that he normally used to tie up his prey. He tied the knife to his hand with a rope. After making sure it was wrapped up, Lu Qingsong panicked. "Xiao Bei, what are you doing? Don't be confused." "I'm fine," Lu Qingsong shouted, and as a result, Pang Bei actually took a leap at this time, jumping down from the tree. As he came down from the tree, the coyotes swarmed him. But Pang Bei wasn't one to wait for death. He slashed straight down, blood sprayed, and a wolf fell directly into a pool of blood. Then Pang Bei held his sword in both hands as if he was killing red-eyed, and drove unrivaled directly amongst the wolves. Although it is said that it is difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, but even if it is a wolf, it applies to the horizontal fear of not dying. Pang Bei waved his long sword, and wherever it went, the blood of the wolves flew. And Pang Bei wasn't foolishly killing in place, he was charging straight over. And the charge was in the direction of the Wolf King. LV Qingsong saw that Pang Bei was killing red eyes. He didn't care about his own safety and directly accompanied Pang Bei to jump down together. After landing, Lu Qingsong also stabbed the wild wolf frantically with his ice pick. Although Lu Qingsong was no match for Pang Bei in terms of hunting, he was really strong in terms of physical fitness. Lu Qingsong also stabbed 2 or 3 wolves at once with his ice pick, and since there were fewer wolves on Lu Qingsong's side, killing all the wolves in front of him gave him a chance to rush towards the Wolf King. The White Wolf looked at Lu Qingsong with some impatience and let out a gust of low growls to threaten him. But by this time, Pang Bei had already rushed over with great speed. The Wolf King bared his fangs and lunged directly at Pang Bei. Pang Bei wielded his long sword without any hesitation as well, charging at the Wolf King's claws. Only the Wolf King was very agile. It quickly dodged away, but the next moment, Lu Qingsong arrived. He copied the ice pick to the Wolf King's thigh. "I'll-umd." Lu Qingsong's ice pick stabbed down, and the Wolf King wailed, while the rest of the wolves were all stimulated as if they were all rushing over at once. Just as Pang Bei was getting ready for a vicious battle, he heard another rustling of footsteps, very fast. And there was a whimpering sound, a sound that sounded like a young wolf cub searching for its mother. The voice, though not quite clear, the wolves perceived the sound at once. The wolf, who had stopped, looked around. The sound apparently affected the white wolf, causing it to wander off. Right at this moment, Pang Bei exerted his best efforts, and with a single slash, the White Wolf King's chest turned crimson in an instant. And at this time, Pang Bei also finally saw clearly who that voice was coming from. It's the fox. Chapter 27. Killing the Wolf King and picking up wolf pups. How could Pang Bei not expect that the fox would come to his aid at this time? She's cunning and ruthless, and she's gone in a puff of smoke. Those deceived coyotes chased after them for a few steps and were ready to head back, but unexpectedly, they found the carcasses of 2 wolf pups on the road. Now the coyote was really angered by the fox. Ow! Hearing the coyote's call, the Wolf King looked restless. Who would have thought that they would come out of their nest and end up having their home stolen by a fox? And this one also lacks morals with Smoke to learn the screams of the coyote pups before they are bitten to death. There's no way to say that this guy isn't a bad guy. However, when she tossed it around like that, Pang Bei really did come up with an opportunity. Just in the moment when the Wolf King was lost in thought, Pang Bei caught his chance. He stabbed straight through. Pang Bei was using almost all of his strength. After all, this blade was a life and death decision. If it continued to wear out, Pang Bei would really have no chance. His fitness had bottomed out and his face showed fatigue. If you lose your strength at this point, you're dead. After all, showing physical exhaustion in front of the wolves was a death signal. Pang Bei stomped his foot. His waist and horse united, and his arms slashed with full force. CNM. Give me death. This knife Pang Bei cut quite deep in the white wolf's chest, cut a deep wound. Blood spilled out in a flash. Then the white wolf's body staggered, all of a sudden lying on the ground to gasp for air. At this time it is only out of breath, has not been in the air. Seeing that the white wolf was already dying, Pang Bei was just trying to kill it while it was sick, or else he would be the one to die. He slashed hard and slashed his throat. Now the White Wolf King was dead beyond death. Almost dead through. Pang Bei held up his bloodied sword as he stepped on the White Wolf's corpse and yelled, "Guys, come and fight with Grandpa again." Pang Bei let out a furious cry, and the group of wolves turned back, only then realizing that their Wolf King was already dead. They were so scared that they immediately turned around and ran. Beasts are so ruthless. Their biggest goal is to survive. They won't take revenge for the Wolf King. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the group of wolves quickly fled, fearing that they would run slow and be caught up by Pang Bei. Seeing that for a moment the Wolf King was dead, the group of wolves were defeated. The only thing left on the ground were the corpses of the pack wolves, and Pang Bei's hands were shaking at that moment, a precursor to disengagement. Then Pang Bei sighed in relief and sat on his butt. Seeing Pang Bei fall, Lu Qingsong was so scared that he dropped the ice pick and ran towards Pang Bei with a roll. "Xiao Bei, are you all right, Xiao Bei?" Lu Qingsong's voice was out of tune, and he swooped over to find Pang Bei sitting in the snow looking at him and giggling. "Big uncle, today we'll be able to blow our brains out for the rest of our lives." Lu Qingsong laughed and patted Pang Bei as he lay down on the snow and laughed. "Ha ha ha, you kids scared me to death. I thought you let the wolf bite you. We killed a Wolf King. Is that enough to brag about, uncle? Enough to blow for a lifetime. Many hunters can't hit a Wolf King in their whole life. You kid, you're a Wolf King right out of the gate." Pang Bei scratched his head and smiled. "Right? I think this whole thing is blowing up enough, too." Uncle and nephew slowed down for a while, finally had the strength to get up from the snow. Then Lu Qingsong went back to find the ice raft. No one on the mountain road. The ice raft cannot be lost. He pulled the ice platoon to gather up all the wolves on the ground and put them up one by one. Pang Bei, on the other hand, went back the way he came to see if he could retrieve his bow and arrows. As it turned out, just one was retrieved, and the rest of the bows and arrows were no longer to be found. Pang Bei looked around and seemed to hear a whimpering sound. He picked up his knife alertly and followed the sound vigilantly. As a result, after walking closer, Pang Bei used his knife to pick apart the withered grass and found that inside were two trembling wolf cubs. These two wolf pups were light in color, not like normal wolf pups. Pang Bei observed from left to right, and after realizing that there were no other wolves, he wanted to directly decapitate them. But when he saw the coyote trembling and running towards him, he didn't go down to his hands, and the little guy ran circles around him as if he was very intimate. Perhaps it was because the blood from the Wolf King's body stained him, causing him to leave the Wolf King's scent on him. So the coyote was particularly intimate with him. Pang Bei looked at the two little wolf cubs. They should have just been weaned not long ago and still looked cute. Pang Bei stuffed the two wolf cubs into his arms. Not to mention, these two little guys were still strangely warm in his arms. Pang Bei walked back with the two wolf cubs in his arms, and Lu Qingsong looked at him curiously. "What are you stuffing in your arms, bulging?" Pang Bei smiled and opened it to show Lu Qingsong. This look scared Lu Qingsong. "Agu, why did you bring the wolf cub back? Throw it away. Don't you know that wolf cubs can't be fed?" Pang Bei smiled and said, "Uncle, this thing can be trained. The dog is not also a wolf domesticated over? I've been raising this little wolf cub since I was a kid, so I'll train it slowly, and besides, they can be trained to help me on the mountain." "How dangerous. This wolf can't be fed." Pang Bei laughed. "I even brought Husan Tai Nan to my home, so I'm still afraid of two wolf cubs?" Lu Qingsong looked stagnant, then sighed. "You kid, your guts are really big. Okay, you make up your own mind." "Got it." Pang Bei laughed and stuffed the little wolf cub back into his arms. It was too dark. It was unrealistic to bring the wolf back to the village. Then proceeded the uncle and nephew to drag the ice raft back. As a result, once the door Lu Xilan hastened to welcome out, was also worried about just Pang Bei how so long did not come back. The results of a door. "I saw the big brother is also in." Lu Xilan looked puzzled and said, "Big brother? Didn't you go home?" Lu Qingsong didn't say anything and spoke directly. "Give me a hand and drag the stuff in." "Something?" Lu Xilan froze, then helped the body hand to grab the rope which dragged, found that the ice row is quite heavy, dragged in Lu Xilan, this is to see clearly. "Agu mama, why are there so many wolves? Did you two go hunting at night?" Lu Xilan was terrified, and Lu Qingsong said without a trace of anger, "Who goes hunting at night? Looking for death? We both encountered wolves on the road. If it wasn't for Xiao Bei, I would have been accounted for today." Lu Xilan hurriedly checked Pang Bei to see if he was injured. This touch did not matter. It turned out that there was something moving in Pang Bei's arms, scaring Lu Xilan with a cry of "ow." Pang Bei smiled and said, "Mother, don't be afraid. I'll pull out two little wolf cubs and train them to be used as hunting dogs in the future." "What the hell? How dare you be so bold? How dare you take a wolf cub? Send it away. Wolves can't be fed." Lu Xilan quickly refused, but Pang Bei said with a smile, "It's okay. We still have Husan's wife. If it wasn't for her today, I and my great-uncle would really be accountable. Hey, where's Mrs. Hu? By the way, where is Mrs. Hu?" Pang Bei looked around, but it turned out that at this time the fox actually walked in slowly from outside the main door. She glanced at Pang Bei, and then slowly went into the house by herself. "I'll go. This one isn't really becoming a spirit, is it?" Pang Bei wondered. Lu Xilan went up and slapped her son. "What nonsense? Aren't you afraid that Mrs. Hu will be blamed?" Chapter 28. Taking credit. Pang Bei was really a bit convinced by this fox. She was the one who had just saved herself. Only, Pang Bei didn't know why everyone said it was Husan Tai Nan. How did they know it was a female fox? Seeing that her son insisted, Lu Xilan couldn't say anything. After all, it really is much safer to go up into the mountains with a hound. But it's not really easy to find good hunting dogs. While counting the corpses, Lu Xilan saw the corpse of the Wolf King, a wolf that was white and large. Lu Xilan asked in surprise, "Why is this wolf different from the others?" Lu Qingsong laughed. "This is the Wolf King." Lu Xilan was startled again. "This is the Wolf King? You guys slaughtered the Wolf King." Lu Qingsong waved his hand. "It's not us, it's Xiao Bei." Lu Xilan looked at the Wolf King's corpse in surprise, and then looked at Pang Bei. She said in surprise, "You killed the Wolf King?" Pang Bei nodded and continued, "Mother, this is now a secure job for me." Lu Xilan was so excited for a moment that she didn't know what to say. In her eyes, Pang Bei was still a child. As a result, at such a young age, he had hunted the Wolf King, which his own father had only hunted at the age of 30. Pompey did it at 17. The point is, my father had a shotgun back then, but Pang Bei had nothing. Seeing the stab wounds on the body, Lu Xilan didn't hold back her tears for a moment. She wasn't in tears of joy. She was heartbroken. Unlike the others, she knew that her son was able to hunt the Wolf King, and that was with his life. Seeing his sister in tears, Lu Qingsong's heart was also uncomfortable. He secretly wiped his tears and then advised, "Well, after Lanzi this time, as long as Xiao Bei doesn't go inside the deep mountains, he basically won't encounter any dangers. This time, a blessed life, but Xiao Bei, you can't take such risks in the future." As he spoke, Lu Qingsong gave Pang Bei a look, and Pang Bei nodded his head in a hurry. "Yes, yes, yes, I won't dare to do it again." Lu Xiaolan wiped her tears and said, "Rest quickly, mother will take care of the rest." Pang Bei nodded, while Lu Qingsong laughed. "All right, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. The family is worried. With the wolves gone, there is no threat in the neighborhood, and Lu Xiaolan can rest assured that her big brother will go back." Lu Qingsong dragged the ice raft back, while Pang Bei carried the two wolf cubs back to the house. When she saw her brother come in holding the two little ones, she immediately came over and asked, "Brother, what is this?" "Puppy," Pang North said with a smile. She came over to take a closer look, then touched it with his little hand, the little guy trembling with his little head arch. To Pang she teased, giggling, "Good look, brother puppy, name it?" Pang Bei thought for a moment and said, "Not yet. Why don't you name it?" "I can't read or write. I don't know what to name it, or should brother take it?" Pang Bei looked at the two young wolves and said with a smile, "This one is called Big Strong and this one is called Second Strong." "What is it? Big Strong, Too Strong?" Great names." Pansy clapped her little hands and laughed. Pang Bei and Pang Shi, brother and sister, teasing the dog in the hut. And Lu Xiaolan lit an oil lamp just outside to peel off the wolf skin and cut up the wolf meat. Like the Wolf King's teeth and claws she had carefully put away. After all, they were her son's trophies. After taking care of everything, Lu Xiaolan cleaned up, splashed the outside with water, and then cleaned everything up. Then she went back to the house and took Pang Shi to bed. After a night's rest, Pang Bei got up early the next morning and went out to do his own physical training, which he mostly did by running around the perimeter. Against the Wolf King, he noticed that he was not physically capable. That's not good. This time he was saved by the fox, but what about next time? Pang Bei didn't want to put his life in someone else's hands. In the morning, Pang Bei ate and then used to get 2 fish for the 2 coyote pups. Pang Bei wasn't going to feed them with wolf meat, it was inhumane. So Pang Bei was insisting that he didn't give the wolf meat to Dechong and Erchong. As a result, Pang Bei had only just returned from his stretching exercise, and then he realized that Lu Hai had come early in the morning. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw that Lu Hai was looking at the wolf skins that were drying in the courtyard in surprise. This Wolf King's skin Lu Xiaolan planned to make a mattress for Pang Bei so that it would be warm. Seeing Pang Bei return, Lu Hai smiled and said, "Little Bei, you're a great contributor to our brigade. You've hunted the Wolf King, so the wolves won't dare to come here." Pang Bei smiled and said, "It's all luck." Lu Hai hurriedly said, "Luck is also strength. Without strength, no matter how good the luck is, it won't work. By the way, are you going to prepare to go down the mountain to sell something? Today the brigade is going to pull grass to go, just in time for you to send it over." As soon as he heard that he would be able to ride to the bottom of the mountain, Pang Bei immediately smiled. "Thank you, Captain." Lu Hai patted Pang Bei and laughed. "Right, the gun research to the place or not, you can rest assured to buy. Accident I give you a pocket. You can't be such a good hunter if you don't have a gun." Pang Bei hurriedly said, "Yes, at Master Gao's house under the mountain. There is a fast and slow machine that I plan to get. That thing is small and doesn't take up much space. I'm still too small for it now, and it's really not too good to carry a lance in the mountains in winter. Also, I'm going to get a pommel. The pommel of my short spear broke." Lu Hai laughed out loud. "This is simple. There's one on the brigade side. I'll find one for you. And there's one on the patrol side. Wait a while and I'll pick one and bring it to you." "Hey, thanks, Captain." Pang Bei smiled and nodded his head. Lu Hai patted Pang Bei and said, "Aya, what a good kid. But it turns out your father and them are blind." Pang Bei scratched his head and laughed nervously, and didn't answer. He didn't want to mention his father. In his mind, his father's family he didn't want to mention. Anyway, it's broken, so it's best to simply not mention it. After a few people from the brigade came and helped Lu Xilan and Pang Bei carry the fish into the village and load them onto the car, Pang Bei followed the car down the mountain. Lu Xilan stayed home to look after the house and also cleaned up the house on the way. She is a clean person and can't stand to see her house in disarray. Unlike last time, this time Pang Bei did not have to carry things down the mountain, directly rubbing the brigade on the mule cart, straight to the bottom of the mountain. It's a slow ride, but at least you don't have to walk by yourself. After rocking all the way to the bottom of the mountain, Pang Bei unloaded several pockets of fish into the car, and then greeted Elder Gao with a smile. "Elder, I've gotten the things you wanted. Are you ready?" The old man sat in his chair. He swept his pockets and without looking pointed to the house behind him. "Go get it. It's in the house." Pang Bei smiled and walked into the room. As soon as he entered the room, he noticed a small cloth bag sitting on the counter. He opened the package and inside was the gun and bullets. There are quite a few bullets and they are heavy to carry. Pang Bei took another look at the gun. The holster was altogether here. Pang Bei grabbed the fast and slow machine in his hand and grinned as he gestured. "This thing is really quite smooth." Pang Bei smiled and put the gun away, carrying the package out and asked, "Master, you don't want to inspect the goods?" The old man pointed to the necklace Pang Bei was carrying around his neck and said, "You kid is carrying this. No need to check. You're one of us." Pang Bei was stunned as he looked down at the necklace Grandpa had given him, then asked, "This? Does this have any saying?" The old man smiled slightly. "This is a proof. Having this means that you kid is a hunter recognized by the mountain god. No hunter would smash his own brand for the sake of a little bit of petty profit. Kid, hunting is not just about skill. Reputation is just as important. Remember." Chapter 29. Topping off the bill with dog food? Pang Bei nodded as he put the fast and slow machine away, then chatted with the old man for a few moments before hurrying towards home. "After all, there's a gun on you. That's not something you can say if you get caught." Pang Bei carried his pockets towards home, not daring to stop the whole way. All the way home before he breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xilan immediately asked when she saw her son return, "Got it back?" Pang Bei nodded and proceeded to bring out the fast and slow machines. Seeing that her son had a gun, Lu Xilan couldn't help but instruct, "This is something you'd better put away. Don't show it off everywhere. It's easy to get into trouble." Pang Bei smiled and said, "Mother, I know. This thing is only carried when I go up the mountain. I won't take it out on weekdays." Lu Xilan couldn't help but smile as she touched Pang Bei's cheek and said, "Mother knows, my son has grown up. None of this needs to be a concern for Mother." Pang Bei smiled and nodded, and Lu Xilan curiously asked, "By the way, can you do it with such a small gun?" "It'll do. It's a pistol, but it's good to carry, and it's adequate if you don't fight large animals. And besides, it's a fast and slow machine. It can be fired in bursts." Hearing her son's explanation, Lu Xilan couldn't understand it though. As long as her son felt it was okay, then it was okay. With a gun, Pang Bei had a bottom in his heart. At least hunting was much easier. But even with a gun, bullets must be saved. It's not easy to replenish when you don't have enough bullets. This thing needs to be touched. Bullets don't replenish that well. Definitely not like the kind of buildable inside the army. Pang Bei packed up his things and was about to leave when he heard a knock at the door. Pang Bei walked out and found that his mother had already gone to open the door. Outside the door, it's great uncle Lu Qingsong. "Xilan, something's happened. Your mother-in-law is here. She ran over here to make trouble." As soon as Lu Xilan heard that it was her mother-in-law who had arrived, her brows immediately wrinkled. She was just about to leave when Pang Bei came over and said, "Mother, you don't have to go. I'll go and take a look." "You? What are you going to do? You kids should stay out of the adults' business." Pang Bei laughed. "It's fine. It's not just about the grain. Just do what Grandpa said. You organize those pockets in the corner. We'll take them away." Lu Xiaolan looked at the pockets in the corner suspiciously. "These?" Pang Bei laughed. "Aha." Lu Xiaolan looked doubtfully at her son, then at the pocket in the corner. Then for a moment, as if she understood something, she pursed her lips and snickered, "You child. Come on. It would be nice to give it to them. Let's go." Pang Bei smiled and walked out with Lu Qingsong carrying a pocket each. When he came to the village, he could see from afar that there was a group of people who were huffing and puffing their faces around a person. Someone could be heard crying and shouting from a long way off. Curious, Lu Qingsong asked, "Is your grandmother usually like this at home?" Pang Bei nodded. "That's it, very overbearing and starts cursing at the slightest disobedience." Lu Qingsong sighed. "All these years, it's really hard for you guys." Pang Bei said with a faint smile. "Let's go, let's settle things first." After walking into the crowd, everyone immediately made way when they saw Pang Bei arrive. Pang Bei and Lu Qingsong came over. As soon as the grandmother saw Pang Bei, she immediately came over and grabbed Pang Bei and cried, "My grandson, look at them bullying me." Pang Bei opened her hand in disgust and then asked coldly, "Why are you here? Just for that year's grain, right?" As soon as Grandma heard Pang Bei open the door, she immediately laughed and said, "No one's family is a big landowner. These days still have to be lived. Since you've all split up, isn't the grain going to be returned to us?" Pang Bei looked at his grandmother and said, "There is no grain, but there are fish. If you want fish, I can give you both bags. But there is a precondition. Let's make a deal. After taking it, you are not allowed to come back again in this lifetime. The whole village has testified for us. If you come back again, we will not be polite next time." When the villagers heard this, they then all gave a thumbs up and said, "Look at our family name Lu, and then look at yours. What the heck? That's just it. There's nothing good about your family. What the hell?" Grandma's eyes lit up when she heard there were fish to be had. Meat. In those days, meat wasn't something you could just find. She looked at the pockets that Pang Bei and Lu Qingsong were carrying, neither of which were small. Then she thought about it and said, "Okay, I'm not bullying you guys, I'm just not waiting for Grandma to finish." Pang Bei directly put the pocket on the ground and said, "Okay, stop. How are you going to take it back? Your second uncle is outside the village, not daring to come in. You are not aware of he let these heartless bullies." Without waiting for Grandma to finish, Pang Bei interrupted her to complain, "All right, let him come in and take the stuff away. Don't even come back in the future. Do you want to take a look at it? I can tell you, I don't care if the stuff is given to you. After all, if you take it away, who knows if you'll sneak in and replace it and come after me. As you know, everything is in short supply right now, and it's hard to get a full meal." Grandma's eyes rolled. Then she opened her pockets in a huff. "Once I opened it, I found it was full of frozen hard fish, both large and small. Opened it up and it was all really good." Grandma thought about it and then said, "Okay, no problem. Xiao Bei It's not that Grandma is cruel. Grandma is just..." Pang Bei had long since heard enough of this, and she'd come up with it on the outside. It's not her when she goes home. The ones she gave birth to were all of this demeanor, especially that second uncle of his own. He was even more despised, just a loafing asshole. Pang Bei saw his grandmother take the things away and then said, "It's okay, I'm leaving." After saying that, Pang Bei immediately pulled his great uncle away. Lu Qingsong wasn't quite sure why Pang Bei was in such a hurry to leave. Is it too annoying for his grandmother? Without much thought, Lu Qingsong followed Pang Bei and immediately headed home. After walking a little farther, Lu Qingsong suddenly remembered something. "Xiao Bei, I remember that the fish we fished up were not small. Where did you get so many small fish?" Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. "One bag is for the foxes and one bag is for the dogs. My mother packed it up yesterday. She's a clean person, you know?" Lu Qingsong stared wide-eyed and pointed in that direction of his grandmother. You give your grandmother what you feed the dog. What's wrong with that? Can't you eat? If they're hungry, won't they eat bark and roots? It's good to have fish to eat. I don't even want to give her this," said Pang Bei with a displeased look on his face. Great uncle couldn't help but laugh. "You little calf." Pang Bei left and everyone dispersed. It was at this time that Uncle Tu dared to enter the village, and when he saw that there were 2 pockets, he carried them straight to his body. When my own mom was older, she had to wait for a ride, and there were those donkey carts ready to haul goods, so I paid people a penny and got a ride home. And the second came on his own on a donkey, which, of course, was borrowed from the production team, to be returned early. So, carrying 2 pockets of stuff on a donkey, the second led the donkey towards home. Before leaving, the old lady also instructed, "Lao era, Mom, but believe you, send me where the things are. We are a family. Don't let your daughter-in-law take it back to her mother's family to eat. Understand?" The second nodded. "Got it, Mom." With that, he led the donkey back. Although he was full of promises, he actually thought otherwise in his heart. All this time he was trying to go back as fast as he could. When he got home, he immediately closed the door, then hurriedly called his daughter-in-law out and emptied the two pockets directly. It didn't matter if they didn't pour, the two of them were dumbfounded. It did have walleye on it, but the walleye were mangled and should have been squeezed right through the netting with too much force. Below that, it's all small fish. Further down, that's all down the drain. I don't know what they are. Some look like pigs and others look like dogs. Looking at the underwater and stray fish all over the place, the Dick was baffled. Aren't they all fish? Why is there still water here? Chapter 30. Chicken flying and dog jumping. Lao Er's daughter-in-law gave him a blank look. You can't eat underwater, can you? Your family doesn't even have enough food to eat, and you're still picking this. Hurry up and pick the good ones first. The second thought for a moment, then nodded his head in quick succession. Follow your daughter-in-law in picking out fish. Because they got a lot of it, the oldest two families made fish soup in the evening. On the other hand, Pang Bei's grandmother, Lu, waited at home and did not come to the left, and did not come to the right. It was almost dark and my son still hadn't returned. She went out and stood in front of the door and waited. As a result, some passing people folks saw her and flirted. I say, Mrs. Old Pang, your family is rich, ah? Your second home are stewed with fish, can be fragrant. When the old woman heard this, she immediately burst into tears of anxiety. This loser. He must have let that vixen fool him again. With that, the old woman immediately hurried toward the second house. On the way, just in time to see the drunken boss. Why are you still drinking? Your daughter-in-law returned something for Lao Er to take away. Why don't you take a look? When Pang Yofu heard this, he immediately said, Whoever eats in our family is not eating. Give it to him. What do you know? 2 pockets of fish. It's got to be 100 pounds. I can see it clearly. What? As soon as he heard that so much of it had been left for the oldest to keep all to himself, he quit as well. After all, who in this day and age can come up with 100 pounds of fish? It's a crime. But his mother was in such a hurry that she obviously wasn't lying, and his drink had been awakened by the incident. Go. Let's go take a look. Pang Yofu was also in a hurry. After all, how can a penis take so much fish all by himself? Mother and son rushed to the second house. The oldest two's house was a small dirt wall that could be tipped over with a single stride. Outside the courtyard, Pang Yofu could smell the fish soup. This time he was really anxious. After all, how long had it been since he himself had eaten fish, and his brother had eaten his? Pang Yofu anxiously rapped on the door. Pang Yugue, open the door for me. Dang, dang, dang. The flimsy wooden door swung back and forth, and Pang Yugue shivered in fear when he heard his big brother's roar. As a result, the daughter-in-law in the house rolled her eyes and grunted coldly. What the hell is wrong with your family? Eat something. Look at them like that. Pang Yugue scared pale. It's all you, take 2 of the chant, wait to send back and then eat. You're a not to cause trouble, you're difficult. After saying that, Pang Yugue was so scared that he walked out in a hurry and lost his shoes. He ran out and opened the door and smiled. Brother! As a result, Pang Yofu didn't even bother with him, and as soon as he pushed him away, he walked towards the courtyard. The mother looked at Pang Yugue, pounced over and slapped him on the body. You loser, how could I have raised you as a white-eyed wolf? The things came back. I haven't eaten them yet, but you've eaten them first? You really have a daughter-in-law, forget mother. This thing is I desperately want to get back from the side. You're a worthless goon who doesn't even dare to enter the village. Why did I give birth to you, you ungrateful thing? The old woman cried while pulling her son inside. And Pang Yugue pushed open the door, and what came to his face was the strong smell of fish soup. And in the house, the oldest two's daughter-in-law, still drinking the fish soup without a hitch, then glanced at Pang Yofu, with some disdain on her face. Io? Big brother is here. To be honest, to say that in this family, the one who still has some humanity towards Lu Shilon is the second daughter-in-law. Because both of them were daughters-in-law, she also knew what the Pang family was. Just because her own home was close to here, they didn't dare to do anything to her. If she really dares to touch a finger of her, if her own big brother doesn't lift the 2 sons of their family's heavenly aura, she will all have the same surname as the old Pang family. So she's been just so emboldened. Where's the stuff? Pang Yofu asked with a black face. The second daughter-in-law giggled and pointed to the corner and said, Both of those pots. Following the direction Lao Er's daughter-in-law was pointing, Pang Yofu frowned. One pot is all small fish while the other is all... Does that thing look like something's going down? No, mother said that the ones brought back are big fish. She's seen them. The second daughter-in-law immediately deliberately said loudly, "Hey? Big brother, words cannot talk nonsense, take back so many things, a bunch of stinky fish and shrimp, plus downstream, your family are when good things. Take away. Give me do not want." The second daughter-in-law grunted and continued to nourish a mouthful of soup. Pang Yofu was so angry that his face turned blue, while after the old lady rushed into the house, she immediately jumped to her feet and cursed when she saw that her daughter-in-law was drinking soup. "You vixen ah! You shall not die." When the second daughter-in-law heard this, she immediately pulled down her face and said, "Who are you talking about? You stole our family's fish, and I'll scold anyone who does. Don't you dare. This is from my mother's family. It's kept in the corner of your house, just your family. Can you afford to eat good fish? When we first got married, 2 pockets of rice you all wanted back, and you still have the nerve to ask me for something. Our family's $30. You haven't returned it until now. How dare you?" The daughter-in-law of the second family is different from Lu Shilan. Lu Shilan was bored and just knew how to work. But she's not. She doesn't work at home and often goes out to talk to people to go. If you don't move, you go back to your mother's house. Although she looked bad, the old lady of the Pang family could only endure. Who made their family more horizontal than their own. People have 3 brothers. The eldest brother is still the captain of the production team. This is something you can't really afford to offend if you mess with her. What about the rest of the stuff? The old lady was now concerned about how much was left. The daughter-in-law pointed to the corner with a disdainful face. No one touches it. Good intentions for a donkey." Saw 2 large tubs in the corner, all filled with small fish and a few animals down the drain. The old lady immediately became anxious. "I opened my pockets to look at them in the first place, and they were full of big fish. Where did you guys get them?" "Mother, in this pocket. Just the top is filled with fish, and the bottom is all underwater." "What?" Mrs. Pang froze, then slapped her son again. "You're bolting me. I checked it out with my own eyes. It's all big fish. You're talking nonsense. It must be this vixen who taught you that, right? Your family matters, you deal with them yourselves. Don't scratch me. I'm telling you, Mrs. Pang. Don't think our family is easy to bully. Try cursing me again. I'll go home to my brother." All at once, the room was noisy. Pang Yugue had a mouth to say, so the old lady balked at the fact that she had examined it herself, while Pang Yofu obviously believed his own mother. Just a pocketful of stuff, and the family cried and cried. And at this moment, the originator of the Pang Bay end of a bowl of hot fish soup, hands pinched in the steamed buns of 3 combined noodles, nourishing a mouthful of fish soup, and then eat a mouthful of hot flour steamed buns. "Wow, mother. Your fish soup is so delicious. It would be a shame for you not to become a chef with your skills." Lu Shilan hurriedly filled with smiles as she thought for a moment and then said, "Xiao Bei ah. It's not too good for you to give your grandmother the dog food today, is it?" Pang Bei smiled back with his rice bowl. "Mother, to be honest, it's the dog food. I don't even want to give it to her. I shouldn't have. If it wasn't for Grandpa's order, I wouldn't give it to her. Besides, in these hard times, it's good to have something to eat. When I was starving, they ate the soil, but at least it's water, so why can't we eat it? If you don't want to eat it, bring it back to me. I don't want to give it up." Chapter 31. Who Santai Nan manifested her spirit. Up early in the morning, the wolves were all over. A piece of the shadow on the big guy's mind, and all of it finally sort of lifted. The wolves are gone and no one has to live in fear. For a few days, there was enough food that he was able to rest for 2 days. Still, you can't rest too long. After a while, after the snow closes the mountains, it becomes harder to get into the mountains, and then it becomes much harder to hunt. So, right now, it's best to hunt and get enough for New Year's Eve, and just wait until spring to go back into the mountains. These days, Pang Bei is not idle at home. The main time is to go to carry on doing pulling exercises, running around the mountain with weights, pulling a circle back after that, is to train the 2 little wolf cubs. This stuff has to be nurtured from a young age so that it can be cooked. The fox in the house is basically lazy all day except for eating and sleeping, but she also goes out instead of in the house to go to the bathroom. Every day, he would go out to defecate before coming back in. So the house doesn't smell bad. After 2 days of comfortable days, Lu Shilan put a smile on her face every day, and sometimes when it wasn't fun, she went to the village to find someone to talk to, and then came back to cook before mealtime. Resting pretty much, Pang Bei planned to go around the mountains early the next morning and try the gun again. The result was that while the gun was being polished, the mother came hurrying in. Pang Bei looked at his mother in confusion. "Mother? What's wrong with you?" Something big has happened to the production team. The granary is infested with rats. A lot of grain has been spoiled. Pang Bei frowned and continued. Don't they all have cats over at the warehouse? Besides, who doesn't have two civet cats? This time it was different. The mouse grew big, covered in red hair, and I don't know what it was, and it wasn't afraid of cats. This rat is almost as big as a cat. Besides, there are only a dozen cats in our village, so we can't stop these things. Pang Bei was stunned. According to his mother, this was something he had never seen before either. However, in the latter days, I did see from the news that a 1 meter too long rat was found in a domestic restaurant, and later on, this kind of supergiant rat was also found in the United Kingdom. Could it be that, instead of being a mutation, there really is such a thing? Pang Bei was also curious. The mother was a bit uneasy as she looked at Pang Bei and said, "Someone in the village said they wanted you to go hunting. You know how to hunt. Let's see if there's a way to deal with this thing." Pang Bei laughed. "It's not true that I can hunt, but I don't know how to catch rats either. This thing isn't the same thing. If I can't, I'll just put down rat poison." Tried that. The rats are eating rat poison like it's candy beans. Pang Bei was stunned. There is such a thing? Then I have to look at it to go and open my eyes. Pompey joked and immediately got up and put on his coat, then picked up his gun and prepared to go and have a look. Big rats, after all, he'd never really seen before. This kind of rodent infestation, if not dealt with quickly, can easily lead to a rat infestation, and the worst is the plague. That's going to kill people. Besides, there wasn't enough food to go around now, and when such a big rat comes, it's going to wreck everyone's rations, so what's the big guy going to eat? The big guys aren't having a good time, and they're having a small time, so they're not jealous? Pang Bei thought of this and walked out with his gun. Only, when he went out, he didn't notice the fox following silently right behind him. It wasn't until he was almost into the village that Pang Bei noticed that this guy had been just following from afar. He turned around to see the fox shouting curiously, "I said, what are you following me for? You want to see it too?" The fox whimpered twice, as if in response. Pang Bei smiled and beckoned. "Eating melons together is only cool. Let's go." The fox immediately followed, and she followed closely behind Pang Bei. With the arrival of the production team outside the warehouse, the door is crowded with people, everyone is watching the fun, while in the yard a group of strong young men in the wheel of shovels and pickaxe handles in the fight against the rats. But the rats are so fast that they cannot hit. Just when there wasn't much anyone could do, someone noticed Pang Bei coming with the fox. "Ugh, Xiao Bei? How did this even invite Hu San Tai Yang?" Pang Bei smiled faintly and didn't pick up the conversation, so he silently led the fox forward. When she got to the yard, the fox actually walked leisurely over to it, then leapt up and took a direct bite out of a large mouse, which she killed directly with a single bite. The fox looked at Pang Bei in a very dejected manner, and Pang Bei said in a very stifled manner, "What are you looking at me for? Eat yours." The fox throws the dead mouse on the ground, kicks it back and forth with his paws, doesn't eat it, just plays with it. Everyone looked at the fox curiously. "Egu, look at Mrs. Hu's spirit." Pang Bei smiled and said, "You try." The fox rushed out in a single bound. She flicked her tail and drove the mice everywhere, then one bite at a time, catching them with ease. A large number of mice are bitten by the foxes, but they just don't eat them, as if they are disgusted. Pang Bei is clear that this one has let herself make her mouth difficult. She is not happy to eat rats, so she is waiting to eat fish and meat. As soon as the fox entered the yard, the situation immediately changed. The rats were driven to scurry everywhere. The yard of the young and strong are dumbfounded. To see the fox to catch the rats, this is the first time. These mice are usually quite proud, and cats are not afraid of them. The results were pressed by the foxes one by one. Mainly Pang Bei brought in a larger than average fox, and she's much more agile. It's as if they have the intelligence to know to use tactics to drive back. The rats were chased all over the place. So many of them huddled together, and she pounced on them and went on a killing spree. It's like it's completely effortless. Also, foxes are fast and agile. These guys were a bunch of scum in front of her. Not a moment later, the ground was full of dead rats. Lu Hai saw this and immediately said with a smile, "Xiao Bei, you're too much of a child. This Hu San Tai and even let you invite to manifest the spirit." Pang Bei laughed, then joked, "Captain, this Hu San Tu milk out of labor is not to give some wages, ah? Then of course you have to give it that who you. Yes, you go and grab a chicken and come here, and make an offering to Mrs. Hu San later. All right, I'll get it." Pang Bei are baffled. Good guy, the production team is so poor that they can't open the pot. As a result, they are now catching chickens for the foxes to eat. When Lu Hai saw how many rats had died, he smiled and said, "Alas, thanks to you. This holds next year's seeds. If they were all eaten, it would be the end of them." Pang Bei looked at Lu Hai suspiciously and then said, "But this warehouse can't be captured in a day, right? In this case, first let Hu Santainyang catch it, and if she catches it for 1 day, I'll give you credit for 1 day's work, and at the end of the year I'll give you a share of the grain." The rest of them immediately nodded. "That's fine. We don't have a lot of chickens, so the labor points are fine." Pang Bei thought for a moment, then said, "It's also okay. If not, let my mother also follow the labor chant, or she is also idle at home. There is something to do not have to be so tired with everyone, earn less labor points, but there is something to do." Lu Hai thought for a moment, then laughed. "Then you'll have to take care of the rats here." Pang Bei nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I'll take care of Hu San's wife. You just have to promise to arrange something for my mother to do." Chapter 32. Is she becoming a spirit? Lu Hai promised Pang Bei, and Pang Bei's heart blossomed with joy as he looked at the fox and yelled, "I say, Daji, if you kill all these rats, I'll go up to the mountains and hunt pheasants back for you to eat." The fox looked back at Pang North. Daji was the gag name Pang Bei had given her in the past 2 days. Sort of a joke. But the fox seemed to react to the name, as if she thought it was the name Pang Bei had given her. Especially when she heard that there were mountain chickens to eat. Daji seemed to be turned on, and she went on a killing spree in the yard. Those rats she doesn't eat either. She just gets them dead. Get it dead and lose it, then the next one. Within a few moments, a young man from the village tossed her a freshly slaughtered chicken. Daji wasn't polite and gave it to her in front of everyone. After she had her fill, she started scratching even harder. Until the dark of day, the rats had become less visible to the naked eye. Daji was also physically a bit slowed down. Pang Bei picked up Daji and said with a smile, "She's tired today. I'll take her back first and continue tomorrow." Lu Hai smiled and nodded. "Aya, you're really capable. Being able to make her listen to you is the first time I've seen it since I grew up." Everyone couldn't help but give Pang Bei a thumbs up as well. "That's too good." Pang Bei didn't explain anything more because he didn't know why Daji would cooperate with him. He knew it, the guy was cunning and a little bit spiritual. Since it's so smart, let's keep it for now. In Pang Bei's impression, foxes were supposed to be Thai and smelly, but Daji was otherwise, with a faint scent on her body. Is it possible that it's really the fox fairy that the guys are talking about? I don't think so. Sticking to his science-based approach, he couldn't believe how Daji was a fox fairy. Besides, she's a fox any way you look at it. But it's just too humane. While holding Daji, the guy lazily curled up in Pang Bei's arms and quietly fell asleep. Pompey brought her back and carefully placed her in the corner. Lu Xilan also made her a nest. In fact, it is some broken leather and rags sewn into a mat. Daji seems to be quite fond of this nest. She curled up on top of the mat and fell asleep quietly. Lu Xilan looked at her son worriedly and asked, "Xiao Bei, what's wrong with this granary?" Pang Bei smiled and said, "She got a big credit today. The rats are not so rampant anymore. It will take a few more days and it will be almost done. I'm gonna go tomorrow morning to see if the set got any pheasants. I'll come back and give her a tonic so she can recover. Mother, you can also cut some meat for her to recover if she solves the rat infestation. The captain has said in front of everyone that you are allowed to go to work, although there is not a lot of work to do and you get fewer work credits. But the key is to have something to do." When Lu Xilan heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. "What? Let me go to work? Really?" Lu Xilan's face blossomed with joy as she listened to her son's words. Pang Bei laughed. "Mother, can I still lie to you?" Everyone heard it. "Ask if you don't believe me." Lu Xilan laughed out loud. "This is great. If we can go to work, our family will have an additional source of livelihood. My son won't have to be so tired, and I, as a mother, won't feel incompetent." "What are you talking about? Without you helping me with these things, where would I be able to go hunting with such peace of mind?" Hearing her son say this, Lu Xilan's smile grew even wider. "The greatest happiness of my life is to have given birth to a good son. Don't. You still have a good daughter. It's the greatest happiness for our family to be together." Pang Bei immediately corrected. Lu Xilan couldn't help but smile. Yes, 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 my children, all good children." Sleeping at night, Pang Bei also paid more attention to Daji. This guy is really tired today, sleeping even snoring. After Pang Bei confirmed that she was fine, he simply laid down and fell asleep. The next morning, Pang Bei woke up early to go for a stretch, and Daji is still sleeping at home. The head sleeps tucked amongst the fluffy tail. After Pang Bei went out for a round of stretching, he got all sweaty even though it was the middle of winter. After running the pull, Pang Bei didn't go straight home, but stopped by to see if there was any prey on the line. Look around the mountain, and not to mention there really are 2 large flower-tailed pheasants that are in the trap. Carrying 2 pheasants, Pang Bei walked back with a smile. As soon as Pang Bei entered the door, he saw that Daji was already awake, and her dark eyes seemed to be looking forward to his return with the mountain chicken. Seeing Pang Bei return with a mountain chicken, his mouth rattled and laughed, and that voice was as foxy as it needed to be. For a moment, Pang Bei was sort of clear about why the denigration of beautiful women in the past was described in terms of vixens. It's too enchanting. Pang Bei threw a wild mountain chicken directly to Daji, who didn't care about anything, took it and started eating. The other Pompey saved for her tomorrow. This Daji had eaten and drunk, and Pang Bei had eaten the meal his mother had left for him. One man, one fox, once again on a crusade against rats. This time, Pang Bei wasn't idle. He got a new spear shaft from the production team side and directly restored the short spear again. This time, Lu Hai specially picked a good one and gave Pang Bei a new pommel personally. Short spears have become long spears, too. It had to be said that Pang Bei carrying a spear in his hand really had a bit of that hunting hunter look from the past. He was also pretty quick and simple in his movements, not so much fancy stuff as a jabbing motion. A single shot could pierce a rat, a maneuver that Pang Bei had practiced so many times in the army that it had long been engraved in his soul. A man and a fox making a killing in the warehouse. Pang Bei and Daji play tactics and matchmaking together. Do not say the efficiency is improved a lot, this busy work until after the evening light. Daji not as tired as yesterday. The rats are also almost out of sight. While Pang Bei was killing the rats, LV Hai wasn't idle either as he brought people together to start fixing the holes inside the warehouse. To prevent rats from coming out again, pour boiling water inside the hole, then plug it with rocks mixed with lime powder. Finally, it was sealed with triple clay. Finally, 5 Cliff Farms, Red Flag Commune, Qinglong Brigade of this anti-rodent battle came to an end. The battle ended with a complete victory for the Green Dragon Brigade. These words were all speeches made by Lu Hai during the evening production team's general meeting. Pang Bei also followed the meeting, and at this moment, the entire Green Dragon Brigade had taken Pang Bei as one of them. After all, they didn't know how they'd get by without him. After the production team finished the meeting, Pang Bei went back again with Daji in his arms. There was a bright moon in the sky, and the bright moonlight spilled onto the snowy ground in the forest. A silhouette reflected in the snow, alone but with a face that wasn't lonely at all. As Pang Bei walked, he suddenly stopped as he looked at Daji and asked, "I say, you can't really be a fox spirit that turns into a human form, can you?" Daji giggled. Although the laughter was charmed, it sent chills down Pang Bei's backbone. This thing, is it really sperm? Chapter 33. You're old enough to have a family. Pang Bei was holding the fox inside his hand, with a great feeling of holding it or putting it down. Pang Bei was in a hurry, but Daji she didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Curled up in Pang Bei's arms, he slept as if he was quite comfortable. Walking all the way home with the fox, Lu Shilan saw him and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Xiaobei is back? Are you tired? Mother has stewed meat soup for you, it's still hot. Come, give me Husantai milk." Pang Bei smiled and handed the fox to his mother. Lu Shilan carefully placed the fox on the mat. She said smilingly, "Tired today? You haven't been idle since you went out early in the morning. Why don't you rest at home for a few days? Mother will give you meat stew to eat." Pang Bei shook his head. "Mother, I'm not tired. It's mainly because she put in more effort. I'm planning to beat back all the New Year's goods for the new year before the snow closes the mountains." Lu Xiaolan was slightly stunned. "New Year's goods? Agu. It's all about the new year, isn't it?" Pang Bei laughed. "Mother, what's wrong with you? Forgot all about the new year." Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. "You hairy boy," but also laugh at mother. This past at home they will read these, said New Year's Day to do what dishes I do not have to remember. This year is not the same, we live by ourselves, you want to eat something good. Mother to get you. Pang Bei thought for a moment and then said, "This really can't be remembered, but the new year has to be hot and lively. But mother, do you have something to say to me today?" "How do I feel? You have something to say." From the moment she came in, Lu Shilan was too enthusiastic about herself. It wasn't like the way her mother normally was. Lu Shilan grinned and continued, "You'll be 18 after this new year, right? Agu, let you say that. It seems like I'll be 18 in 3 days. Lu Shilan smiled and said, "Isn't it, on the village your second aunt said that there is a girl in our village who is the daughter of Lu Cripple, to talk about it? He is my fourth brother, you have to call the fourth uncle. The same age as you, 2 months older than you, this family is also anxious on this matter, you have to start thinking about starting a family, is not it?" Ha! Pang Bei's eyes widened. He looked at his mother in surprise. Getting a daughter-in-law? Huh? Mother, that's a bit early, isn't it? Early for what? I'm your age and I'm a mother. At that time, the countryside basically married early, the virtual age of 18. Then the family began to plan for the start of a family. It was only this kind of arranged marriage that Pang Bei had really only heard about and never seen. Isn't this a bit of a drama? Lu Shilan quickly said. What is this child's play? You are also about to start a family. Marriage is a real big deal, you get married early, while mom's body and bones are strong, but also to help you take care of the children, right? But the problem is mother. I'm just how old? I haven't even gotten through my own life yet. You're being a bit too hasty. Besides, there's no room in the house for a wedding. Aren't you doing harm? Lu Shilan slightly frowned, then said, Hiss is also at least have to build a room that you intend to when to find a daughter-in-law. I'm talking to the two aunts, at least to see aside, you see, okay? If it is suitable, next year with the captain said, we build a small house, not suitable even then. Moreover, people may not be able to look at you, kid. I just want to try. Lu Shilan grinned. I know my son, this matter has long been on his mind. You have not told my mother? To take a daughter-in-law. Pang Bei grinned awkwardly. He was just talking nonsense to make her happy. But he didn't expect that his mother would really take it seriously. This is bad food. The old lady is taking her words seriously. Pang Bei is not good to say anything, but can only drag it out before saying anything. After all, being a big lad and able to hunt, finding a daughter-in-law shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, in fact, Pang Bei had been beating the drum in his heart. How long he could live this time in rebirth, that was unknown. He really didn't want to harm anyone. However, saying it outright, Lu Shilan would have to cry to death. Pang Bei just kept the secret in his heart and waited until he had to say it. It's okay to meet, like you said, in case it's a good fit, right? Of course, if it is not suitable, you do not be angry. After all, our family is just starting out, and I think Pang Shi is still small, our conditions, it really is not a good condition. In a couple of years, when we're better off, I'll be able to marry any kind of daughter-in-law I want with this skill. Don't you think so? Pang Bei coaxed his mother. That is a set of things Lu Shilan also did not read a few years, where she can carry Pang Bei so fooled. Letting her son say this, Lu Shilan was so happy that her face seemed to be blossoming. My son is right, my son is handsome and capable, so he can't just find a daughter-in-law just like your second wife. What is that? We need to find a good one. Pang Bei nodded with a smile and said, What the heck? We have to find a smooth one, don't we? Lu Shilan nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Saying this, Lu Shilan served the broth to Pang Bei, and mother and son laughed and chatted in front of the oil lamp. Pang Shi had already fallen asleep with a whimper. Although the room was small, Lu Shilan cleaned it up well. Although it was cold outside, this tiny home was much warmer than Pang Bei's original mansion. Pang Bei's family in his previous life was rich, but there was no warmth, and his mother committed suicide out of depression because his father was having an affair. Only his father had brought him up, and as far back as he could remember from his childhood, his father had been busy working and he'd had a lot of women, all kinds of women, all kinds of women. He's rich and has a successful career, but in Pang Bei's mind, he's a solid asshole. Pang Bei has always been at odds with his father. Father and son quarrel whenever they meet, although the family has money, but he lives every day is very boring. It wasn't until he got into the army that he fell in love with his family. As for the warmth of a mother, this is honestly the first time I've felt it. Though life was bitter, persevering a bit, Pang Bei still felt he could make it better. But this kind of warmth was not available in any way in a previous life. After dinner, Pang Bei went back to the house and fell asleep, while Lu Shilan lit a kerosene lamp and carefully mended her son's jacket. She was afraid that her son would freeze when he went into the mountains. Lying on the bed, looking at the single figure under the oil lamp, the warm feeling in his heart made him not know when. Hot tears wet his eyes. The thread in the hands of a loving mother, the clothes on the body of a wandering son. The trip is closely sewn, lest it is late to return. Gradually, Pang Bei closed his eyes. In a trance, as if in a dream, she dreamed of her own mother, who looked at her tenderly. Her warm hand stroked her cheek, and between seeming to be awake, Pang Bei seemed to see that face. Mom! I miss you. Why are you still crying? How old are you? No talent. For a moment, Pang Bei felt someone kissing his forehead and carefully tucking himself in again. Eyelids heavy, Pang Bei fell asleep once again. When he woke up again, Pang Bei realized that there seemed to be a furry thing around him. Pang Bei subconsciously ran his hand over her soft, fluffy fur. The fox's body shook, then raised its head, its dark eyes pitch black. The fox's ears twitched, then rubbed against Pang Bei's arm again. That soft, languid look is great fun. Pang Bei was teasing the fox when suddenly there was a burst of footsteps outside the door. Then I heard someone outside the door yell, "Xiao Bei! Xiao Bei! Come out quickly! Something big has happened." Chapter 34. Going into the mountains to find someone. Pang Bei was startled, and he immediately tensed up. What? What is it? What is it? Soon, Lu Hai hurriedly walked in through the door. Pang Bei sat up as he looked at the captain suspiciously. It was cold outside, but his face was clearly covered in sweat. "What is it, Captain? What happened?" Lu Shilon hurriedly brought a bowl of water to him. Then Lu Hai drank it all in one go, and then said, "The farm side picked up a group of youths who went to the countryside. 6 of them were assigned to our production team, and it turned out that this group of rash youths came over on their own and got lost. Someone down the mountain saw them go into the mountains. I'm afraid something will happen." Pang Bei frowned tightly and said, "What? Into the mountain? They went into the wrong mountain, right?" "Right." Pang Bei's face became ugly and said, "This is bad. Even though the wolves were cleaned up by us, the Wolf King was actually attacked by other fierce beasts before I got him killed. I'm afraid that something will happen." "What do you mean?" "You mean this Wolf King came to our side because a fierce beast attacked it?" Pang Bei nodded and analyzed seriously. "Otherwise, why would the Wolf King want to come so close to a human village for what? Wolves basically don't go near human villages. They're also afraid of humans." Lu Hai thought for a moment and then said, "What kind of beast do you think it could be?" "Can't say for sure. It could be a fierce animal, but it could also be a poacher." Hearing the word poaching, Lu Hai's face changed slightly. Wildlings can often be heard inside the mountains. These savages aren't really savages. Some of them have taken human lives on their backs and just hide in the mountains. Otherwise, there's no need to hide inside the mountains if you're just hunting. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find someone with me. Either way, this isn't good. There are both men and women in this group of youths. It's bad. LV Hai was anxious when he heard that. If there was a death, how could he explain it? People go to the countryside to be re-educated in industrial and agricultural labor. It's okay to suffer a little bit and then put your life on the line. Whose kid wasn't raised by mom and dad? These half-grown kids are really not letting up. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Hai hurriedly pulled Pang Bei. Pang Bei quickly grabbed and said, "Don't you worry. Let me bring my gun." "Yeah, I'll have to take the gun too. Don't run into it. This way. I'll wait for you at the team site. Hurry up." Lu Hai didn't even finish his words before he ran outside in a hurry. Lu Shilon looked at her son worriedly. "Pay attention to safety, but don't try to be brave. Do you hear me?" Pang Bei smiled and said, "Mother, I know, don't worry." With that said, Pang Bei packed up his holster with a fast and slow machine and bullets, and then took his saber and spear with him. After all, who knows what's going on? After Pang Bei was fully armed, his mother even gave Pang Bei his grandpa's bearskin cloak. "Put it on. If you really meet a fierce beast, this thing will really save your life." Pang Bei smiled and nodded. "Got it. Don't worry." Pang Bei was still confident about going into the mountains to search. It wasn't like he was going to look for death. As a result, just as he was about to leave, Lu Shilon hurriedly caught up with him. "You still have water bladders and the dry food bag. You're just throwing things away." Pang Bei hemmed and hawed and giggled as his mother personally tied the things to Pang Bei's body, and then Pang Bei went straight down the mountain fully armed. By the time he got all the way to the team site, Lu Hai was also ready to go, wearing a military overcoat and very thick clothes over his body as well as a woolen kangaroo. Inside his hand, he was holding a shotgun and a flashlight in his pocket, so it seemed he was prepared for a night walk. When he saw Pang Bei, he immediately pulled Pang Bei and said, "Let's go. We have to hurry up and find it sooner rather than later." Pang Bei didn't say much this time. Following Pang Bei and Lu Hai, there was also the production team's militia squad. They wouldn't have guns, just red tasseled rifles and machetes in their hands and steel forks. Having these for basic patrols is enough. The big guys hurried into the mountains together. To be honest, going into the mountains was still nerve-wracking for them. After all, last time, there were people who were injured, and if it wasn't for Pang Bei leading the way, They were saying that they wouldn't dare to enter the mountain even if they died. Who knows what else is in the mountains? It's enough to take a loss once. There's no need to have to follow suit and taste it yourself. People in the mountains are very simple and unassuming, not so competitive. It's better than nothing to be alive. Pang Bei led the group all the way down the path to the bottom of the mountain. If this were not for Pang Bei's words, this was a path that they said they would not dare to take. Because of this road, when I was a child, I heard adults talk about people being attacked by wolves, and there were rumors that a human bear lived inside this mountain. Say that thing stands up 3 or 4 meters tall, who the hell can beat that? Also, it is said that human bears don't catnap in the winter, and this thing looks just like a human from a distance. Only, in the summer the human bears go up the mountain, and in the winter the bears stay down the mountain. But what exactly it looks like, that no one knows. The human bears they were talking about, Pang Bei had heard this similar legend when he was a child. But what exactly it looks like, or the evidence of sightings, Pang Bei is not even seen. However, on the road, everyone said with style, Pang Bei thought it should be just a larger bear. As long as you do not provoke them, do not die to provoke the mother bear with cubs, it will be fine. After all, bears commit infanticide. Bears kill the cubs of their own kind, so mothers are extra careful and vigilant with their cubs. If you approach, the mother bear will come right over and attack. No need to pass, it's 10 winters and the bears have been hibernating for a long time, according to what they say. Shouldn't be out skulking around, right? While everyone in Pang Bei was talking, Pang Bei stayed silent, observing the clues in the surroundings. Hopefully, the lost know-it-alls will be found sooner rather than later. Seeing that Pang Bei didn't say anything, LV Hai then turned back to the others and said, "Your mouths are lease here? You've been blathering all the way here? What? Do you have to invite the beasts in to have fun?" A few people dared not chat anymore when they were reprimanded by Lu Hai. Pang Bei looked at the surrounding terrain from afar. He suddenly stopped and then asked Lu Hai, "Captain, look, the road that can enter the mountain is the path below the opposite ridge. We are now at the top of the mountainside. If they go into the mountain and take the wrong road, they will have to go that way." Lu Hai looked along the direction Pang Bei was pointing at. "You kid is good. You recognize the road in the mountains so quickly?" Pang Bei laughed. "It wasn't because my grandpa gave me the map of the inside of the mountain. Otherwise, how would I know?" Lu Hai nodded. He patted Pang Bei's shoulder and said, "You kid is good. Getting the old man's approval. That means you kid is doing this. So where do you think this group of ruffians can go?" Pang Bei was from special operations, chasing that was basic. He looked around, and based on his judgment of the terrain, his eyes soon locked onto a direction. They've been in the mountains for a long time. They'll definitely find a way to find a place to rest. And the only thing that looks like a road inside the mountains is the one towards the old woodland side. When Lu Hai heard this, he immediately stood up in sweat. The old woodland side? This is bad. Lu Hai slapped his thighs, and the rest of the people's eyes had a look of horror in them. "Xiao Bei, it's not a good idea to go to the old woodland. There are tigers there." Chapter 35. The Weirder and Weirder Woodlands. Old forests. That's what it's called locally. That place is a primeval forest. On Grandpa's map marker, Pang Bei had seen it written that there were tigers. Although there was the story of Wu Sung fighting a tiger in the old days, that was a South China tiger, and the one in this forest, a Siberian tiger or a Northeast tiger. The Northeast tiger, the largest tiger in the world, is extremely dangerous and scary. With this small gun in his hand, if he wants to the Northeast tiger, he is thinking that his life is too long. Only, the tiger's habitat is also changed, can't be sure if he is still there, and Grandpa hasn't been on the mountain for a long time. It's also a problem if the tiger inside this mountain is still alive or not. But anyway, this place was really dangerous, and since it was off the beaten path, it was highly likely that it was infested with a large number of fierce beasts. Pang Bei subconsciously touched his holster, his heart beating even more, thinking about how he would actually respond. If you encounter a tiger, it's hard to escape, let alone save someone. Lu Hai could see that Pang Bei's face was a bit ugly. What? Not sure. His biggest worry right now was that Pang Bei would drop the ball. After all, of all the people, Pang Bei was the only one who could help him save his life. The rest of them, in fact, were just pulled in to make up the numbers, and the only one who could really make a difference was just Pang Bei. If he doesn't want to go, then the man can't be saved. "Captain, although it would be a bit of a buzzkill, with the guys we have in hand now, if we really encountered a tiger, then we wouldn't be able to cope with it at all. But the key is that tigers can't stay alive all the time, and they may not always roam in the forest. After all, tigers are alive, and will change their territory, wandering back and forth. So, we have to make a decision right away, whether to take the risk and save the people or, say, not to save them." Lu Hai froze. Pang Bei's mind was completely cooler than it should be at his age. Indeed, nothing Pang Bei said was wrong. When he met the tiger, there were only 2 guns. One was his shotgun, but it was not lethal enough to hit the tiger, it was just a bunch of blood spots. The other was the fast and slow machine in Pang Bei's hand. Rather, it can cause damage to the tiger, but this kind of pistol bullet, the lethality is still far from enough to kill the tiger with 1 shot. The bottom line is that they had some guys with them who didn't have guns, and that's what sent these guys to their deaths. So, Pang Bei's concern was very correct. LV Hai thought for a moment, then said, "The commune handed over the people to us, we cannot just let them have an accident. Looking for is a must. First go to look for. If you cannot find the clues, there is no way to prove that they went to the old forest. If they die in there, it's their life. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, efforts have been made. What do you say?" Lu Hai's words were cryptic, but Pang Bei could hear them. He smiled slightly. "The captain's right. Maybe it's not even in the old forest yet. Then let's go down and look for clues first." Thinking of this, Pang Bei led the squad directly along the ridge all the way towards the path below the mountain. The further down the mountain we went, the more worried everyone actually became. It's downhill, but it's actually deeper, and it's a really unpopulated area. Once he got down the hill, Pang Bei sensed that something was wrong. Lu Hai saw Pang Bei stop and felt some uneasiness in his heart. "Kahoku, what have you got?" Pang North whispered. "It's too quiet." "Too quiet? It's winter inside these mountains. Animals are already scarce." Pang Bei shook his head. "When I'm on the mountain, it's not even this quiet. At least from time to time I'll encounter wild beasts. And it's reasonable to say that the likelihood of finding food under the mountain in the winter is far more likely than finding it on the mountain, and the temperature is also a bit warmer. But we've been traveling for so long, and we haven't even encountered a single rabbit on the road. Is this normal?" Asked by Pang Bei, Lu Hai also froze. So true. Normally, the animals at the bottom of the mountain should be a bit denser than up the mountain, and even if they were a bit less common, it wouldn't be so bad that they didn't see a single one along the way. Louis Hai raised his gun, and the rest of the group felt the tension. What about this? People are running out of ideas too, and quite a few are actually backing off. After all, they really had no experience in facing wild beasts inside the mountains. Although they grew up inside the mountain, but they mostly just play in the area where they can move, dare to go into the mountain, their parents dare to break their legs even if they go up the mountain, but also in the neighborhood no one dares to go deeper. So, the general experience of going up the mountain is there, but they definitely can't cope with such a complex challenge. After all, this isn't a joke. This is playing with your life. What should I do? This is the question that is before everyone. Lu Hai pondered for a while. He looked at Pang Bei and said, "If we go back without even looking, we won't be able to explain to the commune." Pang Bei lowered his head and contemplated for a moment. He didn't want to give up. Even if he went in to take a look, he should still do so. Thinking of this, Pang Bei whispered, "Let the others retreat to a safe place and wait for us. The 2 of us have guns, so we can go in and look around, and if we run, we can run faster." Lu Hai said doubtfully, "Just the 2 of us? Wouldn't it be more dangerous?" The rest of them cast grateful glances at Pang Bei. They really want to go back. Pang Bei analyzed with Lu Hai very seriously. "The 2 of us have guns, and when we face the beasts, the sound of the guns will scare away most of the beasts, and it will be easier for the 2 of us to run, plus you and I are the only ones in here who can hunt. Isn't it?" Lu Hai pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "You're right. Then let's both of us set off. The rest of us will immediately turn back and go back. No one is allowed to rush into the mountains without my order. Do you hear me?" "Got it." The crowd sighed with relief as if they had been pardoned. It's kind of nice to not have to stay in this hole. They were not going to stay for another moment. After all, this place is so evil. The animals are gone for good reason. What kind of beast must have scared the animals away? Everyone is scared, so Lu Hai gives the order for them to go back, and the guys leave without hesitation. With the rest of the group gone, Pang Bei led Lu Hai onward into the depths. With only 2 people, movement also became more flexible. Pang Bei and Lu Hai's footwork was already faster than average, so when the others were around, they had to take care of the rest of the people's speed, which they didn't have to think about now. They themselves started picking up speed straight away. The 2 accelerated along the trail and finally made it to the trail at the bottom of the hill just around noon. The trail was dark and narrow, as it would have been on a spot sandwiched between 2 mountains. On the way, Pang North leaned down and scrutinized the ground. Some footprints were vaguely visible among the snow. There aren't many footprints here, and most of them are new. Pang Bei grabbed some snow and dirt and sniffed it. He then looked deeper into the forest and said, "It should be inside." And really went that way to the old forest? Are these kids stupid? There are obviously no footprints on this path, and they're still going forward. Chapter 36. Dangerous again. Looking at the footprints all the way to the depths of the forest floor, Pang Bei was also wondering in his heart, this group of people can't see that there are no footprints on the road, they still dare to walk? Isn't that crazy? Pang Bei said in a low voice. There are many of them and they don't know the way, so their speed shouldn't be fast, so we'd better catch up as soon as possible. Okay, you're the professional in this kind of thing. I'll listen to you. After all, now inside the production team, except for Pang Bei, there is no one who can deal with the Wolf King at this level. Although he was young, his strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, at times like this, one could only rely on Pang Bei. Also, Lu Hai knew that his master would not just give that necklace to just anyone for no reason, not even his own grandson. That's something only the truly capable can get their hands on, because that stuff just isn't a family heirloom at all. Giving it away in a hurry will only get the other person killed. It was said that the beast's teeth on top of this necklace were hunted after the beasts that had eaten people were hunted to be used as materials for the necklace. And even the kind that had eaten one didn't qualify. It was basically the infamous kind of local scourge that was made into a necklace after it had been gotten rid of. Such beasts were actually few and far between, and people were attacked quite a bit, but the ones that would idly eat two people for a taste were far too few. Those who dared to treat people as hunting objects, basically the brains of such beasts, were also not quite normal, and their abilities definitely had to be extraordinary. After all, humans had all kinds of weapons, and as far as beasts like them were concerned, even if they were ferocious, it would be hard for them to fight against humans who were smart and had weapons. So basically, the average beast attacks humans at best, not cannibalism. But the ones who idly take people as prey, that's considered an awesome beast among their beasts. Therefore, Lu Hai has heard that hunters wearing this kind of necklace are most likely to be the target of this kind of fierce beasts, because this necklace will emit a kind of fierce beast's odor, which will arouse the vigilance of the fierce beasts, even if they are not going to hunt them. Once they enter the territory of the fierce beasts, it will be as if they are signaling to the other side. I'm coming. If you don't get me, I'm going to get you. Of course, Pang Bei didn't know this, but Lu Hai did. The mountain guardians are the ones who expel the wild beasts, and by defeating these beasts in their eyes, they are being driven away by more vicious beasts, so they basically won't come back. That's why the mountain watchmen have been carrying this thing for generations. It's a pit, but it's perfect for what they do. After another long walk along the path, Pang Bei had found some traces of their rest on the way. Looking at the traces on the ground, they shouldn't have been gone for long. And judging by the amount of food scraps on the ground, they should have finished the dry food they were carrying. Lu Hai sighed and then asked, Xiao Bei, you know all this? You kid, this is more than being able to track prey. You can also chase people. Pang Bei smiled slightly, and in his heart he was saying, Old me's main business is chasing people, and my secondary business is hunting. Only, it's not useful to do so now. As he was talking, Pang Bei suddenly froze as he immediately looked at the trunk of a tree. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei suspiciously as he followed suit and looked up, only to immediately realize that where Pang Bei was observing were scratches from something. Pang Bei said after a careful look, Formation time, earlier than the footprints on the ground and whatnot. Captain, this height, what do you think will be caused? Lu Hai carefully observed and then said, With such thick traces and that location, it's usually just bears and leopards. But this position is obviously less spaced and scratched up. Northeast leopard? Pang Bei frowned. He then shook his head and said, Not quite. This thick and thin trace, not like the northeast leopard. The northeast leopards should be thinner. It wouldn't have gotten this long, would it? Obviously something is sharpening its claws. Lu Hai's heart tightened. An uneasiness rose in his and Pang Bei's hearts at the same time, as a rather terrifying name rose in both of them at the same time. Northeast tiger. It's really Murphy's Law, what you fear comes to you. Now if you meet a northeastern tiger, you basically just have to run away. It's impossible to fight, and as for saving lives, it's even more impossible. Where is the northeast tiger that they can fight with what they have in hand right now? Isn't that a death sentence? Cold sweat came down on the corners of the duo's foreheads at the thought. These young know-it-alls are really newborns who are not afraid of tigers, and they dare to enter here. Thinking of this, Lu Hai tensed up. Xiao Bei, let's hurry up and see if we can catch up. Pang Bei nodded. Good. Immediately after discovering the scratches, the two men picked up speed. The further in you go, the more out of place it feels around you. At this moment, Pang Bei had actually sensed that they should have really entered the territory of the northeast tiger. This surrounding Pang Bei always felt eerie, and the forest was filled with a murderous aura everywhere. And I don't know if it was psychological, or if I really felt it. The snow on the road, which was already below the knees, became very difficult before walking. The only good thing was that the two of them were still well equipped for the cold. Otherwise they would have had to freeze. LV Hai walked on one side and chanted on the other side. Some of these youths are from the south, they have never suffered from the winter in the northeast. How can they survive the temperature here? This wind, blowing like a knife. These few inside there are 3 girls. Do you think it is not Piawa? Pang Bei laughed. Young people, energetic and adventurous chant. When Pang Bei said this, Lu Hai was stunned. He looked at Pang Bei in surprise. Xiao Bei, you're not lowly educated, are you? You went to middle school? Pang Bei vaguely replied back. Sort of. The present owner graduated in his 2nd year, while Pang Bei himself enlisted in the army in college. He also re-entered military school later in life, and he was certainly far more cultured than theirs. Just when Lu Hai felt that Pang Bei was a bit strange, no matter if it was his ability or his level of culture, how did he feel that it didn't seem like what a mountain child should have? Pang Bei suddenly raised his hand. His face became grave all of a sudden as well. Lu Hai was stunned as Pang Bei said coldly, "Don't move. Crouch down." Lu Hai looked in the direction Pang Bei was looking, and his expression immediately became tense. In front of the duo, Lu Hai saw with his own eyes that there seemed to be a person squatting on top of the rocks on the small hill. It's only vaguely visible, but the fear was clearly showing in Lu Hai's eyes. He knew that it was definitely not a human being. How could a human being run up there and squat? He's hunted too. This thing he knows, it's a mountain eagle. Chapter 37. Xiao Bei, you're a bit strong. Seat mountain eagles. The scientific name is vulture. This thing eats carrion and is a resident bird, mostly active downhill in the winter and not uphill. A few vultures will migrate in small spans because they are really bad at flying. Especially in a snow-covered place like this, it's basically impossible to find any carrion to eat. But the fact that it stays here means there is a food source. Pang Bei stared at the Zashan eagle on the mountain as he became nervous. This thing eats carrion no less, but this thing is also called a raptor. It also attacks livestock, and who knows if it's fed now. Moreover, the fact that the humpback eagle dared to stay here meant that there was more than likely a corpse in the vicinity. Otherwise, why would they be wasting their time here? Coupled with some of the anomalies from before, Pang Bei really did smell a hint of crisis. Moreover, this Zashan eagle was especially large. The normal ones only had a wingspan of about 2 meters, this one was at least 3 meters. Squatting there as if it was a person. Xiao Bei. Having this thing around isn't a good sign. It means that the neighborhood is a source of carrion. Lu Hai's heart thumped at the sight of the mounted eagle, and he lowered his voice to ask Pang Bei. Pang Bei sighed helplessly, then said, "I'm also thinking about this matter. This thing is not very good. Let's not mess with it. First look around. There are no animals, maybe not people." Lu Hai nodded as he followed Pang Bei carefully along the forest. They were afraid of getting into unnecessary trouble. Finally, after walking for a while, Pang Bei noticed something in the snow not far away. Pang Bei frowned as he cautiously padded up, only to find a dying deer lying on the ground. The deer was bitten so badly that Pang Bei carefully observed the wounds on the deer's body, and judging from these wounds, both Pang Bei and Lu Hai were baffled. The deer, which had been bitten by a large beast of prey, had scratches and very deep wounds. Neither a wolf nor a leopard would have such a wound. But the thing is, it's winter. If it bites like this, why don't you eat it? Pang Bei had a bad feeling in his heart. They encountered a very tricky beast. A guy who was intent on hunting for fun in the middle of winter. If his judgment was true, then he had really met a troublesome and dangerous guy. However, there was good news, and that was that it wasn't a human being who was attacked, which meant that the know-it-alls were still alive for the time being. Pang Bei didn't continue to make any moves, but instead directly signaled to Lu Hai that the goal at this time was to save the people, and do all the rest as little as possible to stay out of trouble. Lu Hai took a look at the deer on the ground and then asked, "Xiao Bei, what do you think this bites?" Pang Bei pondered for a while, then observed from left to right and said, "The probability is that the tiger is not running away. Let's be careful and speed up." Lu Hai's face changed as he said nervously, "Tiger? Are you sure? It's already about 80% certain that it's the tigers that are right. So we need to find them as soon as possible now to determine whether they're dead or alive. There's no time to waste." Lu Hai nodded his head vigorously. He also knew that Pang Bei was right. Pang Bei continued to pick up speed, and Lu Hai was surprised. With Pang Bei's speed, he was actually a bit unable to keep up. It was clear that he was only in his prime, and Pang Bei was just a kid. And because of malnutrition, Pang Bei had always been skinny and bony. As a result, Pang Bei advanced inside the snow just faster than himself. It didn't take long for Pang Bei to stop again. Lu Hai stepped forward again, and this time he felt his blood run cold, because this time, a pool of blood was seen in the snow. Pang Bei looked carefully and then said, "It's human blood." Lu Hai said nervously, "Are they dangerous?" "Dangerous for sure. But even more dangerous is the fact that it wasn't a tiger they encountered." "How do you know?" Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. Pang Bei raised his head and his gaze fell on a tree not far from here. Then Lu Hai looked after him. At the place where Pang Bei was gazing, there were actually 2 marks cut out by the knife. Knives? Does that mean we've met a bad guy? Lu Hai panicked at once. Pang Bei then said, "Let's not talk about that. Hurry up and chase." Lu Hai hurriedly nodded his head as he immediately followed Pang Bei as he ran wildly along the path. The two ran with snowflakes rising, and although it was freezing cold, Lu Hai ran as if his throat was burning. Dry as hell. He's panting. But look at Pang Bei and nothing's happening? LV Hai was a bit confused as to how deep Pang Bei was hiding. Pang Bei didn't take the avenue in this pursuit, but ran wildly along the woodland. And even though he was running, he didn't just ignore the situation, but ran while observing the situation. LV Hai followed behind Pang Bei and was already a bit unsupportable. He didn't stand still for a moment and tumbled over on the snow. But when he climbed up, he realized that Pang Bei had stopped. But he wasn't waiting for himself. Instead, he was looking warily at a short distance away. Pang North lay prone in a nest of snow, as if frozen. Lu Hai hurriedly crawled over as he reached Pang Bei's side, realizing that a few small black dots could be seen not far away. It was 3 men, seemingly armed with swords and spears, driving away a crowd. Lu Hai said nervously, "It should be them." Pang Bei said in a low voice, "Captain, I'll lean up on the side. You keep your distance and follow. You're responsible for alerting the surrounding area in case they still have accomplices." "What? You're gonna fight 1 against 3? Can't. How old are you? Those are outlaws. Hunting is good for you. But this could possibly be considered killing." Lu Hai's words didn't come out of his mouth. Pang Bei looked back at Lu Hai and asked, "Captain, do you want them to kill those intellectuals? Or do you want me to kill them?" Lu Hai frowned as he looked at Pang Bei. At this moment, Pang Bei seemed like a different person. His expression was unperturbed, as if he didn't care at all about the killing, acting more calm than he is. It's expressions like that that are scary. "Xiao Bei, this is murder, aren't you afraid?" Pang Bei said in a low voice. "In the past I was afraid, now I have long been afraid, although it is killing. But in my eyes, these people are no different from them, and it is just a matter of slaughtering them. But, Captain, if I do kill those bad guys, you'll have to testify for me." Lu Hai laughed. "What are you kids thinking? I brought you here and I can still sue you for blackmail? What have I become?" Pang Bei smiled, then said, "That's fine, don't worry. They are much easier to deal with than wolves. Let us follow the plan. You are responsible for helping me alert the surrounding. I will get this group of people to die and rescue the youths." Seeing Pang Bei so confident, Lu Hai pondered for a moment. There is really no other way at the moment to say that Pang Bei's means are many, and moreover, he often hunts and will ambush, so he can suddenly attack him and can definitely make a surprise first. There can be no hesitation at this time, and any further hesitation will most likely result in the death of the youth. Therefore, Lu Hai firmly nodded his head and said, "Listen to you, Xiao Bei, you must pay attention to safety. You give me to remember, in my place, the life of the youths, not as important as your life, know it?" Pang Bei nodded as he smiled and said, "Don't worry." Chapter 38. 3 Killings of the Wicked. Watching Pang Bei's figure rapidly approaching towards those people, Lu Hai's heart was empty, and he didn't know if he was doing the right thing or not. After all, it's asking a child to kill someone. It doesn't seem like the right thing to do in any way. But at this moment, Pang Bei had already leaned up, and it was definitely too late to stop him. So all he could do now was to help Pang Bei keep a lookout in case these bad guys still had accomplices. As Pang Bei was approaching, Lu Hai was also quietly approaching. However, Pang Bei's speed still made him underestimate, and only after following for a moment, Pang Bei disappeared. He seemed to be hidden like a ghost between the pines and the snow. And as Pang Bei circled back to look for an ambush point, because the distance was getting closer and closer, Pang Bei got a good look at the 3 people. They wore animal skin coats that gave them a ragged look and dirty faces. The 3 men were covered in sludge, and they looked as if they had been living in the mountains for some time. The three people are one fat and two thin. The tall thin one is their leader. This guy is wearing a broken hat, and he is carrying a rifle inside his hand. Looking at the appearance, it should be a ghost's 38 large cap. Pang Bei frowned slightly as he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The fat man grinned. Big brother. These few little pussies are quite tender. How long has it been since I've touched a woman? Go back in a while and enjoy it. Of course, today is stepping on the spot. To think that someone would send themselves to the door. The tall thin man smiled grimly. And at this time, a youngster inside the youths yelled, You bastards, we won't bow down to you. We'll bravely move forward, and our comrades will never let you go. CNMD. The small thin man went up and kicked, and then used the wooden stick to fiercely beat towards the young man. How dare you clamor with us? Tell you, we three brothers have human life. UTM again screaming. I will give you a moment skinned and roasted to eat. Upon hearing that they were going to eat people, the remaining three girls turned pale with fear. Big brother. This little pussy is too watery. I can't help it. The little skinny man cheaply stretched out his hand to also touch a girl's face. As a result, this time a male know-it-all ran headlong into him. The small thin man was knocked to the ground. He angrily punched and kicked the young man. One side of the fight. The other side also cursed. You undie dare to hit me. Believe it or not, I'll chop you up right now to go back to stew. Pang Bei knew that time was running out. He's gonna have to lean in and save the day. Thinking of this, Pang Bei increased his speed to get closer again. Because their attention was on the thin man who was beating the man and the male youth on the ground. No one even noticed that Pang Bei had already leaned in. As the distance grew closer, Pang Bei caught the opportunity, when the fat man happened to have his back turned. And the tall thin man was blocked by him. As for the little skinny guy, Pang Bei wasn't sure about it because firing indiscriminately would hurt the know-it-all. So in this brief moment, Fatty was equivalent to taking his life into his own hands. Just waiting for his harvest. Pang Bei didn't hesitate as he suddenly got up, and the snow that covered his body instantly dispersed. And the moment Pang Bei rose, he straightened one hand and bent the other to assist in holding the gun. The moment he rose, still standing sideways, one foot took a quick step forward. He lifted the gun so fast it was almost like muscle memory. The moment the guns were aligned, the triggers were pulled almost simultaneously. This is the famous Weaver style of shooting. This method of shooting is a two-handed shooting position developed in the late 1950s. Fobler almost always uses this shooting position. The beauty of this method of shooting was accuracy, and Pang Bei fired decisively. There was a snap, and the sound of the gun echoed through the woods. The moment Pang Bei fired, it meant he was exposed. But in the instant he was exposed, a scarlet flower of blood had blossomed in the back of the fat man's head. The fat man fell to the ground with a muffled voice, while the tall thin man proceeded to subconsciously shoot at Pang Bei's side. This tall thin man is not an ordinary person. He is called Liang Sanjin because when he was born he was too small, only 3 pounds, so his father gave him this name. He used to be a militia member and went on a killing spree in his village for raping a girl from the same village. He ended up hiding deep in the mountains because he was being chased. As for the fat man and the small thin man, these two are not good people either. The two of them are partners. They originally did the business of robbing homes, and then they were hunted by the militia, which forced them to flee into the deep mountains and old forests. How could the fat man not expect that he had 7 or 8 lives on his hands? And as a result, he died so suffocatingly in the hands of a child. Pang Bei also didn't expect that the other party would counterattack so quickly, and the other party shot towards his side. Pang Bei immediately got down. At that moment the gun went off and the bullet passed almost close to the scalp. How could Liang Sanjin not expect that the person who had just fired the gun had such a fast reaction speed? He surprised himself when he missed this shot. Why he used to be so crazy, that's because he was a sharpshooter himself. He shot almost 100 times. But someone dodged it? Liang Sanjin subconsciously sensed uneasiness. It's an expert. The opponent is not an ordinary person. For this point, Liang Sanjin dared to conclude that with such accurate marksmanship and such a flexible position, only inside the army could such a person appear. This kind of skill, high and low, is also a cadre of the guard company is right. Liang Sanjin's shot was empty. He intended to quickly pull the bolt and give Pang Bei another shot. But at this time, the thin man, in order to cover his boss, he copied the machete and ran towards Pang Bei's direction. This guy is small, but he can run really, really fast. When Pang Bei got up again, his opponent was only a dozen paces away. This is bad. Pang Bei knew that if he hesitated for a moment, he would be cut down by him. So, Pang Bei didn't even think about it as he raised his gun. barely aiming, and fired 2 shots into the torso. Bang! Bang! The thin man was shot in the front chest, his body staggered and planted, and the moment he was about to plant, Pang Bei didn't actually let up, but took the opportunity to aim for his head. That was almost as seamless as a 3rd shot to his head. Bang! Then the skinny guy got his head blown off too. 2 shots to the torso, 1 to the head. Liang Sanjin panicked. This is clearly a veteran with battlefield experience. Because Pang Bei was wearing too thick, Liang Sanjin couldn't tell who the other party was. Liang Sanjin panicked and pulled the bolt, but it was too cold. As a result, the moment Liang Sanjin panicked, Pang Bei's gun panned out and his body's movements changed slightly. Only, the movement was very silky and without any pause. Pang Bei just bent his knees slightly, bent forward at the waist, and stretched his arms forward and shot at Liang Sanjin. Bang! 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 It was as if Pang Bei was going to run out of bullets this time. He had the gun raised to a position right in the center of his chest with the barrel parallel to his shoulder in that moment. For a short moment, Pang Bei didn't aim at all, but used the body's finished axis to shoot. Because he struck the shot 1 step faster, Liang Sanjin didn't even have a chance to aim at Pang Bei before he was shot by Pang Bei's gun. Liang Sanjin fell to the ground with an ouch. Pang Bei's gun was always aimed at the other side. Then he catapulted his waist. The gun was always aimed at the other side. Pang Bei walked up and went up to kick the 38 big cap away. And at this time Liang Sanjin's mouth was full of blood foam, and it looked like it was already going to die. He stared blankly at Pang Bei's boyish face, and the man was dumbfounded. A child? The master gun user who killed himself was a child? Chapter 39. I'll make a hole in the tiger's ass. In the distance Lu Hai could see it clearly, but not very clearly. He could tell that Pang Bei's shooting skills were skillful, and if he went into battle, this would be an expert. But the problem is, Pang Bei is just a kid, right? All of Pang Bei's movements were quite elaborate, and he had no idea that Pang Bei was using the Weaver-style shooting method, plus the Mozambique shooting method and the CR centerline shooting method, respectively. These were all things that Lu Hai couldn't see the doorway to, but he always felt that Pang Bei's movements were definitely something that should only come from professional military training. It wasn't at all like a child who had just touched a gun not long ago. The most critical thing is that Pang Bei's gun, that is a gun to the body, hit accurately and killed decisively. Just as Lu Hai was fuming, Pang Bei seemed to have reacted. He had a quick turn of mind, then immediately dropped the gun on the floor, then turned his head and began to feign dry heaving, and as he did so, he deliberately picked at his throat and threw up quite a bit. This reaction from Pang Bei instantly made things make sense again. Lu Hai rushed over. Others ran over and nervously shouted, "Xiao Bei! Xiao Bei! Are you all right?" Pang Bei vomited a large amount of tears and snot, while Lu Hai looked at the body on the ground, and then said with heartache, "What did I tell you? You kid is not show off." Pang Bei hurriedly said, "Captain, give me a hand. I can't get up." Lu Hai couldn't help but let out a giggle as he said with an excited and heartbroken smile, "You kid, you just won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Now you know? Are you so scared that your legs are weak?" Pang Bei nodded. "Almost pissed myself. This thing can't mess with nightmares." Lu Hai patted Pang Bei's back. "Good boy, this is not bad. If I were to change my words, I wouldn't be much better than you. You kid is really bold." Pang Bei just barely squeezed out a little smile. At this time several other youths came over, led by a white face, tied with a large twisted braid girl whispered, "Comrade, hello. We are going to the Qinglonggu Brigade of Youths. My name is Zhao Xiaotian. Thank you for saving us. May I ask you know the Qinglonggu Production Brigade?" LV Hai and Pang Bei looked at each other and smiled. Then LV Hai said with a touch of flirtation, "You guys ran away to the no man's land? Do you think someone can be there? I am the captain, LV Hai. This is our mountain guarding and patrolling safety officer, Pang Bei. We are here to find you guys." The youths were immediately relieved when they heard LV Hai introduce himself. Pang North stood up as he swept away. "One of these youths is injured, the rest are fine." Pang Bei whispered, "This is not the place to talk, we need to leave quickly. There are still tigers over here." Tiger! Everyone was dumbfounded to hear the word. They had all just heard that tigers were powerful and had never seen a real one. Lu Hai then said, "Hurry up. You kids are real tigers, we both saw tiger tracks on the road. And you're still going inside? Can't you see there are no footprints on the road? Can't you see any footprints on the road? Where is the road?" Several youths lowered their heads in embarrassment. Pang Bei then said, "We have to run quickly. The guys in our hands have no way to fight the tiger. Hurry up and go." Just as Pang Bei finished speaking, a A sound that seemed like muffled thunder suddenly came from the mountain. Downhill tigers, these are tigers at their worst. The tiger comes down from the mountain, that is when the tiger is hungry, this time the tiger that is called God blocking kill God, Buddha blocking kill Buddha. LV Hai immediately pulled a few youths and shouted, "Run!" When Lu Hai shouted this, Pang Bei's blood went cold. Isn't this reporting points for the tiger? But it's useless to say anything now. The tiger ironically knew where they were. The eye is also ironically running this way. Talking too much is nonsense. Now the only thing that's real is running. What are you thinking? Run! LV Hai ran wildly all the way in front, leading the way for the youths, but someone was injured and ironically couldn't run away, couldn't leave one behind. Although this was the best way, Pang Bei was a soldier, and from the day he entered the army, he was firm in his conviction that he could not leave his comrades behind to run away alone. Thinking of this, Pang Bei shouted to Lu Hai, "Captain, you take everyone and run. I'll distract the tiger." Lu Hai immediately became anxious upon hearing this. "Aren't you fooling around? If the tiger is chasing you, what the hell are you running for?" Pang Bei quickly said, "It's fine. I can hide. Don't worry. I can run. You guys run first. I'll walk the tiger. You leave quickly. Remember to send me a signal." How is this going to signal? Lu Hai completely disagreed with Pang Bei's plan, but Pang Bei spoke, "Release the wolf smoke and remember not to burn the forest. Move." After saying that, Pang Bei ran in the opposite direction. LV Hai tried to chase after him, but he couldn't catch up with Pang Bei at all. This kid was running as fast as a rabbit in the forest. In the blink of an eye, the person is gone. Lu Hai was so angry that he stomped his feet. "This little brat. See how I'll clean you up when I get back." Thinking of this, Lu Hai directly pulled the jiqing and shouted, "What are you looking at? Quickly go. Go." The youths couldn't think twice, they could only run fast. And Pang Bei didn't run back far before he stopped. For the tiger was facing him, and the two were but 100 paces apart. The tiger was extremely large and had a deep scar on his face, and he didn't know what had injured him. It stared at Pang Bei as if showing a teasing look. Just as the tiger was about to launch an attack on Pang Bei calmly raised his gun and shot the tiger. Bang! It seems that the tiger is not afraid of gunfire and understands its power. It dodged quickly, the bullet making a crater in the snow, and the tiger jumped away and charged straight at Pang Bei. Pang Bei didn't panic, the shot was intentional. He just wants the tiger to jump up. Run up. Just as the tiger dodged and jumped away, Pang Bei fired once again. Bang! This time, the bullet sliced through its thick claws, leaving a bloody trail. The tiger ate the pain and fell on the snow. Lots of snowflakes raised, and this time it was really enraged. Pang Bei smiled at the tiger, then turned around and ran. Trying to kill this tiger, just this location, just this terrain, Pang Bei also knew that it was a dream. Even flying a kite was impossible. He couldn't run away from the tiger, but Pang Bei could disgust this tiger. Pang Bei whooshed into the forest, the tiger was furious and wailed strangely, was enraged. It is a little bit not to get killed, Pang Bei vowed to stop. He went in after him, only to have the tiger stop once he was in the forest. Because Pang Bei was gone, the tiger watched its surroundings warily. It was carefully alert to the changes around it. But after circling around, just as it wondered where Pang Bei had run off to, there was a sudden pain in its ass. The tiger wailed, only then realizing that there was already a bloody hole in his ass. The tiger looked around and ended up on the ground at roughly 40 meters or so with snow flurries, and Pang Bei stood up and immediately turned around and ran. The tiger tried to chase after him, but his hind legs were really hurting, and in annoyance, the tiger let out an angry whine, and snowflakes rustled down from the trees throughout the forest. It was as if a blizzard was falling. But nah, it didn't help. People run away and can't catch up. The tiger is also almost mad. This is the first time he has seen such a cunning human. Chapter 40. Pristine Love. They say you can't touch a tiger's ass, but it turns out that Pang Bei came too deep. That shot puts a hole straight through the tiger's ass. Pang Bei didn't know if this was a male tiger or a female tiger. If this was a male tiger, it would probably be a stain on his life. Pang Bei turned around and ran, chasing the big guy all the way down the path. At this moment Lu Hai was still fleeing with the big guys, only to reach the vicinity of the hillside. He had planned to look for tree branches to raise the wolf smoke. But when he was worried about where to find firewood, Pang Bei came back. LV Hai saw Pang Bei rolling and crawling over, and fell several times in the snow, but he couldn't care less about this. and grabbed Pang Bei's shoulders and shouted excitedly, "You little punk calf, are you a bit capable of drifting away? How's it going? Are you hurt? If something happens to you, how will you let me explain to your mother?" Pang Bei's heart warmed. Although he was blaming himself, he was actually overflowing with concern for himself. Pang Bei grinned. "I opened a small eye in the tiger's ass. There's no way he can chase us, he can't run." Hearing Pang Bei say this, Lu Hai let out a loud laugh as if he had won the lottery. "What? You opened an eye in the tiger's ass? Ha ha ha, you kid. You're a real cow. You've made a name for yourself. Even your grandpa didn't make a hole in a tiger's ass." Pang Bei laughed. "They say you can't touch a tiger's ass, but I touched it this time and it was pretty cool." LV Hai laughed and went up to give Pang Bei a slap on the face, which gave Pang Bei the feeling of ringing in his ears. You think I am praising you. Why are you so bold? Who did you borrow it from? Give me back," said Lu Hai, even reached out and cupped Pang Bei's face. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Captain, I won't dare to do it again. Never again." Pang Bei wailed strangely in pain, and LV Hai laughed and scolded. "You kid also no pain, no fear? I thought you weren't afraid of God." Saying that, Lu Hai let go of his hand while Pang Bei rubbed his face in aggravation. "Wasn't I trying to save people? No, I'm reviewing. This is a serious episode of personal heroism on my part. I'm reflecting, I'm reviewing." Pang Bei quickly waved his hand. Lu Hai grinned. "That's more or less the same. But your kid is really a bit capable. Go back and I'll get you some bullets." "Really?" Pang Bei's eyes glowed. LV Hai laughed. "If they don't give you a gun, they can't not give you bullets, right? I know that the militia company inside the commune has a gun like yours, and there are quite a few bullets. I'll get it for you." "Thank you, Captain." Pang Bei's face was blossoming with joy, while Lu Hai bristled. "Look at your little talent. Just these 3 melons and 2 jujubes have to give you joy. No talent." Pang Bei wiped his nose, and then laughed. "I'm such a great person. There are bullets means that I can play some good food for New Year's Eve." Lu Hai grunted. "Here's a bullet for you. Go ahead and make a hole in the tiger's ass. How capable are you, kid?" Pang Bei immediately waved his hands. "I don't dare. Never dare again. I'll just skulk around the perimeter of our back mountain. I definitely won't run so far." Lu Hai laughed. "This is more or less the same. Let's go to my house tonight and let your mom cook you some braised pork and let's have a drink." Pang Bei's eyes widened. "Ah? I don't know how to drink. My mother won't let me." "Listen to your mother. When you go up to the mountains, how can you withstand the cold wind if you don't drink? Besides, you're old enough to be a father, so what? I think that young girl is nice. I'll introduce you to her." Pang Bei swept a glance at a few female youths, immediately shook his head and said, "We are mountain children. Do not dare to marry a city girl. Cannot live a life, and besides, I'm also used to the wild." LV Hai heatedly smiled. "It's okay. Slowly find. See eye to eye. Tell the grandpa. I'll be a matchmaker for you." Pang Bei laughed dryly twice. "Thanks then." Finally, in the tiger's mouth to bring back these 8 young people. Not to say it is unharmed, but at least they all saved their lives. When the people who followed them out of the village saw that the youths had returned safely, all of them couldn't help but applaud. "Good job, Xiao Bei. Look at other people's Shilon's son, how did they teach him? This is like a little mountain god descending into the world." "You're right. Didn't you see Mrs. Hu go to their house? Why does Mrs. Hu listen to Xiao Bei so much?" "I don't know." The people in the village talked, but most of them were happy for Pang Bei. Lu Xiaolon rushed out from the crowd. She nervously grabbed Pang Bei, then looked back and forth. "Where are the injuries? I heard you guys met a tiger." Lu Hai laughed. "Xiaolon, go back and kick him a few times. This little yakuza went to make a hole in the tiger's ass." Lu Xiaolon gave Pang Bei a slap as soon as she heard it, but it was a very gentle slap, just slightly heavier than a caress. "Why are you a tiger child? How dare you drum up a tiger's ass?" The big guy in the village laughed at that. Someone coaxed, "Xiao Bei, how does a tiger's ass feel? Is it softer than a woman's ass?" "Yeah, that tiger in case it's a female and then put you in charge." "Ha ha ha." LV Hai glared and immediately yelled, "What are you talking about here? Can't you see that there are still female comrades here? Letting you guys read more is like killing you." Yeah, talk civilized, it's called not entering the tiger's den." "Ha ha ha." Lu Hai rushed over and gave each of the guys who had started the ruckus a kick, and everyone ran away laughing and holding their heads. And Zhao Xiao Tian couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. when she heard the big guy's words. Compared to the city, the people in the village were too simple and innocent, and it was as if she understood why they were asked to go to the countryside. The city can't feed so many people anymore, and only these pristine people are willing to take them in at such a difficult time, right? Zhao Xiaotian pursed her lips and smiled, while a taller youth on the side was a bit unconvinced. These people? What are they full of? It's really vulgar. Zhang Ling, who was following Zhao Xiaotian, was not happy when she heard this. I say, Comrade Li Qing, what do you call this? The working people are the most beautiful and the most simple. Your heart hears all dirty words. What I hear is everyone's concern for Comrade Pang Bei and love. Li Qing was so disliked by Zhang Ling that he had no words. He could only shut up with an iron face. And Pang Bei didn't care about Li Qing at all. He didn't care what Li Qing thought. He was just completing the task that the production team had given him and mingling with them so that his mother and sister could be treated kindly. Pang North is firmly on the line of from the people to the people. Lu Hai this time put his arm around Pang Bei's shoulder and said, Don't listen to their nonsense, go. Go to my house to get you good food to go. That what? Xiaolan today Xiao Bei will live in my house. Tomorrow morning let him go back. Evening meeting. Let him in my home hot bed baked a little. Do not fall problem. Lu Xiaolan pursed her lips and smiled. Okay. I'll listen to you on all counts. Chapter 41. Concealing the truth. At the evening meeting, Lu Hai only talked about Pang Bei injuring the Northeast Tiger, but didn't mention killing the 3 robbers. Pang Bei vaguely sensed that LV Hai was purposely covering up this matter. So when the conference was held, he said nothing about it. Only Pang Bei wasn't quite sure why there would be no objection. Those know-it-alls, they didn't say a word? While Pang Bei was thinking about the problem, Lu Hai came over and patted him on the shoulder. Go! Pang Bei nodded, and after he walked out and saw that it was only himself and Lu Hai, he couldn't help but ask, Captain, you are today. Lu Hai put up his palm to interrupt Pang Bei from continuing to ask. He whispered, Are you asking why you didn't mention the 3 robbers? Pang Bei nodded. Lu Hai continued, Those people are not enough to die. There's no need to hit you out again. Gunshot and still reacting so quickly. Do you kid want to be investigated all the way to the bottom? I don't want to ask where you learned your skills. I didn't see it and I'm not in the mood to ask. I'll just ask you one thing. At this moment, Lu Hai's gaze had obviously become much more serious, and Pang Bei immediately puffed out his chest and asked, Captain, you say, you're not here for any other purpose, are you? Pang Bei shook his head. I just want to live a good life. By the way, protecting the big guys inside the village, no other purpose. Lu Hai nodded and said, That's good. On the way back from this incident, I warned a few of them that if they dared to talk nonsense about there being no more mountain guards in the village, and that they had been transferred, then they'd be on top. Think about it themselves. Can they deal with the wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards in the mountains? Hearing this, Pang Bei's heart warmed. He whispered, Thanks, Captain, I actually… Well, if you have a secret, then hold it in. Rot in your stomach. Your mother can't even know. You hear me? Pang Bei nodded as he continued, I know, Captain. LV Hai then patted Pang Bei's shoulder and said, In addition, a small north, our village also want to organize the patrol team every year to regularly patrol the mountain. To prevent the fire, I intend to let you also participate in the weekdays. There is no task, it is a fixed period of time into the mountains to see, to prevent the fire and so on. Another is sometimes to cooperate with the public security comrades to catch a bad guy or something. This you do not worry, basically not much chance. Those 3 are slaughtered. You just put the heart inside the stomach it. Pang Bei's eyes lit up, then smiled and said, Captain, if I join this mountain patrol team, can I enter the deep mountains and sneak around on a regular basis? LV Hai was stunned and immediately warned, You're hitting on the tiger again, aren't you? I knew you weren't holding back your farts. Do you think I don't know that when you were attracting the tiger, you were actually hiding that guy's 38 large caps secretly? Pang Bei froze. Lu Hai whispered, I know you like the gun, that gun, you take time to be careful, sneak to get back. Bullets I get for you. Not as a last resort, don't take it out to show off, open spring and so on, I'll give you the whole strip. Put this gun into effect, you can use it again. Pang Bei nodded his head in a hurry. You really do anticipate things like a god. Lu Hai sneered. I know what kind of you're pulling even if you kid pouts his ass. Pang Bei scratched his head and laughed nervously. Lu Hai continued. I can agree to you staying. It's not just that you're filial and capable. The key is that the area around our village is not peaceful. There should be markings on the map your grandpa gave you, right? Pang Bei looked at Lu Hai suspiciously. What you are referring to is… There is a small village of door people inside the mountains. The situation is very bad over there. And this small tribe in the past still communicated with us. Only after your grandpa couldn't move, they didn't communicate with us much. And I don't know what's going on over there. The commune has told me several times that we should go to see how they are doing. And that we can't lose any of our minority brothers. Do you understand that? Pang Bei nodded as he whispered, I'll try to go once and see. Lu Hai sighed. Right now the road over there is no longer accessible. We have to wait for the beginning of spring. When the snow melts in the beginning of spring, you try to go and see. Pang Bei nodded his head. He knew that the door were a rather capable minority, and that they had once been quite a formidable existence. Thinking about this, Pang Bei would like to go and appreciate what those minorities looked like back in the 60s. Only, if you want to go now, that's just too hard. As the two talked, they arrived in front of Lu Hai's house. Lu Hai let Pang Bei into the courtyard and shouted from the doorway, Home! Xiao Bei is here! Hearing Lu Hai's shout, Lu Hai's wife, Hua, came out with a smile on her face. You two heard it right outside the door. Come on in. I've got the meat all stewed. Pang Bei walked in after him in embarrassment. And when he saw Hua, Pang Bei smiled and said, Hello, Auntie. At this time, Lu Hai's son walked out. And when he saw Pang Bei, he smiled and said, Xiao Bei, today, the people in the village said that you're coming to live in my house. But my mother has been cooking braised meat for you to eat since early. LV Hai's son is called LV Jianjun. He is not much older than Pang Bei. After all, this is also just married. This year is also the appearance of 20. Lu Hai glanced at his son and then said, You haven't thanked Xiao Bei yet. If it wasn't for him, your son and your daughter-in-law would have meat for their milk? Lu Jianjun hurriedly shook Pang Bei's hand and said, Xiao Bei, you are really too good. I am really envious of you, this mountain keeper. Our village has to be the strongest hunter for generations. You are really good. At first, there was a door lad in our village who almost became a mountain keeper. But it's a pity. Pity. Pang Bei froze. Lu Hai pointed to the bench and said, Sit down and talk. Take off your coat. Look at you kid like a bear. Pang Bei smiled and took off his leather coat as he chuckled. Uncle Hai, what's this? Did I even steal someone's job? Lu Hai shook his head. It's not that you rob. It's that he doesn't have that life. Lu Hai said here sighed. Lu Jianjun followed his father's words. He had an accident and died. Into the mountains to hunt. The result was attacked by the wolves. Our village let this pack of wolves bite the first one to die. It was him. When he found it, Pang Bei was stunned. Not so much, the Dorians are all good at hunting first. Lu Hai sighed. He is indeed a good hand and a good lad. It's a pity that he was surrounded by wolves in order to cover the retreat of the big guys. And in the end he was outnumbered, and when we found him, he let the wolves hollow him out beyond recognition. Lu Jianjun said with a black face. This thing to say, it is to blame the commune inside to come that what Director Wang, what things? Blind command, the result of the first run amok. If not for him, cannot be so chaotic. Hearing Lu Jianjun's words, Lu Hai immediately chided. What nonsense? In the future, you are not allowed to say such words again. Not afraid of getting yourself into trouble. Chapter 42. Unforeseen Circumstances. Seeing Lu Hai's expression, Pang Bei knew that this Director Wang was not a good thing at all. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei and said, Where does he say those words? Pang Bei nodded. Uncle, I'm not stupid. Lu Hai followed with a sigh. The captain's side is very concerned about our side, so he told the president, and then arranged for Director Wang, who is in charge of public security, to come over to supervise and to take care of the wolves. But who thought that kid was a bear bag? He just ran away. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been this mess. Pang Bei could sort of hear that LV Hai also dared to be angry about this matter. Commune, Brigade, Production Team. This is a three-tiered division of management, with the commune being the most basic unit of management, while below that is the Production Brigade, and then the Production Team. Lu Hai is the captain of the Production Team. Their village is the Production Team, but under the banner of the Green Dragon Brigade. The Qinglong Brigade is also called the Second Brigade, and Lujiazhai is a small village, so it doesn't count as a brigade. Only LV Jiazhai is special. They are under the direct subordination of the farm, so although the establishment is a production team, the Second Brigade is just LV Jiazhai and a few minority clans on the mountain. So although LV Hai had a captain above him, the actual area under his jurisdiction as the captain of the production team was the area of the brigade. The entire village was under his control. Generally speaking, there are only 20 or 30 households in a production team. However, the 80-odd households in LV Jiajai were basically managed by LV Hai alone. The brigade up there is just a name, and the brigade's team site is down the hill, so it's kind of hard to get a meeting going. It couldn't be helped. This side of King Longu was so sparsely populated that it was too difficult to gather people together. But letting Lujiazhai act as a production brigade by itself is too small. So it's just going to have to make do. As for the commune, it simply can't control the farm, which is itself a state-run unit, to put it bluntly, although explicitly the farm has to come under the control of the commune. But the reality is that the farm side doesn't listen to the commune at all. All things considered, the commune really loves to be in charge. After all, the people were already small, plus the farm proposed it. They definitely want to show themselves. As a result of this performance, a basket case was made. Pang Bei nodded, then said, "It's a bad life." Xue Zuihua laughed. "All right, you guys just stop sighing here and eat." LV Hai had been the king of the children in the village since he was a child, and LV Shilon had grown up with him. To Pang Bei, Lu Hai also treats it like his own child. Lu Hai, Lu Jianjun plus Pang Bei. The three of them drink small wine and eat meat. That loose white wine, Pang Bei drank straight spicy throat. Lu Hai cannot help but laugh. "Your kid hunting line? But drinking cannot Drinking you need to practice this into the mountains. Drinking is a necessary skill, you know." Pang Bei hastily nodded his head as he smiled and said, "I'll try." Xue Zuihua laughed and said, "Don't listen to your uncle's blind talk. If you can't drink, drink less. It's not a good thing. And you too, how old are people? Xiao Bei, you're pouring alcohol on them." Lu Hai hemmed and hawed and said, "How old? In another year you'll have to marry your wife and you still don't know how to drink? This waiting for the wedding time. Let others get drunk Lu Jianjun also followed and nodded. "That's right. Xiao Bei, I'm telling you. That group of calves in our village are especially capable of drinking. You have to be careful, several wine monkeys." Lu Hai laughed loudly. "But your aunt is also right. Wine this thing, drink less line, drink too much delay." Pang Bei smashed his mouth and continued, "I'm okay. I don't feel anything." Lu Hai chucked a piece of braised meat to Pang Bei and said, "Eat, eat more. When you come here, it's home. By the way, Xiao Bei, do you still go into the mountains these days?" Pang Bei dazzled the braised pork in one bite. He smiled and said, "Well, near the New Year's Eve I intend to get more, and prepare the New Year's goods as well. I won't be going into the mountains after some days of heavy snow." "Well, then after not going into the mountains in some days, just patrol in the village. At the end of the year, there are always bad people out there. There is no shortage of thieves and robbers. The village is already short of young men. This gun is even more short. You have a gun, this is just right. And that is, those few youths, I intend to let you take a belt. After all, you went to school, and they can talk together. Our village, that group of yakuzas, can read well. Not many elementary school once finished not to read." After Lu Hai finished speaking, Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. "Then I'm still the highly talented student of our village. Yes, the only accountant in our village graduated from junior high school. And now there's a new one, you." Pang Bei wiped his nose and said with a smile, "That's fine." While eating, Goose Feather Snow suddenly drifted outside the door. Looking at the snowflakes flying down outside, Pang Bei sighed. "It seems like I have to go hunting quickly, or else I really can't go up the mountain." Lu Hai held up his wine glass and looked at the heavy snowflakes outside the door. He smiled and said, "Hey, I hope that in the coming year, there will be a good harvest." While eating and drinking, suddenly there was a sharp knock on the door. Lu Hai immediately put on his military coat and walked out. "Who is it?" "Captain, it's me, Lu Xiaowu." "Takashi? What is it?" "Captain, my daughter has a fever, and the man is twitching. She's going to die. We must hurry down the mountain to the health center." Lu Hai froze. It was snowing heavily outside. "How can we go down the mountain?" And when Pang Bei heard this, he immediately said, "Where are the people? Let's check the situation first." LV Hai said in a nonchalant manner, "What's the use of looking? You have to send it in a hurry." Pang Bei then asked, "Is there no doctor in the village?" "Sun Longzhong can't do it." Pang Bei froze. "Bone setter?" Lu Hai sighed. "Our village does not have a health center. The Happiness Brigade under the mountain has. But this downhill and have to do more than 10 miles of mountain road. This bumpy road is afraid that people will be upside down." Pang Bei hurriedly said, "Go take a look first and see what's going on. If it doesn't work, find a way to send people down the mountain. I have experience in walking at night. As long as there's medicine, there's really nothing wrong with it." Lu Hai pondered for a moment and then said, "Then go and check the situation first." Saying that, Pang Bei followed Lu Hai and grabbed his own leather coat before following Lu Xiaowu to their house. As soon as he entered the house, Pang Bei saw a little girl lying pale and convulsing in the arms of Lu Xiaowu's daughter-in-law, while an old man was shaking his head continuously. It looks like this is that Sun Longzhong. Lu Hai knew when he saw this that this was something that had to go before he could do so. Pang Bei went up and touched his forehead. It was very hot. This is a high fever convulsion. Quick, take the child's clothes off. And is there any antipyretic medicine at home? Something suddenly occurred to Lu Hai, and he immediately said, there are paracetamol tablets in the team site. Okay? Acetaminophen? This is too good. And you, Wu, boil water right away and wipe the baby's body with warm water. Hurry! As soon as he heard about taking the child's clothes off, Dr. Sun immediately stopped it. It's all burned to this state. If you take off your clothes again, you won't freeze to death, right? Sweating on the bed is the right thing to do. Pang Bei was really pissed off by this quack. He was furious and yelled at Sun Longzhong. Send you him a slip. You're afraid the child won't die, right? If you want the child to live, listen to me. Everyone looked at Lu Hai at this time. Lu Hai thought about it, then immediately said, look at me for what? Let you guys do whatever you want. I'm going to get paracetamol. Chapter 43. The All-Rounder. Because LV Hai gave the order, the big guys would naturally choose to trust LV Hai over Pang Bei. Pang Bei didn't care about that. He directed everyone in the house. Lu Xiaowu boiled water, and his daughter-in-law undressed the child, then constantly wiped the child's sweat. In no time, the water was boiling, so the child was wiped down with warm water. At this time, Lu Hai returned directly with the medicine. Quick! I brought the medicine. Soak it in water and pour it down the child's throat. Hurry! Hearing Pang Bei's command, everyone rushed to follow it. After a while of hand-wringing, the child finally stopped convulsing and regained his composure, and after about 40 minutes or so, his fever subsided. Everyone was wide-eyed. Lu Hai grabbed down hard Pang Bei's shoulder. You kid still knows medicine? What do I know about medicine is that I have encountered this kind of situation and steal such a hand from the doctor. Pang Bei is of course lying as a special forces emergency wilderness first aid that are necessary means. Although the fever is down, it still needs antibiotics. Pang Bei said as he looked at the little girl's flushed little face. Lu Hai whispered, it's hard to find this antibiotic in the middle of the night. However, it is safer for adults to go out and look for it than to take the child with them. Why don't you come with me, Xiao Bei, and we'll go find the doctor. Okay. Pang Bei nodded. LV Hai smiled and said, you guys watch the child first. I'll go with Xiao Bei to find medicine for you. As Lu Hai walked out with Pang Bei, Lu Hai couldn't help but ask, you kid know a lot. If it wasn't for the fact that you're Lanzi's child, I'd suspect you're a secret agent. How do you know how to use a gun and heal without specialized training? Pang Bei laughed. Captain, we're the right kind of people, and when I'm really needed, I'll do my best on the battlefield just the same. Lu Hai took a look at Pang Bei, then patted him on the shoulder and said, there's no need for you kid to go out and fight for your life. The battle is almost over, so you'll just stay at home honestly. Two people braved the wind and snow along the mountain road all the way down the mountain. They came to the bottom of the mountain. Pang Bei's ankles are frozen numb, this only to the health center. As soon as he entered the health center, Lu Hai patted the snow on himself, seeing that both Lu Hai and Pang Bei were carrying guns. The doctor on duty at the health center first froze, but after realizing that it was Lu Hai, he breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Lu, you're here in the dark and it's still snowing, what's going on? Lu Hai laughed. Dr. Zhang, there is a child with a fever, it seems to be called Xiao Bei, that word, how to say it? Convulsions. Oh yeah, convulsions. Dr. Zhang directly shifted his gaze to Pang Bei and said directly, isn't this Xiao Bei? Why are you here? Pang Bei was also stunned as he looked at the doctor and said in surprise, Dr. Zhang, you've been transferred to this side? Aya. I said, why can't I see you anymore? Dr. Zhang hurriedly handed Pang Bei an enameled teapot and told Pang Bei to drink it before saying anything. After drinking some hot water, Pang Bei finally warmed up, and he proceeded to tell all about the child. Dr. Zhang laughed. Your kid didn't steal a lot of lessons from me on weekdays, and this is still being used. Lu Hai was surprised. You know him? What? Xiao Bei has learned from you. Dr. Zhang laughed. Their family favors sons over daughters. His sister Xiao, she didn't get sick often, so he often brought her to see the doctor, and then after being beaten up at home, he thought to learn some treatments for common everyday illnesses from me and give his sister medical attention. This kid is a good kid. Lu Hai then put his heart down. So that's how it is. Dr. Zhang continued. Right, Captain Lu. Pang Bei is right. Antibiotics are needed. I have some big oil here. Take it, and remember to give the child it with warm water. Saying that, Dr. Zhang went to get the medicine, and Lu Hai smiled and said, You kid is really good. All-round talent. Dr. Zhang used a glass syringe to draw out some large oil and injected it into an empty bottle, then handed it to Lu Hai, who said, How much? All right, take it. What money do you need? Dr. Zhang waved his hand, and Lu Hai nodded with a smile and said, Okay, then I'll thank you for the child. With that, Lu Hai hid the medicine in his arms. The big oil that Dr. Zhang is talking about is actually one of the earliest types of penicillin. This penicillin is oily, hence the name Big Oil. It was like an elixir back then, like a fever or something. As soon as you used it, you were fine. Only then, antibiotics were constantly updated, but the efficacy of the drugs became weaker and weaker, and what could be cured in one sitting, you had to be made to take a plate of it in the name of, well, for your health. But in fact, people who came from that era have not seen short lives. Instead, the healthcare expert lived a long life, ending up 45 years old. Pang Bei accompanied Lu Hai all the way back with difficulty. But it was against the wind that a large number of snowflakes were swept by the wind and slapped at his face. The snowflakes that had seemed like goose feathers now seemed to hit the face like little knives. It made Pang Bei feel a stinging pain in his cheeks. By the time he reached the village, Pang Bei realized that his face had been frostbitten, with frozen cracks that were constantly crimping out blood. But at this time has not cared so much, he only focused on giving the little girl medication, and gradually the child's condition is significantly better. Pang Bei was relieved, and so were the rest of the adults. Thank you, Xiao Bei. If it wasn't for you, my child would have folded here again. Pang Bei laughed. All right, brother Xiao Wu. Don't say these extraneous words. If it's all right, the captain and I will go back first. Thanks. Really, thank you. Lu Hai smiled and patted Lu Xiaowu, then walked back with Pang Bei. When she returned home, Xue Zihua saw the frostbite on Pang Bei's face and immediately tensed. What's wrong with this? You child. Wait. I'll get you some lard. LV Hai laughed when he saw the frostbite on Pang Bei's face. You kid. You still have fine skin. Pang Bei said in embarrassment. I've been down the mountain all this time. I didn't know that the winds on the mountain were so fierce. Lu Hai patted Pang Bei and laughed. It's fine. You'll get used to it later. Xue Zihua coats Pang Bei with lard, and she lets Pang Bei sleep on the bed with Lu Hai. This was finally a break to sleep, and Pang Bei was also feeling his eyelids fighting. When I woke up, it was early the next morning. After he got up, he ate breakfast at Lu Hai's house before Xue Zihua, and Lu Hai let him leave to go home. Pang Bei came out of the captain's house, and the people he saw on the road would take the initiative to greet him, and he could feel everyone's recognition of him. As a result, Pang Bei was just about to leave the village and walk along the path toward the mountains when someone suddenly called out to him, Comrade Pang Bei! Wait! Pang Bei was stunned as he turned his head back and looked behind him. As a result, he found Zhao Xiaotian with two large twisted braids running over. Comrade Pang Bei, I heard that you're the only one in the village who can sell meat, right? Our companions are injured and need nourishment. Can you sell us some meat? Chapter 44. Licking the bag beyond imagination. Pang Bei was stunned. By meat? This would be fine if it were the village. But Pang Bei is really afraid of their mouths are not strict, especially if the young know how to hit a rake where he go to reason to go. Anyway, you can't do harm without defense. Pang Bei whispered. This you have to find the captain, it's not something I can decide. He just said that the members of the community can, after all, we are all distributed according to labor. I can't share the grain, the captain in order to arrange it, and everyone because they can't eat the meat, it's just so arranged. Zhao Xiaoyan's small face was slightly red. She thought for a moment and said, Then can you accompany me to talk to the captain? Our people really need to be patched up. Pang Bei pondered for a moment and then said, Come on then, I'll take you to the captain. Pang Bei is not want to sell meat, after all, there is money to be made, why not? But in order to prevent the truth, it can only go to the program. Pang Bei led Zhao Xiaotian towards the captain's house. Zhao Xiaotian asked curiously with a red face, Comrade Pang Bei, I've heard that you've even killed the Wolf King? Is that true? Pang Bei then said, It's nothing, this is my job, I'm mainly responsible for the safety of the whole village. Didn't I say it, the revolutionary position does not distinguish between high and low, as long as you can contribute to the motherland wherever you are to shine. Hearing Pang Bei say this, Zhao Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed as she smiled and said, Comrade Pang Bei, your awareness is really high. Pang Bei just gave a hmm. Although Zhao Xiaotian was not bad-looking, she was not Pang Bei's cup of tea. It always felt like it wasn't the right way to go together. She was too high-minded, and though she looked gentle, she was very discerning. Pang Bei is different. He is a very realistic person who just wants to live. So he wasn't particularly aggressive in his speech. By the time they arrived at Lu Hai's house, Lu Hai happened to be getting ready to go out and collided head-on with Pang Bei and Zhao Xiaotian. Xiao Bei? Why are you back again? Lu Hai was stunned, then saw Zhao Xiaotian. Zhao Xiaotian? Why are you here too? Zhao Xiaotian hurriedly explained. Captain Lu, someone in our youth team was injured and needed a meat stew to make up for it. LV Hai looked at Pang Bei with a puzzled expression. But thinking about it, it also suddenly made sense. He whispered, this has to be explored at the team headquarters. So Xiao Bei, you go home first, and I'll take Zhao Xiaotian to the team headquarters and vote on it. Pang Bei smiled and nodded as he immediately turned around to go home. Now that he was finally able to go home, he quickly turned back to his home. After arriving at the house, Lu Xiaolan saw her son return and stood up happily. Did you sleep well at the captain's house yesterday? Pang Bei laughed. It's quite good, mother. You're up working so early? Lu Xiaolan laughed. We have to take care of these wolfskins and make you a wolfskin mattress, and in the coming year we will also make a bed at home. Pang Bei smiled and nodded his head as he casually found a wooden pier to sit on. When the two little wolf cubs ran over to him and ran and jumped around him, Pang Bei looked around and then saw Daji lazily walking out. She found a very sunny place to sleep on the ground. By the way, mother, the captain said for me to join the patrol, to patrol with the guys when there's nothing else to do or something. Lu Xiaolan stopped the work inside her hand. She thought for a moment and said, aren't you too young to go on patrol so early? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the time you said it was time for me to get a daughter-in-law? Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. Okay. People over there said they didn't fancy you. The second aunt came over this morning and said that when she ran to matchmaking, they thought we were poor. Pang Bei was happy in his heart, but his face still pretended to be a bit angry. Poor? Are we still poor? Who in the village eats meat all the time like our family? And who has enough food to eat? Lu Xiaolan looked at Pang Bei and said, aren't you also unwilling? That's different. It's not looking down on me. Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Okay. If people can't see you, they can't see you. What's wrong with that? Pang Bei pretended to be helpless inside. Mother is right, let them talk about it. We know ourselves if we are doing well. By the way, mother, I'm going to go into the mountains for a while, and if those youths come over to buy meat, you can sell them some, and remember to ask the captain if he's okay with it. Lu Xiaolan was puzzled. Buy meat? Wouldn't it be better to just give them some? Pang Bei laughed. The captain is afraid that they don't eat the meat after the backlash. Then we will not be miserable hunting and selling meat. That sin is small, ah? Lu Xiaolan pondered for a moment, then nodded her head and said, the captain is right. This harming people is not allowed, but defending people is not allowed. Pang Bei smiled and said, you said the same thing as the captain, mother. I'll take the food with me and go skulking around inside the mountains, haha. I'll be back before the sun goes down. Well, you be careful then, and don't mess around. Hear me. Got it. Pang Bei smiled as he went inside to get the grain packets, then looked at the fox and asked, will you go out for a stroll with me? The fox raised her eyes as she got up and shook her fur, then lazily followed Pang Bei out again. Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh, saying in his heart, it really does look like it's become a spirit. Pang Bei led Daji inside the mountain with Pang Bei in front and Daji following. Pompey came out mainly with the intention of getting his gun back. Along the path has been walking and so on down the hill, the fox suddenly blocked Pang Bei did not want to go. Pang Bei, as if he knew what she meant to say, Daji, this yesterday was not easy to get a 38 large cover. Do not take it back then, my yesterday's efforts are not in vain. With a big gun, we'll be able to hunt bigger game, don't you think? The fox's eyes rolled. Then he let the way go and followed Pang Bei. Moving along yesterday's road, it was almost afternoon when Pang Bei finally reached this side of the old woodland. Pang Bei was also relieved to see that all the traces of yesterday's footprints were still there and there were no new ones. Pang Bei first followed the traces left behind yesterday. He dug in the snow for a while and soon found the 38 large cap he had hidden. Then, Pang Bei prepared to look for the 3 corpses, and when he came here, he found that the corpses were incomplete, and it was obvious that the 3 villains had been eaten by wild beasts. Still, Pang Bei found a place to bury them. However, the body things also searched. Pang Bei did not pay attention yesterday. This Liang Sanjin's body, there is a military binoculars, look at the words on it, all in Japanese. You who? Ghost binoculars? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh as he took a closer look. The binoculars were still good and working. This is a good thing. Pang Bei hung the binoculars around his neck, and then found the bullet bag on Liang Sanjin's waist. Pang Bei froze. This bullet bag, a small waist pack used by the ghosts back in the day, are all military standard equipment. Open a look. Pang Bei found that there are still more than 100 rounds of bullets. Now Pang Bei was confused. Where did he get this? How did he get so many bullets for this old gun, when it's hard to find them, as Louis Hai said? And there are ghosts' fanny packs? These fanny packs, made of cowhide, are square, 2 in all, and both are hung on the waist. After removing it, Pang Bei proceeded to attach the belt to himself. He couldn't help but sigh. This old boy is really rich. Pang Bei searched the other 2, and he surprisingly found 3 more bullet packs on the fat man, while the thin man's body surprisingly found the king's box. Pang Bei all but froze, and of course began to backpedal. Chapter 45, Recruiting Thieves. Obviously, the fat man doesn't know how to use a gun, and he's acting as a bullet bag, carrying his own bullets for these 2. Skinny, on the other hand, seems to be able to use it but isn't very good at it. So 8mm pistol rounds, he carries less and takes more rifle rounds. Bastard box, the original name is called the Southern 14. Pang Bei searched for this gun. Above the trigger guard is an enlarged version you can cotton gloves trigger. This gun is not good, especially easy to jam, but at least it can be fired on the line. Pang Bei finished licking the bag, disposed of the body as soon as he could, and then left straight away. Fortunately, this time Pang Bei was lucky. Did not meet the tiger at all, presumably injured, recuperating in the mountains, lazy. After getting his gun, Pang North smiled and sang all the way home. As a result, halfway down the road, he suddenly spotted a roe deer looking for food. Pang Bei was immediately happy. This 38 large cap in his hand is still a 38 style horse rifle, also called a 38 style carbine. This kind of gun is basically for the cavalry, and it is shorter than the 38 style rifle. Also, this gun is perfect for cold ground. The gun looked rather lousy because the user didn't take much care of it. Of course, take good care of it and it should still work. Pang Bei had his gun memorized and his bullets all carefully packed away. It's a great trip, it's a great harvest, except that, as good as the gun is, it's still not going to work for a while. Otherwise, you'll get into unnecessary trouble. Had to bring the gun back first. Along the way, Pompey headed back with his gun, only to encounter a deer on the way. Nice guy, big enough. Pang Bei couldn't help but start to get itchy when he saw the stag. He looked around to make sure no one was there. Then he took his gun off to try it out. This rifle could shoot accurately within 400 meters, especially for a top-stream sniper like Pang Bei, and that was no big deal. Pulling the bolt and loading the bullet, Pang Bei's movements were in one fluid motion. He approached silently, and because of his ability to conceal himself so well, the deer didn't even notice him. Right at the distance of only 300 meters from the stag already, Pang Bei stopped. At this distance, you basically can't hit it with a fast and slow machine because it's too far away. But the 3/8, it's perfectly adequate. After all, the range of this thing can be up to 2,000 meters. Of course, this is only the theoretical value of the design. Above 2,000 meters, basically nothing is possible. Rely on the probability of Manhwa. Only at a distance of 300 meters, Pang Bei was absolutely certain. He carefully raised his gun and aimed at the stag's head. Just at the moment of raising the gun, the stag seemed to have realized something. It was alert, and at this time, Pang Bei had held his breath as if he had suddenly disappeared. In just a second, Pang Bei was in the zone. The wind speed, the distance, the terrain, in his mind, the calculations went on and on. Quickly, Pang Bei pulled the trigger. Bang! Then the stag ran a few steps and then fell to the ground with a thud. It's okay. Very accurate. Pang Bei was very happy. Despite what the movies and TV shows say about the penetrating power of the 3/8 cap and what it takes to hit the body with just one eye, this can only be described as a matter of probability. Don't believe me, take a shot. Although compared to small caliber rifle rounds, this stuff is quite a bit less stopping power. But the kills are kind of okay enough. One shot and the stag goes straight to his grave. Pang Bei walked over. He looked at the deer on the ground and smiled slightly. Not bad with this gun. After spring, it's absolutely fine to go into the mountains. Just as Pang Bei bundled up the deer's legs and was about to walk back, there was suddenly a rustling sound from behind him. Pang Bei became alert, his hand subconsciously touching the fast and slow machine at his waist. In an instant, 2 wolves actually leapt out of the bushes. Nice guy. Still holding a grudge? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. Holding a grudge is pretty smart. It's just stupid in the sense that Grandpa, I'm not the same me that fought you guys that day. Pang Bei didn't even give the two wild wolves time to react. Two Bangs and the two coyotes went off to be companions with their wolf king. With a gun, Pang Bei is the ultimate complete body. Looking at the prey on the ground, Pang Bei couldn't help but sneer. Che? Really taking beanbags as dry food? In your next life, grow some memory and stay away from people with guns. Pompey packed up his prey and proceeded to hum a little tune as he hauled it towards the house. It would have been unexpected to get so much prey on the way home, except that it was already pitch black by the time he got back to the door of the small compound. From afar, Pang Bei saw a little light at the entrance of the courtyard, and only after approaching did he see that it was his mother waiting for him with an oil lamp. Home, indeed, is that place where there will always be a light left for you. Pang Bei's heart warmed as he brought Daji along towards Lu Xiaolan. Seeing her son return, Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but chide. What's going on? Why are you back so late? Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. Look! When Lu Xiaolan saw the prey in Pang Bei's hands, Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but be surprised. How come there are still wolves? Pang Bei laughed. It's not like the two of them came to the door on their own, so I'll just take one shot. Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so bold? Mother, this is also in our neighborhood. If you see wolves, you have to fight them. The captain is so good to us, we can't not do something. When Lu Xiaolan heard Pang Bei's answer, she felt right. She smiled and said, That's right. It's still my son. You did the right thing. Mother has made you something delicious. Come inside and rest for a while. Mother will get it for you. Lu Xiaolan smiled as she helped Pang Bei drag his prey into the yard and put it into the cellar in one smooth motion. Then prepared meals for both Pang Bei and Daji. Daji naturally sat down to eat. She was anything but. Pang Bei, on the other hand, ate while asking, By the way, mother, did the young men come to buy meat? Bought it, gave $1 from the captain, and the meat was taken by the captain. Pang Bei nodded. Lu Xiaolan laughed. The captain said, You're doing the right thing. Cannot fall into the truth. If they backhanded a report, we all have to suffer. Pang Bei smiled and said, Speaking of which, they are quite pitiful. This is so far away from home, and there is no one to take care of no one. It's okay. It says it's settled down and people are being assigned. Pang Bei wiped his mouth and then asked, Right, mother, I'm going to shoot some more in the next few days, so we'll keep enough for ourselves and see if we can exchange the rest in the village. This is certainly possible, except that our family is not short of food. So what do we exchange for? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. Change whatever is lacking at home. After all, we just came over, there is really no change, let them sign the evidence or find the captain to testify, and so on the beginning of spring, give the family Discakong and then build a house. Lu Xiaolan thought about what her son had said, and she whispered, I think, why don't we just let the captain find us? And when the time comes, the captain will just organize people to help. This is the most stable. Pang Bei nodded and smiled. I think it's fine. This way our family can also improve. What else is there to improve? Our life is still not good. Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. However, while Pang Bei was laughing, Daji suddenly raised her head and looked out the door. Pang Bei stopped as well. He looked toward the door, and his face became frozen for a moment. Lu Xiaolan was stunned, then looked toward the door. What? Pang Bei grabbed the gun on the table with one hand and continued, Inviting thieves. Chapter 46. Killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey. Lu Xiaolan was shocked to hear her son say that he had attracted a thief. Pang Bei signaled his mother not to scream as he headed straight for the door, and the moment he opened it, Daji whooshed out. In the darkness of the night, Daji's eyes glowed green and looked very creepy, and Pang Bei's figure reflected long and diagonally in the snow. Pang North saw two men crouching near the cellar, stealing deer. As a result, Pang Bei's appearance interrupted the two men stealing, and Pang Bei raised his gun and said, Stealing is not a good habit. The two men stiffened, and they looked back just in time to see the blackened muzzles of guns aimed at them. The sight of the gun freaked them both out, and at this time, one of them let out an ouch of misery. Daji then took advantage of this opening to sneak in a successful attack and took a bite out of one of the men's wrists. The man took the pain and simply let go of the deer. Bang! The muffled sound of something heavy crashing to the ground came from the yard. There's no way to run. Drop the weapons in your hands and get on the ground. Let me see your hands. It's impossible for two people to run. How can human legs outrun bullets? What's more, Pang Bei was also a famous hunter in the village, and he was known for that accurate shooting. The two people were so scared that they slumped to the ground, and this time Pang Bei walked over and directly tied the two people up 5 ways. Seeing that Pang Bei had tied the man up, Lu Xilan dared to brace herself and lift the oil lamp to come closer. Illuminated by the oil lamp, Pang Bei then saw the looks of these two men. When Lu Xilan saw the two men, she was surprised. Paki Quan and old uncle. Pang Bei was baffled. Old uncle? Isn't that your own uncle? Mother, you recognize it? Lu Xilan sighed and said, in terms of seniority, you have to call him uncle, and this your uncle. He is your great-grandmother's youngest son. Pang Bei froze. Great-grandmother? Pang Bei has never heard of it. Lu Xilan sighed. This is your grandma's brother. He wasn't born from the same mother as your grandma. We don't have much contact with them either. Pang Bei whispered. So they're staying with us? Aha. Lu Xilan nodded, and Pang Bei continued. Send the captain's side. Lu Xilan pulled Pang Bei and said, forget it. After all, it's still a relative. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Pang Bei looked at his mother and said, if it's all like this, will there be any peace in our home in the future? I'm at home. What if I'm not? Lu Xilan was stunned for a moment, then whispered, all right, you be the judge. Pang Bei escorted the two men to Lu Hai. Coming to Lu Hai's house, Lu Hai looked at the two people squatting at the door. He was so angry that his face turned red. Do you two still need some face? How can you steal from your own relatives? Do you still have any law? Hearing Lu Hai yell at them, both of them didn't dare to speak. Lu Hai was furious and went up and kicked him. Speak! If you don't talk, I'll send you to the police station. Upon hearing that they would be sent to the police station, both men panicked. They quickly said, Captain, don't we just want to eat some meat? Nothing else. If all of you thought like this, would people still be living their lives? What kind of behavior is this? It's a crime. I'm telling you, tomorrow we'll hold a general meeting to criticize you. It's a sure thing. This time I can let you not have to squat on the fence. But if there's a next time, you two get ready to be punished. Don't dare, don't dare. Never again. Hearing that Lu Hai would not send them to the police station, both men lost their temper. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei and said, what do you think about handling it like this? Then you are party to it. Pang Bei looked at the two of them and said, regardless of what relationship you have with my mom, if you come back to my house to steal again, the gun in my hand won't always be so obedient. LV Hai added on the side, in the future, you will shoot. Killed or fine. This TM also learned to steal things. Our production team how long no one dared, which gave them both face. I have to talk about this problem tomorrow. You just remind me this later. Who dares to steal, killed regardless. Hearing Lu Hai say that he would kill regardless, the two men turned pale with fear. LV Hai sneered. Now you know you're afraid? What were you thinking? Pang Bei is our village's mountain guardian, and the fact that he can eat meat is the result of his own efforts. If you steal it, you're actually digging into the public wall and destroying the safe environment of the production team. I'm telling you too, if you dare to steal from the mountain again, if he spares you, I won't even spare you. With Lu Hai's words, Pang Bei was relieved. After all, he wanted this incident to be a wake-up call to others. Don't think that you're so nice that you dare to go up to the mountain and steal meat to eat. You want to die? If it were normal, this matter would have been muddled through. There won't be such a severe punishment. Lu Hai had his own considerations for doing so. Pang Bei was too strong after all, and he was simply too big for his britches here. But for the production team, Pang Bei's power was indispensable. Without Pang Bei, it would be really hard for them to choose the next mountain guardian. Don't look at Pang Bei living here as if he is so free and happy, but in fact if he is wanted by the people of the farm, not only is he the same as he is now, but he even has a salary. Lujiazhai is not the only village in the mountains. The farm is also close to the mountains. And the farm is more than ever in need of defense against wild beasts, and there are some good hunters over there. But one as powerful as Pang Bei, they didn't have one on their side either. If Pang Bei had gone over, he would have definitely been reused as a talent. So, if he wanted to keep Pang Bei, he would have to show an attitude to do so. These two thieves dared to steal Pang Bei's home. Isn't this an eye-opener? What's the point? Therefore, Lu Hai had to make an example of him right now. Otherwise, these people will get worse. As for Pang Bei, he didn't really care where he lived, as long as he had a place to live well. As for where, he didn't even care. Of course, the current life was still relatively comfortable, so Pang Bei had no intention of leaving. Handing the man over to Lu Hai, Pang Bei himself went back up the mountain to his home. It wasn't until noon the next day that the village actually held a general meeting. Lu Hai seriously explained the importance of Pang Bei to everyone. Without Pang Bei, their entire Lu family village would actually be surrounded by beasts. Every year there are beasts injuring people and even dying from time to time. So Lu Hai explained the importance of Pang Bei to everyone and set up a rule that whoever dares to touch Pang Bei, he will make it impossible for them to stay in the village. With such a stern warning, how could anyone in the village dare to offend Pang Bei? Those who also had crooked ideas were immediately cut off. You can't just cut your future life short because of a craving. So everyone is very obedient. Only Pang Bei didn't come. He was at this moment still hunting inside the mountain. But this time, Pang Bei hunted and came across something very different. He stood amazed and dismayed, looking at a body buried in the snow. How can this be a child? Chapter 47. Sense of Justice. Pang Bei looked at the corpse in surprise, and the man was dumbfounded. Examining the body, Pang Bei realized that the body was showing signs of being beaten. Pang Bei couldn't help but frown. Who would be so cruel as to do this to a child? Pang Bei looked around. Traces could be found on the road, and by the looks of it, it wasn't leading to the village, but down the mountain. Pang Bei was shocked, then subconsciously grabbed the gun. He came back again, ready to go to Louis Hai. It's impossible to hunt. What's the point? Let's inform Louis Hai about it first. Pang Bei quickly turned back and found Lu Hai, who froze. The child's body. This side. You don't know, it's a girl, right? Pang Bei nodded. Lu Hai continued. That was not able to afford to keep it, and it was left on the mountain on purpose. It was frozen to death. Pang Bei whispered, Captain, it's not freezing to death, it's being abused to death. LV Hai was stunned as he looked at Pang Bei in surprise. What did you say? I checked. The scene was pretty grim, and besides, the other guy was a pervert. Hearing this, Lu Hai couldn't even listen anymore. He continued, I think it was in the mountains and I met the Lightbringer. Captain, even if you can't afford it, is it right to leave it on the mountain to freeze to death? Moreover, this is clearly a murder case. If you don't care, I'll go report it to the police station. Lu Hai sighed and continued, You're a kid with a strange sense of justice. Pang Bei clenched his fists and looked at Lu Hai and asked, What if this child is from our production team? What if he is related to you? That's how evil grows when it's condoned. Isn't it? You don't care, I don't care, we all don't care. What's the use of having the king's law? What's the point of having it? What's the point of protecting ourselves with a gun? Captain, we've been liberated. We're a nation. Those who died were your countrymen. Hearing Pang Bei's questioning, Lu Hai frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and then said, All right, you're right. Carry the body back first. Don't let the beasts eat it. I'll have someone call the police. Contact someone from the farm. Pang Bei nodded vigorously and then headed out. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei and said, Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I haven't brought anyone with me yet. Wait for me. Lu Hai had the vice captain and a couple of militia members follow, allowing Pang Bei to lead the way to the body, and he himself called to report to his superiors. The news was reported and there was indeed an immediate response from the farm side. It was about almost dark when the men sent from the farm arrived along with the police. Several cars came inside the production team. They asked Pang Bei for details, and Pang Bei told the police in as much detail as he could about what he had seen, and the clues at the scene. Zhao Changhe from the police station was confused when he heard that. Kid, what do? You're professional enough for this. Lu Hai laughed from the side. This is the mountain guardian of our production team, Pang Bei. Zhao Changhe froze as he sized up Pang Bei, then asked in surprise, That's just a half-grown boy. He's your production team's mountain guardian? Lu Hai laughed. Although Xiao Bei is small, but people are family hunters, his grandpa, is our last generation of mountain keepers. It is not the old man's legs are not good anymore, so he replaced him. Able to learn well. Zhao Changhe laughed. So it's like this. This little comrade is really a talent. Lao Lua, your production team is blessed. Just at this time, a female police officer came over. She saluted and said, Director, it's been examined. It's the same as what Comrade Pang Bei said. The nature is extremely bad. Before this child was born, he suffered inhuman abuse. Zhao Changhe's face changed slightly, then said with a gloomy face, Since there are traces proving that it was down the mountain, there are only two possibilities. Either it was done by the people from the production team under the mountain, or it was done by the humongous bandits hiding in the mountain. Xiao Lu, which one do you think it is? The policewoman pondered for a moment, then said seriously, It's not good to say. After all, the clues are not complete. And if it's someone hiding in the mountains, it's really hard to find. Pang Bei spoke up at this time. If the girl is brought into the mountain from the village below the mountain, there are so many people over there that it's basically unlikely that she can be completely hidden. And won't the child cry and scream for help and not be discovered? Of course, one possibility can't be ruled out, which is that the child was abandoned and thrown into the mountains, and then encountered by outlaws, but the ones who would still be operating in the mountains at this time of the year would either be mountain watchers like me. Either that or… When Pang Bei said this, Zhao Changhe clenched his fists and said, "Humans? Chui Sanjin." The policewoman couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. We've arrested Chui Sanjin many times, but he has a gun in his hand, and the mountains are too big for a good capture. Pang Bei then shook his head. Not quite. If Chui Sanjin was here, why would he send it to the mountain? Isn't that redundant? Moreover, the hillside is uninhabited. I often patrol here. It's unlikely that I wouldn't be able to spot it. We may have forgotten one possibility, that is, in this mountain, I am afraid that there are human traffickers. This child is paid by someone. Hearing this, the group fell silent. Pang North said it was possible, quite a bit. Zhao Changhe said in a low voice. Then it is necessary to carefully investigate. Xiao Lu, you first take a few comrades to go to the bottom of the mountain to investigate. Ask the production team leader if there are any lost children. The other thing is to inquire if there are any lost children in the neighborhood. Little brother Pang Bei, it looks like you are very familiar with the environment here. Why don't you take us into the mountains tomorrow and search for them? By the way, do you have a gun? Pang Bei glanced at Lu Hai, who then laughed and said, Zhao Shou, this child, who was kicked out by his father, followed his mom back. His mom is our people here. This is not. Just arrived. The village's gun was broken early, and has been applying for no application to come. So, Zhao Changhe grinned. If you have something to say, old Lu, just say it. If you want a gun from me here, it's impossible. If I give you a license, it's possible. The boy's hanging around the mountains by himself, and I can't believe you guys aren't going to go get your own guns. In fact, he had long been used to this kind of thing, and many of the militiamen in the various production units had unregistered guns in their hands. It's all too common to catch, and besides, they do need it. The number of police is too small. They counted together just a dozen police, enough to do what? Lu Hai laughed. As long as you give your approval, isn't it possible that the boy will have less trouble as well? Zhao Changhe beckoned to Pang Bei and said, your captain is here as well, and Xiao Lu, you register this kid and issue him a permit. But kid, it's okay to use the gun, but the gun is only limited to you patrolling the mountain, which means you can carry a gun on the mountain, but not when you're out this way. Hear me? Pang Bei nodded and said, clearly, I will strictly abide by the regulations. Zhao Changhe smiled and patted Pang Bei's shoulder. Good boy, such a good child, but also to drive out. What is your father's name? What's your father's name? Your sisters-in-laws. Chapter 48. So they are relatives. Pang Yu Gui's second kid? Zhao Changhe's eyes widened. His sister-in-law is a piece of work, he knows that, but when he goes back to his mother's house, he also says that his sister-in-law is good to him. Their family is nothing. Especially the boss, that's a wimp outside and a supporter at home. Zhao Changhe then frowned and said, what happened? Did your father beat you guys out? Pang Bei whispered. Yes, my mother was beaten and bloodied, so I couldn't help it. So I argued with them, and he told us to get lost. So I crossed my heart and went up the mountain with my mother. It had no choice but to hunt, but luckily, it seemed like I was born to be hunting material. So I didn't fail to live up to the captain's expectations of me. Zhao Changhe then said, Pang Yugui, this calf is ruthless enough to let such a big son go to the mountains? His family raised that waste to stay around. What the hell? Pang Bei didn't say anything. Zhao Changhe laughed. Speaking of which, we are also related. Your second aunt has often told me that you know what you are doing. Today I saw, but also found that you have a sense of justice. It's okay, you can rest assured to get. But the child you have to give me to remember. The gun is not allowed to bring out of the mountain. Hear me? Pang Bei nodded. Zhao Changhe turned back to the policewoman and said, Xiao Lu, go back and you'll register him. There's no problem with this kid. The policewoman nodded. She also had a good impression of Pang Bei, with a sense of justice and skills. Just from his earlier description of the girl's clues, Pang Bei was indeed capable of a lot. Letting him use a gun is really not a bad thing, and maybe it will be a help to them. After all, in those days when handling cases basically relying on the assistance of the militia, Into the Mountains will rely on these road-recognizing mountain hunters. Zhao, I think that Comrade Pang Bei's ability is quite good. It is necessary to develop into our patrolman so that we search the mountain to catch Chui Sanjin and so on. There is also a huge help. What's more, isn't the city asking us to? Zhao Chenghe thought for a moment and then asked, Xiao Bei, what do you think? Pang Bei immediately got up and said, that's no problem, but Lu Hai smiled and said, you don't need to catch it, Chui Sanjin. Let this child be killed. Zhao Chenghe and Xiao Lu were both baffled. What? Zhao Chenghe got up and grabbed Pang Bei's arm. What did you do? Beat Chui Sanjin to death. Pang Bei also knew that it wasn't a good idea to keep it hidden like this, and besides, in the beginning, Lu Hai was worried that he had too many secrets and would get into trouble. If one of these youths is quick to speak out, won't he be in more trouble? Might as well come clean with the police in a big way so there will be minimal hassle. Pang Bei whispered, killed, and I almost gave an account, by the way. I found a 38 large cap on them and left it at my house. Zhao Chenghe looked at Pang Bei, then looked at Lu Hai and said, isn't this just the gun? Xiao Lu frowned slightly. Director, is this? Zhao Chenghe raised his hand and said, the top wants Chui Sanjin. Who knows what he's taking? Xiao Lu thought for a moment and then asked, then where's the body? Pang Bei hurriedly said, near the old woodland. There are tigers over there. It's very dangerous. Even if there are many of us, we can't rule out the risk of being attacked. Zhao Chenghe thought for a moment. The enemy is bright and I'm dark, you're right. Then you disposed of the body. I buried them, but in the snow, and when I went back again, the bodies had been gnawed on by wild beasts, either by the Zashan eagle or that tiger. 3 in all. Zhao Chenghe frowned and then asked, 3 people? Are you sure? Pang Bei froze and nodded. This captain can testify. Lu Hai hurriedly explained. It's just 3 people. Not only can I testify, those few knowledgeable youths in distress can also. Xiao Bei and I went to look for them. They got lost. Zhao Chenghe waved his hand. No, I'm not suspecting you guys. It's this group of people. 7 in total. Pang Bei and Lu Hai were both dumbfounded. Lu Hai was even more shocked that his back was covered in cold sweat. 7? They killed 3 of them. The other 4 mustn't come for revenge. Zhao Chenghe then whispered. It's possible that they did it, and this might be a warning to you. No, these remaining 4, we have to catch them no matter what. Xiao Bei, do you dare to go up the mountain with us to catch the rest of them? Pang Bei responded without thinking. Of course. My mother and my sister are in the mountains. I often go out to hunt. If they retaliate, I am not at home. That is simply not dare to think. Zhao Chenghe nodded, then said, then we'll stay for today, and at first light tomorrow, we'll set off together to the back of the mountain. You'll lead the way, and remember to bring enough bullets. Pang Bei nodded, then said, all right, then, Zhao Shou, I'll go back first. My mother and my sister are at home. I don't feel at ease. Oh, you child filial. Go back. Pang Bei immediately turned around and left. After Pang Bei left, Zhao Chenghe sighed. What a good kid. This group of the old Pang family. Lu Hai also sighed along with him. This child's life is hard. When he first came here, there was no food or drink, and he almost froze to death on the mountain. By the way, I'm not going to call up the militia again tomorrow, am I? Zhao Chenghe shook his head. No, if there are too many people, it's easy to be exposed instead. And how many guns does your village have in total? Tell me the truth. Lu Hai thought for a moment and then said, 3. Xiao Bei has a 38 large cap and a fast and slow machine in his hand, and I just have a single barrel in my hand. Zhao Chenghe continued. Shotguns don't work very well, so tell me, will this kid be okay with a gun? Lu Hai couldn't help but laugh. This kid is a genius. Slaughtered Chui Sanjin. Ah, of course, scared on the spot, but soon slowed down. But better than me, I was also scared. This kid did not wet his pants. The policewoman didn't hold back her giggles. Zhao Chenghe looked at the policewoman. What are you laughing at? This close to kill people, not afraid to have a problem. If he can use a gun, that's good. Turn around, I'll give this kid approved a patrolman status so you can also get 100 or so yuan a year subsidies. How much can help some of it? Upon hearing this, Lu Hai immediately got up and said, then I have to thank you for the child. This family doesn't have any source of livelihood at all, and it's completely dependent on Pang Bei to fetch something back from outside. Zhao Chenghe laughed. Okay, don't say anything. After all, I'm also a bit of a relative. Can help a little is a little. The female police officer said at this time. By the way, Captain Lu, who taught this Pang Bei to shoot? He was able to kill Chui Sanjin? That's not normal. As far as I know, Chui Sanjin was a former militia member, and in their production team, he was also a good shot with a gun. Zhao Changhe also looked at Lu Hai, who couldn't help but laugh. Hehe. I'm not bragging, haha. This kid was taught by me. But this kid, it's like he was born to use a gun. I taught him how to shoot, practiced twice with my single barrel, and that's it. This kid, if it wasn't for the fact that his mother can't live without him, and our production team can't live without him, I'd really like to send him to the army. This kid is definitely a sharpshooter, a good seedling. Speaking here, Lu Hai suddenly paused for a moment. He then thought of something and then immediately said, right, Director Zhao, I don't know if this is a clue. Xiao Bei's family has attracted a burglar, and yesterday they attracted a burglar, and today they found the body. Isn't that a bit of a claim? When I asked them why they stole the meat, they said they had a craving. Did they really steal the meat? Why didn't they just ask for it? These two aren't exactly shameless people. It couldn't be. Scouting, could it? After Lu Hai finished speaking, Zhao Changhe stood up with a miso. Why didn't you say so earlier? Such an important clue. Where are those two thieves? Quickly go get them for me. Lu Hai hurriedly sent people to look for them, and as a result, it didn't take long for the people to return. Captain, Pocky and his father, they're gone. Chapter 49, Time to Hunt. Heading up the hill, Pang Bei felt a murderous aura as he walked. Pang Bei's gaze condensed as he looked in the direction of the woods. The eyes seemed to be two steel knives, as if they were ready to harvest each other's lives. Pang Bei's gaze shot out, and the person hiding inside the bushes was so frightened that he hurriedly got down. Big brother, have we been discovered? Impossible, we're so far away. How would he notice? It's just unintentionally looking this way. When Pang Bei saw this side, he then couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. In a moment, you'll know what happens when you mess with your 8th master. Fan Wu Gui, Pang Bei whispered and immediately went home. When Lu Xiaolan saw that her son was back, she hurried over and said, Son is back. What did you do today? Why so late? Without waiting for Lu Xiaolan to finish speaking, Pang Bei raised his finger. Then he grabbed his 38 large cap, looked at his mother and said, Take Xiaoxi into the basement, quick! Lu Xiaolan was stunned. The moment was filled with strangers in my son. Clearly, something is wrong. Lu Xiaolan pondered for a moment and didn't ask too many questions, directly turning to hug Pang Shi and quickly drilling into the basement. Pang Bei looked at Daji. You go too, and remember to take care of my mother and the girls. The fox glanced at Pang Bei as she whimpered, then took the coyote cubs with her and dug in. Pang Bei closed the door, and he proceeded to hide the entrance to the basement. Making sure it was all arranged, Pang Bei directly picked up his 38 large cap on his back. His gaze directed towards the direction where he found his target. Since you guys are willing to send yourselves to death, then don't blame 8th Master for being unsympathetic. After saying that, Pang Bei's figure disappeared into the night. Those people saw Pang Bei come home. They immediately surrounded them. One by one, they cautiously approached, trying to probe the room. However, the courtyard was pitch black. Only the window had a faint bright light. Damn, another poor guy? But I can't not avenge 3rd child's death. The man lying on his back inside the snow looked at the yard through the gap in the fence. A hint of ferocious hideousness appeared in his eyes. 2nd Master. Slaughter him? Do it! As the man's hand lowered one, the henchman jumped into the yard with a flip, but just before entering it. Bang! Then there was the sound of a shell casing tossed crisply out and falling to the ground. What's going on? The man was startled. How does he see people in this dark? Moreover, this kid's ambush was very bizarre, and they couldn't even feel anything unusual. It's like hiding in the dark. Accounted for a brother. The man gritted his teeth as he looked from side to side. This was clearly not going to work. 2nd Master, why don't we light up this Thai cabin? Prepare the fire. The man didn't hesitate to give the order when he heard his men's suggestion. But just as the men took out their fire folders and prepared to start the fire, the gun, once again, went off. Bang! This time, the man who was going to light the fire went down again, with a shot to the head. The man panicked. Where did this happen? Wasn't it in the yard? What's going on? The man's brow wrinkled and he immediately gave another order. Quick! Light the fire! Someone rushed to pick up the fire break, and the moment he did, bang! Still so. You can hear the shell casings hit the ground, and then you can't see the people. What the hell's going on? Now that's a real panic. What the hell kind of demon is this? Even if you're a soldier, you're not so goddamn good, are you? What the hell is this? Is it the kind of sniper that is spoken of abroad? Men also heard the old man told that time to go abroad to fight. The world hegemony has a kind of soldier is very powerful. That is, snipers, these people are all sharpshooters and good at hiding themselves, and God does not know how to shoot. Only, this time the man panicked because he heard where the gun had been fired from. Not inside the yard. It's behind them. For a moment, the man's sweat stood on end. When did this man run behind them? Did he follow them all the way? That's impossible. They followed us all the way, and they didn't realize it themselves? This is incredible. However, there was no time for him to think about the situation at hand, and he had to respond immediately. Get into the yard. Hurry. He's right behind us. At this moment, he understood all the first shot because their people went to the window by the faint light in the window reflected between the narrow gap in the fence. Let the other side find an opportunity, directly a shot to put down. In the back, they picked up the fire folders and exposed their position, and the other side should have guessed the position of the other side's head by the height of the fire folders raised. This is just horrible. Is this humanly possible? He really can't believe it. However, at this point, after these people rolled over into the courtyard, as expected, the sniper hidden in the darkness did not pull the trigger again. Sure enough, that kid is out there. He actually hid out there under our noses. Kind of interesting. The second master leaned against the fence and smiled coldly. What he didn't notice, however, was that his own haze wafted out, appearing as just a tiny, imperceptible disturbance in front of the faint light. However, this little slip-up was discovered by Pang Bei. Bang! The sound of gunfire, as if the scythe of the god of death reaping life was raised high and chopped down hard on the second master's. The bullet pierced the fence, and also pierced the second master's head. The second master's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that a kid had such exquisite skills. To his dying day, he couldn't figure out if the kid was a human being or a devil. And just a short distance away in the forest, Pang Bei held up his binoculars and looked at the black shadow that fell in the distance. His mouth broken. 3. The few remaining men were scared out of their wits, and they were the ones hired for $10. You'd give up your life for $10? Are you kidding me? What's more, they don't have guns in their hands. The rest of them were so scared that they got up and ran, and they thought that they would see who had a good life and just split up. However, just as they ran, gunshots rang out continuously. Bang! The man who had just run out of the fence planted himself on the ground, and another ran out, but Pang Bei looked at it and didn't pull the trigger because the man was running in the direction of an open field. The gun was quickly aimed at the fence, and just then the last man, indeed, showed his head. He thought of watching to see if his companion who had run out was dead. But just show your head and bang. Once again, he didn't know exactly where the other guy was until he died. It was at this time that the man who had run up into the clearing was quickly thrown over and aimed at by Pang Bei's gun. It was almost like a matter of milliseconds. Bang! Last one. With the death of the last person, Pang Bei then revealed himself from the tree. He coldly looked at the corpses all over the ground, and then walked into the courtyard with his 38 large cap. Eventually, his feet stopped beside the man called Second Master. Pang Bei's eyes quickly noticed a handful of kingpin boxes falling out of his arms, plus a melon grenade. Pang Bei was stunned. How did he get his hands on this thing? Pang Bei didn't touch the guns. He knew he couldn't take too many of them. It would attract attention. So leave the gun behind and just put this melon grenade away. Taking away the grenade, Pang Bei realized again that he had something else in his arms. Toward the inside, as if it were a small notepad like is a paper thing. After pulling out Pang Bei then the faint light of the sky to see. This is a big pile of unity. Roughly, that's about $100. The corners of Pang Bei's mouth rose. Good boy. You know to honor your grandfather. With that, he put the money away. And just at that moment, footsteps came from outside. Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei. Are you all right? Chapter 50. What if you're the reincarnation of the god of killers? When Pang Bei fired the first shot, Zhao Changhe noticed the abnormality. He rushed to find Lu Hai, then came straight up the mountain. As a result, on the way, they were nervous when they heard continuous gunfire. After all, it was certain that the shots were in the direction of Pang Bei's house. But when they walked up the mountain, the scene before them completely shocked them. On the ground, bodies everywhere, no signs of a fight, no signs of shooting at each other. Judging from where the bodies fell, there was no cover at all. It was a one-sided massacre. And Officer Lu examined the body and had a very shocked look on his face. Chief, it's a headshot. Zhao Changhe returned with a nervous expression. Not a shot to the head, but a gun to the head, because the other body in front of him also had its brain shell pierced through, and blood spattered on the snow, reddening the vast expanse of white snow. Zhao Changhe looked back at Lu Hai. This kid, did he learn to shoot from you? Lu Hai nodded and said, yeah, but what's going on here? How did he manage to shoot himself in the head? Then, further inside, the condition of the bodies confirmed what Zhao Changhe had said. Officer Lu was so shocked that she was already a bit numb. She whispered, I remember my teacher said that some kids are gifted. When he joined the army as a child, there were peer kids who were gifted in this way, and having touched a gun once, it was as if God had rewarded them with food. There really are kids like that, huh? Zhao Changhe whispered. But this gunplay is too terrifying. This is black sky. And, from the angle of the shot, the kid, he's been hiding in that tree over there, he's been lurking. And that side wasn't the mountains, it was their home. He lurked on the road, watched the enemy enter their home, and then, Zhao Changhe's backbone was chilling at this moment. Officer Lu took a closer look, and she too found what Zhao Changhe was surprised about. There's no proper angle of fire here at all. How did he do it? Zhao Changhe whispered. Fight the man as a beast, driving, luring, using the faint light in that room. Attracted everyone's attention, made everyone think that he was in the room. And not in that tree. Lu Hai said in a low voice, Hey, this child is really weird. I also suspected it. But Shilon's child has always been right under the mountain. And he's grown very transparently. Zhao Changhe nodded his head and said, I can even prove this for him. After all, my sister can see him every day. He doesn't have access to outsiders and is still undetected by his family. What's more, if this ability needs to be cultivated, there's no chance without 3 to 5 years. Plus, there's also a lot of bullets and a long period of training to do so. The boy, it's a gift. After saying that, Zhao Changhe hurriedly shouted to the courtyard, Xiao Bei! Xiao Bei! Are you all right? Just at that moment, the courtyard door creaked. Then a single figure stepped out in the courtyard gate. It was a teenager, dressed in a leather coat with an extra layer of bearskin. Except that, outside of this bearskin, there were quite a few branches hanging off of it, making it hard to tell when he was lying on his back in the forest. It was obvious that the person was standing right in front of him, but Zhao Changhe unexpectedly couldn't feel any aura emanating from Pang Bei. Xiao Bei, how are you doing? Did you discharge the gun just now? Lu Hai nervously rushed up as he hurriedly asked with concern. Pang Bei nodded and said, It's me. Pang Bei chose not to hide this matter. After all, hiding it would only lead to more trouble. All he has to do is bite the bullet and say that he killed it himself. Ask how, and he'll say just that in detail. As long as it's interpreted along the lines of hunting, that's fine. Even if they suspected it, they would just suspect that a hunting master had taught him his skills. Pang Bei intended to do so, and said without hiding, Captain, they want to attack my mother and my sister. This group, just now, they also want to light a fire and burn my home. Can I let him go? Zhao Changhe couldn't help but laugh, and he then asked, Then you beat them as if they are? Pang Bei looked at Zhao Changhe very seriously and said, My mother and my sister are at home. What should I do if I don't kill them? Director, you say, this group should be killed or not? Zhao Changhe nodded and said, It should be killed. But your kid is really wild, taking such a group of people and giving them a beating as if they were hunting. Pang Bei took a deep breath, then said, Director, anyway, I killed the person to kill or die, you guys see to it. Pang Bei said that on purpose. He knew that Zhao Changhe would definitely not arrest him, but his attitude had to be correct. Zhao Changhe couldn't help but laugh. What am I arresting you for? You are a mountain guard. This group of people should have died a long time ago, and the order from above is also regardless of death, whoever kills is the same. But didn't they bring a gun? I brought it, but it's just a king's box. Here, take a look. Zhao Changhe took the holster. After he opened it, he realized that it was really a Southern 14, and then he couldn't help but laugh. A king's 8 box versus a 38 large cap, and then died without firing a single shot? Pang Bei laughed. It's dark, and they chose a bad place to use as a target for me. Lu Hai touched Pang Bei's hair and said, You kid, I don't even know what to say about you. Although you've gotten credit, you've killed 10 people so far. You're the reincarnation of the god of killers, aren't you? You still want to get married. Not waiting for Pang Bei to reply, Zhao Changhe opened his mouth and said, Lao Lua, I don't want to hear this from you. The mountain guards are not simple hunters from the beginning. When arranging this position, why were they allowed to hunt casually? It's because they are in the mountains, they are definitely the first to encounter criminals, and the comrades who put up a fight on the front line. They are so dangerous. What if they don't shoot? Besides, they have no way back. Their families are in the mountains. Are they going to be Jedi if they don't protect themselves? Being told this by Zhao Changhe, Lu Hai sighed. But he's still too young, director, he's only 17 this year. Zhao Changhe couldn't help but laugh. When my father was 17 years old, he killed bandits, killed devils, fought white bandits, and finally went on to fight the foreign devils. How many people did he kill? You can't say that Xiao Bei is doing justice. This group of people killed well. Of course, in order to protect Xiao Bei, this matter, as I see it, should first be honored internally only, and should not be made public. This is good, after all, this child is still unmarried. If this spreads out, which family's girl would dare to marry? Hearing Lu Hai's worries, Zhao Changhe also looked at Peng Bei with great sympathy. Although they could suppress it, this was something that the village would definitely not be able to hide. Peng Bei, it's hard to get a wife in these mountains. Had to introduce him to girls from other places. Peng Bei doesn't care, he didn't have a daughter-in-law in his last life. What's more in this life? Women, it only affects how fast he can draw his gun. As a result, at this time, Zhao Changhe seemed to think of something as he looked at Xiao Lu and asked, "Hey, Lu, let me ask you one thing. Are you without a date?" "Huh? Yeah. I don't have a date." Xiao Lu was a bit unsure. Then, Zhao Changhe hemmed and hawed. "Xiao Bei, you want to object, not female big three holding gold bricks. Wei Lu is a good girl, but unfortunately forensic medicine. No one dares to want you two how to match Chapter 51. They introduced me to someone. Peng Bei was fine, but Officer Lu on the side was embarrassed instead. Officer Lu's name is Lu Jiaqi, properly a college student, in order to train for the lower levels. In those days, there were very few police officers who could do forensics, but Lu Jiaqi had to go to the police station because of various problems. Obviously, the city doesn't even have a few forensic doctors, but their police station, surprisingly, is equipped with one. It's true that Lu Jiaqi doesn't have a date. For one thing, I think she's bad luck, and for another, it's just her nature. Lu Jiaqi has no problem with her looks. She is thin and tall, and she is especially white. If you change to the era that Peng Bei lives in, this pursuit of her people have to line up. People are completely not rely on makeup to change the head of the evil arts, and all kinds of P-picture software to create a beautiful woman. She's a natural beauty, the all-natural kind. It's the nature that really keeps a lot of people away. White cheeks with the elegant temperament of the scholarly family, although it cannot talk about the empty valley orchid that pure and elegant, but at least it is also a lotus flower in the water, clear and cold. Lu Jiaqi whispered, "If you don't mind, I don't mind." She appeared to be generous and gave Peng Bei the whole won't. If this ancestor really married home, it wouldn't be a daily pleasure? Day-to-day living is going to be like a spy movie. No. LV Hai was puzzled. This isn't quite right, is it? People Lu police officer, that is read a book, right? Lu Jiaqi explained to herself. Not really. I didn't finish my studies. I was put from school to the grassroots level to practice. Right now I want to stay and work. It's best to find a date. But no one wants to talk to me. Think I'm too direct. Hurt their self-esteem. Huh. Lu Hai was puzzled. Zhao Changhe coughed and said, "We'll talk about this later." That said, "Xiao Bei, why did these people attack you? Do you know?" Peng Bei looked at the corpse on the ground, then shook his head. "It's not clear." Zhao Changhe and Lu Jiaqi looked at each other. Lu Jiaqi then analyzed. "Zhao Thua, I think it is Cui Sanjin's accomplices. This can be confirmed is Li Er. But those other people, not quite sure, need to be lined up, always feel that Peng Bei, he seems to have stabbed the other side in some unbearable pain. Something has been discovered." Zhao Changhe said in a low voice. "The key is, who actually released the news about Cui Sanjin's death? How did it become known?" Lu Hai frowned. "This matter, not many people know about it, me, Xiao Bei, and there are those little know-it-alls." Hearing this, Zhao Changhe then sank his face. He raised his head and looked at Peng Bei and said, "Xiao Bei, you keep this matter a secret for the time being. Tomorrow's operation is suspended. You should do whatever you need to do to go. If there's something, I'll let Captain Lu come to you. In the recent period of time, it's better to be more careful. As for this bastard box, I'll take it back first. I see that your gun is also enough to use. Bullets, well. Xiao Lu, we confiscated and local surrendered ammunition inside. There are 3/8 big cap, right? Yes, but not much. Then take it all out. I'll approve the note, and you just do it." "Okay, Zhao Shou." Lu Jiaqi nodded, and then they started packing up the bodies. while Pang Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Wangbang box was surrendered, and Zhao Changhe remembered that he had a 38 large cap and a fast and slow machine. He then had an extra gun that was concealed, another handful of kingpin boxes, and, of course, a melon grenade. These were all things that Pang Bei could use as his bottom card, and if he did encounter them in the mountains, he could completely use the king's box to settle the other party, which would allow him to get himself off the hook. After all, there weren't many means of detection at that time, and Pang Bei was a sniper, so it was too easy for him to do what he wanted to do to erase his traces. If, however, the other party really threatened him, he wouldn't mind using this concealed gun to settle the other party. Pang Bei goes home, and after he releases both his mother and Xiaoxi, his mother hits Pang Bei worriedly. Seeing that her son was not injured, she then slapped Pang Bei several times in anger. "You're crazy? What are you doing? You're the only one who can, aren't you? Do you want to kill me?" Pang Bei explained with a bitter smile. "Mother, I didn't. I'm just worried about your and Xiaoxi's safety. Look, I'm not fine. Director Zhao and Captain Lu came just now, it's fine. Besides, if I become a mountain guardian, can I always guarantee that I won't encounter such things in the future?" The mother was also silent when she heard what her son said. Yeah, anything that can show up inside the mountains and still have Pang Bei encounter it is either a cop or a bad guy. There's always one kind you can come across anyway. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaolan's tears couldn't help but fall. Although the days are better, isn't this just taking your son's head and hanging it on your pants belt for life? How could she not be heartbroken? Pang Bei was trying to change the topic so that his mother wasn't so sad. He then pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Mother, in addition, I don't know if Zhao Shou is joking, or if he really has that meaning." Lu Xiaolan froze as she wondered. What? What are you talking about, son?" Pang Bei cleared his throat, then scratched his head a little embarrassed. "It's what Zhao said, asking Officer Lu from the police station to be my wife." "What the hell?" Lu Xiaolan's mouth opened all of a sudden. "You are talking about we have not yet gone to the mountain before, in your grandmother's house met twice that white clean policewoman? Io. That girl I remember seems to have studied, right? People with ink in their stomachs can look at you Pang Bei scratched his head. "Mostly because she agreed to it." "Agu." Lu Xiaolan sat down excitedly as she pulled Pang Bei to sit at the table and said, "This girl agreed? AI? How old is she? Like 3 years older than me?" Lu Xiaolan smiled as if her face was blossoming. "This is quite good a woman's big 3, holding a golden brick. Besides, what do you think you have? It's a good thing she has a real job, isn't it?" When Pang Bei saw that his mother had forgotten what had just happened, he continued, "That's why I don't think it's realistic. She's a cop and I hunt. How can we live with that?" Lu Xiaolan thought, then said, "Well, you kid, this think right, all right. People just can't see us. It's okay. Slowly always find the right one." Pang Bei nodded as he smiled and said, "Mother, if I find the right one, I'll let you know." Lu Xiaolan cheerfully pulled her son's hand. "As long as you are well, Mother is happy, do not want so much. But just now I heard outside with firecrackers like, why is it still shooting?" "Well, I put them there, and they were all taken away by the police." Pang Bei gave a vague introduction without saying that he had killed all of the other party, and Lu Xiaolan was relieved to hear that this was the case. She was even more secretly glad that she hadn't stopped her son from buying a gun. Otherwise, it would be really hard for my son to be able to get out in one piece when he encountered this situation today. In the deep mountains, you really need a gun for that. All right, go to sleep. Are you still going up the mountain tomorrow? Lu Xiaolan looked at Pang Bei worriedly, afraid that Pang Bei would go up the mountain and cause any more trouble. Pang Bei laughed. "I'm going to get some more fish. This time I don't need to get too much at once. A little bit of it back. Bring some back one day, and then see if I can hunt roe deer, and put together some New Year's goods out on the line." Lu Xiaolan smiled. "Then tomorrow, take Xiaoxi out with you? Go to the lake. Our family is on the whole, it is time to prepare more. It looks like we won't be able to get into the mountains. So if you've got enough, you'll just stay home and give me an honest winter break. You hear me?" Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. "Okay, I know." Chapter 52. Treating all kinds of disobedience. Taking Xiaoxi with him, Pang Bei thought the same thing. After all, the mountains were not peaceful lately, so it was safer to take his mother and sister with him. After getting up in the morning, Lu Xiaolan prepared food while Pang Bei went to borrow tools to catch fish. With her stuff ready, Sissy sat on the ice row, and Pompey just carried his knife and sidearm. Then pull the ice raft down the hill. Sitting on top of the ice plow, Sissy waved her little hands and giggled with joy. The little guy was so excited even though his little face was frozen red. After descending the mountain, Pang Bei headed for the lake and didn't encounter much along the way. After coming out onto the lake, he took an ice pick and chiseled a hole and continued under the sticky net. Because there is only Pang Bei and Lu Xiaolan, Pang Bei will open 2 ice holes. This time he did not intend to fish more, just play less. While waiting for the fish, Pang Bei pushed the ice raft, and she sat on it and cheered excitedly. The siblings had fun while Lu Xiaolan waited by the ice hole. She watched her son and her daughter play, and the smile on her face never went away. After about a while of playing, Pang Bei figured it was about time. I was ready to go back and collect the nets, and not to mention, there were quite a few fish in the 2 nets. Seeing so many fish, Lu Xiaolan smiled happily, but just at this time, a group of people came in the woods. They saw Pang Bei's side fishing for fish and immediately ran over. Do what? Who told you to fish here? These men carried sticks and clubs, each as fierce as the other. Pang Bei frowned. His mother just wanted to go forward to the theory, but was stopped by Pang Bei. He blocked his mother behind him, and then looked at the other side and asked rhetorically, "What do you do? Which production team? We are advancing, what do you do? Who told you to fish here?" Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. He then said, "Advance from here separated by a river and 2 forests, but also 2 passes, say 17 or 18 miles. You guys ask me what I do. It's not appropriate, right? This group of people, you look at me and I look at you." Then the leader of the rash, a face of contempt to look at Pang Bei, "Ing ask you, do what?" Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. "Is there such a thing as asking your father?" NM. Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh when the rash words came out. Lu Xiaolan tried to pull Pang Bei, but it turned out that Pang Bei had already walked past. He stood face to face with the other man, the rash man tilting his face as if he was awesome. But what I didn't expect was a sudden headbutt from Pang Bei. This time, the other's nose bled directly, and sitting right on the floor. Rash was dumbfounded. He looked at Pang Bei and then pointed his scythe at him. "Hit them for me!" As the rest of them plowed straight towards Pang Bei, a thud was heard. Everyone was baffled. They stood still as Pang Bei held the fast and slow machine high and pointed it at the sky. Then his eyes skimmed over the men. Lu Xiaolan hurriedly pulled Pang Bei. "Xiao Bei, what are you doing? How can you use a gun?" Pang Bei calmly said, "Mother, outsiders are not allowed to enter here. They crossed the blockade line and went straight into the mountains. I just killed a few of them here today for nothing. Who knows if a few of them are in league with those murderers." Stunned and dumbfounded by the beating, he immediately retorted, "We're here to get fish. Who are you burying?" Pang Bei laughed as he looked at the other man and said, "Getting fish? That's even more interesting. Come on, you tell me, whose fish is this?" "Public. Not yours anyway." Pang Bei laughed. "Me of the patrol guarding the mountains. I can fight, I can eat. Can't sell. I eat, it's allowed by the state. It's what the state pays me for. What about you? You call that theft of state public property. All of you put your hands up, drop your stuff, and get down on the ground so I can see your hands. Otherwise, treat them as murderers." Pang Bei cold face. These few young people look at each other. There is no way Pang Bei has a gun. They can only drop the wooden stick ice cone or whatever, and then lie on the ground. That rash young man is still not convinced, gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you wait for me. Today you are powerful. You have a gun. You wait for me to find you." Pang Bei laughed as he crouched down and sized up the other man and said, "I'll wait for you? Hey." Then Pang Bei looked at the rest of the group. "What about you guys?" "The same." These few people didn't dare to say anything, and Pang Bei coldly said, "If you don't have the guts, get lost. In the future, whoever dares to come to the mountains to steal again, don't blame me for being impolite." After Pang Bei finished speaking, those few people looked at each other, and after thinking for a while, Pang Bei continued, "You don't want to leave, do you? Then you can't leave." As soon as they heard Pang Bei say that, they were so scared that they guys threw themselves on the ground and ran. Quite no righteousness. Pang Bei looked at the rash lying on the ice. He looked at the other side and said, "You just now scolded me, what? NM?" The rash man looked at Pang Bei with an arrogant face. Then Pang Bei grinned, but he laughed in a rather creepy way. Pompey silently dropped his gun on the ice row and removed his knife. Even the coats come off. Pang Bei moved his wrist and looked at the other party. "You! Get up!" Rash saw it all just now. He slowly stood up, still looking like he didn't care, because looking at Pang Bei's thin strength, He surely couldn't beat the taller man. Just now, but it was Pang Bei's sneak attack. Then again, he had a gun in his hand, now he was afraid of nothing. After standing up, Pang Bei smiled and waved at him. This rash, wearing the old cotton pants, the crotch of the pants would have been rather large, running, rather uncomfortable. Pang Bei is different. His pants are thin, the legs tight animal skin knee pads and leg guards. Flexibility that can't be matched by a Rash. Rash doesn't care, he's just arrogant anyway. A single punch came towards Pang Bei. His purpose was simple, one purpose from start to finish. Engage the fish, how hard it is to fight yourself and how easy it is to grab. Pang Bei is just Pang Bei's mother and sister. And his side was big and he had people with him. So when they saw Pang Bei and the others playing over here from inside the woodland, they made up their minds that when Pang Bei and the others raised their nets, they would come over and scare them. Grab the fish. Who would have thought that such a child would be a mountain keeper? The Rash is called Lemu. Tall and big is the forward production team, usually is a village bully, 3 days do not fight, feel like all the body grows worms like. Often robbing people, plus being a relative of the captain, he was indulged. I'm used to being a bully in the production team, but I didn't expect to meet a tough opponent today. Originally, Li Mu was confident in his punches. But how could he not expect it? He ran over, and before he could swing his fist, he was swept by Pang Bei's leg, and he was directly on the ground. Pang Bei, on the other hand, stomped on his head, and the incisors in his mouth chipped right off. Pang Bei wasn't spoiled either, as he directly flipped his opponent over and then rode on top of him. See, that's my mom. You cursed twice. I'm the one who holds a grudge. After saying that, Pang Bei waved his palm and snapped. Then there was a slap down, directly hitting the other party's eyes straight up. This was followed by another slap from Pang Bei. Lu Xilan hurriedly stopped. Xiao Bei, what are you doing? Don't fight. Pang Bei immediately said, Mother, I am fighting? He came to rob, I didn't shoot him as good. Besides, this kid with guys into the mountains, what do I do? If also into the mountains, what do we need? When Lu Xilan heard this, she stopped for a moment. After all, this was Pang Bei's job. But fighting without stopping? What if this Pang Bei beats someone up? If you're capable, you beat me to death. If you don't beat me to death, I'll curse. However, Li Mu didn't even say anything, and then the bright short knife was shoved directly into his mouth. Cuss, and if you get good at it, I'll cut off your rotten tongue and feed it to the fish. I'll do what I say. Just as the fight was going on over here, a burst of footsteps came from the forest floor, and then Zhao Changhe's voice could be heard. Xiao Bei, you stop it. Seeing Zhao Changhe, Pang Bei was suddenly happy. Not convinced, right? I'm not convinced, you get me killed. Li Mu continued to scream, while Pang Bei smiled coldly. All right, then I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Chapter 53, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Huh? In the morning, Zhao Changhe's side was going down the mountain to do an inspection visit, and they wanted to take a look around the neighborhood. Just now, they searched along the woods and found some clues. As a result, they heard footsteps in the woods, and a few young men ran in panic. And when they saw that Zhao Changhe and the others were police officers, they immediately ran over to ask for help. As soon as Zhao Changhe heard the description of these young men, he knew that this was damn well Pang Bei. Zhao Changhe was afraid that Pang Bei would suffer. After all, Li Mu, that hobbler, he had caught more than the first time. This guy to fight as the new year, this Pang Bei small thin arms and legs, plus Li Mu this year 23, Pang Bei is only 17. Isn't that a disadvantage? However, the fact that it happened in front of their eyes refreshed their perception. Zhao Changhe ran out of breath, but when he saw Pang Bei, he realized that Pang Bei was riding on top of Li Mu and smacking his mouth. And in the end, he even drew his sword. That's not right. That's not going to kill anyone, is it? Zhao Changhe yelled and proceeded to fall several times along the way before arriving. Zhao Changhe grabbed Pang Bei and pulled him aside. You kid is crazy. How can you use a knife in a fight? Pang Bei explained with a calm face. Zhao Thua, I didn't fight. Fight which casually moved the knife. They several rashly broke into the deep mountains, claiming to come to engage in fish. You see, this is full of sticks and scythes. Let us just say, I found the body yesterday. Blunt force injury, sharp force injury. These bare bones. Speaking here, Pang Bei deliberately said vaguely, but Zhao Changhe heard it. Pang Bei's words were basically pushing Li Mu to his death. That's all very true, but having said that, it's impossible to say that Lemu doesn't take away the investigation. He was just investigating in the woods and found the trail, and today he brought his men over to grab the fish. You said it was okay, but there was no investigation. No investigation, that's a definite no. This is a huge suspicion of foul play. And those incomprehensible words from Pang North. Blunt objects, sharp objects, and light sticks. The first two murder weapons matched up, and the back identity matched up. They're still operating on the road to nowhere. Who can we arrest if we don't arrest them? Zhao Changhe looked at Pang Bei on these keywords of Pang Bei. If Zhao Changhe wanted to close the case and get credit for it, it was all by the hand. But Zhao Changhe didn't want to do that either. He thought about it, and then said to the police behind him, "Take Li Mu away." At this moment, he really couldn't understand Pang Bei a bit. After all, everything Pang Bei said was in line with everything he had done. Not to mention fighting for nothing. Getting Li Mu killed was a waste of time. The reason is simple. Pang Bei is patrolling the mountain. He found the body yesterday and was attacked again. And Li Mu and the others had the makings of a crime, and the motive and the suspected murder weapon. Even if Li Mu didn't do it, people talk. And with all of this, Zhao Changhe couldn't say whether Pang Bei did it on purpose or unintentionally. It's really hard to say. Zhao Changhe then patted Pang Bei. "Good job. Keep it up." Pang Bei smiled and nodded as he glanced at Li Mu, a cold smile on his face. Then he just loaded up the fish and left. Watching Pang Bei leave, Zhao Changhe couldn't help but ask, "I say, little Lu, what do you think about this?" Lu Jiaqi thought for a moment and then said, "Impeccable, you can't say what's wrong with it, moreover, the strength is just right, and we can't help but to give him the knife. After all, if this matter is not investigated, if something goes wrong, we have to take the responsibility. To investigate, that would be his knife." Zhao Changhe laughed. "You say that all hunting hearts have so many eyes? How does it feel? This is a hunt for him, to clear out the territory of all existences that carry a threat to him." Lu Jiaqi nodded. "I do think he is so mean, but the good thing is that he did not use extreme means. Maybe is no one forced him, just once someone forced him. I'm afraid that this hunter, it is necessary to change from a noun to a verb. In these mountains, basically no one will force him either. And besides, the only dangers he can encounter are criminals, except for fierce beasts. Don't say, it's quite suitable." Lu Jiaqi nodded her head very approvingly. Then she whispered, "By the way, director, should we go take a look around the old woodland?" Zhao Changhe thought for a moment and then said, "It's good to take a look. Check the scene, let's go." Fully loaded Pang Bei and his mother are happy together in the yard to dry the fish. This thing is a large amount. In the yard to dry or frozen, the food is still really enough to eat. Looking at 2 pockets bulging with grain, plus a variety of meats. Pang Bei was quite happy in his heart. Getting ready to prepare again feels like I should be okay this winter. Throughout the afternoon, Pang Bei was accompanying his mother to clean up the fish, and just after cleaning up, his great-uncle Lu Qingsong came over smilingly with his hands behind his back. He was holding 3 pillows inside his hand. Lu Xiaolan looked at Lu Qingsong curiously and got up happily. "Big brother? Why are you here? Sit down." Lu Qingsong handed the pillow to Pang Bei, then smiled. "Take it back to the house, your aunt made it for you. She said that last time she saw that all your pillows were filled with straw. So she took all the buckwheat hulls from inside the house and filled 3 pillows for you." Receiving the pillow, Pang Bei happily smiled. "Thank you, great uncle. By the way, these 2-3 Dao scales, you take them back and stew them. In addition, bring 2 more for grandma and grandpa. I won't go down the mountain. It's not peaceful in the mountains these days." Lu Qingsong did not refuse. This is, after all, the great nephew to give. He has what to be embarrassed. Pang Bei went back to the house to put the pillows, and when Lu Qingsong saw Pang Bei go back to the house, he looked at Lu Xiaolan and said, "Xiaolan, brother has something to ask you." "What is it, brother?" Lu Xiaolan raised her head in confusion and looked at Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong was a bit entangled, but after some thought, he still asked, "Our father's meaning, he wants me to ask you, this next, what are you planning to do? Are you just going to bring your child to the mountains? Not looking for another one?" Lu Xiaolan thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No more. I have served Pang Yugue for so many years. It's not easy for me to not have to wait on people, and lighten up. I'm still looking for another one. Brother, I'm honest, not a cheap bastard." Lu Qingsong laughed. He whispered, "The same as I think, but you also know, this small north is also big. Sooner or later you have to ask for a daughter-in-law. The child is now good to you, that is not a family. In the future, Xiaoxi also want to marry, you can be no one around. You do not give yourself to think of a retreat." Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. "As long as they are doing well, I am enough. Brother, to be honest, have long since lived enough." Lu Xiaolan finished her sentence and then lowered her head to pack the fish. Lu Qingsong was in a somewhat sullen mood. Regret? anger, and a little bit of helplessness. My sister's life has been ruined by Pang Yofu. Lu Qingsong said in a low voice. You'll hit it if you think about it yourself. No matter what, brother won't leave you alone. Lu Xiaolan raised her head. She glanced at her big brother, couldn't help but smile. Okay. Xiao Bei filial piety. But he's doing this business. I know in my heart. His daughter-in-law is difficult. Our father, if it wasn't for our mother fleeing the famine, left in the mountains waiting to die, our father could find a daughter-in-law? Lu Qingsong nodded. He also sighed helplessly. By the way, Auntie Tu said that she would introduce Xiao Bei to someone. Is there any sign of this? Lu Xiaolan shook her head, then put down the fish in her hand and sighed. Yellow. People do not even see. Smack us living in the mountains poor. Also dislike Pang Bei this work, afraid of widowhood. While the two were conversing, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard door, and then a person was seen nervously saying, Where is Xiao Bei? Quickly let him hide. The group advancing under the mountain has come up the mountain to find it. The captain told me to hurry and take Xiao Bei to hide. This group is not reasonable at all. Chapter 54. Protecting the shortcomings and protecting the calf. When Lu Xiaolan heard this, she immediately became anxious. What? Still looking for our team? They robbed something and let the police catch them. Are they still in charge? Lu Qingsong immediately appeased the sister. You first do not be anxious. Forward Sun Hongbing is not a person who played. This calf thing protects the shortcomings, not at all reasonable. It's okay. The captain is not vegetarian. Who is afraid of Hua? You watch Xiao Bei. Don't let him go down the mountain. I'm going to check the situation. Lu Xiaolan was really angry. This was not bullying. Lu Xiaowu saw Lu Qingsong get up and head out, and he followed him out. Pang Bei, meanwhile, hid behind the door and listened. He thought for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Short-guarded? This is called protecting the shortcomings. This is called harboring a crime. If they make a scene, Zhao Changhe will definitely still be looking for himself. So the longer they make a scene, the easier it will be for them to send themselves in. Only what was not expected was that Pang Bei did not realize that the people who advanced up the mountain this time were also prepared. The only reason they dared to come up the mountain was because Director Wang had followed them up the mountain. It gave them a great deal of momentum. After all, a body had been found in the back of the mountain, and Director Wang was planning to come and see what was going on, show his face and behave himself. As a result, he just arrived at the bottom of the mountain. He met Zhao Changhe them, so he followed Zhao Changhe, went to a trip forward, in the forward side and afraid to go into the mountain, waiting outside. But I did not expect is that Zhao Changhe, this into the mountain, the village of Limu arrested, but also arranged for people will carry out investigations. Director Wang felt that Zhao Changhe this is not to give himself face, but also listened to be released. A few pure young people said that Pang Bei has a good relationship with Zhao Director. This made him think that Pang Bei was Zhao Changhe's person, so he wanted to deliberately give Pang Bei a little color. Let him know who is the king of size. In the village, Sun Hongbing, the captain of the forward production team, who had the backing of Director Wang, was extremely arrogant, pointing at LV Hai's nose and saying angrily, LV Hai, what's the matter? The whole mountain is yours? Why are you so arrogant? Your team is so poor that it's hard to eat. Where did you get the courage to give us a hard time? How can you be so crazy? LV Hai immediately got up on hearing this and pushed Sun Hongbing's hand away. I tell you, Sun Hongbing, you less take your dog's paw to point at Lao Zi. Believe it or not, I'll give you a pout. Director Wang just sat in silence and posed. The two men looked to fight. Director Wang thumped the table and said angrily, What for? Is it when I do not exist? LV Hai and Sun Hongbing looked at Director Wang at the same time, and Sun Hongbing quickly smiled sarcastically. Director Wang, as you can see, they're too arrogant. They arrested our people and still won't give us a statement, and they still won't hand them over until now. Director Wang looked at Lu Hai and said, In any case, the person is called first and asked about the situation. Lu Hai calmly said, Director Wang, it's not that I don't cooperate with your work. The person you're talking about is the person that Director Zhao named, and now he's cooperating with the police. As for asking for a statement, I don't think you have a bowl of water. Director Wang sneered. Oh? A bowl of water? Captain Lu, you have something in your words. Are you saying that I'm favoring them and targeting you? Although LV Hai is the captain of the production team, not the director of governance. Director Wang, on the other hand, is the director of security on the brigade side. There are also positions inside the commune, but in front of LV Hai, it is true that he can't take out what the official can do. After all, even though their Lujiazhai was a production team, not a brigade. But the problem is that this side is not actually under Director Wang's control. Externally, the Green Dragon Brigade, there is no captain, the captain is LV High. This brigade because it includes that village at the top of the ferry inside the deep mountains, and a collection of a few minority tribal villages, which for the time being are still in the process of being exhorted to come down to the mountains to join the collective life. This side of the job, it's harder. A few tribes don't tell you that. If you're really pissed off, they'll just go ahead and do it, no bull with you. And right now, only Lu Jiazhai was in contact with all of them, so it created the need for Lu Jiazhai to maintain contact with these villages and just make a production team. Otherwise, the Lu Jiazhui should have gone down a long time ago. The reason why they do not go down to the mountains is that many of the families here have married daughters-in-law who are daughters of those tribal villages in the mountains. There are also people from the mountains who make a living here. And Lu Jiazhai was actually originally assigned to the state farm, and there are quite a few families of farm workers who married here to support the ethnic integration work. If Lu Jiazhai did not have the full support of the farm, it would have been impossible to feed so many people with the poor farming environment here. Therefore, this Lu Jiazhai became the most special production team in this neighborhood. Although it was called a production team, it was actually written as Green Dragon Production Brigade in the document. Instead of being a direct subordinate of the Happiness Commune, it is only a production team nominally under the commune. So, when Director Wang put up this stance, Lu Hai was instantly on fire. Director Wang, what do you mean? What the hell, you're clearly bullying people. Lu Hai said on one side and frowned on the other. In those days, the captain in the minds of the villagers that had to be protective. Who else would want to support you? Good man, you're leaning out of the way. I'm picking you as captain? What's wrong with me? Plus, most of the Lu family walled city is the Lu clan that are all relatives. If this elbow turns outward, the elders of the family can go to his house at night and give Lu Hai a beating. In those days, literacy was still a long way off and rural clans and traditional customs were absolutely dominant. Like Director Wang so blatantly pulling the blame, Lu Hai, but if you dare to show a little bit of vulnerability, then this captain does not have to do it. Hearing LV Hai questioning, the big guys in the village were all fired up at once. Someone into the house directly to the brigade team headquarters window pulled open. Outside to watch the townspeople immediately exploded pot. Through the window pointed at the house, Wang director nose cursed. Miscellaneous of, what are you looking at? You come over. Shaved calf stuff. Run to us here to pretend what big tail wolf. Give you the face to call a Director Wang. Do not give you the face, you count for nothing. That is, still dare to run to our Lu family cottage to give forward support? You give a statement today. If you don't give a statement, I will tell you that the surname Wang. We have plenty of places in the back of the mountain. No man's land for hundreds of miles. You think about it. It's just you, Yakuza. You had the nerve to come here after killing NATO last time. What a mess you made of that kid. This time, all the old and new grudges exploded at once. And just at this time, Lu Qingsong pushed through the crowd. He pinched a pickaxe handle inside his hand, and as soon as he entered the house, he yelled, Sun Hongbing, you shabby calf thing, dare to find trouble with my nephew. Do you think there is no one in our family? Lu Qingsong's eyes were wide with anger, and he looked like he wanted to fight with Sun Hongbing. But before he could do anything, Lu Xiaowu copied the long bench by the wall, and with a few arrow steps, he slapped at Sun Hongbing. Son to brain. You're bullying even the orphans and widows. You think that all of our village leaders are dead, don't you? Chapter 55. Failure to fill a cup always comes with a beating. For a while, the inside of the team site was buzzing. Lu Xiaowu copied the bench this hand. Originally, the last bit of restraint was gone, especially his last sentence. It completely ignited everyone's anger. Originally, everyone felt they owed Pang Bei. People are a child, freezing in the mountains, selling their lives to protect them. This would have made it difficult for the village lords. Plus, anyone knows that Pang North is the equivalent of not having a father in charge. LV Xiaowu a sentence of orphans and widows, but also bullied other people's children. Just a few words that seemed to find a breaking point for everyone to balance the guilt in their hearts. This breaking point was like a lit high explosive which sort of blew up at once. One by one, they all came out to support Pang Bei. Are you a man? Are you a man? Our old Lu family's child is being bullied. Are you all just watching? Him? Director Wang's face turned pale with fear as he roared. What are you doing? But the problem is, no one gives a. Not to mention him, Lu Hai was in the wind. Who am I? Where am I? I just want to pretend to be a cup. Cruel words put LV Hai and Sun Hongbing finally both sides each step back. This thing is even the past. Results. Louis Hai reaches out to help pull the fight, but shrinks back. But if you don't care, Director Wong and Sun Hongbing sighed on. 5 of them. To be honest, LV Hai's relationship with Sun Hongbing wasn't that bad. Everyone but each had their own angle to show. We all have a tacit understanding. But who knew Director Wong came here to fill a cup? As a result, the hornet's nest has been stirred up this time. Lu Xiaowu that owes his life to Pang Bei, together with Lu Erju, not to mention that without Pang Bei, he would have been lost to the wolves. LV Chingsong, can you not be anxious when someone's own nephew is being bullied? Lu Hai thought about it, then said with a breathless look, don't fight. Don't be impulsive. Hey. Xiaowu, you put the thermos down. That thing costs money to buy. Hey, I'm telling you Lu Erju, if you dare break a light bulb, I'll screw my head on. LV Hai this pulling the fight pulling say he did not pull it, indeed loss of conscience. But it would be more unconscionable to say that he pulled the plug, just when everyone was fighting like a fire, like a dream, like a glue. Suddenly an old man's voice came out, stop it all. When the people of the Lu family village heard this, they couldn't help but stop. Everyone turned back to see the old man at the door wilting, because the person who shouted was the old village chief, LV Shouty. He's an old revolutionary, studied and was a soldier. Because he was too old, he let Louis Hoi be elected to take over. Although he didn't show his face often, he was the topmost existence in the village, whether in terms of seniority or reputation. What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The big guys all looked at the old man, and Lu Hai hurriedly ran over and smiled. Third grandpa, why have you come out? Lu Xiaoty grunted coldly. If I don't come out, won't you lift the roof of the team headquarters for me? Lu Hai didn't dare to say anything. He lowered his head and said in embarrassment, I can't help it. Can I? None of them listened to me. Lu Xiaoty grunted. Then his gaze fell on Director Wong. The person you're looking for is our village's mountain guardian, and he didn't capture the people. So if you want to find trouble, just say so. We will accompany you. If you don't want to look for trouble, get off the mountain immediately. You got that figure killed. You are not welcome in this Luji Azhai. Pang Bei is our new mountain guardian. If you dare to touch him, you will be retributed. Director Wong frowned as he looked at Lu Xiaoty. What do you mean by that? I'm the director of the brigade security, and I also work in the commune security section. I say, old comrade, you're saying this with no standards. Wherever you are, you have to listen to the command. Humph. If you want to run the mountains, go walk around them yourself, and if you come out alive, it's all at your disposal. Director Wong couldn't even say the words he disliked by the old man. Lu Hai looked at Director Wong and felt funny in his heart. On his this bare virtues but also walk a circle into the valley of the trail is afraid of not, but also walk a circle this mountain inside how big it. Even his own master walk around also need 10 days and half a month he walk around. I'm afraid he won't live past half a day. Not to mention other places. Just the old woodland he cannot pass. Director Wong pointed at Lu Xiaoty. You. I'm telling you, you're defying me. What are you doing? If you want to be respected, do something about it. I'm cooperating with the police in arresting people. You're in such a hurry to give a couple of suspects a field day. What? Are you accomplices? When Director Wong was fuming, a teenager's voice came in lightly from the window. Everyone looked over, only to find Pang Bei leisurely lying on the window frame watching them fight, as if he had been eating melon for a while. Obviously it was because of the fight he got into, but it turned out to be as if it had nothing to do with him now. Director Wong saw Pang Bei appear and he frowned. And who are you? You're looking for me and you still don't know who I am? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. Director Wong was stunned. How could he not expect that Li Mu was so big? And there were several other green men. As a result, you were beaten by such a kid? And let him hold it? Director Wong's face was like a pig's liver as he looked at Pang Bei with a cold face. He really wanted to rush up and give Pang Bei a few big mouths. But he can't. Because of what Pang Bei had just said, he couldn't make a move. Whether it's a suspect or not, that's not for you to say, and you don't have the authority to do that. Pang Bei laughed as he leaned against the window, holding one hand on the window frame and said, whether I'm qualified or not, our captain says so. This place is within the realm of our management. Also, Director Wong, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you going to exonerate Li Mu? Director Wong coldly chided. Comrade Pang Bei, I'm the one asking you now. Pang Bei laughed. He rested his chin with one hand and looked at Director Wong playfully. Wong Gu Gu, boy, you are really a bit suspicious. What are you babbling about? Let me tell you, I'm a cadre you're slandering. Pang Bei laughed. Whether I am a slander or not, That's all about evidence, I reasonably speculate, and it's also in line with your work. Ah. What? You cooperate with my work? Director Wong almost blew up where he cooperated with his own work. This watch the fun, eat melon, this is still cooperate with the work? Director Wong gritted his teeth and glared at Pang Bei. But Pang Bei acted as if he couldn't see. He was still smiling. Of course, you came up the mountain, what for? Me! Director Wong was stunned. Pang Bei looked at Director Wong, then said with a smile, Director Wong, this person, speak hard. But you have a good taste, I am not harming you, I am saving you. Li moves yesterday into the mountain. The day before yesterday does not enter the mountain, but something happened, he entered the mountain. No one under the mountain knows that something happened inside this mountain. Good people, who would go into the mountain when they know that someone has died. Chapter 56. A step back for each. Director Wong froze. In an instant, the cold sweat of Director Wong came down in the otherwise chilly team site. Director Wong's eyes rolled, and he blanched a little in fear. If Pang Bei hadn't said it, he really wouldn't have noticed. Lu Hai was baffled. Pang Bei could hunt and heal. You're still so eloquent? This little mouth is blazing, talking like a showman. Especially since Pang Bei seemed to be flirting, and every sentence was on the point of killing him. If Li Mu is really confirmed to have something to do with this matter, Director Wong will definitely be unable to eat and walk. Director Wong was so scared that he wiped his cold sweat, and his voice was a little trembling. I am just looking for you to understand the situation, and I want to see what is going on with Li Mu. Who knows that you guys still misunderstand? Everyone showed disdain. Only Pang Bei sneered. The laughter was soft, but it was like a piercing cold wind drilled into Director Wong's heart, and he couldn't help but shiver all over. The corners of Pang Bei's mouth rose. Director Wong, the big guys are all here listening. In your words, it's not what you want to say is what you want to say. Director Wong now regrets, he wondered, this Pang Bei is a demon from where to jump out. Obviously at a young age, it turned out that from the moment he appeared, he was being pressed for output by him. One didn't even have a chance to resist. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Sun Hongbing is considered to see. Wong is not the director of this Pang Bei's opponent, although the boy looked small, but from the beginning of his speech, the eye of all seems to be in his control. Especially his eyes. When Sun Hongbing saw him, he remembered the encounter with a fierce tiger in the forest when he was a child. That time he was fatal, the tiger wasn't hungry, didn't love him, but just looked at him. Sun Hongbing just pissed his pants, and it's left a psychological shadow for life. And this time, seeing those eyes of Pang Bei, he felt that the nightmare had come once again. It really was the feeling of a hunter staring at his prey. Everyone in the room seemed as if they were his prey, and who to kill or not to kill seemed like it was just a random decision on his part. The moment Sun Hongbing saw Pang Bei, he knew that this kid was not simple. He was also just trying to show off his captaincy, so if he put up with it, what would the people on the team think of him? But the problem is that if he really offends such a person, if he makes a slight mistake, the wild boar will come down from the mountain and he will suffer. On their village, although all call themselves how powerful, really encounter beasts, they run faster than anyone. After all, there are Lu Jiajai blocking, so the mountain basically did not encounter two powerful beasts. If the mountain guardians really released the beasts out of the mountain on purpose, they could do nothing about it, and they would have to invite them, which would be even more humiliating. Sun Hongbing showed his admission of weakness. LV Hai immediately cleared his throat and said, I'm telling you, Sun Hongbing, you'll come to our team less often in the future. I'm telling you, if you come to us again to spread drunken madness, I'll shove you in the pit next time. Pang Bei could see that Captain Lu didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he was going to do a favor as well. Captain Sun, don't always let people use you as a gun in the future. If you let someone sell you, you'll still help count the money. Sun Hongbing said with a smile. You child, is the good heart. Easily on the head. All right, come to uncle's side to play in the future. Ha! Sun Hongbing took a step back and looked as if he had lost face. But in reality, he buys good on three sides. Not offending Pang Bei, not offending LV Hai, and selling Director Wong a favor. He took a step back and Director Wong had a step up. While the benefits are great, it does make him lose face. Don't talk about that era, the Chinese want to face the same thing as anyone else. People need face, trees need skin, no face, no skin to live. Basically, Pang Bei grew up hearing old people tell themselves this. Originally, Lu Hai thought that Pang Bei's appearance would make things difficult, but what he didn't expect was that Pang Bei had put the matter to rest. This made Lu Hai's perception of Pang Bei change further. This is not only a good hunter and marksman, but also a healer, and this is not a bad way to do things. For a moment, Lu Hai suddenly felt that Pang Bei staying inside the mountain. This was a waste of talent. Available at... Forget it, right now Pang Bei really can't leave the inside of this mountain. Even if he gets out, what's the use of his talent? No connections, no background, still the same bullying, not as good as inside the mountain, free and easy. He can still take care of him some. Thinking of this, Lu Hai secretly made the decision that he must cultivate this kid Pang Bei well, and strive to make Pang Bei the captain in the future. He will be able to make a better life for the Lujiazhai. Sun Hongbing pulled Director Wang to leave, and although Director Wang was dissatisfied in his heart, he could not say anything. After all, as good as he thought he was, those were the days. Like him, the so-called small leader, the guys give you face, called a director, do not give you face, beat you, but also have to endure. So, in those days, in order to get support, it was necessary to have a base of support from the masses, or else it was a disaster waiting to happen. Back then, people were more pure, there were no circles, and no one dared to make any circles. Once there, I guess the future of this life is gone. Director Wang knew that this could only be recognized. He didn't even dare to put small shoes on Pang Bei, because Pang Bei's position, to put it nicely, was called a mountain guardian, but to put it badly, it was an outlaw. Don't look like you get to hunt and eat meat, but in reality it's just a daily grind. To follow him in this rambling piece, that's too long to live. Basically, this position no one grabbed who do not love to come to do it, living in the mountains for a long time, but also often have to play with their lives, who is tired of living. You want to screw him down? When they found out, they left him in the mountains to experience the suffering of the grassroots laborers. He just couldn't really cry. After everyone dispersed, Pang Bei was about to leave when he suddenly noticed the flashlight on the table. Pang North looked at the flashlight. So dated. Silver white metal tin housing with a glass sheet shade and a thin iron switch with a plastic red button. Inside, it's a small light bead. Looking at this flashlight, Pang Bei remembered bits and pieces of his time as a soldier. In the army, it's not like the movies where there are prickly soldiers. That's thinking you've lived too well and want to give yourself a boost. But do something bad still. Pang Bei did not suffer a lot of disciplinary action, but because the squad leader protects, so the review is written more, but the merit is also more. This flashlight reminded him of his old squad leader. Just as Pang Bei was fuming, Lu Hai took a look at the flashlight on the table and then laughed. You kid? Looking at the flashlight? This is public property. But you do need this. Take it. Saying that, Lu Hai threw the flashlight directly to Pang Bei in front of the vice captain and the accountant. Seeing LV Hai give the flashlight to Pang Bei, the other two were fine with it. Pang Bei is the mountain guardian, he does need a flashlight, and really if he's walking at night, let him light a torch. In case the mountain burned down, their Lu family village would also be in danger. Suddenly returning to his senses, Pang Bei caught the flashlight as soon as he could. He looked at Lu Hai in surprise and said, Captain, this? All right, take it. You'll need this in the mountains. Flashlights, that's not for everyone in the house. There's this thing and it needs batteries. However, Pang North can afford to buy batteries. After all, the skins on hand could go down the mountain for some money. Because of his own skill, this income of his in turn is a bit higher than even the income of the workers. Pang Bei fiddled with the flashlight twice to get it to light up, and he smiled and said, Does this count as having household appliances in my house? Lu Hai gave Pang Bei a slap on the face. You little calf, you have no sense of decency. Get lost. Pang Bei smiled, and with a twinkle in his eye, he went on to say, Captain, why don't I get some wild goods back at night? And we'll drink some at the team site? Lu Hai was stunned, and the vice captain laughed so hard that his mouth went to the back of his head. Xiao Bei, are you serious? If you get it, I'm going home to get some wine. Pang Bei laughed. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Chapter 57. Nothing else, only the hand is familiar with it. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei in disbelief and shouted, Where are you going to get it? It's not early in the morning. Just you wait. It's not going to get any better until it gets dark. Pang Bei shouted on one side and waved his hand with a smile on the other. Now, Lu Hai wasn't worried about Pang Bei. In his opinion, Pang Bei was a humanoid livestock. Right now, as long as he didn't go into the deep mountains, Pang Bei was almost the biggest beast. Pang Bei was holding a flashlight, and he wasn't planning on going far. After he entered the mountain, he went straight to the sets, and these rabbit sets remained uncaught, except that lately he always caught pheasants, and Pang Bei concluded that he might find them again in this neighborhood. Pheasants are gregarious creatures, usually a few to a dozen of them, forming the basic unit in a small family, with others of their kind within their range of activity. Basically, and pheasants are resident birds and can be seen in all seasons. Pang Bei carried a flashlight when he was in the army. His old squad leader taught him to use the maximum brightness of the flashlight to shine on the chickens, and the chickens would not move. It used to be impossible to say what was going on, and the old squad leader didn't say why. Pang Bei had naturally looked it up, and there were 5 types of human retinal sensory cells, all of which were arranged in a disorderly fashion. But chickens are different. Chickens have an orderly arrangement, and it's maximized. Chickens have a different visual system than humans. Chickens have asynchronous imaging, which means 2 images, to put it bluntly. So a line is drawn directly in front of the chicken and the chicken doesn't move. That's because the chicken is causing a stun and can't stand up. And with the flashlight's bright light, the chickens themselves are sensitive to light, so they tend to get dizzy. There is also the timidity that causes a stress reaction, and eventually the whole body stiffens, or worse, it is easy to die on the spot. Pang Bei carried a flashlight and searched around, and when it got dark, he finally found a pheasant nest. In the winter, catching pheasants is fairly easy, because they can move around exceptionally little, and it's in close proximity to each other in clusters. Pang Bei quietly approached, afraid of startling the pheasants. Of course, he wouldn't do everything he could to catch 2. After approaching, Pang Bei squatted on the ground and carefully observed. This place is relatively hidden. There are a few large stones to cover, and the pheasants are between the cracks, one nest next to another. Generally, they are huddled together in clusters. Pang Bei took a flashlight and directly irradiated the pheasants, resulting in these pheasants not moving. Pang Bei went up and lifted a pheasant by its neck, then lifted it upward with such force that the pheasant unexpectedly died without a word. Pang Bei laughed and held the pheasant under his armpit, then grabbed another. Suddenly thinking that his mother and Xiao Shi were at home, Pang Bei's eyes twinkled and he grabbed another one on the way. It's just a shame that this big fancy-tailed rooster is missing 3 wives. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. Chicken, lend your wife a hand. After saying that, Pang Bei carried the 3 pheasants and smiled as he headed home. When he reached the door of his house, Pang Bei saw his mother waiting for him. When she saw her son return, her mother nervously asked, "How did it go? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Lu Xilan was really worried about her son. Pang Bei smiled and said, "Mother, it's fine, the captain can protect me. They didn't do anything to me. I thought, I have to return the favor. In a while I'll bring the chicken to eat over there with the captain and the vice-captain. This is for you." Pompey smoothly gave his mother one of the largest pheasants. Lu Xilan looked at Pang Bei in surprise. "You went hunting again? You child? It's so dark and you still dare to go into the mountains." Pang Bei hemmed and hawed as he pulled the flashlight from his waist. "From the captain. With this, you don't even have to bother catching pheasants at night." When Lu Xilan saw her son holding a flashlight in his hand, she couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh. "You brat, you're shining a flashlight on a pheasant? Hey, it's not for stealing chickens, is it?" After saying that, Lu Xilan immediately stared at her son and asked, "Say, did you steal it? How else would you know?" Pang Bei scratched his head, then whispered, "Haven't done it a couple times. That won't work either. I'm telling you, that's not the way it's done in the village." Pang Bei nodded his head. "Of course, mother, what do I want to eat here? I'll go up the mountain and research it myself. It's not necessary." Lu Xilan patted Pang Bei's back, pursed her lips and said, "All right, go. Don't make the captain and the others wait." Pang Bei smiled and nodded, then carried the pheasant toward the team site. Once at the team site, Lu Hai saw 2 pheasants in Pang Bei's hands, and he couldn't help but laugh. "You kid, take the mountains as your own home, huh? You can't help but laugh. You've made the mountains your home, can you?" The lieutenant rushed to take the pheasant, his mouth watering. "After all, how long has it been since I've eaten meat? Ahem, that's all I've got, hey? Captain, aren't Zhao Shou and the others coming to the village today?" Lu Hai took a look at the wall clock swinging around on the wall. He also couldn't help but be curious. Yes. Why didn't they come over at this hour? Zhao Shou probably went to the bottom of the mountain. Ahem. Whatever. People are investigating the case. Let's not get blindly involved. Pang Bei gave an oh-so-quiet sigh, thinking that was true. He sat down and gathered up the pheasants with Lieutenant Ken Lui. The accountant burned water. Pang Bei took the knife skillfully and sharply pulled out the entrails. LVGN one side of the packing. One side smiled and said, "Xiao Bei your kid line This one the mountain guards. The work is decent This has just begun. Can help solve the case. You do not know we are on this mountain. Every now and then you can see the dead child. Hey, this day sad. Cannot afford to raise. You say you still have to give birth to? Lu Hai took a drag on the tobacco pouch pot. He squinted his eyes and said, not to mention other things, the chaotic rocky hill to the south. That is not often encountered? Many of them are children from our village. Really can't afford to raise. Adults don't have milk. Children starve to death. Year after year. We are fine here, the land is not fat, can feed themselves as good. So we grow things, do not have to pay the debt. I heard that the mountainsides starve to death a lot of. As Louis Hai spoke, he tapped his tobacco pot. When Pang Bei heard this, it all felt like a dream. The thing that LV Hai and the others are talking about should be the universal debt repayment in the past few years. It was really hard back then, but it was also really backbone. If they weren't so backbone, they wouldn't have the hardness of Pang Bei and their time. The waist, too, won't be as straight. While chatting, the accountant suddenly spoke up. Say, why does that kid look a bit familiar to me? It seems to be the kid from Sun Hongbing's team today. I remember seeing it when I went down the mountain. This kid's family, it shouldn't be so bad, right? They don't have many children in their family either. When the accountant opened his mouth, LV Hai, LV Jian and Pang Bei froze. Sun Hongbing inside their team? Lu Hai couldn't help but frown, and Pang Bei wondered, why is it their village again? This is a bit of a coincidence. Isn't it? Lu Jian grunted and continued, coincidence? Where the hell are there so many coincidences? The way I see it, there's definitely something wrong with their production team. Just as a few people were chatting, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door, followed by someone pushing the door of the room open with force. Pang Bei was stunned. Then he saw Zhao Xiaotian rush in. Captain, it's not good. There's a police comrade covered in blood who fainted in front of my house. Chapter 58. Complications. Louis Hai was confused. He rose with a mischievous start, then frowned. What did you say? Where is the man? Lu Ershun carried him to the house, badly hurt. I don't know what happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai immediately pulled Pang Bei up. Go! Go take a look! Pang Bei was confused. Captain, why do you still want me to go? Nonsense. In our Lu family village, there's only one person who knows medicine. Hurry up! Pang Bei was pulled by Lu Hai in the direction of Lu Ershun's house. Lu Ershun, in terms of seniority, Pang Bei has to call him eighth uncle. He was the leader of the village militia. The man was a tall man and one of the best wrestlers in the village, except that in fighting he was good, and in hunting he was not at all of that caliber. LV Ershun's family leaned against the edge of the village, and Zhao Xiaotian was assigned to their house because Zhao Xiaotian was pretty. The captain was afraid that the village bachelors would think ill of her, so he deliberately arranged for the person to stay at Lu Ershun's house. LV Ershun's family has 3 daughters, so one more is no big deal. After Pang Bei followed Zhao Xiaotian to LV Ershun's house, he happened to see LV Ershun's daughter-in-law walking out with a basin of blood. It's all stained with blood from wiping the body. Seeing this basin of scarlet blood, Lu Hai's heart thumped. He entered the house quickly and saw the person lying on the bed, and each of the few little girls in the small room turned pale with fear. Lu Hai immediately slapped Lu Ershun. What? Captain, you're finally here. I found him while patrolling the village entrance. Take a look. This injury. I think it's going to die. Pang Bei came forward and saw a person lying on the bed. His jacket had been taken off, and the white shirt on his body was so stained that he couldn't see the original color. Pang Bei frowned. This wound is very complicated. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei. What about this? Pang Bei couldn't help but say, what are you looking at me for? Look for bandages right away. Is there any medicine to stop the bleeding? And spirits, in addition to finding me a needle and thread. What are you doing? Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei in surprise, and Pang Bei said with a dark face, saving people. See him die. Quickly, Ershun. Do what Xiao Bei says. Lu Ershun looked at Pang Bei doubtfully. Him? Can he do it? LV Hai kicked Lu Ershun's ass. Let you do what you do. Where's so much nonsense? Although LV Ershun had an explosive temper, he was honest when he met LV Hai. There was no other way. Lu Ershun had to follow Pang Bei's request. But the question is, bandages, where is he going to find this stuff? The team could not find. Lu Jian directly took him to the village with the old man to come to their future afterlife to prepare for the use of filial piety cloth. These are to come after, and then torn into strips to make do with. For this kind of trauma, Pang Bei was schooled in battlefield first aid. He used the heat sterilization method on the spot, then sterilized the wounded with spirits, and proceeded to stitch up the wounds. After this set, Pang Bei was already sweating profusely. But the good thing is that Pompey finished it. And this process, Zhao Xiaotian helped the whole process. She also learned some in school. Zhao Xiaotian originally graduated from the secondary school of health school. She has learned a lot, but like Pang Bei, so sharp technique to Zhao Xiaotian are looking silly. This technique is not at all like the first time. This is obviously a veteran. Even their own teacher do not see him so skilled, especially their own high-temperature disinfection of the needle, but also their own breaks the bend. And then it is the stitching technique. The teachers of the health school cannot find a teacher with his means of this. As for Pang Bei being so skillful, it's because he's sewn himself up more than once. Pang Bei training injuries that are commonplace. There is a survival training. He parachuted on the error with injuries out of the primitive forest that are survived by experience. So, dealing with wounds, Pang Bei, which was literally half an expert. After treating the wounds, Pang Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The wounds are deep and of different types: trauma, lacerations, and stab wounds." "What? A knife wound?" Lu Hai realized something wasn't right as he nervously looked at Pang Bei. "Are you sure?" Pang Bei nodded. "The very long one on his back is a knife wound. The one on his arm is a bite wound. He's been in a bit of a mess. I think that Zhou-san and the others are in trouble." When Lu Hai heard this, his face immediately changed drastically. If Zhao Changhe was in trouble, then he was in trouble too. After all, he was the one who reported the case, and then the person had an accident inside the mountain, and his side also had to eat melon fishing. Thinking of this, Lu Hai nervously shouted, "Lu Er's Hun, immediately call the militia team, follow Pang Bei, and go into the mountains." LV Er's Hun was dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed. "Captain, we're going into the mountains? In the dark, we go into the mountains? Moreover, our militia team is so." Before Lu Er's Hun could finish speaking, Pang Bei interrupted. "Captain, my uncle Er's Hun is right. We can't go into the mountains rashly. If I want to go, I'll just go by myself. Otherwise it's troublesome." Lu Er's Hun went up to give Pang Bei a slap on the face. "Call Uncle 8. "What Uncle Er's Hun?" Pang Bei rubbed his head and let out a stifled "oh." Lu Hai almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but it would be wrong not to laugh on this occasion. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei. "You're going by yourself? Do you think you're a god? The police are in trouble and don't know what's going on yet." Pang Bei hurriedly said, "Captain, I have another firefight on Chui Sanjin that hasn't been reported. I have binoculars, and I can lurk and stay out of sight. On my own, I'm more flexible and can determine if I'm going to make a move, and the militia can wait for news from me." Lu Er's Hun thought for a moment and then said, "I'll go with you. Captain, you lend me your shotgun for a while, and the two of us will go, so you don't have to worry, right?" Lu Hai thought for a moment and then said, "You too." Just at this time, Zhao Xiaotian suddenly called out, "Captain, he's awake." Lu Hai rushed over. He looked at the police and immediately called out, "Comrade? Comrade, hold on. Tell me what's going on." "Tigers and bandit dens, human traffickers, bears." Lu Hai was blinded. What's all this? Tigers, bandits' dens, human traffickers, bears? Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. "You understand?" Pang Bei's eyes rolled as his mind turned quickly. Then he looked aghast. "They've gone into the old woodlands." "What? Old woodland?" Pang Bei then said, "Captain, don't you know where the tiger is? The bandit den, that Chui Sanjin with the youths where to go, you do not remember?" To talk about bears, I guess they mistakenly entered the cave, encountered a bear. Hibernating bears can be dangerous if they're awakened. I'm afraid that's what happened to him. Lu Hai slapped his thighs. "Look at my brain. It's broken. This is really bad. They're in a bad way." At this time, the policeman pulled the gun from his body and handed it to Lu Hai. "Save them quickly." Lu Hai looked at the pistol in his hand, which was still a mirrored magazine. It's a 9mm Mauser. Lu Hai thought for a moment, then handed the gun to Lu Er's Hun as he whispered, "I'll go with you guys. Zhao Xiaotian, go to the team headquarters and tell the vice captain and the others to immediately call and contact the newspapers. Think of every way to report it." Zhao Xiaotian was so scared that she nodded her head in a hurry. "Okay, I know. I'll go now." Chapter 59. Encountering a tiger and a lifetime of life stains. Pang Bei saw that there was no way out but to strike again. He immediately returned to his home and brought his own 38 large caps with him. This time today, it's a bad time to hit that tiger. To be honest, Pang Bei had no idea if he could do away with the tiger. However, the last time he had injured this tiger and exchanged hands, Pang Bei knew that this tiger was no longer in his prime. He should not be young. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it so easy for themselves. Only that bear. Pang Bei's heart sank as he subconsciously touched the melon grenade at his waist. If you can't, you'll have to play something fancy. When Lu Xiaolan saw her son with a gun, she asked nervously, "What's wrong, Xiao Bei? Didn't you go to the captain for a drink? Why did you bring a gun with you?" Pang Bei looked at Lu Xiaolan and then said, "Mother, something big has happened. The police were attacked in the mountains, and a police comrade, who was seriously injured, ran to the village to ask for help, so we have to go and save them." "What?" When Lu Xiaolan heard this, tears almost fell from her eyes. "How old is your son?" "They're using their son as an adult, aren't they? Besides, Pang Bei doesn't have a family yet. If something happens to her, how can she live?" Pang Bei smiled and looked at his mother as he soothed, "Don't worry, mother. I'll be fine. Your son has a great life. Besides, I'm not going to die. I'm going to check out the situation first. The captain and the others are going too. I'm not the only one. Right now, not to mention our production team, in the vicinity of 100 miles, no one is as well equipped as I am." Lu Xiaolan thought for a moment, then tearfully touched Pang Bei's face and said, "Then you promise mother that you must come back?" "Ah." Pang Bei nodded. He looked at his mother and smiled. "Don't worry. I guess I'll be back tomorrow morning, mother. Don't worry. I know how light it is." And at that moment, the Daga, who had just finished her chicken breast, came out of the house, her head raised and her dark eyes staring at herself. The look clearly said that she was going to be there too. Seeing the fox, Pang Bei smiled and said, "I say, Mrs. Husan, is your old man planning to manifest again?" The fox circled Pang north, sweeping his large tail back and forth. Pang Bei thought for a moment and said, "You'd better stay home and help me take care of my mom and Xiao Shi. Come back and I'll give you wild game to eat." The fox made a whimpering sound, clearly disagreeing. Lu Xiaolan immediately said, "Xiao Bei, Mrs. Husan is familiar with the nearby terrain, so you'd better take her with you. It might be able to help you." Pang Bei pondered for a moment and then said, "All right, then you follow." As if it understood, the fox walked straight to the door and looked back at Pang Bei. Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. This fox, it still understands human language. Tisk, it's not scientific. Taking the fox with him, Pang Bei brought enough bullets again, and he took his pouch of bullets with him, fearing that it would not be enough. Mother, on the other hand, handed Pang Bei his spear and helped him hang his sword on his back. "Take it all with you for night walks. The short spear can be used as a walking stick. This knife was given to you by your grandpa. They say the knife given by the old generation of hunters can save your life. Take it with you." Pang Bei nodded as he smiled and said, "Okay, mother. I'm not at home, so take care to lock the door. I'll be back in the morning. Go." Lu Xiaolan wiped her tears before sending her son away reluctantly. Fully armed, Pang Bei leaves the house and meets up with Lu Hai and the others. Actually, it's only 7 o'clock this time of year. But the thing is, it gets dark early in the winter in the northeast. After 3 o'clock, it's dark. And this winter night, that's even colder. The three of them paired up, Pang Bei with the fox, Lu Ershun looking at the fox from time to time, leading the way in front. He couldn't help but ask, "Captain, is this Xiao Bei psychic or what? How come this Hu San Tai Nan can still lead the way for him?" Lu Hai glared at Lu Ershun. "Don't you talk nonsense here. You'll make Mrs. Hu San blame you later." Lu Ershun gulped and didn't dare to continue. Pang Bei took the spear. He smiled and handed the short spear, smiled and handed the spear to Lu Hai. "Captain, you don't have a melee weapon. You can't rely on a single barrel sprayer alone. You use mine first. Don't look at this thing short. It's sharp." After Lu Hai took it, he smiled and said, "No need for you kid to introduce me. I used this thing when I was a kid. Your grandpa had a total of 6 of them. And this one in your hand. Back then, you hunted a bear." Pang Bei froze. He just thought that the spear's tip was a bit special. But he didn't realize that this thing had hunted bears. "That's just as well. You'll go first in a moment. You see, I can't do it even with this little body." Lu Hai couldn't help but laugh and curse. "You little Yakuza. You're still not human." LV Ershun naively volunteered. "It's all right, in a moment. 8th uncle will go first. Xiao Bei, you see the situation. If it doesn't work, then run. Hear me?" Lu Hai also suddenly became a serious face. "Your 8th uncle is right. You kid give me to remember. Really encountered big trouble. You are not allowed to play the hero. When the 2 of us to cover, you give me to run back. Do not turn back. Understand?" Pang Bei's heart warmed as he whispered, "Listen to you guys." Although his mouth was saying this, Pang Bei had made a decision in his heart. Whatever it takes to keep them alive. Because of the darkness, the three were not traveling very fast. On the mountain, if you're not careful, it can be a real mistake. The mountains here, though not standing, roll down the slopes. Pang North is wearing a bearskin cape. That doesn't mean he's a bear. All the way north, the mountain's piercingly cold winds froze Pang Bei's nose hairs as he breathed. I didn't dare open my mouth on this journey for fear that my throat would freeze. On the snowy ground, gusts of mountain wind carried layers of snow and mist, and in the silence of the mountains, only the occasional howl of a wolf and the sound of squeaky footsteps underfoot could be heard. Pang Bei rubbed his hands. They were so frozen that it felt like his skin was air-dried and his fingers were a little stiff. However, Pang Bei could still stand it. After all, he had originally trained out in the forest and snow plains, and he was still able to withstand it. Although it was dark, you could still vaguely distinguish the mountains to judge your position. Captain, after the small hill ahead, we're at the old woodland patch. Lu Hai stopped. He took a few ragged breaths. At the moment he felt as if his throat was burning. Lu Ershun stopped to hand Lu Hai the gourd for spirits. Take a sip and warm up. Lu Hai took a sip that actually had something to say about it. It's called a bracing drink, or you could call it a bracing drink. Because of the immediate possibility of danger, it's all about bracing up and boosting morale. Don't get more scared as you go. LV Hai took a sip, his face visibly taking on a slight blush as he handed the wine to Pang Bei. Take a sip. Pang Bei immediately waved his hand. No more. My stomach hurts a little. Captain, I want to. Lu Hai laughed. You kid. Get going. Be careful. Don't freeze that thing of yours off. It's okay. I can still use it if I rub it. Hey! Lu Ershun cackled along. Pang Bei guessed that he ate what he ate and ate bad. He found a place in the snow which revealed his butt, and he felt a burst of coldness. Pulling outside, that's gotta be quick. Otherwise, there's a real chance of freezing there. When Pang Bei squatted, he remembered a joke that was told in the army. When training, there was a southern soldier who did not know the power of winter over here, and when training in the field, he squatted and pulled in the forest and then froze. Then he was at a loss for words, and silently chose to sit back. Re-pool. Of course, it's a joke. But every time he thought about it, Pang Bei always wanted to laugh. As he was pulling, Pang Bei felt as if something was staring at him from behind. That's when Daji came over. She didn't look right, and there was a whimpering movement coming from her mouth. It was a movement he hadn't heard before. Pang Bei was stunned as he turned back to see Daji's hairs exploding all over his body. Pang Bei subconsciously turned on his flashlight as he shone it around. The round column of light swept across the ground. The white snow would appear to have some harshness to it, and the moment the bush in front of him swept by, the snow wasn't all white. There was also a green eye and morose white fangs. Tiger. Pang Bei felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet at this time, straight to the sky. This distance. Pang Bei felt like his soul was flying. However, Pang Bei didn't make a sound. That's a lot of paw lifting to yourself. And at this time, Pang Bei's stomach is still not disputed. Turn of mind. Pang Bei made a decision to go against his ancestors as he silently puckered his butt and aimed at the tiger. Then clench both fists, clench your teeth, and use your whole body. Chapter 60. Jean Gradual Layer Who Died of Suffocation. Tiger was dreaming. Never in my life. He's met weasels, but they just fart. As it turned out, the day started with the sight of a big white ass, followed by the tiger's stain of its life. Ah! Smudges the face. To say, the young man is still full of gas, this hard to squeeze, would have been tampered with thin. Adding to the fear, the daisies tightened. All the scientific conditions for high-pressure injection have come together. It also created a feat that Pang Bei could not change and erase in his lifetime. Jet. Absolute jet fighters. Dozens of degrees below zero. Among the white mountains and black waters. Pang Bei did something extremely unscientific. Not to mention that Pang Bei himself didn't believe it. Lu Hai and Lu Ershun were numb. What is this? What the hell is this? Tiger doesn't get it either. After seeing a big white ass on this dripping mountain, followed by whatever the hell is in front of you in front of the sky, the key is that it uses the tiger's triple axe, the tiger's whistle. And Pang Bei is just extraordinarily accurate. Not bad for a sniper. This tiger was the same tiger that Pang Bei had shot in the ass earlier. He was already injured, and today he added a new injury. This tiger, one eye is bright because the other is blind. It was having a little trouble seeing out of one eye and was staring at this big white ass in the snow. Tiger may have thought 1 second that God really loves Tiger. resulting in a hot bite delivered the next second.
Lui hai are numb. Lui shanamb.
The tiger is also numb. Pang Bei realized that the tiger didn't react, which was just a short second. The tiger would have screamed, but he didn't expect to come to such an octopus jet. The original dry roar turned into dry heaves. Pang Bei also got his chance in this short period of time. It was too late to lift my pants at this point. At this distance, lift your pants and wait for death. 3/8 cap. By the time you pull the big bolt, the tiger will have eaten your thighs. Pang Bei quickly drew the fast and slow action and turned back, and in almost the same second, 3 rounds left the chamber. Lu Ershun was never expecting that Pang Bei would perform acrobatic stunts for himself 1 second, and then turn from a jet fighter to a sharpshooter the next. The bullets left the chamber and flew fast, but because they were too fast, and because his pants weren't up, only one of Pang Bei's 3 bullets went through the tiger's gills. Ow! It was nausea, then pain. Perhaps it was the shame paired with, pain, that sent this one-eyed vicious tiger into a frenzy. It didn't care about hunting methods, and right now it only wanted to get Pang Bei killed. The tiger opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Pang Bei. Bang! At this time, Lu Hai buckled the spray. The tiger's front paw was in pain, and his body retreated like a stress reaction. But the defense of this northeastern golden gradual layer was not papier-mâché. The tiger's brief retreat gave Pang Bei time to lift his pants and grab his gun directly so he could aim it at the tiger. Bang, bang, bang. Another trifecta this time. Because it was so dark, and because it was so close, Pang Bei was truly panicked. He missed this time all 3 shots. Bad. Pang Bei's heart thumped. A tiger is a tiger after all. The nature of hunting and powerful hunting skills destined him to be the strongest king between these white mountains and black waters. The tiger raised its paw and came down on Pang Bei. Tigers, the movements are actually like cats. But you take a hit from a cat and a hit from a tiger. One hurts and one hurts like hell. Pang Bei knows that the tiger slap, he and the tiger are 3 to 7 3 minutes after the start of the meal, can make the tiger eat 7 points of fullness. Definitely can't take that hit. Pang Bei rolled over and directly rolled on the ground again to avoid it. The tiger's claws fell, and snowflakes rose from the ground. Lu Ershun reacted as he grabbed his gun and shot the tiger. The whole time, Lu Ershun's mind was blank. But maybe it was the blank. The shot was surprisingly accurate. He'd never been more accurate in his life. Because the shot, it's unbiased. Right in the tiger's good eye. Ouch! Now the tiger was completely blind. The crazy tiger clawed around frantically. Pang Bei saw this opportunity, rolled around on the ground, grabbed the .38 large cap, 15 meters away, and aimed it at the tiger. Click, pulled the bolt, then pulled the trigger. Bang! The rifle bullet left the chamber, and at that moment the tiger, hearing the shot, leaped up like a madman and pounced on Pang Bei. In this moment, it was as if time stood still. Fate, in this moment, rolls the dice. However, on this dice there is only life or death. Kahoku! Seeing the tiger pounce on Pang Bei, Lu Hai's eyes widened in fear. Whoosh! Pft! The 6.550mm Arisaka rifle round exploded at this distance with a velocity of 765 meters per second, punching a bloody hole directly into the tiger's jaw and bursting plasma on its forehead. The tiger fell heavily to the ground, less than 10 centimeters away from Pang Bei. Sweat had already dampened Pang Bei's face, and his body was radiating steam, as if it was a mixed noodle bun that had just come out of the pot. Lu Hai was so scared that he rushed over. He hugged Pang Bei excitedly. Xiao Bei, you killed the tiger. You really hit the tiger. Pang Bei sat on his butt, feeling as if his body was off the hook. Lu Ershun walked closer and continued to shoot 2 shots up, to make sure that the tiger was really dead. He said with a sigh of relief. Now, Xiao Bei, you really are a god. The tiger is letting you get killed. Lu Hai slowed down. He smiled and said, yes, although this tiger is a bit older, but, well, it's still a tiger. Pang Bei let out a long breath. Ah, still alive. Okay, still alive. Pang Bei stood up. He tightened the waistband of his pants, then kicked the tiger. There was no reaction. It looks fine. But soon, Pang Bei realized the problem. On the tiger's back, there were wounds, not from the gun, but scratches and bites. Pang Bei froze, then thought about the fact that the tiger had appeared here and had obviously been driven out of his territory. Looking at this, if we don't come today, we might encounter it in the middle of the night, and in that case, Mother and Sissy will be in danger. Thinking about this, Pang Bei started to get scared. Captain, this tiger seems to have been wounded by other beasts before, and we were able to survive at such a close distance. Look at this. Lu Hai looked at the wound that Pang Bei was shining a flashlight on, and he also frowned. This wound? Not waiting for Lu Hai to say it, Lu Ershun also found out. This is the same as the injury on that police comrade. Like, Pang Bei looked carefully as he whispered. Even if we don't beat him to death, it's afraid that it won't be able to live for long. With such heavy injuries, it definitely won't be able to move around easily. Plus, the coldest days are coming soon. It won't survive for a few days. I can only be considered as picking up the pieces. The fact that Pang Bei doesn't take credit for himself has given Lu Ershun a new perspective on Pang Bei. If it were up to him, this would be enough to blow for the rest of his life. But Pang Bei said flatly that he was just picking up the pieces. Although this tiger died a bit suffocatingly, but at least it was a tiger. Wow. Chapter 61. Xiao Bei, you still know the art of war? Although the tiger was killed, it wasn't the end of the story, and there was still the need to find Zhao Changhe and the others as soon as possible. Pang Bei patted the snow on his body. Then the three of them, along with Lu Hai and Lu Ershun, dragged the tiger aside and buried it in snow. After Pang Bei made his mark, the three of them continued to walk down the mountain. It was Pang Bei's walking posture that was not quite normal. The two of them, LV Hai and LV Ershun, held their laughter all the way, nearly suffocating their internal injuries. Pang Bei, on the other hand, pulled a face and said with an irritated expression, "If you want to laugh, laugh it out. Pfft. Ha ha ha. I say, Xiao Bei, you just shot out so much, what? And pooped inside your pants pocket." Pang Bei glanced at Lu Hai and grunted. "I used too much force just now, it hurts a bit. Can't you? Besides, don't you guys know how cold it is? I'm now wondering if it's freezing and cracking." Lu Hai and Lu Ershun looked at each other, and then both of them laughed with their bellies. Ha ha ha. Pang Bei simply ignored them and proceeded to huff and puff his way forward. After all, right now, for Pang Bei, finding Zhao Changhe and the others as soon as possible was the most crucial, and the sooner he found them, the sooner he could ensure Zhao Changhe's safety. In short, racing against time, that was Pang Bei's only goal. Zhao Changhe couldn't have anything happen to him. He was Pang Bei's biggest dependence at the moment. After all, if he lived, it would be very beneficial to himself. If he can solve the case, he can also make his life smoother. Moreover, they were still relatives, so it was imperative to save them, both in public and in private. Along the dark forest path, Pang Bei soon arrived at the location where he had last encountered the tiger. Taking the flashlight and shining it on the ground, Pang Bei realized that there were quite a few footprints on the ground, which indicated that Zhao Changhe and the others at least had come this way. Pang Bei looked in the direction the footprints had advanced. Looking at the footprints on the ground, Pang Bei was certain that they were really heading deeper into the old woodland, and Pang Bei reckoned that they had more than likely guessed that Cui Sanjin had brought the youths here in order to head deeper into the woodland. Crouching on the ground, Pang Bei carefully observed the direction where the traces were left. LV Hai saw Pang Bei crouching on the ground and he curiously approached him. "Well, can you determine where it went?" Pang Bei raised his hand and roughly compared the direction with his hand. "It should be this way." Lu Hai looked towards the direction of Pang Bei's finger. He thought carefully for a while, and then said, "Director Zhao should have deduced that Cui Sanjin's lair is in the forest, so he should have gone in to search." Pang Bei took out the map from his arms and looked at it carefully, then said, "This area is all woodland. To set up a lair inside the woodland is really unwise. It's extremely easy to expose yourself. But this direction all the way forward is not going into the depths of the old woodland, but a detour can go to this side of the north slope of the mountains. Here I deduce that there are caves, Zhao Shou and they're afraid that they went into the wrong caves and messed with the bears that are hibernating, which encountered danger. So, even if we were to look for it, we'd have to look along this line." Lu Hai thought for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. "Bringing you kid out was the right thing to do. If this wasn't for you, we'd really be looking for it like headless flies. Then, along the edge of the woodland, let's go straight up the hillside to look for it and see if we can find it." Pang Bei took the map and shone it with a flashlight. After he looked at it for a while, he then made a judgment. "Captain, I think that there are 3 places where Cui Sanjin's lair is most likely to appear. One is the anticline behind the top of the mountain. That side is densely wooded and possesses an anticline, and the anticline on that side is not a cliff, and the slope, although a little steep, isn't up to no one. But there's a very bad premise to deal with here, and that is that it's hard to find food supplies and easy to starve to death inside the mountains. And after they came down the mountain, they didn't actually go around robbing food. Instead, they robbed the youths. I think they cared more about money and women, so I judged that the most likely place for them to actually be is here, the hillside location. So, I deduced that Director Zhao also had this guess, so they most likely encountered the bears in this area. Lu Hai looked at the map and then said, "It's just the three of us. It's better if we find the people directly. Let's take a detour and bring them back. But if we were in danger, the three of us wouldn't be enough for the blind bear to stuff his teeth." Pang Bei laughed. "So cold. The bears will not be blindly wandering all over the street. They will continue to hibernate after determining the safety. If they feel unsafe, the big deal is to transfer. In short, bears won't keep wandering around outside. I am worried about the gang of bandits inside the mountain. We are just 3 people. Want to go head-on is absolutely impossible. We can only think of a way to save the people first, and turn around and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Then it's not too late to enter the mountain. And I suspect that these assholes more than likely have some kind of access to weapons after all. They don't just have 38 gats. I found a box of wangbangs. And the bullets all came with paper wrappers. This means that they used all original imported bullets from the ghosts. Don't you guys think there's a problem?" Lu Hai frowned as he queried. "You mean to say that these people have found the ghost's arsenal?" Pang Bei thought for a moment. "We can't rule out this possibility. After all, anything is possible until things come to light. But the problem is, in our neighborhood, we've never heard of a ghost's arsenal. Not even an artillery building." After Lu Hai finished speaking, Pang Bei continued, "This needs us to find their hiding place to be sure, and who says that the armory has to be here? It's the same elsewhere. As long as we can cross safely through the mountains without being spotted by the police." Lu Hai sighed. "That's true. I'll go. Xiao Bei, you still know the art of war." Pang Bei waved his hand. "Captain, don't talk nonsense. I don't know any art of war. I alone am thinking from the other side's point of view, so that it's easier to mimic the other side's actions and thus feel out the other side's cracks." Lu Ershun thought about it and raised his hand to point to the road. "The place Xiao Bei is talking about should be the old ox ridge in the 3rd ditch, and in front of it is the 4th ditch, so let's go in from the bottom of the ditch and walk around the path to get up the mountain. We can see the south slope of the back of the old ox ridge." "Xiao Bei, can you observe the surroundings when we are on the mountain?" Pang Bei raised his head and looked at the half-moon in the sky, and then said, "I can see a rough idea. I also have binoculars. In such a cold day, no matter how much they hide, they have to build a fire. As long as there is firelight, they can usually find their target." "It's not difficult." Lu Ershun laughed. "You kid, all the things in this hand are not bad. Binoculars also have When Lu Hai heard that Pang Bei had binoculars, he immediately pulled Pang Bei. "Then what's the point of being here? Let's go. If we can find him earlier, we'll have peace of mind sooner." Pang Bei was not expecting Lu Ershun actually quite familiar with the mountain road. It seems that when he was a child he did not go to the mountains. With Lu Ershun leading the way, Pang Bei realized that although this path was a detour, the speed of travel was obviously much faster. The path Lu Ershun took them on made it easy to observe the surroundings, and with bunkers everywhere, he was able to be the first to protect himself in case of danger. By the time he got around to the top of the hill, Pang Bei was lying on his back in a nest of snow, and he looked across to the south slope with his binoculars raised. The mountains and forests across the street were so dark that you couldn't see anything. After all, this isn't a night vision telescope either. Still, Pang Bei swept around, having thought it was useless. But Pang Bei never expected it. This was just as he was about to put down his binoculars and give up, when a not-so-impressive fire came into view. Pang Bei immediately stopped and locked into position. Although he couldn't see too clearly through the faint light, Pang Bei could still see that on the mountain, there was actually a cave. A fire flickered at the entrance to the cave. "See, there's really someone on the other side. There's also firelight. It shouldn't be Zhao Institute and the others. It's so late, and there's still a fire to keep warm. It definitely can't be done by Zhao Shou and the others. Right now they have to immediately get out of the pursuit and siege, and have to wait for reinforcements, so the biggest possibility for them right now is that they're lying against the wind and the snow, just like us." Pang Bei's analysis was quite recognized by Lu Hai, and he felt that this was the case. Pang Bei put down the binoculars and proceeded to eyeball the distance. "If I were Zhao Shou, I'd be lurking on that rocky cliff over there, and the angle over there should be able to locate the fire even with the naked eye." Before Pang Bei's words fell, he heard in the valley, all of a sudden, the angry roar of a wild beast, and when Pang Bei heard it, his face suddenly flushed. The smiles that were originally on Lu Hai and Lu Ershun's faces also stiffened. "That's the sound of a bear, isn't it?" Chapter 62, Eerie Danger. Listening to the sound, Pang Bei was able to roughly determine the direction the sound came from. Judging by the location, The bear wasn't positioned too far away from them. Sure enough, Zhao Changhe and the others were over here. Only Pang Bei's speculation wasn't right. Zhao Changhe wasn't below the cliff, but not far from the direction of the fire. Pang Bei deduced that they should have been chased out by the bear. What should we do? If there's a bear here, we're screwed. Only Xiao Bei's gun on hand has some effect on bears. Lu Hai knew that even if he had a 38 large cap, the possibility of killing a bear with a single shot, and with such low visibility, was almost close to zero. After all, the poor visibility and the likelihood of a single fatal shot from a .38 on a bear is just too small. After all, bears are alive, not targets, standing there for you to hit. Pang Bei was also calculating Lu Hai's words in his mind. He's a special forces sniper, not a SWAT sniper. These two types of sniper training are completely different existences. SWAT snipers are about absolute stopping power. It's basically a request for a one-shot headshot. But not special forces, which are more about incapacitating the enemy, and to dispose of the enemy to the greatest extent possible, not caring if the enemy continues to fight back, as long as the injury is fatal. That's why special forces will prioritize hitting the torso, which has a larger area of impact, over the head. The purpose of the special forces is to maximize the killing of the enemy, to be efficient. The SWAT sniper, on the other hand, is required to minimize mishaps in densely populated areas, and is also required to incapacitate the target as much as possible from continuing to do harm to others. So the training is in a very different direction. Pang Bei is the special forces sniper. And right now, Pang Bei didn't have a sniper scope and only had a 38 large cap. Do you really want to learn to aim from an old-timer? He'd be able to fight, but headshots were out of the question. He doesn't have that. The old-timer is the king of sniping in the history of war. He is but the ace of a troop. The two are quantitatively different. Also, once if it was machine-sighted, Pang Bei's effective range would be drastically reduced. One shot to kill the bear? Pang Bei is not sure. But the problem is that, if you don't shoot to death, once the bear is wounded and enraged, Pang Bei and the three of them will be dead. But just leave it alone? That wasn't Pang Bei's style. Suddenly, Pang Bei thought of something. His eyes rolled, then he whispered, "We also have a way. I actually have a seizure, originally afraid of encountering a tiger or something in the mountains, so I can save my life. Looks like it's going to have to be used." Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. Seized? What the hell? Pang Bei mysteriously pulled out the melon grenade from his pocket. Lu Hai's eyes widened as he looked at Pang Bei and said, "Where did you get this?" "Seized. We just need to utilize this. We might be able to hurt the bear, or at least make this bear flee, and will be considered a success." Hearing Pang Bei's words, Lu Hai thought about it for a moment that it was indeed the case. But the thing is, it's winter and the rattle of a grenade is actually kind of dangerous. This side is deep in the mountains and the snow is still so thick on the mountains. Once if there is an avalanche, it will be a real problem. Pang Bei seemed to see Lu Hai's worry. He smiled and said, "Captain, are you worried about an avalanche? Don't worry about it. Even if the snow on this mountain collapses, it won't be a problem. After all, there's still a distance from here to the high ground. The other thing is that avalanches, this side of the mountain is a gentle slope. I don't think it'll be particularly powerful, and the sound won't travel out much further either. But there's no problem scaring off bears." Pang Bei said to scare away the bears. Lu Hai to think that Pang Bei this suggestion is very reliable. He was going to say that the ghost's melon grenade might not kill the bear, and that if it didn't, they were going to be mincemeat. Wait! Snow! Crash! Pang Bei suddenly thought of something. Eyes immediately noticed the surrounding snow. The thickness of this snow, thin places have also been no more than the knee deeper, afraid of the top of Pang Bei's head can be buried in. Thinking of this, Pang Bei then said, "Captain, I do think that we can try." Lu Hai was stunned. "Try what?" Pang Bei pointed at the snow-capped ground. "Avalanche." LV Hai and LV Ershun looked at each other. Pang Bei said seriously, "We are between the 3 ditches and the 4 ditches. This place is 1 turn to the west and 2 turns to the east, and as long as the place is properly chosen, that opposite side, the snow on the mountain and the snow on the cliffs on our side, may all fall." Lu Hai nodded. "That's true. But if you trigger an avalanche, won't Director Zhao and the others be in danger?" Pang Bei said seriously, "If Zhao Shou and the others are alive now, they must be in a tree or high up. They used their guns and were in the trees to prevent the bears from climbing up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted this long. We could try shouting from the hills. After all, the echoes of this place can still travel out. Besides, we can signal with a flashlight, and I suppose Chief Zhao and the others have one, right? By the way, Captain, do you know the lamp language? Lu Ershun immediately volunteered. I can. I learned it during training. For signaling. But not much. Pang Bei continued. As long as it will make them duck, yes. Lu Ershun nodded his head vigorously as he smiled and said, This isn't difficult. Dodging signals, I will. After saying that, both Lu Ershun and Pang Bei looked at Lu Hai. Lu Hai pondered for a moment, then said, But if the bear is a dog, how can we be sure to bury it inside the snow? Pang Bei then laughed. I'll go seduce him, For the grenades, Captain, you use them. I'll signal you. I'm fast at climbing trees. I'll find a safe spot, and I'll flash the grenade at you 3 times. Lu Hai looked at the flashlight inside his hand. He thought for a moment and then said, Okay, then be careful. Lu Hai could only bet on Pang Bei now. After all, there was really nothing he could do about it. Setting a plan, Pang Bei was the first to run down the mountain, and he descended quickly. Because he knew the general direction, Pang Bei was running in that direction. Only when he was almost close to being within this area, Pang Bei began to enter a lurking state. In the darkness of the forest floor, the snow looked a little brighter, and it was possible to see exactly what was there on the snow. It's not so much a reach. As he approached, Pang Bei suddenly heard a roar. Pang Bei immediately identified the location. Bang! Then came the gunshot. Pompey identified the location. After searching for the sound to get closer, Pang Bei lay down on his back in the snow, hiding his figure as much as possible. And at this distance, it was already only about 150 meters away. Pang Bei could be sure that another 150 meters and he would see the bear. Director Zhao. I'm Pang Bei. Do you have a flashlight? Zhao Changhe, who had just fired a shot, was stunned. He then tensed up. Xiao Bei. Lu Jiachi, who was hiding in another tree, also froze. Pang Bei is looking for you? Xiao Bei. You go at once. Who told you to come here? This side is very dangerous. Don't come near. Zhao Changhe roared nervously. His gaze fixed on the human bear that was so large that it was all a bit outrageous. Chapter 63. Creating an Avalanche. To be honest, it was the first time Zhao Changhe had seen this thing since he grew up. They say the old woodlands are evil. Zhao Changhe didn't believe in these things of gods and ghosts and strange powers, but right now it had been seen. In fact, Pang Bei's side was also aware of it, because Daji had been standing up with her hair all over her body, and she had been letting out a whimpering low roar, as if she was just reminding Pang Bei that there was danger in front of her. Pang Bei looked toward Daji as he whispered, Daji, there's a situation up ahead? Daji spun in place, acting very agitated. Pang Bei looked at Daji and then over at Zhao Changhe. Dog bear. Daji stopped. That's it. Daji was clearly saying that there was something wrong with the bear. But the question is, what could be wrong with a bear? A big bear? But even if it's big, with Daji's brain and cunning energy, can she be afraid of this? And at this time, Daji suddenly raised her head, then whooshed away. Pang Bei was baffled. However, Pang Bei didn't chase after her. Running was the right thing to do at this time, she was wild anyway, and Pang Bei had no intention of restricting her. Wherever she ran to was her own decision. Pang Bei then thought for a moment and shouted, Zhao Shou, listen to me, if you have a flashlight, in a moment I'll lure the bears away. You flash the flashlight 3 times against the mountain, and then you pay attention to climb as high as possible. Zhao Changhe was surprised, then asked, What are you going to do? Don't worry about it. I've got it covered. Just be safe. I'm going to start now, Don't you mess around. Zhao Changhe was so anxious that he wanted to jump. But by this time Pang Bei had already fired. Bang! Shots from the 38 rattled through the woods. And this time, on the opposite hill, a few men in cotton coats were sitting around a campfire, drinking a little wine. Boss, do you think this group of cops will survive? A man as thin as a skeleton cracked his mouth and smiled. His uneven teeth, which looked extraordinarily yellow when reflected in the firelight. And the man eating meat and drinking wine by the campfire had a look of disdain on his face. Live? With what? By the broken guns in their hands? What are you thinking? Today, I'll watch this group of cops die. Humph. Honestly, it's been a while since I've had this much fun. Right. If they cut off our money, we'll let them die. It's still the boss who's strong enough. The man sitting next to the fire eating meat and drinking wine is the leader of these bandits. He is nicknamed Tap Sanjiang. Tap Sanjiang is a real bandit, the family ancestors do this, but when the bandits were eliminated, they were eliminated directly. The father of Tap Sanjiang was also shot. Because they are descendants of bandits, they are naturally treated badly. He grew up with a grudge against the incident, and when he grew up, he took his revenge, resulting in being hunted down by the police and even a massive roundup of militia members against him. He had to hide in these deep woods, and there were times when it was just too hard to live, and he ran off to live near the border. During this time, he felt the wind had passed and came back. He's always been here, and because there are so many of them, the other production teams can't do much about him. Tap Sanjiang crossed his legs and looked smugly at the hilarity in front of him. The rest of the bandits, on the other hand, were all full of contemptuous smiles, sneering up at the policeman on the other side. "I say, police, do you eat meat? Come down and have a bite. Why don't you come down? Why don't you come down? Oh yeah. Coming down here wouldn't be eating meat. It would be serving it to someone else. I say, you lend us that little pussy and we'll let you live. Hey? Not bad. It's been a while since I've seen such a tender little, just a bit thinner, but quite white. Ha ha ha." The bandits' mouths were full of obscenities, and hearing them made Lu Juchi want to shoot them. But it's a long way off and the other side has guns. She was really pissed off that the gun wouldn't even shoot. And there was a ridiculously large bear on the ground. This bear pistol can't hurt it at all. The power of the 38 is still good, or at least much better than that of the Mauser. The bullet went through the trees and hit the snow. The bear on the ground, on the other hand, noticed this and proceeded to look menacingly in Pang Bei's direction. Enraged, it roared directly in Pang Bei's direction. Ouch! The dog bear's voice was low, as if muffled thunder was resounding in the valley, which echoed through the mountains, and Lu Hai noticed some rustling noises coming from all around. Bad. This isn't right. Why is this bear so loud? Lu Ershun also felt that something wasn't right, and he said nervously, "Captain, I remember when I was a child. My master said that there seemed to be human bears in this mountain. It can't be that thing, right?" Lu Hai shuddered. A human bear? Isn't that thing used by old people to scare children? Saying that a human bear will mimic humans and say hello to them, or knock on the door, and when you open it, it comes in and licks your face right off with its tongue. Is it possible? When LV Hai asked this, both LV Ershun and LV Hai fell silent. That's really not saying much, because ever since I was a kid, my master has always told me that this old woodland is evil. So, hunting stays out of this area as much as possible. It's kind of off limits. Many hunters have folded here, last time Pang Bei that was lucky, but it does not mean that every time so lucky. And at that moment, Pang Bei also discovered the anomaly. Because as he ran, he noticed that the ground felt like it was shaking as the snow rustled down from the trees. When Pang Bei looked back, he felt his scalp go cold, because the guy who was chasing him, it was like a boulder. It's 2 meters high on the ground. The lengths are all going towards 4 meters or more. What a thing. Pang Bei was dumbfounded. He'd never seen a bear this big in all his life. Is this really a ing bear? However, right now, Pang Bei had to run no matter what. Fortunately, this was mountainous terrain and Pang Bei was still relatively sensitive in his actions, but the problem was that he was sensitive and only relative to people. Bear, not synonymous with clumsiness. This bear runs so fast it can catch up with a car. Don't look at bears as fat. They're not clumsy at all. Pang Bei was already out of temper as he was being chased. Could this damn thing outrun it? Are you kidding me? Seeing that the dog bear had caught up with him and there was no one around anyway, Pang Bei directly moved to shoot and had a jump sniper. Bang! That shot landed directly on Bear's shoulder. Only it's a thick layer of fat and a sturdy skin. It just punched a hole. But really, it didn't do much damage. It's a flesh wound. Pang Bei was dumbfounded. What the hell kind of demon is this? Why are there so many monsters in this mountain? Pang Bei trained in the mountains when he was in the army. What hadn't he seen before? But these he had never really seen. When Zhao Chonghe saw the human bear go after Pang Bei, he was so anxious that he cursed, "Xiao Bei, you calf. Aren't you just trying to die?" It was at this time that Lu Juchi noticed the light on the mountain. "Chief, someone on the mountain is signaling for us to take cover." Zhao Chonghe looked toward the mountain, and it was the language of the lamp. After thinking about it, Zhao Chonghe immediately responded with a flashlight towards the opposite side. Now, one could only bet on Pang Bei's plan for them. Seeing the response, Lu Ershun immediately shouted to Lu Hai, "Captain!" Director Zhao replied. They indicated that it's ready. It's time to start our plan. Lu Hai also knew that he couldn't slow down anymore, and if he did, Pang Bei would be in a bad way. Bang! Another shot, this time it seemed to have hit the human bear. As a result, the human bear became furious. He stood up, more than 4 meters, close to 5 meters tall, such a big bear. and roared with all his might at Pang Bei's side. Ouch! A muffled sound was like thunder, and then the mountain began to shake. On the side of the cliff, snow-capped peaks cracked and fell from the bluff. Boom! It wasn't just the snow on their side of the hill, but the snow on the opposite side of the hill was falling. The human bear was almost mad by Pang Bei, and how could the bandits who were watching not expect it? They are men sitting by the fire, and woe to them from heaven. Above their heads, large amounts of snow slid down the slopes. In just the blink of an eye, the avalanche fell straight down with a rumble. It's too late to run now. Chapter 64. Dodgy's slutty operations. Panic, all of it. Who would have thought that there would be an avalanche? And who would have thought that those cops would have pissed the bear off like he was going crazy? All of this was outside of Treadmill River's expectations. It never even occurred to him that someone would use this same fight. However, it was all too late. The avalanche was discovered and his side was immediately in disarray. Many people ran straight away because they were too panicked, many people fell on the ground, and the others did not care about their deaths, and there was a stampede. After all, the cave was narrow, and to say that it did not affect the movement was nonsense. Seeing the chaos, although Tap Sanjiang wanted to stop it, he no longer had a chance. A large amount of snow slides down from the top of the mountain. They were halfway up the mountain again, which was extremely fast, and a large number of the men they had just taken in were surprisingly buried underneath the ice-covered snow. Damn it! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Amidst Tap Sanjiang's desperate roar, his figure also disappeared into the snow. The avalanche covered the valley in no time, finally meeting at the bottom and raising a large amount of snow. The valley was quiet for a moment as the snowflakes fell. The laughter of those bandits disappeared, and so did the figure of the human bear. On the mountain, Lu Hai yelled, "Xiao Bei! Xiao Bei!" Lu Hai yelled anxiously, but there was no response from the silent valley. Lu Ershun followed suit, but nothing moved in the valley. Lu Hai was instantly anxious. Could it be that Pang Bei didn't run away? He got up and immediately wanted to go down to look for it, only to have Lu Ershun pull him back. "Captain, you can't go down there yet. There might still be an avalanche." "No. If something happens to Xiao Bei, how am I going to explain to Sister Lan when I get back?" While Lu Hai and Lu Ershun were pulling their punches, Pang Bei's voice came from the bottom of the mountain. "Captain, I'm here." Hearing Pang Bei's voice, Lu Hai's lifted heart immediately dropped. "Xiao Bei, how's it going over there? Are you all right? No injuries?" Pang Bei grinned. "Fine. Not a scratch. You little Yakuza. Still yanking words with me." Pang Bei looked at the fact that there were no more signs of a continuing avalanche. He smiled and jumped down, resulting in a muffled poof with this jump. Pang Bei was stuck inside the snow like a turnip. "It's kind of embarrassing." Pang Bei tried to pull himself out, but after 2 pulls, Pang Bei stopped. Carelessness. Pang Bei realized he couldn't pull it out. Just as Pang Bei was trying to figure out how to get himself out, suddenly something moved not far away. Wow! Underneath the snow cover, a large bear's head was revealed. Pang Bei was dumbfounded. This was bad, and he grabbed the gun, intending to give the bear another shot. As a result, this big black bear crawled out from inside the snow all at once. Pompey couldn't get out, but the man-bear got out. Now Pang Bei panicked. He rushed to pull the bolt, but he never expected it. Stuck. When people are unlucky, they can't even drink a mouthful of cold water. Pang Bei's face was white with fear. What to do? The man-bear climbs out but sinks back in, and it struggles to run out again. This is the kind of situation that scares people the most. It's like an execution. The first shot jams, yet fire the second shot and it jams again. Isn't that bull? Just as Pang Bei watched the human bear get a little bit closer, he was still making a last-ditch effort, and just as the black bear was already almost able to touch himself, suddenly a deafening tiger roar came from the mountain. Ow! This tiger's roar resounded through the valley. Pang Bei froze. Isn't it true that one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers unless one male and one female? Pang Bei was even more flustered now. Apparently the tiger had realized his companion was dead. By the sound of it, the tiger's bark was very angry. The human bear immediately stopped when it heard the sound, and although the human bear was big, it obviously wimped out when it heard this tiger's roar. This guy's kinda scared of death. A little wimpy? Of course, it's not. Dog bears are generally very smart unless you push them so hard that they feel in danger of their lives. Generally, they avoid risk as much as possible. Hearing the tiger's fury, It is possible that the human bear also realized that it was someone coming for revenge. He directly gave up on continuing to attack Pang Bei and instead turned around and directly skipped. It's a funny-looking run, but it's not slow. Only, how did the tiger come in time? When Pang Bei was puzzled, all of a sudden, it seemed that something ran over on the hillside, which was not big, and when it ran closer, Pang Bei realized that it was dodgy. Everyone ran wildly, and when she saw Pang Bei, she whooped and jumped high, then dove headfirst into a snow pit. Pang Bei was baffled. What's this guy doing? After Dodgy had dug herself into the snow pit, she showed another little head and let out a very sharp yelp. Pang Bei understood something at once, and then simply dug in himself. Pang Bei had only been hiding in the snow pit for a short time after this drill when he heard something running over from above. How old was Pang Bei? After he hid in the mountain forest, only the human bear was the biggest target. And, with him there, the tiger obviously wouldn't have taken someone for the murderer of his old partner. When the tiger sees the man-bear, he immediately rushes forward. Just because a bear is a wimp doesn't mean it can't beat a tiger. Then the sound of a bear and a tiger fighting was heard, both sides scaring the other with their roars. Pompey carefully showed a head. He realized that Dodgy was showing a little head as well. A man and a fox, showing their heads in the snow, watching a bear and a tiger face off there. The image, again, is witty and bizarre. Pang Bei looked at the tiger in surprise. Originally, Pang Bei thought that the one-eyed tiger was big enough, only to realize that this tiger was even bigger. The tiger stared angrily at the man-bear. This tiger is, in fact, a one-eyed tiger that has just found a mate. Winter is the mating season for tigers. Good lord, this just got good with one-eyed tiger. And he's not even in the bridal chamber yet. Letting a big blind bear get the best of you? It's a wonder the tiger can keep from freaking out. Pang Bei looked at Dodgy. The ancients are true. This fox is really cunning. Originally, Pang Bei thought that Dodgy was abandoning herself and running away by herself. Who would have thought that she would be the one to lure the tiger? A fox and a tiger? Hehehe, that's still true? Pang Bei smiled and gave Dodgy a thumbs up, and Dodgy tilted her head proudly. Feeling that the form was not in its favor, the man-bear took off and ran, while the tiger, not spoiling for a fight, continued the chase. It doesn't even matter that one person is a fox. Maybe it's to repay the favor of the fox reporting a message? Pang Bei doesn't know how this wild Dodgy, how to communicate with the tiger. Anyway, let her make it. Seeing that the tiger had run away, Dodgy deftly burrowed out, and then began to dig a pit to get Pang Bei out from inside the snow pit. Pang Bei got out from inside the snow pit, and he also let out a sigh of relief. Dodgy, you can't really be a fox spirit, can you? Dodgy grunted twice in displeasure as if she had understood. Then Pang Bei shouldered his gun and proceeded to take Dodgy in his arms. Dodgy was also very obedient and did not resist at all letting Pang Bei hold her. Ha ha ha! Dodgy, you're really my lucky star. Go back and I'll get you something delicious. Dodgy excitedly let out a gargling laugh, and just as Pang Bei was glad that he had survived the calamity, Lu Hai's voice came from behind him. Xiao Bei, are you all right? Pang Bei turned back and said with a smile, Captain, I'm fine. Let's go see what happened to Zhao Shou and the others. Chapter 65. A simple gift of appreciation. This time things were really hanging by a thread, and Pang Bei almost became a human bear's dinner. Only Pang Bei estimated that this tiger would soon become the overlord here. After all, the original male tiger was gone, so hell knows if it would stay. Lu Hai and Lu Ershun didn't care about that. All they cared about was Pang Bei's safety. As a result, they were relieved to see Pang Bei holding the fox, as if it was nothing. Pang Bei laughed and said, Captain, Mrs. Husan is too godly. She's invited the tiger. Lu Hai looked at Dodgy in Pang Bei's arms in surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh. You brat. What kind of luck is it? Husan ties and even protects your brat. Lu Ershun looked at Dodgy, then hurriedly put his hands together to pay homage to Husanmu. Originally, I didn't believe in all this, but now I have to. It's amazing. Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. Me too. Lu Hai looked around to make sure that the tiger and the human bear had gone far away, and Zhao Shou and the others hadn't come over. Lu Hai shoved the grenade to Pang Bei. No one is allowed to say anything about the existence of this thing. Do you hear me? If you go up the mountain in the future and really encounter a human bear, this thing might save your life. Pang Bei took the grenade, and he didn't politely put it away. After seeing Pang Bei put it away, Lu Hai then sighed. Let's go. Go see Zhao Shou and the others. The three of them trudged through the snow and saw that Zhao Shou and the others were about the same, planting radishes inside the snow. Pang Bei looked at Zhao Changhe and waved at him. Seeing Pang Bei's trio come over, Zhao Changhe also finally breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now, he had seen it all, it was really thrilling, but he also had to sigh, Pang Bei, this kid, there are really many tricks. Moreover, the original doubts in his heart completely dissipated. Originally, he suspected that Pang Bei had someone behind him who taught him to be so powerful, and he was afraid that the lurking enemy agents would teach him, which would be dangerous. Pang Bei would also suffer. Now it seems Pang Bei rode so wild, certainly not inside the army out, so much wild road, obviously his extremely understanding of wild animals teach him, most likely also a hunter. If that was the case, it didn't matter how capable Pang Bei was. As Pang Bei and the others approached, LV Hai and LV Erzhun helped pull the rest of them out. Zhao Changhe smiled and said, "Thanks to you guys this time. If it wasn't for you guys, we're afraid we'd have to all stay here." LV Hai said, "Zhao, this is not the place to talk. Let's hurry to retreat. There are still things not taken away. Let's retreat back first." Zhao Changhe nodded his head in a hurry. Lu Jiaqi looked at the mountains across the street and then asked, "Director, what about those people?" Zhao Changhe looked at the mountainside that was already covered in snow, and he said coldly, "Just pretend that they were all eaten by tigers. As long as they're dead, there's no problem." Saying that, he looked at Pang Bei. Bandits always have something in their hands, and in the mountains, it's also often possible to find their hiding places. Whether they find food or money, that's all luck. Don't you think so? Pang Bei immediately understood what Zhao Changhe meant. He's asking himself to clean up the mess. "Don't worry, Officer Zhao. If I can find the bodies, I'll send them all to you." Zhao Changhe smiled. "Good boy. Do a good job in the future. It's almost New Year's Eve, and I don't have anything to give you. Consider it as the New Year's money." Pang Bei smiled and nodded his head. The rest of the police officers were traded for Pang Bei's life. Of course they wouldn't say anything. Besides, all they want is for these people to die as soon as they see the bodies, and if they don't have the money, then they've squandered it, and if they don't find the guns, then they don't have the guns. Or there are still accomplices who haven't all been pulled out. But one thing they were sure of was that there were still their accomplices over at the Happy production team. Quite a few people over here have come from over there. All they have to do is pull out the people over there and they'll get credit for it. And have a good year too. The police had a hard time in those days too. They didn't have the money to send Pang Bei some gifts or something to show their appreciation. These, as it were their expression of gratitude. Lu Hai patted Pang Bei's shoulder. "Call us when you find the body. I don't know anything about the rest, and don't tell me." Pang Bei looked at Lu Hai in surprise, and on the side, Lu Erzhun laughed. "All right, let's go back. It's the middle of the night. We'll probably be 5 or 6 by the time we get back. Let's go. There's still a tiger over there that we can take back. By the way, Xiao Bei, when you're done packing, can you give me a tiger bone? I'll make some wine with it. I heard it's an aphrodisiac." Upon hearing this, Lu Hai then said with a smile, "Give me a piece as well. I don't want more. A small piece is enough." Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. "Okay." Zhao Shou couldn't help but laugh as he patted Pang Bei's shoulder. "There's such a good thing? Then I'll score too." "Me too." The policeman heckled and followed. Only Lu Jiaqi said in a rude manner, "What are you guys babbling about in front of a child?" Zhao Changhe couldn't help but laugh. "This is still a child? Xiao Bei is in a hurry to find a daughter-in-law here." Pang Bei could not help but scratch his head. "I think Officer Lu is right. I am still really a child, mainly because my mother is anxious for me to start a family, but you also know that who dares to marry me are afraid of widowhood." Zhao Changhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. "When you make a name for yourself by your ability, won't the matchmakers of the 8 villages in the 10 miles trample the threshold of your house?" Pang Bei smiled nervously in embarrassment, and Zhao Changhe turned back to Lu Jiaqi. "I say, little Lu, what do you think of our little Bei?" "Not bad," Lu Jiaqi replied unabashedly. Zhao Changhe laughed. "Xiao Bei, do you hear me? Not all girls are unhappy. Isn't there one who has a good impression of you? Do a good job and let our Xiao Lu see your merits. Maybe she can talk to you." Lu Jiaqi blushed, and Pang Bei was made to feel embarrassed. What a great guy. Sibling love? Who says people are conservative in this day and age, Pompey thought. Isn't it a fancy game? Everyone talked and laughed all the way back. And on this way back, the police helped carry the tiger's carcass away. Without the use of Pang Bei lifting, when I returned to the village, it was really already 5 or 6 o'clock. Zhao Changhe arranged for someone to send the tiger to Pang Bei's house, and they went over to the team site to rest. When my mother was awakened, she saw the tiger in the yard and sat down on her, but in fear. Lu Xilan looked at the tiger in a daze, then asked, "Xiao Bei, this is what you hit." Pang Bei turned back to his mother. He couldn't help but laugh. "Mother, I'm a god. I can still fight tigers, the captain and the others, as well as Zhao and a group of police comrades. I can fight tigers alone? Are you kidding?" Lu Xilan looked at the tiger on the ground in surprise and then asked, "Then why did it pull our house?" "It's not about trying to thank us. The point is that the shot that killed the tiger was taken by me." Hey, picked up the slack. Lu Xilan was relieved. She felt that it was also her son who picked up the slack. Otherwise, he would have killed the tiger by himself alone. "Once it freezes, my baby boy will go back into the mountains, and he may have to do something else." She didn't want her son to be too capable of hunting and patrolling the mountains. It would be better if he could do none of the dangerous things. Chapter 66. Official work. Pang Bei came back, and even though he was fighting a tiger, Pang Bei didn't have any injuries at all this time, just some frostbite. The mother smiled and helped Pang Bei apply some lard, then laughed. "This time you've done so much to help the team, I reckon. The captain will surely publicize that the tiger was fought by you. But you can't float as soon as the other's family praises you. You'll feel that it was you who fought it, and then you'll put your little life on the line." Pang Bei hemmed and hawed and giggled. "Mother, of course I know this time to say the most credit. That is who San Tai milk. Without her, Zhao Xiao they will not come back." Mother was stunned, then asked in surprise, "Did Hu Sanmu manifest her spirit again?" Pang Bei nodded his head, and his mother said excitedly, "Agu, in that case, Xiao Bei, you have to hunt 2 pheasants for Tai Nyang. People help you, although they don't want anything from us, but they have to show our sincerity. Don't you think so?" Although Pang Bei wasn't superstitious, he honestly did feel that his mother was right this time. Even though Daji was a fox, saving herself was saving herself. The facts are there. You can't treat people perfunctorily by saying that a fox saved her life and she's not human. This is simple. I happen to know where the pheasant nest is now. Tomorrow nightfall, I'll get 2 more back. It's this chicken. I'm afraid I'll be missing 2 more daughters-in-law. You brat. Full of. Lu Xilan doted on Pang Bei's head. After applying it, his mother told Pang Bei to hurry to bed and get some rest. Pang Bei didn't refuse. He was really tired, so he fell asleep. It's almost noon when this wakes up again. After Pang Bei woke up, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Pang Shi's big, dark eyes, blinking at him. "Brother." Pang Bei laughed and held the little one in his arms. "This little guy has been eating so well lately that his little face is white and red, as cute as a little porcelain doll." Pang Bei pinched her little cheeks and laughed. "Little troublemaker, is this missing brother?" Pansy nodded good-naturedly. "Aha, very much so. By the way, brother, Mother went out and asked me to take care of you, saying that if you're up, you should hurry up and eat your meal. I'll heat it up for brother." Pang Bei deliberately squeezed her fleshy little face with both hands. "No need. Brother will heat up the food himself. Shall she go play?" As soon as Pang Bei woke up, the brother and sister went to eat with a smile and a laugh, and after eating and drinking, Pang Bei disassembled the 38 large cap and carefully wiped the gun to deal with the jamming problem. Then he put the gun back together again. And just at that moment, footsteps came from outside the door. "Kahoku, are you up yet?" Pang Bei froze as he got up and opened the door, and saw that Zhao Changhe and Lu Hai were both here. Pang Bei was puzzled. "Captain? Zhao Shou? Why are you guys here?" The two looked at each other and then laughed. Zhao Changhe took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Pang Bei. "This is your appointment letter. This time, you're getting paid." Pang Bei froze. "Huh? Got a paycheck?" "Yes, from today onwards, Comrade Pang Bei, you are our Qinglong Gully Police Station's specially recruited mountain patrol member, responsible for patrolling the mountains on a daily basis, paying attention to observing unusual movements, as well as paying attention to fire prevention, as well as logging and poaching issues. Every month, you can get $10 in salary, although it's not much, but it can also solve a big problem for you." $10? Pang Bei's eyes widened. Then he laughed. "Quite a lot." Zhao Changhe snorted with joy and said, "Look at how happy you are. Just these 2 pennies. Put you kid happy like this." Lu Hai followed. "And Xiao Bei, from now on, you will be in charge of the mountain, and the security of the village is also entrusted to you. In the spring, I discussed with everyone to build a new house for you in the future to marry a daughter-in-law, but also cannot live in the same house with your mother. Even if your mother agrees, your daughter-in-law won't be happy about it. Pang Bei's face reddened, and Zhao Changhe said, "Look at that, still saying he's a child. This kid, he knows more than anyone. Ha 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 ha." Pang Bei coughed. "Uncle Captain, my sister is but 4 years old. It's not appropriate to talk about this. Is it?" Zhao Changhe and Lu Hai looked at each other and then said, "Right, right. Xiao Bei is right in criticizing." Pang Bei hurriedly said, Come inside and sit down. It just so happens that I have some meat soup here. Let's drink it together." Zhao Changhe's eyes lit up when he heard, "Meat soup? Tiger meat? Yeah, come and have a drink. Then I have to taste it." Zhao Changhe entered the house smilingly, and Lu Hai followed. Once inside the cabin, it wasn't as messy as they thought it would be, but simple and clean. Zhao Changhe took a look inside. "Do you think Pang Yugui is sick? Such a good daughter-in-law, such a good child, but also dare to whisk away. I go back, have to talk to my sister or not. Hurry up and go on their own. Do not wait to be beaten." Lu Hai couldn't help but spit out. "Zhao Shou, you don't know? The old Pang family. They're just wimps. They only beat their daughter-in-law. Bullying outsiders, what the hell? The organization has always emphasized that men and women are equal, that they should respect and care for each other. Look at this. This is turning a deaf ear to the spirit of the higher-ups." Zhao Changhe immediately pulled down his face and said, "It's fine. Go back and I'll find them. This matter of high and low can't just be left alone." Pang Bei didn't say anything. Going back was impossible anyway. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Hai and Zhao Changhe to let Pang Bei go back. "Good man. Do you know how many people are missing in Qinglonggu?" Pang Bei was a treasure trove for them. With him, the problem on the mountain, they solved it. Reduced a great deal of workload, otherwise every year they still have to patrol the mountains. Now, well, Pang Bei, this kind of professional patrol, once there is a problem, directly report LV Hai, the rest is not much of a problem. Because this is a forested area, don't look at the small place of Lujias Hai, but here there is a farm specially for them to pull the telephone line, just for the report to use. Other production teams, phone calls, flashlights, that's all household appliances. Drinking the tiger meat soup, Pang Bei curiously asked, "By the way, Zhao Shou, what's your investigation into that child's matter?" Zhao Changhe sighed. "Thanks to you who reported it. This child really isn't abandoned by others. It was stepped Sanjiang that stole it. We caught the insider. It is the Huang Dejia who raises cattle in the cowshed on the happy side. This stole people's children, sold them to tread 3 rivers, and helped him recruit people in the village. Let us catch." Pang Bei couldn't help but ask, "This kind of person should be shot." Zhao Changhe laughed. "What else do you think? He has no other way out but to be shot." Oh! Pang Bei suddenly realized that he was 5-8 years, that era, hooliganism can be shot, not to mention this kind of thing, this is a major case. LV Hai then sighed. "You do not see that child parents crying. I look at all heartbreaking. Forget it, don't talk about it, but Xiao Bei, you have to be careful. Tap Sanjiang and Chui Sanjin are not in the same gang. They are still not dealing with it." "Huh? 2 groups?" Pang Bei stared wide-eyed. Zhao Changhe nodded and said, "That's right, Chui Sanjin's gang's lair was overrun by Tap Sanjiang. Chui Sanjin has been in the mountains, and Huang Dejia doesn't know exactly where he is. But they said that Chui Sanjin also has accomplices. There is a big brother who is married to him. It seems that he is active in the black market. Who exactly, that is unknown, you have to be careful." Pang Bei frowned slightly. Zhao Changhe then comforted. "However, you don't have to worry. Inside the mountain, basically all of them corresponded to each other. Your kid has taken credit. Speaking of which," Zhao Changhe patted Pang Bei's arm, then gave a thumbs up. "Let's have you clean it up. That's what I call it." Chapter 67. More trouble for the real father. Pang Bei was also stunned. Good lord. He reunited the Chui Sanjin gang by himself. That seems like a bit much credit. Pang Bei scratched his head. "Zhao Shou, is this credit just going to be reported?" Zhao Changhe was puzzled. "What's the problem? This credit is not small. This also let the top check it. But the problem is, how old am I, and I'm getting this kind of credit, so if there's anything dangerous in the future, I'll still have to be on it, won't I? I'm not married yet, and I don't have a queen." When Pang Bei said this, Zhao Changhe immediately understood. He couldn't help but skim his lips and poof a smile. "You're a kid. That's all you think about, isn't it? But you're right. So tell me, what do you want me to do? Can you keep the credit and I'll take it all as activism?" okay? Pang Bei also racked his brain to come up with such a word that fit this era. Zhao Changhe thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Can you this head so smart? Why don't you go to school properly? I want to go to school? Do you think they will let me go to school? Who collects their firewood? Who will be a slave for them? Pang Bei was furious at the mention of this. In fact, Pang Bei studied too much better than Pang Dong. But the family still let Pang Dong go to school, and as a result, in the end, Pang Dong, this garbage, took a secondary school. Pang Bei, on the other hand, almost didn't finish junior high school. Zhao Changhe blackened his face. He clenched his fists. You wait for me to go back. Pang Yu Gue. This if I let him have a good day, I'll take his surname. If Zhao Changhe finds Pang Yu Gue troublesome, then Pang Yu Gue will be in bad luck. Pang Bei does not have to revenge or anything, but can give Pang Yu Gue to find some trouble. He will be comfortable in his heart. Anyway, Lu Xilan wasn't there. If she was, she definitely wouldn't let Pang Bei do this. She just wants to break it off completely. Pompey. He's happy to give his own father a hard time. Now that's pro-life. Lu Hai didn't pick up on this matter, although Pang Bei did this matter a bit rebellious. But his dad wasn't a good pie, was he? This all belongs to the goose's call. The yo. Speaking here, Zhao Changhe suddenly lowered his voice. When we leave, you go over there to clean up again. If there is any intelligence or anything, remember to notify us, and the rest of the stuff you put it away, don't leak it out. Understood. Pang Bei nodded smilingly. Zhao Changhe sighed and continued. All right, after eating and nagging, this tiger meat soup, it's all right to drink. I'm going to get ready to withdraw first. After all, there are still a lot of follow-up things to do. So be careful in the future, don't blindly organize. A little life is only one. Do you hear me? Pang Bei hurriedly got up and said, Got it. Zhao Changhe and Lu Hai were two people that Pang Bei felt were capable of deep friendship. After all, with the two of them around, the rest of his life would definitely be a lot better. Sending them off, Pang Bei was obedient and didn't rush to clean up the battlefield. Instead, they continued to play with Sissy at home. It didn't take long for my mother to return, and she came back beaming. At first glance, it looks like there's a happy event. Pang Bei looked at his mother curiously. Mother, what is it? So happy. Kids don't pry. Pang Bei was puzzled. What? Someone introduced you to someone? Lu Xiaolan went up and pinched Pang Bei's face. Pang Bei wailed in pain. Mother, I'm wrong. Be gentle. You're going to be disfigured. You won't be able to get a daughter-in-law. I'm not going to pinch you. Why are you talking nonsense? How dare you make up about your mom? Do you owe a beating? Pang Bei waved his hands in pain and his entire face turned red. Lu Xiaolan let go of her hand, and Pang Bei rubbed his face in aggravation. I was just kidding. Lu Xiaolan grunted and continued. Then there's no real son making up his mother. Then what are you doing, so happy? Pang Bei said aggressively. Lu Xiaolan regained her smile as she said softly. In the village? Just Lu Xiao, you know? Pang Bei nodded. You know? He has a younger brother, just married, that aspect cannot. His mother approached me, said, take the cloth ticket to us, want a piece of tiger bone, to his son to brew wine. Make up for it. Pang Bei suddenly realized, oh yo, so young to make up for wow. Then wait for the spring, I went to the mountains to see if there is epimedium. And then the wolfberry. Lu Xiaolan frowned and grabbed Pang Bei's son. Say, where did you learn all this nonsense? I told you how your kid always thinks about getting a daughter-in-law all day long. And you don't want to learn how to do well, do you? Pang Bei wailed in pain. Mother, didn't I learn something from the doctor at the health center? Have you forgotten? It's for Shaoxi. He sees patients and this disease, he said. Lu Xiaolan let go of Pang Bei, then huffed. You don't learn what people say is useful, but this is the one you learn fast, right? Pang Bei rubbed his ears and said, Mother, can we talk about things? Don't hit. Experts say that hitting children is bad for their psychological development. Lu Xiaolan grunted. I don't know any experts. I just know that the old man said that loving mothers have more children. If I didn't care about you, you wouldn't go to heaven? Just tell me. You're full of... What are you talking about? Pang Bei muttered in aggravation. Just a few days ago, he said that people aren't small anymore, and now he's being a child again. When Lu Xiaolan glared, Pang Bei immediately covered his face. Looking at her son, Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but snort with joy. You're a little brat. Mother intends to save up. When you really want to get married, why don't you prepare new bedding? And new clothes? Pang Bei thought for a moment and then said, I can't use it. Can I? Mr. Zhao just left, and I have a salary now, so I'll buy it then. When Pang Bei finished speaking, Lu Shilon froze. What? Pang Bei was startled and dodged far away in a mischievous manner. No, no. What are you doing, mother? What's gotten into you these past few days? You got a paycheck? Pang Bei nodded. Yeah. $10 a month. Lu Shilon joyfully hugged her son. She said excitedly, Great. My son is just great. Oops. This all has a salary. So my son has an official job. Pang Bei breathed a sigh of relief as he continued. The pay is not much, just $10. How much more do you want? How much does Mr. Zhao pay a month? It's only $20 or $30 a month for this worker. And that's a lot. For less, it's only $10. You're happy. Oh, if my son has a job, we'll have to be very selective about who we marry, and we don't want everything. Lu Shilon finished, and was even happy herself. Then covering his face, he said, It's not a dream, is it? My son has a job. It's only a measly $10 when you see your mother. In his previous life, this $10 to buy an ice cream, have to look at it, and meet the assassin is just an ice cream stick of money. Although in this day and age, poor. But it's also a time when there's a real sense of humanity. He suddenly felt that his rebirth was not God's way of making him suffer. He was compensating himself by letting him enjoy the warmth he had not had in his previous life. In his heart, Pang Bei secretly said, Many thanks. Chapter 68. The Great Harvest. Pang Bei has an official job and Lu Shilon raises her eyebrows. This job isn't production team approved, that's police station approved. This has a paycheck. Her son, Lu Shilon, is now considered to be working at the police station. Even though he's a mountain patrolman, he's in charge of a mountain all by himself, so what's the big deal? Proper key position. Lu Shilon from this day onwards, that face smile never went down. Pang Bei didn't say much. The mother dissected the tiger, and she planned to make a tiger skin coat for her son to wear when she got married. The rest of it, she also dealt with it seriously, planning to take what was on the tiger with Pang Bei for some money or something. After all, it's going to be New Year's Eve, and they can't wear a full coat of fur through the coming spring. Can they? Mother dealt with the tiger, and Pang Bei went out early in the morning under the pretense of going around the mountains. He went out and also waited for Zhao Changhe and the others to leave before he quietly went to Erdeogo. It was noon before Pang Bei walked to the place. Coming this way again, the snow remains the same, nothing has changed. Observe the tracks. Pang Bei realized that there were none of these people alive. Pompey looked up at the top of the mountain. On their side was an avalanche. Over here, that's snow coming straight down. Pang Bei couldn't help but shiver. Then he dug through the cave entrance. Then go through the snow hole. Entering the cave, Pang Bei saw that there were tables, stools, and bedding in here. A lot of the household utensils are pretty well stocked. On this trip up the mountain, Pompey was bringing ice rafts. He picks out some that he can use in his own home, and they are all in pretty good condition to take away. The bedding, he couldn't look at it. Other people's, he's too dirty. The tables and chairs, however, are optional. Also, like some tools, axes, shovels, and pickaxes, which he didn't mind. Only, to Pang Bei's surprise, in the cave, not many bullets were found. Probably just over 300 rounds. Mind you, that's a lot of people. 300 rounds isn't really a lot, and the bullets are all Mauser pistol rounds. Pang Bei had a use for it, but the gun Pang Bei found on the body with a shovel. These corpses, Pang Bei also examined them and found quite a few food stamps, meat stamps. There were also cloth tickets, I don't know where I got them from. Pang Bei didn't care. As for the gun, Pang Bei got the gun that Tap Mitsui had in his hand, which was a mirror magazine. Seeing this gun, Pang Bei really doesn't want it. He has a fast and slow machine already, and the maintenance of this gun is far inferior to his own fast and slow machine, but thinking of the lack of Lu Hai's side, it's not bad to do a favor when the time comes. Pang Bei directly put it away and prepared to send it to Lu Hai. But the bullets, they still want to stay. LV Hai will be able to get their own bullets at that time. Pang Bei put away his gun and proceeded to look again, only to actually make a discovery. He found a bayonet, and it's still a bayonet on a .38 cap. Pang Bei froze. And this fine stuff. Pang Bei tried to load it, and I didn't realize that the bayonet was still the Mingji 30-year style bayonet. It's tightly fitted. With a bayonet, that's a good thing. The .38 was not short in the first place, although the one he had in his hand was a cavalry gun used by cavalry and second-tier troops, and was quite a bit shorter than a regular .38. The .38 large cap was close to 1 meter 3 in length, while this cavalry gun was only 65 centimeters long. But with the bayonet on, it was also more than a meter long. Can also do a fair amount of damage to the beast. This is good stuff. Pompey excitedly does a couple of jabs. It's kinda smooth. Pang Bei put the bayonet away, then began to feel around again, and as a result, this time in Tap Sanjiang's arms, Pang Bei found another rather explosive item. Pang Bei staggered at the ghost military topographical map unfolding on the snow. This is the proof of their guilt for their exhaustive crimes, but it is also a highly accurate military map of this generation. Back then, it was the loss of military topographical maps that caused many generals to be sacrificed for nothing in the war. This high-precision military map labeled the topography of the mountain, and most crucially, Pang Bei had discovered an unbelievable secret: arsenal. This is a secret military facility that was secretly built back in the day in preparation for the move north. Pang Bei looked dumbfounded. He looked at the rifle in his hand and thought that the group had all the weapons of the devils in their hands, and a thought came to him that disturbed him. They couldn't have gotten the weapons here, could they? Pang Bei didn't know what this military facility was. It was all in Japanese and he couldn't quite read it. But what is certain is that this place, ironically, is a place where the ghosts did not do anything good. In any case, Pang Bei was feeling that this place had the value of a trip. It's just that it's so far from here and this place right now is snowbound. He can't get in. Pang Bei thought about it and chose to put the map away for now and wait until he had the chance. He believed that such a confidential place Tap Sanjiang could never tell others, just from the point that there is no gun on the other people. That side should be Tap Sanjiang's south secret hiding place, but there should only be some light weapons and ammunitions, otherwise this group would have all had guns long ago. As for Cui Sanjin, he mostly got the gun from him. Pang Bei also wanted to see if he could get some fine goods out of this military facility. What if there's something new? Not to mention anything else, even a few more grenades would be good. If this encounters a human bear again, Pang Bei will dare to throw a grenade to blow up the girl. So, this matter will have to be put on hold for the coming year. After cleaning up the battlefield, Pang Bei's harvest wasn't small: 3 bags of grain, some furs, and about $100 plus bullets and bayonets. In addition, there are tools and a set of tables and chairs and a barrel of kerosene. These are supplies that can kind of improve life quite a bit. Not to mention the fact that these assholes actually eat rice and white flour. What a ing luxury. Pang Bei cursed on one side and pulled right back as he put his things away. After all, the wood was rotten from all the crap in his own house, so I can't tell you how much the table legs could have broken off during that meal. The stools were not flat either, unlike these chairs, which were things only found in landowners' homes. Eating with this, Pang Bei thought it was quite good. It was almost dark when I came back with an ice row of stuff. The mother heard the door open and she was blinded when she came out. "Xiao Bei, are you going down the mountain?" Pang Bei waved his hand. "No, Zhao gave us the trophies. These are the bandits. They were killed. Zhao asked me to sneak in and get them back. Said we could use them." Saying that, Pang Bei proceeded to take out food stamps, cloth stamps, and meat stamps from his pocket and gave them to Lu Xiulan. Lu Xiulan looked on with wide eyes. This won't go wrong, will it?" Pang Bei laughed. "If you don't say it, it's fine. If you say it, I and Zhao Shou and the captain are all doomed. You choose: either you go to the commune to report us to go, or now you hurry to unload with me. I found a bag and a half of white flour and most of the bag of rice." Lu Xiulan was baffled as she rushed to open the grain pocket. Fruity. A bag and a half of white flour, and most of the bag of rice. It's all fine grain. Lu Xiulan's hands were shivering. She had never seen so much fine grain appear in her house in her life. Just as Lu Xiulan was surprised, Pang Bei took out money again. "Right, mother. There's also this, you can keep it too. Those bandits' money." Lu Xiulan froze as she grabbed the money, then looked around, then lowered her voice and chided, "You're going to die. Can you take this out?" Saying that, Lu Xiulan hurriedly put it away as if she was a thief. Then she whispered, "I'm warning you. This sucks, and the captain can't tell him. It's to protect them. Understand?" Pang Bei nodded. Then Lu Xiulan smiled. "My son has made good with this money. It's enough for you to get a daughter-in-law." Chapter 69, Important Commissions. Lucius carefully hid the money. Pang Bei ate and began to rest. After all, it was a really quite tiring day. Mother relocated everything. The original broken table split for the fire, and the benches were placed in the yard for sitting. With a sturdy table, there's no need to find something to pad the legs. Plus the food is now considered sufficient. Plus there are some cloth tickets. The new year can also make a new set of clothes for Xiaoxi to wear. That level of improvement is really quite intuitive. These to the time to make Pang Bei very happy, only this is just the beginning. Although he has a job, life is also guaranteed, but in fact Pang Bei no, this is just the beginning. My sister has to go to school, and then there's the fact that I can't live here in the mountains all the time. Pang Bei knew that in the future, if he lived well like this, it would be a disaster. So he must go inside the mountain. There's still an excuse to be made. In short, as long as he was in the middle of the mountains and he added a suitable name, no one could do anything to him. So the best thing to do is that after next year's spring, he went into the mountains to find a suitable place where he could quietly build a residence of his own. That way, if you do get into trouble, you can just go into the mountains and live. As the days got colder, Pang Bei had no way to get into the mountains. That's why after Pang Bei handed over those corpses to the police, he stopped his activities into the mountains. After all, it would be foolish to run further into the mountains when the snow was closing in. Although Pang Bei didn't have to go into the mountains every day, he was basically training these days. The other thing is that in dealing with tigers, tiger skin is not going to be sold, but tiger bones, tiger teeth, tiger bile, and so on, this can be taken to sell money. There's also some tiger meat, all of which can be exchanged for money. Of course, tigers, you have to be a little more careful selling. Pang Bei sneaked down the mountain in the afternoon and went straight over to the black market. Coming over to Old Tall's side of the store, he had just opened. Seeing Pang Bei carrying a large pocket, he asked curiously, "Io, the little hunter is here? What have you brought this time to show me?" Pang Bei looked around, then whispered, "Master, this can't be seen in the light." Old Gao Tu froze as he looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. "Can't see the light?" With that, Pang Bei opened a small opening in his pocket. The old man hid his eyes, then froze. "Where did you get this from?" The old man's eyes widened as he looked at Pang Bei in surprise and asked. Pang Bei lowered his voice and said, "Inside the mountain. Follow me." Old Gao Tu immediately got up and led Pang Bei into the house. Then he closed the door, then looked at Pang Bei and said, "Kid, you're not small in guts? You dare to touch the big cat too?" Pang Bei whispered, "Isn't this an encounter? If I don't kill it, it will eat me. Plus it's New Year's Eve, and I want to get some money and buy some more stuff too." The old man laughed as he continued, "Open it up for me." Pang Bei unlocked the sack inside not only the tiger's tiger bone but also tiger teeth, tiger meat, tiger bile, in addition to the wolf skin, wild boar skin, as well as other wild beasts hit the skin. There is indeed a lot of wild game. The old man looked at the pocketful of stuff and he smiled. "I'll take all of this and give you this amount." The old man held Pang Bei's 5 fingers. Pang Bei looked on in surprise. 500? He nodded and said, "Okay." $500, for people at the time, it was something you wouldn't make for years. The old man laughed as he continued, "Wait, I'll go get it for you." With that, the old man turned and went back to his room. Not long after, the old man took a pocket out of the house and proceeded to place it on the counter and said, "Count it." Pang Bei laughed. "I can't trust you? My grandpa has been with you all along, and if your son were here, I would have counted. If your son was here, I would have counted it. But it would be disrespectful for me to count it. I won't give you a refund if it's too much, but if it's too little, I'll take it as a loss." Old Gao Tu laughed as he whispered, "You kid, still really a slick one. By the way, you said you wanted to buy something. What are you going to buy?" "I'll give you the price of one of your own." Pang Bei immediately smiled upon hearing this. "Master, I'm in the mountains and don't have some emergency medicine at home. Do you have any here?" The old man thought for a moment, then turned around and took out a box from behind him and placed it on the table. The medicinal case of the same model as the army doctor, and this was rather hard to get. Others wanted 50, here 30. Pang Bei hurriedly clasped his fists. "Many thanks." Then Pang Bei took out and counted out $30 and gave it to the old man. Pang Bei opened the medicine box, which contained Yunnan Bai Yao, as well as large oil, painkillers, and gauze. These are the things that are essential for military doctors. Pang Bei was elated, then clasped his fists and said, "Thanks a lot. I really have a great use for this. I won't hide it from you. The other day on the mountain almost died. We want to send our children out for treatment. It's just too difficult. My family still has a sister, just 4 years old. I'm up in the mountains hunting a lot here again, so it's inevitable that I'll get hurt." Old Gao Tu smiled and nodded his head and said, "I know what you want this for. Don't need to explain to me. What you do also has nothing to do with me. I don't pry and don't ask if you do business with me here. By the way, kid, I do have one thing I'd like to ask you to do for me." Pang Bei was stunned, then asked, "Trust me? For what?" "Help me get a bear bile. There are heavy thanks. Also, if you can see these herbs in the mountains, dig them up and I'll take as many as I can get." Pang Bei took the list from the old man's hand, and looking at the words on it, the dragon flew. It didn't look like an ordinary person's handwriting, and it was a prescription anyhow. Pang Bei looked at old Gao Tu suspiciously. In a hurry? Aha! The old man nodded and continued. As soon as possible, the sooner the better. There are people waiting for this medicine. Pang Bei nodded and then said, This can be tried. The bear this thing, I have to find. After all, you know that the snow has closed the mountains in the past few days. The old man looked at Pang Bei and said, If you can get the bear bile before the year, your grandpa can go into the city for treatment. And also, he can arrange a job for you to go into the city. Pang Bei froze. Into town? Pang Bei took a deep breath. He frowned. There was no point in going into town on his own. But if he could really get his mother into the city, he would have much more peace of mind. Thinking of this, Pang Bei looked at old Gao Tu and said, Does that count? The old man nodded. You can be assigned to work in the factory, your choice. No, I just need to be able to get my mother a job, so she can retire and have a place to live. And as long as I promise all that, I'll send you the bear bile from a human bear in 7 days. Old Gao Tu's eyes lit up as he stared at Pang Bei and asked, Are you serious? Human bear bile. This is the best option for this remedy. Only the human bear is nobody knows where it is, it's all just a legend. I said, as long as my mother and my sister can get into the city, I'll bring you this human bear bile in 7 days. Chapter 70. Mother, I want to wrestle. Of course Pang Bei would be happy if he could get Pang Shi and his mother into the city. After all, in the mountains no one can guarantee what will happen. Besides, if his mother left, he would have no worries if he did go into the mountains in the future. After all, there can't be any more beasts in town. Listening to Pang Bei's words, old Gao Tu pondered for a while and said, If you can get human bear bile, residence arrangement, job arrangement, and even your sister's schooling can be arranged for you, the people waiting for this medicine are very urgent and important. If you hadn't beaten the tiger over here today, there's no way I'd ever tell you these things, so you can't tell anyone else either. Pang Bei nodded. Understood, but to catch a human bear, I need something else. I'm not sure about the gun alone. Old Gao Tu smiled as he looked at Pang Bei and said, Want to get something? Pang Bei thought for a moment, then pulled a grenade out of his pocket. This. Seeing the melon grenade inside Pang Bei's hand, old Gao Tu's expression changed. Then he laughed with some excitement. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't look at the wrong person. You kid is a ruthless character. You wait. The old man crouched down. He knocked on the ground, then warped a floor tile. Then inside he pulled out a wooden box. The old man opened the wooden box and took 2 grenades out of it. The old gaffer put the grenade on the table and said, It's yours. Pang Bei froze as he looked at old Gao Tu, who smiled and said, You killed Chui Sanjin, didn't you? Pang Bei's face changed drastically as he alertly and subconsciously placed his hand on his waist. The old man took a look at Pang Bei, then couldn't help but smile. You kid is a bit interesting, don't worry. I won't tell. Chui Sanjin's grenade was taken from me. Although you're not very old, your skills are really not small. These 2 you take it to use, I keep it is also a bane. The human bear is in my hands. I don't have a cent for the money, but the things I promised you, not a single one is missing. Pang Bei nodded. Okay, I trust the old man. After Pang Bei finished, tucking the grenade around his waist, he then cupped his fists and said, Master, I have one last question. The old gaffer laughed. Speak. When, if I bring the thing, can I get the promise you said? October at the latest, April at the earliest. The job will come down, the residence can be arranged temporarily, and you will be given a stable residence in the future. After the old man finished, Pang Bei smiled. Many thanks. I won't be going into the city. I'm a mountain patrolman now. I have to be inside the mountains all the time. The old high head nodded. Then Pang Bei opened the door of the room. A cold wind blew in, and Pang Bei left without looking back. The old man looked at Pang Bei's back as he revealed a mysterious smile. It seems that old Lu he has chosen an exceptional junior. Who would have thought that Pang Bei would have such a skill? How old is he? How dare you move a human bear? Old Gao Tu doesn't know whether to say that it's good to say that heroes have been born since ancient times, or that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. On the way, Pang Bei was also thinking about this matter. Now Sissy is 4 years old, an age when she should be in kindergarten and in preschool. Will come to elementary school. Pang Bei was hoping that she would do well in school and be able to have as good a life as possible. As for mother, if she can get a foothold in the city and have a job. Grandma went to the city for medical care and had a place to put them. Thinking of this, Pang Bei took a deep breath as he felt that this risk was worth taking. Currently, he had the 38 large cap in his own hand, plus 2 grenades and a grenade. Pang Bei felt that killing a human bear was not impossible. Although the human bear was large and hard to kill, Pang Bei was perfectly capable of fighting him for a few days. Only what would I tell my mother about this? Mother wouldn't let him go into the mountains anyhow. After all, at this temperature, you'd freeze to death inside the mountains. But no matter what, Pang Bei wanted to try. Had to talk to my mother about it. Thinking of this, Pang Bei couldn't help but quicken his pace. Returning from the black market, the smile on his mother's face never disappeared when she saw Pang Bei return. Son is back. What's up? Did you have a good day? Pang Bei smiled and nodded. Then he took out the money bag and handed it to his mother. Mother, this is the money from the sale. Opening the bag of money, my mother stared in disbelief. Why so much money? Pang Bei smiled and said, a tiger, of course it's not cheap. Then he opened the medicine chest and said, this is the first aid I bought, so that there won't be no medicine at home. The mother looked at the medicine box. She smiled and said, my son is really growing. With this, you are able to practice medicine in the village. Pang Bei laughed. He shook his head and said, where can I go? I will just answer an emergency. But, Nyang, I have one thing that I want to discuss with you. Seeing her son so serious, Lu Shilon froze. She wiped her hands, then sat down and said, what's wrong? So formal. Pang Bei said in a low voice, received a job if made, the other party promised to send you to the city, arranged to work in the factory, and a place to live. Xiaoxi can go to school in the city, grandpa's leg, can also enter the hospital for treatment. Lu Shilon froze. With conditions like that, that's never a simple thing to ask a son to do. Lu Shilon then nervously asked, let you do what? Get bear bile. Pang Bei returned word for word. As soon as she heard this, Lu Shilon immediately said, no way. This is absolutely not okay. Pang Bei whispered, mother, do you really want Xiaoxi to spend this life in the mountains with me? What's wrong with being in the mountains? Didn't mother also grow up in the mountains? Lu Shilon was getting a little agitated as she spoke, and her voice became much louder. Mother, Pang Bei advised bitterly, Xiaoxi and I are already without a father, and if she is in the mountains, her life will be over. In the future, she'll have to marry into a family like you and work for them. If we succeed this time, you and Xiaoxi will be able to go to the city, and if I quit in the future, I will be able to join you and live in the city. Hearing her son's words, Lu Shilon's voice choked up. Your father doesn't want me anymore? Do you not want me too? Lu Shilon choked up as she spoke, and Pang Bei's eyes reddened. He shook his head and said, I did not want you. No matter what time it comes, you are my mother. So mother, I must think for you. Son, what about you? Mother can have no glory and wealth, and I don't want to go into the city. I just want to have you and Xiaoxi, and for you to live well, that's enough. Lu Shilon's voice was trembling. Pang Bei pulled up Lu Shilon's hand. Mother, I'm sure. If I'm not sure, I won't joke with my life at most. We can't do this deal. But I want to try. Give me 3 days. Within 3 days, whether it is successful or not, I will come back. You just need to sew me a leather bag that I can sleep in, prepare rations for me, and then don't tell anyone about my whereabouts. 3 days of fight. Besides, mother, if grandpa can go to the city for treatment, you will be able to do your filial duty. Won't you? Lu Shilon was really in a dilemma. Pang Bei said it, and her heart went out to her. But trading her son's life, she couldn't do it. Lu Shilon thought for a moment. She then asked, is it true that if I agree or not, you have to go? Pang Bei nodded very seriously. Lu Shilon sighed. Then she got up and said, let's try it then. But Xiao Bei, if you die, mother won't live. Remember that. Chapter 71. Daji, you take me into the bear's den? This mission that Pang Bei had taken on was tantamount to going against the grain. In those days, it was impossible to have a job in the city, to have a residence, and a household registration. It was all unthinkable. If it did, the future Ponzi's life would be completely rewritten, and the mother will no longer suffer. The most crucial thing was that Pang Bei knew that sooner or later, he would be targeted if he hunted like this. There will always be people who are jealous, and if they snitch on him, he will be in trouble. But if it's just himself, who can do anything to him? The big deal is that Master went into the mountains to find Grandpa if he could. So, Pang Bei was determined to try. Her mother helped Pang Bei make the sleeping bag and she got it just the way Pang Bei wanted it. This time, Pang Bei also planned to bring Daji. After all, this guy is really the best assist. It might be the one that saves his life. The other thing is 3 days worth of dry food, and bring white wine with you. Bringing water that's waiting to be used as an ice cube, and the best thing to do is to bring wine. For Pang Bei's action this time, his mother was specializing in steaming steamed buns for Pang Bei, and also made quite a lot of salted dried meat to bring with her. For one thing, it's not heavy, and for another, this thing tops hunger. With the freezing temperatures in the northeast, salt intake must be adequate. If it's not enough, it's literally unbearable. That's why northeasterners are generally heavier on salt. Fully prepared, Pang Bei quietly set off with Daji before dawn. Dressed in stars, he walked through the woodland where the snow was deep and the action was much harder than he wanted it to be. This time Pang Bei was well prepared, and while he was at home, he also gave his bearskin cloak some simple camouflage. Along the way, he looked from a distance like a rotting haystack covered in snow. The good thing is, the mountains here are not steep, they are slower, but they stretch on and on, surrounded by mountains. As far as the eye can see, apart from the sea of forests, there are white snow fields. In this weather, the beasts are basically not seen much either. Between the silent woodlands, there was only the sound of Pang Bei's movements. Crunch, crunch. The sound of feet on snow is kinda stress-relieving. Just a little bit cooler. According to the direction of the last encounter with the human bear, Pang Bei could not see any trace of the original when he looked for it, and it is estimated that if it is alive now, it is also drilling into the cave to hibernate. Last time, that was when Zhao Changhe and the others let tap Sanjiang pit. After waking up this master bear, this time Pang Bei is going to try a surprise attack. Directly to its death. Of course, it has to work. Along the way, Pang Bei used his short spear to constantly test the thickness of the snow in front of him, and his original speed was now struggling to reach even 1/3. Walking in the midst of waist-high snow, that's just too hard. I don't know if it is the god against himself originally stopped for a few days of snow from the sunrise time onwards have fallen. This to the afternoon not only did not stop the meaning but on the contrary intensified. Goose feather like snow spread all over the forest and snow plains, and heaven and earth were covered by the rustling snow. Pang Bei raised his head and looked at the sky, suddenly remembering the scene of his rebirth. Either way, it's time to move on. Live, that's the key. Unfolding the map, Pang Bei was barely able to determine his location. After all, it was a big no-no to travel on a snowy day, and it was easy to get lost. Pang Bei would probably be no better if he hadn't gone through special training in the cold zone. In this kind of weather, even experienced hunters dare not rush into the mountains. Pang Bei this in their eyes, this behavior is called a death wish. Walking was really tiring. Pang Bei looked around as he casually grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. The cold snow melted in your mouth and it was so refreshing. Good thing his own situation compared to those martyrs and forefathers, he would be good and steamed bread and salted dried meat, when the martyrs that is lying on the ice and snow eating fried noodles chewing frozen earth beans. Although the troops have repeatedly emphasized the need to pass on the spirit of fearlessness, how many of them can really do it? It's hard to say. Pang Bei is, after all, a warrior who came out of the peace era. Although they are not honeypot soldiers, the intensity is still great, but in the end, the living conditions, the material security that are the soldiers of that era do not even dare to think about it. For them, this kind of life is only for the lesser soldiers of the American Empire. After a few bites of snow, Pang Bei bit off another piece of salted dried meat. Chew a few bites and your gums hurt, but still, he forced himself to swallow the meat. After all, if you don't eat it, it's easy to die inside the mountain. It had been almost a day of searching, and Pang Bei still had no clue. Daji, who was hiding in Pang Bei's sleeping bag, poked out a small head, and she looked around, her eyes scanning around thievishly. Pang Bei looked at Daji, and he said with a bit of guilt, "I say, Daji, this time it's me who's wrong for you, bringing you out on this snowy day." Daji didn't bother with Pang Bei, but kept her nose sniffing as if she had found something. Pang Bei looked at her suspiciously. "What's the situation?" Just then, Darla got herself out of her sleeping bag. She looked from side to side, then started to spin in place. It didn't take long for Daji to suddenly make a whimpering sound that was low and seductive. Pang Bei immediately walked over. When Daji saw Pang Bei approaching, she continued on her way. And so it was one man and one fox, leaving lone footprints all the way across the snow. After walking for what could be roughly 10 minutes, Pang Bei was surprised to find that this guy, in fact, had brought him outside of a cave. About a couple hundred meters from the cave, she stopped. Pang Bei looked at the cave suspiciously. He was worried that this was a cave where human bears lived. The act of rushing in is called delivery. However, Daji surprisingly whooshed in on her own. Ugh? What are you doing? When Pang Bei saw Daji rushing in, he hurriedly followed him up. As a result, Daji didn't go in for long and came out again. She circled around, and Pang Bei realized that the cave was empty. The cave wasn't deep and you could see inside at a glance. But there is a rock in here that is flatter. Put your sleeping bag in it and you can sleep. And there were quite a few weeds growing in the corners, only now they were all dead grass, and quite a few dried branches that had withered. I don't know if the wind blew it in or if it was a small tree that originally grew here. After Pang Bei came in, he began to pack up these things, and he built a fire over here, finally sort of finding a place where he could roast and rest. For safety, Pang Bei made a trap with thin twine. This trap was a trick mine for anti-infantry use. He was using the cantaloupe grenade as a shenanigan and arranging it directly in front of the door. As soon as a beast dares to come near, it's just waiting to be blown up. What's more, this was accompanied by Daji, whose vigilance that really wasn't covered. However, in order to be safe, Pang Bei still took the grenade out, and the lid are open, pull ring and line are also put out on their side. Once there is any wind, directly thrown out of the cave can also be blocked. Of course, the possibility of dying together is relatively large. But it's better to have a pain in the ass than to be eaten. Pang Bei had been carrying the fox on his back for a day after all, and he was really tired. Finally able to take a break in the cave, Pang Bei didn't dare to waste any time. Time to rest was extremely precious. When you can rest, do so immediately. Otherwise, if you're really in danger, hell knows when you'll get out of it. Pang Bei smiled as he sat on the sleeping bag. He looked at Daji and said, "Come on, Daji. Warm up the comforter for Master. And at night, Master will sleep with you in his arms." Pang Bei was molesting Daji and teasing her. Daji's hairs suddenly stood on end. Then her gaze turned toward the outside, becoming very cautious and careful. Woo! This low growl is clearly, there are hostile situations. Pang Bei was so scared that he grabbed his .38 large cap as he nervously raised his gun and looked outside. And just at this time, outside the cave, there was a sound of footsteps. Pang Bei was guessing what kind of thing was approaching when there was a sudden muffled sound, and Pang Bei immediately turned on his flashlight. It was only then that I saw, outside the cave, that one dark thing that seemed like a small mountain in height. Pang Bei looked at what was outside, and he was so scared that the hairs on his body stood up. Daji, you brought me to the bear's den. Chapter 72. Happy birthday, Brother Bear? Pang Bei was nervous and felt his heart jumping out of his throat. Although it was the second time he had seen a human bear, Pang Bei was nonetheless shocked by the exaggerated size. Pang Bei wondered, what did this bastard eat to grow so big? Hormones? How is this to be explained scientifically? Mutation? Or ing evolve? Just as Pang Bei was nervous and shivering a bit as he spoke, another sound like muffled thunder came. Ow! What the hell? Pang Bei's eyes widened. He was sort of completely confused. Tiger? Is this guy so vindictive? How many days has it been? How many days has it been? I have to say, the human bear has a real wow temper. After chasing it so much, it didn't even fight with the tiger. Pang Bei really didn't know whether to praise this bear for having a brain, or if it was really wimpy. You say he's a wimp, but when he was chasing Zhao Changhe, he was a formidable man. Good Lord, caught up with the tiger, he turned to staying green. Has this bear become a spirit? Do you know that a man can bend but not break? No wonder Daji brought herself running here. So you're here waiting for the snipers to get their hands on it? Pang Bei smiled and gave Daji a thumbs up. Good job. Daji didn't seem to understand as she stared at herself with her dark eyes. And then she heard the sound of tearing and fighting from outside. Pang Bei's eyes rolled. Then he grabbed his .38 large cap and came to the cave entrance, where he hid near the trick mine he had laid. At this time, the human bear in the snow is waving a big bear paw to fight with the equally large northeastern tiger. I have to say, the northeast tiger is really fierce. No one's as big as a bear, but they're really bold. And the action was quite ferocious. Pang Bei felt that he was no good if he wanted to let this one set his sights on him. He found a place to crouch, far enough away to look like a rotting haystack next to a rock. Pang Bei opened the jug and took a sip for himself. Immediately a hot sensation came to his mouth and he was instantly warmed up. Life and death are not to be taken for granted. Muttering, Pang Bei immediately pulled the bolt to load. Pang Bei held up his .38 large cap, his gun aimed at the human bear. By this time, the northeastern tiger had pounced on the human bear and bit the bear's neck. only bears the neck that is a thick skin, it is not useful at all. After the northeastern tiger bit down, its back paws frantically stomped on the human bear's belly, and a few times, Pang Bei saw blood splattering out. A tiger is so fierce. Huh? No wonder. Our brigade is called the Fierce Tiger Special Operations Brigade. So it's this fierce. Oh! Daji followed suit and watched like a melon. Outside the cave, a tiger and a bear, fighting for love. Inside the cave, a man and a fox, the two culprits, eat melon and watch the fun. However, human bears have the upper hand in terms of size. It was also bitten all over by the northeast tiger, but it was clear that the northeast tiger didn't have enough strength left. And the man-bear clearly had some physical ability left. Seeing this, Pang Bei immediately prepared himself, knowing that it was time to strike. Tiger! It's going to be over. Just thought of this. As a result, the human bear actually really slapped this infatuated species of tiger that jumped up in the snow. The tiger struggled a few times, but obviously could no longer move. The man-bear lunged forward, ready to patch up the tiger. And it was at this time. Bang! White smoke rose from the muzzle of the 38 cap. The bullet whooshed out of the hole and opened a small eye directly into the human bear's body. Click! Pang Bei quickly pulled the bolt and fired another shot towards the human bear. Whoosh! Click! Bang! 3 shots in a row, shots that hit. And pulling the bolt, loading the cartridge and firing it, that's a speed the average soldier can't do. Pang Bei, this is rapid fire and also special training inside the army. 3 consecutive shots was already Pang Bei's limit. The 38 cap has a total of 5 rounds. Right now there are 2 more rounds. Man-bear was shot 3 times, once in the back of the head, once in the neck and once in the shoulder. All on the point, so to speak. But the problem was, he had thick skin and flesh. Even if he was an ordinary bear, he might not die on the spot after taking these 3 shots. Let alone a guy this big. Pang Bei didn't think he could kill this human bear so easily either. But there was nothing more to be done now. He looked around and then pointed to a small crevice in the cave. That's behind the boulder. Pang Bei directly picked up Daji and tucked her in without a second thought. Daji seemed a bit dazed, but reacted as Pang Bei nimbly climbed the rock with his bare hands to a side corner above the cave entrance, where Pang Bei glared at the sides with his feet, leaving his body stuck in the corner. Blind man, blind man. The Northeasterners call it blind, so you can see that the bear's eyesight must be bad. The enraged man-bear let out a yell of owl before charging towards the cave. As a result, just as its head was about to poke into the cave, a loud bang came. Boom! How could the man-bear not expect that there would be trick lightning at the entrance of the cave? It has seen and eaten a lot of hunters. But a hunter with a grenade, it had definitely seen for the first time. The broken pieces of the grenade directly gave half of the human bear's face, blowing it to a bloody mess. It looked bad, but it still wasn't actually fatal. But because it was particularly painful, the human bear was afraid that there was still a big blow-up inside, and it actually stepped back, retreating to a distance that could be about 20 meters from the hole. Instead of walking away, the bear stared at the cave dead in the face. Could tell by the smell that there must be someone inside the cave. But visually it's impossible to determine where people are. The human bear paced back and forth as it kept tossing its head and letting out a low growl. Obviously, the tiger is doing it no more harm than a human would do to it at all. Hatred, obviously, had been pulled on Pang Bei's body. Still really smart. Pang Bei couldn't help but spit in the cave as he looked around and then leapt onto a rock protruding from the cave. Pang Bei's legs tightened around the stone. Bend down. It is said that the armed forces are saints in the flesh. Pang Bei had received exchange training on their side, and although Pang Bei wasn't as perverted as that group of transcendent mortal humanoid weapons, this hand was quite impressive within the special operations team. It was impossible for Pang Bei to last long in this position, and he could only determine his opponent's position in a very short period of time. And instead of shooting, Pang Bei gripped the pull ring with his teeth and pulled hard. Whoosh! A long-handled grenade flies out with a nice parabola. The bear saw something fly out. It looked up and didn't care. After all, it's not a big thing. It doesn't think this thing is going to hurt it. Just because it's careless. Boom! Once again. This time it was much louder than last time. Snowflakes lifted from the ground, and the snow shook and shook off the trunks of the trees around them. This time, the grenade taught Bear a lesson in safety. Humans don't think about taking whatever they throw at them with their faces, because the people who live on this land are all big blow-ups. The snowflakes and smoke cleared. The original huge head was only half of the face bloody. Now it's a complete bloody gourd. Ow! Not only was his face blown up, one eye too is completely blind. Now, the human bear has evolved from a blind bear straight to true blindness. Pang Bei jumped down lengthwise. He thought this should be about right. But when he came down, he regretted it. Because not far from himself, he saw the thing that stood up to be 4 or 5 meters tall, and its murderous low growl. Pang Bei immediately felt his blood go cold. He smiled awkwardly. HSSS. Happy birthday, Brother Bear. Chapter 73, Hunting the Human Bear. The man bear raised his paw high, but half-heartedly put it down, because it smells its own kind. It was in the moment of wandering away that Pang Bei seized the opportunity, and he raised his 38 large cap. Pang Bei was like that. The more dangerous it was, the more excited he was. The more this kind of life and death situation, the more he looked on the contrary, the more he liked to make a small joke. That's why he was chosen as a sniper. This kid, born with his warrior genes pulled full circle, is a proper fighting maniac. Click. Obviously, the little life is already hanging by a thread, but Pang Bei steadily lifted the gun. His mouth also hummed the Northeastern God tune version of the birthday song. Happy birthday to you, ah, ah. Only this tune, if you wear hemp and filial piety with Swona, plus a big shout of filial sun drop pot, it would be more perfect. Bang. At this moment, perhaps it was the adrenaline, Pang Bei's eyesight suddenly became superb. Obviously it was night, but everything he saw was very clear. Attention and muscle mobilization in the body were at their peak. Bang. The firing pin strikes and the bullet leaves the chamber. With an initial velocity of more than 700 meters per second, with Pang Bei's hilarious blessing, the shot hit the human bear's nose. He didn't hit the eye. People are already blind. Why are you hitting him? You're not even smart enough to do that. Pang Bei shot into the soul. The human bear's nose was shot. This is a complete failure to find Pang Bei. The man bear covered his head and wailed, his huge body crashing through several trees. The human bear that had completely fallen into madness was like a headless fly, crashing everywhere and rushing towards Pang Bei's cave. And instead of choosing to flee this time, Pang Bei calmly pushed the last bullet into the chamber. The 38 can only go up 5 rounds at a time, and then you have to change rounds. It takes a lot of time to change bullets in a .38, and you can't fool around with this thing. Bang! This time Pang Bei's bullet hit the bear in the mouth. The human bear opened its bloody mouth and spilled a large amount of blood, but the tremendous inertia still caused it to rush towards Pang Bei. But, at this moment, Pang Bei's face was expressionless. He knew that there were just 2 outcomes now, life or death. Pang Bei's hand was extremely fast as he drew the fast and slow mechanism from inside the holster. The moment the gun was raised, the other hand flicked the repeater switch. In obedience, the hand pulled back and the fuse slid open. As these movements were accomplished, the gun was simultaneously raised, aimed at the other side, and then snapped. Da-da-da-da. A jet of metal made up for it at the mouth of the cave. In all the movements, Pang Bei completed them in just a little more than a few seconds. Fast and slow machine, the reason why Pang Bei likes it, that's because this can be used as a pistol with a single shot or as a submachine gun with a continuous shot. With the last of the bullets having been fired as well, the human bear stopped, less than a meter away from Pang Bei. Pang Bei could even smell the heavy odor of blood and the faint smell of bullets creating a nitro reaction. At this moment, Pang Bei felt as if time had stood still, just when Pang Bei thought he had come back from the dead. The human bear's head suddenly shook, and although it couldn't see Pang Bei, it seemed to still be able to sense that Pang Bei was right in front of it, and he suddenly moved as if he was returning to his senses. Pang Bei was shocked, not dead. At this time, Pang Bei was really desperate. He knew that he was dead. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to grab the grenade at his waist. Instead of being bitten to death, it would be better to be in pain. His hand just grabbed the long-handled grenade. Suddenly, Daji let out a creepy laugh. This laughter echoed through the cave, even reverberating a bit, and it was at this time that Pang Bei realized that the human bear had opened its bloody mouth at this time. Pang Bei didn't even think about it and just pulled the string. Daji, duck! Pang Bei turned around and shouted, and at this time, the human bear didn't bite Pang Bei, but rather his body seemed to be dragged by something. That was fast, and Pang Bei froze. The original pose that was intended to be heroic became somewhat obscene straight away. Go away. The grenade was thrown into the man-bear's mouth. Pang Bei then went down on the ground in one fell swoop and rolled twice. I thought it was going to blow up, but it turned out, no movement. Pang Bei was puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't it ringing? And this time, Pang Bei saw the man-bear being dragged out, and it was the tiger that did it. After the tiger put his last ounce of strength into dragging the man-bear out, he bit the man-bear's leg with a death grip, and then he didn't move. Looks like the tiger is dead this time. But Pang Bei didn't understand why. When Daji smiled, the tiger acted as if he had chicken blood. What is this? Is there an affair? I don't think so. Pang Bei looked back at Daji suspiciously, and just then, boom! Pang Bei was startled. A muffled sound came out of the human bear's hair, and then it directly exploded. This time, the human bears are completely nil. Its head is pasted all over the cave entrance. Pang Bei looked at the smoking half-human bear, then sat on his butt on the ground. Pang Bei was never expecting to fight a creature he had never seen before. If it had waited 20 years, it would have been properly jailed. But right now, it's nobody's business. Pang Bei sighed long and hard, followed by his gaze turning to Daji. I say, you're a bit hard connected with this fox vein, aren't you? Daji looked around thievingly, then walked around the tiger. Seeing her circling around, Pang Bei was curious about what was going on, and he stood up using his 38 large cap as a crutch and walked towards the tiger, holding back the feeling of being out of breath. When he saw the tiger, Pompey was confused. This is the mother of all wow. What? This is your bestie. Daji cocked her head, that look in her eyes. It's like saying, is there a possibility that the tigress is chasing the human bear out with that one-eyed male? So she can have tiger cubs? What the is going on here? Are there really 5 immortals? Pang Bei was puzzled when suddenly wolf cries rang out from the mountains. Pang Bei winced. It can't be that unlucky, can it? At this time, Daji raised her head and then manifested in front of Pang Bei. Anam. Well, the Pombai people looked dumbfounded. There is a good ventriloquist in the capital. Daji, you graduated from this foreign language institute is what? How come there are so many foreign languages? Daji this learned perfectly. Pang Bei bet that this thing rampaged through the mountains and forests because it could learn the cries of other animals. This guy is so smart that he is indeed a bit of a demon, but it also reminds Pang Bei of the killer whale that Big Ocean Street skate. It just likes to mimic other creatures and lead blindly. As expected, after Daji finished learning, the wolf cries were gone. Obviously, this one reported false information and muddied the waters. Pang Bei was completely limp and helpless this time, sitting on the man-bear's big ass. He let out a long breath, and that exhaled haze frosted quickly on Pang Bei's hat. A man and a fox, looking at the stars in the sky in the woodland. Pang Bei looked at the bright starry sky without any pollution, reached out to Daji in his arms and said, "It's done. Finally, I can let my mother and Xiao Shi live a good life." Daji let out a rattling laugh, and Pang Bei lowered his head just in time to find Daji's dark eyes looking at him. As one person and one fox looked at each other, Pang Bei couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising as he looked at her and laughed. After they left, it's just the two of us with our 2 silly dogs, depending on each other. Chapter 74. The Strongest Aid. Daji. Finally, Pang Bei had a scare on this hunt. However, Pang Bei realized that taking Daji out to hunt, the difficulty of this was plummeting. If it wasn't for her, she would have inevitably hung herself. Bring her on. Good lord, it's really kind of being a hangover. However, the human bear is too big. Pang Bei can only give him a military solution in place first. This bear is a male bear. Pang Bei one side of the demolition. The other side is still scolding. There are no cubs? Why are you so excited? You don't sleep in the winter. This time the wave is big, right? Remember that in the future. Not only are all the valuable ones removed from the human bears, but the tiger Pang Bei is handled in the same way. Pang Bei dealt with it again and again, and Daji opened up when she arrived, and she ate happily on the sidelines. Coming out with Pang Bei, she had also earned it. If she relied on herself to grow radishes and catch food, she would be lucky to catch a rat after half a day's effort. Catching a rabbit or a pheasant is a stroke of luck. Follow Pang Bei. Daji is kinda beautiful up what tigers, bears, wolves know she cannot eat. After Pang Bei packed everything up, he left the rest right next to the cave. Bear bile he carefully packed the first time. That was his purpose this time. Only the bear bile freezes on quickly. It's not too easy to freeze something on this freezing weather. After taking care of everything, Pang Bei directly began to rest. He was truly tired. Right now, there's probably no danger. Pang Bei got into his sleeping bag, and Daji was in Pang Bei's arms. showing her little head, sleeping straight through. One man, one fox, slept until early the next morning. This night, Daji was as hot as a little stove. Early the next morning, Pang Bei first went to find branches to make a simple snowplow. After tying it on, he pulls a rope with a big pile of trophies. Head for home. Darla was lying on her back in a sleeping bag on top of the snowplow, just showing a little head. That's a very laid-back look. Pang Bei had been walking all morning here and had only just reached a recognized mountain pass. If you want to go home, you'll probably have to do it tomorrow. Counting the time, he was running out of time before delivery. Go back to be able to take a day off and deliver the rest. After all, mother wasted 2 days preparing. Pang Bei wandered around the mountains for more than a day, and yesterday wasted a day. It's one more day of rest and preparation back here, and one last day of delivery. That's about right. Going back is significantly on the slow side because of the stuff you're carrying. These 2 days Pang Bei is basically just rushing, thirsty, eat 2 mouthfuls of snow, hungry, eat steamed buns, and at night grill some meat and eat some hot sleep. Finally, sort of on the evening of the 3rd dark day, Pang Bei finally returned. Lu Xiulan stood in front of the door, wiping tears from her eyes while holding up the lamp. She didn't know if her son would ever come back. He's been out for over 3 days. Can he really come back? Just when Lu Xiulan was anxious, in the yard, 2 little wolf cubs suddenly ran out cheerfully, and they barked incessantly, as if anything good could come of it. Lu Xiulan was stunned, and then she heard footsteps, the sound of stepping on snow, and a very heavy dragging sound. The kerosene lamp in Lu Xiulan's hand was raised a little higher, and through the faint light she saw a small doggy thing dragging a large pile of things this way. Seeing this little bear, Lu Xiulan's eyes moist. Kahoku! She couldn't help but shout at the mountains. Mother! I'm here. Come give me a hand. Hearing Pang Bei's response, Lu Xiulan ran towards her son without thinking. Then, the moment she saw Pang Bei, she hugged the child regardless of anything. Xiao Bei, my son is back. Are you all right? Huh? Where are you hurt? Pang Bei heatedly laughed. I hurt what? Who 3 tits manifested mother, I tell you. She is too powerful. I did not even do it. Who 3 tits called the Northeast Tiger to fight with the human bears. I pick up the leakage. When Lu Xiulan heard this, she flung herself onto her knees for Daji, 3rd mistress who, disciple Lu Xiulan is willing to offer you incense for the rest of her life, and is willing to make offerings to you. Thank you for your great kindness. Saying that, Lu Xiulan couldn't help but choke up and had to kowtow. Pang Bei hurriedly pulled his mother back and said, Mother, what are you doing? Husan's wife is one of us, and I have to thank the captain for this. Without the grenades he gave me, how could I have managed? Lu Xiulan wiped her tears, and then looked at Pang Bei's homemade snowplow, and she wondered, how does this still have a tiger? Pang Bei nodded. Oh, the old companion of the last tiger. She fought with the bear, and I don't know how she got so angry that she wouldn't die. But she couldn't beat the human bear and died. I'll avenge her, mother. Let's go home first. It's too cold outside. I want to drink some broth. Hurry. Go home and mom will make it for you. Lu Xiulan laughed and helped Pang Bei drag the stuff back together. Then, she helped Pang Bei pack all these things together. When Lu Xiulan saw the piece of bear paw that was the size of her upper body, she was dumbfounded. How come this is so big? Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. Mother, if this thing is done right, isn't it thievish and delicious? Lu Xiulan couldn't help but tap Pang Bei's head with her finger. You just know how to eat. This is very valuable. If you sell it, it can be worth a lot of money. Pang Bei was stunned. Right-o. You're a loser, kid. Take it down the hill tomorrow and sell it. How can it not be $10? Pang Bei was puzzled. Just $10? Lu Xiulan waited for him. What? Is $10 less? It's hard to beat a hero for a penny, don't you know? Pang Bei nodded his head, rather feeling that his mother had a point. He smiled and said, Mother, I'll send the bear bile over tomorrow, and then you and Xiao Shi will have a good life. Lu Xiulan froze, then asked rhetorically, What about you? Not going to the city with mother and Xiao Shi? Pang Bei laughed. I'm working here, right? That way both of us can work, and I can make a lot of money in the mountains. If you don't feel comfortable in the city, come to the mountains and find me. Besides, mother, if I go to the city now, it won't be long before I have to go to the countryside as a youth. Do you believe me? Lu Xiulan sighed. She did agree with what her son said. Thinking of this, Lu Xiulan continued. But what can I do if my mother misses you? If I have nothing else to do, I'll visit you. Or if you have the time, come and see me. It's a bit hard to eat meat in the city. If you want to eat wild game, just come to me. Pang Bei grinned widely and took a sip of hot water. Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to kick us out, so you don't have to get a daughter-in-law? Mother is not with you, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. You want mother to go to the city with peace of mind is also in. But you must get a daughter-in-law. I can't see my daughter-in-law, I won't go into the city. Pang Bei froze and screamed in his heart. Holy! My old lady has planted a heart demon. Chapter 75. Do you want a daughter-in-law, Xiao Bei? The thing about a mother wanting a daughter-in-law is still really hard to get to. It's not like you can go into the mountains and get a daughter-in-law. This wish of his mother's had really poked into Pang Bei's blind spot. Pang Bei didn't have a girlfriend until he was sacrificed. There was a relationship, but it was an early one. Basically, Pang Bei has never married a daughter-in-law. Really let him get a woman back to live, this is not a joke? But looking at his mother's serious look, Pang Bei could only nod his head stiffly. I'll try, ha! Mother, it's not that I don't want to find one, I have to find a suitable one, right? Besides, this isn't like hunting with me, going into the mountains and catching one back. The mother grunted and said, if you catch one back and can get by, so be it. Air. There was nothing Pang Bei could do now but say that it would be as successful as possible. There's no way around it. We'll just have to deliver the stuff now and figure it out. In short, the matter of the wife, Pang Bei really didn't have a clue. Besides, this is something that can be found casually. A brain of lawsuit Pang Bei with bare bile to find the old high head. When the old man saw Pang Bei are blinded. 7 days and he actually got it? The old man immediately pulled Pang Bei into the hut. And after he saw the huge bare bile and paws, the old man didn't speak for half a day. Opened the pocket again. After old Gao Tu saw another half a pair of tiger bones and some tiger meat, he looked at Pang Bei in surprise. Are you a demon spirit? How did you call a tiger again? Pang Bei smiled and said, when we fought the human bear, this guy was there, so I brought it back along with me. It wasn't me who beat him up either. This is the human bear who got him killed. Old Gao Tu nodded, he then said, if the bear bile, I will send it over and I can help you sell the bear paws, but for money, I can't afford to pay for this one, this time I can give you the full amount. How much you sell is yours. Pang Bei laughed, and old Gao Tu looked at Pang Bei and asked, kid, why do you look unhappy? Hearing the old man ask this, Pang Bei sighed. Encountered a bit of a problem. My mother forced me to marry a daughter-in-law. But, old man, is a daughter-in-law so good to find? The old geezer couldn't help but laugh. You must want to say you want to find your own and fall in love freely, right? Pang Bei was puzzled. Shouldn't we? Old Gao waved his hand. Of course I should. It's really good to find one you like and live your whole life. But Xiao Bei, that's what city kids think. We country people can find a partner to live, it's good. Every day you can have enough to eat, you can have someone to help you clean up your home, and her, to have a mouthful of food to eat. That's a lifetime. Pang Bei froze. Old Gao Tu smiled and lit the tobacco pot on fire. He took a puff and then said, old man me, back then, I was also a handsome descendant of 10 miles and 8 villages, and at the time of the war I also liked a person. And in the end, it really let me marry home. Pang Bei smiled and said, how nice that would be. Old Gao waved his hand. At first, we were still yearning for beautiful love, and free love would change our lives. But with the passing of the day, firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea, the stumbling of life, finally realized that love is just a momentary impulse. Love changes with time, and the years will make love wear off and turn into affection. Pang Bei froze. The old geezer smiled and asked, finally, what would you say is different from that hitchhiker? Times. Yeah, times. It was only now that Pang Bei truly felt the difference in the times. They are simple, sincere, and real. Life and living it is all real. Talking about things that are nothing is called unsettling to people in this day and age. That's called whimsy and eating your heart out. And recalling what he used to learn in history class, and the immediate feelings that life under his eyes gave him. Pang Bei remembers that right now life has actually been stressful for a year, and this coming year is going to be even more difficult. Because what's coming up after New Year's is a period that is seared into the bones of the nation. Low standards. When Pang Bei was in the army, he would often mention this era when old soldiers told stories. Especially when you eat in the cafeteria, the word substandard comes up when you mention saving food. Low standards, those 3 words were a nightmare for people of that era. 3 years of natural disasters, an unprecedented drought, and strained relations with the Soviet Union necessitated debt repayment. Low standards, starving a lot of people to death. During this period, not to mention being able to eat meat, there was no rice to eat. When you're too hungry to stand, eat wild vegetables, gnaw on bark, and dig up roots. Natural and man-made disasters converge in one place, leaving a shadow in the old man's heart. Experience that era, the late 80s after the Little Emperor. Every time you eat, you will hear grandparents chanting, "No leftovers, rice are not allowed to remain." The old man would say that if you have leftover rice grains from your meal, you will marry a pimply-faced daughter-in-law as your wife. And whenever they mention eating, they mention the words low standards. And as soon as those three words appeared, a look of fear would surface in their eyes. They are hungry and afraid. During this period, the worst was the commune and the countryside. The city, on the contrary, was not so horrible. That's why, in those days, people tried to mix up a non-farm household by any means possible. Really, really hungry and scared. This made Pang Bei even more determined to get his mother and Xiao Shi into the city. It's the only way they're going to be good when the standards are low. If you're on your own, the big thing is to go and hang out inside the mountains. There's nothing wrong with that either. Speaking here, old Gao Tu suddenly thought of something. He then said with a smile, "Right, Xiao Bei, you're sure you want to get a wife, right? What kind do you want? At least have the right temperament to get along? And have something in common." The old geezer thought for a moment and then said, "In that case, wait for me." "Huh." Pang Bei looked at old tall head suspiciously. He watched in amazement as the old geezer walked out and wondered what he wanted to do. After a while, Pang Bei was thinking about going home. As a result, old tall man came back at this time. He smiled at the door and said, "Come in." Pang Bei suspiciously looked towards the door, at which a young girl wearing a white animal skin tunic, around 17 or 18 years old, walked in, about the same size as yourself. The girl was beautiful, at least to modern eyes, simply beautiful, and the aura she carried, her likeness, was extremely special, because, clearly, she was a hybrid. There's also a bit of ethnic flair. The young girl walked in with her head bowed, her body still filled with the distinctive ethnic minority-style clothing style. Pang Bei was puzzled. "What is it? This girl is..." "Her name is Ori. Only went to your village in the past few days. Looking for her fiancé." "Fiancé? She? How old is she? By the way, whose daughter-in-law is she?" The old tall man laughed. "Her fiancé, you should have heard of him before, because he was the one who kept the mountain before you and died. Now she came out from the mountain. It was hard to get to walk here. Right now there is no place to go. I see that you two are suitable. She can also hunt and embroidery, clean up the house and cook. It's just that the village was struck by a disaster and the family was lost. So she had no choice but to come out and look for her fiancé." Pang Bei looked at the girl in surprise. The girl blushed and lowered her head. Pang Bei whispered, "Is that the Dor tribal village inside the mountain? What happened?" The old gaffer looked at the girl, who whispered, "I met the mountain god who was angry and slaughtered our village. At that time, I went out to look for Lingxi. As a result, when I came back, everyone was..." At that, the girl choked up. Pang Bei was a bit at a loss for words, and old Gao Tu said, "She has no place to go either. If she is with ordinary people, she can't help but suffer. Take her back, marry her as your wife, give her a mouthful of food to eat, and a piece of land to live in, that's all." Chapter 76. "Little calf, you're playing for real." Pang Bei was confused. By the time the reaction came, the old gaffer had given him a note and he was out. "I didn't get the money." "Nice guy, leading a girl back. I'll rub it in. Is it that exciting?" But Pang Bei knows that this is an ing offense. But at the time, Pang Bei wanted to refuse, and hearing about her life, he just couldn't open his mouth. Pang Bei could only bring the man back stiffly, because it was dark by the time we got back. The girl was shy and seemed quite scared. He didn't dare to talk much with Pang Bei all the way. As for Pang Bei, he's a straight man, and he's absolutely top-notch at fighting. Bull, he's unmatched too. The only thing, falling in love, is something he's really kind of soft on. Especially something so directly exciting. Pang Bei was truly convinced. Really feeling awkward, Pang Bei curiously asked, "By the way, Aole, what's your Dor people's last name?" My last name is Ao, Dor language Aora. But then it's been simplified and it's all surnamed Ao." Pang Bei scratched his head, then asked rhetorically, "But you look not quite like Ah. How do you feel like a European here?" Ori whispered. My mother was an ethnic Russian who later met my father in the mountains. She married my father and had me, but they died because of a plague. Pang Bei scratched his head hard and then said, This way. Ethnic Russians, they don't speak Russian, most of them speak Chinese, but the looks are that of a foreigner. Of course, they are also one of the minorities and not foreigners. And there are quite a few in the area. Pang Bei came to a realization as he couldn't help but smile and say, So that's how it is. Is there anyone else from your old family then? Aol shook her head. I'm not sure. I don't even know where my old home is. Pang Bei sighed. This is good. This girl is kinda smashed hands. Aol walked for a moment, then timidly asked, Do you not want me? I'm very capable of working. I can cook and I can honor the elderly. Please, don't leave me behind, said the girl, tears streaming from her large eyes. Pang Bei hurriedly said, No, I'm just asking about the situation, right? If the captain asks and thinks I'm trafficking in human beings, how can I justify it? Aolei heard Pang Bei's flirtation and then broke into laughter as Pang Bei curiously asked, You came all the way from the mountains? I remember that your tribe should be inside the deep mountains. Ori nodded as she said with tears in her eyes, Well, I walked for a long time, and I starved and passed out several times on the way. Pang Bei felt his heart sink as he listened, and he continued, Don't worry. Since I'm here, I won't kick you out. If I have a bite to eat, I'll have a bite for you. Let's go. Go see my mother first. As for the marriage, Pang Bei was absolutely silent. Isn't that ing bull? People ask me if I want a wife and then they get married. Are you sure that's not human trafficking? What Pang Bei didn't know, however, was that in those days, in the middle of the countryside, this situation abounded, and many people didn't see who their future husbands were until the day they got married. Of course, in those days the legal age was 20 for men and 18 for girls. The girl was enough, but according to the requirements, Pang Bei was not old enough. But those who could strictly enforce these rules in those days, except for suburban villages close to cities, and then it would be inside movies and novels. In fact, this remote rural area is basically more folklore than rules. Especially near areas with mixed ethnic minorities, basically the policies here are implemented with a lot of effort and struggle. Basically, when Pang Buk is this old, he should get married. Of course, Pang Bei himself really didn't have that intention. Women, it only affects how fast he can shoot. Finally, back home, Pang Bei opened the door. Lu Xilan just happened to walk out from inside the door. She smiled and said, Son is back. Mother, take a look at? Lu Xilan's eyes widened as if she was petrified. Lu Xilan then looked around and copied the wooden stick by the door. I'll beat you to death. You really want to catch your daughter-in-law? Do you know that this is against the law? Huh? Are you kid a tiger? Pang Bei was so scared that he jumped up, holding his head and running while shouting, Mother, it's not caught. It's given to me by old Gao too. What? You still buy a daughter-in-law, you sinful thing. Your mother was bought by your father with 200 pounds of cornmeal. So go out and buy it, said Pang Bei as he received a slap on the ass. Aolei was baffled. She rushed forward to dissuade him. Granny, it's not like that. I'm willing on my own. I'm willing to be his wife. I've seen it all. Grandpa Gao also told me. Pang Bei killed Zakitu, so powerful mountain spirits can be defeated. I'm willing to marry such a powerful warrior. After Aolei finished, Lu Xiaolan was astonished. Girl, you are voluntary, not this kidnapped or bought. Ori shook her head. Lu Xiaolan then rubbed her hands together smilingly, dropped the wooden stick, and then pulled Aolei's small hand. Good daughter, quick, come inside and sit down. Pang Bei rubbed his ass and Pang she came over and whispered, Brother, does it hurt? You try. Pang Bei gave her sister a blank look without any good reason, and Pang she beamed her little mouth. Then the small hand patted Pang Bei's butt. No pain, brother doesn't hurt. Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. It doesn't hurt, but what is mother doing? Why is she reacting so strongly? She won't even listen to my explanation. Lu Xilan brought Aolei into the house and proceeded to ask about Aolei's family, and when she heard that Aolei had come to join her fiancé, and that she was also a candidate for the previous mountain keeper, Lu Xilan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Bitter child, you're just like me. We women are just bitter in this life. Saying that, Lu Xilan couldn't help wiping her tears. Aolei quickly helped to wipe Lu Xilan's tears. Then she looked around and said, Granny, then what can I do? I can do housework, you don't want me, I already have nowhere to go. Lu Xiaolan hurriedly said, "No need, child. You just won't marry my family Pang Bei. You'll be a daughter for mother. Mother won't lose you." Pang Bei stood aggrieved and didn't dare to say anything. Lu Xiaolan then glanced at her son and then at her daughter. Then Lu Xiaolan asked rhetorically, "Aolei, how old are you?" "Me? I'm the same age as him and I'm 18. But I was born in winter." Lu Xiaolan laughed. "Then you are younger than Pang Bei, who was born in February." Pang Bei muttered from the sidelines, "She's older than me. She's 18. I'm 17. A few months older." Watching his mother glare at him, Pang Bei's voice gradually became smaller. Aolei had a surprised look on her face. She didn't expect Pang Bei to be so young. He was so young to be able to hunt bears? Even the best hunter in the clan doesn't have that skill, right? Lu Xiaolan glared at Pang Bei, who simply squatted in the corner and didn't say anything. He wondered why the gap was so wide when they were both children. And at this time, in Pang Bei's room, Daji waddled out, and she happened to collide head-on with Aolei. Aolei's eyes widened as the fox swished over and jumped right into Aolei's arms, rubbing Aolei affectionately. Aolei even squealed in surprise. "Lingxi, it's really you." Pang Bei was all shocked. "Ah, Lingxi? No, you know her? This fox is yours?" Aolei replied excitedly. "This is the holy fox Lingxi of the mountain. She's the Lord God of the mountain." Pang Bei blinked as he looked at Daji. Then Aolei, "No, this fox my mom and the others had seen when they were kids." "That's right. Lingxi's range of activity is several hundred miles, and she often wanders around, patrolling the mountains and protecting this mountain. It's the master of this place. But every winter, she returns to our side and is the guardian deity of our tribe." Pang Bei almost dropped his jaw in shock. "What's up, man? The Daxinganling Street Skaters?" Chapter 77. Coincidence or fate? Pang Bei suddenly had a feeling. He and Ori might actually have a connection. Daji had saved herself several times. She was suddenly clinging to herself. And Aolei had traveled so far to find this side of the world with her fiancé dead. She, on the other hand, just happened to meet herself selling bear bile. Again, it came at a time when he had a headache and was looking for a daughter-in-law. What a coincidence. Pang Bei even felt that the coincidence was a bit too much. Couldn't have been designed on purpose by one of the S, could it? Hey. Lu Xiaolan asked in surprise. Then Aolei, you wouldn't be the shaman who serves the holy fox within your hala, would you? Ori nodded. We Orimokan have served the sacred foxes for generations, and we are the best hunters even within the entirety. Pompey was confused. Wait, hala? Moken? What the hell? Ori's voice was soft, her cheeks a little red. Hala is the family of Ardurians. Basically all within the Mokunda are members of one clan, and the Hala are the larger united clans. And my father used to be the Mokunda of our Ora Moken. After his death, my grandfather re-run our Ora Moken. It continued until they were all. Pang Bei hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry for reminding you of something unpleasant. Aolei shook her head, and Lu Xiaolan smiled and said, How fitting. My family Xiao Bei is a mountain guardian. I saw it, the necklace he was wearing, and something only the strongest hunters among our people can have. That only a Veda can have. So, even if Grandpa and the others were both still alive, they'd definitely approve of me marrying him. At that, Aolai's tears once again circled her eyes. Lu Xiaolan pulled Aolei's small hand. Good daughter. Mother recognizes you as her daughter-in-law. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare treat you badly. If he dares to bully you, Mother will break his legs for you. Saying that, Lu Xiaolan had that look in her eyes as if she was counting her hatred for Pang Yu Gui on herself. Pang Bei this depressed nah. Come on, man. It's really hard. After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaolan let Aolei sleep in Pang Bei's room, while Pang Bei miserably dragged his sleeping bag to sleep with the two wolf cubs crammed together. Not much on the Pangbuk side then. But the village was buzzing with the start of the morning meeting. As the saying goes, the temple is small, the wind is strong, and the pool is shallow. The whole village knew about this when the village had more than one big girl like a flower. Pang Bei got a wife. Of course, it's speculation, saying anything from picking it up to buying it. Hearing the news, Lu Hai got up early in the morning and went to find Pang Bei in his military coat. Knock knock. Bei, open the door. Pang Bei got up in the morning and slept in a sleeping bag all night, and Pang Bei was really hard. He rubbed his eyes and walked out with a tired look on his face to look at Lu Hai. Lu Hai asked with a smirk, You didn't toss and turn a lot last night, did you? Tossing my ass. Sleeping on the floor all night. I've been squeezing with the dog all night. Hearing Pang Bei's disgruntled mutterings, Lu Hai first stared blankly, then asked, "Didn't you get a daughter-in-law? Everyone says you brought back a girl." Pang Bei said in a good-natured manner. Old Gao too said that this girl's fiancé is the mountain guardian of our village. LV Hai was stunned, then asked, "It's Ao Lei, isn't it? You've brought her back? Haha, the two of us really want to be together. I thought of you at first too. It's a pity that you're not at home." Pang Bei was puzzled. "Captain, you're here early in the morning to pull my wife's tongue?" Lu Hai kicked at Pang Bei's butt. "How do you talk to elders? Who am I doing this for? Do you realize that if this doesn't work out, you kids will have to go in?" Pang Bei heatedly smiled. "I'm not stupid. I just see her poor. Can't let her keep floating outside. In case she meets a bad guy? Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a bad person." Lu Hai did agree with Pang Bei's words. His character was still quite okay. He looked at the yard, then asked with a smile, "Or you'll girl stay for you as a daughter-in-law? She came to your house. If you drive out again, then it's completely finished. I can tell you, don't think of recognizing her as a sister-in-law or something. People's words can be feared." Pang Bei froze. "What? What's there to say? My mother is there. It's not like the two of us slept together." "That's what you said. You said you didn't sleep. Anyway, with you in the same house, nice big girl, just go home with you, what do you say?" When Lu Hai said this, Pang Bei slapped his head hard. Forgot about this. Now Pang Bei had a real headache. Ao Lei's home was gone. She was all alone. Plus she let herself be led back. Still really miserable. This could damn well be a book. Pang Bei thought for a moment and then said, "I say, Captain, the point is that I'm not old enough to do this." "What's wrong with that? Invite everyone to dinner. I'll be your witness, and you'll get a license when you're old enough. Besides, who in our village is not a? Unless the family that is really difficult cannot marry a daughter-in-law old bachelor to the age of marriage it. Your aunt and I, we're not old enough. Let's get by first." Pang Bei rubbed his temples and said, "Oops, never thought about it. This thought a headache, or the night we drink. You give guidance to point out. I'm looking to coax my mother happy. This is good." Lu Hai couldn't help but laugh. "Don't try to be nice here. That girl is very stable. She's a person who lives a good life. If you want to find a girl like that, you should dream about it." "What? You're not thinking about those girls, are you?" "I'm telling you, that's not a good idea. Those, what's it called? Little cloth what tina come. Little bourgeois. Right. Those are all big ladies. Each one of them is golden. You are away from home all the time. Find an unstable pussy at home, you still have good." Pang Bei thought for a moment. He scratched his head and said, "All right, what else, according to you? If someone is happy to live with me, then it's hooray, right?" Lu Hai gave Pang Bei a slap on the face. "What else did you think? You brat, don't be in a state of bliss and not know what's good for you. By the way, what was the girl's name again?" "Ori. She said her last name was Aura." When he finished speaking, Pang Bei gave a beat. "Aura? Lei? Isn't that a bit ahead of its time? This isn't a potential Superman bigot too, is she?" Looking at Pang Bei giggling, Lu Hai glanced at Pang Bei in a bad mood. "Look at you, you talk as if you're a gentleman. If you didn't have ears, you'd be able to grin at the back of your head." Pang Bei touched his mouth, then immediately explained righteously, "Captain, it's not what you think. I just think the name, it's quite funny." "What fun? When your mother-in-law marries into the family, you'll know the power. Northeast Tiger. That's just to give you some face in front of outsiders. You'll have a hard time at home." Pang Bei blinked. Then this time Lu Ershun ran over panting. "Captain, there's someone from the farm. Xiao Zhenghua came with Zhao Chenghe." Lu Hai was stunned, then immediately turned around and hurried back. "What's the situation? He came in person?" The two of them muttered the whole way, and Pang Bei looked at their backs and mouthed, "Xiao Zhenghua? That's a familiar name. Isn't that the field manager?" Chapter 78. All misunderstood. Pang Bei was curious as to what the field manager was doing here. Their production team was a borderline hanger-on, and basically could have starved to death all these years if they hadn't had a farm to feed them. After all, there is so little arable land inside the mountains. It's simply not suitable for farming. However, Pang Bei did feel personally past this simple relationship between the cadres now. The cadres of the past were unofficial and practical, because it's not good enough for them to try to pull an official stunt. No one gave him that face, for that matter, and the director of a large state-run factory was on a first-name basis in the mouths of the workers. When the factory manager pisses me off, I scold the factory manager. This is all normal operation in state-run organizations because everyone keeps, "What's so great about you, try sacking me." And a cadre in those days basically didn't dare to pose with the masses unless he wanted to be re-educated by the workers and peasants. If you dare to put up a fight with me today, I'll report you tomorrow, and the day after that you'll be able to pull the mill for the production team's donkey. So in those days, on the grassroots side, cadres were basically indistinguishable from the masses. Only between cadres and some up-and-down relationships. Of course, Pang Bei was still really uncomfortable with this feeling, and always felt that it was too metaphysical. This if he directly called their brigade commander's name, I guess writing a review is light. But Pang Bei is thinking that this feeling is quite fun. This is so that everyone knows their own leaders, and if there is something to do, they will all look for the leader. It really does feel like a bit of a social family. Just a shame. Born later, he was not caught up with the feeling. Pang Bei laughed and shook his head. He had only turned his head to go home when he saw that Aole was coming out with a basin, intending to get some snow melted to boil water. Pang Bei saw her and asked curiously, "Why don't you get some more sleep?" Aole blushed and shook her head. "I'm not sleepy. This is all well rested." However, Lingxi obviously looks fatter. "And you were able to take care of her?" "Thank you." Pang Bei looked at Dodgy. He couldn't help but smile and scratch his head. "I call her Dodgy. It's okay. She has so many names you don't have to change them. And her home is gone, you took her in and gave her her name, it's okay to call her Dodgy." Pang Bei laughed nervously and continued. "You rest, I'll go dig for snow." Ori shook her head. "This is a woman's job. Men do men's work, don't take our jobs." Pang Bei was confused. Men do men's things? What am I supposed to do? I can't go up the mountain because of the snow. Aole couldn't help but giggle. That smile was so sweet, like a warm rising sun in the cold winter. Let the cold recede on its own. Pang Bei was a bit mesmerized. Aole said with a red face, "On our side, men drink and chat together in the winter. You go and sneak around, and remember to come back for dinner later." Pang Bei blinked. One doesn't enter a magical world. Does one? Is there such a woman in the world? Pang Bei are some tears, think about why they do not fall in love. Good guy, Valentine's Day, ready to gift, 520 ready to gift, 521 ready to gift, 365 days a year, you're ready for it, out of the pocket is not a problem. The problem is that you do not know where on the stepping on the mine. In fact, it is not a problem to fall in love, a little romantic. No problem, the life of the sense of ceremony, the key to you if you are living it. Pang Bei was a soldier and he was never home in the first place. Even falling in love can scare him half to death. Not to mention the fact that he doesn't go home all year round and has to always be in the army for training. This could kill him alive if he met one who didn't know any better. Girls like Aole are not uncommon in this day and age. For one thing, it didn't make for poisonous chicken soup. Secondly, there's no capital to stir up gender antagonism. It would be extremely natural for each to be responsible for their own, and as a man, you take on a man's job. I'm a woman. I take care of my business. I don't need you meddling in my work, and you don't push. I don't care about your business, and you keep me out of poor pussy. And that, as the old man said, is living in peace. Pang Bei scratched his head and suddenly felt that marrying such a daughter-in-law is simply heaven. When she was in the midst of a heavenly battle in her heart, her mother also got up. She looked at Aole's back as she went out, smiled and patted Pang Bei and said, "Mother's vision is good, right? This girl is so nice. Unfortunately, a bit thinner. The legs are also too long. Not rich." Pang Bei was puzzled. "Mother, do you have any misconceptions about aesthetics?" "Good guy, Aole skin white beautiful long legs. In her here is not rich, not good-looking chanting." "What misconception? A rich girl is a good husband." Pang Bei bristled. "I don't believe it. Her looks are good for her husband, so what? If I'm a gambler, she can make me win every time? Don't blame a woman for not being rich enough." Lu Xilan was amused by Pang Bei and covered her mouth and laughed. "You brat, you're starting to defend others now? You're marrying a daughter-in-law and forgetting your mother. Heartless thing." Pang Bei bristled and said, "I call this justice, besides, it's all liberated. I'm doing it for the sake of women's justice. Okay? Mother, I can't see the oppression of women the most. If I had a daughter-in-law, I definitely wouldn't do that." Lu Xilan looked at Pang Bei. She sighed and gently caressed Pang Bei's face and said, "With these words from you, Mother will be relieved for the rest of her life." Speaking of this, Lu Xilan smiled and asked, What does my eldest son want to eat? Mother will make it for you. Pang Bei thought for a moment and then said, whole lot of meat or something. Aole is a minority. She seems to be a meat eater. Lu Xilan nodded. I can't say anything else about our family, but we have enough meat. Pang Bei smiled and rubbed her little hands together. While at this time she also got up. She saw Pang Bei get up and immediately jumped up and went to carry firewood, ready to help her mother burn the fire for cooking. Pang Bei said proudly, it has to be my sister. My sister is such a good girl. Mother, you also have to praise more. Otherwise you are not patriarchal? Lu Xilan smiled and touched Pang Shi's little head. Yes, yes, yes. They are all mother's treasures. My Xiao Shi is the best behaved. She's also the apple of my mother's eye. Pansy's big eyes were full of happiness as she enjoyed having her head touched by her mother and brother. The little guy has been eating a little better lately, and that little face is noticeably rounder. And a significantly longer piece. But suddenly it occurred to me that my mother and sister were about to go to live in the city. Pang Bei suddenly felt as if his heart was quite empty. When Pang Bei pulled a bench to sunbathe in the courtyard, Aole returned from the door and Pang Bei subconsciously looked over. I just saw Ori carrying a tub of snow in her hand and carrying a hare. Pang Bei's eyes widened. Not. Where did you get it? Ori blinked her big eyes and continued. Caught it in passing. I always catch a rabbit in passing at home. Smooth. Pang Bei suddenly felt like he had broken his defense. He almost froze to death in the mountains for a rabbit. Huh? Just when Pang Bei was feeling a big blow to his self-esteem, Lu Xiaowu hurriedly ran in. Xiao Bei, the captain is looking for you. Something happened over at the farm. Please go over. Pang Bei got up in a hurry. He didn't know what was going on. But I guess it has something to do with the field manager coming over. Pang Bei hurriedly got up, while Aole said at this time, you go first, I'll ask mother to leave food for you. Lu Xiaowu was stunned. Then he stared wide-eyed. Xiao Bei, this is the daughter-in-law you brought back, huh? Aole's cheeks reddened, and Pang Bei immediately pulled Lu Xiaowu. Don't be ridiculous here. Quickly go to the team headquarters. Chapter 79. What can I do without benefits? Pang Bei pulled Lu Xiaowu and rushed outside. On the way, Lu Xiaowu's mouth was like a doorless door. You say the captain is also really, this new daughter-in-law has not been rare enough. This is for you to pull out. Come on. I didn't do anything. Besides, I'm not old enough. I just see her as poor. So I'll take her in first. Okay. Lu Xiaowu looked back at Pang Bei. I say, you're not falling for that Zhao Xiaotian, are you? That's a big lady. Don't be silly. Pang Bei froze, then couldn't help but laugh. No common topic, okay. I carry a gun every day to go hunting, people are going to school. Besides Zhao Xiaotian, how old they are. How old are they? No bull. What's the situation on the captain's side? Lu Xiaowu smiled and said, the farm lost its sheep. Quite a few, over 100. Pang Bei froze, then frowned. Then go and look for it, why come to us? Lu Xiaowu looked around and found that there was no one, then whispered, I heard the captain and the others say that this sheep lost. It was a patrolman of the farm who did it. He liked the breeder. Then the others didn't agree with him, so he did it on purpose and drove the sheep out of the pen, and as a result, the sheep ran away and let the other patrolman find out about it, and he even shot and wounded the others. Pang Bei's brows furrowed as he looked at Lu Xiaowu and asked rhetorically, what? Calling me over to deal with this matter? Lu Xiaowu nodded. Pang Bei was helpless for a while in his heart, and he really didn't want to be in charge of this matter. It was fine for him to give the production team a hand. After all, he needed to get on good terms with the big guys himself. But help farms. He really didn't have that in mind and didn't want to leave himself. Because Pang Bei knew that if he wanted to live better during the 3 years of natural disasters, it would be better to be inside the deep mountains. That's what makes a good day. Otherwise, one has to starve along with it. But the question is, how can he shrug this off? Pang Bei didn't want to be sharp, it wouldn't do him any good. However, this is not something that one can talk about on their own. We'll just have to go and see what's going on and we'll do the rest. Not a moment later, Pang Bei arrived at the team site. There were quite a few people inside the team site at the moment, and in the room sat a man wearing army green pants and green rubber shoes. The man was wearing a dark blue cotton shirt with a blue overcoat over it. He's talking to Louis Hoi. Seeing Pang Bei and Lu Xiaowu walk in, Lu Hai immediately beckoned. Xiao Bei, you're just in time to come. Sit down. Pang Bei was a bit overwhelmed as he sat down. The man sized up Pang Bei. He smiled and said, your comrade Pang Bei? Changhe and Captain Lu haven't praised you much. You really are a hero. Pang Bei didn't pick up the conversation, but smiled and nodded. You can't go up to this kind of thing yourself. But the captain and Zhao Changhe clearly intended for him to take over the matter. Pang Bei doesn't know what they think. At this time Zhao Changhe opened his mouth and said, Xiao Bei, we don't want to pull here. The farm side lost 100 sheep, and the other side is still an expert who can use a gun. This kid is a youth, his family is from the army compound. Right now the youth who can go to the countryside are basically cadre's children. We can't do anything about it. Pang Bei stared at Zhao Changhe with wide eyes. So it's appropriate for me to step in on this one? Of course, you have no background here. No one is willing to make things difficult for you. Besides, you kid has been living in the mountains for a long time. Do you mean to say you still want to come out of the mountains? LV Hai looked to Pang Bei, who pondered for a moment. Turned out that Louis Hoi had hit on this idea. For one thing, one takes credit for it. The other side can't say anything else, even if they are looking at themselves, that can't be helped, and they should be rewarded. But a good reward, a job placement in the city or something, is definitely out of the question. Of course, it's just best to set him up inside the mountains. Pang North knows that there are actually forest ranger cabins in the mountains. The place was public property, but Lu Hai couldn't care less. If this gives him the hut, Pang Bei will have a house to live in. There is a place to land when you enter the mountains. That way, he wouldn't have to get so tired of patrolling the mountains, and if he did, he'd just have another place to put something out of sight. Thinking about this, Pang Bei secretly felt that Lu Hai was a real thief. He wasn't as honest and simple as he looked. Obviously, LV Hai had colluded with Zhao Changhe. Zhao Changhe also followed with a smile. Xiao Bei, this thing will not let you do it for nothing. We Xiao field director but agreed that if you can get the goat back, the farm side of the timber, to give you a new house to marry a daughter-in-law. In addition, the mountain inside the ranger hut, Xiao field director can also help you to fight for it. When you go into the mountains to patrol the mountain, it will be different. Think of it, when you're in summer, if you're tired of walking and sleep in the hut, you won't have to hurry. Pang Bei frowned slightly as he whispered. But the problem is, the other party shouldn't have a gun in their hands, right? And right now, if you can go to the countryside, it's hard for ordinary people to fight for it. It's basically a lot of cadre's children, receiving re-education from the workers and peasants. If I go up against him, do I shoot or not? If I shoot and kill the other guy, how does that count? Zhao Changhe immediately said with a stern face, Don't worry about this. The city council has ordered us. This kid killed one person, injured one person, and caused the farm to lose 100 goats. Life and death regardless. This kid will be shot even if he's caught. The other family meant to be shot on the spot or they were implicated as well. Pang Bei thought for a moment, then whispered, Zhao Shou, we're still relatives. Aren't you asking me to do the dirty work? It's not true that I'm a hunter, but I don't kill people. Zhao Changhe was speechless for a while in his heart. Damn, this little calf can really act. Erdeo abducted him to kill people, and he got a dozen dead in one breath without blinking an eye. Now you're playing nice? However, Zhao Changhe also understands that this is not enough benefits. This little calf is here to make conditions. Of course, this is after all a relative of his own family. Zhao Changhe also knew to turn his arm that way. He sighed and said, Xiao Bei, I also know what you are worried about. But these goats are designated into the mountains. There are wild beasts over there. We look for these goats. The patrolmen are not willing to go, saying they have no experience. Mainly, it is still not as good as other people's marksmanship. You are different, your marksmanship out of this world. If not for you, this loss of the farm would be huge. Xiao Zhenghua could hear that Zhao Changhe was hinting at himself. But in those days, even if he himself was the field manager, he didn't dare to blatantly promise anything to Pang Bei. And this time, Lu Hai also followed to persuade. I know, you are not just led back a new daughter-in-law. This nest has not yet slept hot, we can understand, or so. Your daughter-in-law, I give you to do the registration. You! Xiao Zhenghua suddenly raised his hand and said, Comrade Pang Bei, on this side of our farm, the mountainous areas have not been contracted and managed by a fixed person, and there is no one inside the mountains to manage them. There are also some ethnic minority villages. So far, it is not possible to communicate well. How about this? If you can get this done, I will appoint you as a contractor for this piece of mountainous area. You are the administrator of this mountainous area. The main responsibility is to play a good relationship with the ethnic minority tribes inside the mountain. And then, the resources in the mountain just you can use for your own use but can't be brought to a large-scale trade, as long as it meets the needs of your personal life can be. But you will be responsible for the policing, patrolling, and all aspects of the administration of this mountainous area. And if you agree and help the farm do this well, I will appoint you administrator. In the meantime, then, you can allocate guns and ammunition from the militia company every year as support. Pang Bei coughed. Guns? I have one. I have the 38 large cap backed up to me by Zhao Shou in my hand there. It's enough. Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh. He snorted and immediately understood what kind of stuff this brat wanted by the way. Good. You've been waiting here. Do you think that the 3/8 cap is not enough? Pang Bei didn't say anything. Xiao Zhenghua smiled and said, I have a collection of good guns. You know that our farm is a front line down on the ground soldiers to the people. I have a big 8 grain in my hand. Pang Bei's eyes lit up. M1 Garland? That's good stuff, that's semi-automatic. Xiao Zhenghua saw Pang Bei's eyes light up. He pretended to be mysterious and said, Back then, when the cold guns and cold artillery, our regiment but captured a handful of a different big 8 grains with mirrors. Chapter 80, The Rationale Behind. With a mirror, Pang Bei instantly became interested. At the time of the war abroad, the Garand used by the American Empire, which can take a scope, there are only 2 kinds, one is the M1C, and the other is the M1D. But commonly in the battlefield is used in the standard sniper rifle, that is the M1D. Because the M1C was so cumbersome and complex, the modifications required many steps and were difficult to produce. The front line was getting cold-cocked too much at that point and desperately needed a precision rifle that could be produced quickly and easily equipped at scale. M1D was born. But the Garand M1D is not considered a sniper rifle. First of all, the bullet is still an ordinary standard rifle bullet. Shooting accuracy in sniper rifles is not a half a star. And while there were plenty of captures at home, none of them cared much about it in the face of Big Brother's torrent of steel and the training of snipers, as opposed to beefing up their firepower. Troops are pretty much blanking out on snipers at this stage of the game, played with barrels and guns. The quest is for firepower. So, these captured rifles went down into the hands of the militia. The ones with mirrors, basically no one wants them either. Pang Bei knew that the other party was just fooling the kids. But Pang Bei still deliberately pretended to be interested. There's a mirror on top of the gun? Why haven't I seen that before? Xiao Zhenghua saw Pang Bei hooked, his heart secretly pleased. This scope, basically no one will use it, with this not as comfortable as a machine scanner. It's a chicken because no one will use it. This kind of chicken could get Pang Bei to agree, so it was definitely earned. Moreover, if Pang Bei's side needed to supply bullets, he honestly didn't have much stock of bullets in his hands. But the big 8 grains were different. The big 8 grains had plenty of bullets on his side. Xiao Zhenghua laughed. You don't know, kid. This mirror can be God. Just like the telescope, can see far, hit the thief accurate, but it takes a long time to practice. If you agree, I'll give you both the mirror and the gun, and I'll also give you the bullets, and I can give them to you right now. But can you make sure you get the sheep back and catch the man? When Pang Bei heard this, he secretly pondered. This old boy is quite a thief too. After thinking about it, Pang Bei puffed out his chest and said, What's not to like? When I go back to get my gun, tell my mother that we can leave right away. Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little comrade, he's quite active. Both Lu Hai and Zhao Changhe couldn't help but laugh. They were all amused by Pang Bei's naivety and purity. How could they know what Pang Bei was thinking? Pang Bei had the 38 Dagai in his hand. Not only could he use this gun himself, in fact Aole could use it as well. The Cavalry 38 was short and suitable for girls. Also, Aole could hunt and probably use a gun, so the house would be safer if she had a gun in her hand. Thinking of this, Pang Bei rubbed his hands together and smiled. Then when can you give it to me? By the way, my gun has to have a bayonet to work. Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh. Okay, bring you a bayonet. To be honest, there weren't many captured Garand M1S with bayonets. But not for nothing. Just a dozen or so on this side of the farm. Pompey wants to give him just that. Pang Bei patted his chest and said, All right, then I'll go get the gun. I'm a man of my word. Let's go now. Xiao Zhenghua immediately said, No need. You go over and I'll give you the gun first. You can just shoot directly with that gun. Pang Bei's eyes rolled. No, the 38 Dagai I use smoothly. The new guns still need to be used. Fighting for my life, it's better to use the old gun. Xiao Zhenghua did think that Pang Bei had a point, so he agreed that he should go back and get his gun. How could they know Pang Bei's calculations? Are you kidding me? If you're in a sniper fight, a bolt-action rifle, but it's more stable than a semi-auto. It's a single shot though, not as comfortable as a semi-auto. But a sniper's quest is to kill the enemy with one shot, so who's thinking about a second shot? Garand words, it's a pretty good gun for hunting. After all, 7.62 isn't a covered bullet. But to say to play sniper, 3/8 big cap no matter the range or accuracy, that cannot be compared to Garland. Pang Bei smiled and went back. He told his mother, just said that he went into the mountains to look for sheep, His mother this did not say anything. After all, what danger can there be in looking for a sheep? His own son killed both a human bear and a tiger, so what risk can there be in looking for a sheep? When Pang Bei settled down at home, he came out on his own with his 38 large caps. Seeing the 38 large cap in Pang Bei's hand, Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh. You really don't want the new gun I gave you? This gun of yours is too old. I remember this is used by the second-line troops of the brats, right? Pang Bei said proudly. Don't look at this gun is not as long as the ordinary Model 38 Dagai, but the flexibility of this gun in the mountains is not covered. Hunting is not a battlefield. To be flexible can better ambush is the best. Besides, the Ghost's bayonets are specifically optimized for stabbing. They favored white-knuckle combat, but not the American Empire's lesser soldiers, who were rarely willing to fight in white-knuckle combat. So bayonet-wise, the Ghost's bayonets are better. When Pang Bei finished complacently, Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh. You're still planning on a white-knuckle fight? With this small physique of yours? Xiao Zhenghua sized up Pang Bei, but Pang Bei was unimpressed. Don't look at me as thin, field director. This bayonet saves bullets a lot of times. If this is a close range, a direct bayonet will save bullets. Xiao Zhenghua nodded his head as he smiled and said, You kid is quite ballsy. This would have been a good soldier in the war years. Pang Bei secretly muttered in his heart. Old me has always been an elite. Chatting this way, Pang Bei went down the mountain with Zhao Changhe and Xiao Zhenghua. Zhao Changhe rode a bicycle with Pang Bei, and Xiao Zhenghua rode a bicycle by himself. The two men just took Pang Bei with them as they headed for the farm. The bike ride could also take 2 hours, which led to the farm. This state farm is not small, and there are 2 standing guard at the gate. I guess the security force is heightened because of the incident. After arriving at the farm, Xiao Zhenghua brought Pang Bei and Zhao Changhe to the farm's office. Xiao Zhenghua, the office of the director of this farm, is only 10 square feet. After coming over here, Xiao Zhenghua also looked much more serious, and after he entered the office, he directly pointed at the military battle map on the wall. Pang Bei, can you read maps? Pang Bei nodded. Of course, can't read a map, so won't we get lost? Pang Bei didn't have to hide his ability to read maps any more than necessary. With this thing, there's no way to tell if you're a master with the map. Xiao Zhenghua pointed to the map and said, The goat we lost was driven inside this mountainous area. Yesterday the comrades of the militia company went in. One was killed and one was injured. If you go into the mountains, I will arrange for the militia to go in with you. Zhao Changhe said from the side. I'll follow too. As he said that, Zhao Changhe even patted Pang Bei, as if telling Pang Bei not to worry and that he would give him a backing. Pang Bei nodded and continued. So all I have to do is find the goat and get the kid back? No, it's just us now. Don't go outside with your next words. Pang Bei nodded, and Zhao Changhe followed suit and said seriously, Go ahead, old Xiao. This kid Xiao Bei has a particularly strict mouth. Xiao Zhenghua sighed. Comrade Pang Bei, what he killed, was one of our youths here, and their family has a strong background. So, the secret order I received was to take revenge. That's why it's necessary to find a rash person with no background to do this. I know this matter will cause you influence, but the influence is not big. Even if trouble is found, it won't be found on your head, but someone else's. So you put your heart inside your stomach. Zhao Changhe added from the side. No matter who did it, this matter will fall on our police station. This kid is doing nothing wrong. So Xiao Bei, please make sure to kill him. Pang Bei froze. Why me? Xiao Zhenghua turned back. He looked at Pang Bei. Because you're the only one who has killed people. Chapter 81. State Farms. Pang Bei was shocked. He looked at Zhao Changhe in surprise, and Zhao Changhe couldn't help but laugh. You think I can cover for you alone? Without Lao Xiao? You brat, don't even think about it. Xiao Zhenghua also let out a laugh. Xiao Bei, I know you're a bold kid who also has a sense of justice. The kid you found is a relative of our farm worker's family. I have to thank you. So, I'm squashing this matter for you. Although it's cruel to let a child like you kill someone, there really aren't any good candidates at the moment. Pang Bei wondered, aren't you guys military converts? A lot of them are injured or sick, either transferred back to the original home, or retired sick, stay are the position of the family's children to take the place in the work. The breeder who was harassed is actually my daughter, Xiao Fangfang. Pang Bei was flabbergasted. He looked at Xiao Zhenghua. So this kid still dares? Xiao Zhenghua gritted his teeth. He not only dared, he also did something worse than that. Pang Bei immediately said nothing. Seeing people as a father have this look, needless to say, with the heels can think out what happened. Moreover, this kid doesn't know where he learned the sniper technique. Our people, we haven't fought for some years, so we let this kid get away with it. Plus, with all the years of labor, if it were simply a matter of fighting, it would be fine. But when you get older, your eyesight and ability are not as good as they used to be, and the youngsters who came after you are all militia members, and at most they can shoot, but they can't be accurate. Old Zhao said that you're a surprisingly accurate shot, so right now, among our farms, you're the only one with the ability to kill him. Pang Bei finally realized why he was looking for himself. Finally finished these heavy things. Xiao Zhenghua immediately followed by a smile. Well, I let the cafeteria do a good meal. Go. Let's eat first. No matter how, you have to eat a good meal first. Pang Bei didn't say much. Why don't you go if you can eat something delicious? This farm has a large cafeteria and the cooks who cook are all pretty good at their craft. Moreover, it is wrapped vegetable dumplings, although the vegetables are more meat, but at least it is also white steamed dumplings. Pang Bei in the mountains cabbage, but a cabbage leaves have not eaten. This having green vegetables to eat, Pang Bei naturally ate more. In one meal, Pang Bei dazzled a dozen large steamed dumplings. It all looked silly to Xiao Zhenghua. Good lord, the average adult with large steamed dumplings of this size would be full after 4 or 5 at most. Pang Bei dazzled a dozen in one breath. This looks pretty thin, but it's actually really edible. However, seeing that Pang Bei was so able to eat, Xiao Zhenghua in turn let go of a hanging heart. After all, Pang Bei was so skinny, if he couldn't eat, it meant he didn't have much strength. In his opinion, he can eat and is quite thin. There's usually this weird power. It's like Master Gao in the cafeteria. Old Gao is very thin, but he carries 3 or 4 sacks of flour all by himself like it's a game. Don't look at him as a cook, but at first he was a worker from the oil fields. He went into the cafeteria because he could cook, and then on secondment he was forced to stay. Master Gao's cooking is really delicious. Especially his cooking, generally speaking, the leaders come to visit, he arranged for Master Gao to do it. And this vegetable dumplings, but also the high master of the best, the farm workers love to eat his steamed dumplings, although the vegetables more meat, but because of the use of broth and filling as well as his own ingredients, the steamed dumplings are not generally delicious. After eating and drinking, Xiao Zhenghua smiled and said, Xiao Bei, you should rest first tonight, and let's go into the mountains in the morning. Okay? Pang Bei wiped his mouth and then asked, Yardmaster, if you commit a crime, do you come out during the day? Xiao Zhenghua's smile froze as he looked at Pang Bei in dismay. Zhao Changhe, on the other hand, had a mysterious smile on his face, as if he was mocking Xiao Zhenghua for underestimating Pang Bei. After Xiao Zhenghua froze, he then asked, Then Comrade Pang Bei means to enter the mountain at night. Pang Bei nodded. I only have my mother at home and Zhao Changhe hemmed and hawed. I know, the new daughter-in-law. Understand, anxious to go back to have a baby. Old Xiao, you can gather people now. Xiao Bei really can't be under the mountain for a long time. After all, Lu Jiazhai's side also needs him to guard the mountain. Now that the snow is blocking the mountain, the wild beasts don't have food, and it's easy for them to leap to the village. Xiao Zhenghua immediately nodded his head. He certainly hoped that this matter would be resolved as soon as possible. But it's not really good to be in such a hurry when people have just arrived. Who knew that Pang Bei was even more anxious than him? Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but smile. Okay, you guys go sit down for a while. I'll call someone over. Xiao Zhenghua got up and left, and Zhao Changhe poured himself a bowl of hot water. He took a sip from the coarse porcelain bowl and then asked, Xiao Bei, do you blame uncle for getting you into trouble? Pang Bei shook his head as he looked at Zhao Changhe and said, I know, uncle, that you are doing this for my own good. You're giving me the chance to get a good gun, and then there's the fact that you're worried that I'm being targeted by people with jealous eyes. Giving me a place to hide from disaster, right? Zhao Changhe couldn't help but smile, his eyes this kind of full of admiration. You kid don't look young, but you have a lot of heart, and really let you see it. In the spring of the coming year in the mountains, there is a place you can go and take a look. The original is a bandit's den, has been empty. The road is full of wild beasts, except for you, kid. Even we don't dare to go inside there. How are you going to clean up the beasts in that neighborhood without a semi-automatic? The corners of Pang Bei's lips rose as he smiled and looked at Zhao Changhe. Uncle, even though I'm done with the Pang family, I recognize you as a relative. Zhao Changhe looked at Pang Bei. He couldn't help but laugh. Originally I was worried that your kid was too truthful, but now it seems that your kid is only truthful to his own people. The people outside want to trap you? That's really hard-o. Speaking here, Zhao Changhe looked around. He then lowered his voice. Also, old Gao too, you have less contact. Pang Bei was flabbergasted. Huh. Zhao Chenghe said in a low voice. Old Gao Tu's background is very complicated. And this old man, he's not someone who can make deep friendships. It is good to pay attention to it. Your little daughter-in-law's fiancé, that door lad, was letting this old man get him killed. Pang Bei looked at Zhao Chenghe in dismay. Isn't it Director Wang? It's not true that Director Wang is eager to get credit, but he's not so bad as to intentionally kill people. It wouldn't be good for him if someone died. This boy, Meng Nashin, was known for his hunting skills, and he was involved with old Gao too. But it turned out that before he had his accident, he went to see old Gao too, and I don't know what he said. As a result, the next day, Comrade Meng Nashin ventured into the mountains and went to kill the Wolf King, only to see him again with his body hollowed out. Pang Bei immediately realized that Ao Lei's previous fiancé, who was 80% not recognized by the Grandmaster, had found the old gaffer and wanted to ask about getting his necklace. Because Ori had said that the necklace around his neck was something that only they, the roundup leaders of the Mokunri, were qualified to have. Of course, Pang Bei also felt that what Zhao said was reasonable and that he couldn't trust the old geezer too much. He smiled and nodded. I know. Don't worry about it. And just at this time, outside the cafeteria, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Then someone shouted, Somebody, the field manager's been shot. Chapter 82. Encountering snipers. Hearing the sound, Zhao Chenghe wanted to rush out. But was Pang Bei grabbed a hand. Just as Pang Bei pulled him the moment, the cafeteria's glass ruptured with a crash placed in the cafeteria next to the mouth of the food to beat the iron plate local sound overturned. Apparently it was shot. Zhao Chenghe's eyes widened. He didn't expect the bastard to be so arrogant. Pang Bei looked around right and left, then saw the hat mirror hanging on the wall that was specially for the workers. There were times when it was easier to get a mouthful of grease from food, so it's nice to watch the rubbing. Pang Bei immediately got up and ran over as he quickly removed the mirror. As a result, he just crouched down and the resultant bullet made a hole in the wall. Pang Bei immediately rolled over and went near the window. He took the mirror and peered out. The result was that the mirror was just a little exposed when the bullet shattered the cap mirror. Wow! The mercury glass shattered in Pang Bei's hands, and Pang Bei grabbed a random chunk of shards as he probed out again. This time, the bullet broke the glass on the window and didn't hit the debris. But this time Pang Bei saw muzzle fire. Looks like the kid's not good enough to shoot. Expose yourself. This was a death wish in front of a professional-level sniper like Pang Bei. Zhao Chenghe looked at Pang Bei worriedly and shouted, Xiao Bei, are you sure? The corners of Pang Bei's mouth rose. It's just small trash. After saying that, Pang Bei leaned against the wall and quickly pulled the bolt in his hand. Because Pang Bei dodged, the other party actually hid on the haystacks and shot at the employees in the yard. Bang! Another shot was fired and a militiaman was hit and fell in a pool of blood. Then the militia fired indiscriminately in the direction of the shots. They had not been in battle, and could not yet find the bearing of the shots in the first place. All they can say is that the direction is right, but the bullets couldn't even get next to each other. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. It's because the militia on the farms aren't fighting enough. That's just abusive here. Click. Pang Bei's bullets were loaded, and he clutched his .38 large cap, and waited until he heard the gunshot again. He got up suddenly. This time, Pang Bei got up and took aim and pulled the trigger at almost the same time. Bang! The muzzle fire of the .38 cap flashed. Then, the man hiding inside the haystack and wreaking havoc suddenly suffered pain in his shoulder. Which one of these cuties? Got it! The bullet hit him in the shoulder and the blood kept flowing. Because of the pain, the other side had to end this one-sided slaughter. He immediately tried to run, but Pang Bei raised his gun again. But right at this moment, I don't know who, grabbed Pang Bei. You kid, where did you get that gun? You don't want to die. Thought it was pulled and the trajectory shifted and the bullet missed the other side. This annoyed Pang Bei, and looking back, he saw a dark-skinned middle-aged man who looked at Pang Bei with an angry face. Who's your kid? Where did you steal the gun? When Zhao Chenghe saw the other party questioning Pang Bei, he immediately walked over. He's Pang Bei, the mountain guard hunter of the Lu family walled village. The mountain keeper? Just him? Is there no one left in this Lujia village? Letting a little brat with no hair on his head be the mountain guard. The man was even more disdainful. The man who looked down on Pang Bei was the acting captain of the patrol, Wang Hongqi. Pang Bei was speechless. It would have been resolved right away, whole to go home tomorrow. As a result, the person was let go. He didn't bother with Wang Hongqi either, but said with a disgusted look on his face, "If it wasn't for you, I would have been able to go home today." After saying that, Pang Bei pushed open the window and directly flipped over the window with a flip, going out to chase the escaping murderer. Wang Hongqi saw Pang Bei go out. He was also quite unhappy. "Lao Zhao, what's wrong with this kid?" Zhao Changhe are speechless. Obviously just now Pang Bei should have gotten it. He pointed at Wang Hongqi and said, "You kid, you were just dejected. This TM cooked duck are letting you let go. What the hell? Lao Zhao, do you have a serious illness? If you don't want to take a look, it's obvious that I saved that kid." Zhao Changhe's face turned a little red with anger, as if he had been drinking. You're too self-righteous. People, Pang Bei is capable of fighting tigers. He even killed the Wolf King in the back of Luji Azhai. What do you know? Wang Hongqi froze. He then grunted, "You just blow at you. He can kill a tiger. I'll eat." Zhao Changhe pointed at Wang Hongqi and shivered a little in anger. You wait for me." With that, Zhao Changhe pushed the door and rushed out to chase after Pang Bei. And when Wang Hongqi saw the two men go out, he also followed them out. "This awesome blowing, I'd like to see. A little cub can still go to heaven?" As Pang Bei rushed out, he saw a number of people in the courtyard in pools of blood, obviously shot. He rushed out and headed straight for the haystacks. And when he reached this side of the haystacks, Pang Bei lowered his head and searched left and right, and soon picked up a few haystacks with blood stains on them. Pang North proceeded to look left and right. The opponent is injured, so he definitely won't be able to run far. He got up and searched the floor again and, to his surprise, found blood. Tracking Pang Bei has always been a masterful skill. And this time Zhao Changhe also caught up. "How is it? What's the situation on the other side?" "Shot. Should be wounded. Can't run far." Pang Bei looked around and then said, "Uncle, you go handle the scene. I'll go after him." Zhao Changhe looked at Pang Bei worriedly. "Can it work?" Pang Bei said confidently, "It's hard for me alone to capture him, but to kill him, simple." After saying that, Pang Bei grabbed the 38 large cap and was about to leave. But Wang Hongqi followed him up and asked, "Where is he? Didn't you hit him? Aren't you great? I don't think you can do it either." Pang Bei was too lazy to bother with Wang Hongqi, and he chased after the mountain without looking back. Wang Hongqi, also unrelenting, want to entangle. The results were Zhao Changhe a push away, to Wang Hongqi got stunned. "What? This is your relative you so protective?" Zhao Changhe pointed at Wang Hongqi and said, "I'm telling you, Wang Hongqi, if you delay the main event and let someone get away, causing more casualties, you'll be responsible for this." Wang Hongqi stared. "On what grounds? The people you brought in didn't catch anyone and blame me?" Zhao Changhe didn't bother with him either, but instead directly turned around and went to deal with the scene to see the casualties. Wang Hongqi took a look at Pang Bei, who had already disappeared, and snorted coldly. "Is this an excuse to run away? At such a young age, you're quite good at blowing the whistle." Pang Bei chased him out and he chased the blood trail all the way. Apparently, the guy with the gun had just learned to snipe a little bit, but was still a half-ass. It was a child, then he was a professional. Run away, won't even hide the blood. Pang Bei chased him all the way, and he saw that the blood was dripping, not flung out. Apparently, the other guy was probably shot in the torso and couldn't be thrown out. Trying to dodge and basically shaking it off is the right thing to do. Either bandage it urgently or dump it. You can't let the blood trail form a traced line of trajectory, or this won't throw off the enemy at all. Since the other party didn't take human life so seriously, Pang Bei didn't feel the need to take his life seriously either. With this kind of person alive, even if they are caught, there is no guarantee that they won't get out of the house in the future. Now that he's talking a big game, the odds are that he won't be able to resist fishing for people when he sees them in person, and if he's allowed to come out again, he'll still dare to do so. Therefore, Pang Bei decided to send the scum to hell for a good penance. Chapter 83, Sniper Warfare. Pang Bei continued to go after him with his gun, and the man who escaped because of his injuries, he realized that Pang Bei was like a ghost, chasing him all the way. The person being chased is called He Chong. He Chong's family is also considered a powerful kind because in the family to often lead the compound children fight several times into the bureau, the family is really a headache, decided to send him to the countryside to receive a re-education back to the good arrangements for work. But who would have thought that this one would not only be properly educated? As a result, it also caused such a big trouble. He was in the compound and had quite a few guys' little brothers who knew how to use a gun and had a good time hanging out with them. So he learned a lot from these people, and in the hands of one of the brothers there was a foreign language version of the sniper's training manual, and they approached their cousin, who translated the book because she knew English. It was with the book's method of training that he learned to snipe. As a result, and because of this book, it made him feel like he was more amazing than others. Of course, this book, for Pang Bei, it was an antique-level basic introductory textbook, and many things had been updated and iterated and were considered to be products of the distant past. This kind of thing, touching a globally ranked sniper like Pang Bei, would be looking for trouble. Pang Bei pursued his way, getting closer and closer. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of Pang Bei, He Chong deliberately walked in the direction of the farm elementary school. In those days, on the state farm, it was a little kingdom, and basically you didn't have to go to school outside. Whether it's a hospital, a store, or a school, it's basically all without having to leave the farm. So, farm workers also rarely need to leave the farm and have no problem living here for the rest of their lives. He Chong carried his gun. The farm elementary school had long been dismissed. He looked around. There was only one room with a light on. He walked over to it and realized that it was a dormitory, but there was no one inside the dormitory. After circling around a bit more, I saw a large and a small figure from a distance, the larger figure, which seemed to be a teacher, followed by a small boy. They were all holding firewood in their hands, obviously having gone to get it back to live and keep warm. Without saying a word, He Chong dragged his injured body and walked directly towards the female teacher, immediately raising the big 8 grains in his hand when he saw the woman. The woman was so frightened that she held the little boy back. "What are you going to do? Come at me with what you have to do and don't touch my students." "Teacher." The little boy blanched in fear. He Chong's gun was pointed at the female teacher. He then said coldly, "Cut the crap and follow me." He Chong knew that he could only rely on the hostages to escape now, and there was nothing else he could do at the moment. And at that moment, what He Chong didn't know was that Pang Bei had already arrived in front of him. Pang Bei didn't do anything because he needed the guy to return to his hiding spot on his own. Pang Bei concluded that the sheep should have been driven somewhere by this one. Otherwise, how can he live in this weather? Pang Bei took the binoculars, and it turned out that this actually took hostages. The hostage-taking thing, when training, that's an extremely important subject. But when it comes to dealing with hostage-taking, Pang Bei's special snipers are actually not as good as the snipers of the Armed Police Special Forces. Now things were a bit disturbing. Hostage rescue and escort, they have this kind of training subject. But the main task of their combat unit was decapitation. It is used as a sharp knife, basically to carry out some of the tasks and beheading operations behind enemy line sabotage and other activities. Rescue hostages, although it is a basic subject, but Pang Bei on his own, that thing he cannot sing a big drama. Special forces are infantrymen with strong individual qualities, not supermen. Much less the firepower cult of the Army Infantry Squad that seeks to pull out bunkers with a single soldier. Plus, drones, mechanical dogs, all kinds of projected unmanned observation devices, none of which he had. It's not a good battle without support. Pang Bei stroked his chin, analyzing the current situation. It's not a good situation trying to save someone, whether it's equipment or conditions, it's not up to scratch. But it can't be unsaved. As Pang Bei thought of this, he could only follow secretly for now, trying to find a chance to strike. He Chong really doesn't have much of a brain. He thinks that if he gets a hostage, Pang Bei really won't dare to do anything to him, and he forces the woman and the child to lead the way in front of him, and he threatens them with a gun and retreats in the direction of his residence. This is a big offense. But think about it, it's not much. If He Chong is just a son of the compound, where does he have any experience in counter-surveillance? He's just relying on the fact that he has a gun and that he knows how to use it. Pang Bei quietly followed, not revealing any trace of himself on the way, and as he walked, Pang Bei had been thinking about what to do with this. He had to do it before the militia caught up with him, or else there would be too many people, and the bastard would have been inexperienced, and in his excitement he would have killed the hostages, and that would have been the end of it. Pang Bei thought of this, then carefully observed the surrounding situation. He Chong himself to find a hidden place where hidden. This TM is finding a lumber barn in the mountains for summer use. This is not carrying any brain at all. Pang Bei was truly speechless. Odds are, he's just being abusive here on the basis that he's got a gun and knows a bit of sniper warfare, plus the militia have never seen sniper combat before, so they're bluffed. As the other party approached, and for some unknown reason, He Chong turned back and discharged his gun into the sky. "TM. Catching up yet? You have the ability to come. I'm here. This is my territory. Can you catch me?" Pang Bei was speechless. "Is this enough? Your turf?" Oh, the place he knows well is his home turf. "What's on your mind, bro?" Pang Bei revealed a disdainful smirk as he crouched down amongst the bushes and continued to observe the little cutie. Come out! Come out! I'll kill this! As he spoke, He Chong unexpectedly shot at the female teacher in a frenzy. Bang! The woman fell to the ground and blood flowed instantly. Pang Bei's eyes widened as he was baffled. I don't think I've been exposed. How did this kid find out about me? The little boy jumped on the woman and cried, Teacher! Teacher! While He Chong observed from left to right and realized that there was still no movement, he was a bit distracted as he raised his gun again to aim at the little boy's head. Scream! Scream NMB scream! I'm so annoyed. I can't believe I didn't catch up. I was thinking of luring him into my territory. Let him know who's the daddy. He Chong held up his gun, a hint of cruelty on his face. Since you didn't attract it, you little bastard are useless, said the man that looked like he was about to pull the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang through the woods. He Chong felt a pain. Beside his ear, a pain, he touched it. His palm was full of fishy red blood. Ah! He Chong screamed miserably as he covered his ears and crouched on the ground. Then he found himself a cover and tried to find a way to hide in it. Ducking in his cover, He Chong's face was hideously twisted, and he didn't know where the bullets were flying from. That's not like the book. Isn't it possible to hear the sound? Why, after his gun went off, wasn't he able to detect where it was? You come out. If you don't come out, I'll beat this little bastard to death. Aren't you great? If you're capable, get me killed before I slaughter him. Bang! This time, the bullet grazed the floating soil and went straight through. He Chong's hat flew up and he immediately felt a fiery pain in his scalp. Then blood ran down the bridge of his nose. This was the first time He Chong had seen this, and it wasn't like those militias. No noise, no shouting. Only the silence of the woods, shooting at him. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him that there was a handwritten passage in the book. Every tree, every stone, in this moment, became my enemy. Chapter 84. The most humiliating way to die. He Chong immediately felt a sense of suffocation. Is this a sniper fight? Is it possible that there is a sniper on the other side? Impossible. How is it possible? The troops simply do not have the idea of training snipers. For one thing, it is a waste of the already small amount of financial and material resources, and moreover, the sniper rifle domestic has not been equipped with such a standardized weapon. Those who have fired cold shots and cold guns have long since stopped having to carry guns now, and they wouldn't be so good even if they came, would they? He's the one who studied advanced sniping textbooks from abroad. He Chong's heart shivered at the thought. Time passed bit by bit, and He Chong was too scared to move behind the bunker. He knew that if the other party was a sniper, he was vulnerable to being shot in the head once he showed his head. But what He Chong saw, after all, was something on top of the theory, and a textbook that hadn't been updated since the end of the war. Snipers, as a rule, don't choose headshots, and special snipers have more than just sniper rifles. Like his situation, in the eyes of special snipers, it would already be considered a target to be plucked, and generally speaking, at this time, it was not sniping that confronted him but suppression and feeling out. A long time passed, but there was no movement at all from the other side. This quietness made He Chong become very manic and restless. He thought that no matter what, he would first kill the hostages and force the other party to show themselves. Then, He Chong followed what the textbook said and tried carefully, but there was no response to the test. The other guy didn't shoot? How could they not fall for it? He Chong thinks about it and tries to think about changing positions so that he has a shot at the little boy's boundary. But he moved this way. Bang! The gun went off. Once again the bullet hit the gun in his hand as if it had eyes. When he hit the wood guard, he saw sparks coming out of his hand. He was so scared that he dropped his gun. And at this time, He Chong looked around. He didn't even think about it. He directly drew a knife from his waist and rushed at the little boy with the knife. And just then, behind him, something stood up. At first, he thought it was hay scattered around the warehouse. How could he have imagined that the thing was a person? When this man stood up, He Chong subconsciously tried to dodge. But the other party didn't even give him time to react or shoot. Instead, poof, the bayonet went into his armpit. It's a very strong energy and it's still in the way he's running. He felt like he was being held up by a buffalo. The bayonet toppled him to the ground while his body felt the blood flowing outward. He Chong froze. He looked over to Pang Bei and opened his mouth to speak, but realized that he couldn't make a sound, and the remaining breath in his lungs was diminishing little by little. Pang Bei slowly walked closer, and only then did He Chong see that this thing that looked like a savage was actually a teenager. The teenager had no expression on his face, but in He Chong's eyes, His expressionless face carried a strong killing intent. You get a kick out of slaughtering unarmed women and children? There is nothing to say, sniper. Your skills are good. I died in your hands, not wrong. Shoot. Kill me. Snipers die under the opponent's gun is not wrong. Pang Bei snorted coldly. Sniper? Are you worthy of that? You know what the biggest shame of a sniper is? Speaking of which, a hint of cruelty flashed across Pang Bei's face. Chong looked at Pang Bei, who said coldly, dying under the enemy's knife, and in a sniping environment at that, that's a stain that snipers can't erase for the rest of their lives. Chong's pupils tightened, and Pang Bei brought a touch of cold mockery. So, sniper this bowl of rice, you don't deserve to eat it all, and you don't deserve to be a human being. As Pang Bei said this, he stabbed a knife into Chong's throat, pinning him to the ground in death. Seeing Chong's eyes gradually become lifeless, Pang Bei pulled out his own 38 large cap. He walked toward the little boy and the schoolmistress. Upon closer inspection, the schoolteacher had only been shot in the shoulder, and was still alive, though badly wounded. Pang Bei took out a leather pocket from his pocket, then took out the Yunnan Bai Yao after he treated the teacher. Then he said, I'll send you and the teacher to wait in the warehouse. I'll call someone to come and pick you up. Don't run around. The little boy, already terrified, nodded his head as Pang Bei picked up the female teacher and brought her into the warehouse, where there was a bed that should have been used by Chong. Pang Bei puts her on the bed. Turning back to the ground, he found goat bones and blood on the ground, in a detour to the backyard as expected. Behind this is a fence that Chong secretly made long ago, which is full of goats. So that's what this guy is doing here. Pang Bei walked over and picked up Chong's gun on the ground, then examined the body. In his arms, a bloodied book was found with the words, Howard, Sims, written in English. Pang Bei took a look, then sneered. It's not good to learn from anyone. This bastard died on the battlefield? You learn from him? Pang Bei finished throwing the book aside. Checked the ammunition. Good guy, this body bullet did not carry less. Collected the ammunition but left the guns where they were. Pang Bei just held the book as evidence, then cleared his tracks and turned around to quietly go down the mountain. Just as he arrived at the bottom of the mountain, he saw Zhao Changhe over here organizing the manpower and gathering for roll call. Pang Bei walked over carrying his gun. Zhao Changhe froze when he saw Pang Bei. Xiao Bei? Where is he? Did you lose them? Pang Bei didn't say anything and patted Zhao Changhe, then asked, Where's the field manager? Zhao Changhe was a bit confused. What was Pang Bei doing? He's at the health center. What do you want with him? Pang Bei moved closer and whispered in Zhao Changhe's ear. The lumber warehouse on the hill. A teacher was injured. Zhao Changhe froze. He looked at Pang Bei in surprise, and Pang Bei waved his hand as if he had nothing to do with him. When Wang Hongqi saw Pang Bei's appearance, he snorted coldly. Old Zhao, this so-called expert of yours isn't working either. Lost him, right? Zhao Changhe didn't say anything as he said with a dark face. Set off immediately. Target the lumber warehouse on the hill. Run forward. Wang Hongqi didn't understand, but everyone had already moved, so he could only follow to see. And at this moment, Pang Bei walked into the health center. He asked a few health workers, and after identifying the ward, Pang Bei walked into the ward with a big grin. Xiao Zhenghua was not seriously injured. Only his calf was grazed by a bullet. The wound has just been treated and the person is still in the hospital bed. When Xiao Zhenghua saw Pang Bei, he immediately looked at Pang Bei nervously. Have the people been captured yet? Pang Bei didn't say anything, taking out the sniper combat training manual from his arms and dropping it on the bed. When Xiao Zhenghua saw the undried blood on the book, he knew that Pang Bei had gotten it. Where are the people? Xiao Zhenghua also knew that Pang Bei, at this time, did not want to admit that the person was his to kill. So what he said was vague enough that only the two of them could understand what was being said to each other. On the hill, the lumber warehouse and a schoolmistress, belonging to the unlucky, suffered, but the people were not killed, and the little boy were housed. Also, the goats were found and a couple were eaten. The rest are still there. Xiao Zhenghua took a long breath. He thought for a moment and then said, If the gun. There happens to be no one right now. It's in my office. Here's the key. You take it. Remember to wrap it. Pang Bei took the key. He nodded and said, Where are the bullets? Wait for Lu Hai to fetch it for you. What's the point of holding it here? Pang Bei nodded as he casually waved his hand and laughed. Then you can rest first, field director. I'll go back to bed first. Chapter 85. Well done. Watching Pang Bei leave, Xiao Zhenghua looked at the doorway and muttered in a low voice, "Still really an expert. Killing people, surprisingly calm." It seemed that it was really the same as what Zhao Changhe had said. This kid's adaptability was quite terrifying, and according to what Zhao Changhe had said, he was also the one who looked fearful when he killed Cui Sanjin. The performance afterward was unusually muted. This would definitely be a sharp soldier if we went to war. Xiao Zhenghua once also led soldiers. Such a good seed. Alas, your son was born too late, your mother was born some years earlier. I will take you to the 38th parallel to wave a circle. Maybe, I can also use your light to make a big achievement. Of course, what Xiao Zhenghua thinks, Pang Bei is not care, what he cares about is the gun in the office. Opening the door to the office, Pang Bei really did see the gun that Xiao Zhenghua had mentioned. The gun was sitting on top of the cabinet, and Pang Bei took it down and scrutinized it. This gun is an M1C. It's an M82 scope. Pang Bei examined the mirror, showing some surprise. The M1D and M1C were the most captured sniper rifles that year, and relatively fewer M1CS than M1DS, which would have captured fewer sniper rifles. Add to that the fact that there are even fewer M1CS and it becomes even rarer. The gun in Pang Bei's hand was modified with an open flame suppressor at the muzzle. As for the biggest difference between the M1C and the M1D, it's that the M1C has modifications to the magazine, while the M1D simply has mirrors installed and nothing changed. Trying to look at the difference between the two is that the M1C uses a scope mount that is pinned and screwed to the left side of the receiver, whereas the M1D mounts the scope mount on the left side of one of the barrel bushings. Both of these mountings left the sights to the left, without interfering with loading and case throwing, and without preventing the use of the original mechanical sights. And a better way to tell the difference, that is the M1D only adds a barrel bushing, which is easy to distinguish. Back in the day, these guns were gotten from those bull horses in the Marines. They were heavily equipped with these rifles, and Pang Bei touched his nose and said with a smile, 2.5x mirror, good enough for hunting. Pang Bei took his gun back as he calmly made his way back to his dormitory, ready to have a good time with this Garand M1C rifle. Luckily, Pang Bei had captured a lot of Garand rifle rounds in He Chang's hands. A 7.62mm bullet, that's not as powerful as a 6.5mm bullet. I definitely can't test the gun right now, so I'll have to go back inside the mountain and debug it. Anyway, he was tired, so Pang Bei went straight to the dormitory and fell asleep. Pang Bei is sleeping at ease. But at this moment Zhao Changhe and Wang Hongqi are not sleepy at all. The duo stared dumbfounded at the body, then at the surrounding area, where it was obvious that someone had handled their marks. The only footprints visible on the ground were those of the dead He Chang and a child. Wang Hongqi crouched down. He took a close look at He Chang. A wound under the ribs, a hole through the throat, accurate and ruthless. Is this the work of that kid? Zhao Changhe didn't even look at Wang Hongqi, but said coldly, the bayonet of the 3/8 cap did it, don't you think? Wang Hongqi's eyes were wide open, and he felt that the hairs on his body stood up at this moment. He looked back at the others, armed with nothing but 5 3-mounted rifles, and then the big 8 grain. No one at all uses the old guns like the 38 large cap, which they basically keep inside the warehouse, and no one likes to use them. This He Chang's ear, it seems to have been shot off by a gun, a shot in the shoulder and a scalp wound from a gun. It's so dark, and he's such a good shot? Why use a bayonet? Wang Hongqi was asking questions he couldn't figure out, when at this time Xiao Lu hurried over. Zhao Thila, a female teacher, was found with a gunshot wound, in addition to a child. Zhao Changhe took a deep look at Wang Hongqi, and the answer was all in his eyes. Wang Hongqi was dumbfounded. Pompei, this is intentional. He was deliberately humiliating He Chang. He certainly knew what kind of temper He Chang had. He's got some skills, he's crazy as hell, he's got a big mouth, and he doesn't say much of anything human. And those 2 cuts were clearly meant to shut him up. This kid, it's almost like he's coming into his own. This is. Also, their militia had been chasing them for so long, and they had all suffered casualties, and him? In such a short time, he chased the other party to their lair and did away with them straight away. How much does he despise He Chang? Reporting to Captain Wang, the goats we lost were found, and a few were slaughtered. Basically, the number is right. Wang Hongqi was so shocked that he got up. Cold sweat was already running down his forehead. He did it on purpose. A good mind? It was decisive and unrelenting. The key thing is that it's done without a trace, and they report it and say whatever they want. Wang Hongqi had also thought that the field director's daughter let He Chang scourge. High and low is to get him no problem, but how to cover this matter? When Pang Bei came, the reason why he reacted so greatly, that is because Pang Bei, a child, do things recklessly. This aftercare, he patted his ass and walked away, how to engage in their own. But in this case, Pang Bei did that beautifully. No one can find out anything. In this case, Wang Hongqi and the others could have just reported the discovery of the body and not said anything about the rest. As for who killed them in the mountains, how would they know who killed them, and how could they be related to a child when they did it so viciously? That's more than likely a humongous encounter. That can only be described as bad luck. Also, there are female teachers and children being saved, so they can say what they want. The witnesses, the physical evidence are all there. Turn them in any way you want. Anyway, the case is solved. Zhao Changhe walked around. He lowered his voice to Lu Jiaqi and asked, Xiao Lu, have you found any bullets on Yichang? Lu Jiaqi froze. Just 2 more rounds inside the gun, the body was checked, the money, and the food stamps and the bullets all gone. Zhao Changhe couldn't help but laugh. It's really rigorous. The whole thing is just like the real thing. Lu Jiaqi froze. Director, what do you mean? Zhao Changhe waved his hand, interrupting the questioning. He then said to Lu Jiaqi, examine the body, look at the cause of death, and prepare to report it. In addition to posting a concordance notice, and prepare to search the mountain in the near future to line up and arrest the murderer. Capture the murderer? Oh, got it. Lu Jiaqi immediately understood in seconds. Of course she knew that it was Pang Bei who had done this. No one else has it but him. It's just that, at his young age, why does the skill make him look like a killer? Lu Jiaqi pondered for a while, and secretly muttered in her heart. Don't let this kind of person out of the mountain. If he goes out of the mountain, the danger is too great. In the mountains, Pang Bei is the Yama of these brigands. Outside the mountains, it was a living hell. When he was in a daze, an officer came over and whispered, Luer, what did Zhao say? Prepare to write a notice. Then do a good job of reporting it. It's not a small thing. But the big guys will definitely have no problem making a 3rd-class merit this year. Really? Everyone perked up and proceeded to get energized. These few police officers, the heart is too clear. This thing is Pang Bei did. But the work was just beautiful. He had whisked his clothes away and hid the credit and fame, and the credit, it all became theirs. Chapter 86. Thanks for not talking to anyone. Early the next morning, Pang Bei got up in the morning to stretch in the farm. When he was running, he happened to meet Lu Jiaqi walking out with a basin. Lu Jiaqi was stunned when she saw Pang Bei. Then he said, Hey, Pang Bei, you're up so early to exercise. Seeing Lu Jiaqi, Pang Bei smiled and said, Officer Lu, you didn't get up too late. What? You cops have to get up early to stretch too? Lu Jiaqi was puzzled. Stretching? Then what do you practice when you get up in the morning? Pang Bei said with a smile, running chant, dry mountain watchman, long distance running, that is the principle of eating. My grandpa said, a day cannot turn over a few mountains, then honestly stay at home. Lu Jiaqi couldn't help but laugh. That's true. By the way, Pang Bei, I heard you got a daughter-in-law? Really? Pang Bei froze and immediately remembered Zhao Changhe saying that he introduced Lu Jiaqi to himself as his date. But Lu Jiaqi was older than herself for one thing, and of course, this Pang Bei was fine. The point is, this doesn't look like a good person. It feels like she's gonna have to find out sooner or later that she's got a problem. Getting such a ticking bomb around every day for fun? Besides, she's not home every day, and she's not home every day herself. Nice guy, married and seeing each other twice a year. What about playing? Also, people's families can't agree. Listening to the captain, Xiao Lu seems to have some background in his family. Seeing that Pang Bei didn't say anything, Lu Jiaqi couldn't help but laugh. You don't really think I want to talk to you? How old are you? Brother, what are you thinking? Pang Bei nervously scratched his head. Thinking too much. See Pang Bei this way. Lu Jiaqi cannot help but laugh. Puffed. Line, by the way, the director is ready to put the concordance notice. By the way, you also have to be clear, be careful lately. There are bad people on the mountain. Yesterday Yichang died. When Lu Jiaqi spoke, that look was deliberately telling Pang Bei, you give me an honest chance to follow the script. Don't go out and talk nonsense. After Lu Jiaqi finished speaking, Pang Bei immediately saluted. Understood, Officer Lu. I'll strengthen the guard and protect the safety of all the comrades in the production team. Seeing Pang Bei playing weird, Lu Jiaqi couldn't help but smile and nod her head. All right, you go eat breakfast. Right, help me take a seat. I've made something delicious. Let's eat together. Pang Bei heatedly smiled. Got it. Pang Bei ran to the cafeteria and took a seat for himself. Not a moment later, Lu Juchi washed up and she also walked over with her lunchbox. Sitting next to Pang Bei. Pang Bei stretched his neck to look at Lu Juchi. When Lu Juchi saw Pang Bei, she remembered her own brother. If he's not dead, he should be about this big. Of course, she still has a brother who is a little more careful. But this brother has been taken by relatives to live in the south, and basically she just doesn't see him anymore. I don't know if I'll ever see it again in this life. Lu Juchi couldn't help but smile as she opened her lunchbox, which contained her own pickled cucumbers. Pang Bei stared in wide-eyed surprise. Pickles? My goodness. Sister Juchi, where did you get this? Pang Bei's phrase Sister Juchi caused Lu Juchi to stiffen. She looked at Pang Bei in fascination, as if she could see her brother sitting beside her. Pang Bei raised his head and looked at the dazed Lu Juchi. What's wrong? Lu Juchi came back to her senses, waved her hand, then handed Pang Bei one and said, Pickle yourself. That is to say, you call me sister? Getting close to me? Pang Bei waved his hand and said, How can that be? Speaking of which, aren't we comrades? I'm also a patrolman appointed by Zhao, right? You're older than me. Is there a problem with me calling you sister? Lu Juchi thought for a moment, then laughed. No problem. Then we'll call it that from now on. Saying that, Lu Juchi smiled and handed Pang Bei another boiled egg. Pang Bei saw the hard-boiled eggs and then said, Keep this for yourself, you're so skinny, you must be malnourished. I ate meat every day in the mountains, and I'm fiendishly tempted to eat some green vegetables. Lu Juchi was so amused by Pang Bei that she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at Pang Bei and said, You're in the mountains, and you still can't find wild vegetables? Big sister, Winter, you let me look for wild vegetables? Why don't you let me go to heaven? Pang Bei glanced away. Lu Juchi raised her small hand and knocked Pang Bei's head. This gave Pang Bei knocked a stare. Pang Bei looked at Lu Juchi suspiciously. Molesting your sister? Looking for a fight? I don't know why, but Pang Bei felt that Lu Juchi gave herself the feeling that she really had a sister. He is without a sister. This feeling. For what has a? What about the meaning of bloodline suppression? By the way, I'm using my original name back. Lu Juchi is a fake name I use when I come out to work. My real name is Lin Hongxia. What? Pang Bei almost jumped up. Lin Hongxia. Isn't that the name of his grandfather's own big sister, his great-aunt? Lin Hongxia had always been the pillar of the family, and the reason why their Lin family was so proud was because the old Lin family had come out with a powerful female bigot. Lin Hongxia. Luckily, not married. If this is a ing relationship, Pang Bei feels like he'll be struck by lightning. Only that Lin Hongxia has been unmarried all her life and is quite a famous heroine. She seems to have had problems in her family at the time and then was injured and was unable to have children for the rest of her life. So Lin Hongxia never married anyone in her life. My father once said that she was injured by her grandfather's enemies. But it seems that grandpa died and she was seriously injured. But what exactly was going on? Pang Bei wasn't quite sure. Anyway, although Lin Hongxia was not a member of the Lin family, after changing her surname, she even made it into the family tree. And the only woman that was written into the Lin family tree. No wonder. No wonder there is a feeling of blood suppression. There it is. Where did Pang Bei dare to recognize his relatives? He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. His own father, at this time, had not yet been born. His dad is a 70s and Pang Bei is a aughts. Pang Bei's grandfather, at the moment, is still a pup. It's ing kind of funny, haha. Thinking of this, Pang Bei tentatively asked, So Sister Xia, who else is in your family? There is also a little brother who is 7 or 8 years old. Something happened at home, and for his safety, it has been passed on to my sister-in-law and sister-in-law's husband to take south. Pang Bei scratched his head and said in his heart, Well, this is Lin Guoming, his own dear grandfather. It would be nice to meet him and hear Grandpa call himself Big Brother. This thing must be very exciting. Pang Bei sighed and continued, Every family has its own problems. Lin Hongxia couldn't help but snort a laugh. All right, just like a little adult. Let's eat. When we go back in a while, the director asked me to send you back to the village. I'm going to be stationed in your village for a few days. Pang Bei froze. In our village? What happened in our place? Lin Hongxia looked around. Then she lowered her head and deliberately lowered her voice. There's still a problem on the happiness side. What you said to the director last time, he listened in. Li Mu, although he didn't make a move, we've already heard the problem. If it's correct, you Lu Jiazhai also have their people. It's the uncle you arrested and sent to the police station. They're about to confess, but it's best to observe exactly what's going on. If the office arranges for a male to go, I'm afraid that they won't be able to reveal themselves. But if I say it's me, they'll let their guard down, but the chief says I'm safe with you over there. No problem. Speaking here, Lin Hongxia asked in a small voice. You will protect me, right? Pang Bei was speechless for a while. In his heart, he said, Do I and you dare let anything happen to you? Of course, Pang Bei definitely didn't dare to say that. He just smiled and said, Don't worry, Sister Xia. You're in charge of the waves, and I'm in charge of the chopping. Whoever you let me get, I'll get.
Who let?
You be my Sister Xia. Lin Hongxia was stunned as she smiled and asked, You recognize me as your sister? Are you kidding? Recognizing a police officer as your sister doesn't mean you can just commit crimes. Pang Bei sighed. The sister who can just give me a pickle and is still willing to have a good chat with me and eat breakfast together. I haven't had one since I grew up. You should have investigated me, that sister of mine. Heh! Pang Bei's heart-chilling smile. Lin Hongxia's heart ached when she heard it. She smiled and pacified. Then, you will recognize me as a sister, and I will treat you as my brother. Anyway, I don't have any relatives anymore. Pang Bei laughed happily. Really? No kidding. Lin Hongxia nodded. Of course I'm not kidding. You recognize me as your sister. I'll treat you as my brother. But I can say ugly words in front. It's useless if you want to beat my name out. Pang Bei waved his hand. I'm not that kind of person either. Besides, I'm fine with a sister. Chapter 87. The more you look, the better you look. After breakfast, Pang Bei packed up his traveling clothes with this great aunt of his and prepared to go back to the production team together. Only after leaving the farm did Lin Hongxia speak up. Say, did you slaughter He Chong? See how calm you are. Pang Bei laughed and said, Actually, I also have nightmares, but to be honest, once I remembered that he even wanted to use the life of that little boy to force me to come out, but also shot that female teacher. I really feel that I killed the right person. Lin Hongxia laughed. Just say this to me. Don't say it to anyone. And don't say it back at the production team. Just rot inside your stomach. Pang Bei gave a Then Lin Hongxia asked, What are you going to do in the future? Just keep living in the mountains. In fact, the mountains are quite good. My parents are not far away. In fact, I also thought about whether I could be a soldier and then think about it or forget it. Lin Hongxia was puzzled. Why? You're definitely a good candidate to be a soldier. Pang Bei raised his head and looked at Lin Hongxia with deep eyes. Sister, I've killed people. I don't want to discredit the army. If it's a battlefield and I kill someone, it's just a matter of time. But unfortunately, it's not. The army, it's sacred in my heart. My hands are already dirty. I can't discredit the troops. Lin Hongxia thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I can understand it. Actually, I also wanted to join the army, and the reason I didn't go is the same as yours. Pang Bei froze. You too. Halfway through speaking, Pang Bei stiffly swallowed back his words. He knew that this kind of thing should never be told. Lin Hongxia realized that Pang Bei was obviously protecting himself by swallowing his words back. Her heart warmed, not realizing that this recognized brother was so attentive to himself. In that case, we really are a bit of a family. Pang Bei laughed, and secretly said in his heart, Nonsense. My name is Lin Bei. It's the name that Grandpa gave in honor of you. Lin Hongxia looked at Pang Bei and said, By the way, Xiao Bei, about that case, you should have been over to old Gao Tu's side, and chatting amongst yourselves, you must have been much less guarded than my words. Was there any mention of human traffickers? Pang Bei shook his head, but he said seriously, Sister Xia, to be honest, this is something I'm only telling you. I suspect that they have a stronghold, and this place, it should still be somewhere inside the mountains. I suspect it's that original bandit den in the mountains. That side is just too easy to transform. And it's surrounded by fierce beasts, so while it's hard to get in, it should also be easy for them to build a high wall and hide inside. Lin Hongxia pondered for a moment, then nodded in recognition. Indeed, you are right, but the manpower inside the institute is really not enough, otherwise. Pang Bei then said, Sister Xia, I actually want that place. Sooner or later, I will be targeted. I eat meat every day. There must be people who are jealous. I need to have a secret settlement inside the mountain. These people, are they bad people? No? Is it normal for them to die in the mountains? Lin Hongxia was stunned as she looked at Pang Bei. What nonsense are you saying? It's very dangerous. Besides, there's no way I'm going to let you learn to kill everywhere. Pang Bei said in a low voice. Sister Xia, I will not kill indiscriminately and I don't want to. I'm just a hunter. And this is something I just want to tell you. I've already helped old Gao Tu do something. It seems like I'm messing with medicine for a cadre, and the other party promised that they can help my mom arrange a job, and when the time comes, they'll go into the city to live. As for me, I'll be alone in the mountains. If there is really a day who see me red, sneak report me, deliberately screw me, I will go into the mountains. At that time, I'll go to that secret place, and at that time, if you want to look for me, you can just go to that place to look for me. Lin Hongxia asked rhetorically, Aren't you afraid I'll take the police to arrest you? Pang Bei smiled bitterly and shook his head. In that case, I can only say that it's my bad fate that I can't get a real sister. Lin Hongxia laughed. She touched Pang Bei's head. Xiao Bei is a good boy. If you rely on us alone, it's too hard to catch them. Inside the dead mountains, let the wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards eat them. That's out of our hands. But you also have to pay attention. You can't casually get up to kill. If there's anything, you have to talk to me first. Pang Bei laughed. Good. Lin Hongxia smiled faintly. She said softly. Find a cottage to hide in? It's actually quite good. Come back from time to time. Show up less in the village. What you eat. They don't know. Eat in hiding. I've been listening to the gossip that our relationship with Big Brother is getting worse and worse. Maybe it's going to collapse. Once the other side asks us for the debt, we'll have to live a hard life if we pay back the money. You hide in the mountains. If I have a craving, I will go to find you to eat delicious food. This is not bad. Lin Hongxia couldn't help but laugh. Pang Bei looked at Lin Hongxia and his eyes lit up. Then it's a deal? Are you sure? Pang Bei saw that Lin Hongxia's eyes were filled with worry. No, one-on-one doesn't matter to me. One-on-many, definitely not. But I don't put up a fight either. Sister, the wolves, tigers and leopards ate them. What's it got to do with me? That can only mean that they've done a lot of bad things. God open your eyes. Lin Hongxia couldn't help but laugh out. Right. This is best. Anyway, inside the mountain, you are the king of the mountain. You don't harm the common people, whatever you want. Those vicious thugs, we want to catch them but also struggling. Let the heavens clean them up, we also have to see. Otherwise, what can be done? When Pang Bei heard these words from Lin Hongxia, that was an agreement. After all, Lin Hongxia had also seen Pang Bei's strength, and he would definitely be in danger if he went solo, but if he was just driving the beasts in a certain direction, it really wasn't that difficult. And it's really not a crime. Pang Bei is a mountain guardian, and he is obligated to help the production team expel the fierce beasts in the neighborhood. The two chatted, and it didn't feel like it took long to get over to the production team. Pang Bei went to the team headquarters with Lin Hongxia, looking for LV Hai to report. Hearing Lin Hongxia's report, Lu Hai happily said, It's over? That's pretty fast. That's fine. Xiao Bei, you go rest. Officer Lu, I'll have someone clean up your dormitory for you. Pan Bei nodded as he grinned and farted around as he got ready to go home. After all, he had his mind set on going back and trying out his new gun. It was his first sniper rifle. Finding a sniper rifle in this day and age is just too hard. When Pang Bei returned home, Lu Xilan and Aolei were chatting and doing housework in the yard. Pang Bei pushed the door in, and Lu Xilan said excitedly, Son is back? How's it going? Things went well. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. If Pang Bei steps in, one is worth two. Aolei couldn't help but giggle when she saw Pang Bei's smelly face. Lu Xilan couldn't help but laugh and pat Pang Bei's back. Brat, have you eaten yet? Ate at the farm. And the other farmer gave me a new guy. Saying that, Pang Bei dejectedly showed off his new gun. When Lu Xilan saw the Garand rifle, she was surprised and asked, This is that big 8 grain, right? Pang Bei froze. Mother, you still recognize this gun? Lu Xilan smiled and said, Your grandpa was a militia. This gun your grandpa used, but what is the iron pipe above your gun for? Is it a small cannon? Why is it so small? Pang Bei froze as he lowered his head and pointed at the scope. This? Lu Xilan nodded, and Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, mother, this is a scope for aiming. It's the same as a telescope, just to be able to go farther and hit more accurately. Lu Xilan gave Pang Bei another kick. How dare you mock your mother? Pang Bei held back his laughter, and at this time suddenly Aolei spoke. Brother Pang Bei, you have a new gun. That little gun you're carrying, can I have it? Pang Bei was stunned. He took off his .38 cap and asked curiously, You mean this? Aolei nodded her head vigorously as she said softly, I can use it too, but there aren't that many guns for women in the house. Granny said that this mountain is also quite dangerous, and I'm worried that I won't have anything to protect the family in case of danger when you're not at home. Pang Bei looked at Aole as he smiled and handed her the 38 large cap. Here you go. Ori froze, then asked in surprise, really for me? Pang Bei shrugged. You have a point. Why can't I give it to you? Aole took the 38 large cap. She touched the gun very lovingly. It's really a good gun. Pang Bei laughed. Save your bullets. It's hard to replenish this one. However, this gun is short and perfect for you to use. Lu Xilan looked at the two with a smile on her face, and she had to say that the two of them were really well matched. And, isn't this the same one that my son always talks about? Do you have anything in common? Chapter 88. Hints? How to explain. Aole said she could use a gun, which made Pang Bei curious. Of course, the minorities or the main hunting tribes, it's just not normal to come out with a girl who can use a gun. But Pang Bei was curious as to how well a little girl gun would work. Just in time. I'm going to tweak the new gun in a few minutes. Would you like to come along and try it out? Aole looked at Lu Xilan, who smiled and said, You two go out and play. It's fine to bring Xiaoxi along. Aole revealed a delighted smile as she whispered, Good! Pang Bei brought Xiaoxi and Aole in addition to the two little wolf cubs with Daji. These 3 people and 3 beasts went up the mountain as if it was an outing. Finding an open space where the snow wasn't too deep, Pang Bei smiled and looked around. This is it. There's no one. It's best to test the gun. It won't hurt anyone. Aole nodded her head with a red face, and Pang Bei looked at her and asked, Why don't you take a shot and I'll see? Ori obeyed. She grabbed her 38. But the moment she lifted the gun, the look on her face changed. It was a feeling of great determination and confidence. Ori pulled the bolt and loaded the gun, then lifted it in a very standard manner. It looks like it does know how to use a gun, but the holding position is a bit wild. Pang Bei stepped forward. All of a sudden possessed like an instructor, he whispered, You'll hurt yourself that way. The gun recoil has to be cancelled out with your shoulder. The 3-dot aim is good, but the hand is still not quite steady. Saying that, Pang Bei helped Aole adjust her stance, which taught her the formal position of using a gun, and of course there would inevitably be some physical contact. Aole's face was as red as if she was an apple, but she didn't seem to resist, instead allowing Pang Bei to help adjust her posture. Just as Aole was lost in thought, Pang Bei whispered, Concentrate and aim for the tree trunk. Oh! Aole nodded as she did the aiming. Then Pang Bei whispered, Pay attention to the wind speed. Slow down your breathing, and gradually hold your breath. Keep your hands steady. Shoot! Bang! The muzzle of a 38 gauge flashed with fire, followed by splinters of wood from the trunk and fragments of bark crumbling everywhere. As you can see from afar, Ori got this one right. Not bad. A talent with a gun. Ori looked excitedly at the tree trunk in front of her as she smiled. Hit it! Pang Bei smiled and nodded, but he took the opportunity to plan on pretending as well, and then Pang Bei picked up his large 8 grains. Simply adjusting, he picked up the gun and pointed it at the bullet holes Ori had punched. Through the 2.5x scope, Pang Bei quickly raised his gun, took aim, calculated the wind speed, and calculated the distance. Bang! Sure enough, the Garand is not a fraction more comfortable to use than the 3/8 cap. The shot went down, and the bullet unexpectedly went straight through the bullet hole from earlier. It made a swooshing sound. First, Pang Bei was still smug as he looked back at Aole, wanting to put on a show, but he didn't know that Aole blushed even more. What's wrong with you? Why are you blushing so much? Aore's face reddened as if it was dripping blood as she mumbled, I got your hint. Hints? What hints? Pang Bei's head went blank for a moment. Then he looked back at the bullet hole. Then, Pang Bei seemed to understand all of a sudden. It seems a bit revealing. Isn't this hooliganism? The innuendo is still really flowery and revealing. But the thing is, he really didn't think so. He was just simply pretending. No, it's not what you think. I don't mean that, I mean. Aole crossed her hands in front of her body. She whispered, It doesn't matter. Anyway, sooner or later I am your person. As long as you have the need. I can do it at any time. But here, there is still a child, early to know, I did not say to bring. Pang Bei felt like he couldn't explain himself. That what? I just wanted to show you that I'm a good shot. Aha! Ori nodded. Pang Bei slapped his head forcefully. What the am I talking about all the tigers and wolves? And at this time, Daji didn't know what kind of madness she was smoking. She rattled and laughed. that was obviously laughing at herself. Pang Bei looked at Daji, the #1 street skater in Daxinganling. Pang Bei blankly glanced at the bastard, and as a result, Daji circled around Pang Bei with a disinterested look on her face and provoked him. Pang Bei hated her with a passion, but there was just nothing he could do about her. This stinky fox is still really pissed off. However, Pang Bei couldn't do anything about her, so he could only not look at her so he wouldn't get angry. However, Daji laughed for a moment, and then her little nose sniffed the air. Pang Bei was puzzled. What's this for? Shoo! Aolei signaled Pang Bei to keep quiet. Then the bastard performed a rocket headbutt. Daji plunged headfirst into the snow and then began digging underneath. After digging for a while, Daji was actually holding a lingji in her mouth. You're not being funny, are you? Pang Bei stared wide-eyed at the lingji inside her mouth. Aolei smiled and said, she does have this ability. She can find herbs and catch rabbits. If you take her out, you will never come back empty-handed. Pang Bei was stunned as he thought about it. And with her, there really wasn't a time when he returned empty-handed. This guy is really the strongest aid to hunting when all is said and done. Pang Bei looked at this lingji in front of him. It's not small and it sells. And it's the herb that old tall man wanted at the top of his list. Thinking of this, Pang Bei then stroked Daji's head. Hey, Husantai Nan is just awesome. I'll take you with me on future hunts. Daji whimpered twice, as if she was very pleased with herself. When Aolei saw Daji's look, she couldn't help but smile. It seems that she does recognize you. She has always been very wary of people. In fact, I think that the Husantai Nan you are talking about should be Ling Shi's mother. She is called Red Cloud. Red Cloud passed away some years ago. She is her child, called Ling Shi. The skill is more powerful than Red Cloud, but the bloodline of the Holy Fox family is strong. Each generation can live for a long time. That's why it's called the Sacred Fox, and it's hard for the Sacred Fox to choose a husband. There are many selection ceremonies in all of the clans, so it's all quite powerful as it's passed down from generation to generation. Pang Bei smashed his mouth and then said, I see this? Artificial intervention of genetic selection. Aolei was confused as she looked at Pang Bei in confusion. What do you mean? It's the equivalent of artificial breeding. In fact, the reason why the sacred foxes are powerful is because of your protection and artificial screening of them. You choose the smartest one among their cubs to stay behind and then continuously continue to breed them. For generations, of course, they are much smarter than the normal wild species. Moreover, after mixing with humans for a long time, the fox has learned a lot of skills. If we continue to nurture it like this, I feel that she might become even stronger. Aolei nodded. If you say so, it's almost the same thing. Moreover, for generations of red foxes, it is important to choose the ones with a smaller body odor, smart and clever, and the most crucial thing is to be humane. It won't attack humans. It's really what you mean. Aolei laughed as she analyzed what Pang Bei said about artificial cultivation. Pang Bei looked at Daji as he smiled and said, that said, if the offspring of these two wolf kings were bred well, hunting would be much easier. Aolei said confidently, our tribe has had the custom of domesticating wolves as hunting dogs for generations. Their bloodline is excellent, and hunting is indeed a huge help if you encounter a fierce beast. Pang Bei froze. He suddenly realized that Aolei seemed to really get along with himself, had common topics, and didn't have any major disagreements in life. Purely from the aspect of partnering up, is this what they used to call a match made in heaven? Thinking about it this way, it seems that the ancients first looked at gentrification for these things, right? Instead of status. Chapter 89. Excellent excuses. Pang Bei realized that he seemed to be really relaxed with Aolei, not burdened at all. What romance? Everything felt flat, but everything was so smooth and comfortable. It's just, this girl has a bit of an imagination. Pang Bei carried a frozen Ganoderma lucidum and shot a few more targets with a grudging look on his face. When Pang Bei was debugging the gun, Aolei was looking at Pang Bei like a little fangirl. After tuning for a while, Aolei couldn't help but be curious and ask, Brother Pang Bei, why is this gun called the Big 8? I've never seen this gun before. I've seen the water lianju. I've only seen the water lianju, and I've also seen the 3/8 big cap. I've never seen this one before. Pang Bei laughed as he sat down on his butt in the snow, then adjusted the collimator on one side and smiled as he pulled a new row of magazines out of his pocket. See, this is a 7.62 round. Saying that, he took out another 38 cap. What about this one? It's a 6.5 millimeters round. Ori's big eyes looked back and forth between the two bullets, then said, oh, this one's big. By the way, as for the name Big 8, it's because there are 8 rounds of ammunition in it. Our people commonly use the Ghost 6.5mm 38 large cap. The late 7.7 captured less. So, many soldiers see these two rifles, compare and contrast, naturally called the Big 8 grains. I'll tell you a little story. In fact, when our fighters went abroad to fight and pitted the American Empire's lesser soldiers, there was a little trick. Aole was just a little girl. As soon as she heard that she was going to tell a story, her eyes immediately lit up and she sat on the floor with her hands wrapped around her knees, looking at Pang Bei with unblinking eyes. What tips? Pang Bei gave a bad smile as he held the gun and said, what about this gun? It can be fired in quick succession. It's called a semi-automatic rifle. The 38 guy you have in your hand, it's a bolt-action rifle, and this one of mine, as long as it's loaded, it can fire 8 rounds and then change the bullets. You have to take one shot and pull the bolt once. But barring that, look at it. Pang Bei smiled and reloaded in front of Aole, who just watched with rapt attention. Pang Bei then asked, do you think it's hard to reload? Ori nodded. Pang Bei laughed. After 8 rounds of this gun, there will be a dang sound. When they hear this sound, our fighters will start hitting them. It won't let them change bullets. Ori couldn't help but giggle. And there's that. Pang Bei nodded. Of course. However, these are all jokes left over from the older generation, and are actually all heartache and tears. People use semi-automatic, bullying us to pull big bolts, firepower, a regiment of other people are better than us a division. Can't compare. Ori nodded as she cocked her head and said, but didn't we win? Pang Bei looked at Aole. You've used a gun before, think about it. If it's you and me fighting in a trench, I have enough bullets, you don't have enough bullets, let's shoot against each other, how do you feel? Ori didn't say anything. She understood what Pang Bei meant now. She smiled and said, so cherish our lives. They are hard-won. Pang Bei laughed as he held his gun and looked up at the sky. I'm really a bit worried about the snow falling so frequently these days. Aole was puzzled as she looked to the sky in confusion. Isn't it bad to have snow? Snow is an omen of a good year. Unusual amounts of snowfall in the winter make it prone to spring droughts. And once the Northeast has a spring drought, that's not good for agriculture. And don't you know, recently has begun to reduce the ration standards. I worry that something is going to happen. Ori immediately tensed up. She's a mountain girl and basically has no interaction with the outside world either. She didn't know what Pang Bei was talking about worrying about, but she did frown when she heard about the reduced ration standards. Isn't it a new country? How come we still don't have enough to eat? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. It's not that the country doesn't give food. It's that God wants to smash our rice bowls, and Big Brother might want to smash our rice bowls too. Pang Bei was most worried about this during this time, because he knew that this year there would definitely be a spring drought, leading to a spring drought in the Three Rivers region and a massive reduction in grain production, followed by the pressure of a food crisis that had not yet eased, followed by a major drought across the country, which was protracted this time. What is even more difficult is that the natural disaster has not yet had time to ease, followed by the nation's people tightening their belts to pay off their debts, adding insult to injury. In the second year of the 3-year natural disaster, the nation did not steam buns for bread and used agricultural products to pay off debts, exacerbating the famine. In 5 years, the country gritted its teeth and hardened itself to return all its foreign debts, which laid the foundation for its subsequent independence. And in a couple of months, it will be the time period when natural disasters occur. Pang North plans and wants to go to the mountains. The outlying areas, ironically, were not safe for him to be out there, let alone hunting for fear of bark. Deep in the mountains, the people do not dare to go in. After all, that is the public territory. The production teams would never dare to go inside the mountains. After all, timber is also a state-owned resource, and that can't be touched casually. Besides, when they go into the mountains, they have no guns and no food. How can they live? Pristine forests, not a place to live with a major head on your shoulders. Are you hungry? Ask the tigers and wolves if they're hungry. Pang Bei's gaze turned in the direction of the deep mountains, and he knew that he would have to start making preparations right away in order to do so. Be sure to establish yourself inside the mountains before disaster strikes. The cabin, just think of it as a workplace placed on the periphery. Aole saw that Pang Bei kept looking towards the deep mountains. She asked curiously, Brother Pang Bei, what are you looking at? Why are you looking in the direction of the mountains? If one day we have to go into the mountains to live, just the two of us, can you stand it? Pang Bei's words caused Aole to be stunned. Then she blushed and said, Of course I can. I would have lived in the mountains, no problem. Pang Bei smiled as he looked at Aole and said, When the mountain road is walkable, Let's go into the mountains and find a place. Aole wondered, isn't it good to be outside? They eat kanji, we eat meat. Do you agree? Pang Bei turned his head and looked at Aole with a serious gaze. Aole lowered her head and pondered, as if she had heard Pang Bei's meaning. Got it. We can't make people jealous, that's an easy target, right? Pang Bei laughed and he whispered, pit bulls are not guilty of harboring their own sins, although people are not all bad. But in the face of disaster, the hearts of people will turn bad. Even though history is great in generalization, the details of it are full of darkness, that inconspicuous place, and between the lines are written with the word cannibalism. So, Mother and Xiaoxi, I'm gonna send them to the city, at least they'll be safe and have something to eat. Let's just hide in the mountains and find a way to feed ourselves. Aole nodded her head obediently. No problem. Brother Pang Bei is an excellent hunter. I'm sure we'll succeed. Pang Bei looked at the mountains in the distance. The country is vigorously developing the northern Great Wasteland this year. The two of us, even if we are responding to the country's call to go to the forefront, the two of us will go to the depths. Chapter 90. Little comrade awareness quite high. The Great Northern Wilderness is a theme for the ages. Starting in the 50s, the full-scale development of the Northern Great Barrens began in the 60s, and it took the whole 60 years to move forward towards the White Mountains and Black Waters and vigorously develop the Northern Great Barrens. Numerous youths were buried between these White Mountains and Black Waters. Stay here forever. This is what Pang Bei intends to do. Compared to the 3 years of natural disasters, Pang Bei felt that it was more likely that he would be able to get a full meal by entering the Great Northern Wilderness. One is to escape the calamity, and the other is to contribute to the country. It's not like he's been hiding in the mountains all his life. Pang Bei is planning to talk to Xiao Zhenghua. If he wants to enter the mountains in the name of the farm, I guess Xiao Zhenghua will definitely be willing. After all, the opening is no joke. How else could so many demobilized soldiers have approached the Great Northern Wilderness? Do you really think the state has no place to put people? This is an important step in order to ensure the country's food security. Pang Bei felt that his reasoning was quite appropriate and that it satisfied his little heart. After chatting with Aole for a while, Pang Bei had secretly made up his mind. He didn't have time for a relationship anyway, and talking to someone in this day and age, he didn't want to pull that skin. It was nice to have someone willing to suffer and live with him in a time when he didn't have enough to eat. When Pang Bei came home, Lu Xilan saw that the two felt as if they had made a progress in development. After all, he was a person from the past and saw that the way Aole looked at Pang Bei was already completely different. She smiled and came over and asked, "What? Talk to Ray?" Pang Bei smiled and nodded. "Well, we've already talked. I think we're quite suitable. We talk well and our temperaments match. Mother, I've thought it over. When the age comes, we'll both get married. Do it in a lively way. What do you think?" Lu Xilan smiled from ear to ear as she said happily, "Yes, that's certainly good." Saying that, Lu Xilan seemed to remember something. "Right. You have news from your side?" "Not yet. There won't be any news anytime soon. Mother, I'm going to." "Mother knows what you are thinking. You want Xiaoxi to have a good future. Mother can understand. In the past few days, I have also thought about it. My son is right. In my life, I have suffered the loss of patriarchalism. I can't let Xiaoxi suffer from this again." Speaking of this, Lu Xilan couldn't help but frown as her hand tightly grasped Pang Bei's hand. "But all of this, it's suffering my son." Pang Bei smiled. He looked at Lu Xilan and said, "Mother, I'm not suffering in the mountains. I intend to do something, and in the future, if my son makes a great achievement, receives a certificate of merit, and wears a big red flower at that time, wanting to arrange to enter the city isn't not a line of work." Lu Xilan laughed. "Just you? You're going to get an award and wear a big red flower? How are you going to get it? Stealing the public's fish? Or hunting roe deer and bears?" Pang Bei was amused by Lu Xilan and couldn't hold back his laughter. "Ha ha ha. Mother, I'm talking about business. Look at my ability. If I tell Xiao Field Manager that I plan to go into the mountains to reclaim the land for an outpost, do you think he'll agree?" Lu Xilan frowned slightly. "What? You want to go into the mountains to open up the land for outposts? Do you know how dangerous that is? How many youths have died in the open fields this year alone? You know what's going on over there. Aren't you fooling around?" Pang Bei smiled. "Of course I know. They are not locals and they don't have my skills. If I were to be the front runner, for one thing, it would be more legal for me to hunt, and for another, it would be a lot less trouble, you know? The area where we're clearing the land is far away from here, so basically the sky is the boss and I'm the boss, so who cares about me? Besides, with my temperament, If I really get into a fight with someone, I'm afraid of myself. Lu Xiaolan thought about it. That's right, as far as Pang Bei's temperament is concerned, if she really gets anxious, she is really afraid that he will raid a few with his gun. Alas! Anyway, you are going to plan to start a family. What about starting a family? You have to be your own head of the family. Mother can't control you. But you have to promise mother. Must give me security, you have to remember. Since you promised to marry Xiaolei, then you have to take responsibility. Pang Bei nodded his head vigorously. Definitely ah. Mother, don't worry. I'm going to discuss this with the captain, explore a little bit further, have the field manager give me some goats. I'll go into the mountains to herd the goats on one side, and on the other side I'll reclaim the land for the farm. It's just a matter of choosing a suitable reclamation site and then helping them to clean up the surrounding beasts, starting with animal husbandry and gradually trying to reclaim the land a little at a time. I'm not good at farming, but I'm good at hunting. I'm good at hunting. I'll clear the way for everyone along the way. Lu Xiaolan had heard her son's words, and although she was worried, she thought about his skills as if this was the life he wanted. Solely, a child is too old for his mother, and he's happy. Pang Bei had persuaded Lu Xiaolan, and then all that was left was to talk to Lu Hai. Early this next morning, Pang Bei came to the team site. As a result, once he arrived at the team site, he found Lin Hongxia writing a work diary in the team site. Lin Hongxia looked at Pang Bei. Hey, Xiao Bei, what are you doing here? Why don't you go for a walk in the mountains? Why did you come to the team site? Pang Bei smiled. I'm looking for the captain to talk to him. I have an idea. Lin Hongxia stopped what she was doing and looked at Pang Bei curiously. Oh, then would Comrade Pang Bei please tell me about it first? I'll help you with your counseling. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. That's fine, Sister Hongxia. Look at me. I'm almost 18. I also want to contribute to the country. Get an award and wear a big red flower, isn't it? Lin Hongxia couldn't help but poof. And Pang Bei asked without any good humor, Are you looking down on me? Lin Hongxia waved her hand. No, no. You say. Keep talking. Pang Bei scratched his head and said, As for me, I know how to hunt. And I've heard that the youth have recently been called upon to participate in the development of the Northern Great Wilderness. And young people from all over the country, from all over the world have joined in this sensational action. I want to give it a try too. Lin Hongxia was stunned. Ah? You're going to open up the land? Pang Bei nodded. Isn't our farm a reclamation? But it doesn't seem to be progressing very well. Does it? Lin Hongxia nodded. Indeed, the reclamation of the wilderness has encountered resistance. Of course, this is an inevitable thing. For so many years, the Northern Great Wilderness has been without people and not without reason. Pang Bei then hemmed and hawed. So I have the ability to go into the mountains to survey, stay for a long time, observe the hydrological conditions around and try to engage in animal husbandry, to put a goat or something. Step by step, when the subsequent comrades arrive, I will continue to move forward, drive away the wild beasts, and protect their safety. By then, we'll be able to pioneer out, and rations won't be tight. Lin Hongxia was stunned. Egu, do you still have ideas? You say it's a vanguard, that's a lot of suffering. I can tell you, Xiao Bei, this year I have registered here. There are already more than a dozen comrades who have died for their country. Some were accidents, some were too sick to be treated, and some were attacked by wild animals. Are you sure? No one dares to touch this job lately, and you still dare to go. Although Lin Hongxia felt that Pang Bei was quite suitable, she actually didn't want Pang Bei to go in her heart. Just as the siblings were talking, a man's cheerful laughter came from outside the house. Yo-ho? I didn't expect it. Comrade Pang Bei's awareness is quite high. Lin Hongxia was stunned. She turned back and saw Xiao Zhenghua with one hand on a crutch, smilingly walked in. Bad. Lin Hongxia's heart shook. She knew that Pang Bei couldn't even go if he didn't want it this time. Chapter 91. Pretending to be righteous when you know what you're doing. Xiao Zhenghua actually saw Pang Bei when he came. It's just that my legs are not easy, so I didn't catch up fast enough after getting out of the mule train. But just now, when Pang Bei spoke to Lin Hongxia, he was able to hear it clearly outside the house. Originally, Xiao Zhenghua came to personally thank Pang Bei. After all, such a big thing Pang Bei did really beautiful. Of course, Pang Bei's ability also gave him the idea to invite Pang Bei to join the reclamation vanguard. In the last batch, 2 comrades fell in the quagmire and died. 3 others remain who were attacked by wild animals, and 3 died of serious illnesses. 1 person was also killed in an encounter with bandits and 1 was seriously injured and disabled. Last time it was a loss, so to speak. The list of personnel has not been finalized this time. In fact, the young people who are arranged to come here this time are those who participate in this batch of reclamation, and go to the countryside just to adapt to the grassroots life. Their core has been stuck here without much progress. The pressure from above has literally pressed on Xiao Jinggua's head. Originally, Xiao Zhenghua felt that if Peng Bei was written into the list, it was a bit of enmity and revenge, and Zhao Changhe was definitely not finished with himself. But what I didn't expect was that Peng Bei himself had this kind of realization. Xiao Zhenghua came in. Lin Hongxia immediately got up and said, "Xiao Field Director, just now Peng Bei is," expressing his thoughts. Xiao Zhenghua smiled and sat down. He whispered, "In private, I don't want Peng Bei to go. After all, my daughter's revenge, it was you who avenged it. But in public, Xiao Bei, I'm the director of the farm. I have to be responsible for the sake of the big guys. As you can see, the standard of the ration has been lowered again and again, and the production can't go up. There's not enough food to eat. We can't keep counting on the state to send us food. We're a farm." Xiao Zhenghua then looked at Peng Bei. "So what? Xiao Bei, I ask you what you just said. Is it really your idea?" When Peng Bei heard that, this is not what he wanted, right? This is pure wanna sleep someone hand pillow wow. Peng Bei immediately stood up straight and put on a spirited look. "I told my mother that I want to get a certificate of merit, wear a big red flower, and in the future, when I've accomplished something, I'll be able to let her retire in the city." Xiao Zhenghua cannot help but laugh. "Your kid quite ambitious, but I tell you, into the city is no good. You in the farm, I guarantee you, you have no worries about food and clothing in this life. What's a farm? It's a grain farm. You've got a good hand at it. Play it right. You just have to protect this batch for me so they can put down roots over there. I'll transfer you to work on the farm with a regular job. Not just you, your mother, your sister, and your daughter-in-law all have jobs. Can you do it?" Xiao Zhenghua threw the question to Peng Bei this time. "Nice guy, State Farm. This farm of theirs, but it has always existed, and in Peng Bei's later life it wasn't called a farm anymore, it was called the Agricultural Reclamation Group. It's a real business. And, working here, compared to the 996 out there where you work your ass off, it's a ing paradise. It seems to be good, too." Peng Bei smiled darkly in his heart. However, it wasn't really good if his mother was on the farm. Peng Bei still wanted his mother to go to the city. He looked at Xiao Zhenghua and said, "I don't want that much. Field manager, I want my sister to go to high school or even college. I don't want her to farm all her life. We were kicked out because of the patriarchy in our family. I want to change all that. I can't change anyone else, but I can change it starting with my family." Xiao Zhenghua laughed. How did I not find you kid this awareness so high? However, let your mother into the city have a job this matter. I do not dare to promise you, honestly, I do not have that ability. Don't you worry about that. I've already tried to do a few things, and if it's okay, she'll be able to go to town this year. Xiao Zhenghua didn't ask how it was done, and he wasn't interested. Just to hear that Peng Bei has settled his mother down. This is clearly a move to get real. All right, in that case, Comrade Peng Bei, I formally invite you to join our pioneering vanguard and strive to produce results within 3 years. Can you do that? Peng Bei laughed. Of course you can. In your honor, I intend to promote you as the captain of this vanguard. When the time comes, you'll submit a reclamation plan to me, and I'll get it to go up for approval. Peng Bei had this joy in his heart. This incident, it seems, is Xiao Jinggua's repayment to himself. He is the field manager, surely also see Peng Bei is worried about his daily meat. The village people look at him after a long time that iron eyes red. If anyone has a bad mouth and goes to the commune to complain, once or twice he can help to take down, but more often, he cannot live in peace. Apparently, Peng Bei is trying to hide and go quiet. Although the reclamation was hard, they were self-funding food in the wilderness during the reclamation. If he's the captain, he can do whatever he wants. If Xiao Zhenghua doesn't care about him, then no one else does. After all, a lot of the places they go are no man's land. Unknown terrain, complex and dangerous. That's fighting for your life and taking a bite out of God. When Lin Hongxia saw that Peng Bei had agreed so painfully, she was very uneasy in her heart. She felt that Peng Bei was underestimating the risks of opening up the land. That's not just lip service, thinking there's something to be gained by farming. It was no material security whatsoever. No roads, no electricity, no medical security. They are pre-clearing the ground in the middle of nowhere. That's no joke. How many people have died from poisonous insect bites, viral infections, and the like? However, looking at Peng Bei again, he seemed happy. Moreover, when Peng Bei locked eyes with Lin Hongxia, a hint of cunning flashed under his eyes. Lin Hongxia seemed to understand that he wasn't just having a momentary hot flash. This kid was doing it on purpose. Thinking back, It seems like it all made sense at once. Waiting for Pang Bei to happily leave the team site, Xiao Zhenghua looked at Lin Hongxia. Does it feel as if I'm beneficent? And he's in his hot-headed? Lin Hongxia looked at Xiao Zhenghua doubtfully. Isn't it? Xiao Zhenghua laughed. He killed someone, this matter how to cover up. Cannot cover up, you do not worry about him being liquidated? After all, He Chang's family is not a dry meal. Lin Hongxia took a deep breath. He deserved to die. He Chang deserved to die, but there are times when the situation is stronger than the man, so in order to protect him, put him in the mountains and let him be wild for 2 years, and when I'm sure there's nothing more to do, I'll arrange a farm defense job for him. Not good. Lin Hongxia thought about it. Then couldn't he help but laugh? Then, you think isn't that what he thinks? To be able to make the scene so clean and immediately look for you to join the vanguard. Xiao Zhenghua froze. Then couldn't he help but laugh? This kid's brain is really enough. This simply does not need to use who to protect him. It just so happens that there are 2 of us, you say. How do I arrange for him to go out well? Lin Hongxia thought for a moment and then said, let him play the outpost, let him settle down first. He is extremely survivable. If he is given too many people, it will in turn drag him down. It's better to let him stand firm and then arrange for the followers to come in. If you really do want to protect him, don't let him get too close to anyone else, at least not in the last few years. Of course, this is my personal opinion. After Lin Hongxia finished speaking, Xiao Zhenghua thought about it. While pondering Lin Hongxia's suggestion, Lu Hai came in with a smile. Io, Officer Lin, Field Manager Xiao, what are you guys discussing? Xiao Zhenghua raised his head as he looked at Lu Hai. Lu Hai? To tell you something, the farm has decided that it wants Pang Bei to act as the vanguard and go into the mountains. When Lu Hai heard this, his face went cold. What? Xiao Zhenghua, I gave you face right. Chapter 92. Almost revealed. Who would have thought that Lu Hai would flip out all of a sudden? Although Xiao Zhenghua knew that LV Hai was good to Pang Bei, he didn't expect him to flip out directly. Lu Hai pointed at Xiao Zhenghua and cursed angrily. Are you a human being? People's children went to take revenge for you with a gun for your sake. And this is how you repay them. LV Hai was fuming when Lin Hongxia spoke up. Captain LV, calm down first. Field Manager Xiao is trying to protect Pang Bei. He got He Chang killed after all, and He Chang's family, they do have a bit of a background. Lu Hai turned back. Background? If he has any more background, does he still have the king's law? Besides, what does he care about us? No, Xiao Bei can't join the vanguard. How many died in the last vanguard? You think I don't know? Half of them died. Xiao Zhenghua rubbed his temples with a headache and said, Old Lua, I know you are worried about this child, but Pang Bei this side, you let him go into the mountains. That's letting the tiger go back to the mountains, and I've thought about it. For the time being, I won't arrange for anyone to go with him so that he can be resettled, and when he chooses a good address and then arranges for a new batch of people to go to reclaim the land, and Xiao Bei is responsible for chasing away the beasts and defending the reclamation point. Moreover, for this backup support, I intend to involve your production team. You arrange the members of the community and prepare to put in reclamation production. If you succeed this time, your production team will get new cultivated fields, and the problem of rations, you will be self-sufficient. Lu Hai froze. Huh? Letting us follow this time? Xiao Zhenghua sighed. Isn't it bull for you guys to open up land in the mountains? It is still necessary to go to the bottom of the mountain. There is a lot of flat land in the mountains, but there are many wild beasts. This batch, let Pang Bei choose his own area, whatever place he feels is safe, do it for him. That's always fine, right? Lu Hai pondered for a moment. This was good. This way, Pang Bei was still under his protection. Although he was going into the mountains, he knew that Pang Bei, the kid, was in the mountains and he was the most dangerous being. Plus, this brat also has 3/8 big cap, that second heaven and earth momentum. The tiger let him shoot, he has what to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Lu Hai hemmed and hawed. Ha ha ha, or else you were the field manager. You just have vision. I also think that Comrade Pang Bei is capable, idealistic, and ambitious. Xiao Zhenghua glanced at the shameless Lu Hai. Humph, that's not what your kid said just now. Just as the arrangements were being made over here, the news of He Chang's death had already reached the city. In the living room of a clean and tidy bungalow in a compound somewhere, a middle-aged woman with curly hair put down the phone and bawled. Xiao Chang, you died a horrible death. As the woman cries, a man sits under a picture of peonies and smokes a cigarette. Little John died and you didn't say anything? What can I say? It was reported that he was guarding goats and was killed by goat-stealing brigands. There are reports of youths dying every month. What do I say? The man yelled at the woman in exasperation. The woman covered her face and cried bitterly. Xiao Chong was killed by them. The man, on the other hand, skimmed a glance at the woman. In this matter, you don't think about revenge. Give me silence for the time being. I got the news. This he did the thing of dropping his head outside. This is still on my face. The following reported up. Not this. The woman was stunned. She looked at the man in surprise. You know how Xiao Chong died? So what if you know? He did die at the hands of the humans, but he killed someone. He escaped into the mountains. That's how he met the bandits. If it wasn't for my face. Not to mention not being able to avenge his death. Our whole family would have suffered. Little John? Killing someone? He. The woman froze when she heard her husband's answer. The man grabbed the woman's collar and warned through clenched teeth. You're the one who raised a good son. Spoiled every day. This is good now. You remember this. For nearly 3 years. Don't even think about revenge for me. If you dare to move, I'll draw the line with you. After saying that, the man pushed the woman to the ground, and then slammed the door in an atmosphere, leaving the woman alone in the living room crying loudly. Meanwhile, Pang Bei's house. With Xiao Zhenghua staged a scene of zealously serving the country, Xiao Zhenghua promised Pang Bei that the ammunition would be allocated and sent on time, and also gave Pang Bei some medicine for his injuries. These are things that hunters always have on hand. It's actually quite a lot of work trying to buy it. But don't pay to give it out, it still smells good. Not only that, Xiao Zhenghua also gave Pang Bei a pocket of cornmeal, plus a pocket of potatoes and a jar of pickles. In addition, there were also 2 sets of specialized staff uniforms for the farm. These are the things that make Pang North happy. She was so happy to see the farm handing out New Year's stuff. Now that's money in the pocket and food in the house. Lu Xilan has never lived in such affluence. This counts up, after a few years will be more than a month. Originally, Lu Xilan planned to give Pang Shidu a new dress. But now Pang Bei had another new set of cotton clothes and pants, plus a blue cotton coat, and a pair of suede old cotton shoes on top of a cotton hat. In the northeast, it's called Guju. The other set is a military green uniform, just no shoulder insignia, because it was supposed to be the Reclamation Corps restoration to the place. These uniforms are still available, only worn as work clothes, a pair of green rubber shoes, and a hat. This ensemble has been pretty good. Pompey sort of has new clothes so he doesn't have to do his for New Year's Eve. But now that there was more Aole, Lu Xilan thought, high or low, she had to make a new dress for this future daughter-in-law. Last time Pang Bei got a lot of cloth tickets. Go to town and buy a piece of cloth for Aole to make new clothes for the new year. It should be good. As Lu Xilan thought of this, she then got up and shouted to Pang Bei, who was teasing the dog in the yard. Xiao Bei! Xiao Bei! Pang Bei stuffed a piece of jerky into the wolf cub's mouth as he looked back curiously. Mother? What do you want from me? Lu Xiaolan beckoned Pang Bei to the door. After Pang Bei walked over, Lu Xiaolan pulled Pang Bei. Go talk to the captain and see if you can borrow the production team's donkey. Mother is planning to go down the mountain and go to the town supply house to pull a piece of flour cloth back. Pang Bei froze. He looked at Lu Xiaolan in confusion. Borrowing a donkey? Mother, don't we have enough clothes for the winter? Lu Xiaolan angrily slapped Pang Bei. Ao lay into the door. You do not do anything for people, ah? Is this how you treat your daughter-in-law? Are you still a human being? Pang Bei scratched his head. Right-o. It's so. Then I'll borrow a bicycle and take you there. Lu Xiaolan was stunned. When did you learn to ride a bicycle? Pang Bei's heart thumped. Bad. In their house, they don't have bicycles at all. The old Pang family didn't even know what a bicycle was. The family doesn't have a car. Where's he going to learn? Pang Bei opened his mouth, half unable to say a word. And this time she slipped out. I know. Brother often rubs up against other people's cars to learn, and they don't even like it. Chapter 93. Talking about playing how to take it seriously? When Pang Shi said that, Lu Xiaolan believed it instead. She sighed helplessly. Okay, but can the captain lend us one? There's only one bicycle in our production team, and I've heard that it's very valuable to him. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, I can borrow it. I'll go talk to him. Pang Bei farted to find Lu Hai, and this time when he came to the team site, he saw a dozen or so Hans squatting under the big tree in the team site compound. And Louis Hai, who was talking to them with a pot in his eye bag. Seeing Pang Bei arrive, Lu Hai froze. Xiao Bei, what are you doing here? Aren't you at home with your new daughter-in-law? The rest of the men laughed and Pang Bei coughed, then lowered his voice and said, Borrowing a bicycle from you, it's not like I want to go to town. Agu. Look at my brain. Lu Hai slapped his forehead as he said with a smile. Thinking of buying flowery cloth for your new daughter-in-law to make new clothes, aren't you? Immediately, Lu Xiao coaxed. Xiao Bei, when are you going to organize a table? We're all waiting for you to open the table and treat us to meat. Exactly, Pang Bei said to the crowd in a bad mood. What nonsense, we have not yet reached that point. I just cannot see her suffering outside. Don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between the two of us. Is that so? You're not thinking of Officer Lu, are you? Pang Bei shivered, and when he heard this in the past, he just laughed. Now he shivers when he hears it. Dying. That's your own great-aunt. Death-defying is also a bit marginal. Don't talk nonsense. For one thing, his name is Lin, he's Officer Lin. Secondly, I've recognized him as my sister. I'll tell you guys, don't mess with me in the future. My sister is a cop. People couldn't help but laugh. Lu Ershun tucked in his sleeves and squatted on the ground and asked, I say, Pang Bei, you're not that thing freezing and not working, are you? Ha ha ha. When this group of smelly old men got together, Pang Bei knew they didn't have good words in their mouths. As Lu Hai listened to them talking more and more out of turn, he added from the sidelines, What are you all talking nonsense about? Can this be said in front of people? Pang Bei really didn't know how to question Mark LV Hai. This is ing backstabbing that can be said? Hearing the noise outside, Lin Hongxia came out from her room. She looked at Pang Bei and wondered, Pang Bei, what are you doing at the team site? What did you find out? Pang Bei immediately behaved as if a rat had seen a cat. What's that, Sister Hong? I'll borrow the bicycle from the captain. My mother wants to go to the town to buy flower cloth for my sister and Ao Lei, who has just been adopted, to make them a new dress for the new year. I was issued a uniform on the farm, and my mother thought I couldn't have new clothes and they didn't, so she was favoring one over the other. Lin Hongxia laughed. She dug around in her pocket for a bit, then took out a cloth ticket and stuffed it into Pang Bei's hand. Take it? It's considered the share I'm going with? Pang Bei was stunned, then asked with a sobbing voice. Sister Hong, why are you getting up in arms like them? This girl has let you take her home, and you still want to kick her out? Then you're too much of a human being. What are you going to do with the girl? What were you thinking when you brought her home? Pang Bei rubbed his temples. He had known that this was so hands-on. He would have given it more thought. Of course, Pang Bei reckoned that even if he were to consider it, he would still bring people back. So sex, he also do not argue. Simply generous take over the cloth. Line since everyone is so optimistic, my sister also recognized, you and I have nothing to say. That. Village young and old, this smile also smiled, that I also shabu almost, you see, is not also mean. Everyone looks at me and I look at you. Lu Ershun immediately got up. Hey? You little Yakuza. Don't you just me. You think I don't want to give it to you. Saying that, Lu Ershun took out 20 cents from his pocket and slapped it to Pang Bei. 20 cents, although that doesn't seem like much to say. But that's all that came with the gift back then. LV Ershun brought 20 cents. Then LV Hai grunted as he pulled 3 cotton tickets right out of his pocket. Take it. 3 pounds of cotton in all. Don't say your uncle is stingy. Nice guy. 3 pounds of cotton. Everyone's eyes widened. Lu Xiaowu also generously took out a long-cherished sugar ticket and slapped it to Pang Bei. Take it, for wedding candies. As soon as these 4 men took the lead, the rest of them looked at me. I looked at you and proceeded to do no worse. Straight out of the pocket for the money. Pang Bei was baffled. What are these people up to? Are they for real? Pang Bei's heart is bitter, they don't talk about martial virtues. How can they be taken seriously when they talk about playing? Pinching the portion inside his hand, Pang Bei is kind of riding the tiger this time. It's a marriage or bust. But think about Ori, that body, that personality. It doesn't matter to him. If you don't marry this kind of woman, you're going to be struck by lightning. Pang Bei is not the kind of man who has a lot of things to do, so just get married. Anyway, if you want to fall in love properly in this life, that's out of the question. Not in my last life, let alone this one. Take your time to develop a relationship. Pang Bei thought of this and tucked the item into his arms with a sense of peace. Louis Hai pointed to a bicycle that was rusting away without even a tile cover. The gait is purely by foot. The seat is only stubbornly held on by a few pieces of iron, and the springs on the seat are flying off. Just like that, still stubbornly hanging a broken car cover under the seat of the car, showing off his last stubbornness. Pang Bei pushed the rusty cart with squeaky, twisting wheels. The chain feels crunchy when you move it. Pang Bei really wondered, Can this thing really be ridden? I'm afraid people wouldn't even want to take it if it was in a recycling center. Pang Bei pushed his Middle Eastern battle-damaged wind bike and went straight to join his mother. Seeing this bike, Pang Bei coughed and said, "Mother, you find fast leather cushion point it? This if you sit all the way." Lu Xiaolan smiled. This car is still the old village head looking for a car mechanic in town to save it himself. We can't afford a new car over here. With this, it's pretty good. First you're sure you can drive it? Huh. In the face of his mother's doubts, Pang Bei calmly displays a bit as he rolls onto his bike and rides it in a squeaky circle around Lu Xiaolan. I don't know why, but Pang Bei always felt that he should be a close relative to the circus monkeys in the car. The mother giggled at the sight of her son. It was the first time she had ever been on a bike. And it's still the son who rides and takes himself to town to buy the floral fabric. It was like a dream. Pang Bei brought his mother all the way down the mountain road, staggering down the mountain. He did not dare to be fast, for fear of falling. After all, the mountains are dangerous, and if you fall, it's not as simple as a fall. In those days, what was called a road was a dirt road. People walk a lot, the ground just hardens. It's like the latter days, when even small villages had asphalt roads. It was unthinkable. It is important to realize that so far, no electricity has been passed on the mountain. And the only thing that has been electrified is the team site. Also, the team sites were afraid to light up, they just couldn't afford to pay the electricity bill. In those days, times were really poor and life was pretty tough. But the big guys are still hopeful for the future. Pang Beining pedaled for more than an hour before arriving in town. The town at the bottom of the hill wasn't really that big. Just one street. A row of bungalows. There is a supply house and then a post office on this street. A hospital and a school. With all of this, it could be called prosperity for the people in the neighborhood. The town's roads are also dirt, no asphalt, and poles can be seen on both sides of the road, with stray wires dangling from them. There were some aging poles so crooked that it felt like they would fall down at any moment. Everywhere on both sides of the road were donkey carts and mule carts, all of them pulling the foot of the cart driver. They were not from individual families. Almost all of them were the carts of the production team, used exclusively for procurement purposes. After getting off the bus, Lu Xiaolan patted the dirt on her body as if she was going to deal with some big scene. Pang Bei was dumbfounded, seeing the tense look on his mother's face. He didn't know whether to describe his feelings in terms of elation or heartache. After a long time, Lu Xiaolan gathered enough courage to walk into the supply house. In the room, a big girl with a twisted braid was getting high and chatting. Lu Xiaolan cleared her throat. "Comrade, I'll take a look at the cloth." But the girl was still heckling and didn't seem to care about Lu Xiaolan at all. Lu Xiaolan lost her breath for a moment. She cleared her throat. "Girl? No." The teller at the supply house blurted back. As if frightened, Lu Xiaolan hastily stepped back. And at this time, Pang Bei gently supported his mother as he asked aloud, "Comrade, take down that red flowered cloth and show it to me." Chapter 94. Seeing the man in his place. Pang Bei's voice was loud and clear, with no stage fright or fear. It all feels very casual. And there was some huffiness in his tone. What the hell? Being a teller and all? When Pang Bei saw this attitude of the teller, he immediately became upset. No wonder the state-run stores collapsed immediately after the reorganization. They'd be damned if they'd have any business if they were run like that. The woman froze and the melon in her mouth stopped. She looked at Pang Bei and then said unhappily, "Didn't you hear me? No more." Pang Bei pointed to the flowered cloth and asked, "No, it's that? For you to save for hanging. I remember hanging with 3 feet of white silk. What? Are you going to turn into a ghost? You're afraid that the irregulars won't look at you favorably? Don't worry. If you're like this, it's usually bullhead and horseface." Pang Bei wasn't polite either. A barrage of dislikes made the woman's face redden and she couldn't speak. She slapped the counter in anger and pointed at Pang Bei. "What are you doing? You're here to cause trouble, aren't you?" Pang Bei was very tough. He directly stepped forward, came to the People's Supply and Marketing Center, came to purchase supplies that the people need. It's all about serving the people. Look at your face. It reminds me of the Yamen mouth opening towards the south. What? We're liberated and you're still playing this game? I see you're very backward in your thinking. Pang Bei, a set of big hats, deducted the woman are blinded. That doesn't sound like the mountains at all. That's very much like coming from the city. Maybe it's still a small cadre that comes to make unannounced visits. The woman didn't know what to say. When a slightly older, middle-aged woman with a short braid came over. "Huh? This comrade, don't be angry. She's new. May I ask what you want?" I'm from the farm and am here to make a purchase. Please bring me those styles of floral fabric to look at. Yes. Lu Xiaolan was baffled. Why is my son so literal in his speech, much like the people in the working group? But Lu Xiaolan didn't dare to ask at this time. She hadn't said anything, so she simply let her son go and deal with them. However, Lu Xiaolan also secretly regretted it in her heart. The child will be so much, it must be delayed. If he goes to school, I can't say he can change the facade of the house. Get a college degree or something. The middle-aged woman has been secretly sizing up Pang Bei, talking with a bottom line, and listening to the tone of voice, it should be sized to be a cadre. The bottom line was that this man had a strange face. Once the face is raw, there's trouble. Lu Xiaolan lowered her head to look at the cloth and didn't care about the salesman. And at this time, the manager of the supply house came out, and when he saw that Pang Bei was putting a lot of flower cloths in front of him, he curiously came over. He sized up Pang Bei, then looked at his two tellers. Felt like the atmosphere was a little subtle. What's going on? The middle-aged female teller whispered a few words to the manager, who swept Pang Bei with his eyes every now and then. As for Pang Bei, he was looking at the flower cloth with his mother with a bashful face. Not long after, the manager came over and asked with a smile, "This comrade, you want so many styles of flower cloth? How much do you want to buy?" Lu Xiaolan pondered for a moment and looked at Pang Bei, who took out the cloth tickets from his pocket and placed them directly on the table. All bought. The manager looks at the cloth ticket and goodness, it's for the whole country and the province. Although flowery, this is quite a lot of fabric in total. Lu Xiaolan was surprised where Pang Bei had gotten so many fabric tickets. Seeing that Pang Bei was able to take out so many cloth tickets, the manager didn't dare to underestimate him. Maybe it's someone who was placed down by whoever or whatever department. He wouldn't dare mess with it. After all, at this time of the year, all departments keep a low profile. No one would take cloth with a high-profile greeting, basically. Come and get it quietly, and dress deliberately to make yourself look exactly like the common man. But look at Pang Bei, this temperament, and the clothes on his body are really mismatched. Pang Bei is at least a captain. That's an official of some size. The confidence that emanated from her body was quite stark when compared to Lu Xiaolan. The manager was all smiles. Comrade, you purchased so many cloths in one breath? What? The end of the year. The manager deliberately hinted at Pang Bei, who had actually done purchasing when he was in the army. That's all weekday errands. That implication, of course, he heard. It's the end of the year, you have to change your clothes. You say a year of busy work. What do you want? Right? While Pang Bei was joking, the manager muttered darkly, "And really guessed right. Xiao Song. There are a few more cloths in the back. Bring them over to the comrades." When the manager finished, the young female teller immediately turned to go to the back. Lu Xiaolan did not understand. Son, and this seems to be a cadre, like people talk a few words, the other side how to take out the cloth? Soon, several more pairs of cloths were brought out, which were very fancy and the fabrics were very durable. Lu Xiaolan's eyes lit up. She was a bit picky for a moment. Pang Bei saw that this was treating himself as some department to make a sneaky purchase. He smiled at the manager and said, "Hard work? Hard work. Dare I ask the comrade your name? Spare me your last name, King." Pang Bei nodded and smiled. "Manager Wang." As he spoke, Pang Bei smiled and deliberately took a few steps to the side, and Manager Wang followed suit and stepped aside. There were fewer people over here, so Manager Wang smiled and asked, "Comrade, are you just purchasing cloth?" Pang Bei shook his head. "Of course, there's more than that. There's also cotton and candy. It's New Year's Eve. I've been through several cases lately, and I'm exhausted, so I have to treat myself." It dawned on Manager Wang that this was from the police station. Pang Bei smiled and took out the sugar ticket and the cotton ticket. Seeing this, Manager Wang understood. Normally, even if you have tickets, they are limited to a limited number. You can't get high and buy up all the supply houses. What about everyone else? 3 pounds of cotton, 1 pound of sugar. It's meant for leaders. Manager Wang secretly chanted in his heart. Pang Bei put on a smile, then whispered, "Ahem, Manager Wang, we also found some gadgets in the mountains. Do you want them on your side?" Saying that, Pang Bei took out a lingji from his pocket. Manager Wang's eyes lit up. He looked around, then deliberately shook Pang Bei's hand. $5. That's the price the other guy offered. Pang Bei didn't scratch the price either, but smiled faintly. "Many thanks." Although it was only $5, Pang Bei knew that if he let a little in this place, then in other places the other party would have to know the depths and let him have some. As expected, The cotton taken out was obviously more than 3 pounds, it should have been a little more than 4. And the candy, too, was a pocketful. Obviously more than a pound, but not much more. There's no way to reconcile it if there's too much extra. But sugar, the byproduct, was quite difficult to supply in those days. When a child wants a mouthful of candy, that can make them cry. Not to mention nowadays, even in the 80s, children's eyes were green when they saw the candy canes in the house. It was all only when you were sick with a fever that the family would open up the candy jar and cook up some sugared eggs for the kids. Many homes have white sugar that is put into clumps and even discolored to attract ants. Not to mention these fruit candies, many families this fruit candy balls can be put into flavored. Pang Bei put these away as he smiled and said, "Many thanks." Manager Wang was also full of smiles. "You're welcome." And just at that moment, a couple of men in blue workmen's uniforms with progressive hats walked in the door. As soon as they came in, they opened their mouths and said, "Manager Wang." Manager Wang saw them and immediately greeted them. "Agu, elder brother Wang." Pang Bei turned around. This person recognizes Director Wang of the commune? Isn't this NYC coincidence? Chapter 95. Director Wang? The god of wealth. Manager Wang and Director Wang only knew each other. Even though they were both named Wang. That's not really relevant. But the chief of police, who doesn't know anyone in town? Anyone else would have been vain, but Pang Bei came to spirit. He walked over with a bad smile and greeted him graciously. "Director Wang." "Brother Wang." Director Wang froze. Why did this voice sound so obnoxious? Director Wang turned back and caught a glimpse of Pang Bei. He looked Pang Bei up and down. "And you are?" Pang Bei smiled and said, "Nobleman? LV Hai? Last time you came with Sun Hongbing, I was there." Director Wang immediately remembered as he pointed at Pang Bei and opened his mouth wide. "You!" Pang Bei raised his finger. "Brother Wang, there are some things you should just keep in your stomach. Don't say them out." Director Wang shipped his luck. Then he frowned. "What do you want? What are you doing here?" Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. He patted Director Wang's shoulder and looked intimate as he wrapped his arm around the other's shoulder. "Brother Wang, I just came out to procure some things. Didn't I get credit for the farm side?" Director Wang had naturally heard about Chong, and he looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. "What does this have to do with you?" Pang Bei smiled and said, "The field manager personally asked me to come. I'm not getting married, and I've heard that several people have been rewarded for this merit. Brother Wang, you don't have a very good fate." Director Wang's eyes flinched. "What do you mean?" Pang Bei just laughed and didn't say anything. That smile was as beat up as it could get. "What the hell is this? What do you mean? Why don't you say it?" Director Wang was a little weak. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. "Brother Wang. Brother, I'm getting married soon here." Director Wang looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. His face was filled with anger. Then he felt his pockets and took 2 food stamps from inside them. Slap it in Pang Bei's hand. "Happy wedding." Pang Bei looked at it. 2 pounds of white flour. That's quite a lot. Pang Bei smiled and collected it, then said, "Thank you, Brother Wang." With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Director Wang was so angry that he wanted to whack him as he pulled Pang Bei back. "You haven't finished your sentence yet." Pang Bei looked like he was in a daze as he patted his head. "Oops. Look at my brain. Chong is dead. Report it to the police. He let the humans kill him. Don't talk about this outside." Director Wang was puzzled. "What does this have to do with me?" The corner of Pang Bei's mouth rose. "Li Mu Ku hasn't recruited yet." Director Wang froze. His face turned white, then thought for a moment and said, "That doesn't have anything to do with me, does it?" Pang Bei laughed as he patted Director Wang on the back. "Brother Wang, it's not good to say some things too bluntly. Besides, it's a lot of eyes and mouths to feed. So are you seriously asking me to talk?" Director Wang froze. He thought for a moment, then looked around and pulled Pang Bei to the side. Then he also smiled at Manager Wang and said, "Manager Wang, I have some things to talk about with this comrade." Pang Bei didn't say anything, and when Manager Wang saw that Pang Bei and Director Wang seemed to be quite close, he immediately nodded, "Okay, feel free." Director Wang pulled Pang Bei inside the counter, found a quiet corner and said, "What's the matter? Say it. That's 2 pounds of white flour, you know?" Pang Bei laughed. "Or else I'd say Brother Wang is atmospheric." After saying that, Pang Bei's eyes suddenly went cold. Director Wang was scared and tightened his body. He looked at Pang Bei. "What do you mean?" The corner of Pang Bei's mouth rose. Chong's family doesn't have a shallow background. You know that, right? Director Wang nodded. Pang Bei then came closer and lowered his voice. He can't take revenge what He Chong did. Enough to shoot for half an hour is not enough to solve the hatred. Although they can't go directly to the farm to ask for an explanation, Zhao told me that the man was killed by a 3/8 cap. I've got the 38 gats, and so do the bandits. Who do you think is more likely to have killed He Chong? Director Wang gulped. Obviously, humongous bandits are highly likely. What a kid Pompeii is. He then asked, You mean it's going to find its way to my head? Pang Bei smiled. Brother, I didn't say anything. Director Wang thought for a moment. He grabbed Pang Bei, then thought for a moment, and after looking around, he took out 2 more sugar tickets and shoved them to Pang Bei. Xiao Bei, old brother, as for brother, he is also trying to make progress. You know that brother must have nothing to do with this, right? Pang Bei saw the 2 pounds of sugar tickets and smiled with joy on his face. Of course I believe, brother, but I'm afraid that He Chong's family won't believe me. So, Brother Wang, old brother also feels destined to be with you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have gotten a daughter-in-law? Director Wang suddenly realized, then laughed. Ha ha ha. Right, right, right. Then, Xiao Bei, why don't you show me the way? Pang Bei coughed as he looked around, then whispered. Li Mu hasn't recruited yet. That uncle of mine, he hasn't confessed either. This is an opportunity. Catch the mole hiding inside the production team. Find Officer Lin, not Zhao. You'll get your share of the credit. And with Officer Lin around, Zhao wouldn't dare take it all. Director Wang came to a realization. He let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bei, you this child. How to get married still quietly it. To do the banquet, can tell brother. Brother will give you a share. By the way, you also take this. Saying that, Director Wang gave Pang Bei another ticket, and Pang Bei accepted it without looking at it. Thanks, brother. These two, a brother and a brother-in-law. The crowd was baffled by the call. These two are not close. And by this time Lu Xiaolan had already made her selection. Manager Wang was all smiles at this time. Auntie, wait a moment, huh? Zhang Cuifan. Wrap the cloth for Auntie. As she spoke, Manager Wang gave her a look that Wang Cuifan immediately understood in seconds. She went over to the counter to pull the cloth. Pulling fabric is basically drawing a 1-foot mark on the counter. But Zhang Cuifan pulled the cloth, and the cloth wasn't even straight, and, on purpose, it gives up quite a bit at both ends. She measured it casually, and Lu Xiaolan kept watching. This? How much more is that going to be? Zhang Cuifan neatly wrapped the cloth, then respectfully handed it to Lu Xiaolan. All right, comrade. It's all loaded for you. Lu Xiaolan was confused. Although Pang Bei was 17, she was also born Pang Bei in the year of 18. It's not even 36 this year. The manager is over 40 at a glance. Why are you still calling yourself sister-in-law? She wasn't even as old as the teller woman in front of her. Turning back again, Pang Bei was hooking up with the director of governance, talking and laughing, and whispers every now and then. Director Wang was as happy as if he had seen something happy. After all, Pang Bei was giving him a clear path which could be mentioned, and Pang Bei said to tell him to tell Officer Lin that it was a brilliant move. For one thing, by pulling the police together, neither Zhao nor the commune can directly take the credit alone. Plus, it won't draw attention yet. Maybe even get a thank you from He Chong's family. Now, wouldn't it be a safe bet to work somewhere else yourself? How could he know that Pang Bei was helping him? This is for Lin Hongxia to put together a credit book. Although Zhao Changhe is related to himself, once the case is solved, he is the main credit. This is not even much to say, and Lin Hongxia does not dare to go up to steal the credit. But if Director Wang did this and then told Lin Hongxia, this would be the two of them working together, and Lin Hongxia wouldn't be offended. Director Wang, that's the one that came out on top. The most crucial thing is that if Director Wang gets the gratitude from He Chong's family, he is in Director Wang's gang. Would he dare give himself up? When the mother chose the cloth, Pang Bei laughed. By the way, Manager Wang, look at my brain. I didn't notice that there are 2 more here, trouble. Manager Wang saw the candy ticket in his hand, and a pastry ticket. Then he laughed. No trouble. How can I say trouble? We're all comrades. Chapter 96. 2 Living Treasures. Lu Xiaolan was shocked. Why is his son so close to the cadre? Since when does he have that kind of access? Looking at Pang Bei talking and laughing with Director Wang. For a moment, Lu Xiaolan suddenly felt that her son had become the pillar of the family. That's a lot of connections out there, too. In addition to being on good terms with LV Hai, with Zhao Changhe, Lin Hongxia, and Xiao Yardmaster, Pang Bei seems to be on pretty good terms with all of them. When they chatted, the women often praised Pang Bei for his ability to get things done, and his ability to love people. It turns out that the girl who rejected their families Pang Bei immediately sought out someone to make peace, but was rejected outright by Lu Xiaolan. The only daughter-in-law she recognized now was Aole. Besides, you looked down on my son before he got up. Oh, now that you've made a name for yourself, you're all over me? What do you think my son is? Lu Xiaolan was still quite proud of this matter, especially since there was such a son as Pang Bei. After Director Wang finished talking to Pang Bei, he even personally sent them away. Lu Xiaolan, who followed, wondered, Xiao Bei, when did you get so close to Director Wang? This pastry, it's expensive. You can't even get it without someone. How did you get it? Pang Bei heatedly smiled. All brothers within the 4 seas. Isn't it right to go out and take care of each other? Lu Xiaolan was puzzled. When did Director Wang become so good at talking? Even though the cotton is only 4 pounds, you have to realize that 4 pounds of cotton is a lot of volume to carry a pocket and take away. Basically, the back seat was filled with cotton. On the way down, although he could ride his bike, going back, Pang Bei would have to push it. At the bottom of the mountain, on the way, Lu Xiaolan also exchanged money with the villagers for a few cabbages, which were absolutely precious in Lu Xiaolan's eyes. This is something that you can never eat on the mountain. Because there isn't. It was dark as we walked. The 2 mothers walked to a crooked neck tree on the mountain, and Pang Bei saw 2 figures from a distance. Soon, these 2 swished and tuned over. The leader stuttered, Tai, the family. Family lives deep in the mountains against the steep cliff. AI 2 voices. Only care about killing people without caring about burying them. If you want a fight to pass from this mountain, that what comes. Brush and pull heads off. Off to the side. A white-looking, effeminate-speaking man whispered a reminder. Pang Bei froze. Lu Xiaolan's face turned pale with fear. Xiao Bei, what's wrong? We've met a hijacker. Pang Bei laughed. Mother, don't be afraid. These 2 little diamond wind-level demons are not dangerous. I'm not even afraid of tigers. I'm afraid that the 2 of them will lose my face. But you, too, don't have a gun? Lu Xiaolan shivered a little in fear. Pang Bei flashed his coat, then copied a fast and slow machine in his arms. A cloud in the northwestern Xiantian. A crow fell into a phoenix flock. All the mountains are full of heroes, which is the king and that is the minister. The 2 looked at each other. Stutter muttered in a small voice. End. Up, Pier. The sissy squirmed. Big brother, don't be afraid. I'll explore the road. After saying that, the sissy pinched her waist with one hand and pinched her orchid finger with the other. You report a crank. Pang Bei clasped his fists and said with a smile. If you don't rely on your family to be poor, you'll be a brother in all corners of the world. Lumpy was stunned. He looked at the sissy. What play flange? What did he report? The sissy speculated, then clapped her hands in delight and hopped on her feet with little steps. Oh, I know. Big brother. He said his last name was Father. You see, if a family is not poor, it means that there is a father in the family, and all the brothers are brothers, and there are many fathers. There are many fathers, so there are brothers all over the world. Oh, Dad. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. Hey, Father's here. Stuttering angrily, he pointed at Pang Bei. Hey, you kid do what the stuff. You take advantage of me. Which skein of you? Pang Bei laughed. 2 big brothers. My big brother stepped on the 3 rivers and spoke at noon. The 2 looked at each other and Stutterer wondered. Who did he say he was with? The sissy was scared and shivered a little. Tap 3 rivers. People point hard. Big brother, we can't fight him. Third master, we can mess with it. Pang Bei cocked his head, his gaze fixed on the duo. You are what you say you are, and you report yourself as a cranberry. Let me hear who you are. Pang Bei smiled coldly. Your father, my big name is Fan Wu Gui. Just call the 8th master. 8th master? Fan Wu Gui. Stutterer froze as he looked over at the sissy. Second chair. What the hell did he say? Who is Fan Wu Gui? Nymphet's scared face white, with a crying voice, said, Big brother. Fan Wu Gui, my father is tied paperwork, that is, black impermanence. What the? Stutter raised his voice a couple of pitches. Pang Bei takes a shot to the sky this time. The 2 kneeled in unison. Good man, spare your life. The 2 of us are just because it's New Year's Eve, and our family is so poor that we don't have a cent to spare. So we want to smash the kiln and get something to go back. just like the books say. The corners of Pang Bei's mouth turned up as he raised his gun and pressed it against the sissy's head. You know about treading the 3 rivers? The sissy's voice shook with fear. I. I. He stuttered up, while Pang Bei looked at the stutter. The stutter immediately opened his mouth. Big brother, listen to me. We both live in the old forest store. Our family has no money and no food. It was that Limu who brought me here and said to give $10 as a rogue. The 2 of us is a crop man, no ability without parents, but also please heroes to spare a life. The 2 of us kowtow and burn incense. Pompey are baffled. What's with these 2? Lu Xilan was all amused as she patted Pang Bei. Xiao Bei? Stop teasing them. Let them go. Pang Bei shook his head. Mother, the 2 of them can't leave. It's a home delivery. Good man, Grandpa, spare your life. The 2 of us didn't do anything bad. The ones who did something bad were Li Mu and Zhang Dafan. Not the 2 of us. Pang Bei's eyes lit up. Mother, hurry back to the village and ask Officer Lin to come over. And make sure to inform Director Wang before you come over. Oh, I know. Lu Xilan guessed that Pang Bei had caught the bad guy. Soon, Lu Xilan ran back to the production team as fast as she could in her life, and in no time, Lin Hongxia came out with a gun. Although she wasn't sure why she had to notify Director Wang, Lin Hongxia felt that Pang Bei must have an arrangement, so she decided to trust Pang Bei. Not a moment later, Lin Hongxia came over. She saw the 2 kneeling on the ground while Pang Bei crossed his legs and asked these 2 to sing to him. I don't think I've heard this song before, and the tune is new. Thus conquered by you, cutting off all the way to come. Xiao Bei, what's going on? Why did you ask me to inform Director Wang? And what's going on with these 2? Pang Bei smiled and said, Sister Hong, giving you credit, if you report this directly, how much of this credit can you get? Lin Hongxia froze, then immediately responded, You kid, sis can't use it. Besides, when did you get so close to Director Wang? Pang Bei sneered, It's just a matter of utilizing each other. If he goes up, isn't it good to have someone to cover the thunder? Lin Hongxia pondered for a moment, then looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. Is this something a 17-year-old could come up with? She also remembered because Pang Bei had reminded her. Otherwise, she might, perhaps, take some days to figure it out. Chapter 97. It's nice to pit my brother against me. Only after Lin Hongxia had carefully interrogated them did she understand the reason why Pang Bei had arrested the 2 of them. Good lord, this is really ripping out a big one. Zhang Dafan? This guy's name is so familiar. Huh? Pang Bei doesn't recognize it, but Lin Hongxia does. This is the militia captain. Lin Hongxia frowned, and Pang Bei wondered, Sister, what's wrong? Look at your head of lawsuits. Lin Hongxia sighed. Zhang Dafan is the militia captain of the commune trouble. The corner of Pang Bei's mouth lifted. Isn't that just right? Isn't Director Wang coming here? Lin Hongxia's eyes lit up, then she couldn't help but smile. It's really true. This is sort of a mistake. A borrowed knife to kill a man? Xiao Bei, this luck of yours can be a... Pang Bei hemmed and hawed as he whispered. Take the person back first, and when Director Wang comes, you'll butt heads with Director Wang, and I'll stay out of this matter. It's not good for me to meddle. Lin Hongxia nodded and said, Okay, I know. Then hurry back. I see your mother is quite worried about you. Pang Bei smiled and answered, then pushed his bicycle to accompany Lin Hongxia as she escorted the 2 living treasures towards home. While walking, Lin Hongxia asked curiously, What did you tell them to sing just now? It's quite beautiful. Pang Bei scratched his head. Oh, that one is called Conquest. I also listened to who hummed it and forgot who it was. I just feel that the lyrics are quite appropriate. So let these 2 living treasures kneel on the ground and sing Conquest. Lin Hongxia couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out. You're really childish. Why is this playfulness so heavy? This and how to say is also 2 robbers, you still take them both to play, you also have too much guts. Pang Bei had a disinterested look on his face as he glanced at the living treasure duo who were gathering 2 backs on their hemp shoulders. Then he grunted coldly, It's okay. They're no threat to me. Finally, Pang Bei accompanied Lin Hongxia to the production team. LV Hai and LV Ershun with their men were waiting at the village entrance early. As soon as they saw these 2, they immediately rushed over to surround them and beat them up. Lin Hongxia saw that the 2 of them were being beaten to the point that they were crying. She immediately said, All right, a few beatings to get out of the gas. You guys are not allowed to dunk the yellow rice in cold water or frozen white wine. That will cause problems. Stutterer and Sissy were on the verge of tears, having thought the policewoman was a good person. What the hell is this place? There are good people here. That's a discouragement? It's an idea. Lu Hai hemmed and hawed, then had a few of them held down to enter the village team site. And Pang Bei said hello to Lu Hai, said he'd return the car tomorrow, and went straight home. Simply let this matter have nothing to do with you. Pang Bei had only arrived at the door of his house when he saw Lu Xiaolan and Aolei waiting for him at the door. Seeing the two figures from afar, Pang Bei smiled and waved. This kind of cozy day, Pang Bei suddenly felt much happier than in his last life. Unload the cotton and the floral fabric. Pang Bei held a candy ball and walked towards Pang Shi with a smile. Xiao Shi, open your mouth. Pansy was puzzled. Brother, do you have something good for me to eat? Pang Shi's big eyes were all filled with little stars. Pang Bei smiled gently. Close your eyes and open your mouth. Ah! Pansy obediently complied, and Pan Bei tucked in a ball of fruit candy. As the fruit candies entered her mouth, it was as if Pansy had melted, her little face filled with intoxication. Yummy! Brother, what is this? It's delicious. Pang Bei laughed. It's fruit candy, very little of it. Gotta save it. As he spoke, Pang Bei looked at Aolei and realized that Aolei was also looking at him with an expectant face. That look clearly says, I want some too. Pang Bei hurriedly said, I have it here. You have a piece too. Aolei looked at the bag of candy in Pang Bei's hand, and her eyes seemed a little disappointed. Pang Bei suddenly had a bad feeling in the bottom of his heart. Should she have let herself? Pang Bei looked at his hand, then subconsciously picked up a piece of candy. Seeing that, Aolei immediately closed her eyes and opened her small mouth very cooperatively. For some reason, by this time, Pang Bei suddenly developed a sense of guilt. He seems to be doing something wrong. At a candy ball. Ori squinted her eyes in enjoyment. The look was very blissful. Looking at the three children eating candy here, Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but smile. Happiness and harmony at home. It's a dream. Pang Bei looked back at his mother carrying the candy. Mother! I'll take it myself. Don't you bull me, mother's busy. Pang Bei let out an oh-so-subtle cry, then ate a piece himself. It seemed like a flavor he hadn't had in a long time either. Sweet bliss that spreads from the taste buds to the whole body. It's not a great candy either, but for some reason, it just feels so happy. Lu Xiaolan looked at the three children whose eyes were full of stars and couldn't help but smile. These three children, hey, don't know when they will grow up. Pang Bei eats candy. Meanwhile, inside the Pang family house, Mrs. Pang whacked her aching and weak to the waist. When Lu Xiaolan was around, when did she use herself for this? Now, Panam can work, but she's surprisingly lazy and can't do any work. Say a couple of words and then simply hide in your house and don't come out. His own old man, on the other hand, just sits down on the bed and does nothing. As for his oldest son, he hadn't been seen for days and didn't know where he'd gone to fool around. It's a sin. Xiaolan, what kind of temper is she? Who would dare to take her? She'll go home after a few words. Just at this time, Pang Dong, whose stomach was rumbling with hunger, asked with some dissatisfaction, Milk, when can we eat? I'm starving. Old Mrs. Pang's face was immediately filled with smiles as she said with a grin, Just wait a little longer, great-grandson. It's almost done. At this time, Grandpa sat on the Kong and sipped 2 mouthfuls of tobacco pot. He then asked, Xiaodong ah, you've been running around the town for a few days now. How's your work going? Have you heard anything? Pang Dong sighed. No letter yet. The supply house side needs an accountant, and I'm not the only one who signed up. However, my classmate said that she knows Director Wang, and she's put in a good word for me, but it might require us to send some gifts or something. Grandma said smilingly. Then won't my eldest grandson's job come down soon? This is a good thing. It's okay. Grandma will help you. My eldest grandson's work cannot be delayed. This is our family has a job. Earn a salary, Lu. Pang Dong smiled confidently while his mind recalled that day when Pang Bei ate meat and didn't give it to himself. He secretly clenched his fists. Pang Bei, you wait for me. When I have a job, watch me trample you under my feet. When the time comes, you'll have to beg me. Achoo! In the mountain hut, Pang Bei rubbed his nose. On his side, Director Wang was all smiles as he said very kindly, Xiao Bei, you have to pay attention to your health. The wind is hard on the mountain. It's easy to catch a cold. Pang Bei waved his hand. It's not catching a cold. I can't tell who's cursing me. When Director Wong heard this, he suddenly remembered Pang Bei's family. He had also heard about the Pang Bei family. After all, no good deed goes unpunished. Director Wong put one hand on the table, then lowered his voice to remind, Xiao Bei I actually recently someone entrusted me to do something, seems to say that Pang Dong, to apply for the post of accountant of the supply and marketing agency. Where are the words? They're traveling my way. But this location. Pang Bei was puzzled. What? You don't want me to fall on my face and arrange a job for him? Don't even think about it. I don't know him. Director Wong couldn't help but laugh as he cleared his throat. The accounts of the supply and marketing center can't be reconciled. This accountant position is a scapegoat. Pang Bei was slightly stunned, followed by an immediate glance back at her mother. Mother was in the house coaxing Pang Shi and was still discussing with Aole what clothes to make. Then Pang Bei whispered, then set him up. Goods like Pang Dong are the most suitable. Director Wong grinned. Hey, you kid. By the way, there is one last thing, finished I will go. The commune intends to celebrate the new year, internal open a seat. But no meat you look at. If you can get some, our brother and sister in the president's side can have a good impression. At that time I can also praise you a good old brother. Pang Bei pondered for a moment, feeling that the benefits weren't too enticing. But if you can use a villain like Director Wong to ruthlessly clean up the old Pang family, it's just an after-dinner stroll. Grandpa said to put it down, but Pang Bei, wouldn't. For Pang Bei, this kind of letting go was an easy way to break the Tao. Hey, success? Director Wong will be on the mountain in 3 days. You'll be satisfied. Chapter 98, Poachers. After promising Director Wong, when Pang Bei woke up early the next morning, Lu Xilan and Aole were busy cutting clothes and wadding cotton together. Pang Bei couldn't help much, so he simply took Daji out with him to see if he could get some wild game. For Pang Bei, he could catch as many as he could. And anyway, after the coming spring famine, the wild game in the outskirts was expected to be eaten up. The snow has stopped for a number of days these days. The snow is not so thick anymore under the wind and sun. And now the snow on the mountain is not so flat and deep as before. The snow blown by the mountain wind seems to be sand dunes, layer by layer. The special site of weathering makes the mountain peculiar. The reason why we can't go into the mountains because of the snow is that we are afraid of the big smoke cannon on the mountains. When the snow is very thick, the white snow mist blown up by strong mountain winds can bury a person inside in an instant. The slightest mishap and you're covered directly inside the snow. So, it's pretty dangerous to wander around blindly inside the mountains after a snowfall. No one can say where the big smoking gun will go up. But over time, the snow has not been as light as it was before, and the original snowflakes have become snow ice that the wind can't blow. Although the mountains were colder than before, the danger was not as great as before. After resting for so long, Pang Bei was idly itching for some hands. Right now, there is actually less food to find in the mountains. Prey is also much less visible. Pang Bei strolled leisurely through the mountains with his rifle at the end of his hand. Although the mountains were nice after the snow, everything was too quiet. Aside from a few birds of prey that could be seen in the trees, it was pretty much a no-show of prey all morning. Daji was also idle and lazy, and she didn't seem to have much energy. Obviously, there is no prey to be found around here. I'm afraid there isn't much prey on the mountain, right? Pang Bei lowered his head in serious thought, and this time Pang Bei saw a few red dots on the snow. If you don't look closely, I'm afraid it's really easy to miss. But to Pang Bei, a sniper, this thing was hard for him to ignore. Blood. Pang Bei crouched down as he took a closer look. Look at the bleeding and the spacing. It's not human. It's supposed to be some kind of beast. Pang Bei searched in the direction of the bloodstains, and it didn't take long to see the carcass of a mostly eaten hare. Pang Bei laughed. Rabbits? In that case, there's still something on the mountain. However, looking at the direction, it should be ready to go down the mountain after eating. Saying that, Pang Bei's gazed direction down the mountain. The snow has closed the mountain and the animals have chosen to go to the bottom of the mountain to move around, supposedly waiting until it's about time to go back up. That being said, hunting up the mountain is not a good idea at this time of year. Pang Bei tightened the snatch belt on his body as he looked at Daji and said, "Let's slip into the ravine?" Daji whimpered twice, as if agreeing with Pang Bei's suggestion. With that, the one man and the fox immediately diverted their paths and drilled inside the ravine. Pang Bei's goal was the old woodland. After all, the human bear had been blown up by himself. The tiger was also dead, and it was snowing heavily during this time. Right now, near the old woodland, there should be no fierce beasts present, and that prey was naturally quite a lot. Pang Bei whistled as he made his way along towards the ravine. Deep in the mountains, apart from Pang Bei, there was only snow and trees. Pang Bei skulked around for a while and realized that on this mountain, other than seeing a few squirrels, there really wasn't much. Seeing that he had already gone over the small hill, Pang Bei stood on the hill and could already see the dense forest below the hill. However, soon some noisy sounds came from the mountainside, and Pang Bei stood and realized that on the other side of the mountain, there were trees toppling over, and the sound of chopping. Standing on the top of a small hill, Pang Bei could see people felling trees near the area where humans lived. Looking at the scale, that's certainly not logging, it should be a forest or production team cutting down trees. Although the mountains are connected to the mountains, but that area, not the farm jurisdiction, Pang Bei cannot control. But if the trees were cut down over there, Pang Bei would be quite happy, because that would mean that the animals in the woods over there are going to be forced to move their way. It's nice to catch some prey. Winter hunting, however, is really difficult. If it had been spring and summer, Pang Bei estimated that he would have caught quite a few by now. As Pang Bei thought of this, he immediately accelerated his pace towards the old woodland at the bottom of the mountain. As a result, only after coming down from the hillside, Pang Bei saw several roe deer gathering in a pile, and they didn't know what they were doing. Pang Bei took out his binoculars to take a closer look. Pang Bei realized that what those roe deer were surrounding was the carcass of an animal, but it wasn't clear exactly what it was. Daji seemed to perk up a bit as she swished over first. Daji trotted along and the elk saw her. But the guys didn't even run at first, and when Daji got closer, the guys just looked at her. Daji lowered her head as she looked closely at the body on the ground, and then also sniffed it. When Pang Bei then arrived, the roe deer didn't say run, but retreated to a short distance and just looked at Pang Bei. Pang Bei also did not take care of them anyway. These later became the National Secondary Protection Waste of the Northeast to the treasure. You do not take care of them, they will not run. Pang Bei kept his head down to look at the body. Yoo-hoo! Surprisingly, it was an injured leopard, in the middle of the ice and snow in these deep mountains in the northeast. Once it was injured, what was waiting for it was the road of death. There were no visible injuries on the leopard's body, but it clearly had an injury to its right front paw. Apparently, it was no longer able to hunt and ended up like this. The northeastern leopard, that's a pretty endangered population of animals. Pang Bei looked at the northeastern leopard on the ground that was already frozen hard. Hey, I don't know how long the hunting days can last. Saying that, Pang Bei carried the northeast leopard's corpse up. This thing was covered in treasures, and as a result, he just carried it up. Felt like something was pulling on his shirt, and it seemed to be quite strong. Pang Bei turned around to find the elk tugging at his cloak. Oh, forgot about you. Still have to go back and deliver. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed, then waved his gun barrel smilingly and used the butt of his gun to knock the elk to the ground in one fell swoop. Gee, I have to say, that's a good night's sleep. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed, looking at the elk on the ground. Then he lifted his head to look into the distance. Those guys, they haven't left yet? Pang Bei thought for a moment. One head isn't enough, haha. Then let's have another one. Saying that, Pang Bei raised his rifle, and through the scope, Pang Bei could clearly see the elk. Bang! The shot went down. The elk fell to the ground with a thud, and the others whooshed out of sight. However, Pang Bei froze, because he didn't pull the trigger. Who hit this? Pang Bei was immediately alert, while Daji was also on guard. This mountainous area, which was under Pang Bei's administration, was a place where outsiders were not allowed to come and hunt. Judging by the sound of the gunshot, Pang Bei concluded that it was inside the woodland to his north. Pang Bei immediately got down, then loaded his gun and aimed in that direction. Poaching, there was a lot of it in those days. In those days, hunting was common, but basically in the liberalized mountains was possible. Like this kind of mountainous area that is categorized as state-owned, ordinary hunters will not come in, and they are also afraid of being caught. But there are always the unruly ones. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking for a mountain keeper. Besides, the other guy has a gun in his hand, so who knows if he'll shoot you. It wasn't long before Pang Bei saw two people on the other side sneakily showing their heads, and their dresses looked like hunters. The moment the other party was just about to run over, Pang Bei pulled the trigger towards the opposite side right in front of him. Bang! Whoosh! On the ground, snowflakes flew up. The two hunters stopped in terror. They looked left and right, and Pang Bei this time aimed his scope at the hunter with the gun, and his mouth shouted towards the other side. This is a sealed area. Who let you in? Chapter 99, Crisis Ahead. As soon as Pang Bei fired his gun, the two hunters fell to the ground again in fear. But by the sound of Pang Bei's voice, it should be a child. The two men were bold again for a moment. Kid, what are you doing? The gun went off. You know? Li Erniu, the hunter who was lying on his back in the snow, shouted irritably to the hillside. They were on their backs, but it was useless to Pang Bei. Pang Bei was still sure to take one away with a single shot. The farm and the police station appointed me as the administrator of this mountainous area, and you trespassed and poached and stole state property. Who gave you the courage to come in and poach? The two hunters looked at each other. You don't have to talk nonsense here. No one's taken care of this place for ages, and besides, arranging people can still arrange a little child. Little kid, you go home to your mama for milk. You're letting the gun shoot you. Pang Bei didn't say anything and just pulled the trigger. Bang! That shot sent Hunter's hat flying straight up. This one gave the two poaching hunters a fright. Good man, this is a masterpiece. They're obviously down in the snow, but they're still being named by people. The shot in the hat was a clear warning that if he dared to get loose again, the next shot would be to the head. The hunter was so scared that his cold sweat came down, and he immediately changed his words. Brothers, we are all bitter people. Why make things difficult for the bitter people? It's almost New Year. We just want to hunt some wild goods to go back for the new year. Pang Bei said sternly. Why do you have to go into the mountains when there is a place for you to fight? The area designated by the state, is that something you can just enter? And there is a clear warning sign outside. What's the point of you guys coming in on purpose? Brother, you don't know. This year's snow is too heavy. The production team, quite a few livestock froze to death. The captain told us to go up the mountain to get some wild goods to replenish them. We just shot a roe deer and 2 rabbits. Don't believe me? With that, the two hunters threw out their prey. Pang Bei could see it clearly, and he went on. Take the pheasants, leave the roe deer and turn away. And now look at the roe deer on your right, the one that has almost reached the edge of the forest. Both hunters looked at the elk at the same time. Then a thud was heard. The shot echoed loudly through the valley, and then the little elk was seen to fall to the ground. Pang Bei said, Count me as sending you off for the new year, but next time, if you dare to come in here again, the two of you will end up with this roe deer. Both hunters were dumbfounded. That's more than 500 meters. Isn't it? Pang Bei killed him with one shot? What kind of divine gunplay is this? What's so accurate? The original idea of properly cleaning up Pang Bei was all gone in a flash. Although Pang Bei was giving them a roe deer, at the same time, he was also giving the two men a deep shock in their hearts. So far, they haven't even seen what the person looks like, and they end up hitting wherever the person says they're going to hit. If this really pissed him off, one shot could send them to hell. The two looked at each other. Then Li Erniu shouted, Thanks, brother. You're the mountain guardian that old Gao Tu was talking about, aren't you? Pang Bei coldly grunted. Now that you know, don't enter the mountain in the future. In case I come across it, I'll make holes in your bodies next time. Got it, thanks a lot, brother. We won't be coming in. Thanks a lot. Saying this, one of them rose, and he held up his hands to show that he meant no harm, and then he ran quickly to the elk, and felt his heart leap at the sight of the elk being shot through the head. What the hell kind of demon or monster is this? Where the hell did they get people from over at the farm? Pang Bei watched them take the elk away and waited for them to leave again. When the two completely disappeared from Pang Bei's field of vision, and Daji whooshed out this time, she quietly went over to observe. Only after making sure those two were gone did Daji whimper twice. Pompey got up at this time, and he walked over to get his elk back. It seems that this mountain is really quite dangerous. However, Pang Bei also knew that watching the mountain like this wouldn't last long, and when the spring drought became severe, the panic would make everyone head inside the mountain in search of food. Trying to block it at that point was impossible. So speed up your own move to the deeper mountains as well. Although people in the neighborhood would go into the mountains, they generally wouldn't go too deep because if they did, they would encounter fierce animals. They were hungry, and so were the beasts. The driven beasts attacked humans, and that too was forced upon them. Pang Bei, on the other hand, would face the pressure of the beasts multiplying even if he entered an unexplored area. Difficult to get Pang Bei couldn't help but mutter. It was important to pick up the pace. He needed to get into the mountains as soon as possible. Can't wait. Definitely can't wait. Strive before the new year to get your next landing spot ready. The job of mountain guardian is probably over. Thinking of this, Pang Bei immediately shouldered his gun and tied up his prey first, then dragged the rope towards home. By the time Pang Bei returned, it was already dark. Seeing that Pang Bei had brought back a northeastern leopard, his mother was startled. She asked Pang Bei in surprise, "What's wrong with you, kid? Why did you go to work on the beasts again? What? Do you think you have 9 lives?" Pang Bei scratched his head and laughed nervously. "This isn't a beating. Don't believe me. This is just dead." The mother took a closer look, and sure enough, the leopard had died on its own. It was not hunted. The mother wondered, how could this bobcat die on its own? "Unlikely, huh?" Pang Bei whispered. "Is there a possibility that there is too little food on the mountain, and when it waits until after the mountain, there are too many fierce beasts and it can't find its own territory?" Mother thought for a moment, then said, "That's possible." And at this time, Aole carefully looked at the leopard's corpse. She said softly, "No, it's not right." The leopard was already living in the crevice. The injury it received was not an accident, but was caused when it was chased by other beasts. There is only one thing that caused such a bad situation, and that is that the food has become less. I'm only afraid that, for the next spring, there's going to be a spring famine. Pang Bei froze. He didn't expect that Aole would find out about spring wasteland based on just a leopard's corpse. Lu Xiaolan was puzzled. Spring famine? How can there be a famine with so much snow this year? Aole shook her head. The snow now, it doesn't make any sense for the spring. If it never snows from now on, in the spring, all the snow on the mountain will actually be absorbed by the soil, but starting in the spring, a lot of this moisture will be evaporated. The village elders have told me that the most important thing about snow is that it comes in late winter. The mountains here, however, do not have particularly high peaks, and the melting of snow at the tops of the mountains does not support the rivers very much. And just because this mountainous region is so big, doesn't mean it's all snowing. Pang Bei sighed because he knew that Aole was completely right. The spring drought is literally coming. Pang Bei said in a low voice, "It seems that the animals have sensed the difference first. We also have to plan early. If we want to hunt in this neighborhood, it will be difficult if it's after spring. We have to seize the opportunity to enter the deep mountain interior first. After all, the snow that falls in the winter is still quite a lot. The water and grass in the mountains should still be good." Aole pondered for a moment and then asked, "Then, Brother Pang Bei, where are you planning to go?" Pang Bei smiled as he took out the battle map from his arms, then pointed his finger towards a spot he had looked at earlier. "Here." Lu Xiaolan looked suspiciously in the direction of Pang Bei's finger, and she instantly recognized where it was. It can't. This is a Jedi. Chapter 100, Mindfulness. Seeing where her son was pointing, Lu Xiaolan looked agitated. "This is the forbidden place your grandpa said. That place, it's full of fierce beasts. Old hunters call it the Ghost Gate. Almost no one who goes there comes out alive. And there aren't many villages there, only some minority villages. That place is very dangerous." Aole also nodded along. "Yeah, Brother Pang Bei, the water system over here is a bit more complicated. 2 rivers in this area. One is the Root River and the other is the Rapids River. The place you're talking about, the water network is also more complicated. The water rises in the river valley here every time it's in flood season, and both banks are almost soaked, and that place is basically full of wild animals, and over there it used to be a place where bandits gathered. It's very dangerous." Pang Bei smiled and said, "On Grandmaster's map markers, there is a mountain fortress over there. I was thinking of using that eliminated bandit cottage as a stronghold, and the river valley land below the mountain as a target for reclamation. That place travels some distance further. It's a meadow with fertile soil. It's just that if there's a flood season, it's actually surmountable. The main thing we're doing is to find a place where we can put down roots. But that side seems to be out of the jurisdiction of the city on our side, right?" Lu Xiaolan was puzzled. Pang Bei smiled and said, "No, this side has nothing to do with the farm. The farm is in charge of reclaiming the land in this area. The state farm is not under local control. A large number of the areas now are actually areas that no one has reclaimed. For one thing, because we have few people here and the land is sparse. Secondly, there are too many fierce beasts, and the survival conditions are too harsh. So, I'm planning to cross the mountains in front of us. Right now it happens to be winter. Let's just cross the river and go up to the mountains." Aole thought for a moment and then spoke, "Brother Pang Bei, I'll go with you. Let's both go and see what's going on." Lu Xiaolan's heart was in turmoil. She definitely didn't want her son to risk his life. And this time, if he had to go, it would be hundreds of miles. Isn't this a joke? But Aole surprisingly supports him and wants to go with Pang Bei. She knew that she could not stop her son. What's more, this future daughter-in-law was supportive, And even more so, she couldn't persuade herself. She couldn't help but sigh. I say Xiao Bei, if you're going north again, it's going to be even colder. And with such a long distance of mountain road, you two will have to walk for at least 10 days, right? Pang Bei and Aolei looked at each other and Pang Bei laughed. The mountain roads are much better now than before, so I think that 10 days or so will be about right. After making enough preparations in the past few days, I want to report back to Field Manager Xiao and check out the side of the mountain fortress at that time. Lu Xiaolan thought for a moment, then clenched her teeth and said, Okay, I'll prepare something for you too. Mother can't go with you, but you two must come back safely for me. Aolei smiled and comforted Lu Xiaolan. Mother, I'm here, Brother Pang Bei will be fine. I know the way. Know where it's safe to go. Hearing Aolei call herself mother, Lu Xiaolan smiled. This future little daughter-in-law of his own is really smooth thinking. Aolei said she could, and Lu Xiaolan believed it. After all, the girl herself came along. I'm sure there's no problem with switching sons. Okay then, so ask me what I'm going to prepare for you guys. Is it going to be a bigger sleeping bag for Ori and you? Aolei's face flushed red, and Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. Mother, you're planning to have the two of us in a spoonful, huh? Someone definitely needs to stand guard at night, ah. Lu Xiaolan immediately said, You guys take Mrs. Husan with you? How resourceful she is. Aolei smiled and said, Mother is right. Take her with you. She recognizes the way. Pang Bei clapped his hands and decided. Then it's decided, let's make preparations first. Strive to finish this before the new year. And when we come back, we'll celebrate the new year straight away. Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. You still know it's New Year's Day. Okay. Mom will prepare it for you. After talking about what each of them had to do, Pang Bei began to prepare to find Lu Hai to report on this matter. Pang Bei went to the team site. Lin Hongxia also happened to be there. She just finished docking with Director Wang. Pang Bei sent this credit is really big. Zhao Changhe could also see that this was deliberate on Pang Bei's part. But he didn't say anything because arranging for Lin Hongxia to come over was the idea. He can't designate who gets the credit, what would that be, people would talk. So naturally, he would not stand in the way of this matter. He had earned enough credit on his own, and it was perfectly fine to give this credit to Lin Hongxia right now. Moreover, as soon as he heard that it was Director Wang who had docked him, he knew that this kid Pang Bei was punking Director Wang. This credit actually has a great deal of pitfalls, and if it is reported directly, it is extremely easy to cause suspicion. The hoes will also speculate whether this whole thing is a done deal. But suddenly pulling in a Director Wang, the matter becomes commonplace. Bei, you do it. When Lin Hongxia saw Pang Bei come over, she immediately called Pang Bei aside. Pang Bei looked puzzled. What is it, Sister Xia? Lin Hongxia asked in a deep voice. Not what do you think? Why are you in such a hurry to go to the deep mountains? It's almost the new year, you know. Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. Sister, I'm also actively responding to the call. You quickly forget it, you kid is a wild goose. Pull slop in front of your house over you have to taste the salty taste. And this stared at what you have to go into the mountains? Pang Bei looked around and then said in a low voice, Aren't I thinking of avoiding the wind in a hurry? After doing so many things, I'm still strutting around here. Isn't this causing trouble for you? You're hiding deep enough here, how else? Pang Bei coughed twice and said, Sister, I promised old Gao Tu to do something. My mother, and Xiao she may be coming into the city soon. Do you think I won't rush into the mountains to explore? There's another problem. And this is one you don't want to go around talking about? Lin Hongxia was puzzled. What is it? So serious? Pang Bei cleared his throat. The prey inside the mountain is actually gradually decreasing. I found the carcass of a northeastern leopard yesterday, and it was at the bottom of the mountain, and there were 2 other poachers that went into the mountain yesterday. Lin Hongxia didn't understand any of this, and she asked in bewilderment, No, what's the inevitable relationship? When Lu Hai heard this, he perked up his ears to carefully listen to Pang Bei and Lin Hongxia's conversation, only for Pang Bei to speak. All right, Uncle Hai, don't eavesdrop on the sidelines, just listen with a big smile. Lu Hai was stunned, then scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm not trying to eavesdrop, I just want to know, what did you say about that spring wilderness, what the hell? What? Pang Bei seriously analyzed. Based on my observations and analysis inside the mountain, first of all, the northeastern leopard on the mountain even ventured down the mountain to look for food. What does this mean? Lin Hongxia pondered for a moment, then returned in a deep voice. It's the fact that the food source is less, and it had to come down from the mountain. That's right, it is far more comfortable for a leopard to move around in the mountains than to have to move around in the plains. I've examined the leopard's body, and he should have been chased by other beasts to cause his injuries. This shows that there is actually no better food source in the mountains, or that there is less food in the mountains. Logically speaking, this situation is not something that should be on our side unless. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei nervously and asked, unless what? The other day, analyzing from the point of view that it was very easy for me to hunt, it's not that our food source here provides a decrease, but that there are more herbivores. Uncle Hai, where do you think these animals are coming from? Do they have nothing to do? Do they have to move this way? Lin Hongxia lowered her head as she carefully analyzed. In this situation, there is only one possibility. Then there's not enough food anywhere else. Chapter 101. Director Wang Who Understands. Hearing the conversation between Lin Hongxia and Pang Bei, Lu Hai frowned as he took out his own tobacco pouch pot and tapped it before lighting a pouch of cigarettes. I get what you two are saying, but what does this have to do with spring? If we have less to eat now, when spring comes, won't we have food again? Lin Hongxia whispered. If it's so dry now, and the snow comes early this year, if this bit of snow doesn't stick around for the next year's snowmelt to evaporate and sublimate some of it, after the next year's start of spring, once if there's no rain, and what should we do? Lu Hai was stunned. A look of impatience was evident on his face. There is no adequate water supply in the mountains, and once the water level drops, what will they water with? What should we do about this? If this is a drought, we're all screwed. Pang Bei laughed as he took out a map and proceeded to place it on the table. Pang Bei pointed his finger at the location on the map and said, here. It's about 100 miles or so from us in the mountains. This area is all but empty. It is an open area. If I find a location to settle, the village will take some of the young and strong in the early stages and start farming with me on the flat land of this river valley. At least, the portion of reduced production can be supplemented with the expanded land. Lu Hai frowned, then said, not here Once the river opens here after the flood season. Then, both sides of the river. And so on. Lu Hai stopped himself. He looked at Pang Bei in surprise. You know a lot. If there's a drought, flood season, it's good to have water. Even if it comes down, it's not time for planting. When the flood season is over, we'll start planting. Pang Bei laughed. So, I'm now looking for a place where I can set up camp and be able to take people over there in the early stages. The place I chose is here, and according to my grandpa's map, there should be an abandoned bandit cottage here. That's Huang Feilong's territory. This kid died during the bandit suppression. His cottage is not small, built on the mountain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. I heard that I also got a few little kids' armored train gun mounted on the mountain. It took a lot of effort to eliminate him back then. Louis Hai was fairly knowledgeable about these. After all, they weren't that far away for him. When Pang Bei was born, he hadn't even been liberated yet. This was the winter of 1958. So the cottage has only been empty for a few years, so there shouldn't be any major problems yet. Lu Hai looked at Pang Bei and said, Xiao Bei, are you sure? This place can be dangerous. There are blind bears, tigers, leopards, wolves, and everything. Especially this river valley. The reason why no one lives here is because there are too many wolves, tigers, and leopards. It's impossible to live here. Pang Bei smiled and said, I can try, but I'll have to apply to the farms to get them to back up some guns and ammo. Just relying on my one gun alone would be pure bull. It'll have to wait for a monkey's time. Lin Hongxia, on the other hand, said with a furrowed brow, it's true that this is the area of responsibility of the Farm Reclamation Corps. But our farm is a sub-farm, and to go this way we need Director Xiao to report to the main farm, and we need the consent of the Bureau of Reclamation before we can go. If you're in such a hurry to go, I'm afraid that you'll have to make a decision before you can go. Pang Bei clasped his shoulders and said, That's up to Field Director Xiao. LV Hai did not even think about it, directly said, This do not need to worry about. This piece of land was originally allocated to us. Don't look at our Lujiaz Hai small, but our production team that governs the scope can be big. We are not under the jurisdiction of the local. We are the only production team in the farm did not get the task. I see directly into it a little more. They other production teams can go in. Besides, the last vanguard that was sent out was only a dozen miles short of here, in my opinion. It can be whole. Pang Bei looked to Lu Hai and hinted, Whole. Lu Hai knocked on the tobacco pot and said, Whole. You just prepare. Tell me what's missing, and I'll get it for you as much as I can. Pang Bei wasn't polite. He asked Lin Hongxia for paper and a pen, and proceeded to clearly list out what he needed to go out this time. Lu Hai took a closer look, then exclaimed, You kid is really ruthless enough. Good guy, you still want grenades? You're going crazy, aren't you? Without waiting for Pang Bei to explain, Lin Hongxia began to help. Captain Liu, he's going to the old bandit cottage site. Who can guarantee that there aren't bandits still entrenched over there? Lu Hai froze, then nodded. I can ask for this one if I pull my face down, but I still have to discuss these things with the field manager before I can do anything about the medicines. This I really don't have and I really can't get it. Lin Hongxia, on the other hand, frowned. This is really a necessary item, no matter if it's during the exploration stage or later on when it's determined that you need to be stationed. It's a necessity. Inside the mountains is not like our side. It's a struggle for you to get sick and want to see a doctor here. This is too dangerous if you go into the mountains. LV Hai was stunned, then said, if it's so dangerous, then no high or low you have to get a machine gun? Pang Bei was almost amused. Uncle, what are you doing? I'm just going to take one person into the mountains this time. You're going to give me a machine gun? Who's going to carry it? Take someone? Who are you bringing? Lu Hai froze, curious as to what person Pang Bei was planning to bring into the mountains. Of course it's Aole, she knows the way and she's also familiar with the terrain, and she grew up as a hunter as well, so this journey with her in it I'll be able to take quite a few less detours. Lin Hongxia nodded her head immediately after hearing this. This idea is correct. Aole came here on her own, which means that she herself has a certain amount of self-protection ability, and she definitely knows the way. Therefore, she is the most suitable candidate. But Xiao Bei, this is more or less selfish of you to take your new daughter-in-law out on a mission. Pang Bei scratched his head. Is it possible to have no selfishness at all? Just complete the mission. The main thing is to have enough ammo supplies, at least prepare us with ammo reserves that can cope with an encounter. Otherwise, there's no bottom to this trip. Leave this matter to me. I'll coordinate it for you. Without waiting for Lu Hai to speak, Lin Hongxia opened her mouth first. She coordinates? Lu Hai froze, then he slapped his thigh. Right, why did I forget? It's easier for you to apply than me. Finding an excuse will get us the application out, and it's also good to operate on the Shawfield manager side, so it's settled then. I'll find the rest for you. LV Hai smiled and turned around, ready to go to the farm to report the mission request. While Lin Hongxia was in charge of helping with the ammunition, Pang Bei was left, and he began to prepare for entering the mountain. While Pang Bei was preparing, Director Wang came early to find Pang Bei. He wanted to see Pang Bei's side of the situation, and then to discuss with Pang Bei, Pang Dong the boy's matter. As soon as he arrived at Pang Bei's house, he saw that Pang Bei had quite a few things sitting in this yard. The two carpenters from the village were carrying out Lu Hai's orders to help Pang Bei build a snow plow big enough. This piece of production are made according to Pang Bei requirements. This car can be used as a bed can sleep in the field. And the wood is all chosen to be sturdy. When Director Wang saw the place busy, he saw that Pang Bei was sharpening his knife. He asked curiously, Brother Xiao Bei, what are you doing? Pang Bei raised his head and said with a smile, I'm here to prepare to complete the task assigned by the farm. By the way, Director Wang, you just happened to come. If you don't come, I'd like to look for you to go. Things are ready for you, all inside the cellar. Go down and take a look. Director Wang smiled and nodded his head as he went down to the cellar with Pang Bei, and then saw the roe deer meat. After seeing the roe deer, Director Wang smiled as if his face had blossomed. Xiao Bei, you're still reliable. This is all cleaned up. I have to thank you. You've done my brother a great favor. Pang Bei waved his hand and continued. Right, Director Wang. What about Pang Dong? Director Wang heatedly smiled. Put the heart inside the stomach. This is not a thing, according to what you said. Let him worse than death will not be arrested but be criticized, lose their jobs that are not run away. Manager Wang came to me several times, wanting me to help find someone. I said it was your brother. He was terrified, but he heard that you're not on good terms with him, so he could just clean him up. He agreed to clean him up for a few days first. Okay, I like to see a little suffering before he just bullied my mother. This revenge, my mother said forget it, I cannot. I can't stand it as long as he's doing better than me. Who let him count us endlessly? The corners of Director Wang's mouth rose. He lowered his voice and said, This silly boy entrusted someone to send me a letter, to give me a gift. Xiao Bei, I think well, this gift I give you before I dare not accept. This time to give you I do not dip fault. No one can say anything. When he realizes that you have all the gifts here, he will be furious. The corner of Pang Bei's mouth lifted. If not, Director Wang, you can rise high. You're so organized. Chapter 102. Pang Dong who won't be a man. Pang Bei's side was preparing to leave. Pang Dong, on the other hand, has been trying to find connections just to get the job. Finally, after getting in touch with his junior high school classmate, Miao Ruelon. Miao Ruelon hooked him up. Of course, there's money to be paid for this. A huge $5 to get Miao Ruelon to do this favor. It was hard to get a reply. Pang Dong got up in the morning and started combing his hair and washing his face, dressing up as if he were a groom. After Pang Dong packed up, he proceeded to carry the groovy cake that he had managed to get with great difficulty, as well as 2 cans of powdered milk and 2 cans of canned fruit and a bottle of good wine. Just these things cost him a full $10. This made Pang Dong's heart ache for a long time. Getting things ready, Pang Dong carried his things early to find Miao Ruelon. Old schoolmate. You're in such good spirits that those who don't know think you're going to meet your old man. Miao Ruelon, who was waiting for him at the village entrance, couldn't help but tease Pang Dong playfully when she saw him. Pang Dong laughed and said in a deep voice, "I've always paid attention to my image. After all, I've gone to school. I can't be as unkempt as these old peasants, right?" Miao Ruelon smiled and said, "Hey, how come I heard that your brother Pang Bei seems to be doing well? My partner is from the farm. He said that Pang Bei is a famous hunter in their farm. Why don't you find your brother and ask Pang Bei if he has a doorway? A job on a farm. Isn't that better than a supply house?" Pang Dong snorted coldly. Him? What's the use of hunting? What good is hunting? Can he get the attention of the leaders? Are you kidding? He is now in Kinglonga Lujiazhai in the farm famous? He is not even enough to be humiliated. When it came to Pang Bei, Pang Dong was this angry. He didn't believe that Pang Bei, who wasn't even 18 yet, could be capable of anything. But what's the point of having more relatives in the production team? That place is poor compared to them. This distance from the town, Pang Dong morning walk a 20 to 30 minutes to arrive. What about them? Like old natives in the mountains. What can they do? Miao Ruelon laughed. You still look down on Pang Bei so much, but my subject is a militia member, and he can say that Pang Bei has a job now. What? He's got a job? Where did you get him? Miao Ruelon thought for a moment and then said, It seems to be from the farm police station. By the way, it's that second aunt of yours big brother, Zhao Chenghe. Director Zhao. He arranged it? What gives him the right to arrange it for Pang Bei and not care about me? Pang Dong instantly became uncomfortable in his heart. The second aunt's family never looked down on them. How come Pang Bei got a job? What job and how much can I get? Miao Ruelon shook her head. She shrugged her shoulders and said, This my object didn't tell me, this they don't know anyway. Pang Bei is directly attributed to the police station, and recently I heard, it seems like Shao Field Director is asking for someone with the police station. Probably to arrange Pang Bei to work on the farm. To say the least, it's also 10 a month, right? What? That much? Why should he? I graduated from junior high and he graduated from middle school. Why should he not want me? Miao Ruelon shrugged. That's unknown. But my subject said that Pang Bei is formidable now. Their acting captains are all raving about him. Pang Dong's heart felt stuffed with a stone. Unhappy and rather unconvincing. Why is he not as good as Pang Bei? Where is he not as good as Pang Bei? But think about it, you're going to be an accountant soon, and even if Pang Bei has a job, it's still a hard, tiring job. How good is this one of his own, just sitting in an office? How can he compare? And in the supply house, that's a lot of oil and water, and there are a lot of benefits on weekdays. Thinking about it, he suddenly looked away a little more. Forget about mentioning him. He's already been kicked out of our family. He's not a member of our old Pang family. Let's go. Let's hurry to meet Director Wang. Don't keep people waiting for us. Seeing that Pang Dong was so jealous of Pang Bei, Miao Ruelon couldn't help but secretly sigh. She felt that if it wasn't for the sake of the $3, she really didn't want to bother with Pang Dong. Use people toward the front, not toward the back. Who did you learn that from? Although Pang Dong was very unattractive, Miao Ruelon, for the sake of the money, still held back her dissatisfaction and took him to Director Wang. After arriving at the commune compound, Miao Ruelon led Pang Dong to the door of Director Wang's office. Miao Ruelon knocked gently on the door. Come in. Miao Ruelon and Pang Dong looked at each other. Then Miao Ruelon smiled and pushed the door in. Director Wang, I'm Miao Ruelon. I contacted you before. Director Wang raised his head as he thought for a moment, then said indistinctly, Oh, it's Xiao Miao. You came here to find me Oh, I have a classmate who wants to pay you a visit. Let me introduce you, this is Pang Dong. My classmate. Pang Dong was full of fawning smiles. Hello, Director Wang. I'm Pang Dong. Director Wang sized up Pang Dong and said in his heart, This dog's virtue is alive and well. Director Wang sized up the situation and then asked, Oh, then what is it that you are looking for me for? Miao Ruelon and Pang Dong looked at each other. Miao Ruelon laughed. Director Wang, it is not Comrade Pang Dong has applied for the post of accountant of the supply and marketing agency, but there has been no letter. You see, can you help to inquire about it? This you guys just ask Manager Wang. Director Wang smiled back, giving the two people no words as he blocked them. Miao Ruelon thought for a moment and then said, that, Director Wang, this is not your relationship with Manager Wang is not bad. I hope you can help ask to see where Comrade Pang Dong is a problem? Director Wang thought for a moment and then said, this? Just as Director Wang deliberately pretended to be contemplative, Miao Ruelon hurriedly pulled Pang Dong a little. Then Pang Dong put the gifts are sent on said, Director Wang, know that you have a lot of time. This please you such a big thing, is really too much. So, a slight expression of goodwill. You do not take offense. Director Wang looked at the things on the table. He couldn't help but sneer. What do you mean by this, Corrupting the people's cadres, No, definitely not. I simply just have some personal appreciation for Director Wang. Director Wang didn't say anything as he then looked at Miao Ruelon. Miao Ruelon quickly explained. Director Wang, you see, this Pang Dong is not small, and he is a junior college graduate, should be able to do this job, but I do not know why Wang manager side has not been in news. We hope that this matter cannot be settled. Director Wang nodded. He whispered, on this matter, is not difficult, but then, the accounting of the supply and marketing agency this job is not so easy, get it wrong is to go in. Are you guys sure you want to think well to participate in this work? Pang Dong hurriedly stepped forward. Director Wang, don't worry. I will be able to do a good job. And, I am confident that I will be able to do this job. Oh, Director Wang laughed. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Not a moment later, Director Wang could be heard pinching himself. Manager Wang? It's me. There is this situation, my side, there is a Pang Dong comrades, he wanted to apply for your supply and marketing agency's accounting position. But your side has not been a letter of reply, you this cannot be right, cannot pass, that to give people an accurate answer to it. Manager Wang on the other end of the phone had already discussed this with Director Wang, and he naturally knew what to say. Oh, this matter, is Comrade Pang Dong right? Hey, how can this little comrade still find your side? This position is very serious and important. Our side of the cashier has not been elected. He directly participate in the work, this is not good, right? Then, can't you be accommodating? Director Wang asked rhetorically in a feigned manner. Manager Wang laughed. This depends on the opinion of Comrade Pang Dong, he indeed passed, but the cashier has not yet been selected. Let him come directly to work. It is not easy to make a mistake. Director Wang looked at Pang Dong, then smiled coldly. How about this then? Let's ask Comrade Pang Dong's opinion and see if he wants to participate in the work immediately. Okay? Sure. Director Wang covered the microphone with one hand and said, Comrade Pang Dong, Manager Wang said, you've already been selected, but the cashier hasn't been selected yet. If you go directly to work, I'm afraid it's not good. It's easy for you to take the responsibility. If you can't, just wait until the cashier is selected, then say it again. Hearing Director Wang say that, how could Pang Dong afford to wait? Especially when he heard that Pang Bei had a job, he was even more anxious. It's okay. I go to work and just act within the confines of my job. I would never break discipline. Director Wang felt funny inside. How dare you, an accountant, take a job without a cashier? Still really looking for death. Then don't blame him. Saying this, Director Wang then said, then tell Manager Wang. Pang Dong rushed forward and spoke politely to Manager Wang. And when he finished, Pang Dong was very touched. And he thanked him in a hurry, but Director Wang did not leave them much. Xiao Chun. See these two comrades off. Director Wang called one of his subordinates. After waiting for a while, Xiao Chun sent Miao Ruelon and Pang Dong away. Xiao Chun walked back and said, Director, the people have been sent away. Director Wang turned back and said with a smile, gone? Okay. Then Xiao Chun, you send these to Pang Bei. What? Director Wang. These things are not. Without waiting for Xiao Chun to finish, Director Wang laughed. Can we accept these? Send it to Pang Bei. Oh, good. Chapter 103, Exposure. Getting the job, Pang Dong was feeling swollen like never before. After all, it's accounting. Still at the supply house. It's the kind of job that many people want to beg for but can't. When Pang Dong returned to the village, he was still fighting with Miao Ruelon. Don't worry, old classmate. If there's anything in the future, you can always find me. Miao Ruelon was speechless for a while. This hadn't even gone to work yet, and he was already starting to swell up. Miao Ruelon asked curiously, Pang Dong, do you know how dangerous it is on your side without a cashier? There's no danger in thinking about it. The cashier does what the cashier does. I do what I do. I don't care about the other work. I don't care about other jobs. I'll just do my own. Miao Ruelon sighed. He really didn't know what it meant to be dead. Well, you just have to feel good about it, but I congratulate you. After saying that, Miao Ruelon shook hands with Pang Dong, then turned around and left. He really didn't want to talk to this cutie. Chat. Meanwhile, Pang Bei is at home still preparing. The sled is almost done. All that's left is to test it and see if it's sturdy. This sled was to Pang Bei and Aole. That was the most important thing to rely on, as they would be relying on it for most of the rest of the day. Oftentimes, there is no place for them to stay inside the mountains, so this sled is mostly their mobile camp. And the sleds have to be loaded with the supplies they need, like food, water, and ammunition and medical supplies, all of which they need. Pang Bei inspected the sled and determined that it was fine. The thing was mortise and tenon construction, quite sturdy and durable. Pang Bei also had to feel that this old craft was really good. When the sled was ready, my mother also prepared a leather mattress and a leather pocket for sleeping, just so the two of them could be more comfortable. The sled, which had been furnished with softness, felt to Pang Bei that it was much more comfortable than the bed in his own hut. Still, just like that, my mother was worried that it would freeze her. Ori and herself were in the wild, after all. Just as the family was getting things ready, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Xiao Bei, look who's here? Outside the door, Lu Hai walked in smilingly, and Pang Bei got up in confusion. At this time, behind Lu Hai, Xiao Zhenghua walked in from outside. Pang Bei looked at Xiao Zhenghua in surprise. Field Director Xiao? You're still not well with this foot. Why did you come over? Xiao Zhenghua waved his hand. It doesn't matter. You can give up your life? Unless what? Kid, when I was at the front line fighting the American Empire's young soldiers, you were still at home peeing in mud. When I was fighting Chiang Kai-shek, you were still naked. Pang Bei couldn't help but smile after Xiao Zhenghua sat down. He proceeded to take out a document from his arms and handed it over to Pang Bei. This is a reclamation order from the higher-ups. Your plan, the higher-ups very much recognized it and praised it as well. The above stated that it wants me to fulfill all the requirements and make sure to ensure the success of your operation this time. The supplies of ammunition and medicine you asked for are in place. Pang Bei looked at the order book as he smiled and said, Thank you, Field Marshal Xiao. There's enough ammo I should be able to complete the mission, but I actually have a more formal request as well. Say, what do you want? Pang Bei stood up very seriously. Field Director Xiao, I would like to ask you to be my introduction to the party. Xiao Zhenghua was stunned, then looked at Pang Bei. What did you say? Xiao Zhenghua was very serious, and this was actually what Pang Bei had been thinking all along. He had already reached this wish when he was in school. But this time, he wanted an old revolutionary from the battlefield to make that introduction for him. Pang Bei, who came from the army, knew that this was no joking matter. He was also very serious about it. Report Comrade Xiao Zhenghua, I would like to ask you to be my introducer. I have thought about it seriously, and will prove myself with my actions. The moment Pang Bei stood up, Xiao Zhenghua froze. The military posture is straight, that can't hide the temperament that has come out from the army. As a veteran, how could you not see that? This temperament, this military spirit. Only that team with the red flag held high has something that no army in the world has ever had. For they come from among the people. Okay, I promise you, Xiao Zhenghua said very seriously. Then he very seriously saluted Pang Bei with a military salute. And subconsciously, Pang Bei returned the favor. In this moment, Xiao Zhenghua was stunned. That would never have been a reaction if he hadn't served in the military. But how old is Pang Bei? He has so many secrets. Xiao Zhenghua pondered for a moment, and the doubts hidden in his heart were still suppressed. For no other reason than he believed in his comrades. That's someone who can even trust his life. Good, Comrade Pang Bei. I hope you can complete this mission seriously and come back to me alive. Do you have the confidence to complete the mission? Guarantee to complete the task. Pang Bei nodded his head with a determined look. Xiao Zhenghua smiled. Young man is a bit capable. Then I'll leave this matter to you. By the way, the grenades you asked for, I've applied for a total of 6 for you. This is all that can be taken out of this side of the farm. Can it be done? Pang Bei laughed. It's enough. It's too heavy to carry more than one of these. Xiao Zhenghua seemed to have thought of something as he then took out an armed belt and handed it to Pang Bei. This is the one I used when I went abroad to fight, and now I'm handing this over to you. Don't disgrace me. Pang Bei looked at the yellow-green armed belt in front of him. It was very old, and you could still see the traces left by the smoke of the battlefield. This means a lot to Pang North. From the beginning of his military service, these were things that he had never been able to see only in military blogs. But this time, he had received them from within the hands of a veteran. That was a badge of honor for Pang Bei. Pang Bei happily took it with both hands, and his movements were very standard. Xiao Zhenghua subconsciously grabbed Pang Bei's shoulders. Pang Bei froze. Xiao Zhenghua looked at Pang Bei and asked meaningfully, "Do you want to go to the army?" Pang Bei was stunned. Yeah, want to go to the army or not? He missed those too much, he thought. But the situation doesn't allow for that right now, and he has a lot to take on. Pang Bei smiled faintly. Wherever I can make my contribution. Right now I just want to be able to feed the big guys. Live a good life. This is also making a contribution to the motherland. Pang Bei's reply seemed very official, but his eyes told Xiao Zhenghua. Everything Pang Bei said was from the heart. Xiao Zhenghua smiled as he nodded and said, "Yes, it's the same no matter where you are. Xiao Bei, after entering the mountains, you must be careful. You don't need to be spoiled when you see bandits. Just shoot them. I'll cover for you. You just have to make sure you stay alive." Pang Bei nodded. "Okay. Field Director Xiao, I'll definitely keep your words in mind." Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. By the way, when do you plan to leave?" Pang Bei pondered for a moment and then said, "The things are all together. I plan to leave tomorrow so that I can still come back for the new year before the new year." Xiao Zhenghua felt that Pang Bei was in a bit of a hurry to leave, but it was right when he thought about it. Pang Bei left early and came back to be able to spend New Year's Eve with his mother. "Then I'll be waiting for you to send good news back, so I can celebrate the new year." Pang Bei smiled and nodded. "Excuse me, is Comrade Pompey at home?" Just as Pang Bei was talking to Xiao Zhenghua, an unfamiliar voice sounded outside the door. Pang Bei was stunned as he looked towards the door. Then I saw a man I didn't recognize say, "Excuse me? Comrade Pang Bei's home is here, isn't it?" Pang Bei nodded. "I am. May I ask if you are?" The other party smiled and handed a big bag of gifts to Pang Bei. "Oh, I'm Xiao Chun from the commune. It's Director Wang who asked me to personally bring these to you. Comrade Pang Bei, Director Wang said that this is from your brother. He can't accept it, but it's not good to return it directly, so these will be left to you to deal with." Xiao Zhenghua looked at those things curiously. He couldn't help but smile. "Yoho? Pang Bei, your family is quite rich, giving gifts of such expensive things." When Pang Bei saw the gifts, he secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Director Wang is really sharp when it comes to this kind of thing. This old boy's heart and soul are also really many. Letting him take the thunder. One has made the right choice. Chapter 104. Do you dislike me for being ugly? When Lu Xiaolan saw so many things, she said nervously, "Send them back quickly, or else they'll have to come looking for them." Pang Bei laughed. "Mother, what are you afraid of? This is from Director Wang, and not from them. Besides, how to send this back, I'm not sending it. If you want to send it, you send it." "I don't see them." Lu Xiaolan slapped Pang Bei angrily. "You brat! Why are you so shafted?" Xiao Field Manager laughed. "Ha ha ha. This gift sent out. Where can I send it back again? This is not a slap in the face. You just put your foot down and accept it on the line. Otherwise it will be difficult for Director Wang to do." Pang Bei laughed. "Yes, besides mother, this milk powder is good stuff. Give it to Xiaoxi to drink. She's growing her body now. There's nothing wrong with eating more good. There's also the cake. This is all eaten as soon as possible or it will go bad." Saying that, then Pang Bei stuffed the wine to Lu Hai and Xiao Zhenghua one bottle each. "I'm not good at drinking here either. I can't taste it either, so giving me such a good wine would be a waste of something. These 2 bottles, consider it a gift from me to you guys." Xiao Zhenghua let out a loud laugh. "All right, then I'll take it. This is good stuff. You kid really don't want to drink it." Pang Bei shook his head. "I tend to have shaky hands when I drink. I'll miss." Xiao Zhenghua was once again stunned. He said in a low voice, "In your case, I've heard of it. It was the sharpshooter inside the regiment at that time. At that time, they didn't drink a drop of alcohol. When they were cold, they just chewed dried chili peppers. For him to end a gun, you have to aim, and after aiming, you have to aim and hit the target with 1 shot." Pang Bei froze, only remembering at this time whether this was a bit too revealing of himself. Could it be that one has been exposed? Pang Bei was stunned, but Xiao Zhenghua patted Pang Bei's shoulder. And although he didn't say anything, the sudden increase in force on his hand was as if he was the old squad leader pacifying himself in the past. Pang Bei didn't say anything. He just silently looked at Xiao Zhenghua. Two men, in a military way, demonstrating what it means to look at each other as in the eyes. With the permission from above, Pang Bei's action this time is considered to have an imperial sword. That way Pang Bei has a bottom line. Getting everything ready, Aole, the little ninny, was jumping at the chance, feeling full of energy. Early the next morning, the two men walked out of the house in the cold winds of September and headed straight for the mountains. In the mountains, Pang Bei and Aole were pulling a snowplow together. As the saying goes, men and women don't get tired of working together, and they reached the vicinity of the old woodland before noon. This time was different from the past. This time they had to cross the old woodland. So he didn't dare to stay longer, and he had to say, "Don't look at Aole's slender and thin looks," but her physical strength was actually quite terrifying. She was a girl who could keep up with Pang Bei's speed and didn't look tired. This surprised Pang Bei, and he had to say that the girls who grew up in the mountains just couldn't be compared to the ladies in the city. After all, that snowplow is loaded with supplies. Since the coyote pups weren't old enough to pull a sled, it was really unlikely. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Pang Bei was already getting ready to find a place to rest. In the winter in the northeast, the days are extremely short. It's just getting light at around 8 in the morning, and then it's already getting dark at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. By 4 o'clock, it was completely dark. The wind at night was really not bad. Pang Bei had wanted to take a shift, but little Nizi had to sleep with Pang Bei. This made Pang Bei freeze. Just as Pang Bei froze, Aole unexpectedly looked at Pang Bei with tearful eyes. "Brother Pang Bei, do you dislike me for being ugly?" Pang Bei was dumbfounded. "Where is this coming from? How can you be ugly? To say you're ugly, how blind is that?" As a result, Aole lowered her head and said with tears in her eyes, "They all say that I am withered and thin, and my hair is yellow, and my person is still miserably white and ugly." Pang Bei was dumbfounded. "So what do they like?" Neen said with red eyes. "They like big asses and say they're good for breeding." Pang Bei scratched his head. "The boar has a big ass, and I haven't seen anyone like it?" Pang Bei's sentence made Aole laugh as she looked at Pang Bei. "Do you dislike me then?" Pang Bei shook his head. Then Aole blushed and said, "Then you sleep with me." This to Pang Bei got silly. "This is where we are not married. I'm sleeping with you. This is what I call it. I'm doing this for your own good." As a result, Aole said very stubbornly, "You still dislike me. This gives Pang Bei whole will not." He quickly said, "No, I don't dislike you at all. I also feel that I have climbed high. I am just worried that it will spoil your reputation. I'm all yours. What's the bad reputation? Shouldn't I be sleeping with my own man? How am I going to make babies if I don't sleep together? And it's only if I don't make babies that I'm going to be talked about." Aole said so, giving Pang Bei a completely whole won't. Are all the ethnic women warriors so wild? But looking back, times were different, and the thinking of people in that era was not at all the same as Pang Bei's. In those days, most people's thinking was just so simple, and things like romance were still reserved for the circle of high-class intellectuals in those days. An ordinary family, that's the one that can make babies and get by. It's that simple and straightforward. Pang Bei coughed and said, "But we both went to bed, and if a beast comes at night, will our meat be enough for others to eat?" Aole said confidently, "There's Daji. She's exceptionally sensitive. In case of danger, she'll be the first to wake us up." Pang Bei thought about it, the other girls have said so, and besides they have collected their own share of money, this time to squirm again in Aole's view, that is that he dislikes her. So Pang Bei nodded. "Okay, then sleep, but keep the gun by your side. Load it and turn on the safety. And in case of danger, make sure you can fire it at the first opportunity." Nikki nodded as she happily opened her sleeping bag, but still with a blush on her face, looking very shy. Pang Bei coughed dryly twice, and although he was embarrassed, he still stiffly got into his sleeping bag. This was the first time Pang Bei had ever slept with another girl in his entire life. This does not lie together, do not know. Weekdays Aole are wearing a leather skirt, cannot see what. This drill into the sleeping bag pasted together. Pang Bei this only found that this picked-up daughter-in-law figure is so good. Aole didn't know if it was on purpose or by accident. She was staying close to Pang Bei. Caused Pang Bei's heartbeat to soar upwards all the time. How the hell can you sleep? Who the hell can sleep? That? Aole? Isn't your house not far from where we're going? Ori froze, then asked rhetorically, "Why do you ask? You want to send me back?" Pang Bei shook his head. "No sending, this is all sleeping under the same blanket. How can I send you away? What kind of person do you take me?" Pang Bei, "It's just that we're not old enough to get married." I just want to know if there are any survivors on your side of the family. Aolei's eyes darkened for a moment after hearing this. She whispered, "They're all dead. I saw it with my own eyes. What is that mountain god?" Pang Bei was a bit puzzled. After all, the place they were going to wasn't too far from Aolei's village. This would be dangerous if they encountered a mountain god. Aolei pondered for a moment and then said, "Brother Pang Bei, have you ever heard of a legend that there will be a very small child inside the son of a tiger who will be abandoned by the female tiger at a very young age, and that this is the most terrifying existence inside the tiger?" Pang Bei froze. He asked in a low voice, "What you said? Shouldn't be Piao, right? 9 tigers and 1 Piao. The mountain Piao is much more ferocious than a tiger, agile, and a good tree climber." Aolei nodded. "Yes, Yuhan people call them Piao. Very scary. Our village was attacked by it." Pang Bei was silly. "This time we really have to be careful. Your village really have to go to see. If there is a living mouth, then you must tell them, 'I Pang Bei married you as a wife.' How can I also tell my family, this is if there is no, at least you have to give them into the ground. In front of the grave to say it is." Aolei's eyes filled with tears as she listened. She suddenly hugged Pang Bei and sobbed in a small voice, "Thank you, brother Pang Bei. All of my Aolei's luck in this life has been used to meet you. I'm willing to be your woman and follow you for the rest of my life. No matter if it's a windy journey or an adventure, I'm willing." Chapter 105, Crisis from the Air. Hearing Aolei say this, Pang Bei's heart was touched for a moment. Perhaps it's called meeting the right person. He smiled and looked at Aolei. "Don't worry, in this life, I am not married to you. Just recognize you for life." Aolei buried her head in Pang Bei's arms, her little face turning red all of a sudden. Not long after, Aolei fell asleep in Pang Bei's arms. It made Pang Bei is a bit unable to sleep. Good lord. This girl's body is just hot and steamy to describe it. And this is ing frowned upon and called ugly? Pang Bei muttered darkly in his heart as he embraced the beauty in his arms. But he was also worried that on the road this time, he would not encounter the Piao that Aolei was talking about. When Pang Bei was a child, he read an article about Piao fighting a golden eagle. That is quite scary, but these were only mentioned very early, and the era that Pang Bei lived in, this thing was already extinct and could not be seen at all. I didn't expect to meet in the mountains. There's no need to make this stuff up when something like Piao is scientifically recognized as being there. It is ferocious and looks like a tiger, but is smaller than a tiger and larger than a leopard. The size would be about the size of a cougar to be exact. But Pang Bei remembered that the old squad leader had told him, saying that the old hunters in his hometown had mentioned that the 3 tigers and 1 pugilist, and that was an inaccurate statement. In fact, a tiger is a tiger and a puma is a puma. That stuff is just rare, you still see it in the mountains, or else people in the northeast wouldn't always greet each other with Piaozi. This Piao thing isn't devious, but it's raw. Pang Bei wondered if it belonged to the same category of playing itself into extinction as Flathead. According to the old hunters, is that the Piao thing catches anyone doing it. Regardless of whether or not we can beat them, let's do some work first, big deal. Perhaps this ruthlessness of Piao is what made them extinct. But anyway, Piao wasn't as big as a tiger, but he wasn't small enough in actuality. It's one of those things that has enough physical strength and still has pretty good agility, plus it also has a particular fondness for dry humping. This one is really not easy to deal with when you meet it. If this TM came across, Pang Bei really didn't know if he could beat it. And so, one night passed in the wilderness. When he got up in the morning, Pang Bei saw Aolei struggling with wide eyes and a scarlet face looking at himself. "Awake? Why don't you call me?" Pang Bei asked, somewhat embarrassed. Aolei smiled and said, "Seeing that you were sleeping well, I didn't bother to call you." Pang Bei realized at this time that something was wrong. This touch inside his hand. It was only at this time that Pang Bei realized that his big hand had been resting on someone's ass. This time it gave Pang Bei no idea what to say. That, Aolei, look at me. I told you that this is not good. Look. Pang Bei just wanted to move away, but as a result, Aolei's small hand grabbed his arm. "The woman of my own family wants to touch as much as she wants. What's this afraid of?" Pang Bei froze as he gulped. "This isn't an ing dream?" After thinking about it, Pang Bei whispered, "Then we can't keep lying down, we need to get going. Strive for it to be dark before we have to travel a bit more." Aolei nodded with a red face. After getting up, Aolei made a fire, melted some of the ice that was frozen into it, boiled some hot water, soaked the chow mein noodles, and then just ate some jerky just like that. It was quite a cozy feeling with the two sitting side by side. "Brother Xiao Bei, if we work harder today, we can almost reach the Black Bear Ridge. Over there I know there is a cave, so we don't have to sleep so much at night. It's just that there are indeed blind bears over there. But this season, it's a death sentence for them to come out. Saying that, Aole smiled and shook the 38 large cap in her hand. Pompey laughed. Bear, they are really not afraid. After all, the black bear growth is not big if bear hand's still really finished, but as long as the hand has a bow and arrow are not considered to send death. Wild black bears actually grow smaller, larger ones that are rare. Black bears are more aggressive than brown bears because of a bit of belligerence. But in reality, the danger doesn't compare to that of a brown bear. Human bears, this thing not everywhere can see. Pang Bei, this belongs to the life is too good, belong to the god, to him the kind. Otherwise the average hunter would never see this in his life. Besides, serious hunter, who doesn't run when they see it? Are you kidding me? What's he gonna do with his teeth? In fact, neither brown bears nor black bears in the mountains or forests make humans their primary hunting target. People, not even in their recipes. Once they met someone, they mostly just went around. Unless it's an encounter, and then you meet another 250. Then you're in your bad luck. Otherwise bears are generally not in the mood to waste time with you. Of course, a hungry bear, that's a different story. At this time of year, black and brown bears have been hibernating, and they don't have the heart to pummel you. Therefore, Pang Bei was not afraid. As long as they don't feel inside the black blind man's hole, they won't mess with themselves. Alright, let's go to Black Bear Ridge then. Our next stop will be... Before Pang Bei could finish his words, suddenly Daji's ears stood up. Her nose sniffed from side to side toward the air, and suddenly the hairs on her body stood on end. Pang Bei was stunned as he dazzled all of the chow mein into his mouth in one bite before grabbing his Garland M1C. Clicking the safety on, Pang Bei proceeded to look around warily. And at this moment, Aole also immediately grabbed her 38 large cap and went back to back with Pang Bei, alerting the surrounding area. Pang Bei didn't know what was inside this mountain, and he couldn't even detect it. And it was at this time that Pang Bei felt a murderous aura coming from the sky. Up there, Pang Bei raised his head, and then he saw a golden eagle hovering in the air above the woods. It's not coming at us, it's coming at Daji. Although the golden eagle is the most ferocious raptor, it will not attack humans until it has to. The golden eagles circling in the sky were two in total, one large and one small, and the larger one was almost a meter in length. This is not a little guy. Pang Bei didn't dare to underestimate. To be honest, he hadn't encountered this kind of situation. If he were to hit an airborne raptor, it would be very difficult for the gun to hit. Usually when hunters shoot birds, it's a bird crouching in a tree. Generally speaking, hitting airborne raptors, that's extremely rare. This isn't a TV show after all, and straining a bow to hit a drone is not bull. Aerial moving targets are quite difficult to hit. After all, both bullets and bows and arrows have flight speeds, and they don't just hit out and hit. The raptor is alive, it's not an NPC, it flies according to a trajectory. If you shoot it, it's highly likely to change its trajectory, and to prejudge its prejudgment. What's the difference between that and bull? Pang Bei nervously looked at the two golden eagles in the sky. Hi Daji. If these two guys weren't hungry and desperate, they wouldn't normally attack us. Ori nodded quickly as she quickly hid Daji in the sled and covered it with a hide. Pang Bei, on the other hand, raised his gun and let loose an empty shot into the sky first, trying to scare the golden eagle. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the mountains. Pang Bei never expected it. This would be Murphy's Law, what you fear comes to you. When these two golden eagles saw Pang Bei emptying his gun, they were not afraid to die and ran directly towards Pang Bei. Ori, get down. These two are hungry. Chapter 106. Countering the Golden Eagle. As the saying goes, it is easy for the sky to hit the ground, but difficult for the ground to hit the air. The two golden eagles swooped down in the air, and Pang Bei could only hide. At this point it's two, you can't fight hard. Even if you knock out one, there's another one. Pompey shouted, then lay down in the snow with his gun pointed upwards. While Daji was so scared that she immediately burrowed into her sleeping bag, Aole surprised Pang Bei by hiding directly behind a tree and raising her gun to take aim. The golden eagle swooped straight down extremely fast. Pompey reacted, but in a short time it didn't mean much. Circumvention at best. The golden eagle swooped down and pulled itself straight up, and with a shock of its wings, it once again flew up into the clouds. This attack failed, but the two golden eagles didn't give up. They were still thinking about how to attack their target. It looks like they're a little hungry for whatever prey they can catch right now. Pang Bei blackened his face. He knew that trying to run was unlikely. People were faster than them. And the golden eagle, this pussy thing, is just so fierce. Pang Bei looked at the golden eagle in the sky. Shooting? Not unhittable, but it does waste ammo. And it's still to be seen if killing one will result in an undead or undead situation. Pang Bei didn't know much about these things, after all. He hadn't encountered them in his later life. After seriously analyzing it, Pang Bei still felt that it was unnecessary to fight these two guys to the death first. After all, it wasn't like he was aiming to make a trip to the bandit cottage for them. What's the deal? As Pang Bei continued to observe in the snow, the circling golden eagle surprisingly didn't leave yet. That means it's not giving up. After pondering for a moment, Pang Bei then raised his gun again to look through the scope. At this distance, he was absolutely unsure. The Garand rifle had a limited effective range, and there was one more thing about this lovely planet called gravity, in addition to wind speed interference. Not to mention the complexities of muzzle wear, temperature, and the complexities of exit velocity and ballistic dispersion to grasp. Then, pick a vertical angle? How the hell are we supposed to fight? Snipers have a mnemonic, upper interval, lower 1000, distance angle put on both sides, require either one, diagonal multiplication divided by the other side. Pang Bei held his gun at the end of his hand and kept calculating in his mind. This kind of high-elevation shooting is basically against the conditions of sniping. And that's when the golden eagle whistled again, preparing for another wave of attack. It made Pang Bei's finger on the trigger. Give them one more chance, and if this fails, if they don't stop, shoot them down. Again and again, but not again and again. Just at the moment when the golden eagle swooped down, Pang Bei pulled the trigger, this time shooting purely with the attitude of manga shot. The main idea was to scare the golden eagle. When Pang Bei pulled the trigger, at the same time Ao Lei's gun went off. She didn't think about it that much. She just took a shot at it. Mainly because the golden eagle always pounces on Pang Bei, which always hurts her man. Ao Lei can't stand it. Bang bang. 2 shots rang out. Pang Bei's bullet grazed past the golden eagle's body, while Ao Lei, who had a better angle of fire and a more stable grip on the timing, directly scattered the feathers on the golden eagle with this shot. Pang Bei was dumbfounded. This gun. That was fun. Huh? When Pang Bei was lost in thought, the golden eagle that had been hit fluttered in the snow, and Pang Bei didn't have the decency to roll over and get down on one knee and take a direct shot. Bang! White smoke rose as the muzzle of the gun caught fire. The feathers flew off the golden eagle's body in a final toss through the snow. The other uninjured golden eagle rose into the air, and it whistled incessantly in the air. Obviously, this is a real rush. Pang Bei didn't know what the relationship was. Anyway, if you kill one, there's another, and if you kill one, you can't spare the other. Pang Bei pondered his next plan: how to get this golden eagle killed. If it doesn't come down, there's not much one can do about it, and ballistically speaking, Ao Lei's 38 guy is going to be more advantageous, while Pang Bei is less advantageous. But the good thing is that Pang Bei can chain shots. It doesn't matter if you get one shot after another. But then Ao Lei only had one shot at it. After all, you have to pull the bolt once for a shot from a 3/8 cap. The chance to pull the bolt was long gone for the golden eagle. And the best way to do that is to wait for the golden eagle to get close enough so that it's okay. But then Ori would be better off flanking the shot. This presents a problem. Ori is going to take a trust shot. In other words, she was going to shoot towards Pang Bei's side. This is all training to be done inside the army, just to cover each other to shoot without a shaky hand or afraid to shoot. One is to develop a level of trust between comrades. Secondly, it builds up everyone's guts. Be brave enough to shoot while trusting your teammates yourself, and not be so scared that you panic and duck, causing the ducking process to block the shot boundary and catch the bullet with your face. Ori, we have to wait for the dog to attack again. I'll lure him in, and when he descends to a certain altitude, you shoot at my side. Ao Lei froze. She thought for a moment and then said, "No, I'm not good at shooting. You're a sharpshooter. You do it. I'll lure." "No, it's too dangerous. I'm afraid you." Pang Bei couldn't help but refuse. But Ao Lei cried out with a serious face, "I believe in Brother Xiao Bei. Even if I'm killed by you, I'm happy to do it. Stop it. I'll lead it. I know how." With those words, Ao Lei directly rushed towards the shot golden eagle with her gun in her arms. Pang Bei didn't have that chance to stop it. Ao Lei ran close to the golden eagle. She stepped on the golden eagle. Then she loaded the bayonet of the 38 dagas. Then the bullet was loaded and she stabbed down at the golden eagle. The golden eagle that was not yet dead fluttered its wings, and the golden eagle in the sky seemed to be enraged. And at this time, it once again let out a whistling sound. The golden eagle's whistling echoed over the forest floor, and anyone who wasn't a fool could hear that the thing was in a hurry. It circled looking for a line of attack. Apparently the target had turned to Ori. Because Ori was standing, the angle gave it the illusion that it would work this time. The golden eagle suddenly swooped down and headed straight for Aole, and Pang Bei didn't have much to think about. He could only seize this opportunity. There is absolutely no room for error. A mistake means Ori is going to get hurt. Golden eagles are unable to give humans a direct one-hit kill. They need to keep attacking. When the human is unable to struggle, they find a way to grab the human, then lift it as high as possible once and drop it to its death. Of course, the golden eagle's claws were able to easily scratch open human skin and reach into the sinews. Therefore, if one was scratched by a golden eagle, it was bound to be a serious injury. Pang Bei held his breath and waited for the golden eagle to enter the mirror through the collimator in one of the positions he had predetermined. As the golden eagle fell quickly, Ori turned back and pointed her bayonet into the air. And at this time, the golden eagle also reacted. It spread its wings and grabbed its sharp claws towards Aole. Because of the unfolding of its wings, the golden eagle's speed slowed down significantly at this moment. And Ori didn't have the decency to shoot straight. Bang! Her shot pierced through the golden eagle's wing, and at the same time, Pang Bei fired. Bang! The feathers of the golden eagle's back flew apart, and the next moment Aole felt something fly over her head. Snowflakes rose from the snow behind them. That's the sound of a bullet. Aole didn't move. She really trusted Pang Bei completely. And the golden eagle landed on the ground after that shot. Pang Bei lowered his gun as he took a long breath. Luckily, it hit, and Aole looked at the dead golden eagle in front of her. This little ninny dropped the 38 big cap in her hand and ran directly towards herself. Pang Bei froze. What was this girl going to do? And then he saw the little ninny jump on top of him and wrap her arms around his neck. Before Pang Bei could react in any way, he felt a hot, wet touch on his lips. Chirp. Old Man's First Kiss. Chapter 107. Brother Xiao Bei, why are you immodest? Pang Bei stood frozen in place. This little ninny was really taking the initiative. After the deep kiss, Aole's cheeks were crimson as she looked at Pang Bei and said, Brother Xiao Bei, you're amazing. Letting the little ninny take his first kiss. Pang Bei was still in the process of having his brain go down. Aole looked at Pang Bei suspiciously. Brother Xiao Bei, what's wrong with you? Pang Bei waved his hand, then said dementedly, It's okay. Just let me slow down. What? Does Brother Xiao Bei dislike me? Pang Bei waved his hand. Nope. Let me reminisce about the good moments first. This stuff has to be remembered. Aole, want me to taste it again? I don't remember the flavor. Aole couldn't help but cover her blushing face with her small hands. Brother Xiao Bei, why are you so immodest? Pang Bei touched his lips, then muttered, I'll just say the truth won't let me. This thrashing around as if life and death had just been hanging in the balance as if it hadn't been. Two people carrying two golden eagles, this would have been in the 90s. These two will just have to crash and burn. But in this day and age, no one cares about that. Especially in the great northern wilderness, that's even more unregulated. Stick the roe deer and scoop up the fish, and the pheasant jumps into the steamer. Dragging his things along, he continued deeper into the mountains, and along the way, Pang Bei realized that animal sightings had decreased drastically. Aole was a bit worried. Brother Xiao Bei, the animals are obviously decreasing. What do you think we're going to eat when we come here to clear the land? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. You, Lujiazhai side, near the water source are human gathering areas. Once the spring thaw, the river valley land in the uninhabited area over there, and the lake land where some people go. Where do you think the probability of animals appearing is high? Of course, it's the river valley land in no man's land. Once it's deserted, who can stop the neighborhood from poaching? Pang Bei spread his hands and laughed. Who says no? Now you know why I'm in a hurry to come and check out the situation now, right? This is the perfect time. After we enter the mountains, the prey will gradually increase, so what do we have to worry about eating? At that time, we will first herd the sheep and find a way to establish an outpost on our side and set up a camp, and the production team will not be able to draw out too much even if they do draw out their manpower. Probably 20 or 30 people, that's the maximum. Most likely just a dozen or so are scheduled to be here. That's all, and it's still definitely a part of the know-it-alls. So you say, how can't the dozen of us live in the deep mountains? Letting Pang Bei say that, Aole was really looking forward to the future. The two of them talked and laughed until the sky was full of stars, and then they arrived at Black Bear Ridge. Pang Bei pinched the grenade and walked ahead, leaving Aole close behind. The two men carefully walked into the cave carrying flashlights. Pang Bei thought, once you really encounter a blind bear, don't talk nonsense, just throw a grenade and run. In the dark cave, Pang Bei and Aolei's nerves were tense. After walking for a while, Pang Bei suddenly realized that something was wrong. Although there were no wild beasts inside the cave, there were surprisingly many murals on top of the stone walls on both sides of this cave. This mural does not look like a descendant painted on. Through the circle of light of the torch, Pang Bei surprised to watch the wall mural. What the hell is this? Aolei followed suit and stood behind Pang Bei for a closer look. Is this Karma Xian? Pang Bei froze. Kashian? What the hell is called Kashian? Aolei said seriously. It's the god of hunters that we believe in. This should be a small altar, a place dedicated to the Karma immortal. It seems that this side was once the realm of some clan's activities. The god of hunters? Does it have something to do with this on me? Pang Bei said, holding up the tooth pendant he was wearing rhetorically. Aolei nodded. Here. Look at this great god on the stone wall with an animal face and body. He's the Karma immortal. It is rumored that the teeth on your pendant are his teeth. Look. Doesn't it kind of look like that? Pang Bei took it and compared it. Hey, it's really quite similar. Kashian? Oh, I remember Jiaxian Cave. I remember that there should be another big cave nearby called Gashian Cave, and there seems to be a freshman inscription over there. It's hard to believe that this pendant has something to do with the Xianbei people. Aolei shook her head. I don't know anymore. I haven't heard of it either. Never heard Grandpa talk about it. Pang Bei scratched his head. Anyway, he is not archaeological, this thing has nothing to do with him, but always interested in this pendant. Because Pang Bei had tried, really without this pendant, the probability of going up the mountain and seemingly encountering a fierce beast was extremely low, but with this thing on, then basically every time he would be able to encounter it. I don't know if it's psychological or not. It will come up, but every time it still turns out to be a good thing, and it's always rewarding. That's why Pang Bei still carries them often. After all, these fierce beasts are still quite valuable. It can improve your life. The cave wasn't too big, and after exploring and understanding it, the two men just made a fire and settled down here. Mark it on the map as well so that the next time you visit, you can use it as a trip stopping point. The warm campfire illuminated the cave. Pang Bei and Aolei sat around the campfire. Aolei boiled water for Pang Bei, set up chopsticks on top of the small pot, and used the steam to heat up the mixed noodle biscuits. Ori, while a golden eagle that was shot today was roasted by the campfire. Pang Bei continued to handle the other golden eagle on the side, pulling out all the internal organs and some of the bones for Daji to eat. The two men and the fox looked very harmonious under the light of the fire. Aolei prepared the meal while stealing glances at Pang Bei. Seeing Pang Bei throw the golden eagle's feather on the ground, she immediately said, Brother Xiao Bei, the golden eagle's feather can be useful. Oh, Pang Bei was stunned and asked curiously, what's the point? A headdress for the hat. My grandfather said that if you wear this, you will be protected by the eagle god. Pang Bei looked at the plucked golden eagle's fur on the ground in confusion as he asked curiously, this? It's okay. Supposedly it's possible, try it? Aolei some playfully grabbed an eagle feather and stuck it directly on Pang Bei's head. Then Nin giggled. Pompey took off his hat to take a look at it, then smiled and proceeded to stick in several more. Make it look like the Indians. Then Pang Bei sat in front of the campfire god humming an exotic-style tune. That tune, listening to some pathos, very epic feeling. The little ninny started to laugh, but ended up freezing when she heard the song, and she looked at Pang Bei in a daze. It had been quiet and listening, not just Nei-san like that, but the fox as well. Brother Xiao Bei, what is this song? Why does it sound so sad? Pang Bei smiled and said, across the ocean, there is a group of people called the Mohicans who were slaughtered by the American Empire, and the history of the development of the American Empire is a history of the blood and tears of the Mohicans being slaughtered. So what happened to them now? Aolei gripped her lapels with some difficulty, and Pang Bei whispered, they were driven to a reservation in the middle of nowhere, and are just living hard in there. This song, it's called The Last of the Mohicans. Ori said with red eyes, they've gone too far. Pang Bei sighed, yes, it's too much, but no one can do them justice. Because justice is only above the blade of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannons. We have worked so hard to suffer and develop. It's so that we, the descendants of China, won't become what happened to Mohican. Aolei clenched her small fists. Well, Brother Xiao Bei is right. Isn't that what we're working towards now? Pang Bei hemmed and hawed. Sort of, no matter what, to become strong you always have to eat first, don't you? Aolei instantly gained a deeper understanding of Pang Bei's views, and also carried a deep sense of admiration for him. In Aole's eyes, Pang Bei is not only capable, filial, gentle, and truthful, and there's a bosom that puts itself to shame. She had really used up all her luck in this life to find a man with such a big heart. But the two were chatting, only to be interrupted by a wolf howl. Right after a wolf howl came, there seemed to be wolf cries in response from all over the mountains outside the cave. Daji suddenly exploded at this time, looking out warily. Pang Bei grabbed his rifle at the first opportunity. He knew, how could he be so smooth? Fear of what might come was pretty damn accurate. Chapter 108. Caught in the Crossfire. Pang Bei knew that it wouldn't be smooth sailing for him to come out. But I just didn't expect to come across something so exciting. Now that they were blocked in the cave, the wolves sounded much larger than the one they had encountered before. However, Pang Bei's heart wasn't particularly weak because there was now a gun in his hand, and it was still a big 8 grain. As long as Aole helped herself to replenish her guns, even if the wolves attacked, the odds were that they wouldn't lose. Ammunition, Ori had brought 2 bases and herself 3, all inside the sled. So, all this way, Pang Bei didn't conserve ammo. He wouldn't say he was a sniper, and who knows how many shots he fired. Of course, 3 bases of ammo isn't really that much. Like Pang Bei's body's carrying gear, carrying 10 magazines plus 8 rounds of ammunition inside the gun totaling 88 rounds. And there were 2 more bases in the car, totaling 264 rounds. As for Aole, although she was carrying 2 bases, in reality, she was equipped with ghost ammo pouches captured by Pang Bei, and her 1 base of ammo was 125 rounds of ammunition. 2 bases, that's a full 250 rounds. Not much less than Pang North, actually. Plus, her gun is a bolt-action rifle, not a semi-auto. So it doesn't make sense to carry too much. It's a rifle, and just the 2 of them carry an ammo base that, in wartime, would have been issued just before a major battle. Not to mention that Pang Bei was a sniper, and he properly couldn't use that much ammo. With plenty of ammunition and no panic in his heart, Pang Bei raised his gun and stared at the hole. After staring for a while, Pang Bei even heard a rustling of footsteps. It was definitely the sound of wolves approaching, and he was all too familiar with it. But surprisingly, none of these wolves came in. Is this the beginning of the end? Is this to block yourself at the entrance of the cave? Pang Bei was truly convinced that encountering wolves was really not as good as encountering tigers. Wolves are just too damn hard to deal with. This is starting to play tricks with himself again. And what's with this wolf king? All taught by the same master? Isn't there anyone who's reckless? If the wolves didn't come in, Pang Bei wasn't going to go out. He found a suitable cover for an ambush and waited for the wolf to come in, and as soon as he showed his head, he was seconds away. But after the wolves seemed to be sure that Pang Bei was inside the cave, they didn't even take half a step closer inside, as if they had eaten their way into an ambush at the mouth of the cave. This was infuriating for Pang Bei. The best thing to do in this situation is to throw a grenade and rush out to crunch and kill. But the problem is, Pang Bei brought out just 6 grenades. This thing cannot be used indiscriminately. Can only be spent inside the cave. This consumed a while. Aole brought hot rice. She held up her gun and said, "Brother Xiao Bei, you eat first. When you're done, it's my turn." Pang Bei wasn't polite and directly took a big bite. After all, this kind of battle of attrition, that's a fight for physical fitness. Pang Bei believed that the wolves outside didn't have much to eat. As far as the probability of encountering prey in the neighborhood was concerned, he already had it in his mind that the golden eagle had wrestled with the idea of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. How many wolves? Pang Bei ate a piece of mixed noodle biscuit, then drank some hot water to eat a few pieces of eagle meat. He ate and drank enough, then pushed the rice to Aole. "You eat and go to bed. We both take shifts. Tonight, this group is not going to go." Ori nodded, and she didn't say much. "Also sit down and start eating." But the gun stayed put. As Aole ate, Pang Bei silently placed his knife at his side. If the wolves poured in and he didn't have a machine gun, he definitely wouldn't be able to form a sweeping shot. At the end of the day, it's highly likely that you'll have to fight in close quarters. Of course, bayonet Pompey is all set up straight away. Anyway, now that the guy inside his hand was hard, Pang Bei's confidence was still very high. Since Pang Bei was very calm, Aole wasn't even a little bit scared. She saw that Pang Bei had his bayonet loaded, and she followed suit and went straight for the bayonet. Pang Bei realized that Aole, this little tiger, she doesn't know what it means to be afraid when she follows her around. I don't know if it's because of her minority background, or her own personality, or maybe she carries the blood of a fighting nation in her. Anyway, this girl is not like a normal girl. She is very calm when she sees anything. It's a situation where a lot of girls are freaking out. But not only was she cool, she had the guts to lay down the gauntlet. When playing hard to get, she's no slouch at all when it comes to men. In Pang Bei's opinion, she was even fiercer than Lin Hongxia, her great aunt. Pang Bei was skeptical that if he gave her a war mobilization, this tiger would be shouting for Ula to rush out and spar with the wolves. Ao Lei finished eating. She also plopped down beside Pang Bei. Brother Xiao Bei, I'll squint for a while. If there's any movement, you call me. Okay, you get some sleep. After Pang Bei finished speaking, this girl still had a really big heart and fell asleep. Pang Bei lay motionless behind the bunker, keeping his eyes fixed on the hole. And outside the cave, every now and then a wolf could be heard panting. But there was never any sign of a wolf. Time passed bit by bit. About a few hours later, Ao Lei surprisingly woke up. After she woke up, she immediately grabbed the gun, turned on the safety and aimed it outside. Brother Xiao Bei, you sleep? I'll keep an eye on it. I'll call you if something happens. Pang Bei looked at Ao Lei. It's fine for you to sleep a little more. The big deal is to solve this group of people. Let's rest a little more. I'm not in the way. Ao Lei shook her head. It's fine. This thing is just like simmering an eagle. You can't lose, you have to save your physical energy. You just sleep. My father once taught me, being blocked by wolves, if they don't come in, they must have ambushed at the cave entrance. If we want to go out, they will swarm. The hunter will easily be surrounded and finally torn apart. We'll just keep up with them. They're sure to starve, but we've got food and drink. So what are we afraid of? Pang Bei smiled and nodded. Zhong? Then I'll squint for a while, and immediately call me up if there's anything wrong. Ao Lei nodded. Pang Bei immediately turned on the insurance and fell asleep in place. War of attrition, now it's kind of a fight. The wolves outside at this moment, in fact, were really just as Pang Bei and Ao Lei had speculated, having already ambushed them at the entrance of the cave. Once they come out, they'll be mobbed. From time to time, they will create a commotion at the entrance of the cave, causing the prey inside to panic, agitate, and eventually rush out. But what they never expected was that the prey they encountered this time was really patient. Just don't move, as much as you like. Although it was all consumed, Pang Bei and Ao Lei weren't hungry. And the wolves were all still really hungry, and they were constantly harassing and terrorizing. But the cave just wasn't moving. This made the Wolf King at the top of the mountain a little impatient. He was circling in place, as if he was also wondering what the situation of the prey he encountered this time. What's with the patience? Seeing that the rest of the coyotes were a bit impatient, they bared their teeth and their mouths were dripping with saliva. In the woods, eyes glowed green now and then. The wolf's patience was rapidly being exhausted, and inside the cave it just wasn't moving. Finally, the Wolf King was really a bit exhausted. If we don't launch an attack, I'm afraid the Wolf King won't be able to command the wolves. On him. Well, just as it entered the wee hours of the morning, the Wolf King, whose patience was almost exhausted, suddenly let out a long whistle. The wolves responded with successive howls as if they had been given chicken blood. This one was to report his position, and the other was to respond to the Wolf King's orders. For a while, the sound of wolves howling rose up near the cave. Between Pang Bei's days, he didn't know how long he had slept, and in a trance, he heard Ao Lei's voice. Brother Xiao Bei, it seems like they're going into the cave. Pang Bei suddenly had a jolt. He immediately opened his eyes, and the next moment, he completed the entire action of turning on the safety and aiming in a single breath. Moreover, the awakened Pang Bei didn't have any state of waking up but immediately ordered, Ao Lei, go to the sled and get torches ready to throw them towards the cave entrance. Strive to get a few dead first so they know how powerful we are. Chapter 109. Killing Out. The best thing about Ori is that she listens. After Pang Bei finished speaking, she immediately grabbed the 38 large cover and ran over to the sled to get the pre-prepared torches. Ao Lei grabbed 4 or 5 torches and ran over, then lay down on the ground, placing the 3/8 lid by her side and placing the torches in front of her, while pinching the flint in her hand, ready to light the torches at any time. Both men's breathing slowed almost simultaneously as they minimized the noise as much as possible, alert for movement at the mouth of the cave. It wasn't long before Pang Bei heard very light footsteps coming from the mouth of the cave, the sound of an animal running. Soon the shadow of a wolf appeared at the entrance of the cave. Pang Bei's scope was aimed at it almost simultaneously. Ori, throw the torch. When Ao Lei heard Pang Bei's order, she immediately lit the torch and threw it out, as it was directly in front of her, directly illuminating the area in front of Pang Bei and Ao Lei. Pang Bei also pulled the trigger at this time. Bang! In the caves, gunshots echoed. The coyote that had just appeared at the entrance of the cave fell to the ground with a sound. Let out a mournful whimpering scream. Then the wolves poured in outside the cave entrance. Perhaps these coyotes have seen hunters before, and their experience is that after a hunter shoots, he needs to load his gun, so there is a certain interval, and after the shot is fired, they swarm right in. This would be a dangerous situation for the average hunter. But at this time they are facing Pang Bei, who is holding a Garand rifle. Bang! 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 Pang Bei continuously pulled the trigger, and the bullets greeted the wolves as if they didn't need any money. Ding! The sound of Pang Bei's rifle popping out of its clip rang out, and Pang Bei immediately shouted, "Change ammo! Aole! Cover me!" Ori pulled the trigger this time. Bang! Another shot. Then she pulled the bolt and loaded. Keep shooting. Just after she fired 3 rounds, Pang Bei had already loaded a new clip and aimed at the hole immediately afterward. Shoot the remaining 2 rounds and load up. Don't shoot. Wait for me to change the rounds. Aole nodded her head obediently. Got it, brother Xiao Bei. Aole's obedience was something that Pang Bei really liked. Not only is she obedient, but this girl is a pretty good shot. Though 5 shots only killed 3 wolves. But that's pretty impressive for a girl. After all, she was hitting a living thing, not a target. Something like Pang Bei, who was practically 1 shot at a time, that would take a long time of training to be possible. Like Aole's marksmanship, it was already quite good. Even within the army, this kind of female soldier was rare. On Aole's side, she pressed the bullet into the chamber and then pulled the bolt and waited. This time, after hearing Pang Bei's clip ding and pop, she immediately fired and took over covering Pang Bei. The most wolves see in the mountains is hunters, and who's a proper hunter who shoots 1 at a time, not to mention alternating ing cover fire? Good lord, with the 2 alternating in cover, the wolves almost only managed to get a little deeper when Aole was shooting, but when Pang Bei took over, they were immediately cleared out. Ori, throw the torch. Okay, little brother North. Seeing that the torch was about to go out, Pang Bei shouted once again. As the first torch went out, a second was thrown. The man hadn't seen it yet, but as a result, the wolf corpses at the entrance of the cave were spread all over the place. Pang Bei finished shooting 3 magazines, and as a result, the wolves outside said that they didn't dare to come in. In fact, the Wolf King on the mountain was also depressed. It also wondered if it had gone out today without reading the calendar. What is going on here? He has also seen a few hunters. Hunters are not the sound of the ringing sound after a certain interval before continuing to shoot. Why was this rattling so dense when his own wolves rushed in? What the hell is all this? Seeing that the wolves were already afraid to go in, it was starting to beat a bit of a retreat as well. Coupled with the constant thumping of gunshots inside this cave, the Wolf King also began to worry if this would attract the attention of other beasts. Although they were reluctant, they could only retreat at the moment if they were further reduced in number. This had recently encountered other wolves. Once if the number of wolves on their side was reduced too much, then they would really be in trouble. After all, wolves are out to steal territory. The Wolf King raised his head very reluctantly and howled at the sky. The wolves that had surrounded the entrance to the cave were all facing away from it, whimpering and retreating. But just at this time, a continuous wolf whistle suddenly came out in the cave. Ow! The Wolf King was stunned. It looked at the entrance of the cave in surprise. There were other wolves in this cave. By the sound of it, it sounded like the wolves they'd recently encountered. Originally already beat a retreat, this time hearing that there were other wolves, the Wolf King was afraid of an ambush. It once again howled. This time the wolves that originally retreated in an orderly manner, all of a sudden changed into a panic to escape. Pang Bei raised his gun and stared for half a day. The coyote didn't reappear. Pang Bei then sighed in relief. He then looked at Daji and Aole. I say, you two know a bit too much of this foreign language? Aole couldn't help but giggle. This is my father's skill. Daji loved to imitate her father since she was a child, and then she learned the skill. That's why she was chosen to be the holy fox. In addition, my father and I have also trained and cultivated her. She will be able to animal calls can be a lot. Otherwise you think she a fox, how can she sneak around without encountering danger? That's not just because she's smart, it's more about this skill. And because of this skill, a lot of people in the villages think of her as a fox fairy. Pang Bei laughed. The two of us just don't hunt relying on Daji's performance alone. I estimate that both of us can't starve, good guy, and then train the 2 wolf cubs, we can open a circus. A circus? What's that? Ori was a little confused. Pang Bei thought for a moment and said, it's just street selling. Ori couldn't help but giggle. That sounds like fun. Finally, the danger was lifted. and both Pang Bei and Ao Lei breathed a sigh of relief. The wolves escaped and regrouped, and it was impossible to come back and ambush them again. After all, after dawn, Pang Bei was gone. It wasn't long before dawn. Pang Bei and Ao Lei stepped down to sleep and recuperate a bit before rushing off. Without even eating breakfast, Pang Bei pulled the sled after waking up from his sleep and started to drive. Big deal, if you're hungry, just find a place to eat on the way. The two men left the cave at Black Bear Ridge as quickly as possible, and they found a slightly safer place on the road to stop and rest for dinner. While Ao Lei was warming up the food, Pang Bei checked the remaining ammunition. Encountering the wolves, Pang Bei consumed not a small amount of ammunition. There were now 6 magazines left in his carry and 5 rounds left in the gun. And Ori consumes relatively much less ammo. He'd also just knocked off less than 20 rounds, and for 250 rounds of ammo, that's not much of an exertion for her. Of course, Pang Bei is not only this more than 200 rounds of bullets, there is also his own fast and slow machine, which is also enough more than 100 rounds. The other thing is that Pang Bei is still sneaking around with a Wang Bao box on his body, which is not used for hunting but is used to kill people. He wouldn't use this one gun until he had to. After all, it's a concealment gun. No one knew he had the gun, so using it to clear out threatening targets was optimal. The other thing was the 6 grenades, which was the best news of all. At least so far, 6 grenades he hadn't used at all. The thing itself is heavy, and the amount you can carry is still exceptionally small, so if you can't use it, don't. After all, this is super hard to replenish. After counting the ammunitions, Ao Lei brought over the brewed fried noodles, and she said with a smile, "Brother Xiao Bei, do we still have enough ammunitions to consume?" Pang Bei nodded. He smiled and said, "Enough to deal with the next road. We've now passed the Black Bear Ridge. I guess the wolves are actually still in our neighborhood, so it's imperative that before it gets dark as soon as possible, we'll get to your village's side as soon as possible. We shouldn't be too far away from there. Before it gets dark, we should be able to walk." Ao Lei nodded. "We're still really fast. Of course, we're carrying guns, so we can go right across the danger zone. You wouldn't dare to go this way if you were on your own, would you?" Ao Lei nodded. "I don't dare to go that way in the old woodland. There are too many wild beasts and it's too dangerous." Pang Bei then looked at Ao Lei. "Right, Ao Lei, if there are survivors on your village's side, perhaps we can try to rebuild your village. How about it? After all, the place we're reclaiming is too dangerous if we don't have a village as a fulcrum at all." Ao Lei was a little hurt thinking about it. She whispered, "Brother Xiao Bei, I must apologize to you. In fact, I lied. I ran away from home." "What?" Chapter 110. Beautiful women love to lie. Ao Lei said timidly, "I don't want to drag them down. The village is actually out of food. Grandpa, too, is sick because of chronic malnutrition, and if I leave, he can eat my share of the rations. That way, maybe he can live out this winter. So, you still want me?" Pang Bei froze, then couldn't he help but touch Ao Lei's head and said, "Silly girl, you said it earlier, all." Kissed and all told everyone. "Besides, you lie is actually good for me. After all, you said Shan Biao does not exist." Ao Lei immediately waved her hand. "No, we really let the mountain god attack, and I was the one who survived under the attack. So I took this opportunity to pretend I was dead." Saying this, Ao Lei seemed like a child who had made a mistake as she lowered her head with reddened eyes. "What else can I do? Who let himself really like this girl? Moreover, he was not willing to give up such an appetizing girl. All right, don't squeeze the golden peas. Am I Pang Bei that kind of careful man? Do you think I'm a romance novel hero? Jibber jabber. In that case, then the first whole point of Wild Game, I cannot go to your home empty-handed. This time, I'll just go straight to the door and propose marriage. Hey, who made me rare?" After Pang Bei finished speaking, Ao Lei's eyes glowed. She looked at Pang Bei with delight and sipped hard on Pang Bei's face again. Though men and women were plain in those days, Ori was truly generous. She didn't seem to care at all about those so-called feudal etiquettes. What with the 3 obediences and the 4 virtues, it was all it for her. Ao Lei only seemed to care if Pang Bei liked herself or not. And if she did, she expressed it directly and crisply. While still shy about doing many out-of-the-ordinary things, she doesn't seem to care much about what others think. If you like it, you love it generously. Not too explicit, not too subtle. This feeling, then, was particularly to Pang Bei's liking. Pang Bei smiled and put his arm around Ao Lei's shoulders and asked, "Then that fiancé of yours? He is from our village, but not my fiancé. I have no one to." Ao Lei spoke in a smaller and smaller voice. Pang Bei was surprised. "What? What's wrong with your village? No one wants a girl as good as you. Aole nodded her head aggressively. Well, they all think I'm ugly, saying I'm skinny and have yellow hair. People often tease me for looking like a monkey. Behind my back, many people even call me a mother monkey. Pang Bei was very upset and said, there is no one else for this aesthetic of theirs. I'm telling you, Aole, with a look like yours and a figure like yours, that's definitely a beauty. Don't listen to the nonsense of your village people. They just don't have any knowledge. Or maybe they've never seen a woman like you before, and they're just deliberately ostracizing you. Aole blinked her big eyes and asked, really? You're not lying to me? I lied to you for what, otherwise why do I say I climbed high? Look at me. Outside the fact that I'm only ordinary, marrying you such a beautiful daughter-in-law, I'm under a lot of pressure. Aole was a little embarrassed by Pang Bei's compliment. She blushed and said, Brother Xiao Bei, you're so nice. I've obviously lied to you, and you're still so nice to me. Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. My mother said that the prettier a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. Alas, it's a pity that you've stolen my heart, and there's nothing I can do about it. Of course, Lu Xiulan never said anything. Only, this is what Yin Zhang's mother said to him. Of course, at this point, the novel hadn't even been written yet. Who knows about this? It would have to say it didn't come out until 1961 and it wasn't even on the mainland. Who could have known that? It was only in the 1980s that these novels became known in the mainland. Who would know that in this day and age? Where had Aole seen these, which made Pang Bei lulled a bit like he couldn't find the north? That's what soothed the deceitful little beauty. Pompey proceeded to eat a full meal. Now that he knew the truth of the matter, Pang Bei decided to go hunting first and then check over at Aole's house. Don't care how, at least talk to people. As for the future, since you live nearby, you should help out if you can. Having a good relationship with these few villages would be a great help in opening up their own land in the future. After all, like the door such as hunting people, they do not care about those 7 or 8, they are more protective of the shortcomings. This waits until after they go into the mountains, when there are really know-it-alls pulling a bunch of good buddies with themselves, and they'll probably just shut up. In the end, at this stage, Aole had really become her own backer. Although they were poor over there, once they were mobilized and the hunting came up, they were not so isolated as to be on their own. How great is this? Pang Bei couldn't help but increase his speed as he thought of this. Hunting well, Pang Bei and Aole is to bring a few wolves, mainly to pick the big head with. These can be made into gifts, and the rest, well, we'll see if we can get lucky and get some more. The rest of the way, Aole, that was called a breeze, after all. She had already reached the perimeter of the village. She couldn't be more familiar with it. According to Aole's words, her people basically wouldn't go too far out of the village in the winter, firstly because it was too cold, and secondly because the guns and ammunition in their hands were extremely limited. A situation like the two of them with enough ammo to manage is basically impossible. So they are still short of food in the winter. Hunger in the winter for them, that is the most common thing. Basically, to be able to have enough to eat, that would have been the greatest happiness for the village. Pang Bei with pulling a sled in the heart of this upset. This if you can have a sled pulling thing, how good. As a result, Aole looked at Pang Bei and said, by the way, Brother Xiao Bei, my family has a moose. Why don't we discuss this with Grandpa? Lend jailed the hand to us, and we'll just return it to him after the new year. It's just too much of a drag for us to always pull a sled. Pang Bei froze. Jailed a hand? What the hell is that? Ori pondered for a moment and then said, it's just a big body with big horns and a big head. He feels as tall as our house. And what's more, the horns are extraordinarily big, and stronger than even tree trunks. The most crucial thing, the physical strength is very good. Pang Bei frowned as he pondered for a while, his imagination somewhat lacking, unable to think of what it was. Not quite sure what jail Dahan exactly is, though. However, he wouldn't mind if there were animals that could help pull the sled. Thinking of this, Pang Bei touched Aole's head and said, go and take a look before you say anything. Your side is not rich. Give me this. What do you use? After Pang Bei finished speaking, Aole followed along with a smile and pulled the sled together. But it turned out that the two had only taken a few steps out before they both stopped. Pang Bei's eyes lit up as he looked at the figure that appeared before him. And Aole pouted, Brother Xiao Bei, it's not too good for a wild boar to pull a sled, is it? Pang Bei gently knocked her little head. What are you thinking? Can a wild boar pull a sled? Good guy ghost knows where it runs. I mean, would it be bad if I married you with a boar as a bride price? Aole looked at Pang Bei with a grumpy face. Little brother Bei, Are you trying to say that I look like a wild boar? Chapter 111. Proposing marriage at the door. Pang Bei was almost amused as he looked at Ao Lei's sultry little eyes. He stroked Ao Lei's little head and said, "Of course not. Where is such a good-looking boar?" He pointed to the boar and said, "This one is enough to eat for a while, isn't it?" Ao Lei nodded, and Pang Bei proceeded to raise his gun for a shot. Not waiting for the boar to struggle, a second shot was fired, then a third. Wild boar is not good to fight, not to mention the thick skin and flesh, but also particularly resistant to fight. A shot is really not dead, this thing. Pang Bei didn't have too much faith in his marksmanship and directly bled 3 shots, letting the guy run, resulting in the boar probably running 100 meters or so, and then it didn't work, collapsing on the ground and stretching its legs. When Pang Bei walked over and realized that the boar's head was still really not small, after dragging it on the car with great difficulty, Ao Lei looked at such a big boar and was shocked. "How come it's so big?" Pang Bei smiled confidently. "A boar that can take 3 rounds of 7.62 and still run 100 meters? Can that be a small one? Also, let's take another walk and see if we can hunt roe deer. I remember if roe deer is a good gift on your side of the family?" Ori nodded. "That would probably be the finest gift, but we don't get many roe deer around the house." Pang Bei smiled and waved his hand. He didn't say much of anything, just pulling the heavy sled in the direction of Ao Lei's house. When he was halfway there, Pang Bei suddenly realized that there were a few dark shadows in the woods, and when Ao Lei hadn't even seen what it was. Pang Bei told Ao Lei to stop and wait for him for a while. Then Pang Bei carried his gun and went deeper into the forest, and before long, gunshots rang out. In a few moments more, Pang Bei came out dragging 2 roe deer. "What?" Ao Lei's eyes widened. "Roe deer? You really hit it? Aren't there not many animals around here? Didn't you say that all the beasts around here are leaning towards the Green Dragon Gully?" Pang Bei laughed and said, "Animals migrate because there is less food. It's not like the food is gone. And the ones that can stay are basically animals that can still find food. They are more confident that they can compete with others of their kind. Did you see that these roe deer are not a little bigger than the ones we fought? And did you notice that the beasts we encountered were a little harder to fight than the original ones?" Ori nodded. Pang Bei smiled and said, "These are the beasts that still manage to find food. Their migration speed is not particularly fast. It's still a bit slower. It's just that theirs are among their own kind, physically fit and capable of protecting their own pack and protecting themselves, so they dare to go a bit slower so as to ensure that they don't have to fight with the other beasts for food. They eat a little more comfortably as well." Being told this by Pang Bei, Ao Lei came to a realization. "So that's how it is. But Brother Xiao Bei, how do you know all this? You're so young. It feels like you know so many things." The corners of Pang Bei's mouth rose. "Did you think it was luck that I could bring this necklace? This is strength." Ao Lei had an adoring little look on her face, and it tickled Pang Bei's heart to see it. Now that's a good enough meet and greet to go to Ori's house. But because the hunting action is much slower than normal. However, Pang Bei and Ao Lei still arrived at this small village deep in the mountains before dark. From a distance, there are small adobe houses with ethnic features everywhere, many of which are still grass huts. The village feels cold and quiet, except that there are quite a few hangings and totems related to religious rituals that can be seen in the village. Under Ao Lei's leadership, Pang Bei finally arrived at her home. Ao Lei's home, a small yard surrounded by a fence, has 3 rooms in the yard, and you can see the chimney of the house smoldering with green smoke. Ori pushed open the wood door and she whispered, "Grandpa? Grandpa? Second brother? I'm back." As a result, very soon, a door of the east house opened and a young strong man wearing elk skin came out. His eyes widened when he saw Ao Lei. "Ao Lei, where have you been? Grandpa was so anxious. Do you know?" But then after he saw Pang Bei, he immediately alerted, "Ao Lei? Who is this?" Ao Lei said proudly, "Second brother. This is my man." "What did you say?" Ao Lei's second brother, Wu Man, was taken aback. Then he pulled Ao Lei and whispered, "Are you trying to piss off Grandpa? Do you know what you're doing?" Ao Lei raised her little face. "He's willing to marry me and doesn't laugh at me. Besides, if he hadn't taken me in, I wouldn't know what to do." Yuman was surprised as he wondered, "He's really willing to marry you? No kidding." Ao Lei nodded her head vigorously. Then the man sized up Pang Bei, who was covered in clothes made from the skins of fierce beasts, not to be messed with at first glance. In looking at the sled he was pulling, with wild boar and roe deer on it, Yuman lowered his voice to confirm, "Ori, this isn't something you can joke about. Are you serious?" Ori looked serious. Of course I'm serious. But I see he's a Han Chinese, and he's happy to marry you? This young man is not a small one, and this is a bearskin on him. None of our roundup chiefs wear this. Aole, on the other hand, hummed smugly. Bearskin? My little brother Bay has fought 2 tigers. There's also that human bear, the golden eagle, all of which he's fought. And he even repelled a wolf siege yesterday. Human froze as he looked at Pang Bei again. On the sled, indeed, the wolf's tail still drooped. Wu Man hurriedly walked up and gave Pang Bei a hug with a smile. Hello, brother-in-law. My name is Wu Man. I'm Aole's second brother. Pang Bei was dumbfounded. Second brother? It's true. Pretty women love to lie. Their situation here seems to be quite a bit better than Lujiazhai. Not to mention anything else, just simply saying that the conditions of their living environment are much better than the village. Wu Man smiled and pulled Pang Bei. Quickly, sit in the brother-in-law's house. And by this time, it was as if Daji had come home, as she slithered down and made her own way to her nest. Then nip in, curl up in a ball and go to sleep. Wuman was shocked to see Daji. My God, isn't this Lingxi? Why is she with you guys? Aole said with a proud expression. She found Xiao Bei's house on her own and followed him. I was also curious when I saw her, for there was heard talking and laughing, and soon the door of the house on the west side was pushed open, and out of the house came a short, stout little old man. The old man, chubby and red-faced with a white bushy beard, looked out with a smile. Aole Beck? And this is, where's the comrade from? Yuman said excitedly to her grandfather. Aole has found a man on her own, and they've come to see you. Ori, you found someone you like on your own? By the great God, it seems you really are a lucky child. The old man was smiling, reminding Pang Bei of Santa Claus. Looking at the old man's appearance, his body and bones were strong. Aole excitedly ran over to him. She hugged her grandfather and couldn't help the tears from falling down her face. I went to Hot Hobbs and he died. The old man froze, then nervously asked, how did he die? Attacked by wolves, ultimately did not survive. Pang Bei immediately explained. The old man then sighed. Worthy of our Dajuer's man, he left in honor. I think now has gone to the distant sky. Aole excitedly took Pang Bei's arm and said, Grandpa, you're right. I've really found my true love. Brother Xiao Bei is the other half I like. You see, he didn't just bring me to personally come to my door to propose marriage. He also gave you roe deer, wild boar, and wild wolf. The old man was stunned. He looked at the boar in the car in surprise. Such a big boar. This is something that even Aole's father couldn't hit. This or 3 shots. Young man, what do you do? The old man gazed into Pang Bei's eyes. You have eyes like those of an eagle, and the guts to be able to defeat tigers and leopards. Even on the sands, you can just as easily cut down powerful enemies without hesitation. As he spoke, the old man noticed the pendant on Pang Bei's chest. A disciple of the Karma Immortal? It was as if the old man had seen something extraordinary. Aole explained from the side. Brother Xiao Bei is a hunter, the best hunter on their side. Grandpa Gao told me himself that he would introduce me to the most powerful hunter to be my man. Pang Bei knew that this matter had a lot to do with old Gao too, and it was this old man who started it. Chapter 112, Giving Back Big Gifts. Pang Bei knew that it wasn't that simple. Where did Aole get so much heart in that little head of hers? It's all this little old man's fault. He wasn't surprised that the old geezer knew them, though. This old man had been in the black market business, and it was just too normal to know them. If they wanted to exchange something on their side, they still needed the presence of people like Old Tall Man. Being welcomed into the house by the Arai family, Ergo immediately went to unload the elk, boar, and coyote from the top of the sled. On top of that, there's a handled golden eagle. The sight of these hunts made Ergo smile. All door people like to sleep on the fire kong, and all their homes have fire kangs. But their kong is not quite the same as Pang Bei's. Their kong is similar to the Manchus called the trailing kong. Or it's called the abutting kong or the revolving kong. Basically, the room is surrounded by kangs on 3 sides. Upon entering the room, the house was very clean and tidy. After all, the environment here was much more excellent than the Lujiazhai, and they had lived here for generations, so the living conditions were indeed much better than the Lujiazhai. However, the internal height of the house is not as high as over there, and it feels a bit low and depressing once you enter the house. However, it is easier to keep warm with this construction. While chatting, Pang Bei realized that, in fact, door people are now starting to celebrate the new year. This enters the month of Lunar New Year after their traditional festival, the Festival of Ain. The so-called Agnes Day is actually the Chinese New Year in our traditional sense. Only, their spring festival begins in the month of Lunar New Year. So the house has actually been tidied up and cleaned. As for the Aole family, in actuality, the situation was not as rosy as it seemed. They were not well off, hunger was still a big problem lingering over their heads, and although the farm had contacted them more than once, asking them to give up hunting was unacceptable in any way. The matter was then put on hold, but plowed fields they actually had. It's just that in the mountains, they're not very good at tilling the land in the first place, and then there's no large areas of arable land for them to grow here. And Aole's family is not like she said she had no one to turn to. Although her parents suffered an accident and died, the family has 2 brothers and a sister. Ori is the youngest one. Big brother has moved out and set up his own business. He currently works on a farm and is making a decent living. And the second brother stayed behind to take care of grandpa and stayed in the saddle. But the second brother has already started a family, and as for his sister, she married long ago. However, they were all cousins of Aole's, and Aole's mother died after giving birth to only one Aole. Ergo's father was actually the agent Mokunda here. It's the equivalent of being the captain of a production team. Only the second brother's father didn't live at home, and they had their own house in the village, when only Aole's parents lived with her grandfather. It was just a shame that Ergo's father wasn't particularly good at hunting, and their Oramokan didn't have a good hunter who could hold up his end of the bargain. Among the Oramokan, one must be able to hunt a bear to serve as a Mokunda. For a variety of reasons, life in the village is actually quite miserable these days. It's obviously New Year's Eve, and they actually only have a few pounds of meat on hand. Pang Bei sent so much that they just couldn't dare to think about it. A wild boar, 2 roe deer, and a couple of wolves. This is a good way for the family to have a decent winter. As the old man spoke on one side, he would occasionally thank Pang Bei. As for the second sister, they actually don't allow inbreeding, so the requirements aren't that much as long as both sides are of the same generation, and then there's a little bit of ability to make a living. Generally speaking, they do not refuse to join the family, but the children do not have the right to inherit after joining the family. Other requirements, basically none. The second sister was also married off, and the other party gave them 50 pounds of pork, except that the second sister lived far away and basically hadn't been back for a long time. As for the bride price, in fact, the village usually only needs to take 20 pounds of meat to get a daughter-in-law. But Pang Bei's specifications were just too high this time, so that the family didn't know how they were going to return the favor. Moreover, Aole wasn't lying. She did make the people in the village talk bad behind their backs a lot in the village because of her peculiar looks. They all said she couldn't get married, but now not only did she find an in-law all of a sudden, but she also ended up with such a large bride price, which was a great surprise to the old man. As for Aole's family, they were not at all opposed to Pang Bei marrying Aole. On the contrary, they also liked Pang North very much. For one thing, Pang Bei was a hunter, so they assumed that this was the right match, and the other thing was that Pang Bei's outfit was enough for them to covet. In their eyes, Aole was marrying the equivalent of a character like Mokunda from another clan. As Pang Bei chatted and made the purpose of this trip clear, the old man froze, then queried, "You're going to the River God Valley?" The Valley of the River God is what they locals call that plain in the river valley. Pang Bei nodded and continued, "This time we do intend to go over there, and we also intend to use that bandit cottage nearby as a pre-settlement for the 2 of us." The old man stood up in fear. "That place is very dangerous. There are beasts all around." Aole smiled and sat on the Kong and said, "Grandpa, Xiaobei brother is not afraid of wild beasts. We have killed quite a few along the way. Let's just say the wolves, we killed too many and couldn't hold them, so we picked a few big ones to take with us. If we had brought them all, there would have been more than 20 of them." The old man looked at Aole in shock, then proceeded to look at Pang Bei and asked, "Really?" Pang Bei nodded. "Yes, Grandpa. We came here fully armed, and it's a mission given from above. It's a mission that needs to be accomplished properly. In fact, I thought about it before I came here. Where we live, it's only 30 to 40 miles of mountain road from your village. Although it sounds far, it's actually not that far. I intend to do so. If the reclamation of the land you can incidentally hand to our side also open a piece of land out, first to join the production, to eat a full stomach, our policy on minority brothers, our preferential treatment. I believe that the farm side does not have any opinion. Can let you live comfortably. This is our purpose." Yes, Grandpa, although those Han people outside the mountains have bad people, there are quite a lot of good people too. Like Brother Xiaobei, he's the good guy. The explanation from both Aole and Pang Bei made the old man fall into deep thought. Not a moment later, the old man went on. You can't travel such a long way just pulling the sled by yourselves. Woo man, the old man shouted, and Yuman walked in joyfully through the door. Grandpa, you called me? The old man waved his hand. Go, bring our jailed hand to your sister as a dowry. Hey, okay, I'm on my way. Pang Bei was stunned as he hurriedly asked, Elder, I heard Aole say that this is something very important to you. The old man waved his hand. Even more important, can't break the etiquette. Can't let you feel that we are the villain who takes advantage of others. Besides, that jailed han, in fact, is an animal that pulls the feet, can't plow the ground, can't go down to the field. But in the mountains and forests to drag a heavy thing, or can. Here, consider this a gift from our family to you and Ori for starting a little family. Pang Bei had been polite with the old man for a while when second brother called out from outside. Grandpa, I'm leading it over. When he heard that his second brother, Yuman, had brought Jail Dahan here, he was also curious as to what Jail Dahan was. As a result, Pang Bei followed the old man out. He walked out the door and saw that the yards had a big guy that was about 1.7 meters in height and also more than 2 meters long. He was directly dumbfounded. This is not. Chapter 113. White Dragon Horse Hey Hey. Hoof facing west. Pang Bei was truly looking foolish. Outside the door, in the spacious yard, there stood a behemoth of a man. And this thing, Pang Bei basically never seen in the country, this thing is very much abroad. He was not expecting it, but it turned out that there were such things in the Daxingenling. As it turns out, the so-called Jail Dahan is a moose. This behemoth was truly blinding to Pang Bei. However, this moose is quite a bit smaller than the ones one sees abroad, and has much smaller antlers. Of course, Pang Bei doesn't know that this kind of moose, called the Ashuri River subspecies, belongs to a smaller kind within the moose. This thing is pretty sharp for walking in the mountains. And, with that physique, pulling a sled is a piece of cake. Aole excitedly clapped her small hands. Brother Xiao Bei, with this, we can finish the mission faster. Pang Bei nodded. He then turned back to Aole's grandfather and thanked him. Thanks, Grandpa. With this, walking in the mountains should be easy. The old man laughed. This was originally left behind by Aole's father. Leaving it to you guys, that's the right thing to do. You also don't need to be polite with Grandpa. Since you married Aole, that's our family. They are all family members, so there's no need to be polite. With the moose, Pang Bei was kind of in his heart. And with the day off, it's kind of a drop in the bucket. Pang Bei landed at Aole's house and was able to take a well-deserved break. The exhaustion of the last few days was kind of released today. After resting all night and getting up in the morning, Pang Bei heard a gust of bells. He got up and walked out the door to see Aole tying a copper bell around the moose's neck. Because Pang Bei still had a mission ahead of him, he couldn't stay much longer, and yesterday he just met and greeted Aole's family. However, he was relieved to see Aole's family, and it seemed that the people in her family liked him very much. 2 of Ergo's children helped Pang Bei's sled with the reins and harness for pulling, while Ergo loaded up a lot of forage to put on the moose's back. This way, there is no fear of the moose running out of food on the road. Despite the snow on the mountains, the moose were able to find something to eat. It's just that at night, the moose are less mobile and can eat some forage at that time. Originally, Ergo was going to load them up with some more food, but both Pang Bei and Aole refused. For one thing, they were carrying dry food themselves, and for another, they had many sources of food, but the village didn't have that many. They weren't as capable as Pang Bei, who was surprisingly able to walk into the deep mountains unharmed. In their place, the wolves alone would have damaged them badly. Not to mention the presence of the mountain god in the vicinity of this mountain. After Wu Man helped to fix the reins, he said with a smile, By the way, brother-in-law, you must be careful of the mountain god when you go to the mountains. Some people have seen it recently, and there are livestock lost within Moken, and everyone rumors that it was that person who did it. Pang Bei smiled and patted his second brother's shoulder. The second brother is a robust man, but he is a good-hearted and honest man. To be honest, Pang Bei was quite fond of making friends with such people. Not to mention, it's his second uncle. He's certainly closer. Don't worry, second brother. As long as that thing isn't so brassy that a gun can get through it, I'm fine. Ergo looked around, then lowered his voice. If you go to the cottage, if you can find a gun, can you help me get one too? Pang Bei was curious. He couldn't help but smile. Second brother wants a gun? Wu Man said, You don't know, the old clay gun at home. Can't shoot well and it's hard to load. The power is also small. You see, my sister has a good gun on her back. I'll get one too, so even if I'm in danger, I'll be able to take the top, right? Pang Bei patted his second brother's shoulder hard. Then when I come back, I'll go look for you." When Wu Man heard this, his face opened up with joy. "Hey, if you don't say, Aole is really looking for a good man. Brother-in-law, you are really okay." Pang Bei laughed. Between jokes, Aole's grandfather walked out. He came over and handed Pang Bei a map and said, "This is the topographical map inside the cottage. Back then, there were bandits that plundered us and were killed by Aole's dad, and on them this was found. It's useless for us to keep it, so see if you can use it." Pang Bei curiously took the map from inside the old man's hand. This map is not a military map, just a structural map drawn on top of the skin. This map was the cottage they were about to travel to, which was so necessary for Pang Bei. Pang Bei hurriedly thanked him. "Thanks, Grandpa. With this map, Aole and I will be in a lot less trouble. Not so much like headless flies, bumping around." The old man shook Pang Bei's hand. "Son, you must be careful. The mountains in winter are cannibalistic." Pang Bei nodded vigorously. He certainly knew what the old man meant. The deep mountains in winter were indeed full of all kinds of dangers, and if an ordinary person went in, it would surely be the result of 9 deaths. It's pretty hard to make it through the winter in the deep mountains without guys. In order to hurry, Pang Bei said goodbye to the family with Aole after getting ready on his side. On the snowy road through the forest out of the village, the crisp copper bells tinkled incessantly, and among the treetops, the morning sun fell on the white snow, flooding it with flakes of warm color. Pang North could hear the sled sliding across the ground and the sound of moose hooves on the ground. Now, not to mention, the rush is not tiring. Sitting on the sleigh, Pang Bei and came to the skin strength. He smiled and crooked sing up, "White dragon horse, hey hoofs," toward the west. Did a pak tang sanzang trotting 3 disciples. Aole, who was sitting on the sled, was so amused that she couldn't help but mutter, "Brother Xiao Bei, what are you singing about? Why does it feel so strange?" Pang Bei grinned. "Is it weird? I think it's pretty good." It hadn't been a joyful moment for too long before Pang Bei's face changed, because his eyes fell on the hillside not far away. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he could still distinguish that there was something on the hillside that had been running after them, and this running form couldn't be a human being at all. What kind of person runs on 4 legs in the winter? A gibbon? Pang Bei subconsciously picked up his binoculars, and he immediately whispered, "Aole, you drive the car. I'll see what the hell is that over there?" Aole immediately switched places with Pang Bei. She pulled and drove the moose while Pang Bei raised his binoculars and looked through them, and in Pang Bei's field of vision, he finally got a good look at the dark shadow. Pang Bei was shocked in his heart. "Tiam land is not finished, right?" Aole asked fearfully. "What is it? Brother Xiao Bei, what is it?" Pang Bei didn't panic. He just replied with an expressionless face, "That wolf pack we encountered. It's chasing us. No matter what, we have to speed up. You drive the car. I'll set up the gun. If this TM dares to come close, I'll shoot this pack." Chapter 114. The Wolves in Hot Pursuit. Pang Bei wasn't joking. And no arrogance. Sleds can't really go fast when they're sliding through the snow. And the speed of traveling was also relatively stable. Just speeding up a bit wouldn't delay Pang Bei's traveling shots too much. For this item, Pang Bei was quite confident. He held up his Garand M1, aiming through the scope at the coyote that appeared and disappeared. Whenever you see a coyote approaching, then just shoot. However, this pack of coyotes was cautious. Wolves like them are like that, cunning and cruel. They are a lot more patient than the average hunter. But because of this, wolves are also much harder to deal with than other beasts of prey. Gradually, Aole accelerated the sled's traveling speed, and Pang Bei abandoned the scope and instead changed directly to a machine sight. The Garand M1C is modified with a collimator that is different from other sniper rifles. This rifle does not have the collimator mounted directly above it. Instead, it's on the left side of the gun. So the machine sight position is, in fact, still retained. This modification is due to the compromises that had to be made with the throwing ports. So this sniper rifle honestly is just weird. There aren't many sights that are mounted this way. There are also very few guns where both machine and mirror sights are possible. Pang Bei held his gun and watched through the machine sight. He didn't need to aim much. For Pang Bei, what he wanted wasn't a headshot. What he wanted was to kill or make the coyotes lose the ability to chase them, and that would be it. But a marching shot like the Garand rifle, trying to be accurate, is basically the limit at a distance of 300 meters or so. After all, it's a living thing you're hitting, not a target. That's why the difficulty is elevated, and 300 meters is already quite a bare limit. However, this extreme distance was what an elite among snipers like Pang Bei could do. Plus, the Garand is semi-automatic, so the consistency is a lot better than the 38. As Pang Bei continued on this way towards the deep mountains, the wolves trailed as if they were ghosts. They didn't come closer, and they didn't mean to give up. These guys are truly undead. Perhaps it was because of the additional moose on the Pang north side, which was one more big prey for the wolves to feast on. How could they give it up so easily? In the mountain forest, the weird balance was just maintained. The wolves didn't approach excessively close, and Pang Bei didn't shoot. Gradually, Ao Lei suddenly shouted, "Brother Xiao Bei, the road ahead is going up the mountain. We are going to meet up with the wolves on the hillside. Should we continue?" Pang Bei held up his gun and said, "Just don't worry about walking. I'll shoot as soon as the distance closes. We can't keep letting them threaten us like this, or how are we going to survive?" Ori let out an oh-so-subtle cry. Then she waved the cane and drove the moose to lead them up the hill. Originally, the moose was not fast, and this was even slower when it came to the road up the mountain. As he watched, the wolves on the mountain slowed down as well, which made for a better aim for Pang Bei. He switched to watching with his periscope and soon realized that a wolf was trying to approach. And of course Pang Bei couldn't be spoiled. He pulled the trigger as soon as he realized it. Bang! As the shot rang out, the moose was startled, and the line of travel was so greatly diverted that the sleigh would almost have tipped over if Ori hadn't pulled hard on the reins. Good thing Ori stabilized Moose. Pang Bei's shot also directly hit the wolf on the hill. Not to mention, the shot really worked. Because Pang Bei shot the wolf in the neck, the coyote screamed miserably, and the rest of the wolves immediately stopped approaching, and they were smart enough to pull away. As much as possible, they don't get close enough to Pang Bei to give Pang Bei a chance to hit them. These guys are ugly and play with flowers. Pang Bei held up his binoculars and couldn't help but mutter. Ao Lei sighed. "Brother Xiao Bei, what do you think this pack of wolves is trying to do?" Pang Bei grunted. "I don't know what? Figure 95. Figure 160. Tupolev." Ha! Ori didn't know about these military fan stems. Pang Bei let out a bad laugh as if the crisis that was right in front of him had nothing to do with him. Nothing, just a kind of cold joke, right? By the way, how far are we from the location of the cottage? Olay shook her head. "I don't know, this side I haven't been here yet. This mountain beasts are especially many. Where do I dare to run here?" This mountain fortress also only heard Grandpa mentioned, but the specific what looks like, or whether there are people do not know. Ao lay face with a bitter smile to explain. Pang Bei also did not blame the meaning. He looked at the mountain, then said, "This side of the mountain road, just this one, I guess we have been walking on no problem. I remember that Grandpa gave us the map. This bandit's cottage seems to be the middle of the two small peaks sandwiched between the mountains built up. The door is still built with the cement left by the ghosts, very strong. The cottage is also in the ghosts of a secret fortification inside the top built out. Say, what the hell is that place for? It's not an arsenal, is it?" Pang Bei couldn't help but mutter to himself, and Ao Lei immediately shook her head when she heard it. "It shouldn't be," Grandpa said. "There is no arsenal here. It seems like the ghosts are secretly drumming up something here. But what exactly is it, I don't know. However, I did hear it from my dad when I was a kid. He told me that he had been to the cottage and said that on that hill there was an iron gate, and it seemed like there was a big iron net and an iron frame or something, and I didn't know what that thing was for. And my mom said, 'Is that like a mine?'" "Ray?" Pang Bei was stunned. "Ghosts build mines? What kind of international joke is this? Wait, a big wire mesh? And an iron frame?" Pang Bei's eyes glazed over. According to this old man's description of himself, that should be a radar station, right? According to the military history that Pang Bei has read, the radar technology of the ghosts at that time was not advanced. The early introduction of the German radar, and the late imitation of the British and American radar through the seizure of the radar. And this location would be the air defense early warning radar applied to the Far East. After all, at the time, they fought the Battle of Nomenclatura and were beaten by the old Maoists. According to the situation described by Ao Lei, coupled with the location of the map in his memory, it was highly likely that this place would have air defense early warning radar installed. That one time, they almost let the old Maoists beat the out of them. For this reason, the possibility of their later defense of a hand against the old Mauler is not impossible. Pang Bei muttered darkly in his heart as he thought of this. A radar station, which means it really should be a military installation. It seemed like that place would be safe as a landing spot, or at least the military installations were sturdy and certainly more than enough to deal with the beasts. As Pang Bei thought of this, he revealed a smirk. Let's go take a look." Thinking of this, Ao Lei continued to lead Pang Bei towards the mountains. After a bit more walking, the wolves were still in hot pursuit, but still not getting any closer. However, Pang Bei had already spotted what seemed to be a path between the woodlands that hadn't been traveled for quite some time. It would be almost impossible to tell if there wasn't the slightest trace of it. Judging by the condition of the road, the hill is literally deserted. Just as Pang Bei froze, Aolei suddenly pointed her small finger in the distance. "Brother Xiao Bei, look, isn't that the big iron net my father was talking about?" Pang Bei froze as he held up his binoculars and looked over. In the binoculars, he soon got a good look at the big iron netting that Ori was talking about. Still really radar. And looking down, Pang Bei also spotted the danger. "NMD. I said, why do these wolves keep following? TM. Playing 10-sided ambush with me." When Aolei heard Pang Bei explode in foul language, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's wrong, little brother Bei?" Pang Bei raised his gun without hesitation and said seriously to Aolei, "Aolei, do you have a way to get the moose to pull us through at top speed?" Ori thought for a moment and then said, "There is a way, but the rush won't be too far. It's fine. Charge over there in a moment," Pang Bei said without hesitation. Aolei was a bit puzzled and queried, "Brother Xiao Bei, what's in front of us? Do you want us to rush over?" Pang North had the safety on by this time and was already looking through the scope for his first victim. Up ahead, it's the wolves. Chapter 115. Punch, charge, charge. Pang Bei didn't expect that this group of wolves would still play tactics with themselves, so he had to say that it was a bit interesting. But this kind of trick is not difficult for Pang Bei. He quickly loaded his bayonet, then raised his rifle to fire directly in front of him at long range. Bullets were fired in the firelight, and the bullets were like scythes reaping life extremely cheaply after each shot. The distance of 300 meters gave the coyote no chance to pounce on Pang Bei. Ding! The clip popped out and landed on the sled, and Pang Bei drew the freshly loaded clip from his arming belt and loaded it quickly and directly. Click! The next moment when the bullet was loaded, Pang Bei saw that the coyote on the opposite side was less than 100 meters away, and he continued to drive with his gun. Bang! Bang! Pang Bei performs what it means to be a head reaper with strength. Blood exploded from the coyote's body, either dead or wounded. As long as they were named by Pang Bei, they were basically either dead or crippled. Finally, as the moose rushed past, no longer able to be on target because it was too close, Pang Bei used his bayonet to pick off a wolf blocking his way. Then both hands slammed this wolf hard against the other. Bang! On him. Oh. The screams of the coyotes were unceasing, while howls of rage rose. Pang Bei continuously stabbed those wolves that were catching up with his bayonet, but there were too many wolves to clear. Right at this moment, Pang Bei directly pulled out the fast and slow machine. The pistol lifted up, and Pang Bei's finger scraped and switched to continuous fire. Da-da-da-da. Because it was so close, it didn't take much aiming at all. The fast and slow machine pulled the trigger and the bullets poured out, letting loose their kill mode on the coyote. Da-da-da-da. The bullets poured in, and it was a good fight, but the ammo was a bit of a bear. Pang Bei just slammed a shuttle before hanging up empty. This fast and slow machine in Pang Bei's hand is not the usual fast and slow machine. The fast and slow machine in his hand is a 20-round magazine Mauser C96 1932 712 model. It's the German version of the one that was confused by the Spanish Namayuki to the point of confusion, which was clearly genuine, but made it so that it ended up coming out with a repeating rapid-fire version. The most important feature of this gun is that there are 3 Chinese characters made in Germany on the body of the gun, and mainly in the craftsmanship, this fast and slow machine, but it is much more delicate than the previous ones and the E version. In particular, the fast and slow machine control fast and slow keys are designed with fan shapes. Also, this gun, being magazine-fed, is detachable. The previous ones had fixed magazines that you had to press in yourself. So changing ammo is much easier than before. In terms of machining, it's actually much more precise than the Spanish cottage model. The bullets ran out, and Pang Bei immediately squatted down and drew out a magazine. After Pang Bei changed his ammo, it turned out that a wolf had already jumped on the car and bit down on Pang Bei's choking throat with a single bite. Pang Bei had just changed his ammo at this time, but at that moment, he looked up and already saw the coyote's mouth arrive in front of him. Grass! Pang Bei shouted angrily, then stomped the wild wolf out. After the coyote fell to the ground, Pang Bei raised his gun and shot. Da-da-da-da. Blood splattered from the body of the coyote, and Pang Bei had no time to celebrate as he continued to raise his gun with a shot to the left and right, knocking over 2 of the coyotes. How much further? Pang Bei asked as he fired his gun. Aolei looked directly ahead and shouted, It's not far, Brother Xiao Bei. Just how many guns do you have? How come it feels like you have guns in your hands all the time? How dare you come out and take on such a big job without some family money? Pompey laughed while shooting back. Only this time it's kind of a bloodbath. Originally, Pang Bei didn't have much ammunition for this kind of fast and slow machine in his hand, just over 100 rounds. It had been used before. Now with the repeater, ammo depletes as fast as water. In the blink of an eye, 40 rounds of ammunition were gone. Pang Bei saw that there were already far fewer coyotes, and he switched to a third magazine. It was the last magazine he had in his hand, and if he wanted to change it again, he would have to press it slowly. Where is the time for this situation? Having no choice, Pang Bei raised his gun and switched to a single shot this time, repelling the pursuing coyotes as best he could. Just when this third magazine was halfway through, Ao Lei suddenly shouted, "Brother Xiao Bei, there's an iron gate in front of us." Pang Bei turned back. He realized that in front of him was a military fortification, flanked by hills which weren't exactly high, but they were a dozen or so meters high, while between the two small hills there was a wall repaired with concrete, and inside it could be seen the gun emplacements. Just to the lower left of the gun emplacement is a rusty iron gate. Pang Bei yelled, "Hold on, I'll get the door." Saying that, Pang Bei leapt forward, and he used almost all his strength to run wildly straight towards the iron gate. When he reached the iron door, Pang Bei slammed it hard, feeling as if it almost broke his bones. But the iron door creaked and rattled, and the door folds were reluctantly backed out of the way. The sled rushed through the door unimpeded, and Ori jumped out at this time. She hurriedly pushed the door with Pang Bei. But the problem was that the door hadn't been closed for a long time, and the threshold area was so full of dirt that it wouldn't close. The bolt is also hard to insert. Pang Bei pressed his body against the iron door, and the coyotes banged on the door like crazy. Pompey looked nervously from side to side, trying to find something. Ao Lei seemed to react to what Pang Bei was trying to do, and her gaze quickly landed on the inside of the no longer available door of the turret. Ao Lei hurriedly ran towards the gun tower. She quickly scanned and immediately found an iron pipe in the corner. Ao Lei clutched the iron pipe with both hands. She gritted her teeth and directly dragged out this thick iron pipe. "Brother Xiao Bei, use this." Pang Bei's eyes lit up. "Quick, hand it over." It was clearly the middle of winter, and Ao Lei was already so tired that her head was beaded with sweat. She gritted her teeth and dragged the iron pipe, which was so heavy that even a normal man would have quite a hard time trying to drag this. The iron pipe was dragged on the ground and rattled in an appropriate manner. "Brother Xiao Bei, here you go." Ao Lei ended up dragging the iron pipe over to him, and Pang Bei hugged it and pushed it right up against the door, then glanced at the other side, where he quickly put his foot on the other side of the door plug that could be secured to the floor. Crunch! The sound of metal scraping seemed very harsh, but the good thing is that this door insert that holds the door at the threshold sort of works. Dang it! Though outside the coyotes were frantically banging on the door. It rattled as if it were thunder, but the iron door, held up against the iron pipe, did not move at all, giving the coyote no chance to jump in. After all, this was a military fortification with a door beam at the top end of the iron gate and a number of small, intentionally cemented spikes on the door beam. These are designed to prevent people from climbing so that people can't do over. Of course, the most important thing about this thing is that it can deal with wild animals and prevent them from going over. The door beams protruded, the iron door was inside. It was useless for the coyotes to try to stack up, and the concrete walls were covered with barbed wire, so they couldn't even get up there. Pang Bei breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the little life was picked up. Regardless of the banging of the door, when behind him Pang Bei observed this courtyard left and right. The yard was full of dead grass, which was almost as tall as a man. One look at the situation told me that no one had been here for a long time. The snow on the ground was thick, and Pang Bei saw a flagpole in the center of this courtyard, and the flag on it had turned into rags, dirty and tattered, and could no longer be seen in its original form. Pang Bei's eyes quickly fell on the two iron nets that attracted the most attention in the courtyard. This place couldn't be where the ghosts tested the new air defense alert radar back in the day. Could it? Pang Bei suspiciously looked at the radar above the concrete bunker, was lost in thought, and as a result, Ao Lei let out an ow scream, giving Pang Bei a jolt of fear. "What?" Ao Lei was so scared that she cried out with a sobbing voice, "Brother, there are dead people here." Chapter 116. Ghost Radar Station? Pang Bei didn't realize there were bodies here. He got up and found Ao Lei running over to him. She was so scared that she hugged Pang Bei to death. "What? It gave you such a fright?" Ori pointed at the bunker door. Skeletons? I'm afraid of skeletons. Pang Bei was puzzled. He let Aole loose first, he boldly walked over, and as expected, there was a skeleton leaning against the doorway of this bunker. Only, there was something about the skeleton that didn't look right somewhere. Pang Bei crouched down and swept away the weeds around the skeleton. As it turned out, he was shocked too. Judging by the condition of the skeleton, he'd been dead for only a few years probably. But the cause of death wasn't a gunshot or a sharp blade across the throat. Instead, he was bitten to death. His sternum was all hollowed out. Apparently a wild animal or something had gutted him and eaten him. Aole asked worriedly. Brother Xiaobei, when the bandits were fought here back then, they hid in the mountains because there were too many wild beasts in the neighborhood, so the mountain bandits were the ones who ran away later. How can there still be dead people here? We can't all leave them unburied, can we? Facing Aole's doubts, Pang Bei sighed. It wasn't killed. It was eaten by a wild beast. What? Aole's heart seemed to miss a beat. She muttered in a low voice, It can't be the mountain god. Can it? Pang Bei was stunned. You said it was Shan Biao? That's a possibility. Pang Bei looked around. In the room, there was still a white bone exposed. Pang Bei walked in and picked it apart with his bayonet. This one was even more exaggerated to eat. Part of the bone was chewed up, and the throat part of the skeleton was completely shattered. It was obviously torn apart and eaten by wild animals. Pang Bei hugged his shoulders and looked carefully. Pieces of clothing could still be seen around the perimeter. Looking at the dress, it should be bandits. Not running away, but dead inside. Pang Bei muttered in his heart as he patted Aole's back. Go, look around. Brother Xiaobei, is that gun on the ground? Pang Bei was stunned, looking in the direction of Aole's finger. And as expected, it was a mirror box, but it was badly rusted and no longer usable. Pang Bei searched carefully again, and on the ground, surprisingly, he found an ammo pack because it was tightly packed, and although part of the ammo was unusable, there was still a part that should still be usable. Of course, not many were picked up, just a dozen or so rounds that would work. Pang Bei observed from left to right as he followed Aole around the courtyard, and the corpses were found to be about a dozen or so. For the most part, it was Daji who was the one who found it. When we rushed earlier, she had been hiding in her sleeping bag and refused to come out, no matter what she said. It's safe. The bastard's showing off his skills again. She basically sort of plowed all the bodies out of the snow. According to Pang Bei's observation, all of these skeletons were killed by wild beasts attacking them. Some were eaten, and others should have become a meal for the vultures. Pang Bei looked around at the deepest part of the courtyard. It was a hill, and the cave could be seen in the courtyard. And on the concrete walls on either side of this hole, you can still vaguely discern the words, scrawled in paint. There's probably not much to see, but it's safe to assume that the ghosts left it behind. According to Pang Bei's recollection, this small hill was the main building here. Below the arched opening was a steel door. Only the iron door was hidden. Pang Bei pushed the door and walked in. In this door, there is no one. It is supposed that the survivors hid in the cave when the beast attacked them. They ran out of here when the beast was gone. It was indeed a military installation, and although there was a lot of floating soil, it was relatively dry. The lights are still visible overhead. Pang Bei looked around, looking for an open switch that was unresponsive. Also, how can there be electricity when no one has been around for so long? Aole's death grip on Pang Bei's arm. Pang Bei held up the flashlight and laughed. Don't be afraid. This should be a military facility left by the brats. Look around and see if this is a suitable place to stay. Aole looked around as she pointed her finger at the passageway on one side. Brother Xiaobei, that side looks like a place where people live, right? Pang Bei's gaze followed. The flashlight followed suit. You're really right, this corridor should be their dormitory. However, this side has already been used by the mountain bandits who have entrenched themselves, so I guess the scourge is almost over. Pang Bei said, walking towards the passage. In this passage, Pang Bei found that this side are dormitories. The house is a wooden bunk beds. According to the number of this room, Pang Bei roughly estimated that there should be a ghost stationed here back then. Probably stationed more than 100, less than 200 people. The rows of dormitories said it all. Pang Bei had looked from dormitory to dormitory. There were traces of bandits having lived there, but there were also quite a few piles of clutter. This means that the bandits were actually small in number, so no wonder they ran away back then. Still, this place should be good if you use it for living. Pang Bei whispered, Aole, this place can be used as our landing place. Let's pick a room and clean up first. Then count the supplies and see what's left over here. Ori asked worriedly. Can we live here since people have died here? Pang Bei laughed. Where are the military installations during the war that didn't have dead people? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? It's unlikely that they will stand up and do anything to you. Besides, there are just some bones out there. Can't they still stand up? Let's go. I'll take you to pull the moose in first. Let's close the door. It's safe in here. And this one is where the light from the flashlight gets noticeably weaker and flickers a bit. Lei was so scared that she burrowed into Pang Bei's arms. Brother Xiao Bei, what's with the torch? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. There's no electricity, what can it be? Look for a kerosene lamp. Lei braced herself. She and Pang Bei searched the dormitory area. They searched, but found a lot of kerosene lamps. Pang North also found a sealed bucket of kerosene before the torch ran out of power. It's still true that the sky is the limit. Pang Bei added kerosene, then laughingly lit the kerosene lamp. Pang Bei and Lei each lit a kerosene lamp, and the two men went out and pulled the moose into the cave. Then the sled was unloaded and the moose were fed with grass. Pang Bei, on the other hand, closed and plugged the door to the cave, making a safe defense. Even if the coyotes came in this door, they would never be able to get in. With light and a gate inserted, Pang Bei and Lei became relaxed. Following the light, Pang Bei saw that the area that originally seemed to be used for parking had been converted into a gathering hall by these bandits. There are tables and chairs and benches set up here. When he should have left in a hurry, Pang Bei searched and directly found the room of the Mountain King. There was a wooden bed here covered in animal skins, and it looked pretty good. Instead, there was a wooden box still sitting under the bed in the room. Pang Bei opened. There is no gold and silver inside the wooden box. It is estimated that the gold and silver were taken away before they escaped. And this wooden box holds a whole box of ammunition for the 38 large caps. Get rich, Aeol. You this will not worry about ammunition later. Look! Pang Bei pushed the wooden box to Lei to see. Ori's eyes glistened at the sight of the ammo inside. The paper package of ammo inside this wooden box hasn't even been unwrapped yet. She smiled and asked, Brother Xiao Bei, there doesn't seem to be any ammo here that you need? Pang Bei touched Lei's head and said, I'll just apply with the top. Just then, Daji seemed to notice something, and she kept staring up, her big tail wagging around. Pang Bei immediately walked over. He looked at Daji and then at the cabinet she was staring at. It was an iron vertical cabinet. Pompey opened and pulled the handle. There was a click when this vertical cabinet opened. Pang Bei was confused. Lei also came over. She covered her small mouth after seeing it. My God, this is too much, isn't it? Chapter 117. Base licking bags is great. Opening the vertical cabinets, as far as the eye could see, was surprisingly full of guns. And it's not a ghost gun. This is Chang's gun. Standing vertically in this cabinet was a Thompson and M1 carbine, and the rest were empty weapon racks. It's kinda rich in here. And opening the cabinet below, where pack after pack of bullets were kept. Lei looked at Pang Bei. Brother, aren't you sending this? Pang Bei gulped. Heh. This is ing real hair. Pang Bei brought down the Thompson, an M1 Thompson, which was quite a classic contraption. Pang Bei played with it a bit and it worked. Only thing is, the damn thing needs .45 caliber ammo, and it's a lot of work to replenish the damn thing. Keeping it all the time is impossible. And, even if the ammo is kept in abundance, it won't stand up to consumption. After all, the damn thing was an assault rifle, but it could still be somewhat useful in targeting specific situations. For hunting, the rifle is still king. Pang Bei picked up the M1 carbine again, not realizing that this bandit leader was still an officer. After all, the M1 carbine and the Thompson, those are the only guns that officers have. Especially the M1 carbine. However, there was an empty space in the case, presumably for the gun that was taken at the time. The difference from some of the ammo still surviving underneath would be that it was a German submachine gun. Another hook was placed to hang the pistol, but the pistol was also missing. It was probably taken. He doesn't take the Thompson, it's big and the ammo is special. So it was right not to take it. As for the carbine, the thing is a medium power round, not a full power round like the Garand. If you really meet a tough opponent and get hit with a power bomb, aren't you looking for death? Pang Bei smiled and said, Lei, this M1 carbine, you can take it and play with it. This gun doesn't need to be pulled and has a small recoil. It's just right for you to use. Worried, Ori asked, You're confiscating my gun, aren't you? Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. What am I confiscating your gun for? I'm letting you take this gun and deal with different situations. This thing is a repeater. Aole shook her head. I don't want it. I want the 38 cap you gave me. That one has a bayonet. Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh as he thought for a moment, then took off his own fast and slow machine before handing it over to Aole. So you're holding this? And in melee combat, without an automatic weapon? Isn't that bull? Aole happily took the fast and slow machine that Pang Bei handed her. It's over $100 for the gun. She was quite precious. Pang Bei, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly, and then had to carry this M1 carbine on his own. What else? He can't say anything about his own woman. The good thing is that there are still a lot of stocks of this kind of M1 carbine ammunition in China. After all, when Chang's army bought a lot of this kind of carbines from the US aid. As for the reason, back then military aid ammo was purchased by the ton. You pin, how many rounds would there be a difference between a ton of M1 Garand full-size high-power rifle rounds and a ton of these 7.6233 carbine rounds, which are considered to be large pistol rounds for the same ton? The answer is tens of thousands of rounds. You know Chang can't buy military aid for nothing. It's not that Garand looks down on it. It's that the M1 carbine is more cost-effective. So the carbine, defined as a self-defense weapon, is a military procurement favorite. As far as the medium gauge goes, ammo for this gun is much easier to find. Pang Bei could only sigh with emotion at the thought and proceeded to count up his ammunition. While he was counting, Aole slipped back and forth in the room, and after slipping for a while, Aole exclaimed, "Brother Xiao Bei, this is a cannon, isn't it?" Pang Bei was agitated. "Cannon? What big?" Pang Bei rushed over to him, and the originally surprised man stopped saying anything when he got close. "Cannon?" Pang Bei almost didn't laugh out loud. The cannon that Aole was talking about was a Type 24 Maxim heavy machine gun covered under thatch. It seems that the original bandit leader on this mountain was really an officer of Chang's army. Only what happened to him in the end, that no one knows. Pang Bei looked at the heavy machine gun, and there was still ammo sitting next to it, except that there wasn't much ammo left, so he guessed that if he used it up, he would be completely out of spells. "Brother Xiao Bei, what the hell is this?" Pang Bei smiled at Aole, who was full of little stars. "Aole, this isn't a cannon. I have to say, this group of mountain bandits has a little bit of something. This is a 2-4 Type Maxim heavy machine gun. But I'm wondering how they got attacked by wild animals when they have these heavy machine guns. Could it be?" Pang Bei fell into deep thought, while Aole said without hesitation, "How can such a bulky thing deal with the mountain god? It can't be beaten, it can't be beaten." Aole waved her small hand, and Pang Bei reacted at once. "No, it's a heavy machine gun. It's not like you're making a movie and carrying a heavy machine gun for a Terminator bridge. This thing is going to kill you if you carry it with a human." Pang Bei looked at the heavy machine gun. However, as long as the heavy machine gun was properly positioned, it would definitely be useful even if it utilized the terrain of the cave. And even if the heavy machine gun is useless, it shouldn't be here but outside. Pang Bei walked over. He subconsciously pushed the heavy machine gun and tried to drum it again. Sure enough, one's guess was good. TMD heavy machine gun is broken. But it seems like anyone among the bandits who can fix a heavy machine gun is either dead or not. So, when this heavy machine gun broke down, the bandit leader just stored the gun here as a base, looking for someone who could fix it. The Type 24 heavy machine gun primarily uses the 7.92mm rifle cartridge of the medium-weight rifle. Pang Bei looked at the heavy machine gun as he quickly disassembled its parts. After all, Pang Bei had gotten into trouble in the army and hadn't been punished for going to the military blog to have his guns serviced, in order to sharpen his temperament. Pompey not only dismantles, but also performs all kinds of maintenance and simple repairs. And this Type 24 Maxim heavy machine gun, in the face of Kaishan logistics efficient transportation, that year stock was quite a lot. One of the mainstays of our equipment when we went overseas to fight was this thing. After Pang Bei disassembled it, he realized that it was not going to be maintained, and the parts were installed wrong, and he quickly reassembled the machine gun. Aole watched in amazement as Pang Bei disassembled such a large contraption into parts in front of her, as if it were a juggling act, and then quickly assembled it again. "Brother Xiao Bei, how come you know everything?" Aole was baffled. Don't think there were many people in the village who knew how to use a gun, but those who could disassemble it and still assemble it so quickly, then there were basically not many. A quick release, quick assembly one like Pang Bei's, that's one and done. Pang Bei laughed. "This gun thing, everything changes. Originally I dismantled it, but don't tell mother about this. Let her know. She'll be unhappy." Ori nodded good-naturedly. "Oh, I won't tell." Pang Bei smiled and flicked the switch. Tada! The sound of this mechanical crash made Pang Bei's heart happy. It's loaded, great. Now we have a home keeper. After saying that, Pang Bei simply disassembled the heavy machine gun again and placed it on the guarded door. Then find the miscellaneous things piled up out of a simple fortification, is in order to once encountered fierce beasts, can rely on the fortification to the other side to open the back. Chapter 118. Brother Xiaobei, please take me. With one more home guarding artifact, Pang Bei's heart felt a lot more at ease. There is no way this thing is going to be taken out for hunting is all. It still makes a lot of sense for this thing to guard this first hidden landing spot of his. This place, Pang Bei intended to use as a core landing point, it was quite safe, and with so many wild beasts around, it was probably impossible for outsiders to come in. It's been a busy day and it's almost midnight. Pang Bei looked at Ao Lei and said, "Why don't we sleep first? Which room are you sleeping in?" Pang Bei intended to let Ao Lei choose first, but as a result, Ao Lei twisted and pulled on Pang Bei's coat corner, asking rhetorically, "Little brother Bei, you really do dislike me. I'm ugly and still play with flowers, and I love to lie." Facing Ao Lei's pitiful look, Pang Bei was stunned and then said, "Ugly? Playing with flowers? Where did you learn all this? Listen to what you're saying," Ori muttered in a small voice. Pang Bei wanted to slap himself when he heard that. Why does this asshole say everything? What a nice girl. Isn't she letting herself be spoiled? Pang Bei hurriedly said, "No, didn't I say it? You are pretty. They say the beauty is ugly. They have a problem with aesthetics. The main thing is that we haven't gotten married yet. Really sleep together? I am worried," Ao Lei said with a red face. "And it's not like I haven't slept before. Besides, Xiao Bei brother, you have touched people's buttocks. There is nothing that hasn't been touched, you said it is." When Ao Lei said that, it made Pang Bei really not know what to say. Cough, cough, cough. That what? Ao Lei, I'm not saying to sleep separately. I mean which house you like. The two of us simply clean up and sleep. Ao Lei pulled Pang Bei, and the two of them briefly cleaned up the place before spreading their sleeping bags on the wooden bed that originally belonged to the Mountain King. Now that the two were lying on the same bed, Pang Bei wondered how this sleep would be possible. Inside the cave, Pang Bei felt everything silent with some palpitations. Beside him, Pang Bei could hear Ao Lei breathing. "Brother Xiao Bei, don't you want me?" The little ninja spoke as if she were a kitten, and Pang Bei could hear his heart pounding. Honestly, think. Pang Bei had only finished speaking when Ao Lei burrowed right into Pang Bei's arms. Inside the cave fortification, the temperature here is thermostatic, just above zero in winter, while in summer it is particularly cool. Although the cave was still quite cold at this time, the house was originally the residence of the main officer here, and with a fireplace in the house, the room could warm up quite a bit. This kind of structure in the previous era is very common, but in the northeast this is only seen in the rich family. Before going to bed, Pang Bei also found some worn-out miscellaneous objects and directly burned them to keep warm. So, it wasn't exactly cold in this room, and Ao Lei lunged over this instantly, giving Pang Bei a sweaty shock. Ao Lei's little face pressed against Pang Bei and said, "Brother Xiao Bei, you have to have me." Pang Bei gulped and continued, "As much as I want to, this is worse than that. I don't care. I want Brother Xiao Bei to want me so that I am Brother Xiao Bei's woman." Pang Bei kissed Ao Lei's small mouth. This gave Ori a shivering kiss. Pang Bei smiled and said, "Well, you've always been my woman, all your life. There's no need to trample on yourself like this. We have to live a good life, messing with all this here. Not afraid of letting those deadbeats watch a live piece. Look at..." "What? That's what we're both going to do, huh?" When Ao Lei heard this, then she looked around furtively. "Brother Xiao Bei, don't scare me? Is there a ghost here?" Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Yes, how can there not be? Here is the place of ghost soldiers. You think, those can do what good? I tell you, this is the country's current strength does not allow us to send our soldiers do not go up, which if you can send to the dog island above, I'll be a force to sweep them, believe it or not." Ao Lei was so frightened that she burrowed into Pang Bei's arms, then said, "And is there one in this house now?" "No, I'm here. Don't be afraid. We're not afraid of the shadows. We're not afraid of anything." Pang Bei regretted it just as soon as he said that, only to see Ao Lei that was playing for real. Pang Bei immediately hugged Ao Lei and said, "Ao Lei, listen to me. This is a matter of time. You calm down. We have not yet married. This time to take you, what is the matter? Besides, how can I explain it to my mother? It's not a hooliganism. I'll be arrested. You don't want me to be arrested, do you? You don't want me to get arrested, do you? It's not a good idea to do this before you get married. so I'll be arrested as a hooligan. When Pang Bei said that, it really made Aole stop. She looked at Pang Bei pitifully and said, "Is that so?" "Yes." Pang Bei looked at Aole's hesitation and immediately nodded his head. "When the age is up, no, as long as the captain gives us a certificate, you'll be my wife at that time. Then there's no one to care." Aole thought for a moment and then said, "Then when will the captain be able to give us a certificate?" Pang Bei said confidently, "Let's try to contribute more, and when the captain is happy, then we'll give it to him." Ori's eyes lit up and she continued, "Right-o. That's it then." Pang Bei is trying to slowly drag it out first, this kind of thing. He always felt that this is not yet 18, not good, right? But he never expected that just when he was keeping calm with Ori and sleeping together in a big bed. Lu Hai smilingly took a certificate and handed it to Lu Xilan. "Lanzi, this is Xiao Bei and Aole's marriage certificate. You keep it, although the age is almost, I gave them an extra 2 years, it's all like that. But this is a special authorization from the field manager himself. We can't let him keep carrying out such a dangerous mission and still not leave a queen, right? To say the least, it's still fine-minded up there, they thought of that. Originally was quite angry, let a child on a mission. But I heard that they have already found a daughter-in-law, and they haven't organized a wedding yet, so the above directly gave a special approval, and the field manager said, after Xiao Bei returns from his mission, he will give them a wedding, so we will start doing it without your efforts. Give the child a surprise." Lu Xilan, who had been apprehensive in her heart, felt slightly better, but she still lamented, "But can Xiao Bei come back or not?" LV Hai also sighed along with him, and when it came to this matter, LV Hai's heart was not in the right place. He said in a low voice, "This matter, to be honest, I don't want to lie to you, this matter is particularly dangerous. If we were to speak from past experience, it would be 9 deaths. But this kid, Xiao Bei, is incomparable to anyone. The skills in him are mysterious and surprising." But field manager Xiao bit the bullet and said that Xiao Bei will definitely succeed in his mission and will come back unharmed. Old Xiao is someone who came back from the battlefield. I'm sure he has a unique vision. Lu Xilan nodded with tears in his eyes as he took the certificate and said, "I have given up my son and daughter-in-law." Lu Hai comforted. "Don't say that. Xiao Bei dared to take Aole with him, and to be honest, my heart isn't hanging so much. The fact that he dared to take Aole with him means that he is certain. This kid, he never does anything without certainty. The more this time comes, the more we have to trust Xiao Bei. Hey, by the way, Xiao Bei is getting married. Should we inform your in-laws? After all, they are." Lu Xilan thought for a moment, then said, "It is better to tell them they are not people we cannot be not. No matter what, if you are willing to come, come. If you are not happy to come, we have also notified them. Don't let Xiao Bei let people talk bad behind their backs." Chapter 119. Earn a lot of money and find supplies. Where does Pang Bei know that his own delaying method, which he came up with all his strength, just let his mom sell it? Pang Bei slept comfortably this night, with his own daughter-in-law in his arms, and finally having a nest of his own after so long. He slept the sleep until the light of day. Once he got up, he ate first, then put the moose in the yard to let itself graze as it pleased, and then Pang Bei himself packed up the skeleton and dug a hole to bury it. Because it was dawn, Pang Bei could search everywhere inside the space. Do not say, "This ghost place left a lot of good things." Pang Bei found a 38 big cover, is placed under the dormitory bed. Should be too fast to run away, did not take away. The 38 large cap, the most formal kind, was a good deal longer than Aole's riding gun, which was well preserved, and Pang Bei checked that it could be used. The gun can be left for the second brother, after all, it's Ori's family, it's no big deal to have a gun for him. As for bullets, there are quite a few under the bed. Give him a base and it's enough. Only, when cleaning out the radar station, he found that the equipment inside had been removed, only the radar remained. Pang Bei examined it and basically there wasn't much left that was useful. Collected a little ammunition and some silver rounds and the rest, nothing. Pang Bei had brought little food, and now that the coyotes outside the door were all quiet, Pang Bei cautiously looked out through the crack in the door. The coyotes should be gone. But Pang Bei was not stupid. He climbed up to the gun tower to observe with binoculars, and in no time he spotted the wolves. Damn! It's really not over yet. Pang Bei couldn't help but curse. Then he cursed and walked down the gun tower. Aole was puzzled. "Brother Xiao Bei, who messed with you?" Pang Bei looked out the door in displeasure. "The wild wolves are still in the perimeter. We can't get out for a while. Let's take a break first. Simply pack up." Aole nodded. Then Aole pointed to the very large storehouse-like place and asked, "Xiao Bei brother, what's in here? It's locked. Can't open it." Pang Bei let out a laugh. Can't open it? For me, there's nothing that can't be opened. After saying that, Pang Bei walked closer, and he shot at the lock that had rusted so much that he couldn't clearly see what it originally looked like. Sparks flew as the door lock was opened by Pang Bei. Once this door lock was opened, Pang Bei and Aolei pushed open the warehouse door together. As it turned out, this door had opened and both men were dumbfounded. It's really ING Depot. There were large and small boxes stored in here, and Pang Bei looked around and opened the boxes, realizing that what was placed inside was not the things of the ghosts. Instead, it's something from Chang's army. Stored here, quite a few clothes, shoes, and hats. Pang Bei just found a few boxes of ammunition. The bullets placed inside were all 7.6233 M1 carbine bullets, and then there was the 7.92 millimeters ammunition. It only counts as 5 boxes, but the carbine rounds, only 1 box, and the rest are 7.92 rifle rounds. Pang Bei side, 7.92 millimeters, only for machine guns, and he didn't have a medium format rifle. The rest, more, were stored with some grain, but it was moldy and inedible. In addition is a lot of barrels of fuel. Pang Bei carefully observed. Aolei suddenly waved her small hand. Xiao Bei brother, here are a lot of bedding. You see her new Lu? Pang Bei walked over and realized that it was really military bedding, and in the other box it was all leather boots. After opening it and taking a close look, I found a pair of suitable ones and put them on. Don't say, this Kaishin logistics is fast, and it's all useful at this time of the year. Ori also looked for herself and found the smallest one, but it was also bigger than her own feet. But the good thing was that it was padded and could be worn. In a short while, Aolei and Pang Bei both put on their leather boots, and then carried their bedding into the fortification, tidying up and laying out the bedding. The provisions inside the warehouse were sort of useless, but Pang Bei found a map of this fortification here. So there's an underground here? Pang Bei followed the map's guidance and went back inside the cave and literally found the entrance, which was inconspicuous and easily overlooked. After Pang Bei and Aolei went down with kerosene lamps, Pang Bei looked dumbfounded this time. There was a generator in here that was needed for fuel, but unfortunately it hadn't been used for a long time and was put out of order. If you want to fix it, you'll have to speak slowly. This basement, the generator is not the most important thing. The most important thing is a well in here. There was no running water in this underground fortification and only well water was available. But the wellhead was opened underground to protect the water supply. Aolei carries a kerosene lamp. Pang Bei tries to hit a bucket of water, and as expected, the wells under the ground here are not frozen. The water that was brought up was clean mountain spring water that was drinkable. Aolei excitedly took a sip and then said, "Brother Xiao Bei, you can live here." Pang Bei nodded and said, "Of course, this is considered to be finding the water source. All that's left is to clean out the useless things and use the basement as our storage room. This is considered to be a new home for the two of us inside the deep mountains. Clean up first, clean up this side, and let's figure out how to clear out the coyotes before we do." Aolei nodded her head vigorously. The two of them worked together. As the saying goes, men and women work together. From the basement, the useless equipment was moved into the warehouse, and then the useful things inside the warehouse were placed on the first floor. After tossing and turning for a while, Pang Bei began to pack up the ground again, intending to clear a path through the yard first. Several concrete military bunkers were cleaned up as well. As a result of this cleanup, it didn't matter. Aolei and Pang Bei were surprised to see some scratches in the bunker where the radar was placed. The scratches are deep and definitely not man-made. Aolei looked carefully for a moment, then looked at Pang Bei. "Brother Xiao Bei, this scratch is not simple." Pang Bei nodded his head, his gaze always on the scratches on the wall. "This force, it's comparable to a tiger, but it doesn't look as big as a tiger's claws. If that's right, this is what you said was left behind by that mountain god." Aolei's small face turned white. "Then aren't we in danger?" Pang Bei laughed confidently. "What's the danger? If the biggest danger here is it, then we'll just clean it up." Aolei opened her little mouth in confusion. "You're going to kill the mountain god? That's a very, very powerful one. No one can kill it at all." Pang Bei said confidently, "Aolei, you have to believe in science. If it's that powerful, why is it still nestled in this mountain? Wouldn't it be great to go out and kill it? Don't use what you have in your hand as a burning stick. It's a gun. And what's more, we have the crystallization of technology here. If it dares to come, we'll smash it into a sieve." Aolei saw that Pang Bei was so confident. She also got energized. "Well, then I'll listen to you. I believe in Brother Xiao Bei." Pang Bei hemmed and hawed, then said, "Eat first, we're almost done packing." Remember to drive the moose back to the cave in a while. I think, for the time being, it's not safe out here. Aha! Aole smiled and nodded as she and Pang Bei wrapped up together and drove the moose toward the cave. And just as the two were talking and laughing, just up the hill, a dark shadow projected a biting killing intent at the two. Chapter 120. Stacking buffs like dangers. After Pang Bei drove the moose back, Aole then began to heat up the food. Right now the food in their hands was getting low. It definitely wouldn't do to keep running out here. Got to get out or they're gonna run out of food. But the problem is, it's not that easy to get out. There were wolves out there, and fighting them off shouldn't be particularly difficult for him to kill all of them, given the availability of submachine guns and heavy machine guns, as long as they were properly set up. But the thing is, it's an unseen danger, which means that if the mountain god isn't dealt with, then this mission is tantamount to failure. What he was looking for was a relatively safe area to land in so that he could go out and explore the neighborhood. Begin pre-exploration. The problem is, here, to stay alive, you have to go out and hunt. But if you want to hunt, you have to take care of the wolves and the mountain gods first. Packing up the wolves would risk being sneaked up on by the mountain gods, and looking for the mountain gods would mean having to pack up the wolves again. Dead end. Definitely in a dead end. Pang Bei closed his eyes and contemplated. And before long, Pang Bei smelled the aroma of meat. He opened his eyes to find Ori approaching with broth and dried biscuits. Let's eat first. Aole could tell that Pang Bei was haunted by his next move. This wolf pack isn't gone. It's still around. The mountain gods didn't know when they would attack them. It's a real headache. While eating, looking at the absent-minded Pang Bei, Aole whispered, "Brother Xiao Bei, if we fight the wolves first, will the mountain gods seize the opportunity to attack us?" Pang Bei was stunned as he looked at Aole. Fight the wolves first? Right, the wolves are fighting a war of attrition with us. Why can't we fight a war of attrition with them? We don't have to kill them all, just kill a few at a time and then deliberately give the mountain god a chance. What do you say? Pang Bei was stunned as he continued. Lure the mountain god to attack us, then follow the trend of weakening the wolves' viable forces so that they leave on their own? Aole nodded. She then said, or if we directly find the Wolf King, we will launch an attack against the Wolf King, and after more attacks, the Wolf King will be afraid, and then the wolves will be afraid as well. Pang Bei whispered, the moonlight is very good today, so we can conduct an ambush in the mountains and forests. It won't be easy for us to find them during the daytime, and wolves are nocturnal animals, so let's ambush them tonight. Ambush. Aole was stunned, then worried. But the sky is so dark. Oh, today is the full moon. Today is the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Pang Bei smiled and nodded, then said, so, today I plan to go. Yourself? What about me? Pang Bei looked at Aole seriously. You guard the house, but before I leave, let's both carry the machine gun away and move forward to the door, and I'll teach you how to shoot. Honestly, you're in danger at home too because the Yamagami will most likely attack you, and that's the strategy. When I come back, once I hear the call for you to get ready to shoot, you open the door and strafe the outside. Don't worry about me. I'll hide. Ori was stunned, then thought for a moment and asked, does that mean we're both in danger today? Yes, but as long as our actions are properly coordinated, neither of us is in danger. Aole pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I trust you, little brother North. After eating, Pang Bei helped Aole move the machine gun and even let Aole fire 3 shots before he was ready to leave alone. After Pang Bei left, Aole simply closed the door of the cave. But then the iron door outside was intentionally opened. This is Pang Bei's plan. He's not afraid of these guys coming in. He's afraid of not coming in. Once these guys don't come in, his preparation is considered a failure. Getting everything ready, Pang Bei greeted the moonland and walked out alone and fully armed. Pang Bei had a good camouflage on him this time, and Aole helped by sticking weeds all over him. I have to say, Ori is really handy. She even used the way of braiding the straw rope, intentionally leaving the head a lot and then entangled with the cloak. Now that Pang Bei had walked out, once he crouched down, coupled with the color of the night, it was still really hard to be discovered. Especially since Pang Bei deliberately rolled around in the snow before going out to put on his clothes. He was purposely concealing his scent. After all, what he was going to do today was single-handedly take on the wolves. Under the cover of night, Pang Bei was watching Aole close the door behind him before he left the courtyard. After hiding the iron gate behind a false door, Pang Bei carried his rifle on his back and carried his carbine as he quickly walked in towards the mountains. A moment later, the man was nowhere to be seen. Pang Bei's speed was so fast that before the wolves realized it, he was gone. Hiding on the mountain, Pang Bei quickly hid his breath, a training that all snipers had, breathing smoothly, so smoothly that it almost kept the same pace as the natural flow of air. Doesn't inhale hard or exhale fast. Listen to the background noise around you with your ears and try to make your breathing sound as one with the background noise as possible. Soon, Pang Bei went up the mountainside to the ridge. Wolves generally don't ambush on mountain ridges, which can easily expose their targets, and usually only the Wolf King or a few wolves that stand sentry for the Wolf King will appear on the ridge to report their points at any time. The wolves communicate with each other by howling to pass on information, but of course, the wolves aren't all pumped up like chickens. There are also lion kings who touch the fish. Pang North then met on the mountain. As he made his way up the mountain, he actually encountered a wolf on sentry duty to keep watch, and it was not clear if the big brother was tired or, in the first place, disliked the task. It lay on the hillside, resting leisurely. The sound of wolves howling came from down the hill, and he didn't even bother to pretend, just grunted owlishly and perfunctorily. Since it wasn't loud enough, the wolves down the hill thought something was wrong. But after the Wolf King called out, the bastard stubbed his ears and barked twice at the sky before laying down and continuing to swing. Pang Bei was watching nearby the entire time, and this one, completely unaware of Pang Bei's presence, a man and a wolf, staged a swinging drama. One dares to swing, one dares to move. Just as the swinging wolf continued to swing, Pang Bei quietly poked the barrel of his carbine out. The wolf seemed to notice something at this time, and it rubbed its head on the ground, turning over its belly and turning its head upside down to look around. As a result, saw an unbeatable thing, the thin M1 carbine barrel. Pop! Snap! The M1 carbine, while not lethal enough, actually has less recoil and less gunfire. Not enough killing power, distance to make up for it, it's almost always considered a top-of-the-head shot, and the gods can't save it. Watch the swinging wolf pay the price for his swinging. It was shot right on all fours and stomped right straight down to its death. Pang Bei didn't go up to deal with the wolf, but quietly retreated back. What Pang Bei wants now is to be quiet and find the high ground as soon as possible. Climbing the ice and lying in the snow, Pang Bei didn't move very fast, but the good thing was that the top of the mountain wasn't far from the trail. When he climbed to the top of the mountain, Pang Bei hid behind a mess of rocks, holding a telescope and quietly observing through the moonlight. After observing for a moment, Pang Bei heard the wolves once again begin to send a message, a howl of wolves passing the message of peace to each other. But just then, the missing wolf didn't move. The Wolf King howled again, wanting to be sure, and on this howl Pang Bei locked onto the Wolf King's bearing. Great, now we've found you. Pang Bei gave a cold smile, then, Pang Bei used his binoculars to lock the next sniper position. Arriving at that sniper position, he had to first take care of at least 3 wolves that were on guard. Take out these 3 wolves, and you have to not disturb the Wolf King to reach the sniper position. Of course, it doesn't matter if it fails, if it disturbs the wolves. Pang Bei identifies another location. That location has its back to the mountain, it's not easy to be besieged, so he can just stand tall and snipe at the wolves, and after the fight he can run along the ridge. Then change places and go back down the hill and sneak around the back. Pang Bei finalized the plan and immediately slipped down quietly from the observation point. It wasn't long after Pang Bei had just left, except for the almost inaudible sound of footsteps on the snow, and a low growl. In the moonlight, an unidentified beast, smaller than a tiger, but covered in lean muscle mass, his eyes emitting a cold light full of killing intent, quietly walked to the place where Pang Bei just observed stopped. A real extreme kill is getting closer. Chapter 121. Playing it off. Pang Bei did not perceive the danger behind him. After all, felines, you want to spot them. That can only mean that you're challenging someone's innate talent for eating at its finest with human ineptitude. A Special Forces soldier couldn't be stronger than this kind of talent from a peak predator. That's a challenge to nature. In fact, the last time Pang North went up against a tiger, he just didn't realize it. It's not really easy to spot the ambush of these big gold gradual layers. They were big, but they walked noiselessly, and the raids were fast. An innate hunting nature and superior killing skills led to Pang Bei having a hard time detecting their presence. What's more, right now, all of Pang Bei's attention was focused on the wolves. He didn't realize that the real greatest danger was actually behind him. Of course, humans have a cunning that the beasts can't match. That's what nature has given us. Like, no matter how powerful a tiger is, he can't set up trick mines behind himself, can he? Pang Bei just set up. He crouched under the tree, looking from side to side. After making sure it was safe to do so, A grenade was deliberately placed here. This big blowout is available today. Pang Bei intentionally set up in the position heading to his number 2 sniper position, in order for him to use this directly for a face kill when the wolves surrounded him. Arranging the mines, Pang Bei confidently headed to sniper position number 1. Only, to reach the number 1 position, Pang Bei's first difficulty lay in the distance of less than 50 meters in front of him. He moved carefully, afraid to make any noise for the wolf to notice. This guy is just so much more sensitive compared to the guy who was just swinging. It seems like it swings its head back and forth when there's a breeze. Felt like the guy was hyper. Pang Bei had seen this kind in his previous life. Most wolves like this are just growing up, inexperienced, and extraordinarily excited. The fact that it was observing back and forth led to, at the slightest breeze, it would shift its attention, which gave Pang Bei the opportunity. Pang Bei quietly gouged out a small stone from under the snow, and after throwing it out, this hyperactive wolf ran straight over and had to see what it was. Pang Bei had actually changed into a supine stance while it was looking at the stone sub. The body gun was turned sideways, and under the cover of the rocks, the gun had been aimed at the location where he had thrown the stone. This distance, less than 20 meters. After the coyote ran, Pang Bei didn't hesitate to shoot. At a distance of a dozen meters, don't ask if the wolf is faster or the gun is faster. This is certainly gun fast. Coyote just sensed someone for a split second, and the bullet went in a little below the ear and came straight through. The bullet, after all, is a round-tipped bullet. The hit is just a little more explosive than the pointy bullet effect. Of course, the pointy rounds penetrate extremely well, and for long-range lethality, those full-power rounds are far better than medium-power rounds. But up close, the stopping power of this round-tipped bullet is pretty wow. The principle is that spiked bullets are more aerodynamic, fly farther, penetrate better, and kill in the face of heavily armed soldiers. And spiked rounds, commonly rifled, are generally available at combat ranges of about 100 meters. So fly far and hit hard. However, the high penetrating power leads to the fact that when facing an unprotected target, kinetic energy can't be fully applied to the target's body, and it's easy to go through and the stopping power is not enough. Round-ended bullets, on the contrary, aerodynamics is not good, killing distance is close, but rare is that the power of this round-ended bullets will be most of the role in the body of the hit. The area of action increases, the killing area is large, the penetration force is small, and the destruction of body tissues is more serious. Easy to burp toward the cold. Like a movie or TV show where the bullet is still moving, there is a small chance that a rifle round will appear to be shot and still move. But if you get shot with a pistol and you're still alive and kicking, that's pure bull. It's possible you can't die, but if you want to be alive and kicking, do you think the American style of juju is a performance show? Pompey chose the carbine for that very thing, put it at close range, and one shot a little potty. So close to the distance or first-hand sneak attack, and then cannot hit the sniper, the sniper can be hanged to go. Double kill! Grinned Pang Bei with a hefty grin, as usual, abandoning the corpse, not caring about it at all, and moving on to the next target. But this shot because it was too close to the next wolf. The wolf wasn't an NPC. It quickly noticed something unusual and it immediately howled, inquiring about his partner's condition, but by this time, Pang Bei was already less than 100 meters away from it. The moonlight reflected the shadows of Wolf and Pang Bei, leaving long diagonal shadows on the ground. Snap! Carbine shots echoed through the mountains. However, the sound of the carbine was muffled and not as penetrating as that of the big 8 grains that would reverberate across the valley. But the thing is, even smaller, it's still a gun. And that's a couple shots already. The wolves in the mountains had long sensed something strange. They were just determining Pang Bei's position. And this time, Pang Bei's position was exposed. But Pang Bei didn't panic. He knew that the Wolf King wouldn't move his position that quickly. It still needed to determine the current distribution of the wolves' bearings and direct them to round themselves up. Pang Bei finished off the second wolf, and he immediately sped through the snow, trying to run to the next lurking spot. The wolves had encountered hunters in the mountains, and the Wolf King might have had experience, but Special Forces snipers, this was definitely their first encounter. After all, there wasn't a single one of those in the country back then. Pang Bei ran wildly into position. He now had to grab time and use the time difference to snipe the Wolf King. So this last wolf, he had to steal time. Just as Pang Bei got down, the patrolling wolf was about to look up Pang Bei's position. Snap! Pang Bei calmly pulled the trigger, and the coyote let out a whimpering cry of grief, leaving a large trail of crimson blood on the snow. Then Pang Bei quickly ran as he got down on the ground and took off his garand. Then he locked onto the Wolf King, who was commanding the wolves while standing on top of the rock through the collimator. This Wolf King was large and looked to be in his prime. But it wasn't as big as the White Wolf King he had encountered before. This Wolf King was just a normal Asian gray wolf, not the Siberian white wolf that had slipped in from nowhere before. In terms of size, this Wolf King was a circle smaller than the White Wolf King, and with a smaller target, it was considerably more difficult to shoot. Pang Bei grasped at straws as he quickly eyeballed the distance, calculated the wind speed, and the angle of fire. After making sure of everything, Pang Bei's finger was on the trigger. It was almost time to pull the trigger, ready to send the Wolf King to his death. Boom! On the road behind Pang Bei, a flurry of snowflakes rose, accompanied by a loud explosion that echoed across the valley. This is good. He is completely exposed. The Wolf King heard the sound of the first time from the stone he jumped down. Pang Bei lost the opportunity to kill. And with it, an angry growl came from behind Pang Bei. Ow! The sound of that roar chilled Pang Bei's blood. It's broken.